Alas, is this truly happening? Why have I been transported to such a perilous world? Shidu. Lin Luo gazed at the hovering automobile surrounding him, as well as the opulent semicircular mansion not far away. This familiar scene was unmistakably revealing the world to which he had been transported. The Dragon Ball universe. Were those hovering vehicles not the very means of transport for ordinary citizens in the Dragon Ball realm? And that lavish, semicircular abode nearby, was it not the residence of the world's wealthiest individual, the foremost female protagonist of Dragon Ball, Bulma? Was he not merely reliving his childhood, rewatching the Dragon Ball anime? How had he ended up in this place? Before his unexpected journey, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Lin Luo had often fantasized about traversing into this grand universe. How delightful it would be to become a Saiyan. This life, without regret for entering the realm of Dragon Ball. In the next life, may I become a Saiyan. This aspiration is shared by many Dragon Ball enthusiasts, and Lin Luo was not surprised. However, upon actually being transported, Lin Luo realized the gravity of his situation. To find oneself in such a treacherous world was no trivial matter, especially as an ordinary human. He had not transformed into a Saiyan in the Dragon Ball universe. Being an ordinary person is exceedingly perilous. Life and death are beyond one's control. To make matters worse, after gaining some understanding of his circumstances, Lin Luo discovered a significant dilemma. He was situated at the moment just after Goku and Piccolo had teamed up to defeat Raditz. This meant that within a year, the more formidable Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, would descend upon Earth. From that point onward, the power dynamics of the Dragon Ball universe would enter a new era, ushering in a time when anyone could obliterate planets. Of course, this bore little relevance to ordinary humans if it did have any bearing. It was that, in the presence of those monsters, ordinary people would find themselves increasingly vulnerable, meeting their demise at a quicker pace. Had he arrived in the earlier timeline, he could have trained alongside Goku and Krillin under Master Roshi, joining the ranks of the main characters. Though, as an Earthling, his potential would only reach Krillin's level, and he would still be relegated to a side role in the latter stages. Yet, at least that would be preferable to his current predicament. Unfortunately, at this juncture, it was too late. Although the foes of the future would ultimately be vanquished through Goku and his friends' efforts, being an ordinary human, his life was not in his own hands, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity. Who knows when he might become nourishment for Cell or a mere snack for Majin Buu? Isn't it said that all travelers possess a golden finger? Where's my golden finger? Where's my system? My demands are modest. Grant me the power of the Omni King. Even if it falls short, bestow upon me the might of the Grand Priest. Ding! The Multiverse Video Network invites you to join. Do you wish to join? At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Luo's ear. The Multiverse Video Network? What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Luo's mind, but he quickly speculated. Could this be his golden finger? I accept the invitation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully joining the Multiverse Video Network. You can now upload videos to share your life with countless worlds. In the next moment, an interface materialized before Lin Luo. The design and aesthetic of this interface reminded him of the video sharing websites he used to frequent in the past. After navigating through it, Lin Luo grasped the essence of this interdimensional video network. Similar to the video platforms of his previous life, users could upload videos to the site. However, the audience hailed from myriad realms. He encountered videos from the world of One Piece, the realm of Naruto, as well as those from the tokusatsu universes of Kamen Rider, Ultraman, and Armored Warriors. Yet, there was not a single video from the Dragon Ball universe. Did this imply that he was the inaugural resident of this site from the Dragon Ball realm? Just then, an event captured Lin Luo's attention. The Transformation Grand Event. Users of the site may upload videos related to transformations to participate in the event. The site will evaluate the videos based on content, viewership, and bullet comments, ultimately selecting the 10 most outstanding videos. The creators of these videos will receive generous rewards. This event will span 7 days. Lin Luo perused the videos participating in the event. There was a video of Naruto entering Sage Mode, uploaded by Naruto Uzumaki. Another featured Luffy transforming into Gear Second, posted by Luffy himself. A video showcased Kaido transforming into a blue dragon, credited to Kaido. Additionally, there were various transformation videos from armored warriors, Kamen Riders, and Ultramen. Some videos were uploaded by the Transformers themselves, while others were by different individuals. The event had already progressed 3 days, leaving 4 days remaining. Since you're the first user from the Dragon Ball world to join this site, the site continued, your uploaded videos will be showcased across countless realms, garnering immense viewership that if your video secures a position in the event rankings, the rewards you receive will be even more substantial. You may select any aspect from your uploaded videos as a reward, including but not limited to power and abilities. Upon hearing the site's notifications, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that being the first user from the Dragon Ball universe would bestow upon him such privileges. The first privilege allowed his uploaded videos to gain immediate popularity, attracting a larger audience. The second privilege was even more remarkable. If his video achieved a ranking in the event, he could choose any feature from the video. This privilege could catapult him to greatness. What is paramount in the Dragon Ball world? It is strength. And the second privilege, if utilized wisely, could elevate him to become a top-tier powerhouse within the Dragon Ball universe. By the way, it seems the site does not stipulate that videos for the event must be uploaded by the individual themselves. If that is the case, then I have no qualms. If only videos uploaded by the individual were valid, he would be at a loss, as he could not transform and had no relevant videos to share. However, the site had not mandated that the uploader had to be the one transforming in other words, it is permissible to publish videos created by others. This event is a transformation extravaganza, and the content of the videos must pertain to transformation. When considering strength, the Dragon Ball universe cannot be deemed the pinnacle among the myriad realms, ranking merely in the upper middle tier. However, when it comes to the flamboyance of transformation, the Saiyans of the Dragon Ball universe stand unparalleled against any world. The classic transformations include Super Saiyan, followed by Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and extending to Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, and Self-Actualization, among others. While it is true that Ultra Instinct and Self-Actualization do not strictly qualify as transformations, they could be considered as such. Gazing at the transformation videos submitted for the event, Lin Luo could not help but chuckle. Although the transformations showcased in these videos are indeed iconic, they pale in comparison to those of the Saiyans by a considerable margin. It is time to deliver a minor yet significant shockwave of Saiyan transformations to the myriad realms. With only 4 days remaining until the conclusion of the event, Lin Luo harbored no concerns regarding his uploaded video's potential ranking. Ding! Due to users from the Dragon Ball universe joining the Myriad Realms Video Network, this website is now fully accessible to the Dragon Ball universe. Individuals from the Dragon Ball world can now publish and view videos on this platform. As the announcement echoed, the Myriad Realms Video Network materialized before countless individuals across the Dragon Ball universe. Those training on Earth, such as Krillin and Yamcha, as well as Goku, who had reached King Kai's planet, Vegeta and Nappa, who were en route to Earth, and even the slumbering god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis, along with the Omni King and the Grand Minister in the Omni King's palace, all beheld the interface of the Myriad Realms Video Network. At that moment, the entire Dragon Ball universe trembled with excitement. Chapter 2. The Dawn of Saiyan Transformations. Unleash the Ape God. What is this phenomenon known as the Multiverse Video Network? In the realm of Dragon Ball, many individuals found themselves pondering this question. However, upon grasping its essence, the video network transformed into a beacon of hope for certain characters, such as Krillin and Goku. They glimpsed the possibility of overcoming Vegeta through this platform. Conversely, Vegeta envisioned a path to liberate himself from Frieza and ultimately defeat him. Frieza, in turn, saw the prospect of immortality. For Beerus, Whis, the Omni King, and the Grand Minister, this video network served as an engaging diversion to alleviate their ennui. As exalted deities, the tedium of their prolonged existence weighed heavily upon them, especially for the Omni King. Isolated in the Omni King's palace without companions, he longed for a friend to share in the monotony of eternity. The advent of the video network brought him immense joy. On Earth, in West City, Lin Luo contemplated the implications of his influence, pondering whether his actions would allow the denizens of the Dragon Ball universe to access the video network. The videos he intended to release would inevitably alter the trajectory of the original narrative. He mused that should certain characters encounter his content, it might indeed shift the storyline. Nevertheless, he deemed the potential rewards worth the risk. The prospect of narrative twists was intriguing. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to unveil the Saiyan transformations to the multiverse, which included the Dragon Ball realm. At this juncture, the Saiyan transformations had yet to be revealed, ensuring that his forthcoming videos would astonish the inhabitants of Dragon Ball, perhaps even the very individuals involved. Wouldn't that add an element of excitement? Subsequently, Lin Luo meticulously edited the vivid images in his mind into a video, titling it with an eye-catching headline before uploading it to the video network and opting to partake in the transformation event. Upon his video's release, it was thrust into the spotlight, capturing the attention of countless beings across the multiverse. In the world of One Piece, another transformation video was unveiled. "I wonder what kind of transformation awaits us this time," Zoro remarked with palpable anticipation aboard the Thousand Sunny. Sanji, Nami, and the others nodded in eager agreement. Since the inception of this event, they had witnessed a myriad of transformations. Initially, they believed Luffy's transformation to be the epitome of flamboyance. Yet they were astounded to discover a plethora of extravagant transformations from other worlds. Now, a new video had emerged, hailing from the entirely different universe of Dragon Ball. The Straw Hat Pirates brimmed with anticipation, curious about what transformations this new world would unveil. In the world of Dyna, it seemed the Dragon Ball universe was not merely another Ultraman realm. Indeed, it was initially believed that Digga's 3 transformation forms were already quite impressive. However, the subsequent Ultramen emerged with transformations that were remarkably extravagant. The members of the Victory Team, upon witnessing a video from the Dragon Ball universe, couldn't help but exhale in relief. They were not the first to inhabit a video-sharing platform within the Ultraman realm. Yet Digga remained the first Ultraman to possess distinct forms. When transformation activities commenced, they observed that other Ultramen could only release videos showcasing their transformations. In contrast, Digga had the ability to unveil videos of his various forms. This led them to believe that Digga was the most formidable in terms of transformations among Ultramen. Yet, they were taken aback to discover that later Ultramen could transform as well, each with their own flamboyant styles. Characters like Dyna and Gaia were not worth mentioning, as their transformation forms were similar to Digga's. However, the later Ultramen, such as Orb and Jeed, could astonishingly borrow the powers of other Ultramen for their transformations. This revelation left them utterly astonished. Even when they saw new Ultraman worlds emerging, it sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, this new world was not one belonging to the Ultramen. Among them, Daigo felt the most relieved. Heaven knows the feelings he experienced upon witnessing Digga's powers being borrowed by various Ultramen. After marveling at the emergence of this new Dragon Ball world, countless eyes across the myriad realms were drawn to the video title, The Beginning of the Saiyans Transformation, Great Ape Form. This piqued their curiosity about the content of the video. The beginning of the Saiyans transformation? This suggested that the Saiyan possessed more than one form of transformation. With a sense of intrigue, countless individuals clicked on the video. It is widely acknowledged that among the myriad realms, the Saiyans may not be the strongest in terms of raw power, but when it comes to flamboyant transformations, they would claim the top spot without contest. As the saying goes, there are not many colors left for the Saiyans, and the forthcoming transformation marks the inception of their metamorphoses. It is a transformation that all Saiyans with tails can master, yet it is also the weakest among all their transformations. The Great Ape Transformation. Ape God Activate. With the narration concluding, the video officially commenced. Young Goku, Bulma, and Yamcha found themselves trapped within a steel cage, with a transparent glass panel overhead. Through this panel, the full moon could be seen illuminating the night sky. Young Goku warned Bulma and Yamcha that on a full moon night, a monster would appear. His grandfather had fallen victim to that very beast. Upon realizing the truth, Bulma and Yamcha were instantly startled, with Bulma even pointing at the full moon, urging young Goku not to look. However, her gesture inadvertently prompted young Goku to glance at the full moon. It was this very glance that triggered the transformation. Young Goku's eyes turned crimson, and in an instant, his physique swelled dramatically, dark fur enveloping his entire body. The glass panel above could not contain his transformation and shattered under the force of his change. Soon, the young son Wukong transformed into a colossal giant ape. In the world of pirates, on the Isle of Ghosts, Could this transformation be attributed to a type of Zoan devil fruit ability? This metamorphosis closely resembles the transformation seen after consuming a Zoan fruit. Kaido, after taking a swig of alcohol while watching the video, remarked, "As the captain of the Beast Pirates, his crew comprises Zoan fruit users. The transformations of these Zoan users bear some resemblance to the giant ape transformation depicted in the video. Of course, aside from himself, none of his crew members achieve such an immense size upon transformation. It is astonishing that the world of Dragon Ball possesses such a capability. Could it be that the Dragon Ball universe also harbors Zoan fruits? Unfortunately, this Sun Wukong is from the Dragon Ball realm. Otherwise, he could have been a worthy addition to the Beast Pirates." Observing the transformed Sun Wukong, Kaido felt a surge of admiration for talent. He was uncertain of Sun Wukong's true strength, but the sheer magnitude of his transformed form suggested that he was not weak. In the realm of Dragon Ball, this scene harkened back to when they were trapped by Pilaf, and Sun Wukong transformed. Bulma gazed at the video with a nostalgic expression. Back then, she accompanied Sun Wukong in search of the Dragon Balls, and those moments were both thrilling and joyous. Alas, Sun Wukong is now married, with a 4-year-old child. Chapter 3. Is the strength of the Dragon Ball world inferior to that of the pirate world? In the vastness of space, 2 spherical spaceships raced at incredible speeds. Inside the vessels sat figures clad in battle suits, with single-lens scanners affixed to their faces and tails trailing behind them. It was none other than Vegeta and Nappa. They had been in a state of hibernation, but the emergence of the video network awakened them. Watching the footage, Vegeta could not suppress a cold smirk. "So, this is Kakarot. A lowly warrior remains just that. Even after transforming into a giant ape, he is still pathetic." Vegeta held the displayed strength of the young Sun Wukong in utter disdain. He could not even escape a mere cage without resorting to his giant ape form. Truly, he embodied the essence of a lowly warrior, a complete failure. Moreover, the inability to retain his sanity during the transformation only added to his insignificance. The fact that Raditz could not even defeat such a weakling further emphasized his own worthlessness. What storm could a mere lowly warrior stir in his presence? It appears that this trip to Earth will allow him to easily achieve his objectives. In the depths of hell, on Snake Way, the running Sun Wukong halted upon the arrival of the video network. After all, watching videos while running could lead to a perilous fall. He had already experienced one such fall, wasting precious time. He could not afford another. Watching his transformed self on the screen, Sun Wukong recalled the circumstances of that moment. He distinctly remembered being trapped alongside Bulma and Yamcha. However, he also recalled losing consciousness after gazing at the full moon. By the time he regained awareness, he had already been rescued. As he lost consciousness, did he transform into this gorilla-like monster? Thus, it was I who inadvertently caused my grandfather's demise. The creature that wreaked havoc at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was also me. Sun Wukong finally comprehended that the monster he had spoken of, which had trampled his grandfather, was indeed himself. "Grandfather, I am deeply sorry. Although I find myself in the underworld now, I lack the time to seek your forgiveness. Should I perish in this battle against the Saiyans, I shall come to apologize to you." Sun Wukong resolved that if he were to die in this upcoming confrontation with the Saiyans, he would seek out his grandfather for atonement. At that moment, the narration of the video resumed. The transformation into a giant ape is a phenomenon that any Saiyan possessing a tail can undergo upon witnessing a full moon. Once transformed, their strength multiplies tenfold. This giant ape form represents the pinnacle of their Saiyan prowess. To revert from this transformation, there exist 3 methods, one of which is to eliminate the transformed Saiyan. As the narrator's voice faded, the scene shifted to Bulma, Yamcha, and others preparing their actions. Since the young Wukong, in his giant ape state, was indiscriminate towards friend and foe alike, Bulma and Yamcha endeavored to return him to his normal state. Yamcha recalled that if someone grasped Wukong's tail, he would lose all his strength, making the tail his Achilles heel. To restore Wukong, they simply needed to sever his tail. With this plan in mind, Bulma and Oolong drew Wukong's attention, while Yamcha stealthily approached from behind and seized his tail. Meanwhile, Por transformed into a pair of scissors, promptly severing Wukong's tail. Following this coordinated effort, they finally succeeded in returning Wukong to his original self. The first method to revert a Saiyan from their giant ape form is to sever their tail. Without it, they can no longer sustain the transformation. Of course, the means to sever the tail is another matter entirely. In the realm of pirates, on Onigashima, what a revelation. This giant ape transformation bears such a significant weakness. If the tail is severed, the transformation is undone, and if the tail is completely removed, they can never transform again, making it a one-time occurrence. Originally, Kaido had contemplated the prospect of recruiting young Wukong into his beast pirates. However, that notion has now vanished. The vulnerability of this giant ape transformation is simply too great. Unlike them, those who wield animal-type devil fruit abilities do not possess such a flaw. Yet, a comment that flashed across the screen left Kaido momentarily stunned. Naruto Uzumaki. The strength of the giant ape transformation can increase tenfold. Naruto Uzumaki. If my transformations, like Sage Mode or Ninetales Chakra Mode, could enhance my strength tenfold, I would have been rampaging long ago. Naruto's remark astonished the audience from all realms. They had previously focused on the weakness of the giant ape transformation, neglecting the implications conveyed by the narration. Upon transforming into a great ape, a Saiyans power can amplify tenfold. The Ultramen, the Armor Summoners, and the Kamen Riders exhibit a commendable prowess, as their transformations often yield power enhancements that surpass even tenfold. However, for others who possess the ability to transform, such a tenfold increase in strength is a source of profound envy. Take Naruto, or Ichigo Kurosaki, or even the various Zoan fruit users as examples. If I too could attain a tenfold increase in power upon transformation, this world would undoubtedly be mine. What is Roger compared to me? I would ascend to become an even more formidable pirate king. On Onigashima, Kaido abruptly rose, expressing his astonishment at the tenfold power increase following the great ape transformation. Although he too experiences a significant boost in strength upon transforming into a Azure Dragon, it pales in comparison to such a terrifying escalation. Had he the ability to amplify his strength tenfold, he would have long since claimed the title of the new Pirate King. The four emperors and the marines would be compelled to kneel before him. Alas, such a powerful transformation harbors substantial weaknesses. Moreover, the strength achieved post-transformation is merely capable of demolishing a castle, which feels somewhat inadequate. Nonetheless, considering that this transformation was executed by a mere child, possessing such strength is already commendable. One can only ponder whether this child, named Son Goku, will grow to be even stronger in the future. However, based on Son Goku's current abilities, it can be inferred that the overall strength of the Dragon Ball world is not particularly formidable, at least not in comparison to their own pirate world. Since entering the video platform, Kaido has encountered numerous powerful realms, many of which boast strength exceeding that of their pirate world. The mighty pirates who stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world appear insignificant when placed alongside the powers of other realms. This experience has instilled in him a habit. Whenever a new world joins the video platform, he inevitably compares the strengths of the pirate world with that of the newcomers. As it stands, the strength of the Dragon Ball world falls short of that of the pirate world. After all, those possessing transformation abilities are already considered strong. By assessing the strength of the transformants, one can roughly gauge the overall prowess of their respective worlds. From Son Goku's abilities, it is evident that the Dragon Ball world does not possess significant power. In their pirate world, there are numerous beings capable of obliterating a castle, even among his subordinates. There exists a fair share of such formidable individuals. Not only Kaido, but others like Naruto and Ichigo Kurosaki share similar sentiments. Even some Ultramen, Armor Summoners, and Kamen Riders echo this line of thought. As the number of worlds joining the video platform continues to grow, each possessing extraordinary powers, it inevitably sparks a fervor for debate among countless individuals. They desire to ensure that their world does not languish at the bottom among those on the platform, yearning to compare the strength of their realm with others. Just as they believe the strength of the Dragon Ball world is inferior to their own, the video narration resumes. Chapter 4. The Multiverse Trembles. It has even destroyed the moon. Severing the tails of the Saiyans represents the primary method to prevent their transformation into great apes. The second method, however, presents a slightly greater challenge. The ability of the Saiyans to undergo this transformation is intrinsically linked to their tails, which absorb a certain light emitted by the full moon, known as Blutz waves, facilitating their metamorphosis. Furthermore, this transformation can only occur under the illumination of a full moon. Consequently, the second method for reverting their transformation is also associated with the full moon. Yet, this does not entail merely waiting for the full moon to fade away. Rather, it requires inducing the cessation of their transformation while the full moon is still present. Numerous astute individuals across the realms have begun to piece this together as the narration unfolds. However, disbelief permeates the air, prompting a flurry of astonished comments. Sanji, no way. It can't be what I'm thinking. Sengoku, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the method described in the video actually work? Could you? Surely not. Even in the various Ultraman universes, achieving such a feat would be no easy task. Could you? Is it truly possible in this Dragon Ball world? Zhang Chulan. Surely, this Dragon Ball world cannot possess technology advanced enough to obliterate the moon? Zhang Chulan. It cannot possibly be within human capability. Duan Mu Yin. However, based on the analysis of the narrator's commentary, it seems this is the only viable method. The clever minds among the multitudes have surmised the second means of restoring the Saiyans from their great ape transformation, the destruction of the full moon. Initially, they had considered that merely allowing the full moon to vanish would suffice, as it does not occur daily. Waiting for dawn would be adequate. Yet, the narration clarified that it must occur while the full moon is present, indicating that it is not as simple as postponing its disappearance. Thus, the only feasible conclusion is that, when the full moon hangs high in the sky, its obliteration is the sole option. But how could such a monumental feat be accomplished? It is essential to note that among the myriad worlds represented on the video platform, only those from the Ultraman universes possess the capability to destroy the moon. Moreover, only the Ultramen themselves might wield such power. The use of the term might is deliberate, as no videos have been released from those worlds showcasing the destruction of the moon. This is quite understandable. The moon's destruction would pose significant challenges for life on Earth, given its vital importance. Without direct evidence of their ability to obliterate the moon, the inhabitants of the multiverse remain uncertain. Only the Ultramen themselves possess that knowledge. Now, this video from the Dragon Ball universe proposes the second method for the Saiyans to revert from their great ape transformation, which likely involves the destruction of the full moon. But is such a thing truly achievable? Given that the Dragon Ball world has only recently entered the video platform, individuals from other realms remain largely unaware of its intricacies. Thus, they found it exceedingly difficult to believe that this new world possessed the capability to obliterate the moon. Whether in terms of manpower or resources, their skepticism was palpable. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The video transitioned to the most prestigious martial arts tournament in the world. Due to the formidable technique known as the Universal Shockwave unleashed by Master Roshi, Sun Wukong found himself unable to escape and was left with no choice but to concede. Yet, just as he was about to utter the words of surrender, he suddenly froze. Before him hung a magnificent full moon. As if that were not enough, his severed tail had miraculously regrown. Consequently, Sun Wukong transformed yet again, while Yamcha and Bulma, who had previously witnessed his transformation, were not surprised. The others fled in terror at the sight. Transformed into a giant ape, Sun Wukong effortlessly broke free from Master Roshi's grasp and wreaked havoc at the martial arts tournament. Those who had experienced his earlier transformation, including Yamcha, sought to replicate the act of severing his tail once more. Upon realizing that Sun Wukong transformed only upon seeing the full moon, Master Roshi devised his own plan. He shed his clothing, revealing a physique that was not particularly muscular. Then, he began to gather his energy, suddenly transforming into a robust old man. In his muscular form, Master Roshi positioned his hands in a flower petal shape beside him, concentrating all his energy into his palms. The ultimate power of the Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing the accumulated Kamehameha wave with a ferocious intensity. A blinding light enveloped the arena, rendering the spectators unable to open their eyes. The subsequent violent tremors and gale-force winds compelled them to drop to the ground. When the brilliance subsided and Yamcha, Bulma, and the others dared to look up, they found that the giant ape form of Sun Wukong had vanished, leaving Master Roshi standing alone on the stage. They were convinced that Master Roshi's earlier technique had annihilated Sun Wukong. However, Master Roshi assured them that Sun Wukong was not dead. At that moment, Sun Wukong lay amidst the rubble on the stage, indeed alive. What I destroyed was that, Master Roshi declared, pointing skyward. The full moon that had once illuminated the heavens was now conspicuously absent. He had indeed obliterated the moon. Witnessing this, countless individuals across the realms sprang to their feet. Although there had been speculation in the earlier chat that a second method to revert a Saiyan from their giant ape form was to destroy the moon, few had truly believed it. Or rather, they found it difficult to comprehend. They could scarcely believe it. After all, the notion of destroying the moon seemed utterly preposterous to them. Setting aside the immense power required to achieve such a feat, what would happen to Earth in the aftermath? The disappearance of the moon would undoubtedly have catastrophic repercussions for the planet. Yet now, the moment of Master Roshi's moon destruction lay vividly before their eyes. They witnessed it unmistakably. In the world of Dragon Ball, the moon had indeed been obliterated. Moreover, it is not through any advanced technological weaponry, astonishingly. It is through sheer human strength. The capacity of human effort to obliterate the moon is unfathomable. In the world of pirates, on Onigashima, this seems impossible. How could this be? In the realm of Dragon Ball, one can indeed destroy the moon. The idea that it can be accomplished through human capability is bewildering. Kaido, with his imposing physique, trembles slightly, utterly astounded. Even when he previously viewed videos from the Ultraman universe, showcasing fearsome monsters and towering Ultramen weighing dozens of tons, he was never so profoundly shocked. After all, the power exhibited in those Ultraman videos, while undeniably superior to that of the pirate world, did not present particularly exaggerated scenarios. However, the footage from the Dragon Ball universe is entirely different. It reveals a scene previously unseen in any other world or video. For the first time, this video showcases the destruction of the moon. Whether the Ultramen could achieve such a feat remains uncertain. One could only speculate, as they have never demonstrated it. Yet, this Dragon Ball video distinctly portrays the act of obliterating the moon, clearly and unequivocally for all viewers to witness. Consequently, countless spectators from myriad worlds are left in utter astonishment. Chapter 5. Just how many monsters exist in the Dragon Ball universe? In the world of Diga, how could human strength possibly destroy the moon? What immense energy would be required to accomplish such a feat? How can this even be conceivable? As a scientist, Suki finds himself utterly bewildered. He knows better than anyone the impossibility of human force annihilating the moon. What colossal energy would be needed to achieve this? How could humanity reach such heights? Even with the technological prowess of their world, they cannot destroy the moon. He is uncertain whether Diga or other Ultramen from different worlds could achieve it. Yet, even if they could, it would be through their own power. Which raises the question, are Ultramen truly human? Thus, even if they could perform such a feat, it cannot be claimed as a result of mere human strength. However, the video from the Dragon Ball universe presents a different narrative. Master Roshi, after all, is human. Moreover, he is an elderly gentleman. In stark contrast to the towering, colossal Ultramen, he appears remarkably diminutive. Yet, this seemingly ordinary old man unleashed a single attack that destroyed the moon. How can this be? How can this possibly be? In an instant, scientists from numerous worlds are on the brink of madness. Even though they have encountered many unscientific phenomena, what they are witnessing now is the most irrational of all. A man of typical stature, albeit slightly more robust, possesses the power to obliterate the moon. Such an immense energy resides within him. How is this achievable? They are fervently eager to dissect Master Roshi for research. They desperately wish to understand how he has harnessed such colossal energy within his being. Such immense energy transcends the mere description of a humanoid nuclear weapon. It is nothing short of an affront to Master Roshi. In the presence of Master Roshi, what is the might of a nuclear weapon? Even 100,000 nuclear warheads combined cannot compare to a single Kamehameha wave. In the land of light, how can it be that Earthlings from different worlds exhibit such vast disparities? The original Ultramen, Jack, Seven, Taro, and others, gaze upon the moon-destroying Master Roshi, and a look of helplessness appears on their human forms. The Earthlings of their world cannot be regarded as powerless. Yet if they could exhibit the same prowess as Master Roshi in the video, their battles against the monsters would undoubtedly be far more manageable. They might not even need to intervene, as the Earthlings themselves could resolve the threats. Especially for Leo, tears brim in his eyes. Do such formidable Earthlings truly exist? Had he but one such capable teammate in his former squad, his burdens would not have been so heavy. The more he contemplates this, the more poignant his thoughts become. His spirits had already been dampened upon witnessing the Earth defense forces of other Ultraman worlds, and now, seeing such powerful Earthlings, his mindset is on the verge of imploding. Even without the presence of a powerhouse like Master Roshi, he would gladly trade his original defense team for any of those from other Ultraman worlds. Master Roshi's Kamehameha has sent tremors throughout the multiverse, for it represents the first true demonstration of moon destruction. In West City, Lin Luo chuckles at the barrage of comments floating by. He is well aware of the magnitude of the stir this scene would cause. Master Roshi's early display of moon destruction stands as the pinnacle among countless worlds. It is worth noting that many mistakenly believe Master Roshi merely displaced the moon without destroying it. However, he indeed obliterated the moon. When Sun Wukong later sought the deity remarked that he had restored the moon. Many refused to acknowledge Master Roshi's feat of destruction, but Lin Luo stands firm in his belief. Undoubtedly, this astonishing display has left countless beings across the multiverse in awe. Yet, in the eyes of certain individuals within the Dragon Ball universe, it is merely par for the course. Thus, the comments that shocked the multiverse emerged. Vegeta, so this is the strength of Earthlings? Weak, utterly weak. Vegeta, though I didn't expect them to possess some intellect, knowing we were coming and thus destroying the moon in advance. Vegeta, but let me give you Earthlings a friendly reminder. A few Saiyans can create artificial moons and still transform. Nappa, Vegeta is right. If Earthlings possess only such meager strength, conquering Earth would be a trivial endeavor. Frieza, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, what are you plotting on Earth without my knowledge? Vegeta, Lord Frieza. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's expression is one of profound discontent. He was so preoccupied with mocking the inhabitants of Earth that he neglected the possibility of Frieza witnessing the video. Now, Frieza is aware of his journey to Earth. Does this imply that Frieza might also become privy to the existence of the Dragon Balls? Beerus, Frieza, it has been quite some time. You have become exceedingly arrogant. Frieza, Lord Beerus, you have awakened. On an unnamed planet, Frieza's countenance turned an ashen hue upon reading Beerus's comments. Beerus had awakened. Had he not only been in slumber for a mere 2 decades? How could he have stirred so soon? Could it be due to this video platform? Regardless, Beerus's awakening was far from a fortunate occurrence for him. The barrage of comments also left countless individuals across the multiverse astounded. First, a certain Vegeta expressed disdain for the turtle hermit's destruction of the moon, even deeming it weak. Just how formidable could he be? Moreover, judging by his remarks, it appeared that this Vegeta was also a Saiyan. He even claimed that a select few Saiyans could create artificial moons. Wasn't that a tad absurd? As if that were not enough, it seemed that the being known as Frieza was even more powerful than this Vegeta. Vegeta could only address him with the title Lord. Then, the figure of Beerus prompted Frieza to refer to him in the same manner. Who were these individuals? They seemed increasingly formidable, one surpassing the next. Could it be that they all hailed from the world of Dragon Ball? If so, how terrifying must that world truly be? Kaido, Sengoku, Naruto, Ichigo Kurosaki, and others who once believed the Dragon Ball universe to be inferior to their own now felt a sharp sting of embarrassment. They were being soundly disproven. Just the turtle hermit alone, featured in the video, would wreak havoc in their world. Collectively, they would be unable to contend with him. Not to mention, this Dragon Ball world evidently harbored beings even more powerful than the turtle hermit. At this moment, the might of the Dragon Ball universe ranked prominently in the minds of countless individuals, perhaps even claiming the top position. This realization did not only astonish those from other worlds. Even Goku, Krillin, and their companions were taken aback. This Vegeta must be the Saiyan en route to Earth, the adversary they had been diligently training to face over the past year. Yet, this foe addressed Frieza as Lord. Did this mean that Frieza was stronger than Vegeta? Furthermore, Frieza referred to Beerus as Lord, suggesting that Beerus surpassed Frieza in strength. Was this still the world they had once known? Just a few years prior, they had been battling against Demon King Piccolo. Now, monstrous beings seemed to emerge one after another. How many more monsters existed in their world? And just how powerful were these creatures? Chapter 6. Could this video be a foreshadowing of the future? As it turns out, even Saiyans with tails are capable of transformation. In fact, only 3 Saiyans have undergone the transformation into great apes. The first, of course, is Goku. The voice of the narrator echoed once more within the video. The second transformation of a Saiyan belongs to Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan. As the narration concludes, the scene shifts to a moment when Sun Wufan, a mere 4-year-old child, is left alone in the wilderness by his father, Piccolo, to fend for himself. One fateful night, he inadvertently gazes upon the full moon. Subsequently, a transformation akin to that of his father occurs. He metamorphoses into a colossal ape. Like his father, upon transforming into this giant, he loses his sanity and embarks on a path of destruction. Witnessing this spectacle, Piccolo is taken aback and seeks to halt Sun Wufan's rampage. He recalls a prior revelation he had heard, that Saiyans can unleash their full power during a full moon. Thus, he understands how to intervene. Fixating on the moon, he gathers energy in his right hand and unleashes an energy wave toward the celestial body. In an instant, the unfortunate full moon is obliterated once more. Some viewers may find themselves perplexed, pondering why the moon, previously destroyed by Master Roshi, has reappeared. The truth is, the Kaioshin had restored the moon, only for Piccolo to annihilate it again. The narrator's voice resounds, silencing the inquiries of many viewers. Anticipating their confusion, the narrator provides an explanation in advance. This revelation carries significant weight for them. Do NMYN, Kaioshin? This Dragon Ball world actually is gods. Are they truly divine? Li X and N. Could they be those formidable extraterrestrials? To Earthlings, they seem akin to gods. Ju Jiang, I see. It's similar to how Ultraman appears godlike to us ordinary Earthlings. Ju Jiang, however, I doubt they are true gods. Li Hodn. The nether demons seem godlike to many ordinary people, accomplishing feats only perceived as divine. For those dwelling in a materialistic realm, even with the presence of Ultraman, armored warriors, supernatural beasts, and various otherworldly entities, the existence of a god remains unacknowledged. Their world lacks divinity, and they have yet to witness any evidence of gods in other realms. Even Ultraman is, in essence, an extraterrestrial being. Thus, they regard the Kaioshin merely as an alien who has achieved what they believe only a god could accomplish, leading them to perceive him as divine. Krillin, no. The Kaioshin is indeed a true god, the deity of our earth. Tien Shinhan. Precisely, we previously ventured to the sacred temple to train and encountered the genuine Kaioshin. Sun Wukong. Krillin, Tien Shinhan. Have you both met the Kaioshin? Krillin. Yes, Wukong. We followed in your footsteps and received training from the Kaioshin. Nevertheless, although Krillin and Tien Shinhan assert that the Kaioshin is a true god, those from other worlds remain skeptical of the existence of divinity within the Dragon Ball universe. In their perception, the so-called deities are merely formidable extraterrestrials. Although this entity referred to as the celestial deity indeed possesses immense power, capable of restoring even the obliterated moon, their current curiosity lies with the transformation of the three Saiyans into great apes. Two have already manifested. What, they ponder, is the fate of the final one? Soon, the ensuing video content shall elucidate their inquiries. Aside from Son Goku and Son Gohan, the third Saiyan to undergo this transformation is none other than the once arrogant and ruthless Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, who later exhibits a sense of familial attachment. As the narrator's voice fades, the video transitions to the iconic Saiyan battle. After Son Goku, at great personal cost, forcefully employs the Kaioken technique multiplied fourfold, he finally repels Vegeta's full-strength Gallic gun. Witnessing his inability to best this lower-class warrior, Vegeta's composure shatters. He yearns to transform into a great ape to crush Son Goku beneath his feet. However, with the moon destroyed by Piccolo, Vegeta finds himself bereft of a full moon. He assumes that Goku's act of destruction was deliberate, aimed at thwarting his transformation. Naturally, Son Goku remains oblivious to Vegeta's accusations. Subsequently, Vegeta informs Goku that a select few Saiyans possess the ability to create an artificial moon. With considerable expenditure of his energy, Vegeta conjures a synthetic full moon and casts it into the sky. As he gazes upon the lunar visage, he initiates his transformation. Unlike Son Goku and Son Gohan's transformations, Vegeta, clad in a specially designed battle suit, undergoes his metamorphosis without the fabric bursting, nor does he succumb to madness. Retaining his rationality, Vegeta relentlessly assaults Son Goku, who can only evade his strikes. Realizing that this cannot continue, Goku resolves to employ the Spirit Bomb, a technique imparted by King Kai. Utilizing the solar flare, Goku immobilizes Vegeta, distancing himself to gather energy from the Earth. However, before he can successfully condense the Spirit Bomb, Vegeta regains his sight. He locates Goku and brings him crashing to the ground, first shattering Goku's lower body to prevent further evasion. Subsequently, He seizes Goku, crushing every bone in his frame. Goku's agonizing cries resonate through the video, sending chills down the spines of viewers from other worlds. Krillin, Yamcha, and others share a similar tremor. Having grown alongside Goku and shared numerous battles with him, this is the first time they have ever heard such a pained sound escape from their friend. Yet soon, they come to a realization. Is this a confrontation between Goku and a Saiyan? But the Saiyans have yet to arrive on Earth, with still a year remaining. Could it be that the events depicted in this video are a glimpse into the future? Krillin, is it possible that this segment pertains to events that will transpire in the future? Does this video foreshadow what is to come? Tianjin, it appears so. The Saiyans have yet to arrive, yet in the video, Goku is already engaged in battle with them. Tianjin, it can only be the future unfolding. Yamcha, but is it truly genuine? Are these indeed occurrences that will happen in the future? Piccolo, if this holds true, then it suggests Goku stands alone against this Saiyan, which can only imply one thing. Piccolo, we are all dead. Upon reading Piccolo's comment, Krillin, Tianjin, Yamcha, and the others fell into a profound silence. They had mentally prepared themselves for sacrifice. However, the realization that they might indeed perish in combat against the Saiyans rendered them speechless. Of course, this is contingent upon the authenticity of the video's claims regarding the future. Chapter 7. The Unacceptable Truth for Vegeta and Nappa Goku. I truly do not know. At least I have never encountered a video that predicts the future. Kapu. Indeed, there are countless videos online. But they either recount events that have already transpired or contain concealed matters that will never be revealed. Kapu. There has never been a video that foretells the future. Kakashi. It ultimately depends on who released this video. Perhaps the individual behind it hails from your Dragon Ball world's future? Duan Muyin. That cannot be. If it were someone from the future, how could they possibly publish a video? If they were to release it, it should be in the future, and we would have no means of viewing it. Li Shinan, the person who uploaded this video, is named Lin Luo. Are you familiar with him in the Dragon Ball universe? Krillin, Lin Luo? I don't know him. I've never heard of him. The video platform requires real names. So whether commenting or uploading videos, users utilize their true identities. Thus, Lin Luo's name surfaced for the first time in the sight of the multiverse's strongest. Witnessing this event, Lin Luo remained unfazed. Setting aside the fact that he had never interacted with the protagonists of Dragon Ball, they were unaware of his existence. Even if they were to seek him out later, he would remain unperturbed. By that time, he would have already acquired the rewards from the video platform, ascending to become a top-tier powerhouse within the Dragon Ball realm. Perhaps by then, he would no longer fear even the god of destruction Beerus, or the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Therefore, Lin Luo was entirely composed regarding the revelation of his name. As for the audience's skepticism about the authenticity of his uploaded video and its predictions of future events, it mattered not. Those inclined to believe would do so, while those unwilling would remain in disbelief. Ultimately, it bore no consequence to him. Among all the viewers, the one who found it most intolerable and hardest to accept was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta, impossible. This must be a fabrication. How could I possibly falter against that lowly warrior Kakarot? Vegeta, how could I be vanquished so thoroughly that I would need to transform into a great ape? This is inconceivable. Vegeta, I am the prince of the Saiyans. A mere low-ranking warrior. I could easily extinguish him. Gazing at the video depicting his battered self, and witnessing his transformation into a colossal ape, Vegeta found it utterly unacceptable and difficult to believe. He had never regarded Kakarot, this lowly warrior, as a rival. How could such an insignificant fighter possibly stand as a contender against him, the Prince of the Saiyans? How could he find himself so thoroughly defeated by a mere low-class warrior? It was even necessary for him to transform into a giant ape to achieve victory? Although witnessing his giant ape self crushing Kakarot's bones was undeniably satisfying, he could not accept that he had been driven to such depths by a low-ranking warrior. Moreover, he was infuriated by a particular statement from the narrator. The narrator described his ex-wife as proud, cruel, and inhumane, which he found acceptable and even accurate. However, the subsequent remark, suggesting he was family-oriented and possessed humanity, left him deeply dissatisfied. How could he, the esteemed prince of the Saiyans, be considered humane? And to imply that he cared for family? When have the Saiyans ever been concerned about family? Coupled with the humiliation of being beaten to such a state, he was convinced that the video's content was a fabrication, certainly not a glimpse of the future. Nappa, too, could not accept this reality. What about me? Where am I? How could I possibly be defeated by a low-class warrior? Indeed, Nappa found it unacceptable as he realized he was conspicuously absent from the video. This could only imply one thing. He was no more. But how could that be? A mere low-class warrior could never be his equal, could never reduce Vegeta to such a state. He refused to believe it. As if anticipating Nappa's thoughts, the narrator's voice appropriately resonated. It is worth noting that there were two Saiyans who had come to Earth, both possessing tails. One was named Vegeta, and the other was Nappa. Logically, Nappa should also have been capable of transformation. Yet, why did he not transform? Astute viewers have already deduced that it was because he was deceased. How did he meet his demise, you may wonder? Perhaps many are unaware that it was not at the hands of Goku and his companions, but rather by his own comrade, Vegeta. The scene shifted in the video, revealing Nappa being defeated by Goku and tossed at Vegeta's feet. Nappa, pleading for salvation, reached out to grasp Vegeta's hand. Vegeta, with a cold smile, did extend his hand, but then hurled Nappa into the air, subsequently dispatching him with an energy blast, declaring, "I have no need for worthless subordinates." This moment was a spontaneous addition by Lin Luo before publishing the video. Since the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe could view his uploaded content, why not include some intriguing plot twists for the involved parties to witness? Although he could not ascertain Nappa's reaction upon seeing this scene, one could easily speculate. Furthermore, it was quite likely that Nappa would express his feelings in the comments section. Certainly, it is not merely Nappa. In the subsequent videos he uploaded, aside from the transformation content, he incorporated additional elements to inform the parties involved. This was quite entertaining, allowing him to derive amusement from it. Lin Luo's conjecture was indeed accurate. Upon witnessing this scene, Nappa was utterly dumbfounded, sitting in the spaceship in a state of shock, unable to articulate a single word. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and began to flood the chat with messages. "Nappa, this is impossible. How could I possibly perish at the hands of Vegeta? Nappa, how could I be defeated by Kakarot, that lowly warrior? This cannot be true. Nappa, I refuse to believe that Vegeta would be so cruel to me. I have been by his side since his childhood. Nappa, the content of this video must be fabricated. It cannot possibly depict events that will transpire in the future." Two matters left Nappa in disbelief. The first was that he had indeed lost to Kakarot, that inferior warrior. The second was that he had met his demise at the hands of Vegeta. In the video, when he implored Vegeta for rescue, Vegeta callously eliminated him without hesitation. He could not believe it. He simply could not accept such a reality. He was not like Raditz, that worthless fool, easily discarded by Vegeta. He was Vegeta's most loyal and formidable subordinate. Vegeta would never eliminate him. Watching Nappa's frantic messages in the chat, the other viewers found themselves at a loss for words, primarily because they were still unfamiliar with the true nature of Vegeta. Thus, they could not ascertain whether he was capable of such an act. However, based on their observations, it seemed highly probable that the event was indeed authentic. After all, they had witnessed Goku and Gohan's ferocity after transforming into giant apes, indicating that such was the inherent nature of Saiyans. If that were the case, it did not seem entirely implausible for Vegeta to commit an act of slaying his own comrade. "Frieza, ho 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 Vegeta, I never anticipated you would engage in such actions. Frieza, as the prince of the Saiyans, your kind is already dwindling in number. Yet you have chosen to eliminate one of your own. Rikuum, indeed, a filthy monkey remains a filthy monkey, incapable of change. Captain Ginyu, now you understand, Nappa. In Vegeta's eyes, you are merely a dog he can dispose of at will. Captain Ginyu, naturally, you are seen as such by us as well, including Vegeta." Faced with these messages, both Vegeta and Nappa were filled with fury, yet they found themselves unable to refute the claims. For those sending the messages were not to be trifled with. Chapter 8. Yasuo in Meat Armor achieves great merit. Krillin, Yamcha, and others, upon witnessing the multitude capable of reprimanding Vegeta and Nappa, began to entertain certain thoughts. For instance, could they possibly enlist their aid against Vegeta and Nappa? Particularly that individual named Frieza, whom Vegeta addressed as Master. If Frieza were to intervene, it was certain that Vegeta would not venture to Earth. However, after contemplating this notion, they ultimately abandoned the idea. They are no longer children. These individuals are evidently acquainted with the Saiyan, Vegeta. Moreover, given their audacity to reprimand him, it is clear that their strength surpasses his own. Indeed, it is conceivable to enlist their aid in preventing Vegeta from arriving on Earth. However, it is equally plausible that they might accompany him to our planet. After all, the nature of their relationship with Vegeta remains shrouded in uncertainty. They are undoubtedly not adversaries. Otherwise, Vegeta would not address Frieza with such deference. Thus, a hierarchical dynamic is likely at play. Should they seek Frieza's assistance, it may very well summon even more formidable entities. Hence, upon reflection, it may be prudent to forego this course of action. Nevertheless, they are currently engulfed in anxiety. For in the footage, Goku's bones have been thoroughly crushed by Vegeta's might. With all others perished, this scenario appears to culminate in a singular outcome, Goku's demise. Yet, are they to stand idly by, witnessing Goku's slaughter? Or might an unforeseen turn of events transpire? It is only Krillin, Tien, and their companions, who have grown alongside Goku, that entertain the possibility of an unexpected twist. As for the other spectators, many have mentally marked Goku with the label of death. Alone and faced with such a fate, with every bone in his body shattered and utterly devoid of combat capability, confronted by an adversary transformed into a great ape, how could the situation be reversed? Is it not a foregone conclusion? They continue to watch the video, eager to discern what occurs next, while some viewers can no longer bear to continue. They wish to avert their eyes from the sight of Goku's potential demise. In the video, Goku's anguished cries resonate through the air as his bones are crushed. Meanwhile, two figures have approached the vicinity of Vegeta and Goku, none other than Krillin and Gohan. In a world where Yamcha has met his tragic end, and Tien and Kairatsu have also fallen, Piccolo sacrificed himself to save his son, Gohan. Yet, a few warriors remain. Goku's dearest friend, Krillin, and his son, Gohan, along with Yajirobe and Kairatsu. Initially, Krillin and Gohan had departed, but Gohan's desire to assist his father compelled them to return. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a great ape, poised to strike down Goku, Krillin, understanding how to reverse a Saiyan's transformation, instructs Gohan to distract Vegeta while he prepares to sever the Saiyan's tail. Unfortunately, their plan falters. Just as Krillin's energy blade aims for Vegeta's tail, Vegeta seems to possess an uncanny awareness, avoiding the attack as if he had eyes in the back of his head. It becomes evident that he had been aware of their presence all along. The failure of their plan plunges Krillin and Gohan into dire straits, unable to save Goku, and now facing their own annihilation. Yet, in this moment of utmost peril, Vegeta's expression suddenly shifts, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Subsequently, his physique began to diminish, reverting to its original form. It turned out that the previously timid Akairobe, who had shied away from the battle, stepped forward in this critical moment. With his blade, he severed Vegeta's tail. Akairobe exclaimed, "Splendid! I am truly remarkable. I have accomplished a great feat." He continued to boast, "Without my intervention, Goku would have surely perished." Akairobe was exhilarated, reflecting on his earlier thoughts while watching the footage, contemplating whether he would have refrained from participating in this battle. After all, if he had indeed not joined, yet his absence from the video suggested he had met his demise, an outcome he could not bear to accept. However, he now realized that he had been present at the scene and perhaps had engaged in the fray. Moreover, he was alive. Not only that, but he had also rescued Goku in a moment of peril. How magnificent he felt. As for Akairobe's boasting, no one seemed inclined to comment. The elite warriors of the Dragon Ball world were too apathetic to engage. For the gods of destruction, angels, Grand Priest, and Zeno. Whether it was the video already circulating online or the one Lin Luo was currently showcasing, there was nothing remarkable enough to pique their interest. Such videos merely served to pass the time. Even if the content did foreshadow the future, it mattered little to them. In their eyes, both Vegeta and Goku were akin to mere insects, unworthy of their concern. They regarded it simply as a source of amusement to alleviate the monotony of their long lives. As for others, including Krillin, Yamcha, Goku, and even spectators from other worlds, no one voiced any dissent. They had to concede that Akairobe was indeed correct. It was because of him that Vegeta's tail was severed, restoring him to his former self and saving Goku and the others. However, there was one individual who was decidedly displeased. Vegeta fumed. "Akairobe, I shall remember this, you insufferable fatso. When I arrive on Earth, you shall be the first to meet your end." Vegeta was utterly vexed. He had successfully evaded the bald man's ambush and was on the verge of eliminating him, along with Kakarot and his son. Yet, this fat fool had the audacity to sever his tail? The proud Saiyan prince had failed to evade this impertinent attack? a disgrace. To him, it was an immense humiliation. At this moment, Vegeta's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he could not bring himself to believe the events depicted in the video about the future were genuine. Yet, on the other hand, upon witnessing the unfolding of his future, he felt a profound anger directed at Akairobe. Perhaps deep within, he was beginning to accept that the visions of the future portrayed in the video were indeed true. Krillin pondered aloud. So, a year from now, apart from me, Goku's son, and Akairobe, everyone else is doomed? Piccolo remarked, is that so? I too am destined to perish. Yamcha, surely, we must have perished after enduring a fierce battle. We exerted every ounce of our strength. Tianjin Han, indeed, yet we remain uncertain about the manner of our demise. For these warriors, curiosity about their own deaths is palpable. After all, aside from Jiaozi, this is the first experience of death for the rest. They yearn to understand the circumstances surrounding their end and the intensity of the battle that led to it. Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Luo smiled faintly. Naturally, the inquiries of Tianjin Han and Yamcha were incorporated into the video, especially since Yamcha had contributed a renowned masterpiece to the world. This illustrious artwork has inspired countless imitations and tributes. However, Lin Luo chose to present it at the video's conclusion, to be revealed after the introduction of the Saiyan Great Ape transformation. What intrigued Lin Luo was that in the video, Krillin had spoken, yet the denizens of the pirate world exhibited little reaction. Shouldn't they be curious as to why Krillin's voice resembled that of Luffy? Chapter 9. King Kai. I am not. Do not speak recklessly before long. Lin Luo discerned the reason. Beyond the fact that the Dragon Ball world was a newly established realm on the video platform, the other worlds had long been present. Thus, the audiences from these realms had already viewed numerous videos featuring characters from other worlds. It is inevitable that instances of individuals with identical voices would arise. Initially, they might be taken aback, but familiarity breeds acceptance. After all, in the vast multiverse, many share the same voice. The video continued to unfold. After having his tail severed, Vegeta unleashed a brutal assault on Yajirobe. Meanwhile, Son Gohan launched an attack against Vegeta. Krillin approached Son Goku, gazing at his dearest friend, who lay battered and bruised upon the ground, causing Krillin great distress. Son Goku confided in Krillin that he lacked the strength to defeat Vegeta and could only rely on Krillin and Son Gohan. The energy he had gathered had dissipated by half due to Vegeta's earlier onslaught. He urged Krillin to grasp his hand, transferring the remaining energy to him so that Krillin could condense it into a spirit bomb. Krillin positioned himself behind Vegeta, who was preoccupied with battling Son Gohan, thus oblivious to Krillin's actions. Concentrating the energy in his hand, Krillin formed a spirit bomb approximately the size of a basketball. However, given that this was their final hope, and Vegeta was constantly moving during his conflict with Son Gohan, Krillin found it challenging to aim and could only wait for the opportune moment. At that moment, the recently triumphant Yajirobe made a blunder, shouting at Krillin, "What are you waiting for? Attack now." This outburst drew Vegeta's attention to Krillin lurking behind him. Under pressure, Krillin was forced to initiate an attack prematurely without securing Vegeta's position. Unsurprisingly, Vegeta evaded the strike, and the spirit bomb veered toward Gohan, threatening to strike him. Fortunately, Goku communicated with his son, revealing that the spirit bomb could rebound if directed back by someone devoid of malevolent intent. Consequently, Gohan successfully deflected the attack. Caught off guard, Vegeta was struck by the spirit bomb and sent hurtling into the sky. Krillin remarked, "While I am uncertain of the true strength of the spirit bomb, given that Goku employs it as his ultimate trump card, it must be formidable." He continued, "Vegeta was struck head-on. He must be finished." Yamcha chimed in, "That said, Yajirobe, you were quite the ally earlier, but now you appear to be a liability." Tien added, "Indeed, if it were not for Gohan's ability to rebound the spirit bomb, you would have made a grave error." Yajirobe, aware of his mistake as depicted in the footage, stubbornly continued to comment. Krillin pointed out, "You didn't do much. It was your suggestion that alerted Vegeta, forcing me to launch the spirit bomb prematurely." He further explained, had Gohan not been able to rebound it, the spirit bomb would not only have missed Vegeta, but would also have struck Gohan. Yajirobe fell silent. Master Roshi interjected, "That said, it seems Goku didn't know the spirit bomb previously. How did he learn it?" Goku responded, "I believe it was taught to me by King Kai." "King Kai? Who is he?" Master Roshi inquired. Goku replied, "I do not know, But according to King Yama and the Supreme Kai, King Kai is the mightiest deity. He added, I am currently on my way to seek his guidance for training. Upon seeing Goku's comments, King Kai was taken aback. Recognizing the spirit bomb, he realized it was indeed he who had imparted this technique to Goku. This brought him joy, as it had been many years since anyone had visited King Kai's planet. Moreover, Goku's ability to master the spirit bomb indicated his commendable potential, earning King Kai's approval. However, Goku's words nearly caused King Kai distress. He had just noticed that the god of destruction, Beerus, had also made an appearance. To claim he was the strongest deity before such a being was perilous. King Kai coughed. Goku, you must refrain from making such statements. I am not the strongest deity. He insisted, I merely possess a few techniques. Not the title of the strongest. Please do not say this again. Goku replied, oh. On Snake Way, Goku felt perplexed. He distinctly recalled both King Yama and the Supreme Kai stating that King Kai was the strongest deity. Why then did King Kai refute this claim? Nevertheless, since King Kai requested he remain silent on the matter, he decided to comply. However, he was also quite curious, since Vegeta had been struck by the spirit bomb. Could it truly mean he had been defeated? Vegeta, what is this trivial spirit bomb? How could it possibly kill me? Vegeta, just wait. I will annihilate you all. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta watched the scene of himself being propelled by the spirit bomb, feeling both displeased and disdainful. His displeasure stemmed from the fact that he, the proud prince of the Saiyans, had been reduced to such a state. His disdain arose from the belief that he, Vegeta, could never succumb to something as insignificant as a spirit bomb. He was certain he still lived, and he would undoubtedly eliminate all those fools led by Kakarot. At that moment, the narrator's voice resonated once more. The transformation of the Saiyans into great apes might seem unremarkable and not particularly formidable. Indeed, while the great ape transformation is the weakest among the Saiyan transformations, it has been previously noted that a Saiyan's power can increase tenfold upon transforming into a great ape. Vegeta's original battle power was 18,000, a force capable of obliterating the earth with a single strike, not merely extinguishing all life and matter upon it, but utterly reducing the planet to cosmic dust. However, after enduring a severe beating from Goku and the subsequent creation of an artificial moon, Vegeta's power diminished considerably, bringing his battle strength in great ape form to around 100,000, possibly even less. Nonetheless, with such power, he could effortlessly destroy several planets in a single blow. This was an addition made by Lin Luo to ensure that others from different worlds would comprehend the might of the great ape transformation. Although it is the weakest form of transformation for the Saiyans, it still provides a tenfold increase in battle power. Such a magnitude of enhancement is already the pinnacle in countless other realms. In many fantastical worlds, achieving such an increase in strength would necessitate the use of secret methods, often accompanied by adverse effects. This is why Lin Luo confidently asserts that while the Saiyans may not be the most powerful beings across the myriad realms, their transformations undoubtedly hold the highest rank. Even the most basic great ape transformation, with negligible side effects, can amplify battle power tenfold. Not to mention the transformations that surpass the great ape form. If individuals from the fantastical realms were to witness this, they would surely be envious. Chapter 10. The Great Ape Transformation, the Ancestral Transformation of the Saiyans. Kaido, a tenfold increase in battle power upon transformation. Kaido, if my transformation into a Azure Dragon could yield such an increase, I would have annihilated the Navy long ago. On the island of Onigashima within the pirate world, Kaido expressed his envy once more. Why is it that when the Saiyans transform into great apes, they can achieve a tenfold increase in power, while his transformation into the Azure Dragon only provides a modest enhancement? Though his power does increase significantly upon becoming the Azure Dragon, it certainly pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans. Given that both transformations involve becoming an animal, how could the disparity be so vast? Zhanghua. Kaido, do not act as if you are the sole wielder of the Zoan fruit abilities. Zhanghua. Our navy possesses such formidable warriors too. If they could enhance their power upon transformation, your pirate crew would have been vanquished long ago. Whitebeard. Zhanghua. I must disagree. If your navy's Zoan fruit users could truly amplify their strength to such an extent upon transformation, Whitebeard, then your position as fleet admiral would surely be in jeopardy. Kakashi. By the way, did you not hear the narrator in the video? This Vegeta could obliterate the earth even before transforming into a great ape. Kakashi, such power is utterly terrifying. Duan Muyan. Indeed, if I possessed such strength, Okays would have been annihilated long ago. Huaning, who can argue with that? If Xiao Tian, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Fei had such prowess, they would have resolved the issue with the underworld demon already. Luffy, you underestimate us. Do not presume we lack the capability to destroy the earth. Luffy, however, to obliterate the earth through sheer physical might is indeed impressive. Even I would likely need to summon my battle armor to achieve that. Luffy, the key point is, this Vegeta can still transform. XN Chung. Moreover, do not forget that such a powerful Vegeta is still looked down upon by many. Xian Chung. It is unimaginable how formidable those who mock him must be. Xian Cheng's comments reminded others of how Frieza and Jinyu had once derided Vegeta so casually. The greater Vegeta's strength became, the more it showcased that those who belittled him must possess even greater power. If Vegeta harbors the ability to annihilate the Earth, what of Frieza and his ilk? Surely, they could destroy planets even larger than Earth. Zhu Wei. Speaking of combat power, it is quite intriguing. The video states that Vegeta's power level is 18,000. Zhu Wei. To think that a power level of 18,000 can obliterate the Earth, I wonder how much Diga's power level is. Dagu expressed his curiosity. Kiryu Sento. It seems that what the Dragon Ball world has revealed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Kiryu Sento. I cannot fathom what kind of world this truly is. This question echoed in the minds of others, including Krillin and Son Goku. The emergence of the video platform made them realize that their world was quite extraordinary. They yearned to understand the nature of their own world and the roles they played within it. Aside from Son Goku's 2 transformations into a great ape during his childhood, only Son Gohan and Vegeta had undergone such transformations. Of these, Vegeta had transformed only once, while Son Gohan had transformed twice, once during his solitary training in the wilderness and again during his battle with Vegeta. Little did Vegeta know that the artificial moon he created to transform himself into a great ape to defeat Son Goku would ultimately lead to his own downfall. As the narrator's voice faded away, within the video, Vegeta, having been struck by the spirit bomb, fell once more. At this moment, his injuries had intensified. Yet he remained alive. Although he was in a dire state, Goku and the others were in an even worse predicament. If this continued, the inevitable outcome would be that Vegeta would annihilate everyone. However, at that critical juncture, a startling revelation struck Vegeta. He suddenly noticed that a tail had sprouted from behind Gohan. It was crucial to note that the artificial moon he had created still hung in the sky, and should Gohan gaze upon it, he would undoubtedly transform. Given Vegeta's current condition, this scenario was exceedingly precarious. Thus, to prevent Gohan's transformation, Vegeta resolved to eliminate him preemptively. In that instant, Yajirobe showcased a moment of brilliance. He struck Vegeta from behind, successfully diverting Vegeta's attention. While Vegeta focused his wrath on Yajirobe, Goku telepathically urged Gohan to look at the artificial moon. Dazed, Gohan obeyed his father's command and glanced at the moon overhead. The next moment, he transformed. Witnessing this, Vegeta abandoned his assault on Yajirobe and turned his ire towards Gohan. However, it was too late. Gohan had successfully transformed. In his transformed state, Gohan lost all semblance of rationality and began wreaking havoc. Observing this, Krillin, with a hint of hopefulness, encouraged Gohan to attack Vegeta. To everyone's astonishment, Gohan complied. Despite his madness, Gohan followed Krillin's command and targeted Vegeta. This was attributed to Gohan's half-human lineage, which afforded him a modicum of reason compared to his father, Goku. Faced with Gohan's onslaught, Vegeta could do little but evade. This scene bore a resemblance to the earlier encounter when Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, had attacked Goku. Yet now the roles had reversed. Vegeta was acutely aware that the artificial moon he had conjured would remain for another half hour, a duration he could not endure. The only solution lay in severing Gohan's tail. He succeeded, but this act drained the last vestiges of his strength. With his tail cut off, Gohan collapsed towards Vegeta, overwhelming him and exacerbating his already grievous injuries. This crushing blow became the final straw that extinguished Vegeta's fighting spirit. Struggling, he managed to retrieve a remote control, summoning his spaceship in a bid to escape Earth. Witnessing this, Krillin, wielding Yajirobe's sword, contemplated ending Vegeta's life. However, Goku intervened, deeming it a waste for Vegeta to perish so easily. Despite his crushing defeat, Vegeta was still a Saiyan. and Goku felt a thrill at the prospect of a formidable opponent. He yearned to train further and engage in battle with Vegeta once more. Krillin harbored a deep-seated desire to exact vengeance upon Vegeta, for it was he who had mercilessly slain Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu. However, after persistent pleas from Son Goku, Krillin ultimately chose to spare Vegeta. The rationale behind this benevolence lay in the fact that it was Son Goku who had valiantly saved Earth, granting him the prerogative to act according to his whims. Thus, Vegeta arrived on Earth with an air of arrogance, only to depart in utter disgrace. The transformation into the Great Ape among the Saiyans commenced with Goku's inaugural metamorphosis and culminated with his son Gohan's final transformation. Although this particular transformation may not rank highly among the various Saiyan transformations, it remains significant as the initial form accessible to every Saiyan possessing a tail. The Great Ape transformation is an indisputable hallmark of Saiyan power. This is precisely why Lin Luo's first video showcased this foundational transformation. While the Great Ape transformation may pale in comparison to the subsequent myriad forms of Super Saiyan transformations, it undeniably represents the ancestral transformation of the Saiyan lineage. Chapter 11. Vegeta is not the villain, but rather a benefactor. Lin Luo concluded the depiction of the Great Ape transformation right after the battle with Vegeta. Although Goku later transformed into a golden Great Ape, Lin Luo categorized this transformation within the framework of Super Saiyan 4, to be revisited during a future analysis of that form. Despite being considered the weakest transformation among the Saiyans, the Great Ape transformation still bestowed upon countless beings across myriad realms a glimpse into the formidable nature of the Saiyans. After all, this transformation directly enhances combat power tenfold. Who could withstand such might? This was particularly evident to the Zoan fruit users from the world of pirates, whose envy was palpable. They questioned why, despite their own animal transformations, their power surges were so insignificant in comparison. Before witnessing the Great Ape transformation, they were somewhat satisfied with their own power increases. However, upon witnessing the might of the Great Ape, their contentment swiftly evaporated. Alas, there was nothing they could do about their dissatisfaction. They were not inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe, nor were they Saiyans. Furthermore, for the denizens of the Dragon Ball realm, this video unveiled merely a glimpse into the extraordinary nature of their world. Naturally, there were those who found it difficult to accept. Vegeta, how could I possibly be defeated by mere insects and Kakarot? Vegeta, moreover, how could Kakarot spare my life? I refused to believe it. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was a tempest of fury. Not only had he been bested, but he had also been spared by that lowly warrior, Kakarot. Losing to a low-class warrior and a handful of even lesser warriors was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Being granted mercy by Kakarot was, to him, an affront beyond measure. Thus, he became increasingly convinced that the contents of the video were mere fabrications. How could such events transpire in the future? What lies ahead is merely a chaotic spree of slaughter orchestrated by him on Earth. Regardless of the names, Kakarot, Kakarot's offspring, Akairope, or Krillin, they shall all be rendered powerless before him. Moreover, Goku's decision to spare Vegeta left many from other realms perplexed. Luffy, this Goku, he let go of the one who killed his own comrade, even when he had the power to vanquish him. Luffy, I cannot comprehend how Goku seems utterly indifferent to his friends. Aboard the Thousand Sunny in the pirate world, Luffy was both baffled and irked by Goku's actions. After all, he held his comrades in the highest regard. Should anyone dare to harm his friends, he would undoubtedly pursue vengeance without relent. Furthermore, it is important to note that Vegeta was indeed vulnerable to defeat. To release the very murderer of his companion is to demonstrate a complete lack of concern for his allies. Natsu, precisely. If anyone were to slay a member of our guild, I would never let them escape. Gray, I would surely transform them into an ice sculpture and shatter it to pieces. Urza, ultimately, Goku is also a Saiyan, sharing the same blood as that Vegeta. In the realm of fairy tale, Natsu, Gray, and others expressed their profound discontent with Goku's actions. When it comes to valuing comrades, few can rival the dedication of those from fairy tale. Whenever they encounter foes they cannot defeat, they simply declare, "We are fairy tale," and their adversaries witness their fierce camaraderie and bonds manifesting in overwhelming power. Thus, they found it incomprehensible why Goku would allow Vegeta, the killer of his ally, to escape, especially when he had the means to eliminate him. The only conclusion they could draw was that Goku genuinely did not care for his companions. However, this wave of criticism directed at Goku was soon met with rebuttals, not from outsiders, but from Goku's own friends. Krillin, Goku is not someone who disregards his friends. He cares for us above all. Yamcha. Indeed, if you do not understand, perhaps you should refrain from speaking unwarranted words. Tien Shinhan. Goku values his friends and delights in battle. Hence, it is no surprise he spared Vegeta. Piccolo. That is simply how he is. Indeed. To Krillin, Yamcha, and even Piccolo, Goku's decision to let Vegeta go was not astonishing. After all, Goku had previously spared Piccolo himself. Killing an opponent was never Goku's true aim. His sole desire was to conquer his adversaries. Those who grew up alongside him would surely know the essence of Goku's character. To claim he does not care for his friends is nothing short of absurd. However, it must be noted that the video ultimately failed to reveal the circumstances of their demise, which is indeed a pity. As they pondered this, the narration of the video began to resonate. The transformation of the Saiyan Great Ape concludes here. Now, let us delve into a tangential discussion. The battle between Son Goku and Vegeta is not only iconic but also harrowing, resulting in the sacrifice of numerous warriors. This raises a poignant question. How did these valiant fighters meet their demise? This segment bears no direct relevance to the transformation. It was intentionally included by Lin Luo for the sake of the parties involved. He understood that the concerned individuals, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo, would undoubtedly be quite curious. As the footage resumes, it transports us back to the onset of this fierce confrontation. At that time, Son Goku was still en route. While the only defenders against Vegeta and Nappa were Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. Initially, Vegeta and Nappa refrained from direct engagement, opting instead to summon an equal number of vegetable warriors, preparing for a one-on-one combat scenario. Krillin had intended to take the first stand, yet Yamcha intervened, insisting on leading the charge himself. After a year of rigorous training, Yamcha's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to easily vanquish his vegetable adversary. However, in a moment of overconfidence, he was ensnared by the vegetable warrior and met his end in a self-detonation. Thus, Yamcha did not even survive to face the Saiyans, perishing instead in the explosion, leaving behind a scene that would become an immortal masterpiece, forever honored in countless tributes, the Yamcha death pose. This tragic moment incited profound fury within Krillin, for had Yamcha not taken his place in battle, he might have lived. In his wrath, Krillin swiftly obliterated the remaining vegetable warriors, thus igniting the conflict with the Saiyans. Subsequently, Nappa joined the fray, his terrifying prowess proving insurmountable for the remaining fighters. Tien Shinhan suffered the loss of his left arm, while Kaiatsu, in a desperate attempt to inflict harm on Nappa, chose to detonate himself upon the brute's back. Alas, this act bore no significant impact on Nappa. In a bid for vengeance for Kaiatsu, Tien Shinhan expended his last vestiges of strength to unleash a Kikaho. Yet it was futile, costing him his life. Moreover, Piccolo met his end protecting Gohan. Nappa's assault was aimed at Gohan. However, Piccolo intervened, sacrificing his own life to shield the boy from the lethal strike. In his final moments, Piccolo expressed heartfelt sentiments to Gohan, revealing that he was the first person to regard him with genuine acknowledgement. He reminisced fondly about their year together, urging Gohan to survive. It was in this poignant farewell that Piccolo shed tears for the first time. Thus, we discern that these warriors fell victim to Nappa's ruthless onslaught. Vegeta was not the perpetrator. In fact, he ultimately avenged them by slaying Nappa, rendering him a reluctant benefactor to these brave souls. With this, the saga of the Saiyan Great Ape transformation draws to a close. Chapter 12. The existence of such a divine artifact as the Dragon Balls. A shocking revelation to all realms. Witnessing the final scenes of the warriors' sacrifices, countless individuals fell into silence. Although they had endured numerous battles, the ultimate outcome was that their sides suffered significant losses before triumphing over the enemy. These losses did not include the death of their comrades. Those who had faced the death of companions fell into silence. While they had encountered situations where comrades sacrificed themselves, they had never experienced a battle where 4 allies perished simultaneously. In their previous encounters, they might have lost a single companion, after which they would unleash their full potential and defeat the foe. The simultaneous loss of 4 allies was truly devastating. If they were to confront such a scenario, It would likely lead to their collapse. Yamchu, Piccolo, and the others finally gleaned the information they had longed to understand. They discovered the truth behind their own demise. Yamcha's mouth twitched. He had believed he perished at the hands of a Saiyan. To his astonishment, he had never actually fought a Saiyan, but had instead fallen to one of their subordinates. His overconfidence had led him to an untimely end, taking down his adversary in a mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Krillin effortlessly dispatched the vegetable-like foes, which made Yamcha feel inadequate. Piccolo, observing Gohan below, remained silent. He never anticipated that one day he would sacrifice himself to protect a child. In the video, he stated that Gohan was the first person to truly regard him. Over the past year of their acquaintance, he had developed a favorable impression of the boy. He realized that since the future version of himself was willing to lay down his life for Gohan, the bond between them must be profoundly deep. Should he intervene? They had only just begun to forge their relationship. If he were to distance himself, their connection would not deepen, potentially altering the future where he might not protect Gohan. But did he truly wish to prevent this? After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo shook his head. No, he did not want to hinder their relationship. He yearned to experience the profound bond that his future self shared with Gohan. The notion of a future self willing to sacrifice for others intrigued him. Now that he understood how he might meet his end, he resolved to avert such a fate. He would train harder, enhancing his strength. Only then could he ensure that he would not fall to a Saiyan and, in turn, safeguard Gohan. On Snake Way, Goku pondered whether he had arrived too late. By the time he reached the scene, had Yamcha and Piccolo already perished? He was oblivious to the events that unfolded and why the version of himself in the video had not arrived in time. However, now that he was aware, he vowed to ensure that in the future, he would arrive promptly. He would prevent the loss of his comrades before it occurred. Moreover, the warriors exchanged peculiar expressions regarding the narrator's final remarks. So, the one who had slain them was not Vegeta, but rather another Saiyan named Nappa? The preceding video has revealed that Nappa was slain by Vegeta. Thus, as the narration suggests, from a certain perspective, Vegeta is not merely the perpetrator of their deaths, but rather the avenger who has rendered them a service. Contemplating this notion, their grievances regarding Son Goku's decision to let Vegeta escape diminish significantly. Strictly speaking, it appears they have no animosity towards Vegeta. Their true adversary was Nappa. Not only did Vegeta not take a life, but he also eliminated Nappa on their behalf. Perhaps before arriving on Earth, Vegeta had indeed vanquished many from other planets, yet that bears no relevance to them. Ultimately, they were not victims of Vegeta's wrath. Initially, those who felt discontent towards Son Goku for allowing Vegeta to flee wore expressions of complexity upon hearing the final words of the narration. Their dissatisfaction stemmed from the belief that Vegeta had slain Son Goku's companions. However, they have now come to understand that none of those valiant souls perished at Vegeta's hands. Yamcha fell to the onslaught of the Cybermen, while Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo met their ends at the hands of Nappa. In truth, Vegeta not only spared lives, but also extinguished Nappa's. Admittedly, the circumstances may seem peculiar, yet the outcome remains unblemished. Furthermore, the individuals depicted in the video have begun to send messages of support for Son Goku, leaving those on the outside with little room to comment further. Within the spacecraft, Nappa is engulfed in distress. He has devoted himself wholeheartedly to serving Vegeta, executing the Earth Warriors, only to find himself the victim of Vegeta's hand, ultimately becoming a benefactor to those very warriors. He yearns to declare that the video's content is a fabrication, a mere figment of a future that shall never materialize. Yet, is it truly fictitious? If he were to believe the video's narrative is untrue, why then does he feel such profound anguish? Is it possible that, deep within, he harbors a belief in the authenticity of the video's content, that it truly reflects events yet to unfold? In any case, Nappa is in considerable pain. And so too is Vegeta. How is it that a Saiyan prince, an invader of Earth, has inexplicably transformed into a benefactor of the Earth Warriors? Damn it, benefactor indeed. He resolves that upon reaching Earth, he shall personally eliminate that group of warriors. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the very moment he entertains this thought, he unwittingly acknowledges the video's content as credible. Kuwabara, it is a pity, they were all remarkable warriors, and now they lie dead. Gagura, this is the cost of protecting Earth, albeit a price far too steep. The leaders of the Earth Defense Forces from various Ultraman worlds now feel a profound sense of sorrow, for they have placed themselves in the scenario. The deaths of Yamchu, Piccolo, and their comrades resonate as if their own team members had perished in battle against monstrous foes. This is undeniably a significant blow to them and to Earth. While they have succeeded in driving the enemy away, the sacrifice of their warriors remains a harsh reality. They remained unaware of the fate that awaited their comrades in the impending battle against the monsters. It could only be said that, should such a tragedy occur, both they and the remaining members would find it utterly unbearable. Yamcha, no worries, we have the Dragon Balls. We can bring them back to life. Tenshinhan, indeed. We still have the chance for resurrection, so there is no need for concern. At that moment, the comments from Tenshinhan and Yamcha left the myriad beings of the realms in sheer disbelief. What manner of artifact were these Dragon Balls, capable of resurrecting the deceased? Subsequently, with an air of pride and a hint of boastfulness, Yamcha elaborated on the powers of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing his account, the inhabitants of the multiverse were left astounded. The Dragon Balls. By collecting 7 of them, one could summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes. Any wish could be realized. Reviving the dead was merely one of the myriad possibilities. A divine artifact, indeed. These Dragon Balls were undeniably celestial treasures. Now they comprehended the significance of this new world being named the Dragon Ball world. It was because of the existence of such a divine entity. Chapter 13. The most iconic transformation in history, Super Saiyan. Frieza. Oh ho ho. Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish. Frieza, Vegeta. Could it be that your journey to Earth is motivated by these Dragon Balls? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta felt a jolt at Frieza's comment. Although Frieza had previously learned of his journey to Earth, he had been oblivious to the underlying reasons. However, now Frieza was in the know. Vegeta chose not to explain. He understood that any attempt at clarification would be futile, as Frieza would never believe him. The only course of action left was to locate the Dragon Balls on Earth and wish for immortality. Only then could he possess the strength to rival Frieza. On an unknown planet, observing Vegeta's silence, Frieza realized his assumption had been correct. Vegeta was indeed heading to Earth in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Since these Dragon Balls could fulfill any wish, did that not imply that his own desires could also be realized? Vegeta yearned to use the Dragon Balls to liberate himself. Moreover, he aspired to utilize them to escape from Beerus. He issued a command for the Frieza force to prepare for departure. He intended to lead his subordinates to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls, aiming to manifest his wishes. While Vegeta and Frieza had the potential to acquire the Dragon Balls, they felt no envy. However, the denizens of other worlds were on the verge of bursting with jealousy. In the world of pirates, on Onigashima, the Dragon Balls that could fulfill any wish paled in comparison to the treasure left behind by Roger. Kaido had long since dismissed Roger's treasure from his mind. Compared to the Dragon Balls, Roger's riches amounted to nothing. If Roger's treasure merely drove countless pirates to madness. If the Dragon Balls were to exist within his pirate world, not only would the pirates go into a frenzy, but the Navy and even the celestial dragons would be driven to madness. The entire world would descend into chaos. The potential to fulfill any wish is at stake. Treasures would pale in comparison to the allure of the Dragon Balls. Alas, only the realm of the Dragon Balls possesses such wondrous orbs. He and others who covet the Dragon Balls can only gaze longingly, drooling over the prospect. What if the Dragon Balls are a hoax? It seems implausible. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe have no need to fabricate such divine artifacts to deceive themselves. Moreover, there exist terrifyingly powerful beings capable of annihilating the moon or even the earth. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that even mightier entities dwell there. In a world captivated by culinary delights, the Dragon Balls hold the power to grant any wish. Regrettably, our world lacks them, otherwise. I would wish to savor the exquisite menu of Acacia directly. Aru, in his admiration for the Dragon Ball's marvel, finds himself deeply moved. Initially only interested in food, he cannot help but be enchanted by the extraordinary nature of the Dragon Balls. Were he able to utilize them, he could indulge in Acacia's culinary offerings without delay. Although he relishes the adventure of seeking Acacia's menu himself, he harbors doubts about his ability to gather it all. His current strength barely allows him to survive in the culinary realm, let alone hunt for delicacies, especially those belonging to Acacia. Sharing Aru's sentiments is the president of the Culinary Association, Sanhu. If only he had the Dragon Balls, he could savor every dish on Acacia's menu. No, that's not quite right. He could even resurrect Lord Frieza. In Sanhu's heart, Reviving Frieza holds greater significance than merely tasting Acacia's creations. Regrettably, he cannot venture to the earth of the Dragon Ball world. Otherwise, he is confident that his strength would enable him to succeed. In his eyes, his prowess would certainly rank among the elite in the Dragon Ball universe. If Vegeta were not to transform into a great ape, he would have no fear. Vegeta may possess the power to destroy Earth, yet Sanhu could achieve the same. In the absence of Vegeta's transformation, he is confident that he could face him in battle. It is unfortunate that he lacks any formidable transformation of his own. Were he to master transformation abilities like some individuals from other worlds, he would have already gathered Acacia's menu without hindrance. No one could stop him, not even his elder brother, Long, or his second brother, Ji. Alas, he possesses neither transformation nor the Dragon Balls, despite the combat prowess of his world being no less than that of the Dragon Ball universe. Why does his world lack such divine artifacts? In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, in West City, witnessing Yamcha's indiscretion in revealing the existence of the Dragon Balls, Lin Luo found himself somewhat inebriated by the implications. With Yamcha's revelation, it wouldn't just be Vegeta arriving on Earth. Frieza would surely follow. When that time comes, the battlefield will no longer be Namek, it will be Earth. However, the issue is not significant. As long as he receives the rewards from the transformation event, he can select any content from the videos he has released as his prize, including the prowess of various formidable beings. At that point, even the Golden Frieza would be inconsequential. It is likely that only the Black Frieza would instill a modicum of fear in him, should he acquire the strength of Beerus. The Angels, and even the Grand Minister and Zeno, the Black Frieza would hardly warrant his concern. Moreover, even if Yamcha refrains from exposing the Dragon Ball matter, details regarding it will inevitably surface in his next video. The Saiyan Great Ape Transformation video has concluded, and now, the universe of Saiyan transformations shall officially commence. The Great Ape Transformation is merely an appetizer, a prelude to peak interest. The subsequent videos will truly showcase the magnificence of the Saiyan transformations. The next video will enlighten all realms on the notion that the Saiyans' colors are dwindling and what it means to aspire to be a Saiyan in the next life. This forthcoming video will reveal to the multiverse the profound impact of the Saiyan transformations. One can hardly wait to see the expressions on Vegeta and Frieza's faces when they behold the upcoming video. The mere thought of their reactions brings a smile to Lin Luo's face, for the transformations depicted in the next video are legendary in nature, beyond the comprehension of the current Vegeta and Frieza. Soon, Lin Luo's second video graced the eyes of countless beings across the multiverse, showcasing the most iconic transformation, the Super Saiyan. At the moment this transformation first appeared, all others paled in comparison. The title of the video is intriguing, yet Lin Luo understands that it is more than mere sensationalism. It is an undeniable truth. Despite the fact that Super Saiyans have become commonplace in later Dragon Ball series, even easily attainable for the Saiyans of Universe 6, the initial emergence of the Super Saiyan truly sent shockwaves throughout the world. This is no exaggeration. When the Super Saiyan first manifested, all other comics and animations were rendered insignificant. To those from other worlds, the concept of the Super Saiyan was shrouded in mystery. They only knew it as a transformation possessed by the Saiyans, one that surpassed the Great Ape transformation. However, for Vegeta, Nappa, and Frieza, the truth of the Super Saiyan was well understood. This was the legendary warrior of the Saiyans. Could this video possibly unveil the truth behind the Super Saiyan? Chapter 14. We are all Saiyans. Is there a need for discrimination? Within the spaceship, a Super Saiyan. Could it be that the legends of the Super Saiyan are indeed true? That Super Saiyans truly exist? Vegeta is filled with excitement. It must be noted that the Super Saiyan is the warrior of Saiyan legend, a warrior born once every 1,000 years. Simultaneously, this is the very warrior that Frieza most dreads. If the Super Saiyan is indeed real, then he shall no longer fear Frieza. Why? Because beyond himself, the most exceptional Saiyan prince, who could possibly qualify as a Super Saiyan. Could it possibly be that lowly warrior, Kakarot? What a jest! A Super Saiyan. Could this video unveil the truth behind the Super Saiyan? If so, I could transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was filled with excitement and anticipation. If this video could truly reveal the essence of the Super Saiyan and the means to attain such power, he could become the Super Saiyan that Frieza fears the most. In that moment, he would reign as the strongest in the universe. Frieza, along with that being who commands even Frisia's respect, Beerus, would grovel at his feet. Yet, why did the name Beerus sound so familiar to him? It seemed as though he had encountered it somewhere before. On an unknown planet, Frisia sat in his infantile pod, swirling a glass of red wine, awaiting the completion of his army's preparations to venture to Earth. Initially, he dismissed the video Lin Luo uploaded, depicting the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. To him, Saiyans were merely filthy monkeys. Even in their great ape form, they remained filthy monkeys, just larger versions of the same. He paid it no mind. However, the title of the video caused Frisia to shatter the glass in his hand. Super Saiyan. Was this legendary Saiyan warrior truly real? His father, King Cold, had once warned him of two beings in the universe that should never be provoked. One was Majin Buu, and the other was the god of destruction, Beerus. Furthermore, their lineage carried a legend, one that spoke of a super warrior among the Saiyans, known as the Super Saiyan. This Super Saiyan would pose the greatest threat to his reign as the Cosmic Emperor. This was precisely why, when Beerus commanded him to annihilate planet Vegeta, he complied without hesitation. On one hand, he could not defy Beerus's orders. On the other, destroying planet Vegeta would ensure the extinction of the Saiyans, thereby preventing the emergence of a Super Saiyan. However, over the years, he had grown skeptical of the Super Saiyan legend. Yet now, it appeared that the Super Saiyan might actually be real. Let me see what this Super Saiyan truly entails. If it is genuine, I shall crush it in its cradle. The Super Saiyan exists only as a myth at present. If the video indeed showcases a Super Saiyan, it must be a glimpse of the future. Thus, he could eliminate the threat before the Super Saiyan even materializes. Of course, he himself was not entirely convinced that the video's content foretold future events, but in such matters, it is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the potential threat. Even if it were a fabrication, he was determined to eradicate all potential Super Saiyans and anyone associated with them. He could not afford to let any unexpected outcomes arise, not even with a mere 1% chance. In the realm of destruction, Lord Beerus, while savoring the delicacies prepared by the Angel Whis, casually remarked, "Oh, a Super Saiyan? I wonder what connection it has with the god of Super Saiyans." His previous slumber had been due to a prophetic dream of a warrior named the god of Super Saiyans, who would emerge as his adversary. He was originally meant to awaken in 39 years, yet the emergence of the Multiverse Video Network had hastened his return to consciousness. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. He was eager to discern if there were any clues regarding the god of Super Saiyans within the videos released by this individual named Lin Luo. The aforementioned details were known to those familiar with the concept of Super Saiyans. However, for others across the myriad realms, the existence of Super Saiyans was shrouded in mystery, and the legends surrounding them were entirely unknown. Their curiosity was piqued. What indeed was the nature of this Super Saiyan? Subsequently, various individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, clicked on the video. In the next moment, the narration began. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior of the Saiyan race from planet Vegeta in the 7th universe. It is said that a new one emerges only once every 1,000 years. What they did not realize was that the Super Saiyan was not a singular warrior, but rather a transformative state. As long as one could master this transformation, any Saiyan could become a Super Saiyan. Naturally, not all Saiyans possess the ability to achieve this transformation. Upon hearing the narrator's words, Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, could not suppress a shiver. The notion that any Saiyan could attain the Super Saiyan transformation was quite alarming. He envisioned the terrifying image of every Saiyan on planet Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyans. It was a thought too dreadful to entertain. Fortunately, he had already obliterated planet Vegeta, leaving only a handful of Saiyans alive. Thus, if he could eliminate the remaining Saiyans, the emergence of Super Saiyans would be thwarted. It appeared that his journey to Earth was indeed prudent. On one hand, he could acquire the Dragon Balls that could grant any wish, and on the other, he could eliminate those Saiyans in one fell swoop. To his knowledge, all surviving Saiyans were congregating on Earth. Kakarot, as referred to by Vegeta, along with his son, and both Vegeta and Nappa were also en route to Earth. When the time came, he would eradicate these Saiyans, ensuring he would no longer have to worry about the emergence of Super Saiyans. At that moment, several comments caught Frisia's attention. Kefla, the legend of the Super Saiyan? Why have we, the Saiyans of the 6th universe, never heard of it? Kefla, Gabe, have you heard of this? Gabe, I have not. But the video states that the Super Saiyan is a legend of the Saiyans from the 7th universe. and it bears no relation to our Saiyans of the sixth universe. Kefla pondered the nature of the Super Saiyan transformation, questioning whether the Saiyans of the sixth universe could achieve such a state. On Planet Salad of the sixth universe, Kefla and her fellow Saiyans were intrigued by Lin Luo's recent video. They were already captivated by a previous video showcasing the transformation into a great ape, a feat unattainable for them due to their lack of tails. Conversely, the Saiyans of the seventh universe could indeed undergo this transformation. Now, they were confronted with yet another transformation unknown to the Saiyans of the sixth universe, the Super Saiyan transformation. There existed no legends of Super Saiyans within their universe, a privilege seemingly reserved for the Saiyans of the seventh universe. This disparity felt unjust. All were Saiyans, yet the seventh universe's warriors possessed an array of extraordinary transformations, while the sixth universe did not. Was this a case of favoritism? Chapter 15. The Birth of the Super Saiyan. A creation of Frieza as a female Saiyan among the sixth universe, Kefla shared a certain affinity with Son Goku, an ardent desire for strength. Witnessing the Saiyans of the seventh universe achieve a tenfold increase in power through their great ape form left her feeling quite vexed. A tenfold increase. How exhilarating it would be if she too could transform. Now, with the emergence of yet another transformation, one that her universe lacked, her frustration only deepened. After all, they were all Saiyans. Why was there such a distinction? Thus, she yearned to discover whether the Super Saiyan transformation was exclusive to the seventh universe or if the Saiyans of the sixth universe could also attain it. The great ape transformation was beyond their reach due to their inherent absence of tails, yet she wondered if the Super Saiyan form had any restrictions or conditions. Unbeknownst to Kefla, her musings opened a gateway to new realms of understanding for many. On Earth in the seventh universe, the concept of the sixth universe intrigued the warriors. The video indicated that the Super Saiyan was a legend among the warriors of the seventh universe. Thus, they realized their universe was but one of many. The warriors contemplated the vastness of their world, which extended far beyond their previous imaginings. The presence of formidable beings like Frieza and Beerus had already astonished them. Now, the notion of other universes, perhaps even populated by Saiyans, stirred their curiosity. What was the situation of the Saiyans in the sixth universe? How many were there? And did they possess a prince akin to Vegeta? These questions sparked a deep intrigue within him. Compared to the Saiyans of the seventh universe, who among them possesses greater strength? Yet, he had no intention of inquiring. After all, he was the proud prince of all Saiyans. How could he stoop to ask such questions of others? Frieza shared similar sentiments. Upon learning of the existence of Saiyans in the sixth universe, he felt a jolt of unease. He was entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Saiyans of that universe. Could they transform into Super Saiyans, and how many of them existed? The thought of facing an entire planet of Super Saiyans from the sixth universe was not one he relished. However, he soon reassured himself, recognizing that those Saiyans were from the sixth universe and bore no relevance to him, the Emperor of the seventh universe. Even if a Super Saiyan existed in the sixth universe, it would not affect him in the slightest. With this realization, Frieza felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. After all, he could not venture into the sixth universe. Otherwise, he might have had the opportunity to reign as the emperor of both universes. At that moment, the voice of the video narrator continued to resonate. When discussing Super Saiyans, one cannot overlook the mention of a particular individual, Frieza, the emperor of the seventh universe. As the supreme ruler of his universe, Frieza had a tumultuous relationship with the Saiyans, characterized by both love and conflict. The emergence of the Super Saiyan was inextricably linked to this cosmic monarch. Indeed, one could assert that the birth of the Super Saiyan was entirely orchestrated by Frieza himself. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. What was this video insinuating? He was, after all, the last person who wished for the advent of Super Saiyans. How could their existence possibly be attributed to him? Moreover, what did it mean that he and the Saiyans shared a relationship of love and conflict? He had nearly obliterated their entire race. While it was true that he had slain them, what right did the Saiyans have to engage in conflict with him? Should it not be a one-sided massacre? As for the notion of love, that was sheer nonsense. This video was nothing short of a cosmic jest. Dragon Roll, an emperor of the universe? Does this Dragon Ball world also have such figures? Dragon Roll. I wonder how this Frieza compares to Boros, who is also an emperor of the universe. Genos, my master Saitama has fought Boros before. He was the one who defeated this cosmic emperor and knows best how formidable Boros truly is. Genos, yet, I am curious about the strength of this Frisia. Saitama, Boros possesses considerable strength. His full-powered strike can obliterate the Earth's surface. Saitama, however, compared to Frisia, there should still be quite a significant disparity in strength. Saitama distinctly recalled Frisia's disdain for Vegeta. Vegeta addressed Frisia as Lord, indicating his subordinate status. Yet Vegeta possessed the power to annihilate the Earth, not merely to destroy its surface, as Boros could, but to reduce it to cosmic dust. Although this scenario did not unfold, and there were no visuals of Vegeta destroying the Earth, yet he firmly believes that Vegeta is capable of achieving greatness. In comparison, Boros's strength pales into insignificance before Vegeta, not to mention the stark contrast when juxtaposed with the mightier Frisia. It appears that even among the cosmic sovereigns, there exists a considerable disparity. Frisia is the ability to obliterate the Earth's surface sufficient to be deemed a cosmic monarch. Frisia, that fellow Boros is fortunate not to have encountered me. Otherwise, I would have swiftly put an end to him with a mere flick of my hand, diminishing the prestige of cosmic rulers. Frisia was exceedingly displeased. The fact that Boros, whose full power can only devastate the Earth's surface, can be referred to as a cosmic king, is utterly ludicrous. He had seen the Earth in previous broadcasts, a minuscule planet that could easily be reduced to cosmic dust with a single gesture. This Boros has indeed tarnished the value of cosmic sovereignty. Consequently, the realm Boros hails from is undeniably lacking in strength. Alas, he is unable to traverse to other worlds. Otherwise, he would lay claim to them all. As the illustrious cosmic real estate mogul, he relishes the prospect of territorial expansion. Yet, what intrigues him even more is how he inadvertently catalyzed the emergence of Super Saiyans. Following his battle with Vegeta, the loss of numerous warriors, including the sacrifice of Piccolo, resulted in the demise of the Guardian as well. Thus, the Dragon Balls on Earth vanished, rendering them incapable of resurrecting their fallen comrades. At that moment, Krillin suddenly recalled that Vegeta had mentioned Piccolo being a Namekian, originating from a planet known as Namek. Since the Guardian and Piccolo are one, it follows that the Guardian is also a Namekian. Given that the Dragon Balls were crafted by the Guardian, perhaps other Dragon Balls exist on Namek, his homeland. If they could locate the Dragon Balls of Namek, they might resurrect their fallen friends. His revelation brought immense joy to Goku and the others, as it offered hope for their sacrificed companions to embark on a journey to the distant Namek. Bulma, with the assistance of Bu, discovered the spacecraft that the Guardian had arrived on Earth in during his youth and modified it into a new vessel. Due to Goku's severe injuries and the absence of the magical beans that could heal any ailment, Bulma could only take Gohan and Krillin with her to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. This voyage to Namek would ultimately unlock the genetic potential of the Saiyans. It also marked the beginning of the tumultuous relationship between Frisia and the Saiyans, including Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 16. The Power of a Single Finger. The Shock of Frisia. In the Dragon Ball world, on a desolate expanse of Earth. A Namekian? So, I am an extraterrestrial? Upon hearing the narration, Piccolo came to understand his true identity. He is a Namekian. Though he is unaware of the location of Namek, he is certain that there are others of his kind in this world. Aside from Piccolo, those acquainted with him, including the Guardian himself, were taken aback. The Guardian recognized his own identity, while Krillin, Yamcha, and the other Earthlings grasped the reason behind Piccolo's formidable strength. Thus, the formidable strength of Piccolo and Goku, which places them in a realm far beyond our own, can be attributed to their extraterrestrial origins. We, the inhabitants of Earth, seem rather feeble in comparison to these beings from another world. Krillin, Yamcha, and other Earthlings are filled with a profound sense of awe. It is no wonder their capabilities are not on par with those of Piccolo and Goku. After all, they are fundamentally not from the same planet. Goku hails from the Saiyan race, while Piccolo is a Namekian, both being aliens. In the presence of such extraterrestrial beings, Earthlings hold little significance. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she contemplates the prospect of embarking on an interstellar journey alongside Krillin and Gohan to seek out the Dragon Balls on other planets. This notion fills her with both excitement and trepidation. The excitement stems from the potential for adventure, reminiscent of her unforgettable experiences with Goku during their quest for the Dragon Balls. Those moments are forever etched in her memory, and she longs for the thrill of that time. The thought of once again searching for Dragon Balls, this time among the stars, ignites her curiosity about the wonders she may encounter. Yet, this curiosity is also the source of her anxiety, for the previous quests on Earth were fraught with peril, and the stakes are undoubtedly higher in the cosmos, especially in Goku's absence. It is not that she lacks faith in Krillin and Gohan, but when compared to Goku, he offers a greater sense of reassurance. After all, it was with Goku that she initially embarked on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Were she and Goku to venture to Namek together, it would indeed evoke cherished memories of their past adventures. Moreover, as suggested by the narrative, the journey to Namek promises to be anything but simple, especially with the looming presence of Frieza and Vegeta. Bulma cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her future self. Meanwhile, on Frieza's planet, the thought arises, does Namek also possess Dragon Balls? Contemplating this, Frieza ponders the possibility of searching for the Dragon Balls on either Earth or Namek, knowing that any Dragon Ball could grant him his desires. Perhaps he should simply pursue the nearest option. However, this time, aside from seeking the Dragon Balls, he has another mission: to eradicate the remaining Saiyans, who are predominantly gathered on Earth. Thus, he resolves to head to Earth, achieving two objectives in one fell swoop. Is the army prepared? Frieza inquires of his subordinate. Eager to resolve the Saiyan issue and acquire the Dragon Balls, he is filled with anticipation. Report, my lord, everything is ready, comes the response. Excellent, then let us depart. With that, Frieza and his minions set forth towards Earth. This video has inadvertently spared Namek and its inhabitants from dire consequences. The intertwined fates of Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta trace back to a time long past when the Saiyans served as Frieza's vassals. However, due to Frieza's apprehension regarding the legend of the Super Saiyans, coupled with another reason, he ultimately annihilated the Saiyan home planet, Planet Vegeta. In the video, Frieza, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived outside Planet Vegeta. He extended a finger, concentrating an energy sphere resembling a miniature sun, and hurled it towards the planet. On Planet Vegeta, a lone Saiyan fought valiantly until the end. This Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Yet, in the face of Frieza, the Saiyan's resistance proved utterly futile. Alongside his fellow Saiyans, he was reduced to cosmic dust as Planet Vegeta met its demise. Frieza obliterated the planet with a mere fingertip. This scene is explicitly depicted in the Dragon Ball series. This moment served as a stark introduction to Frieza's formidable power for the myriad realms. Zhangguo, a planet just like that destroyed? Zhangguo, fortunately, our world lacks such beings. Otherwise, what are navies and pirates but mere ants? Kakashi, this is utterly absurd. Compared to Frieza, the battles in our Naruto world resemble mere child-esque play, nothing more than skirmishes between villages. Naruto Uzumaki, in comparison to Frieza's might, even the power of the Nine Tails pales in significance. Nine Tails? Genos, the planet obliterated by Frieza, is far larger than Earth. Yet, he effortlessly annihilated it with a single finger. Genos, this is the true cosmic sovereign. Compared to him, Boros is as weak as an infant. Tornado, indeed. If this Frieza existed in our world, his threat level would surpass even the divine. Genos, I wonder if my master can contend with Frieza. Saitama remained silent. Although he is the strongest in his world, he felt no confidence in matching the terrifying cosmic sovereign, Frieza. Despite his rapid growth and strength, he had no idea how long it would take to reach Frieza's level of power. After all, what Frieza had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg, leaving everyone astounded. How formidable would Frieza be at full strength? Yet, he genuinely yearned for the opportunity to confront this cosmic emperor once his own abilities reached new heights. Frieza's preliminary display of power left countless beings across various realms in awe. However, for the warriors and Vegeta, their expressions darkened. The warriors were apprehensive because Frieza was likely to become their future adversary, particularly Krillin and Gohan. They were aware that they would eventually travel to Namek, meaning they would inevitably face this cosmic ruler. With the power Frieza had exhibited, what could they possibly use to combat him? Even Goku, their father, would be heading to Namek, but it was doubtful they would survive until that moment. Krillin and Gohan began to feel increasingly anxious about their future. After finally managing to fend off Vegeta, they now faced the prospect of encountering Frieza, a being infinitely more powerful. They truly cannot remain still for a moment. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression darkens considerably as he witnesses the destruction of his planet and the slaughter of his kin by Frieza. Despite his cold and ruthless demeanor, the devastation of his home and the loss of his people weigh heavily on his heart. This turmoil is one of the driving forces behind his rebellion against Frieza. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan can he hope to challenge Frieza, and he firmly believes that he alone possesses the potential to achieve this transformation. In his eyes, the ensuing events captured in the video depict the saga of how he, the Prince of Saiyans, becomes a Super Saiyan and ultimately defeats Frieza. He eagerly anticipates witnessing his own metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan in the moment he vanquishes Frieza. However, what lies behind Frieza's motives for annihilating planet Vegeta? Chapter 17, Goku. Why are you always late? Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, extinguishing the Saiyan race, with only a handful of Saiyans surviving. Among them is Prince Vegeta, who, alongside the other two survivors, Raditz and Nappa, continues to serve under Frieza. Frieza claims that the destruction of planet Vegeta was caused by a meteorite collision. While Raditz and Nappa accept this explanation, Vegeta remains skeptical, fully aware of the true circumstances surrounding the annihilation of his planet. Thus, he plots to rebel against Frieza and eliminate him. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls on Earth can grant any wish, he resolves to journey there to seek the Dragon Balls and attain his desire for eternal life. However, he is unexpectedly thwarted by Goku and his allies, who repel him. This revelation enlightens many. It turns out that Vegeta had a hidden agenda for his trip to Earth. Frieza, on the other hand, cannot help but scoff. The notion that Vegeta shares a similar ambition is amusing. Yet Frieza finds it naive for Vegeta to believe he could use that wish as a means to defy him. Vegeta's expression darkens once more. Only he and Nappa are privy to his true intentions, and while Nappa has kept his silence, the existence of this video is a troubling leak. How did Lin Luo come to possess this knowledge? Could it be that Lin Luo truly knows everything? No, Vegeta refuses to accept this. If that were the case, it would imply that Lin Luo's video has indeed foreshadowed the future. This notion is intolerable. It must be false. Lin Luo must have merely stumbled upon a fortunate guess. Nothing more. After suffering significant setbacks on Earth, Vegeta first returned to his base for recuperation. Once healed, he learned that Frieza and his forces were heading to Namek, with the same goal of acquiring the Dragon Balls. Consequently, Vegeta hastily set out for Namek, determined to seize the Dragon Balls before Frieza. What he remains unaware of is that another spaceship has also departed from Earth, bound for Namek. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan found themselves alongside Frieza and the solitary Vegeta, converging upon the tranquil planet of Namek, each driven by a common purpose. This gathering shattered the serenity of Namek, sending the Namekians into a state of panic. They could scarcely fathom the chaos that could ensue from the presence of these three factions, particularly with Frieza and Vegeta involved. The Namekians were oblivious to the impending calamity their world would face, and such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. In light of Frieza's overwhelming strength, Vegeta opted to form a temporary alliance with Krillin and Gohan. Indeed, the most effective way to transform erstwhile adversaries into allies is the emergence of an even stronger foe. In the recorded footage, upon learning that Krillin and Gohan had also arrived on Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta refrained from attacking them. He recognized that gathering all the Dragon Balls alone from Frieza would be an arduous task, necessitating assistance. His previous encounters on Earth had demonstrated that Krillin and Gohan could be reliable allies. Thus, Vegeta spared their lives and even saved them on multiple occasions. Witnessing the footage of himself collaborating with Vegeta and even being rescued by him left Krillin and Gohan in a state of profound confusion. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a fierce struggle, and now they found themselves, albeit temporarily, as allies. The narration in the video proved astute. To transform enemies into partners, a more formidable adversary must emerge. Piccolo became their ally precisely because the Saiyans represented a stronger threat. During their quest for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta encountered Frieza's subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon. Initially, he was no match for them, but Saiyans possess a unique trait. If they recover from the brink of death, their power amplifies significantly. Consequently, after healing from his injuries sustained on Earth, Vegeta's strength surged, bolstering his belief that he was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. The collaboration between Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan thwarted Frieza's attempts to collect the Dragon Balls without personally intervening, resulting in the defeat of his henchmen. In response, Frieza summoned his elite team, the Ginyu Force. Unbeknownst to Gohan, this Ginyu Force would profoundly impact his life. Intrigued, Gohan pondered how this formidable team would shape his destiny. Would it lead to his demise at their hands, or would unforeseen circumstances arise? In the video, upon arriving on Namek, the Jinyu Force performed a rather embarrassing dance for Frieza, leaving him visibly flustered. Simultaneously, on Earth, Goku, upon learning of the events transpiring on Namek, prepared to take action. He boarded his spaceship, setting course for Namek, with an estimated arrival in 6 days. In order to enhance his strength, he requested Bulma's father to construct a gravity chamber capable of exerting a gravitational force up to 100 times that of Earth. He aimed to conquer this formidable gravity within 6 days, maximizing his potential. This method of training has certainly captivated many. Rock Lee, training in a high-gravity environment? The results must be remarkable. Rock Lee. Moreover, it should yield superior effects compared to weighted training. Lacking proficiency in ninjutsu, he devoted himself to physical combat techniques. To augment his strength, he routinely trained with weights, initially believing that such resistance training was the most effective means of forging one's body. However, he has since altered his perspective. Training under high gravity undoubtedly proves more beneficial than weighted exercises. Rock Lee. Might Guy, you must share this sentiment as well. Might Guy. Indeed, but altering gravity presents considerable challenges. Might Guy. Furthermore, there are no jutsu available to manipulate gravity. Tiger Fujitora, I see. Using increased gravity to fortify one's physique is indeed an excellent strategy. In the world of pirates, Fujitora was greatly intrigued upon witnessing Son Goku's training method. While others may falter, he possesses the ability to manipulate gravity as a user of the gravity fruit. Thus, he could adjust the gravity around him to strengthen his own body, enhancing his prowess. Subsequently, he endeavored to put this into practice. In the Dragon Ball universe, within West City, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma were overjoyed to learn of Son Goku's impending arrival on Namek. However, their elation was soon overshadowed by concern. They feared they might not endure until Goku's arrival. After all, in the previous episode, Yamcha and Piccolo had not survived. Son Goku, Krillin, Gohan, Bulma. You must hold on until I arrive. Along Snake Way, Goku dashed forward while sending messages in real time. In the last episode, his tardiness had resulted in the loss of several comrades. In this episode, he fervently hoped to arrive in time. Krillin, alas, Goku. Why do you always seem to be late in these 2 episodes? Krillin, surviving 6 days against this group of monsters is no small feat. Chapter 18, Son Goku's Arrival. The astonishing impact of the Senzu Beans. As the mightiest warrior among fighters, Goku had been late in both episodes. While his delay in this episode is understandable, given his severe injuries in the previous one and the absence of Senzu Beans for a swift recovery, it remains perplexing that he was also late in the earlier episode. Krillin found this utterly baffling. Surviving 6 days against Frieza and the Jinyu Force is an immense challenge. Crucially, even if Goku reaches Namek, acquiring the Dragon Balls from Frieza might not be guaranteed, unless Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, the question arises, can Goku truly achieve this transformation? If so, how does he accomplish it? Krillin was deeply curious. The arrival of the Jinyu Force heightened Vegeta's unease. He, along with Krillin and Gohan, had already eliminated the weakest member, Guldo. However, they were met with a brutal beating from Raikou. Despite the enhancement of their abilities, the trio was utterly defenseless against him. Vegeta and Krillin sustained severe injuries, while Gohan had his neck broken, leaving him on the brink of death. In a previous video, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan had collaborated effectively to defeat Guldo, who possessed the ability to manipulate time. Yet, they were subsequently overwhelmed by the even more formidable Raikou. Vegeta, in a one-on-one confrontation, was no match for Raikou, and the addition of Krillin and Gohan merely resulted in 2 more severely wounded individuals. Gohan's condition was particularly dire, with his life hanging by a thread. Witnessing this gruesome battle, countless viewers were left in utter astonishment. After all, in the preceding video, Vegeta had showcased immense strength, nearly eliminating Goku and his companions. Yet now, he found himself being mercilessly beaten. The contrast was indeed striking. Furthermore, the diminutive Guldo's ability to halt time was truly alarming. Upon witnessing her son Gohan's grave injury, Chi-Chi fainted in despair. Raikou, haha, Vegeta, with your paltry strength, you dare betray Lord Frieza? Even I am not a match for you. Bardo, while it is commendable that you defeated Guldo, it is unfortunate that he is the weakest among us. Gwyn, it seems, Vegeta, that you, along with that little bald-headed boy and the other, will perish at Rikum's hands. Upon reading these comments, the audience from various realms finally recognized the identities of those who had previously mocked Vegeta. The individuals posting these remarks were none other than members of the Ginyu Force. It was no wonder they felt emboldened to deride Vegeta, for in their presence, he indeed appeared weak. However, this was merely the perspective of outsiders. Within the Dragon Ball universe, many held the Ginyu Force in disdain. Among them, one individual's focus was not on the Ginyu Force's strength, but rather on Guldo's time-stopping ability. In Universe 6, the assassin Hit pondered the implications of time manipulation. If someone of comparable power were to wield this ability, would his time-skip technique suffice? Hit, who mastered the art of skipping brief moments in time, contemplated the situation. While he could easily dismiss Guldo's time pause due to the vast power disparity, the question remained, what if someone of similar strength were to employ such a technique? He found himself intrigued by the prospect, though regrettably, he could find no one with comparable abilities within Universe 6. Others were simply too far beneath him. And the god of destruction was also far above his level. Moreover, there was no one capable of halting time. Thus, this notion remained a mere fantasy. Vegeta, you lot just wait. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, your doom shall be upon you. Vegeta, in a state of discontent, sent forth a barrage of comments. In the past, he would have certainly refrained from uttering such words to anyone in the Ginyu Force, save for Guldo, as he was no match for the others. However, now he found himself devoid of fear. Even Frieza no longer instilled terror within him, so why should he fear the Ginyu Force? If he could glean the secrets to becoming a Super Saiyan from this video, he would no longer have anything to dread. Frieza, oh ho ho Vegeta. Do you believe you can become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, Frieza, who else could possibly become a Super Saiyan if not me? Are you suggesting that Kakarot might be the one? Frieza, yet, it seems you are on the brink of being killed by Rikum. Rikum, Lord Frieza, just watch how I dispose of Vegeta. Countless viewers continued to watch the video, wondering if Vegeta and his companions would indeed fall to Rikum. Would Goku once again arrive too late? In the video, just as Rikum prepared to strike down Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, a spaceship finally descended upon Namek. The hatch opened, and out stepped Goku. After 6 days of travel, he had at last arrived on Namek, having undergone training under a gravity of 100 times that of Earth. Through his ability to sense ki, Goku became aware of Vegeta and the others' dire situation. He discerned that Krillin and Gohan's energy levels were critically low, indicating they were on the verge of death. Wasting no time, Goku swiftly flew towards their location, arriving just before Rikum could unleash his attack. Goku's arrival captured the attention of everyone present. He first offered a Senzu bean to Gohan, restoring him to his prime condition. Next, he provided another bean to Krillin. The final Senzu bean was given to Vegeta. After consuming the beans, both Vegeta and Krillin returned to their peak form, leaving Rikum utterly bewildered. How could the three individuals he was about to eliminate suddenly regain their strength? It wasn't he only Rikum who was perplexed. Kapu, how could Vegeta and the others, who were about to perish, suddenly recover? Zangetsu, it seems Goku fed them a green bean. Naruto, is this bean really that miraculous? Can it restore one to their peak instantly? Krillin, indeed, this bean is called a Senzu bean. It can heal all injuries. Zangetsu, remarkable, truly astounding. If only the Navy had these Senzu beans, how many lives could be spared? Luffy, if I had Senzu beans back then, would Ace still be alive? Luffy's comment invoked a profound silence among many. They were reminded of their friends who had succumbed to their injuries. If only they had Senzu beans, perhaps their friends would still be with them. Simultaneously, they marveled even more at the world of Dragon Ball, filled with such extraordinary artifacts as the Dragon Balls and Senzu beans. Every divine artifact evokes a profound sense of awe within them. One cannot help but wonder how many more divine treasures and formidable warriors remain undiscovered in the Dragon Ball universe. It suffices to say that the Dragon Ball world is undeniably magnificent, surpassing the combined splendor of their own realms. In West City of the Dragon Ball world, Lin Luo chuckled at the barrage of comments. It is entirely expected that the inhabitants of these worlds would be astonished by the miraculous properties of the Senzu beans. Even the most powerful beings from mystical realms would undoubtedly be taken aback upon witnessing the effects of these beans. It is crucial to understand that the efficacy of the Senzu beans does not depend on the strength of the consumer. Chapter 19. The fruits of training in a high-gravity environment. The remarkable potency of the Senzu beans allows for the complete recovery from all injuries, regardless of the strength of the individual consuming them. When Son Goku first consumed a Senzu bean, it was after his battle with old Piccolo, during a time when his power was still relatively weak. However, as time progressed, the beans were capable of restoring the state of Cell, and even in Dragon Ball Super, they could fully rejuvenate both Goku and Vegeta. Such extraordinary effects explain why, since the inception of Dragon Ball, Senzu beans have remained so scarce. It is imperative to seal away such divine artifacts. In mystical realms, the effects of the Senzu beans could heal even a nascent warrior like Kurami, while simultaneously mending the injuries of supreme beings, even those at the level of celestial emperors. The mere existence of such a treasure in a fantastical world could inspire top-tier warriors to vie for its possession. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta's countenance darkened upon realizing that he had been saved by Kakarot. As the prince of the Saiyans, it was one thing to be bested by a lower-class warrior. It was quite another to have that same warrior come to his aid. His pride struggled to accept such a reality. To make matters worse, he had indeed consumed the Senzu bean in the footage. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the video and admonish his past self for accepting Kakarot's charity. Moreover, Kakarot's arrival could only signify a death wish. Vegeta murmured to himself, "Even with my enhanced strength, I am no match for Riku, let alone Kakarot." And besides Riku, both Buddha and Jis were present, observing the situation. Could it be that Kakarot would triumph over these three? In Vegeta's eyes, Goku was merely a fool journeying from Earth to Namek, courting death. After all, he was not a match for his opponents on Earth, having required the assistance of others to defeat him. Now, after such a brief interval, even if his adversary had mastered 100-fold gravity training, how much stronger could he truly become? Perhaps if they combined their strengths, they might stand a chance against the Jinyu force. But to ally with Kakarot, a mere lowly warrior? The proud Saiyan prince could not fathom such a disgrace. Having already felt humiliated collaborating with Kakarot's son and that bald-headed fighter named Krillin, he could not bear the thought of joining forces with Kakarot. "Please, do not let me be forced into such a partnership," he lamented, for he could not afford to lose face. Vegeta gazed at his own image in the video, murmuring to himself. Anxiety consumed him as he feared that the version of himself captured on tape would agree to collaborate with Kakarot. However, the subsequent events in the video revealed to Vegeta that he was overthinking. After rescuing Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, Goku placed his hand on Krillin's head and, moments later, discerned the activities of Krillin and Gohan during their time apart. He then turned his attention to Raikum, advancing towards him step by step. Raikum, dismissive of Goku, intended to unleash his ultimate attack, aiming to eliminate everyone, including Goku. Yet, before he could execute his plan, Goku delivered a swift elbow strike that incapacitated him instantly. Goku's speed was astonishing, so much so that Krillin and Gohan were left bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Only Vegeta comprehended the sequence of events. In the instant Raikum was about to attack, Goku had appeared before him at an incredible velocity, delivering a powerful elbow strike that felled his opponent. Kakarot's combat prowess had transcended the limits of a Saiyan. How had he achieved this? Vegeta was taken aback, then a daunting possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that he had become a Super Saiyan? The thought was almost unfathomable. The Super Saiyan was a legendary warrior among the Saiyans, appearing once every millennium, capable of surpassing the barriers that none had transcended before. If the legend held true, the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan should be none other than himself. Vegeta found it unbearable that the fabled Super Saiyan could be a lower-class warrior. Ichigo Kurosaki. He actually took down Raikum in an instant. Has Goku's strength reached such heights? Auru. Could it be that he has transformed into a Super Saiyan? But he doesn't seem to have changed much. Kakashi. Or perhaps this is the result of his training under 100-fold gravity. If so, that would be quite extraordinary. Makarov. It must be the fruit of his training. After all, he hasn't changed in appearance, which suggests he isn't undergoing a Super Saiyan transformation. Rock Lee. Might Guy Sensei. Is there any jutsu that can increase gravity? I want to train in a high-gravity environment. Might Guy. I don't know either. I wish I did. Tokitora. Fortunately, I possess the power of the gravity fruit. Though I may not reach Goku's level, I can still enhance my own strength. Zangetsu. Tokitora, you are from the pirate world, right? Would you consider joining the Navy? Tokitora. Zangetsu. Fleet Admiral, I am already part of the Navy. In the pirate world, Upon witnessing Tokitora's comments, Zangetsu immediately sprang to his feet. Quick, find this Tokitora. If he is not at headquarters, summon him to the base at once. Observing Goku's achievements in a high-gravity training environment and realizing that Tokitora possessed the ability to manipulate gravity, Zangetsu could no longer remain seated. If Tokitora could alter gravity, could he not facilitate training for the entire Navy? Imagine if every member of the Navy could successfully train in a high-gravity environment. He could hardly fathom the extent to which the Navy's strength might escalate. Of course, it could never compare to the exaggeration of Sun Wukong. However, even a doubling of the Navy's power would be sufficient to pursue and vanquish pirates. Fortunately, this Fujitora is part of the Navy. Were he a pirate, it would be a source of great distress. With a single barrage from Fujitora, the name of this future Navy admiral has already reverberated throughout the entire pirate world and even beyond. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's training achievements, countless individuals found themselves unable to remain still. The results of training in a high-gravity environment were astonishingly formidable. Although they may not attain the same absurdity as Sun Wukong, even a few-fold enhancement of their own abilities would be immensely beneficial. Yet, the sole dilemma remains. They lack a high-gravity environment and the means to replicate such conditions, which is a source of considerable frustration. In the world of fairy tale, is there anyone who possesses gravity magic? An announcement was made. Anyone who masters gravity magic and joins our guild will receive the utmost favorable treatment. Various mage guilds issued announcements, inviting those skilled in gravity magic to join them. Mastering gravity magic not only enhances one's own strength, but can also elevate the power of the entire guild. In the world of Xingtian, is there truly no method available to enhance gravity? Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant, Xiaotian inquired of the owner. If their armor summoners could train in a high-gravity environment, would it not make battling the demonic spirits far easier? I am uncertain, replied the owner with a rueful smile. At least to her knowledge, there was none. Within the chambers of the Ba Wang group, the efficacy of training in a high-gravity environment was surprisingly profound. Had he known earlier, he would have taken his subordinates to engage in such training. At that moment, Lu Fa felt a pang of regret. Chapter 20, Frisia Moves. My battle power is 530,000. With Ares' level of technology, controlling gravity is not particularly challenging. After all, that fellow, the Flame Emperor, remains confined within a zero-gravity high magnetic prison. If a zero-gravity environment can be created, then a high-gravity environment can certainly be established as well. However, Ares had yet to attempt training in such conditions. Now, Lu Fa regretted not having taken his subordinates for high-gravity training earlier. Had he done so, he would not have needed to flee from Ares. He could have easily overthrown King Pyre's reign with his people. Sun Wukong trained under 100-fold gravity, elevating his strength from being no match for Vegeta to a level capable of effortlessly defeating Riku. The prowess of Riku had already been showcased in the videos, where he decisively overpowered a significantly stronger Vegeta. This magnitude of enhancement is truly terrifying, even if the effects vary due to differences in worlds. Even a mere 1% of Sun Wukong's effectiveness would be exceedingly formidable. On Earth, Vegeta possesses the power to obliterate the planet effortlessly. His strength, having significantly increased, speaks volumes. Moreover, the formidable Raikou surpasses Vegeta, capable of annihilating not just one Earth, but potentially 10, and even larger celestial bodies. And what of Goku? Who can vanquish Raikou? Even if he harnesses merely 1% of his cultivated prowess, he would likely wield a strength akin to that of the Shura armor. An extraordinary feat achievable through his mere physical form, rather than the augmentation provided by the armor itself. The disparity between these two sources of power is immense. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Lu Fa is left with nothing but remorse, while those powerful beings from myriad realms, who have failed to alter their gravitational techniques, are left lamenting their fate. As for Raikou, disbelief washes over him. Impossible. How could I, a mighty warrior, be defeated by a Saiyan monkey? His initial joy in witnessing his own brutal assault on Vegeta quickly dissipates upon the shocking revelation of Goku's overwhelming victory over him. Meanwhile, Bart and Guys share his dismay, for they were present in the video. If Goku could dispatch Raikou so easily, they might soon be his next targets. Fortunately, they are united. Surely, even Goku cannot overcome the combined strength of the two of them. On Earth, Goku's remarkable progress in a high-gravity environment prompts thoughts among Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien. If they could replicate his training, perhaps they need not fear Vegeta's impending arrival in a year. The video reveals that Goku's 100-fold gravity training was facilitated by Bulma's father, suggesting that they too could request such an environment. Goku conquered the 100-fold gravity in merely 6 days. Though they may not match his prowess, a year's time could allow them to master it. Who knows? By then, they might surpass Goku in strength. With such aspirations, Krillin and the others set out for West City to seek Bulma's father's assistance in creating a high-gravity training environment. Even Piccolo, in the wilderness, finds himself in a quandary. He desires the same, but feels his identity might hinder his chances. His gaze shifts to Gohan, Goku's son, and he contemplates whether he could leverage their connection to secure a high-gravity training setting. After deliberation, Piccolo resolves to give it a try and heads to West City with Gohan in tow. Along Snake Way, he wonders if the esteemed King Kai possesses such a high-gravity environment. Goku, too, is eager to explore this training method he pioneered in the video. Regrettably, he has passed away. Otherwise, he could have sought out Bulma's father. By the way, what if he were to be resurrected now? Would he abandon his training with the King Kai? However, in the video, he has mastered the techniques imparted by the King Kai. He also yearns to learn the Spirit Bomb, which leaves Goku somewhat conflicted. Goku, King Kai, O revered King Kai, do you possess an environment with high gravity? King Kai, the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. It does not reach the 100-fold standard. King Kai, nevertheless, I can create a similar environment for you. Goku, that's splendid, then I shall train with you. Upon seeing the King Kai's message, Goku felt reassured and continued on his journey. Originally, Goku had contemplated training under 100-fold gravity, inspired by his experiences on King Kai's planet. The gravity there, being 10 times that of Earth, allowed him to appreciate the advantages of training in a high-gravity environment. Goku, along with the warriors on Earth, resolved to train under such conditions. This, however, rendered Vegeta's expression rather grim. He even pondered whether it was worth his while to visit Earth. Ultimately, he decided to go, as long as he could transform into a Super Saiyan through this video. Even if Kakarot and the others enhanced their strength through high-gravity training, they would still be no match for him. As for Kakarot mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, that was inconceivable. A low-tier warrior like Kakarot could never attain such a transformation. It belonged solely to him. In the video, after defeating Riku, Goku subsequently overcame Berta and Jis. Along the way, he encountered the leader of the Jinyu force, Jinyu, who attempted to switch bodies with him. However, with the efforts of Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, they managed to help Goku regain his body, leaving Jinyu transformed into a frog. Due to Goku's severe injuries, Vegeta brought him to a healing pod for treatment. During this time, he took the opportunity to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, the Dragon Balls had been gathered through the efforts of the 3 factions, awaiting the summoning incantation to call forth the Eternal Dragon. At this moment, due to the complete annihilation of the Jinyu force, Frieza decided to take matters into his own hands. He journeyed to the Namekian stronghold to inquire about the summoning incantation. Along the way, he encountered a diminutive Namekian, but, having urgent matters to attend to, he spared the creature. Upon reaching the Namekian stronghold, he faced the formidable Namekian warrior Nail. Utilizing his scouter, he detected that Nail possessed a battle power of 42,000. Frieza then uttered his famous line, "My battle power is 530,000. In light of the vast disparity in strength, Nail stood no chance and was effortlessly gravely injured by Frieza. Frieza delivered the line about his battle power with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, upon hearing these words, countless spectators could not help but shudder. This figure was uttered nonchalantly by Frieza, yet for others, it undoubtedly resembled a tale of terror. Chapter 21, Frieza's Disdain. The Super Saiyan is no threat, Duanyin, a battle power of 530,000. I recall that when Son Goku fought against Jinyu, his battle power surged to 180,000, correct? Duanyin, Frieza's battle power is 3 times that. Kaido, I wonder what our respective world's top-tier warriors would possess in terms of battle power. Naruto Uzumaki, it's a pity Goku lacks a tail, otherwise. If Vegeta were to create an artificial moon for him, he could transform into a great ape. Naruto Uzumaki, in that case, his battle power could potentially reach 1,800,000, allowing him to defeat Frieza. Sanji, however, Goku loses his rationality when he transforms into a great ape. It might be better for Vegeta to take that form instead. Li Xian Nan. Yet, with Vegeta's strength, even as a great ape, he would likely not stand a chance against Frieza. Zhang Chulan. It depends on whether Vegeta's battle power exceeds 53,000 before he transforms into a great ape. Zhang Chulan. But even if it does, I believe it is unwise to allow Vegeta to transform. Otherwise, once Frieza is dealt with, Goku and the others would be doomed. Zhu Ji. I see. So this transformation into a Super Saiyan is intended to combat Frieza. Zhu Ji. Since the transformation into a great ape multiplies battle power tenfold, the Super Saiyan transformation must not be any weaker. Dagu. Thus, if Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, his battle power would be at least 1,800,000. Vegeta. How could that lowly warrior Kakarot possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta. The only one capable of achieving the Super Saiyan form is me. Upon hearing Dagu assert that Goku would become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta could no longer remain composed. He could tolerate the previous suggestions of allowing him to create an artificial moon for Kakarot, and even the notion that Goku would not be able to defeat Frieza as a great ape. But the idea that Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan was something he could not abide. Only he could attain the form of a Super Saiyan. Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. A battle power of 1,800,000. Do you truly believe that even if this Son Goku possesses such power, he could defeat me? Frieza. You know nothing of my strength. Aboard the spaceship, Frieza swirled his wine glass with a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. It was indeed true that his current battle power stood at 530,000, but this was merely his weakest form. Should he unleash his full power, a mere 1,800,000 would be insignificant. Furthermore, his apprehension regarding the Super Saiyan had considerably diminished. Initially, he believed that the emergence of a Super Saiyan would signify a formidable rival, even a threat to him. However, it now appeared otherwise. The Super Saiyan is merely a transformation, a mere enhancement over the Saiyan's transformation into a stinky monkey. The Saiyan's transformation can amplify their combat power tenfold, while the Super Saiyan boasts an impressive 20-fold increase. However, even with this enhancement, Goku's combat power reaches a mere 3,600,000, which, while formidable, remains insufficient in the face of greater threats. The Super Saiyan, therefore, is not particularly fearsome. Frieza mused that he harbored no desire for Goku, Vegeta, and the other Saiyans to pose any threat to him in the future, not even the slightest hint of danger. Thus, he resolved to eradicate the Saiyan race entirely. Nonetheless, the individual behind the video, Lin Luo, proved to be quite remarkable. It was known that his current combat power was 530,000, a fact known to only a few. Yet, Lin Luo was aware of it. Such talent, if possible, deserved a place under his command to serve his purposes. Frieza's barrage of comments sparked considerable astonishment, revealing to the audience that his true power surpassed 1,800,000. This implied that Frieza had concealed his strength within the video, leaving them unable to fathom the extent of his power or the true might of the Super Saiyan transformation. It became evident that to contend with Frieza, one must utilize the Super Saiyan form. The stronger Frieza appeared, the more formidable the Super Saiyan seemed. This is precisely why Lin Luo refrained from immediately showcasing Goku's battle as a Super Saiyan against Frieza. Had he done so outright, the viewers across various realms would not fully grasp the Super Saiyan strength. A gradual build-up was necessary, starting with the might of Frieza's subordinates, such as the Jinyu Force, followed by Frieza's own formidable presence. Ultimately, the emergence of the Super Saiyan, capable of confronting and even defeating Frieza, would illustrate the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan. This technique of storytelling exemplifies the mastery of Akira Toriyama, and such a compelling narrative approach was not something Lin Luo would forsake. It is precisely due to this remarkable build-up that the Super Saiyan has become one of the most iconic transformations in anime history. From the very beginning of the Namek saga, the groundwork for the Super Saiyan's birth and prowess was meticulously laid, contrasting with characters like the sun god Nika, who appeared without warning, relying on a legion of misguided fans to justify their existence. The notion that Luffy's departure on a sunny day foreshadowed his transformation into the sun god Nika is, indeed, absurd. Now, Frieza begins to unveil his formidable strength, and the video concerning the transformation of the Super Saiyan has reached an exhilarating segment. After Frieza vanquished Naru, he approached the Grand Elder of Namek, the very being who created the Namekian Dragon Balls, to inquire about the incantation for using them. The Grand Elder disclosed that he had already revealed the incantation to a small Namekian named Dandy. This revelation triggered Frisia's recollection of the diminutive Namekian he had encountered earlier, and he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Hastily, he returned to the point of his arrival, intent on intercepting Dandy. Simultaneously, Krillin and Gohan initiated their own scheme. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta slumbered, they stealthily transported the Dragon Balls to a more distant location. Coincidentally, Dandy also arrived. With Dandy's assistance, the Namekian dragon Porunga was summoned. The summoning of the dragon caused the skies to darken, an event that roused Vegeta from his slumber. Observing the distant dragon and the absence of Krillin and Gohan, Vegeta realized he had been deceived. He swiftly made his way to the dragon's location. As the Namekian dragon, Porunga had the power to grant 3 wishes. Although he could revive individuals, only one person could be resurrected at a time. Consequently, a dispute erupted between Yamcha and Tien over who should be revived first. At this juncture, Piccolo proposed that he be revived first, as his resurrection would also restore Kami. This would subsequently allow the Dragon Balls on Earth to bring back Yamcha and Tien. Agreeing to this plan, Yamcha and Tien acquiesced, and thus Piccolo was revived first. For the second wish, Piccolo expressed his desire to return to Namek, yearning to engage in battle on his homeland. As for the third wish, there was no time to deliberate, for Vegeta had already arrived. Chapter 22, Vegeta, I am on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. Warrior, he has truly been resurrected. This Dragon Ball can indeed bring people back to life. Luffy, if we had this Dragon Ball, could Ace be revived? Marco, if we possessed the Dragon Balls, Father could also be resurrected. Daigu, indeed, if we had the Dragon Balls, Lucia could be brought back to life as well. Witnessing Piccolo's genuine revival, the audience from all realms was thoroughly convinced that the Dragon Balls could indeed restore life. Although they had previously been astonished by the extraordinary nature of the Dragon Balls, their skepticism lingered due to a lack of first-hand experience. However, that doubt had now been completely obliterated. Piccolo's resurrection had unequivocally validated the immense power of the Dragon Balls. This revelation prompted countless individuals to reflect, as many harbored desires to revive their own loved ones. Regrettably, they lacked access to the Dragon Balls. For the warriors accustomed to the Dragon Balls, the Namekian Dragon Balls presented a significant revelation. Krillin, can the Namekian Dragon Balls truly grant 3 wishes? They're far superior to the Earth Dragon Balls. Yamcha, indeed, but it's a pity that only one person can be revived at a time. In that regard, the Earth Dragon Balls are more potent. Nonetheless, Piccolo was wise to revive himself first. This way, Kami will return, and both Yamcha and I, along with Kaido, can be resurrected using the Dragon Balls from Earth. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Exclaimed Bick. But now that Vegeta has arrived, are we truly going to allow him to fulfill his wish? Queried Krillin. Haha, what else can you possibly do but this? Vegeta proclaimed, brimming with excitement. My wish is about to be realized. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was elated. He never anticipated that the version of himself in the video would not only transform into a Super Saiyan, but could also attain the wish of immortality. In his mind, the Dragon of Namek had one last wish to grant, and since he had already arrived, it was undoubtedly meant for him. The version of himself in the video was on the verge of acquiring eternal life. Frieza, just you wait. This wish is rightfully mine. Frieza seethed. Vegeta, and those 2 little brats, you will pay for this. I will not let you escape. In stark contrast to Vegeta's elation, Frieza's mood was considerably darker. He had already been irritated upon witnessing the version of himself in the video being tricked. The sight of Krillin and the others utilizing what should have been his Dragon Balls only intensified his displeasure. 3 wishes. He could have realized 3 wishes. Yet now he was left with nothing. His only hope was to arrive before the final wish was granted. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly dressed Vegeta and his companions in his own demise. Would the version of himself in the video manage to make it in time? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Frieza continued watching. The other spectators were equally curious. Would Vegeta truly succeed in realizing his wish? In the video, Vegeta implored Dandy to help him fulfill his desire. Initially, Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy opposed the idea, as Vegeta was also their adversary. However, Vegeta informed them that Frieza was en route, and Goku had yet to recover. Only by attaining immortality could he stand a chance against Frieza. Otherwise, they would all perish. Krillin, swayed by Vegeta's reasoning, recognized the truth in his words. Consequently, he reluctantly asked Dandy to grant Vegeta's wish. Yet, just as Vegeta was brimming with excitement, and Dandy and Gohan felt immense reluctance, the dragon of Namek, Purunga, suddenly vanished. Witnessing this, Dandy was engulfed in sorrow, knowing it was due to the passing of the Elder who created the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's dreams were dashed, igniting a furious desire to lash out at Krillin and the others. But in the next moment, he froze, his eyes fixed ahead as his entire body began to tremble. Krillin and Gohan turned to see a figure standing upon the massive rock behind them, gazing at them with an icy glare. It was none other than Frieza. Frieza had arrived. Damn it, I failed to realize my wish, Vegeta exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. He had eagerly prepared himself, anticipating the moment he would witness his aspirations realized, attaining the gift of immortality. Yet, now he was informed of a failure, and Frieza had arrived? Was this not the end? Regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan, though he held immense confidence, believing himself to be the sole candidate, the present circumstances left him utterly perplexed on how to achieve this transformation. Frieza, haha, Vegeta, along with Goku's son and the little bald one, your demise is imminent. Frieza could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing the slaughter of those who had obstructed his desires. He would not let them escape unscathed. Zangetsu thus. Vegeta and his companions are destined to fall at Frieza's hands. Zangetsu. And once Goku recovers from his injuries, he will transform into a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frieza? Vegeta, I have stated it clearly. Only I can become a Super Saiyan. It is utterly impossible for that lowly warrior Kakarot. Frieza, you believe a Super Saiyan can defeat me? Were we not separated by realms, your demise would be certain. Zangetsu's words simultaneously insulted both Vegeta and Frieza. Observing their reactions, he refrained from further comments. Although they resided in different worlds, there existed a possibility that these realms might one day intertwine. He was reluctant to offend such formidable beings with a moment of indiscretion, lest he jeopardize his own world. He understood well that neither Vegeta nor Frieza were entities his pirate world could afford to antagonize. Even the combined strength of his entire world would pale in comparison to a mere flick of their wrists. The disparity was insurmountable. Ichigo Kurosaki. Yet, since this video showcases the transformation into a Super Saiyan, it stands to reason that a Super Saiyan will indeed emerge. Ichigo Kurosaki. Given the current situation, Goku seems the most likely candidate, especially since Vegeta and the others are on the verge of being slain by Frieza. Ichigo Kurosaki. Could it be that Vegeta will suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan at the moment Frieza intends to strike? Vegeta. Indeed, that must be it. Upon reading Ichigo's comment, Vegeta's eyes lit up with realization. Of course, that was the answer. Surely, it would be at the moment Frieza sought to kill him that he would transform into a Super Saiyan. Although he was uncertain of how he would accomplish this feat, he was convinced it would happen. After all, given the current circumstances depicted in the video, failing to become a Super Saiyan would undoubtedly lead to his demise at Frieza's hands. This meant he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, Vegeta, do you truly believe that merely becoming a Super Saiyan would suffice to defeat me? Frieza had grown indifferent to the notion of Super Saiyans. After all, a Super Saiyan was merely a transformation, not a guarantee of victory over him. Given this context, once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his combat power remains inferior to his own. Thus, he certainly cannot be his opponent. Chapter 23. Frieza's Transformation, the ultimate skill of overwhelming victory. Vegeta, Frieza, you must be afraid. Afraid of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, once I become a Super Saiyan, I will undoubtedly defeat you. Unlike Frieza, Vegeta firmly believes that his transformation into a Super Saiyan guarantees his victory over Frieza. After all, the Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among the Saiyans. Defeating Frieza should be quite simple, shouldn't it? Frieza, is that so? I shall wait and see. Frieza, by the way, Vegeta, do not be so confident just yet. Frieza, otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing if you fail to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, that is impossible. Who else besides me can become a Super Saiyan? That lowly warrior Kakarot. Vegeta, Frieza, just watch. Soon, I will transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat you. Frieza, I am looking forward to it. Amidst the bickering between Vegeta and Frieza, the others remained silent. Once their quarrel subsided, the focus shifted back to the video. At this juncture, It appeared that the only solution lay in Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan. So, will Vegeta truly fulfill his claim and become a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frieza? Or, as Frieza suggested, even if he transforms, will he still fall short as an opponent? At that moment, the video narration commenced. As the Cosmic Emperor who has both clashed and allied with Son Goku and Vegeta, Frieza possesses a similar trait to the Saiyans. He too can transform, and not merely into one form. However, strictly speaking, Frieza's transformations are not so much transformations as they are stages of reverting to his original self. Of course, one could argue that Frieza's changes qualify as transformations. What the audience currently observes is Frieza's initial form, which can also be regarded as his final form. Next, he is about to showcase his second form. In the video, Vegeta informs Frieza that he is aware of his ability to transform. With utmost confidence, he challenges Frieza to do so, asserting that together with Krillin and Gohan, he can defeat Frieza. Thus, he wishes to witness the strength of Frieza in his transformed state. Frieza, in response, reveals to Vegeta that his current form is a result of 3 stages of degeneration from his original state. He explains that his initial form was exceedingly powerful, and maintaining that form consumed considerable energy. Since Vegeta has expressed his desire, Frieza decides to demonstrate his transformation. In the next moment, Frieza undergoes his first transformation. His physique begins to enlarge, and the small horns atop his head morph into curved, bull-like horns that stand tall. Of course, the change in physique is not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter lies in the overwhelming power emanating from Frieza, which has grown exponentially compared to before. In my current state, my combat strength undoubtedly exceeds 1 million. Frieza uttered a statement that plunged Vegeta into despair. He could hardly fathom that the transformed Frieza would possess such formidable strength, far beyond his expectations. In his mind, even if Frieza underwent a transformation, he, along with Krillin and Gohan, could still triumph over him. Yet now he harbored doubts. Once Frieza initiated an attack post-transformation, he impaled Krillin with the horns adorning his head, subsequently sending him plummeting into the sea. Witnessing this scene ignited an immense fury within Gohan. In his rage, he unleashed a tremendous power and delivered a severe beating to Frieza. This prompted Vegeta to question whether Gohan might indeed be the true Super Saiyan. However, the disparity in strength between Gohan and Frieza was insurmountable. His assault did little to inflict damage upon Frieza. At the moment Frieza prepared to strike again, a Keyblade surged towards him from behind. Although Frieza managed to evade it, his tail was severed in the process. This Keyblade was none other than the technique executed by Krillin. Remarkably, Krillin, who had previously been brought to the brink of death by Frieza, now appeared to have completely recovered from his injuries for reasons unknown. Krillin, what a pity. If only my attack had landed, I could have sliced Frieza in half. Yamcha, Krillin, your technique is incredible. It even managed to sever Frieza's tail. 10. Indeed, even Vegeta could not accomplish that. Piccolo, alas, Frieza dodged it, otherwise there would be no need for a Super Saiyan to step in. Zangetsu, if one could master such a technique, wouldn't it render them invincible in their own realm? Naruto Uzumaki, this technique far surpasses my Rasengan Shuriken. Zhang Chulan, the disparity in power between Krillin and the transformed Frieza is undoubtedly vast. Zhang Chulan, yet this technique can still sever Frieza's tail. What an extraordinary feat of surpassing one's limits. Saitama, with one punch, I could part the earth down the middle. Saitama, but Krillin's technique could quite literally slice the planet in half. Countless individuals from myriad worlds marveled at Krillin's Keyblade. They had just heard that Frieza's combat power post-transformation exceeded 1 million. While they were unaware of Krillin's exact strength, they recognized the significant gap between him and Frieza. Yet, in light of such a tremendous disparity, the fact that Krillin's single Keyblade could sever Frieza's tail was astounding. Had Frieza not evaded in time, he would have been cleaved in two. This Keyblade technique is truly a divine art of surpassing limits. Should they master such a technique, they could confidently navigate their own worlds. After all, given their own capabilities, even if they were not the strongest, the gap between themselves and the top-tier warriors was not insurmountable. Earth, West City. Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Luo was not at all surprised. He wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Chulin's assessment of the Qi Yuan Slash as a formidable technique capable of slaying foes far beyond one's level. It is noteworthy that Krillin nearly employed this move to single-handedly vanquish both Nappa and Frieza, despite the significant disparity in their powers. This clearly illustrates the tremendous potency of such a technique. In the realm of the manga, no one has ever successfully countered the Chi Yuan slash. The notion of Cell enduring the Chi Yuan slash is purely a fabrication of the anime. Had Krillin indeed succeeded in cleaving Frieza in twain, the intervention of a Super Saiyan would have been unnecessary. Perhaps it was due to the severing of his tail by Krillin that Frieza resorted to such brutal measures to eliminate him. Consequently, he unwittingly facilitated the birth of the Super Saiyan. Lin Luo was curious about Frieza's thoughts upon witnessing the emergence of the Super Saiyan. He eagerly anticipated that moment. Although Krillin almost divided Frieza in half, such a maneuver could only be executed once, as Frieza would undoubtedly become wary thereafter. Subsequently, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle against the transformed Frieza. However, their combined efforts fell short against Frieza's might. Meanwhile, on Namek, Piccolo encountered the gravely injured Nail. Following their fusion, Piccolo's strength surged significantly, leading him to believe he could face any opponent unafraid. Just as Vegeta and the others found themselves at an impasse against Frieza, Piccolo arrived on the scene. Chapter 24. Frieza's transformation is merely an aside. How terrifying must the Super Saiyan be? Due to his fusion with Nail, Piccolo's power increased considerably. He even resolved to challenge Frieza in a one-on-one duel. Piccolo possessed the audacity to believe that he could hold his own against Frieza in his initial transformation stage. During the battle between Piccolo and Frieza, both Vegeta and Frieza made a remarkable discovery. Den possessed the ability to heal the gravely wounded. Upon learning of Den's capability, Vegeta conceived a daring plan. He wished for Krillin to inflict severe injuries upon him, subsequently allowing Den to heal him. This was due to the Saiyans' innate ability. Recovering from near-death states significantly enhances their strength. Vegeta sought to exploit this to augment his own power, even aspiring to transform into a Super Saiyan. Initially, Krillin was unaware of Vegeta's intentions and thus refused. However, under Vegeta's relentless pressure, he instinctively attacked, inflicting severe wounds upon the suppressed Vegeta. Meanwhile, witnessing his inability to subdue Piccolo, Frieza transformed into his second stage. Frieza's second stage bore a resemblance to an alien creature, his form considerably smaller than in the first stage. Yet, his power experienced a remarkable enhancement. After transforming, Piccolo stood no chance against Frieza and was swiftly injured. In a bid to instill even greater despair in Krillin, Gohan, and the others, Frieza did not linger in his second transformation for long before he ascended to his third stage, which is also his ultimate form. Strangely enough, this final transformation is reminiscent of his initial state, as his physique becomes even more diminutive than before. At first glance, Frieza appears to possess little strength, seemingly lacking any threat. However, this perception is merely superficial. Upon transforming into his ultimate form, Frieza's first act was to eliminate Den. Fortunately, Den had just healed Vegeta and Piccolo. Although Den perished, at least Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta were all in peak condition. At this juncture, Vegeta, having recovered from the brink of death, experienced a significant boost in power, restoring his confidence. Frieza, I have now become the Super Saiyan you fear the most, Vegeta boldly declared, pointing his right thumb at himself. Ha ha ha. Frieza, just wait. I shall soon defeat you. Excitedly, he sent a provocative message during the video, reveling in the fact that the version of himself in the footage, having been healed by Den, had greatly enhanced his strength. Surely, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although he was puzzled by the lack of visible change in his appearance, he dismissed the concern. He was certain he had become a Super Saiyan. However, he was taken aback to discover that Frieza possessed 3 transformations. Thankfully, he had achieved Super Saiyan status. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance against Frieza. As for Frieza's response to Vegeta's taunts, he deemed it unnecessary to engage. He would speak after the version of himself in the video had thoroughly defeated Vegeta. As for whether that version could indeed accomplish it, nonsense. Not only did the video's Vegeta not resemble a Super Saiyan, but even if he did, Frieza would remain unperturbed. For the other viewers, the question of whether Vegeta had truly transformed into a Super Saiyan was of great concern. They were also intrigued by the fact that Frieza could undergo so many transformations. Frieza can really transform this many times. One wondered. His power level broke 1,000,000 during his first transformation, another noted. How powerful will he be in his final form? Yet another pondered. Even a video showcasing Frisia's transformations would be sufficient to secure victory in this event, wouldn't it? It was remarked that Frisia's transformations were merely an addition to the video, and the terror of the Super Saiyan transformation was indeed palpable. Upon reading these comments, countless viewers shivered at the realization. Even Frisia's displayed transformations were enough to secure victory in this transformation event. No other transformation videos submitted could compare to Frisia's. However, Frisia's transformation merely accompanies the content of this video. The true protagonist of this footage, the Super Saiyan transformation, must be terrifying beyond imagination. It is undoubtedly immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing Frisia's own transformation. Otherwise, the focus of this video would have been Frisia's transformation instead. Saitama muses, "This is the true cosmic emperor. Boros pales in comparison, unable even to transform." In Saitama's eyes, Boros, the so-called cosmic emperor, appears utterly insignificant. Frisia embodies the true essence of a cosmic ruler. Even the untransformed Frisia eclipses Boros, let alone the Frisia depicted in this video. In the Land of Light, the inhabitants are relieved that this Frisia does not hail from their world. Otherwise, should he invade Earth, their ability to defend it would be in serious jeopardy. The original Ultraman, 7, Jack, and their fellow Ultra brothers feel fortunate. They have encountered numerous formidable monsters, yet most fall short of Frisia's prowess. Despite Frisia's diminutive stature, he would seem easily squashed beneath the feet of these towering giants. However, when strength reaches a certain threshold, size becomes inconsequential. A colossal form is only advantageous when one possesses lesser power. Even now, in the Land of Light, few Ultramen can contend with Frisia. Yet, the new generation of Ultramen may stand a chance. These young warriors, adorned with flamboyant abilities, can transform into various forms powered by their strengths. They might be capable of opposing Frisia, but can they truly measure up against a Super Saiyan? Furthermore, if the Dragon Ball universe possesses transformations even more potent than the Super Saiyan, could these young fighters prevail? It can only be said that the terrifying nature of the Dragon Ball realm may very well surpass that of the Ultramen. At this moment, countless viewers of the video share a singular question. Has Vegeta truly become a Super Saiyan? Can he really defeat Frisia? The ensuing content of the video swiftly reveals the answer. Within the footage, Vegeta, filled with confidence after believing he has transformed into a Super Saiyan, engages in battle with Frisia. However, the outcome is far from favorable. His prideful assertion of strength, claiming to have become a Super Saiyan, crumbles against Frisia's might. He proves to be woefully inadequate. Every attack he launches fails to inflict any harm on Frisia, who instead delivers a brutal beating, leaving Vegeta battered and bruised on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan brace themselves for the impending battle. With Vegeta defeated, it will soon be their turn to face the formidable foe. Simultaneously, aboard Frisia's spaceship, Goku, who has been undergoing treatment, finally completes his recovery and regains all his strength. He departs the ship and senses Frisia's location. Subsequently, he rushes at remarkable speed to join his son and comrades. Chapter 25. The Birth of the Super Saiyan. In this moment, all transformations pale in comparison. In the world of Dragon Ball, on Earth, upon witnessing the timely arrival of Son Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo were nearly brought to tears. After all, in the previous video, it was Goku's tardiness that led to the sacrifice of Yamcha, Tien, and others. Now, Goku had finally arrived without delay. Had he been even a minute or two late, they likely would have met their demise at the hands of Frisia. However, apprehension soon followed. Although Goku's injuries had healed, was he truly a match for Frisia? Given the current circumstances, only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he hope to stand against Frisia. Yet, Goku appeared far from ready to transform. Frisia, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, dear Vegeta, is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? Remarkably powerful, truly worthy of the legendary Saiyan warriors. At Frisia's taunting words, Vegeta's expression darkened, a shade darker than ink. He had anticipated showcasing his prowess against Frisia. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a beatdown. But why? In the video, he should have exhibited a significant power increase, surpassing the limits of a Saiyan. Why was he still no match for Frisia? Moreover, it appeared that in the video, he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that this tale of the Super Saiyan had nothing to do with him? Was it possible that that lowly warrior, Kakarot, would be the one to achieve the transformation? No, he would not accept that. He refused to believe it. Yet, he was not alone in his disbelief. Other viewers from across the multiverse were beginning to grasp the situation. Meliodas, it seems that indeed, the Super Saiyan is Son Goku's transformation. Alru, indeed, with Vegeta severely injured by Frieza, it is unlikely he would transform. Alru, and Gohan is also unlikely to transform, leaving only Son Goku as the most probable candidate. Uchiha Sasuke, the pressing question now is, how did Son Goku become a Super Saiyan? Uzumaki Naruto, the Saiyan's previous transformation into a great ape requires the sight of a full moon. Uzumaki Naruto, could it be that transforming into a Super Saiyan also necessitates witnessing something specific? Uchiha Sasuke, spare us your wild guesses. Even the Saiyans themselves are uncertain, and your conjectures will yield no answers. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm merely speculating, no need to be so harsh. Zhangguo, in any case, the Super Saiyan should soon make an appearance. Goku's battle with Frieza is likely their final confrontation. Zhangguo's words earned the approval of the other viewers. Indeed, this battle had reached its most thrilling juncture. The Super Saiyan would undoubtedly emerge in this clash. This video had built up to this moment for so long. At last, they were on the brink of witnessing the arrival of the Super Saiyan. In the video, after Goku's arrival, he stood face to face with Frieza. This marks the inaugural encounter between the two. In the face of Frieza's assault, Goku effortlessly repelled him with a single hand. This spectacle astonished Frieza and elicited laughter from Vegeta. Frieza, he is the Super Saiyan you fear the most. Initially, Vegeta believed Goku was the Super Saiyan. Then he thought Gohan possessed that title, and subsequently considered himself to be the Super Saiyan. Ultimately, however, Vegeta came to the realization that Goku was indeed the true Super Saiyan. His words further irked Frieza, who unleashed a beam that pierced Vegeta's heart. In his final moments, Vegeta finally expressed the sentiments he had harbored deep within. He confided in Goku that their Saiyan homeworld had been annihilated by Frieza, imploring Goku to avenge their fallen kin. After uttering these words, tears streaming down his cheeks, Vegeta succumbed to death. Goku, in turn, honored Vegeta by giving him a proper burial. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta trembled with emotion. Were it not for the knowledge that he was still aboard the spaceship, he might have erupted in rage. He, Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, wept before countless beings across the multiverse. Furthermore, he shed tears in the presence of Kakarot, this lowly warrior. His current emotional state could only be encapsulated in two words: disgrace. The noble prince of the Saiyans, casually slain by Frieza as if he were a mere dog on the roadside. To compound his humiliation, he had entrusted the hope of avenging the Saiyans to Kakarot before his demise. He yearned to inquire of the version of himself captured in the video, to understand what thoughts occupied his mind. Moreover, the fact that the version of him in the video perished signified a profound truth. He was not the Super Saiyan. It was highly probable that it was Kakarot, this inferior warrior, who transformed instead. Regardless of his acceptance, the current circumstances spoke for themselves. Yet, amidst the shame and the difficulty of acceptance, Vegeta's heart harbored a flicker of anticipation. The Super Saiyan, the legendary warrior of the Saiyans, was soon to emerge. He would witness a spectacle that countless Saiyans had never beheld. In the video, after burying Vegeta, Goku commenced an intense battle with Frieza. Unlike Vegeta, Goku managed to exchange a few blows with Frieza. However, that was all he could muster. Initially, Goku held his ground against Frieza, but as Frieza incrementally enhanced his power, Goku began to falter. Even when employing his ultimate technique, the Kaioken times 20, he could merely match Frieza at half of his strength. The sheer terror of Frieza surpassed Goku's imagination. It dawned on Goku that there was but one way to defeat Frieza: to harness the Spirit Bomb. However, gathering the necessary energy would require time. During this interval, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo bravely risked their lives to buy time. At last, through their valiant efforts, Goku completed the Spirit Bomb and hurled it towards Frieza. Both Frieza and the Spirit Bomb vanished beneath the waves of the ocean. Just when Sun Wukong and his companions believed they had vanquished Frieza, they were astonished to discover that Frieza was not dead. Despite sustaining significant injuries, he remained alive. Frieza launched an attack on Sun Wukong, only to be intercepted by Piccolo. Subsequently, Frieza lifted Krillin into the air with a wave of his hand. Krillin could barely utter Wukong before he was engulfed in a fiery explosion. The death of Krillin became a catalyst for Sun Wukong's fury. Bowing his head, he was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. "You, how could you?" As he spoke, he instinctively raised his head. During this process, his black hair subtly transformed into standing golden locks, and his dark pupils began to shift to a vivid green. Lightning crackled through the air, and small stones levitated around Sun Wukong as a golden aura began to shimmer around him. This scene left his son, Sun Gohan, in awe and perplexed Frieza, who wondered what was transpiring with Sun Wukong. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong erupted in golden flames. His hair stood tall, his pupils glowed green, and he fixed a furious gaze upon Frieza. Thus began the most iconic transformation, the Super Saiyan. In that moment, when Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan, all other transformations paled in comparison. Chapter 26. Anger. The key to the Super Saiyan transformation, the instant Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. When this warrior with golden hair and green eyes emerged enveloped in a golden aura, countless spectators across the realms rose to their feet. At the birth of the Super Saiyan, they felt as though all previous transformation videos were rendered insignificant. In that moment, they understood that transformations could be categorized into two types: the Super Saiyan transformation and all others. Countless individuals stared in disbelief at the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong on the screen, utterly mesmerized, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Even through the video, they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, making it difficult to breathe. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Is this the existence that reduces Frieza, who commands 3 transformations, to mere background? Is this the legendary warrior of the Saiyans? Indeed, it surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even though Sun Wukong had yet to engage in battle, they could intuitively sense, as if through their very knees, that the transformed Sun Wukong was undeniably extraordinary. In the world of Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki watched the video of Sun Wukong and compared it to his Sage Mode and Ninetales Chakra Mode. In terms of flamboyance, his transformations might be considered more extravagant than that of the Super Saiyan. However, when it came to the sense of pressure, he could only concede that the Super Saiyan eclipsed his transformations by unfathomable margins. If I had been sealed with the power of a Super Saiyan from the beginning, I would have long since become Hokage. The entire ninja world is not enough for me to conquer, murmured Naruto Uzumaki. The Ninetales, upon hearing his words, found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Could he claim to be comparable to a Super Saiyan? How absurd. If the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could have effortlessly subdued him, then a Super Saiyan could annihilate him countless times with but a flick of their wrist. Seriously, do you believe you possess the merit to have a Super Saiyan sealed within you? The Ninetales, rendered speechless, could only mock Naruto. Yet, in the face of such ridicule, Naruto did not retort. Indeed, he felt utterly unworthy. Not only was he unfit to be compared to a Super Saiyan, but even Vegeta or Master Roshi were beyond his reach. In the world of pirates, similarly golden-haired, Sanji gazed enviously at his own yellow locks. Why did the Super Saiyan exude such an overwhelming aura and charm? Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Sanji contemplated whether he should style his hair like Goku's, standing upright. Previously, he thought such a hairstyle appeared foolish. However, witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan compelled him to concede that the upright hair indeed looked quite striking. Even if he could not match Goku's strength, possessing a fraction of his allure would suffice. He wondered how many admirers that might attract. In the land of light, a golden Super Saiyan, the ultimate life form, Tartarus, also bore a golden hue. Does gold signify the hallmark of the strong? The Ultra Brothers recalled Tartarus, who had caused them considerable trouble, posing a threat rivaling that of Belial. Since Super Saiyans are golden, should they not also consider dyeing their hair gold? Furthermore, if they could transform into Super Saiyans while in their Ultraman forms, how much would their power increase? The thought was almost inconceivable. Across countless realms, many yearn for the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, both handsome and powerful. Alas, they are not Saiyans. Among them, the one who longed the most was undoubtedly Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball universe, aboard a spaceship, Vegeta's emotions swirled with complexity. Damn you, Kakarot. So you are the one who has transformed into a Super Saiyan. His feelings were a tumult of resentment and excitement. The resentment stemmed from the fact that the first to attain the Super Saiyan transformation was not he, the Prince of Saiyans, but Kakarot, a lowly warrior. He had been surpassed by a lower-class fighter. Yet, His excitement arose from the truth of the Super Saiyan legend. Since Kakarot could achieve this transformation, surely he, the Prince of Saiyans, could as well. However, a troubling thought struck him. Damn it, I was killed by Frieza. Vegeta's previously exhilarated expression darkened instantly. In the video, he is already deceased. This implies that, at least within the confines of the footage, one cannot witness his transformation into a Super Saiyan. He is unable to showcase his splendor to the myriad realms. Moreover, another pressing question arises. How exactly did Kakarot achieve this transformation? Did Frieza merely slay a few of his companions, and that was sufficient for him to transform? It eludes comprehension. He simply cannot fathom it. If he is unable to grasp this, does it mean he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan either? Thus, who can elucidate for him how Kakarot managed to transform? This inquiry is not solely on the mind of Vegeta. Kefla, so, who can tell me how this Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan? Kefla, are there any limitations? Is it a feat exclusive to the Saiyans of Universe 7? On Planet Salad in Universe 6, Kefla is impatiently eager to uncover the answer. She has long wondered whether the Saiyans from their universe could also ascend to Super Saiyan status. Now, with the Super Saiyan truly manifested, irrespective of power, she is exceedingly pleased with its aesthetic appeal. Thus, she is fervently curious about the mechanics of this transformation. Can only the Saiyans from Universe 7 achieve it? Or could the Saiyans from Universe 6 do so as well? Bills, I see, is it due to anger? Bills, witnessing his companions fall to Frieza's wrath, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bills, yet, I wonder if this method could enable Goku to attain the form of Super Saiyan God. As a god of destruction, Bills naturally discerns the source of Goku's transformation. It is born from fury. Goku's rage transcended all limits, leading to his metamorphosis. This provokes another question in Bill's mind. If Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan out of anger, might he also do so in the pursuit of becoming a Super Saiyan God? If that is the case, he must contemplate whether to eliminate all of Goku's companions to incite his wrath. Bill's commentary awakens a realization in others. Anger? Could it be that if they too were enraged, they might transform? Vegeta, Kefla, and others find themselves in deep contemplation. Yet, to what extent must their anger escalate to achieve transformation? What circumstances could evoke such profound fury within them? Kefla seems relatively untroubled, but Vegeta genuinely struggles to conceive a situation that could incite such anger. He believes that even if he were to suffer Frieza's indignities, it would not suffice to reach the threshold for transformation. Otherwise, the version of himself in the video would have already metamorphosed. Was he not insulted by Frieza enough in the footage? Yamcha, I see. Frieza's murder of Piccolo has already instilled great fury in Goku. Yamcha. The death of Krillin was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Tien, indeed. Why must he kill Krillin of all people? Chapter 27. I am the Super Saiyan from Earth, Son Goku. As warriors who grew alongside Son Goku, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan are acutely aware of the profound bond shared between Goku and Krillin. In their childhood, Krillin faced death once, prompting an enraged Goku to rush out, intent on avenging his friend, disregarding even Master Roshi's admonitions. Now, with Frieza having slain Krillin once more, it is hardly surprising that Goku would transform out of fury. Krillin is deeply moved. Indeed, the relationship between him and Goku has proven resilient against the trials of fate. His demise becomes the pivotal moment for Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. The significance of this is unmistakable. In West City, Lin Luo observes the barrage of comments with a hint of exasperation. Anger is undeniably a crucial catalyst for transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, in the later stages, the transformation has been overly simplified, almost reduced to a mere technique. Goten and Trunks can effortlessly achieve this transformation, and the Saiyans from Universe 6 also manage to transform once they grasp the method. Yet, it is worth noting that the most formidable Saiyans have all transformed out of rage. Goku is a prime example, and so too are Vegeta and Gohan, who underwent their transformations fueled by anger. Even Broly transformed in response to Frieza's act of murdering his father, illustrating that the strongest Saiyans share a commonality in their transformations. Achieving this state through genuine fury is the true path. Goku, damn it. Krillin has been killed again. Goku. Krillin has already been resurrected once with the Dragon Balls. He cannot come back to life again. On Snake Way, Goku is indeed preoccupied with his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet his greater concern lies with the fact that this marks Krillin's second death. The Earth's Dragon Balls have limitations. Once someone has been resurrected, they cannot return to life again. Thus, this time, Krillin is truly gone. And it is no wonder Goku is so enraged. Krillin, yes. I can no longer be revived. Tien Shinhan. I see now. No wonder Goku is so furious. Frieza truly deserves condemnation. Yamcha. Now I understand why the video mentioned that the birth of the Super Saiyan was entirely orchestrated by Frieza. Piccolo. Had Frieza only killed me, Goku might not have transformed. Piccolo. But he insisted on killing Krillin. Jiaozi. It's all right, Krillin. I too cannot be revived. I will accompany you when the time comes. Jiaozi's words leave Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan in solemn silence. Neither Jiaozi nor Krillin can return, meaning they will never see each other again. Bulma. Why are you all so sorrowful? Bulma. Since you already know what the future holds, why not change it? Bulma. Haven't you all come to my house to train? If you become stronger, then no one will die when the time comes. Upon seeing Bulma's message, the warriors' spirits were lifted. Indeed, since they were aware of the events that would unfold in the future and had arrived at Bulma's residence, they would soon be able to train in a high-gravity environment. Their strength would undoubtedly surpass that of their counterparts in the video. They were determined to alter the course of events depicted in the footage. Goku. Everyone, let's give it our all. I will also strive diligently under King Kai. Krillin, yes. We will certainly put in the effort. The warriors were filled with fervor, motivated to change the future. Inspired by their enthusiasm, countless beings across the multiverse were equally spirited. Even those injured and confined to their beds felt compelled to push through their pain and contribute. At that moment, Frieza interjected. Oh ho ho ho. Are you all a bit too naive? It sounds as though you believe that once Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will be able to defeat me. Frieza's dismissive remarks echoed through the chat. After all, a Super Saiyan is merely a transformation. Do you truly think that Goku's power after transforming will surpass mine? Why do you all seem so certain that Goku will inevitably win? Previously, Frieza would have felt uneasy upon witnessing Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, now that he understood it was simply a change in form, he felt reassured. Even if the transformation granted significant power, if Goku's strength prior to the change was inadequate, he would still be no match for Frieza. How much stronger could a Super Saiyan truly become? Even if the increase was tenfold, it would only result in a boost of 20 or 30 times at most. They would still not be his equal. Thus, he found the praises of the Super Saiyan to be utterly laughable, as if Goku's transformation alone would enable him to defeat Frieza. Krillin. Frieza, just wait. Goku will definitely defeat you. Tien Shinhan. That's right, you will surely lose to Goku. Yamcha. You have no idea how strong Goku really is. Piccolo. In this regard, I concur with them. You truly do not understand who Goku is. As warriors who had grown alongside Goku, Krillin and the others possessed unwavering faith in him. If Goku was not Frieza's equal before, would it not render his transformation futile if he remained so afterward? They knew Goku well. No matter what peril he faced, he would overcome it. The old Piccolo had done so, the current Piccolo was doing so, and even Vegeta in the previous video had demonstrated the same resilience. Thus, they believed that Frieza would inevitably fall to Goku. Frieza, is that so? Then let us wait and see. Frieza refrained from arguing further. He looked forward to mocking these individuals once Goku was defeated. Meanwhile, within the video after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he urged Gohan to swiftly take Piccolo away. Piccolo was still alive, and they needed to find a way to heal him. Frieza, of course, would not allow Gohan to depart unchallenged. Just as he prepared to strike, Sun Wukong intervened. Mind your hands, you filth. You, a creature who revels in murder, have even slain Krillin. I am truly enraged, Frieza. Sun Wukong bellowed, engaging Frieza in a fierce battle. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, the once formidable Frieza appeared insignificant before Sun Wukong. Frieza's attacks failed to land on Sun Wukong. Even when Sun Wukong allowed Frieza to strike, he could not breach his defenses. This left Frieza incredulous. Yet, Frieza remained confident, believing Sun Wukong to be no match for him. Do you truly think you can be my opponent? Frieza taunted, gesturing to himself with his left thumb. Then, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of blows upon him, each strike landing with devastating impact. Who are you exactly? Frieza gasped, finally unable to withstand the onslaught. You have known me all along, have you not? Sun Wukong replied calmly. I am a Saiyan from Earth, once a lover of peace. But now, awakened by rage, I am the Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong. Chapter 28. Thus, they perished, the philosophical realm of Sun Wukong. You are a cruel being, and I shall never forgive you. You claim you will not forgive me? Is it correct, then, that your Saiyan kind once slaughtered countless lives? In response to Frisia's soul-searching inquiry, Sun Wukong simply stated, thus, they perished. This single remark left Frisia utterly speechless, at a loss for words. Sun Wukong's answer was entirely unexpected, not only for Frisia but for countless others across the realms. Warring states. Thus, the Saiyans met their demise, a simple phrase, yet laden with profound significance. Zhang Chulan. Indeed, Sun Wukong is a Saiyan himself. His words imply that all who commit genocide are in the wrong. Zhang Chulan. Even if they belong to one's own race, they are not exempt. Zhang Zhiwei. Sun Wukong is not only powerful, but also possesses a remarkably mature mindset, truly a master of his generation. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki. Do you see? Learn from Sun Wukong, rather than relying solely on your verbal jutsu. Naruto Uzumaki. I find this incorrect. It was other Saiyans who perpetrated the slaughter of innocents, not Sun Wukong. Naruto Uzumaki. If I were Sun Wukong, I would certainly engage Frisia in a thorough discussion. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, I suggest you learn from Sun Wukong and refrain from merely talking. It is evident that Naruto Uzumaki's verbal assaults have even begun to vex his closest companion. After all, Sasuke Uchiha is indeed one of the targets of Naruto's tongue. Observing the discussions across the myriad realms regarding Sun Wukong's statement, Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. His intention in incorporating this segment was to allow others in the universe to glimpse the profound philosophical realm of Sun Wukong. What elevates Dragon Ball to the status of a legendary masterpiece, indeed a global phenomenon, is not solely the author's exceptional artistry, but also the profound messages woven within its narrative. Unlike many other works that revel in imparting grand philosophies, Dragon Ball possesses a simplicity that belies its depth. The wisdom encapsulated within is potent enough to overshadow countless other stories. Take, for instance, Sun Wukong's poignant declaration, that is why they perished. Such a statement alone is sufficient to eclipse numerous narratives that indulge in moralizing discourse. Were this a different tale, one might expect an extensive debate with Frisia. However, the attention of the masses is firmly fixed on Sun Wukong's words, while Vegeta's focus remains directed at Frisia. Ha ha ha. Frisia, do you see this? This is the Super Saiyan. You are no match for him. Vegeta exclaims, brimming with exhilaration, even as he gestures animatedly. Although it is not he who has transformed into a Super Saiyan, a fact that irks him greatly, witnessing Frisia being mercilessly beaten uplifts his spirits immensely. In the video, he had perished at Frisia's hands and thus missed this spectacle. Yet now, in reality, he witnesses the might of the Super Saiyan. Truly, the legendary warrior of the Saiyans is immensely powerful. After the transformation, Frisia stands no chance against Kakarot. Even a lower-class warrior transformed into a Super Saiyan exhibits such strength. What then would be the extent of power for a Saiyan prince such as himself? The mere thought is overwhelming. Yet, the transformation into a Super Saiyan demands an unparalleled fury, a requirement that proves to be somewhat challenging for Vegeta. This dilemma weighs heavily on his mind. If indeed the transformation necessitates an immense rage, how might he summon such fury? In another spacecraft en route to Earth, Frisia, upon reading Vegeta's taunts, crushes his wine glass in a fit of rage, his expression contorted in displeasure. He had initially believed that even if Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would still not be his equal. After all, the potency of a transformation is fundamentally linked to the strength one possessed prior to the change. He had never deemed pre-transformation Sun Wukong worthy of his regard, and naturally, he holds the transformed Sun Wukong in the same low esteem. However, the reality is far from what he envisioned. The version of himself in the video turns out to be no match for the Super Saiyan Goku. How could this be possible? Just how much battle power does this transformation into a Super Saiyan confer? Fortunately, he reassures himself that his strength is not limited to what was displayed. Frisia, Vegeta, you are celebrating a bit prematurely. Frisia, surely, you do not believe this is all the power I possess. Frisia is well aware that the version of himself in the video has not yet unleashed his full potential. He cannot fathom that even with his complete strength, he would still be inferior to Goku. Frisia's comments in the chat stir curiosity and anticipation among countless spectators across the multiverse. Frisia has not yet exerted himself to the utmost. Just how formidable is he when he does? Who will emerge victorious between him and Goku? After being rendered speechless by Goku's remark, Frisia opts for direct confrontation. Yet, he still finds himself outmatched by Goku, who perceives him as weak. This realization ignites Frisia's fury, causing his physique to swell with power. He is now ready to unveil his full strength. Frisia informs Goku that he had previously refrained from using his full capabilities, as doing so would drastically shorten his lifespan. However, the time has come to unleash it. Goku, instead of hindering Frisia, seems eager for him to display his true power. Duanyan, Goku should not let this happen. If it were me, I would seize the opportunity to strike Frisia while he is powering up. In the realm of Wawa, Duanyan, witnessing Goku's patience, finds it perplexing. He has seen similar scenes before in videos featuring other armored summonings and masked heroes. Many times, villains transform while the heroes merely wait. He cannot comprehend why they do not take the chance to intervene during the villain's transformation. Why must they wait until the transformation is complete? This pattern persists among other armored summonings and masked heroes, and now it is evident with Goku as well. Is he the only one acting rationally? Krillin, Duanyan. You do not understand. Goku thrives on battling formidable foes. Krillin, seeing Frisia unleash his full power delights him. Why would he wish to stop that? Yamcha, indeed. If one were to put it plainly, Goku possesses an unparalleled passion for combat. Now, Duanyan comprehends. As a combat enthusiast, Goku would naturally feel exhilarated witnessing his opponent grow stronger. He can grasp Goku's actions. Yet he remains baffled by the behavior of the other armored summonings and masked heroes, for they are not combat fanatics. Chapter 29, The Farmer and the Serpent. Goku and Frisia in order to ensure his victory over Goku. In addition to unleashing his full power, Frisia executed another sinister act. He condensed a death ball. However, this assault was not aimed at Son Goku, but rather at the planet Namek itself. Frisia intended to annihilate Namek. Son Goku was taken aback by Frisia's unexpected move, leaving him unable to intervene in time. The death ball struck Namek, instantly precipitating catastrophic changes on the planet. The weather turned violently tumultuous, and the very tectonic plates of the world shifted dramatically. Frisia informed Son Goku that in 5 minutes, Namek would be obliterated. Even if he could not defeat Son Goku, the latter would not survive, for Saiyans could not endure the vacuum of space, while he, Frisia, could. Thus, the only one who would remain alive would be Frisia himself. Nevertheless, Son Goku remained unfazed. His singular focus was to vanquish Frisia. After Frisia unleashed his complete power, Son Goku indeed found himself at a disadvantage, much to Frisia's delight, as he believed his status as the Cosmic Emperor was secure. However, what Frisia failed to notice was that regardless of how relentlessly he attacked Son Goku, or how often he knocked him to the ground, Son Goku always rose again. His expression betrayed no hint of despair, but rather an unshakable calm, as if everything was within his control. Meanwhile, during the fierce battle between Frisia and Son Goku, King Kai undertook a significant task. He instructed the Guardian of Earth to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish to resurrect all those slain by Frisia. Since Piccolo had not yet perished, the Guardian was still alive. Following King Kai's command, he hurriedly summoned Din to collect the Dragon Balls and invoke the Eternal Dragon for the wish. The Earth Dragon had no limitations on the number of individuals it could resurrect. Consequently, once the wish was granted, all those who had perished at Frisia's hands on Namek were revived, including the Grand Elder of Namek. Subsequently, King Kai communicated with the Grand Elder, urging him to use the final wish of Namek's dragon to transfer all life on the planet, except Frisia, to Earth. However, his transmission was interrupted by Son Goku, who wished to modify the wish's content. He requested that he and Frisia remain on Namek while everyone else was transported to Earth, as he sought to determine the outcome of their battle there. Unable to refuse Son Goku, King Kai acquiesced. Following this, the Grand Elder instructed the revived Din to summon the dragon and make the wish. The dragon's appearance captured Frisia's attention. He broke free from Son Goku and soared towards the dragon, shouting his own wish. Fortunately, he did not use Namek's language for his wish, so Porunga ignored him. After Din completed the wish, all those on Namek, except Son Goku and Frisia, were transported to Earth, including Vegeta. Just before his transfer, Vegeta witnessed Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, you have finally become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta remarked thoughtfully, before being whisked away to Earth. From that moment on, only Sun Wukong and Frieza remained on Namek. With less than 5 minutes remaining until the planet's annihilation, Sun Wukong's actions left countless spectators perplexed. Why doesn't Sun Wukong return to Earth with the others? Namek is on the brink of destruction. Even if he could defeat Frieza, he would perish alongside the planet. Even a battle fanatic would disregard their own life for the sake of combat. This seems a bit excessive. Is it true that he values a showdown with Frieza over his own existence? Sun Wukong's passion for battle is truly unfathomable. In the land of light, the Ultraman brothers were equally bewildered by Sun Wukong's decision. While they would willingly sacrifice themselves for Earth, they would never disregard their lives merely for the sake of fighting. Sun Wukong had the option to return to safety with the others, leaving Frieza alone on Namek, yet he chose to stay behind to determine the victor. They simply could not comprehend this choice. Were they in his position, they would undoubtedly opt to return to Earth with their companions. It can only be said that Sun Wukong's fervor for battle was beyond their understanding. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama clenched his fist, contemplating his own resolve. If he were to encounter a formidable opponent, would he, like Sun Wukong, disregard his life solely for the thrill of combat? Perhaps he might. However, until now, he had yet to meet an adversary with whom he could truly engage in battle. Within the fleeting minutes, Sun Wukong and Frieza erupted into a fierce clash once more. As time passed, Frieza, who had initially held the upper hand, began to falter. "I'm done playing," Sun Wukong suddenly declared. "Since you revealed your full strength, your energy has been diminishing. I've lost interest. My energy is nearly depleted as well. I must leave to seek a way back to Earth. You may remain here." The implication was clear. Sun Wukong had been toying with Frieza throughout their fight, and Frieza's apparent advantage had been a ruse orchestrated by Sun Wukong. After delivering this poignant statement, Sun Wukong turned his back to Frieza, leaving him with a classic expression, one that conveyed a complex blend of anger, pity, and sorrow. As the Cosmic Emperor, how could Frieza accept Sun Wukong's words and that expression? Rising to his feet, Frieza unleashed 2 attacks reminiscent of his energy blade, which would relentlessly pursue Sun Wukong. Despite Sun Wukong's evasive maneuvers, Frieza's strikes continued to follow him. In the midst of dodging, Sun Wukong found the opportunity to counterattack, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. Yet, as Frieza regained his footing, his own attacks lingered ominously behind him. Although Sun Wukong cautioned Frieza against rising, it was already too late. Frieza was struck by his own attack, severed in 2. Observing the fallen Frieza, bisected and sprawled on the ground, Sun Wukong felt a pang of sorrow for him. Just as he prepared to depart, Frieza's desperate pleas for help echoed through the air. "Please, I beg you, save me." At this moment, Frieza teetered on the brink of death, his consciousness fading. It remained ambiguous whether his cries for salvation were a deliberate ploy or a genuine appeal. Nevertheless, moved by Frieza's cries, Sun Wukong ultimately could not bear to forsake him and chose to share a portion of his own energy. Thus unfolded the tale of the farmer and the snake, Donghua and the wolf, Sun Wukong and Frieza. As Sun Wukong soared into the distance, preparing to leave, a rejuvenated Frieza launched a final assault against him. "You scoundrel!" Sun Wukong bellowed, countering Frieza's attack with a swift strike, rendering Frieza utterly incapable of further combat. This epic confrontation between the Cosmic Emperor and the Super Saiyan concluded with the triumphant victory of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Chapter 30. Krillin had never witnessed Sun Wukong in a state of fury. Genos. It seems that the Super Saiyan truly excels. Genos. Even the Cosmic Emperor Frieza is no match for Sun Wukong. Ichigo Kurosaki. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is both impressive and powerful. How I wish I could achieve it too. Ichigo Kurosaki. Alas, I am not a Saiyan. Sanji. Who says you're not? After witnessing the transformation into a Super Saiyan, countless beings across myriad realms expressed their regrets, lamenting their lack of Saiyan heritage. If only they were Saiyans. They too might have the chance to transform into Super Saiyans. The Super Saiyan transformation is not only formidable, but also incredibly striking. Is it not far superior to other transformations? Yet, the question lingered. Could the Multiverse Video Network grant them access to the Saiyan transformation? If so, it would be nothing short of magnificent. In the 6th universe, on Planet Salad, the Super Saiyan transformation seemed devoid of restrictions. It was not limited to the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Kale was exhilarated. Unlike the previous transformation into a great ape, which necessitated a tail, the Super Saiyan transformation appeared unrestricted for the Saiyans of the 6th universe. The challenge lay in discovering how to achieve this transformation. However, the requisite condition had been previously articulated, an overwhelming fury. Yet, what could incite such profound rage within her? Kale found herself deeply troubled. Throughout her life, she had seemingly never encountered anything that could evoke such intense anger. Like Vegeta, Kale faced a similar dilemma. They understood the key to transforming into Super Saiyans. Yet they remained oblivious to how to reach that critical state of unparalleled fury. Within Frisia's spaceship, Frisia struggled to contain his emotions. He had actually been defeated. He, the illustrious emperor of the universe, astonishingly suffered defeat at the hands of the foul monkey that is Son Goku, a Saiyan. Moreover, he even sought aid from Goku. As for Goku's subsequent retaliation after saving him, that is of little consequence. Is it not entirely natural for him to act in such a manner? Indeed, the Saiyans present a formidable threat. This time, as I venture to Earth, I shall not grant them the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyans. Furthermore, I must personally take charge of the quest for the Dragon Balls from the very beginning. Frisia resolved that upon his arrival on Earth, he would personally embark on the search for the Dragon Balls. He has come to understand why, in the end, the Dragon Balls fell into the hands of Krillin and Gohan, leaving him with nothing at all. It is precisely because he chose to intervene only at the last moment. Previously, he had relied on his subordinates, who ultimately proved to be utterly inept. Therefore, this time, he intends to take the initiative from the outset and locate the Dragon Balls himself. Once he acquires the Dragon Balls and fulfills his wish, he will obliterate the Earth, reducing it and Goku to mere cosmic dust. Having discerned how he faltered in the video, he is determined not to repeat such failure. However, it raises a question: why does the video appear to be incomplete, as if there is more to come? This query is not solely Frisia's. The other viewers share the same curiosity. Thus, they continued to watch. Subsequently, a voiceover emerged. The Super Saiyan, though not the pinnacle of Saiyan transformations, is undoubtedly the most iconic among them. Since Goku first unleashed this transformation, the Saiyans have entered an era of metamorphosis. As a transformation more potent than the Great Ape form, the Super Saiyan may seem merely a change in hair color and pupil hue, lacking the striking impact of the Great Ape transformation. Yet, in truth, the Super Saiyan transformation surpasses the Great Ape form in strength. It grants the transformed individual a staggering 50-fold increase in power. Moreover, this enhancement does not diminish as the transformer's strength increases. Even the weakest Great Ape transformation possesses an outrageous trait. The boost remains fixed and does not wane with the user's growing power. This is exceedingly terrifying. In the realm of gaming, the Super Saiyan represents a skill capable of amplifying power by 50-100, as is widely acknowledged. Abilities that can enhance strength by a percentage are exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, how could they be deemed noble percentages? Unlike some other transformations that fail to yield significant power increases as the transformer's strength grows. This is precisely why Saiyan transformations retain their potency even within the most powerful of fantastical realms. The prowess of ancient sacred physiques or innate holy bodies raises the question of whether they can amplify their bearer's strength to such an extent, and whether such enhancements can be sustained consistently. Upon learning of the multipliers associated with the Super Saiyan transformation, Frisia found himself agitated. A 50-fold increase? Even so, why am I not a match for Son Goku? He pondered, questioning how it was possible that Son Goku could rival him. Especially considering his power level prior to transforming must have been considerably low. In the next moment, the video provided clarity to Frisia's bewilderment. Vegeta believed that merely attaining the Super Saiyan form would render him invincible across the universe, capable of defeating Frisia. However, that was not the case. The transformation only augmented strength by 50 times. Thus, if one's power was insufficient before the transformation, they would still fall short against Frisia post-transformation. Frisia's final form, at full power, boasted a battle power of 12 million. When Son Goku first arrived on Namek, even utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken technique, his battle power was merely around 180,000. Yet, the Saiyans possessed a formidable passive ability. When severely injured, they could recover and significantly boost their strength. Consequently, when Son Goku completed his recovery and reached the battlefield, his power had surged to 3 million. Thus, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power increased 50-fold, reaching 150 million, enabling him to defeat Frieza. Frieza exclaimed, "He must report this. The Saiyans are cheating. Just a single recovery from severe injury. And Son Goku's battle power has soared to such heights. To think he could defeat me after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Is this not cheating?" Therefore, even if Vegeta truly attained the Super Saiyan form, he would not stand a chance against Frieza at that moment, as his base power was insufficient. Only after his revival and transformation could he barely surpass Frieza, with a battle power of 250,000. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power would be 12 million, just enough to marginally exceed Frieza. Vegeta protested. He refuses to accept this. On Namek, he has utilized the Saiyan passive to enhance his strength more than once. Ultimately, he even died and was revived. Yet even so, the enhancement he gained pales in comparison to the boost Kakarot received from a single recovery. He refuses to accept this. Is he not the Prince of Saiyans? Why must Kakarot, this lowly warrior, exceed him in growth? The video previously mentioned that the emergence of the Super Saiyan was entirely orchestrated by Frieza. But why was this asserted? This leads us to a rather amusing yet factual anecdote. Krillin had never witnessed Son Goku in a state of fury. Chapter 31. The entanglement of Son Goku and Frieza is not yet over? What does this have to do with me? Upon seeing the video reference him, Krillin felt perplexed. What did it mean that he had never seen Goku angry? Was there any truth to this? Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seemed he had indeed never witnessed Goku's wrath firsthand. Any instances he had seen were merely through video. In reality, such an event has yet to transpire. Therefore, the transformation of oneself and Goku into Super Saiyans is inextricably linked. Although Krillin is quite astute, he has yet to comprehend the implications of the video concerning himself. After all, those embroiled in a situation often find themselves perplexed. However, he shall soon come to understand. It is well known that Krillin and Son Goku have grown up and trained together since childhood, their bond being exceptionally profound, unparalleled by anyone else. Consequently, Krillin can be regarded as Goku's Achilles heel, untouchable by any adversary. During their youth, Krillin experienced his first demise at the hands of Demon King Piccolo's minion, Tambourine. This incident ignited Goku's first surge of fury. The video then shifts to the poignant moment of Krillin's childhood demise. Upon witnessing Krillin's lifeless body, Goku was consumed by rage. Disregarding even the words of his master, Master Roshi, he, burdened with exhaustion, dashed forth, seeking vengeance for Krillin. So that was what transpired back then? Reflecting on the video, Krillin felt a wave of nostalgia. He certainly recalled the incident, being his first brush with death, though he was subsequently resurrected. The events that unfolded in between remained a mystery to him. It turned out that Goku was so enraged in seeking retribution for him after his death. Indeed, the bond between him and Goku is irrefutable. Moreover, Goku's actions are easily understood by those who cherish friendship, such as a member of the Fairy Tail Guild. They resonate with Goku's fierce outburst on behalf of a companion, for they too would stand against any foe for the sake of their guildmates. This marked Krillin's first death, while the demise on Namek represented his second. From the aftermath of Krillin's initial death and Goku's subsequent actions, we glean the profound nature of their relationship. The one who took Krillin's life, Tambourine, ultimately faced Goku's wrath and was reduced to mere pulp. Had Goku's strength been sufficient at that time, he might have transformed into a Super Saiyan then and there. On Namek, Frieza committed one of the most egregious acts imaginable. He killed Krillin, and right before Goku's eyes. Witnessing Krillin's death once more ignited within Goku an unparalleled fury akin to that of his childhood. This time, he possessed all the necessary elements to transform into a Super Saiyan, thereby achieving that legendary state. Hence, the emergence of the Super Saiyan was inadvertently orchestrated by Frieza himself. Had he refrained from attacking Krillin, Goku would never have transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is precisely why it is said that Krillin has never witnessed Goku's wrath. Every display of Goku's anger occurred after Krillin's demise, so naturally, he would not have seen it. Within the spaceship, the realization dawned. How astonishing that the death of a mere insect could lead to the birth of a Super Saiyan. Frieza now understands. As long as that little bald head remains unharmed, the Super Saiyan shall not emerge. However, to be candid, one cannot entirely blame the individual in the video. After all, Who would anticipate that the mere act of extinguishing an insignificant insect could precipitate the emergence of a Super Saiyan? Yet, now that he is aware, when he eventually reaches Earth, he shall not repeat the same mistake. Upon locating the Dragon Balls, he might simply obliterate the planet, perhaps even bypassing a confrontation with Goku and his companions. He is resolute in his belief that such an action could thwart the appearance of a Super Saiyan. In West City, Krillin is engulfed in profound reflection. It is no wonder the video articulated why he had never witnessed Goku's wrath. He himself is the catalyst for Goku's fury. Goku's anger stems from the loss of his own life. To have such a brother in this lifetime is invaluable. With a remarkable master and an exceptional brother by his side, if he were to also acquire a wonderful wife, it would be nothing short of perfection. Yet, he ponders whether he will ever find a partner, and if so, who she might be. At this moment, Frieza remains oblivious to the fact that even if Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, he still possesses a chance to defeat him, provided he merely performs a few push-ups. He is also unaware that Goku's act of sharing energy with him will become a crucial foreshadowing for future events. Nevertheless, these matters will unfold in subsequent videos. As the final segment of narration draws to a close, this video chronicling the transformation into a Super Saiyan concludes. The closing remarks leave Frieza in a state of agitation. What does it mean that he only needs to perform a few push-ups? What implications lie in Goku sharing his energy? And how does it serve as a prelude to future occurrences? He is fervently eager to comprehend. Does this imply that his conflict with Goku is not yet resolved? Will they cross paths once more? This thought leads Frieza to recall the initial narration regarding their encounter on Namek, marking the inception of their tangled fates. Thus, in the future, will he perpetually engage with Goku, the mighty emperor of the universe, entangled with a Saiyan monkey? This conundrum also resonates with Goku, Krillin, and the other warriors. Although their perspectives diverge slightly from Frieza's, they share a common thread. They wonder whether Goku had refrained from slaying Frieza, or if Frieza had indeed perished only to be resurrected by some means, thereby continuing their entanglement. Regardless, it appears that Namek is not Frieza's final destination. In the future, he will return. Yet, they remain untroubled, for they know that even if Frieza resurfaces, Goku will undoubtedly triumph over him once more. In West City, Lin Luo examines the metrics of the two videos currently released. The statistics for the second video speak for themselves. The moment the Super Saiyan manifested, the viewership and barrage of comments surged dramatically. Among the myriad videos showcasing transformation events, the transformation of the Super Saiyan holds the esteemed position of being the most viewed. Furthermore, the debut of the Great Ape transformation video ranks impressively high as well. It is evident that the transformations of the Saiyans have indeed reverberated profoundly across the multiverse. Yet, only he understands that these two transformations are merely the commencement of something far greater. In the eyes of the gods of destruction, such as Beerus, the transformations currently unfolding are insignificant. Consequently, they seldom comment. However, Lin Luo is confident that when the Ultra Instinct and even the Ultra Saiyan God make their appearances, even the gods of destruction will be moved. He fervently hopes that the video showcasing Ultra Instinct will emerge victorious in the event. This desire is not merely due to the formidable nature of Ultra Instinct, but rather because its manifestation during the Tournament of Power would significantly enhance his chances of acquiring the abilities of the Omni Kings. If he were truly to gain such powers, he would be invincible within the Dragon Ball universe. At that point, he would not be fazed even if Vegeta or Frieza came to Earth, let alone Beerus. Chapter 32. Transcending the Transformation of the Super Saiyan. After the display of the two videos, countless spectators across the multiverse were utterly captivated. They were filled with curiosity about what other transformations the Saiyans might possess. After all, the narration during the Super Saiyan video had stated that the Super Saiyan was not the pinnacle of Saiyan transformations. This implies that there exist even more potent transformations among the Saiyans. What transformations could surpass the Super Saiyan? Additionally, what formidable creatures dwell within the Dragon Ball universe? If the upcoming transformations are indeed stronger than the Super Saiyan, then the adversaries they confront must also be more formidable than the tyrant Frieza. Amidst the anticipation of countless viewers, Lin Luo unveiled the third video that appeared before them. The transformation that transcends the Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan 2. Upon seeing the title, a myriad of emotions surged through the audience. The predominant sentiment among them was one of eagerness. Super Saiyan 2. a transformation surpassing the Super Saiyan. What spectacle could unfold? Yet, for some individuals, their feelings were tinged with unease. Aboard Friesia's spaceship, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? That wretched bunch of Saiyans possesses a transformation even stronger than the Super Saiyan." Friesia struggled to contain his agitation. He was already astounded by the Saiyans' ability to transform into Super Saiyans. Now, a Super Saiyan 2 had emerged? Would there be subsequent transformations, such as Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 4? When did the Saiyans acquire such a multitude of transformations? Had they not previously been limited to transforming into mere monkeys? Indeed, the Saiyans are a perilous race. Perhaps the god of destruction, Beerus, sought to eradicate the Saiyans out of fear of their potential? On another spaceship, Vegeta's emotions were equally tumultuous. He had always believed that the Super Saiyan represented the apex of Saiyan warriors. Even after realizing that Super Saiyan is merely a transformation, he still considers it the pinnacle of Saiyan evolution. However, now there emerges a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta finds himself the prince of the Saiyans, woefully ignorant of his own kind. Even his father, King Vegeta, and the ancestors of the Saiyans remain shrouded in mystery. After all, the legends passed down among the Saiyans only speak of the existence of the Super Saiyan, without any mention of Super Saiyan 2. This implies that even the forebears of the Saiyans were unaware of the existence of an even more formidable transformation. So, the pressing question arises, who has achieved this Super Saiyan 2 transformation? It could not possibly be that low-class warrior Kakarot, could it? No, that is simply inconceivable. Kakarot, as a lowly warrior, merely managing to outpace him was remarkable enough. He would not afford Kakarot another chance to surpass him. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 must undoubtedly be his own accomplishment. A multitude of viewers, filled with either anticipation or anxiety, continued to watch intently. Then, a voiceover began. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 must be traced back to the arrival of a young boy. 1 year after Goku's victory over Friesia, the Namekians, relocated to Earth, found a new planet to inhabit, leaving Earth behind. Moreover, those who perished on Namek, such as Krillin, and those who fell during the Saiyan invasion, including Yamchu, Tan, and Kaiatsu, were all resurrected. Only Goku remained absent, for he had not perished. He simply chose not to return to Earth. A year later, Krillin, Gohan, and their companions awaited not Goku, but an unexpected visitor, Friesia, who should have perished on Namek. In the footage, a colossal spaceship approached the solar system, soon to arrive on Earth. Within the ship, Friesia gazed coldly at the distant azure planet. Friesia appeared altered. Many parts of his body had been replaced with machinery. Beside him loomed a formidable figure, reminiscent of Friesia's first form. This figure was none other than Friesia's father, King Cold. After a year of modifications and recuperation, Friesia had returned to Earth with his father, seeking vengeance against Goku. Inside Friesia's spaceship, he glared at his mechanical form, seething with rage. Goku. The transformation he had undergone was all Goku's doing. Amidst his fury, curiosity also stirred within him. Could it be that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 was intended to confront him and his father? If so, that would indeed be excessively audacious. It was one thing for a Super Saiyan to contend with him, but now a Super Saiyan 2 as well. The enmity between him and the Saiyans had truly escalated. Other viewers shared similar sentiments. Zhang Chulan. Friesia is not dead, and he has come to Earth for revenge, accompanied by his father? Zhang Chulan. So, is the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 meant to combat Friesia? Zhanghua. I doubt that, based on the content of the previous video. Super Saiyan 2 shouldn't appear so soon. Zhanghua. Moreover, didn't the narrator mention that the appearance of Super Saiyan 2 must commence with the arrival of a young boy? Zhanghua. Yet, this boy has yet to make his appearance. Kakashi. I share your sentiment, but the pressing issue is that Goku is not on Earth. It seems there is no one capable of standing against Friesia. Kakashi's remark resonated with the other viewers. Indeed, with Goku absent from Earth, there appears to be no one to thwart Friesia. Will Goku arrive in time? Or will he find his comrades perished upon his return? Perhaps even the Earth itself will have vanished? Furthermore, what is the significance of the young boy mentioned by the narrator? In the video, due to Friesia's arrival, the warriors, along with the yet-to-become warrior Vegeta, gather to prepare for a confrontation against Friesia. However, before they reach the landing site of Friesia and his entourage, their ability to sense energy reveals a powerful presence emerging near Friesia. Simultaneously, on Friesia's side, as he commands his subordinates to eliminate the Earthlings, ensuring Goku's anguish upon arrival. A young boy clad in a blue top, with a sword slung across his back, appears before Frieza. This boy declares his intent to kill Frieza. Frieza, of course, is skeptical and orders his minions to dispose of the boy. However, the boy dispatches them effortlessly. Witnessing this, Frieza readies to intervene personally, believing it a privilege for the boy to face him directly. Yet, the boy's next words cause Frieza to falter. Super Saiyan, there is more than just Mr. Goku. The boy gestures to himself, indicating that he too is a Super Saiyan. Frieza dismisses this claim with ridicule, but in the next moment, his expression freezes. The boy begins to transform. In Frieza's astonished gaze, the boy ascends to Super Saiyan. This revelation leaves Frieza dumbfounded, and in his shock, he begins to retreat. He locks eyes with the boy, a gaze he will never forget. For the boy's eyes mirror those of Goku's during their encounter on planet Namek. Chapter 33. Frieza. Akin to a mere passerby, who is this boy? Although Krillin and the others did not witness the boy's transformation into a Super Saiyan, they could infer the situation through their ability to sense energy. Notably, this energy bears a striking resemblance to Goku's when he transformed on planet Namek. This revelation leaves Vegeta in disbelief. Besides Kakarot, there exists another Super Saiyan? Two individuals have surpassed him, the Prince of Saiyans? Yet it is not merely the Vegeta depicted in the video, it is also the reality of him. Inside the spacecraft, disbelief consumed him. Impossible. This cannot be. Upon witnessing the young boy transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta could no longer remain seated, nearly shattering the vessel and sealing his own fate among the stars. Once he settled back down, the incredulity etched on his face remained palpable. The revelations within the video had utterly astonished him. His astonishment was not solely due to the existence of another Super Saiyan, but also stemmed from one pressing question. Who is this boy that has undergone the transformation? One must understand that the transformation into a Super Saiyan necessitates a certain criterion. One must either be a Saiyan or possess Saiyan blood. Yet, among the living Saiyans, aside from himself and Kakarot, there were only Kakarot's son and his brother, Tarbell. Of course, Nappa could also be considered, but he had long since perished in the narrative, thus excluded. So what is the origin of this boy? Where did this Saiyan emerge from? How is it that he is unaware of any other surviving Saiyans? The boy's identity is what Vegeta yearned to uncover, even more than the boy's transformation into a Super Saiyan. As for the other spectators, their curiosity was piqued by the possibility of the boy ascending to Super Saiyan 2. After all, the narrator had previously indicated that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 would commence with the appearance of a young boy. Now that the boy had materialized, did it imply that Super Saiyan 2 was intrinsically linked to him, perhaps even a manifestation of his transformation? They remained oblivious to the answer to this question. Yet one truth was undeniable. Super Saiyan 2 was not meant to confront Frieza and his father. Given the current circumstances, Frieza and his progenitor were on the brink of demise at the hands of this boy, who had yet to even achieve the Super Saiyan 2 form. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, the boy exhibited formidable power, surpassing even the strength that Goku had displayed on Namek. Frieza's assaults were utterly futile against him. The boy appeared atop a massive rock behind Frieza, calling out to him before launching an attack. However, Frieza effortlessly evaded it, mockingly questioning whether such a feeble strike could possibly defeat him. What Frieza failed to anticipate was that this attack served merely as a diversion. By the time he realized it, the boy had already materialized before him, sword in hand, and struck down with a single blow. Thus, the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza was cleaved in twain by the boy, who proceeded to obliterate him into several pieces. Subsequently, the boy unleashed an energy wave, reducing Frieza's remains to mere dust. The once mighty galactic ruler Frieza was vanquished with such ease that he seemed akin to a mere footnote in the annals of this new saga. Swiftly dealt with at the onset of the new narrative, along with his father, King Cold, who fell to the boy's might in just 2 exchanges. The scene left Krillin, Vegeta, and others utterly astonished, particularly Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta, who had once battled against Frieza. They were taken aback to witness that the formidable Frieza, whom they had fought tooth and nail yet failed to defeat, was effortlessly vanquished by a mere youth. Frieza, impossible. How could such a thing occur? Inside Frieza's spacecraft, he was at his wit's end. Initially, he had anticipated another confrontation with the Saiyans. especially since the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was meant to contend with him and his father. However, he never imagined that both he and his father would be dispatched as easily as a mere footnote by the young man in the video. He had journeyed far with his father to Earth seeking vengeance against Goku, only to find that he hadn't even laid eyes on Goku before meeting his demise. Was their long journey merely to deliver a trophy? He could not accept it. He would rather be defeated by Super Saiyan 2 than to simply vanish without a trace, without even a glimpse of the transformation itself. Ichigo Kurosaki. The power exhibited by this youth seems to surpass that of Goku on Namek. Genos, the mighty emperor of the universe, Frieza, once an immensely powerful being, has now been so easily dispatched. Zoro. Indeed, there are too many formidable warriors in the Dragon Ball universe. The ease with which Frieza was defeated sent shockwaves through the audience. It is essential to remember that in the previous video, Frieza had exuded tremendous pressure. Before Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, Frieza instilled a sense of despair. Even after Goku had transformed, victory was only achieved after a fierce battle. Although Goku had intentionally held back, it was inconceivable that he could have dispatched Frieza as effortlessly as this youth did in the video. In the previous video, Frieza had appeared overwhelmingly powerful, yet at the beginning of this video, he was treated with disdain, akin to a mere insect. How could this not provoke astonishment and reflection? It is evident that the Dragon Ball universe is replete with powerful beings. Even the Emperor of the universe is not considered a significant threat. Thus, the question remains, who is this youth? Why does his power exceed that of Goku? In the video, after defeating Frieza and his father, the youth reverted to his normal state and greeted Vegeta and the others with enthusiasm, appearing entirely different from the fierce warrior moments before. He informed them of Goku's arrival time and location, inviting them to accompany him if they wished. In their quest to uncover the youth's identity, Vegeta and the others followed him to the site where Goku was set to land. While they awaited Goku's arrival, the others inquired about the youth's background. Yet he remained reticent, divulging only his age. 3 hours later, Goku's spacecraft arrived on Earth. Klin, Sun Wukong, and others were not only filled with joy but also deep-seated confusion. How could the boy accurately predict the time and place of Sun Wukong's arrival? Who was he? And how did he possess such knowledge? The group arrived at the site where Sun Wukong had descended, discovering a spherical spaceship. Soon, the hatch opened, and Sun Wukong emerged, clad in a distinctive outfit. The boy then requested Sun Wukong to find a secluded place for a conversation. They retreated to a distant location, where the boy revealed that Frieza was originally meant to be defeated by Sun Wukong. However, due to Sun Wukong's delayed arrival, the boy had to step in and vanquish Frieza himself. Sun Wukong, in turn, disclosed that he could indeed have arrived on time, having mastered a remarkable technique during his year in the cosmos, instant transmission. Upon hearing this, the boy muttered to himself, astonished that he had altered history. Sun Wukong, however, could not comprehend his words. After learning that Sun Wukong could now transform into a Super Saiyan at will, the boy made a request. He hoped Sun Wukong would transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 34. The Allure of Numbers. Despite not knowing the boy's true intentions, Sun Wukong complied and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The boy followed suit, also becoming a Super Saiyan. Witnessing this transformation from a distance, Vegeta seethed with frustration. As the prince of the Saiyans, he prided himself on being the strongest, yet now 2 Saiyans had surpassed him, both capable of becoming Super Saiyans. And what of him? He lacked even the understanding of how to achieve that transformation, left to fume in solitude. Of course, neither Sun Wukong nor the boy was aware of Vegeta's turmoil. After their transformations, the boy informed Sun Wukong before drawing the sword from his back and striking at him. For the first time, Sun Wukong made no attempt to evade or defend himself. He assured the boy that, lacking any intent to kill, his attack would surely cease. The boy warned Sun Wukong that he would not hold back on his next attempt. In response, Sun Wukong extended a single finger, enveloped in energy, and effortlessly blocked the boy's assault. An attack powerful enough to cleave Frieza in two could not even break through the barrier of Sun Wukong's fingertip. Observing this, Frieza inside the spaceship wore a grim expression. How could he, once easily severed in half, now find himself outmatched by a mere finger? Had Sun Wukong's strength truly grown so formidable? What significance did his previous appearance in the video hold, if only to highlight the might of this boy and Sun Wukong? As the ruler of the universe, Had he now been relegated to mere background scenery? Hawkeye, this is the allure of numbers. This boy possesses no noteworthy swordsmanship. Hawkeye, yet if I were to battle him, sword in hand as well. Hawkeye, no matter how exceptional my swordsmanship may be, it pales in comparison to his careless strike. In the realm of pirates, Hawkeye feels a deep sense of helplessness. As the foremost swordsman in this world, his mastery of the blade is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, what does that truly matter? Despite wielding a sword, this young lad possesses no discernible skill. He merely flails his weapon indiscriminately. However, in actual combat, his technique appears inferior to that of this youth. With a mere swing, the opponent could easily vanquish countless versions of himself. This exemplifies the chasm of strength. Such is the allure of numerical prowess. Zoro, indeed. It is not just this young man. We are outmatched even by the likes of Achilleo. As a fellow swordsman, Zoro is equally reflective. In the first video, whether Achilleo severed Vegeta's tail or struck him in the back, it was devoid of any sophisticated technique, simply drawing his sword and hacking away. While he possesses confidence in his own skills, the reality is that he cannot contend with this young man, nor even with Achilleo. No matter how refined his swordsmanship may be, a simple horizontal slash from the opponent would spell his end. It is a stark reminder that, in the face of numerical anomalies, even the most skilled mechanic falls short. Such is the power that transcends all techniques. Similar sentiments resonate among the Shinigami in the world of death. Their Zanpakuto are formidable within their realm and can unleash a variety of abilities. Yet, what does that signify? Before the might of numerical anomalies, it amounts to little more than a casual strike. Saiyan, nevertheless, it appears that this is the first instance of a weapon-wielding powerhouse emerging in the Dragon Ball universe, is it not? Duan indeed. Whether it be Son Goku or other formidable beings, none have relied on weapons. Krillin, in truth, Goku did use weapons in the past, but as his strength grew, they became inadequate. Vegeta, the fact that a Saiyan resorts to weaponry is a disgrace to our heritage. Vegeta, should I discover his identity, I shall not let him escape. Frieza, Vegeta, it seems you are not his equal. Vegeta, as if you are any match for him. You've been cleaved into several pieces. Frieza, you insolent. Yet, Frieza cannot help but concede that he harbors a sentiment akin to Vegeta's. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against this youth. As the Emperor of the universe, it is intolerable that he was so easily bested by this young man. He cannot simply allow this affront to pass. He hopes the boy resides on Earth and that his strength is not overwhelmingly formidable. This way, during his visit to Earth, he could resolve all grievances in one fell swoop. After gauging Son Goku's strength, the young man perceives him as a trustworthy ally, willing to divulge all pertinent information. According to the youth, he has traversed through time via a time machine, arriving from the future to warn Goku of two formidable adversaries that will emerge 3 years hence. Two formidable adversaries have plunged the future into chaos, mercilessly slaying every warrior in their wake. Even his master, Son Gohan, met his demise shortly before his return to the past. Now, in this bleak future, he stands as the sole remaining warrior. Astonishingly, these two powerful foes are not extraterrestrials but rather androids, creations of Dr. Gero, whose purpose is to exact vengeance upon Son Goku. This very Dr. Gero was once a member of the Red Ribbon Army, annihilated by Goku himself. Do NMYN, a time machine? Time travel? Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Do NMYN. While interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball universe is plausible, how is it that we now have time machines? LXNNN. The Dragon Ball universe is not only incredibly powerful, but also technologically advanced. Ju-J, a time machine? I wonder who engineered it. It's nothing short of miraculous. For those dwelling in the modern world, the advent of a time machine is profoundly shocking. After all, this contraption, even amidst various super-advanced technologies, ranks among the pinnacle of what exists solely in the realm of fantasy. Previously displayed interstellar travel technologies and various faster-than-light spacecraft in the Dragon Ball universe were already astounding. However, such advancements in interstellar travel, if developed over several centuries or millennia, might still hold a glimmer of hope for realization. Yet, a time machine, even after millennia of research, may only yield the most rudimentary concepts. It's not that remarkable. After all, time travel technology isn't particularly advanced in Ares. LF remains unfazed. Given Ares' technological prowess, time travel is already within reach. The armored airships and the armor itself can facilitate such journeys. Of course, Ares' technological level is the only aspect that can be compared to the Dragon Ball universe. In terms of strength, Ares pales in comparison. Chapter 35 Bulma. I wonder which woman bore a child with Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball universe, within the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus is currently in a state of great distress. It is well known that the Omni King and the Grand Priest have decreed that time travel is not permissible except by the Supreme Kai possessing a time ring. Now, this time-traveling incident has occurred within his 7th universe. Beerus prays fervently that the Omni King and the Grand Priest do not take notice of this event, hoping that those troublesome beings refrain from alerting them, especially the likes of Kampa and Quitella, with whom he has unresolved grievances. However, Beerus' prayers go unanswered. Quitella, Beerus, O Beerus, surely you recall that the Omni King and the Grand Priest forbade arbitrary time travel? Quitella, now that this event has transpired in your 7th universe, how will you explain it to the two esteemed beings? Kampa, the god of destruction from the 6th universe, remains silent. Although there exists a conflict between him and Beerus, they are nonetheless brothers. Sibling rivalry often leads to quarrels and playful disputes. Yet such matters that could potentially result in the other's annihilation are beyond the realm of possibility for someone like Pat. In stark contrast, the god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, harbors no such reservations. He has long-standing grievances with Beerus, and their relationship is tenuous at best. Seizing a fortuitous opportunity to exacerbate Beerus's plight, Katra is keen to act. Upon witnessing Quitra's taunts, Beerus gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could eliminate Katra. However, more pressing matters demanded his attention. Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest, these events transpire in the future, Beerus implored. Currently, such occurrences have yet to unfold in Universe 7, and I shall do everything in my power to prevent them. I beseech both esteemed lords to exercise mercy. Those who recognized Beerus's status, yet remained oblivious to that of Zeno and the Grand Priest, such as Frisia, were taken aback by Beerus's subservient demeanor. What manner of beings could compel the god of destruction to lower himself so? If Frisia could forge a connection with these two, perhaps he would no longer need to fear Beerus. His mind raced with possibilities of aligning himself with Zeno and the Grand Priest. Indeed, Zeno remarked, the happenings in your Universe 7 are quite fascinating. I wish to witness more. Zeno's message brought relief to Beerus. Both he and Universe 7 had been spared, at least for the moment. Yet, Beerus understood that this reprieve was fleeting. Should nothing of interest occur in Universe 7 henceforth, it would remain perilously vulnerable. Thus, he could only hope that this individual named Lin Luo would upload videos pertinent to Universe 7, captivating Zeno's interest. The safety of Universe 7 now rested heavily upon Lin Luo's shoulders. Lin Luo, too, shared Beerus's concerns. It appeared imperative that he acquire at least the abilities of an angel. Zeno currently maintained an interest in the events of Universe 7, but videos inevitably reached their conclusion. Once all relevant footage is exhausted, Zeno might swiftly eradicate Universe 7. Attaining at least angelic powers would be essential to evade such a fate. Naturally, if he could acquire the capabilities of the Grand Priest, or even Zeno himself, that would be even more advantageous. All hinged on the subsequent videos and their reception. In the video, the young boy informed Goku that the two androids created by Dr. Gero were exceedingly powerful and utterly ruthless. They had plunged the future into a hellish nightmare, claiming countless lives, including that of their creator, Dr. Gero. It could be said that the future lay firmly within the grasp of these two androids, and notably, Goku was absent among the warriors slain by them. As Sun Wukong had yet to engage in battle with the androids, he succumbed to a heart ailment and passed away. Upon learning of this unfortunate event, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of regret, yearning for the opportunity to confront the androids. Observing his distress, a young boy presented Sun Wukong with a miraculous remedy capable of curing his heart condition. With this special medicine, Sun Wukong's ailment could indeed be resolved. However, the boy chose to withhold information about his identity, introducing himself as Trunks. He revealed that his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan stemmed from his lineage. As his father was Vegeta, the revelation of the boy's true identity left the warriors, including Nappa, Frisia, and the bewildered Vegeta himself, in a state of shock. After a moment, Vegeta regained his composure, exclaiming, "What? He is my son. How is this possible? How could I possibly have a son? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was restless. He had previously warned that if he discovered the boy's identity, he would not spare him. Yet now, he was confronted with the astonishing truth that this boy was indeed his offspring. The notion that the proud prince of the Saiyans had a son was almost unfathomable. Vegeta found it hard to envision himself as a father, especially when he was currently without a partner, only to suddenly be faced with a son of such considerable stature. Frieza, with his characteristic mockery, interjected, "Oh ho ho ho, congratulations, Vegeta, you have a son." He continued, "But alas, it seems your son is not yet born. So I cannot exact my revenge upon him." The realization that Trunks was Vegeta's son, and thus not yet in existence, left Frieza feeling rather disappointed, as he would not have the opportunity to personally eliminate the one who would ultimately bring about his demise in the future. Bulma, observing the situation, remarked, "It appears that Trunks was born on Earth, which means his mother must be a Terran." She pondered, "I wonder which unfortunate woman bore the child of Vegeta." In West City, at Bulma's residence, her expression shifted to one of intrigue. The video she had seen previously painted Vegeta as a ruthless and brutal individual. The idea that a woman from Earth would bear his child was astonishing. She couldn't help but wonder who that woman could be, almost feeling a sense of reverence for her. Alternatively, could it be that the woman was unaware of Vegeta's true nature and his past actions? Regardless, it was hard to fathom that someone like Vegeta would father a child with an Earthling. However, she reassured herself that this situation held no bearing on her, as she was currently Yamcha's girlfriend and had no intentions of being involved with Vegeta. She contemplated whether Trunks would reveal the identity of his mother, and if, after viewing those videos and learning about Vegeta's character, she would still wish to have a child with him. Chapter 36. Yamcha's Misfortune. Murdered and robbed of his woman in the Dragon Ball universe, within a secluded valley on Earth, Dr. Gero, yet to transform into an android, became aware of the future consequences of his actions and his eventual fate. "Indeed, I have successfully created androids of remarkable strength. Regrettably, it is a source of profound disappointment for Dr. Gero that Sun Wukong did not perish at the hands of my creations." His relentless pursuit of crafting more powerful androids was largely motivated by a desire for vengeance against Sun Wukong, who had previously dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, an organization once poised to dominate the world. This defeat left Dr. Gero unable to swallow his pride. Moreover, the android he initially produced, Android 8, was also taken by Sun Wukong. Thus, he was determined to engineer even stronger androids to eliminate Sun Wukong. The good news is that he indeed succeeded in creating a more formidable android. The bad news is that Sun Wukong did not succumb to the androids, but rather passed away due to illness. The worst news yet is that he met his end at the hands of his own creation. It seems imperative that I incorporate control devices into the androids to ensure they remain entirely under my dominion. Despite foreseeing his own grim fate, Dr. Gero remains undeterred. At most, he plans to add a control mechanism during the android creation process, enabling complete mastery over them. His current concern revolves around whether Sun Wukong and his companions will preemptively eliminate him upon discovering his existence and actions. Yet, even if they were to do so, he remains unruffled, for they are unaware of his whereabouts. Concealed within this valley, he feels relatively safe. His primary focus now is the nature of the androids he has crafted. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and the other warriors are preoccupied with a different matter. Krillin, Wukong, can you really have a heart condition and die from it? Yamcha, this doesn't add up. How could Wukong, in such good health, develop a heart disease? 10. Although illness and strength are not necessarily linked, with Wukong's immense power having transformed into a Super Saiyan, how could he succumb to a heart condition? Bulma, thankfully, there are special medications. Otherwise, Lord Sun would truly face death from heart disease. Upon reading these comments, Lin Luo finds them quite understandable. After all, in his previous life, many speculated about Sun Wukong's heart condition. Some attributed it to the super divine water he consumed in his youth, compounded by his excessive use of the Kaioken technique. Others believed that poisoning could easily bring about Sun Wukong's demise, given his heart condition. Lin Luo recalls having watched several choice videos where participants had to select between combat power and equivalent monetary values. The majority opted for combat power, as to choose otherwise would be tantamount to an affront to Dragon Ball. However, some chose money, asserting that poisoning could effectively kill even the mightiest warriors, especially since Sun Wukong could die from a heart ailment. In truth, the reasons behind Sun Wukong's heart condition are neither the result of his consumption of super divine water nor the overuse of the Kaioken technique. In another work by the esteemed Akira Toriyama, Galactic Patrolman GAC, it is explicitly stated that Saiyans possess an extraordinary constitution, impervious to even toxins capable of annihilating entire civilizations. The heart condition afflicting Son Goku is attributed to a specific toxin developed by the Galactic Patrol aimed exclusively at Saiyans. This is not due to any animosity between Son Goku and the Galactic Patrol. Rather, the toxin serves as a countermeasure against the brutality and ruthlessness of Saiyans, whom the Galactic Patrol regards as equivalent to terrorists. From their perspective, their actions are justified, and Son Goku is merely an unfortunate collateral damage. However, it is important to note that Son Goku has yet to be poisoned at this juncture, and after viewing the relevant footage, the Galactic Patrol is unlikely to target him with toxins in the future. Thus, the occurrence of Son Goku's heart ailment seems improbable. The more pressing concern is whether Trunks will ever be born, given that his father, Vegeta, is now aware of his existence, and his mother's identity is on the verge of revelation. Should both parents choose to prevent his birth, naturally, he would not come into being. In this regard, Lin Luo can only internally express his regrets to Trunks, as it was an oversight during the video creation process. Zhonghua, so? The Super Saiyan 2 transformation was intended for combating androids? Zhonghua, wait a moment, these androids were created by Dr. Gero, who is a human from Earth. Which implies, Kakashi, it implies that the technological prowess of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe has surpassed our wildest imaginations. Lufa also comprehends the implications. If Super Saiyan 2 was indeed designed to counter androids, then the technological advancements in the Dragon Ball universe far exceed those of Ares. After all, Ares' capabilities do not warrant the intervention of a Super Saiyan, let alone a Super Saiyan 2. When Trunks presents the miraculous medication for heart disease to Son Goku, a realization dawns upon him. Trunks' mother, capable of developing such a remedy and constructing a time machine, seems familiar to him. In the next moment, Trunks reveals the identity of his mother, pointing in a specific direction. Upon receiving confirmation, Son Goku instinctively collapses in astonishment, for in the direction Trunks indicates, there stands only one woman. Bulma. How is this possible? How could it be me? With the revelation of Trunks' mother's identity, Bulma can no longer contain her disbelief. She had previously contemplated revering Trunks' mother, only to learn that she is destined to bear a child with the cold and ruthless Vegeta. The realization that she will indeed become the mother of his child in the future is utterly shocking to her. No, what could her future self possibly be thinking? Why would she choose to have a child with Vegeta? Could it be that she was coerced by him? That possibility does exist. Krillin, Bulma? How could it be Bulma? ISNT she with Yamcha? Tien, could it be that Bulma was taken from Yamcha? Sanji, if that is the case, then Yamcha truly suffers. He was the first to perish during the Saiyan invasion, ultimately at the hands of one of Vegeta's minions. Sanji, furthermore, now even his woman has been taken by Vegeta. Kakashi, at least Yamcha wasn't killed by Vegeta, otherwise his fate would be even more tragic. Chapter 37. The fate of ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world. Initially, the other viewers from myriad realms were unaware of the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha. However, upon Krillin's remark, they became enlightened. Consequently, they felt profound sympathy for Yamcha. During the Saiyan invasion, he was the first to fall, and in a particularly cruel twist. He met his end at the hands of a mere lackey of Vegeta. Now, not only has he lost his life, but his beloved has also been taken from him. One can only say it's truly unfortunate. The only silver lining is that he wasn't slain by Vegeta himself. Otherwise, being killed by him while losing his woman would have been even more devastating. Yamcha, impossible. I refuse to believe that Bulma would betray me. Yamcha, I know. It must be that Vegeta forced her. Observing the multitude lamenting his plight, Yamcha could no longer remain silent and hastily responded. Of course, these were his genuine thoughts. He could not accept that Bulma would betray him. Thus, the most plausible scenario was that she was indeed coerced by Vegeta. Yamcha's commentary resonated with countless viewers, who nodded in agreement. Given Vegeta's character, it was entirely conceivable that he could have compelled Bulma. However, the subsequent content of the video revealed to them just how naive they had been. In the video, a recovered Goku informed Trunks that he had assumed Bulma would be with Yamcha. He even jested about Bulma's choice, questioning why she would select Vegeta of all people. Blushing, Trunks explained to Goku that the reason his mother broke up with Yamcha was due to Yamcha's infidelity. Heartbroken, his mother then encountered the proud, yet lonely figure of his father. Thus, it was she who took the initiative. However, they never married, as both were too proud. Bardock. So, Bulma was not coerced but rather acted of her own volition. Kapu. It's even possible that it was Vegeta who was compelled by her. Vegeta, I was forced. Inside the spacecraft, Vegeta displayed a complex array of emotions: disbelief, surprise, and a hint of anticipation and excitement. It was as if he were a pie chart of sentiments. The proud Saiyan prince, forced by a mere Earth woman, and to have father to child as well. Yet, given his formidable strength, if he truly wished to resist, how could a mere Earth woman possibly compel him? Thus, was the version of himself in the video also willing? At this moment, Vegeta's emotions were extraordinarily complex. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he held an immense disdain even for female Saiyans. Yet, in the future, he would find himself intertwined with a woman from Earth, and they would even have a child? One would expect a Saiyan to possess a certain detachment towards familial bonds, especially one of his royal lineage. However, inexplicably, upon viewing the video of his future son and the woman, Vegeta's expression softened unexpectedly. If Vegeta's feelings were tumultuous, tinged with excitement, then Yamcha's emotions were utterly explosive. He felt like a mere jester. Initially, he had assumed that Bulma was coerced by Vegeta, a notion that many viewers endorsed. Yet, the reality revealed that Bulma had taken the initiative. Moreover, in the future, she would part ways with him due to his infidelity. Clearly, the fault lay not with Bulma, but with him. Had he not been so unfaithful, she would not have sought out Vegeta. This revelation left him utterly humiliated before countless spectators across the multiverse. Yamcha resolved to rein in his wayward tendencies and devote himself wholeheartedly to Bulma, vowing that he would never allow the future to repeat itself. For the moment, he needed to redirect the attention of others. Yamcha, I believe we should focus our attention on the androids. Yamcha. After all, this video pertains to the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and the androids are undoubtedly related to it. Upon seeing Yamcha's commentary, the other viewers shifted their focus accordingly. Indeed, the intricate web of love and rivalry was merely a seasoning in this video. The crux lay in the androids and the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. In the video, after divulging all he knew to Goku, Trunks departed in his time machine. Following his departure, Goku relayed Trunks' revelations to the others, albeit concealing Trunks' identity. Upon learning that a more formidable foe would emerge in the future, the other warriors resolved to train diligently over the next 3 years. During this time, Goku recounted how he had escaped from Namek. After defeating Frieza, he had intended to leave aboard Frieza's spaceship, which unfortunately malfunctioned. Just when he was in dire straits, a spherical spaceship appeared before him. It was aboard this vessel that he fled Namek and arrived at Yardrat. There, he trained and mastered the instantaneous movement technique. Subsequently, the warriors parted ways, awaiting their reunion in 3 years. 3 years later, they gathered at the designated location for the android's emergence. Bulma also arrived, cradling an infant in her arms. While the others were unaware of the child's identity, Goku instinctively recognized it, though he knew he could not disclose this information yet. As the androids emitted no energy, they could not rely on sensing energy to locate them. Instead, they had to rely on their own efforts to seek them out. Yamcha was the first to encounter the androids, discovering an elderly-looking android known as Android 20. Unfortunately, he was no match for 20 and was swiftly pierced through the body. Fortunately, others sensed his diminishing energy and recognized that something was amiss. Had they not intervened, Yamcha would have become the first fallen warrior. Goku and his companions rescued Yamcha, encountering 2 androids in the process, Android 20 and Android 19, the latter resembling a stout figure. Initially, Goku and his allies sought to relocate their battle, but the 2 androids unleashed their power, reducing the city to ruins. This scene rendered countless spectators speechless, particularly the inhabitants of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Was this to be their fate before such monsters? They felt like mere ants, easily extinguished by these creatures. In contrast, the people of Earth from the various Ultraman universes felt a sense of relief. They had believed themselves unfortunate, frequently facing monsters that wreaked havoc in their cities. Yet, compared to their Dragon Ball counterparts, they were indeed fortunate. After all, The destruction caused by monsters typically resulted in the loss of only a few buildings and not an overwhelming number of casualties. But in the Dragon Ball world, entire cities could be obliterated in an instant. What of the ordinary people residing within those cities? Their fate was all too predictable. As ordinary citizens in the Dragon Ball universe, their destinies were far from being in their own hands. Chapter 38. The Birth of Super Saiyan 2. Is Vegeta the cause? In West City of the Dragon Ball world, Lin Luo remained silent as he gazed upon the devastated city. This was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. However, previously, he had only seen it in anime without experiencing it firsthand, which dulled its impact. Yet, the imagery in the video, though crafted from his memories, depicted a reality far more striking than any animated scene. The emotional weight was heavier, especially since he was now in the Dragon Ball universe. This was precisely why he was determined to achieve victory in the transformation event. Only then could he ascend to the ranks of the universe's most formidable warriors and seize control of his own fate. The scene in the video indeed illustrated the grim reality faced by the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Ball world, but it was not the only narrative. There were even darker tales to follow. Cell absorbing ordinary people, Majin Buu exterminating the entire populace of Earth, and the tournament of power that would determine the fate of Universe 7. Each event starkly portrayed the helplessness of the weak in the Dragon Ball universe. He did not wish to be one of them. He aspired to become a supreme powerhouse, to take his destiny into his own hands. Victory in the transformation event was the key to achieving this goal. Before the battle commenced, Android 20 revealed to Goku that he was Dr. Gero, transformed into an android. Subsequently, he commanded number 19 to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. In his estimation, Sun Wukong would prove to be no match for number 19. As he had meticulously gathered combat data on Sun Wukong over the years and relayed this information to number 19. However, he had failed to collect data on Sun Wukong during his journey to Namek, and thus remained unaware of Sun Wukong's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon achieving this transformation, Sun Wukong momentarily subdued number 19, and even though number 19 possessed the capability to absorb energy, he was still outmatched by Sun Wukong. Yet, as time passed, Sun Wukong's condition began to deteriorate. He reverted to his normal state, clutching his chest in agony. Sun Wukong's heart condition had flared up. Gohan informed Piccolo that, having felt well for so long, his father had neglected to take the special medicine, resulting in his heart ailment remaining untreated. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha assisted Sun Wukong in retreating from the battlefield to return to the Capsule Corporation to procure the necessary medicine. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tien, and the others remained to continue the fight, but they were no match for the androids. In this critical moment, a figure radiating golden light appeared before them. It was none other than Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Super Saiyan. At last, I have become a Super Saiyan. Witnessing the footage of himself as a Super Saiyan filled Vegeta with exhilaration. He had finally achieved this coveted transformation. He had long feared that if he could not attain the form, he would forever be overshadowed by Kakarot. Now he was reassured, for the version of himself in the video had succeeded as well. Being a Super Saiyan, he could not fathom being inferior to Kakarot. Indeed, he believed he might even surpass him in strength. Yet, a pressing question lingered. How had the version of himself in the video achieved this transformation? Did he harness the rage sufficient to become a Super Saiyan? In the next moment, the answer to this question was revealed. In the video, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others were astonished to see Vegeta had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. How had he accomplished this? Vegeta graciously shared the secret. For 3 years, he had trained in outer space but had been unable to achieve the Super Saiyan form. The thought that a lowly warrior like Kakarot could transform while he, the prince of all Saiyans, could not, filled him with profound humiliation and resentment, which ultimately culminated in an overwhelming fury that enabled his transformation. With no heart condition to impede him, Vegeta dominated number 19 throughout the battle, even deliberately allowing number 19 to absorb his energy to showcase his might. Ultimately, number 19 was vanquished by Vegeta's new ultimate technique, the Final Flash, leaving nothing but a head behind. Witnessing this, number 20 recognized that he stood no chance against Vegeta and hastily fled the scene. Due to the absence of air in the artificial beings, it became exceedingly difficult for Vegeta and his companions to discern the whereabouts of number 20 after his escape. Fortunately, Bulma was aware of Dr. Gero's laboratory. nestled within a secluded valley. Consequently, the warriors divided into two groups, with Vegeta and Piccolo embarking on a quest to locate Dr. Gero, while Gohan escorted Bulma and the infant Trunks back home. During the search for Dr. Gero, future Trunks arrived once more via the time machine. Upon discovering the severed head of number 19, his expression shifted dramatically, for this was not the android he recognized. Thus, what was the nature of the androids his father had battled? Before long, Trunks encountered Vegeta and the others, revealing his true identity in the process. Shortly thereafter, they located number 20 prior to his arrival at the laboratory. However, just as Vegeta was poised to strike number 20, the latter, filled with resentment, began to shout vehemently. He warned Vegeta and his companions that if he were to release the other two androids, their doom would be imminent. Fueled by an inflated sense of pride due to his enhanced strength, Vegeta, in a display of arrogance, deliberately allowed number 20 to unleash the other two androids. Trunks, aware of the formidable threat posed by these androids, attempted to intervene but was thwarted by Vegeta. "All right, I have foreseen what will transpire next," remarked Duan Yen. "Vegeta will undoubtedly prove no match for the two new androids, and it is likely that Goku will return to the battlefield after recovering from his heart ailment." Duan Yen speculated. Then he will successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2 and defeat the two androids. Her conjecture garnered the agreement of other spectators, who shared her belief. After all, it was evident that Vegeta could not possibly triumph over the two new androids. Otherwise, the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 would be rendered unnecessary. The new androids were seemingly designed to be confronted by Super Saiyan 2. That said, this Vegeta truly is reckless, Kabu remarked. Had he eliminated Dr. Gero in advance, the two new androids would never have come into existence. Zhang Chulan added, from this perspective, can it not be argued that Vegeta played a role in the emergence of Super Saiyan 2? After all, if he had not allowed Dr. Gero to escape, the two new androids would not have appeared, and consequently, neither would Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 39, The Identity of the Androids. The siblings seek sanctuary. Zhang Chulan's assertion received considerable support from the audience, as it indeed held significant merit. Lin Luo nodded in agreement, affirming that Zhang Chulan was correct. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 was indeed influenced by Vegeta, but not in this instance. Rather, it was in the later event where Vegeta intentionally allowed Cell to achieve his perfect form. After all, Super Saiyan 2 was specifically designed to combat Perfect Cell. In this light, the birth of Super Saiyan 2 was undeniably linked to Vegeta's actions. Furthermore, after Vegeta deliberately allowed Cell to achieve his perfect form, he inadvertently contributed to a masterpiece of global renown. Naturally, Vegeta, as the principal party involved, dismissed the assertions made by Duan Yen and Zhang Chulan. Vegeta exclaimed, "You are all spouting nonsense. How could I possibly be inferior to those two new androids?" He further declared, "Watch closely. I shall undoubtedly defeat those two newcomers." Duan Yen retorted, "If that is the case, then how did Super Saiyan 2 come into existence?" Vegeta replied, "How should I know? Regardless, I will certainly handle those two new androids." Although the true strength of the new androids remained uncertain, Vegeta harbored confidence in the version of himself depicted in the video. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had become immensely powerful. How could mere androids possibly stand as his adversaries? As for the emergence of Super Saiyan 2, that was beyond his knowledge. In any case, it would not be employed against the two new androids. Vegeta's commentary ignited a fervent anticipation among countless viewers. Would Vegeta indeed triumph over the two new androids as he claimed, or would he be vanquished, necessitating the intervention of Super Saiyan 2? The answers to these queries would soon be revealed. In the video, after enduring numerous trials, Dr. Gero finally arrived at his laboratory. He subsequently released two additional androids named 17 and 18. Android 17 was a striking young man with black hair, while Android 18 was a stunning blonde beauty. At first glance, this youthful pair appeared to be weak. However, their true prowess was formidable, endowed with boundless energy and inexhaustible stamina, beyond even Dr. Gero's control. Consequently, he had no choice but to seal them away. Had it not been for his inability to seek vengeance against Goku without the aid of himself and Android 19, Dr. Gero would never have released these two androids. To gain dominion over them, Dr. Gero devised an emergency stop device, allowing him to halt the activities of 17 and 18. Thanks to this controller, the androids feigned respect towards Dr. Gero upon awakening. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions arrived outside Dr. Gero's laboratory. After demolishing the entrance, they beheld the unfolding scene within. Upon seeing Vegeta and his allies, Dr. Gero commanded 17 and 18 to confront them. However, seizing the moment while Dr. Gero's attention was diverted by the warriors, Android 17 snatched the remote control and destroyed it, subsequently delivering a fatal kick that decapitated Dr. Gero. What Trunks had previously foretold had now come to pass. Dr. Gero met his demise at the hands of the very androids he had created. Within the laboratory, Dr. Gero's expression turned ghastly as he witnessed the scene of his own death in the video. Originally, he envisioned creating an artificial human, equipped with a control device to ensure complete obedience. However, it appears that such measures are futile. The video depicted his prior attempts, where the controller was ultimately seized, leading to his demise at the hands of the number 17. It seems that merely adding a control device is inadequate. It is imperative that the artificial beings possess no consciousness, obeying solely his commands. Soon, Dr. Gro discovered a solution to prevent the artificial beings from retaining their own consciousness. Without awareness, they would be compelled to heed his directives. Could these two artificial beings be the products of my future creation? Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are entirely fabricated constructs or transformed humans. At this juncture, Dr. Gro's research bifurcates into two distinct paths, one aimed at crafting pure artificial beings, complete robots, and the other focused on modifying humans into artificial entities, neither wholly human nor entirely robotic. The status of the individuals in the video, numbers 17 and 18, remains ambiguous. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the Earth, a pair of siblings gazes in astonishment at the two artificial beings depicted in the video. The boy, named Lapith, and the girl, named Lazily, bear an uncanny resemblance to numbers 17 and 18. Indeed, they are the very same individuals yet to be transformed into artificial beings. Lapith and Lazily are their true names. Is it possible that we will become artificial beings in the future? The siblings, taken aback by the revelation of their future selves, grapple with disbelief. They were once ordinary humans, yet they discover that they will be altered into artificial beings. While the notion of becoming an artificial entity seems intriguing, they would rather retain their humanity than undergo such a transformation. After all, who would willingly choose to become a machine? This implies that in the future, Dr. Gro will capture them and initiate their transformation into artificial beings. To escape this fate, they must either hide or seek refuge. Lapith contemplates aloud. Hiding is futile, Dr. Gro will undoubtedly find us. Our only option is to seek protection. Lazily interjects, expressing their shared reluctance to become artificial beings and acknowledging their vulnerability in the absence of a transformation. Regardless of whether they choose to hide or resist, it would be in vain. Thus, they must find someone to shield them, and the best choice would be Sun Wukong and his companions. From prior footage, it seems that traveling to the West Capital should lead them to Sun Wukong and his allies. Let us head to the West Capital swiftly, they decide. With their course determined, the siblings set off immediately. Dr. Gro may very well be aware of their whereabouts and likely preparing to capture them, so they must act quickly. In the West Capital, at Bulma's residence, Krillin experiences a tumultuous stir within upon seeing number 18. He feels as though he has fallen for this artificial woman at first sight. However, the mere thought of Trunks' words, lamenting the chaos inflicted upon the future by the androids, fills him with profound discomfort. Why, oh why, must Android 18 be a villain? It truly is a lamentable situation. In contrast to the aforementioned individuals, the attention of other spectators is drawn elsewhere. Chapter 40. The astonishment brought by infinite energy. Everyone desires the genius of Dr. Gero. Juji, infinite energy? So, these two androids are perpetual motion machines. Duanyan, infinite energy, a concept that modern technology cannot realize, yet it has been accomplished by a scientist in the Dragon Ball universe. Duanyan. One can only say that the technological level of the Dragon Ball world is indeed somewhat terrifying. Lufa. If they possess infinite energy, does that mean that even without a genetic code, these two androids have eternal life? Infinite energy, not to mention in worlds where technology is relatively advanced. Even in realms like the world of Diga or the world of Xingtian, where technology far surpasses that of normal worlds, infinite energy exists only in theory. Even if Ares could create a life genetic code granting eternal life, it still does not equate to infinite energy, whether Ares spacecraft or various weapons. None of them harness infinite energy. As for whether the armor is infinite energy, they remain uncertain. However, the summoner of the armor certainly does not possess infinite energy. Human stamina is bound to wane eventually. Yet, the notion that a form of energy, which has thwarted the efforts of the greatest scientists of an entire civilization, could be resolved by a single scientist in the Dragon Ball world is utterly preposterous. One individual has conceived a perpetual motion machine. What level of intellect does this require? It is simply beyond imagination. Li Shinan, the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball world, though their strength pales in comparison to those extraterrestrial beings, do not lag behind in technology and wisdom. Li Shinan. Yet, how can there be such a vast disparity among fellow Earthlings? Dagu. But this Dr. Gero did not utilize this technology for the betterment of humanity. Rather, he pursued his selfish ambitions and ultimately fell victim to the very androids he created. Dagu. It is indeed a poignant irony. Bijapang. The intellect of Dr. Gero is exponentially greater than mine, enhanced by consuming the brain fruit. Bijapang. If I could research infinite energy, my dream would finally come to fruition. What is Bijapang's dream? It is to create a world where energy can be shared freely. If he could develop infinite energy like Dr. Gero, this dream could indeed become a reality. Alas, he is unable to achieve it. Upon the revelation of Dr. Gero's discovery of infinite energy, countless scientists across the realms were profoundly shaken. They longed to travel to the Dragon Ball universe to engage in an extensive dialogue with Dr. Gero. Kakashi, I see now, no wonder a Super Saiyan 2 is needed. These two androids possess infinite energy, and if their power levels are comparable, they could potentially exhaust their opponents to death. Zhang Chulan, are you suggesting that the prowess of these two androids can rival that of Vegeta and Goku in their Super Saiyan forms? Zhang Chulan, otherwise, there would be no necessity for Super Saiyan 2 to intervene. Vegeta, they are merely androids created by humans. How formidable could they possibly be? Vegeta, just watch. I shall swiftly eliminate them in the video. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's demeanor radiated disdain. He regarded the two androids with utter contempt, perceiving them merely as detritus fashioned by Earthlings. How strong could they truly be? Surely, humans could not engineer beings surpassing the Super Saiyan level. What a ludicrous notion. The Super Saiyan is a pinnacle among Saiyans. How could their technology possibly transcend that? Would that not strip the Saiyans of their dignity? Moreover, in the footage, it is he, transformed into a Super Saiyan, who faces these two androids. He could not fathom that his Super Saiyan self would falter against them. Thus, could Vegeta truly be a match for these androids? The video would soon unveil the truth. Within the footage, after vanquishing Dr. Gero, androids 17 and 18 unleashed another android, designated 16. Dr. Gero had repeatedly cautioned against releasing 16, yet they disregarded his warnings. According to Dr. Gero, 16 was purportedly stronger than they. However, they remained skeptical. Unlike 17 and 18, who were augmented humans, 16 was a wholly artificial creation of Dr. Gero. The trio of androids ignored Vegeta and the others, as their directive was to eliminate Goku. Feeling slighted by their indifference, Vegeta obstructed their path. Subsequently, Android 18 stepped forward to engage Vegeta in combat. Initially, they appeared evenly matched. However, as time progressed, Vegeta's stamina began to wane, while 18 possessed an inexhaustible energy source. Gradually, she began to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, 18 delivered a decisive kick that shattered Vegeta's arm, concluding the battle. Meanwhile, Trunks, Piccolo, and the others, who sought to assist, were thwarted by Android 17, who single-handedly decimated them. After defeating Vegeta and his allies, the three androids departed. Before leaving, 18 bestowed a kiss upon Krillin's cheek, an act that forever lodged her in his heart. Frieza, Vegeta, what was that you claimed? That you could handle these two androids? Frieza, you cannot even contend with a single android. Vegeta, this cannot be. It is inconceivable. Vegeta was on the brink of madness. In the video, he was utterly incapable of overcoming the androids. He could not even best a single female android. How could this be possible? He has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. That woman, the android creator, is merely a human from Earth. How could she possibly contend with him? Of course, apart from Vegeta, the other spectators are not particularly astonished, as they had long anticipated this outcome. If Vegeta were able to vanquish the androids, how could the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 be justified? While their surprise may be minimal, there is still a sense of reflection. Zangetsu, If only this Dr. Gero were a scientist in our navy. Zangetsu. If he could create a few androids, what would pirates be worth? Zangetsu's commentary garnered considerable agreement from others. They all yearned for a scientist like Dr. Gero. The androids he created could even outmatch Super Saiyans. Who wouldn't he wish for such an illustrious scientist? In the realm of culinary captivation, if the Food Association were to possess Dr. Gero, acquiring the complete menu from Acacia would be a trivial task. The chairman of the Food Association, Sanhu, murmured to himself. Chapter 41. The Benevolent Androids, Reflections from All Realms. Sanhu's thoughts echoed those of numerous formidable villains. They all desired to have Dr. Gero among their ranks to create androids that would aid in fulfilling their ambitions. Whether they could control Dr. Gero and the androids is a separate matter. Unfortunately, in the Dragon Ball universe, Dr. Gero remains beyond their reach. On the road to West City, the siblings Lazuli and Lapus witnessed the prowess of their android counterparts displayed in the video. Yet, they remained steadfast in their resolve. They had no desire to become androids. They recalled Trunks' words about their future selves being ruthless and violent, having killed many and turned the future into a hellish nightmare. They certainly did not want to become such individuals. Moreover, they understood that the stronger the abilities they exhibited in the video, the greater the danger they posed. Dr. Gero would undoubtedly come to capture them. Hence, they needed to reach West City swiftly and seek refuge with Goku and the others. By the way, did you really kiss that bald-headed Krillin? You must have developed feelings for him, right? Lapus mused upon recalling the earlier scene, speaking to his sister beside him. Go away. Lazuli shot him a glare and uttered a single word. Why she kissed Krillin in the video, she could not comprehend. But to have feelings for Krillin? That was utterly impossible. Who could possibly be attracted to that short, bald fellow? Piccolo. I remember Trunks mentioning that we warriors were all killed by the androids. Piccolo. But why? In the video, did they not kill us? At that moment, Piccolo's commentary emerged, provoking contemplation among others. Tianjinhan. Indeed, when Yamcha found Dr. Gero, he was nearly killed by him. Tianjinhan. Yet, these two androids clearly had the opportunity, but chose not to eliminate us. Krillin. Indeed. They do not seem as cruel as Trunks described. This has left countless viewers perplexed. The portrayal of the androids in the video seems inconsistent with Trunks' description. Or perhaps the androids depicted in the video have not yet transformed into the cruel and malevolent beings of the future. Amidst their uncertainty, the narration begins. The androids, known as Androids 17 and 18, were originally siblings named Lapis and Lazuli. They were ordinary Earthlings until Dr. Gero forcibly transformed them into androids. Despite their artificial nature and Trunks' assertion that they become exceedingly ruthless in the future, they still possess a semblance of humanity in the present. It can be said that the versions of them in the video, though identical in appearance to how Trunks describes them, are entirely different in temperament and power. As the narration concludes, the events that transpired while Androids 17 and 18 saw Goku are depicted in the video. After defeating a warrior and departing, they commandeer a large truck without taking any lives. Even when confronted by a gang of bikers seeking trouble, they merely taught them a lesson rather than resorting to lethal force. When the police attempted to apprehend them, they simply discarded the police car without harming the officers. Throughout their journey, they did not kill a single person. Aside from Dr. Gero, Androids 17 and 18 are not responsible for the death of anyone. They did not even harm ordinary civilians, let alone warriors like Piccolo or Krillin. One could argue that they exhibited considerable kindness. Had others possessed such power, they might have long since succumbed to tyranny. Listening to the narration and observing the actions of Androids 17 and 18, the innumerable viewers from various realms were deeply moved. Although they were uncertain of the meaning behind the phrase, "I do not eat beef," they wholeheartedly agreed with the narrator's assertion of the androids' remarkable kindness. As the narrator stated, 17 and 18 possess such formidable strength that they could be deemed invincible at this stage. Yet, in this context, they have not taken a single life, not even that of the petty thugs who sought to confront them. If this is not kindness, what then can be considered as such? It is worth noting that before their transformation into androids, they were merely ordinary Earthlings. Had others been endowed with such immense power, they would likely have become tyrannical and malevolent. This segment of narration was intentionally included by Lin Luo to reflect his genuine admiration for Androids 17 and 18. He had previously encountered numerous comments, all conveying a similar sentiment. The general idea being, upon acquiring the invincible power from the Dragon Balls, what one might do. On the first day, I shall protect Earth. On the second day, I do not eat beef. On the third day, I become a tyrant. On the fourth day, I will safeguard my planet. On the fifth day, how dare you inhabit my Earth without my consent? While the tone may carry a hint of jest, it underscores a significant point. However, when reality unfolds, who can guarantee that jest will not transform into actuality? Who can assure that one can maintain composure after achieving invincibility? Androids 17 and 18 exemplified this. They were indeed invincible during the early stages of the Android saga. Yet, they did not exert their dominance, at most. They commandeered a large truck. Aside from that, they only eliminated Dr. Gero, sparing everyone else. What remarkable benevolence. This is precisely why Android 18 is revered as the goddess of Dragon Ball. Beyond her undeniable beauty, her character shines with grace. Had she acted wickedly like her future counterpart, her beauty alone would not suffice to earn her the title of the universally acknowledged Dragon Ball goddess. Zhanghua. The video is indeed correct. It is exceedingly rare for beings of such overwhelming might to retain their humanity and kindness. Kapu. Their character is, dare I say, superior to that of the vast majority of the Navy, let alone pirates. Zhang Jiwei. If only those powerful beings possessed such noble hearts. Duan Mu Yan. Had there been individuals of such character among the Yuxir, I would not have become a killing machine. Li Haoyan. Who could disagree? If only there were such individuals among the underworld demons. Countless individuals from myriad realms expressed their heartfelt sentiments, wishing for more such formidable beings in their world. Their existence would undoubtedly enhance the beauty of their realm. Even Lazuli and Lapis felt a swell of pride upon witnessing the accolades bestowed upon them in the comments. At that moment, a particular comment captured the attention of countless viewers. Piccolo. If that is the case, then Super Saiyan 2 cannot possibly be intended to confront these two androids. Piccolo. Could it be that there exist foes even more formidable? Piccolo's remark instantly ignited fervent discussions among the audience. Chapter 42. The True Enemy. Who resides within the cocoon? Zhanghua. Indeed, if the androids are so benevolent, then Super Saiyan 2 should not be meant to contend with them. Zhanghua. Thus, are there other foes of greater strength? Kakashi. Although Vegeta and Piccolo were soundly defeated, I believe they will not become adversaries of the androids henceforth. Kakashi. It appears that Super Saiyan 2 is indeed not intended to confront them. Duan Mu Yan. So, the true enemy has yet to reveal themselves? Li Sinan. I see. Akin to my situation, I initially thought the beasts of anomaly were the ultimate foes, only to discover the existence of Kaioshin's and Dark Guardians lurking behind the scenes. Xinxing. Yet, since this video focuses on these two androids, Xinxing, the true enemy must be connected to these androids. Daegu. Precisely, otherwise, this video would not squander time introducing and discussing these two androids. Kurosaki Ichigo. So, who exactly is the true enemy? What is their relation to these androids? Ichigo's query resonated with the other viewers, particularly with fighters like Piccolo and Krillin. After all, for the other spectators, they are merely onlookers, mere observers. However, for Piccolo and Krillin, this matter bears significant relevance to them. It is an occurrence that will shape their future. Naturally, they are eager to discern the true identity of the enemy. While the androids seek out Sun Wukong, the warriors each embark on their own quests. Initially, Krillin and Trunks head to Sun Wukong's residence to transport him to Master Roshi's place for further treatment. Meanwhile, Piccolo makes his way to the sacred temple, preparing to merge with the Supreme Kai. As for Vegeta, having been struck by Android 18, he finds solace on a cliff, lost in contemplation, the nature of which remains a mystery. Upon reaching the sacred temple, Piccolo finds that the Supreme Kai is already aware of his intentions and does not refuse him. Originally, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo were one and the same. Piccolo was the dark thought that the Supreme Kai expelled from his being. Upon their fusion, they will revert to the original, complete Namekian form, which is comparable to a Super Namekian. However, following the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls mysteriously vanish. On another front, while en route to Master Roshi's, Trunks receives a call from his mother, Bulma, informing him of the discovery of another time machine. Trunks, Krillin, and Gohan arrive at Bulma's residence, and upon learning the location of the time machine, they set off for their destination. Upon arrival, they find another time machine, though it is covered in moss, indicating it has been abandoned for some time. Trunks asserts that this time machine is indeed his own. Nearby, they stumble upon a green cocoon, which has already been breached, leaving its contents conspicuously absent. The presence of this cocoon instills a sense of unease among them. What is this cocoon? Was the entity within it transported here via the time machine? Zhonghua thus. The being within this cocoon is the true enemy. Zhonghua. The Super Saiyan 2 should be employed to confront him. Zhang Chulan. But what exactly resides within this cocoon? Is it a creature? Zhang Chulan. What connection does it have with those two androids? Why did it utilize another time machine? Duanmu Yin. Two time machines, one of which is identical to Trunks. Yet it is this being from the cocoon that has made use of it. Duanmu Yin. It is plausible that the original owner of this time machine has already. Although Duanmu Yin did not articulate it explicitly, the implication was clear to all present. Given that the time machine was commandeered by the being within the cocoon, the original owner, Trunks, has likely met with an untimely fate. Uzumaki Naruto. But Trunks is still alive, Isntihi? Could there be another Trunks? Li Xian Nan. Matters concerning time travel are indeed perplexing. Whis, actually, it is quite simple. At this moment, the angel Whis steps forward to elucidate. Whis, there does exist another Trunks. But he does not belong to the same timeline as the Trunks in the video. Whis, you may perceive it as parallel universes. Thus, it appears there exist countless Trunks across parallel universes, remarked Juegawei. So, you mean the entity within this chrysalis hails from another parallel universe? Queried Yurui. No wonder we require Super Saiyan 2 to confront it. A formidable foe from a different realm is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors, replied Daigu. The concept of parallel universes is far more readily accepted among the new generation of Ultramen, as they frequently traverse various parallel dimensions. They comprehend that adversaries emerging from alternate realities are exceedingly formidable. To vanquish such foes, they must acquire new powers and assume new forms. Hence, it is imperative to utilize Super Saiyan 2 to address the being within the chrysalis. There is no doubt about it. The pressing question remains. What precisely is this entity within the chrysalis? What connection does it bear to androids 17 and 18? It is implausible that there exists no correlation. For otherwise, the extensive discourse regarding the androids at the beginning of the video would be a mere waste of time. Surely, Lin Luo, the one who released the video, would not engage in such triviality. The emergence of the chrysalis has unveiled the complexities of the situation to the warriors. During their investigation, they ultimately encountered the being within. This creature, adorned in dark green with black spots and sporting a long tail reminiscent of an insect, is known as Cell. By absorbing the life force of Earthlings, his power has grown increasingly formidable, resulting in the transformation of several cities into desolate wastelands. Upon encountering Cell, Piccolo discovered a horrifying truth. Cell possesses the energy signatures of multiple individuals, including Goku, Piccolo himself, and Krillin. To decipher the enigma, Piccolo feigned defeat, hoping to satiate Cell's curiosity in his final moments. Seizing this opportunity, Cell transformed into an oracle of sorts, divulging crucial information to Piccolo. It was revealed that Cell is also an android created by Dr. Gero, who had collected the cells of numerous warriors and fused them to produce Cell. This explains the myriad energy signatures he possesses. Moreover, according to the information left by Dr. Gero, should Cell absorb androids 17 and 18, he would achieve his ultimate form. However, in his timeline, these two androids were nowhere to be found. Consequently, he murdered the Trunks of his timeline and traveled back to the past using a time machine. The information provided by Cell allowed Piccolo to piece together a substantial understanding of the situation. In Chapter 43, it became evident that androids 17 and 18 were merely the materials Cell required to attain his perfect form. In Piccolo's deductions, it was likely that Trunks from Cell's timeline had defeated androids 17 and 18. However, just as Trunks was about to return to the past to share the good news, he was ambushed by Cell and met his demise at his hands. Subsequently, Cell utilized the time machine to arrive in the present timeline. In other words, the original timeline of Cell is situated in a future even more distant than the future timeline known to them through Trunks. Having acquired the information he sought, Piccolo discarded his previous demeanor, which had been one of despondency. Observing this scene, Cell realized he had been deceived. However, based on his understanding, Piccolo should not possess such intelligence. Piccolo informed Cell that due to his fusion with the Kaioshin, he now possessed the wisdom of the Kaioshin. Just as Piccolo was about to vanquish Cell, the latter unleashed his formidable technique, the solar flare, incapacitating Piccolo and enabling his escape. Subsequently, Piccolo relayed the information he had gathered to the arriving Krillin and Tien. Upon learning these details, the warriors recognized that their next steps were clear. First, they must locate Cell. Second, they cannot allow Cell to absorb the androids. The most effective course of action would be to defeat androids 17 and 18. Thereafter, Krillin and Trunks returned to Dr. Gero's lab, where they discovered Cell's embryo and the schematics for the androids. Trunks and Krillin took the blueprints and destroyed Cell's embryo, ensuring that this version of Cell would not re-emerge in their timeline. Dagu. I never expected that this creature encased in a chrysalis had such origins. He is also an android. Kakashi. Moreover, by absorbing androids 17 and 18, he can transform into his perfect form. Zhang Chulan. So, these two androids merely serve as materials for Cell's evolution into his perfect state? Naruto Uzumaki. But since the Cell from the past timeline has already been dealt with. Naruto Uzumaki. Does that mean the Cell from the future will also vanish? Sasuke Uchiha. You are quite foolish. I have already mentioned that this is a parallel universe, and there is no influence between them. Indeed, events from the past do not affect the future. At most, they give rise to a new parallel timeline. Bardock. It seems that Super Saiyan 2 was specifically devised to confront Cell. Bardock, and it is highly likely that Cell has successfully achieved his perfect form. Elome. It appears that the warriors failed to prevent Cell from attaining his perfect state. Many from across the myriad realms have begun to speculate. Cell is indeed the true adversary, and Super Saiyan 2 was prepared specifically for him. Furthermore, it is quite probable that Cell will evolve into his perfect form. On the road to West City, observing the conjectures in the comments, Lazuli and Lapis wore expressions of grave concern. The video indicated that they would be absorbed by Cell, implying that their future selves would perish. Indeed, their aversion to becoming androids was justified. Hence, Dr. Gero's transformation of them into androids was merely to produce two materials for Cell's evolution into his perfect form. Within Dr. Gero's laboratory, he exclaims, I am truly a genius. I have managed to create an android of Cell's caliber. Viewing the footage of Cell, Dr. Gero's expression was one of fervent excitement. Though he had not yet conceived such plans, the future version of himself had already done so and had set them into motion. Now that he is aware, he will ensure that Cell's arrival is expedited. Dr. Gero was acutely aware that what he lacked most at this moment was time. The warriors featured in the video had also grasped this reality. Consequently, they would undoubtedly come to thwart his plans. Therefore, he had to act swiftly. Moreover, the current research facility had become perilous. Its location had been compromised in the video. He needed to relocate to a different lab. However, the dilemma for Dr. Gero was that this facility housed all his equipment and data. Transitioning to another laboratory was no simple task. While he could transport the data, the equipment was another matter entirely. Yet remaining would be tantamount to inviting death. Departure was imperative. After careful contemplation, Dr. Gero resolved to take the data and leave. As for the equipment, he would have to recreate and procure it at a new location. Although this delay would postpone the emergence of the androids in Cell, it would at least diminish the likelihood of his discovery. To these formidable beings, their focus rested on Cell's identity and his immense power. Conversely, for the countless ordinary individuals across myriad realms, particularly those inhabiting the Dragon Ball world, their concern lay with those who had been absorbed by Cell. Previously, Dr. Gero and Android 19 had effortlessly razed an entire city, extinguishing the lives of its inhabitants. Now, Cell had absorbed the populace of several cities. These ordinary people found themselves in a world where they could not control their destinies. Faced with such monsters, they were utterly powerless. Meanwhile, countless viewers continued to watch the video, eager to understand how Cell had absorbed androids 17 and 18 and what the fully realized form of Cell would entail. In the footage, androids 17 and 18 were oblivious to Cell's existence, unaware that they were merely components in his evolution towards perfection. They arrived at Goku's residence, only to find him absent. Android 16 informed them that Goku might be at Master Roshi's place. Upon reaching the Turtle Hermit's abode, they indeed discovered Goku. At this juncture, Piccolo stepped forward, proposing a change of venue for their battle. The trio acquiesced. Subsequently, Piccolo and the three androids ventured to a distant island. Android 17 did not regard Piccolo, a defeated foe, with any seriousness. However, Piccolo had fused with the Supreme Kai, transforming into the most primordial Super Namekian. At this moment, Piccolo's strength was on par with that of Android 17. An intense clash ensued between the two, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet, similar to the battle between Vegeta and Android 18, Android 17 possessed boundless energy and infinite stamina, while Piccolo did not. As time passed, Piccolo's endurance began to wane. It was precisely at this moment that a figure burst onto the battlefield. This figure was none other than Cell. The commotion from Piccolo and Android 17's battle had captured Cell's attention. Upon seeing Cell, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively understood Cell's intentions and urged Android 17 to flee. However, Android 17, unaware of who or what Cell was, dismissed him entirely. Piccolo informed Android 17 that Cell sought to absorb him, and upon consuming both him and Android 18, Cell would transform into the Ultimate Warrior. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, 17 made a gesture towards Cell, pointing his right thumb at himself and boldly declaring, "I am the Ultimate Warrior." However, after this bravado, he faced a harsh reality. Despite possessing limitless energy, 17 found himself at a disadvantage against Cell's superior strength. He was soundly defeated, and in a calculated move, Cell seized the opportunity to swallow 17 with his tail. Following the absorption of 17, Cell underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 44. The entire Earth is searching for Dr. Gero. After absorbing 17, Cell, who had once appeared diminutive and insect-like, now towered with an imposing physique, his previously indistinct face taking on a more human-like appearance. Yet, the most significant change lay not in his appearance, but in the substantial enhancement of his power. The aura he exuded instilled fear even in Piccolo. On the way to West City, have I truly been absorbed by that grotesque creature? Rabius struggled to come to terms with the video evidence of his absorption. Being consumed by such an ugly entity felt like a nightmare. "If you've been absorbed, it seems my fate is not far behind," remarked Lazili, her expression equally grim. With her brother already absorbed, it was evident that she was next in line for Cell's appetite. Yet, Lazili couldn't help but chastise Rabius. "You were a bit too arrogant. Rabius, Piccolo warned you to flee, yet you chose to confront Cell instead. Had you run, Cell would not have been able to absorb you so easily." Rabius found himself unable to refute his sister's observations. Indeed, he felt discomfort watching his own arrogant demeanor on the screen. This was not representative of his true character. It appeared that after being transformed into a cyborg, his personality had shifted, becoming more haughty and self-important. Fortunately, despite this transformation, he retained his humanity, not devolving into a cruel and vicious being. Otherwise, he would have struggled to confront his own reflection. Nonetheless, the crux of the matter remained. As long as he did not become a cyborg, the threat of absorption would not loom over him. For the other viewers, the scene of 17 being absorbed was anticipated. They had already surmised that Cell would evolve into his perfect form. Thus, the absorption of 17 did not evoke much surprise. What astonished them was something else entirely. I recall Cell was no match for Piccolo previously. If Piccolo hadn't feigned defeat to gather intelligence, he would have easily overcome Cell, remarked Goku. Yet, look how little time has passed, and Cell has effortlessly defeated 17, he continued. Just how many life energies has he absorbed? The barrage of comments during the Warring States period left countless viewers, particularly the ordinary ones, in a state of silence. They were acutely aware that Cell could augment his strength by absorbing the life energy of humans, transitioning from being no match for Piccolo to effortlessly defeating Android 17. The sheer magnitude of life energy Cell must have absorbed was beyond their imagination. One could only speculate how many cities had transformed into desolate wastelands, devoid of any survivors. The mere thought of those who perished at Cell's hands sent shivers down the spines of even the villains themselves. While they too had committed heinous acts, in comparison to Cell, they appeared almost benevolent. Cell was the true embodiment of malevolence. What was Dr. Gero thinking when he created such a demon? Given the current circumstances, it was fortunate that Dr. Gero had been eliminated by Android 17 earlier. Otherwise, he might have met his end at Cell's hands. Naruto, I wonder if Dr. Gero regrets creating such a terrifying demon. Dr. Gero, regret? Why should I regret? Dr. Gero, I am in awe of my own ability to create such a powerful android. Dr. Gero gazed at the footage of Cell with admiration. The fact that he could create an android like Cell was a testament to his exceptional skill. He would not relent. However, the content of the video also served as a wake-up call. While creating androids was permissible, he must have complete control over them. Otherwise, It would be akin to nurturing a tiger that could turn on him. The barrage of comments directed at Dr. Gero was met with scorn, yet he paid them no mind. Bulma, how about we locate Dr. Gero in advance and eliminate him? Bulma, this way, no androids, no Cell will ever emerge. Bulma's suggestion had indeed been raised in the original story, though it had garnered no support. However, after witnessing the horrors wrought by the androids created by Dr. Gero, particularly Cell, the warriors found themselves in agreement with Bulma's proposal. Krillin, indeed, at this point in time, Dr. Gero has likely not yet created any androids. If we can eliminate him ahead of time, at least the threat of androids will be averted. 10. Although Vegeta is en route to Earth, I believe he would also concur with this proposal. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta remained silent upon reading Tien's comment, yet instinctively nodded his head. Deep down, he too harbored the desire to rid the world of Dr. Gero. After all, the very existence of this scientist had trampled the pride of the Saiyans into the dirt. It was utterly disgraceful that even after transforming into Super Saiyans, they were unable to best the androids he had created. Such a being could not be allowed to continue living. If ridding the world of him could prevent the emergence of androids, he would wholeheartedly support it. Krillin, if that is the case, let us hasten to find Dr. Gero and then return to our training. Klin, regardless. Bulma's father's high-gravity device has yet to be completed. Yamcha, a splendid idea. Resolute in their decision, the warriors resolved to locate Dr. Gero and extinguish him in his infancy. In the past, they would have hesitated to take action against an elderly figure, but now they were acutely aware of his malevolence, having witnessed the cruelty of the monster he created, Cell. Thus, they bore no psychological burden. Following their declarations, many Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world expressed their desire to join the hunt for Dr. Gero, as the threat posed by Cell was paramount to their existence. They certainly did not wish to become mere life energy for Cell to absorb in the future. In no time, a fervent movement arose in the Dragon Ball world, with cries against Dr. Gero echoing everywhere. It could be said that every inhabitant of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe was on the lookout for Dr. Gero. Although the Saiyans were set to invade Earth in a year's time, they regarded Dr. Gero as a more immediate threat than the Saiyans. The priority was to deal with Dr. Gero first. Lapis, Klin, Razali, and I are currently en route to West City. Could you kindly come to fetch us? Klin, who are you? Lapis, we are the two androids from the video, although we have yet to be transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Klin, certainly. Please inform me of your current location. Chapter 45. A bag of Sinza beans and a pack of cigarettes. Second stage cell control for a day within the laboratory, Dr. Gero wore a rather grim expression. He now deeply regretted having sent those two comments. The entire Earth was now in pursuit of him. Had he already created androids and transformed himself into one, he would have felt no fear. However, he was merely an ordinary man at present. Apart from his extraordinary intellect, he possessed no formidable strength. If he were to be found, it would spell his end. Compounding his distress was the fact that the two materials he had utilized for his androids were now merging with those warriors. Though he could seek alternative materials, he could not guarantee that any substitutes would match the strength of the androids showcased in the video. After all, there were established examples to follow. But now, that plan appeared to be in jeopardy. Nevertheless, those concerns could be addressed later. For now, he needed to devise a means to evade the global search. Although his technological prowess surpassed that of Earth's other advancements, it was no match for the collective pursuit of the populace. Among them were those formidable warriors. In that moment, Dr. Gero felt a wave of despair. Duan Muyin, that is the right approach. Since we have foreseen the threat, we should eliminate it in its infancy. Duan Muyin fully endorsed the actions of Klin and the others. Were he in their position, he would have acted likewise. It was akin to knowing in advance who would become Oozuru. He will undoubtedly capture them in advance. After all, those who can transform into Oozuru are unlikely to be virtuous individuals. Should we merely wait for them to become Oozuru before addressing the issue? How absurd, Li Shinan remarked. With the technology from the Dragon Ball world, locating Dr. Gero should not pose a challenge. Li Haoyan countered, not necessarily. Dr. Gero's technology surpasses that of the entire world, making his discovery uncertain. Krillin suggested, no worries. We could always use the Dragon Balls to wish for Shenron to reveal Dr. Gero's whereabouts. Yamcha interjected, but we still need to resurrect Goku, right? Krillin replied, isn't there the Namekian Dragon Balls? He then addressed the Namekians, if you happen to be watching this video, will you assist us when the time comes? The Grand Elder of Namek responded, "Of course. Currently, all Namekians are aware that Krillin, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan are their benefactors. Although events on Namek have yet to unfold, and perhaps may never occur, they feel an unwavering obligation to reciprocate this kindness." Krillin declared. "It's settled." Upon hearing the Namekians' willingness to help, Tien, Yamcha, and the others felt a wave of relief. With the Dragon Balls as their safety net, they were now eager to see where Dr. Gero would flee. Zhang Chulan observed, "It seems that the Dragon Ball world will not witness the emergence of androids." Zhang Guo remarked, "It can be said that the future of the Dragon Ball world has already been altered." He sighed, "How I wish for a video that foreshadows the future of our world." Kakashi echoed, "Indeed. I too desire to know what will transpire in our world and how my future will unfold." Many shared similar sentiments and aspirations. After all, if they could foresee future events, they could prepare in advance and alter their destinies. Regrettably, aside from the videos from the Dragon Ball world, no other future-revealing content has emerged. In the western capital of Earth within the Dragon Ball realm, Lin Luo remained unfazed by Zhang Guo's comments. He had long anticipated that his video would alter the future of Dragon Ball. But so what? He had released the video with that very intention. As a traveler in a world he was familiar with, if he did not seek to alter the narrative in the future, what was the point of his journey? Even those who follow the protagonist of the original plot cannot expect the storyline to remain entirely unchanged. As for the potential changes to the future, what if Son Goku and his companions could no longer transform? On one hand, given their capabilities, even if the narrative diverged from its original course, they would still find ways to transform. Countless individuals agree with the notion that it was not the Saiyans who perfected Son Goku, but rather Son Goku who elevated the Saiyans. Thus, even if the future shifts, devoid of events on Namek and the existence of androids, they would still prevail. Sun Wukong remains the same Sun Wukong, possessing alternative methods to transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, once he acquires the abilities depicted in the video, he could also impart his knowledge to others. Once he attains the powers of an angel or even surpasses that, teaching them to become Super Saiyans would be a trivial matter. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding Sun Wukong and his companions. Ichigo Kurosaki, speaking of which, now that number 17 has been absorbed, it seems that number 18 is next on the list. Kakashi, indeed. It appears that Cell is on the brink of achieving his perfect form. Countless spectators are curious about what Cell's perfect form will look like. After absorbing number 17, Cell aims to consume number 18, but he is thwarted by number 16. The strength of number 16 surpasses that of both numbers 17 and 18, even capable of stalling the second form of Cell, though only for a brief period. Soon, number 16 is defeated and severely injured by the second form of Cell. Piccolo is also sent flying into the sea by the second form of Cell, leaving his fate uncertain. Just as the second form of Cell prepares to absorb number 18, a figure materializes before him. This figure is Tien Shinhan. In a desperate bid to prevent Cell from absorbing number 18, he risks his life, relentlessly unleashing his Kikaho to restrain Cell, thus buying precious time for number 18's escape. This marks another shining moment for Tien Shinhan after many years. His previous highlight can be traced back to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament when he battled Sun Wukong. Due to his outstanding performance this time, a saying has emerged: a bag of Sinza beans and a pack of cigarettes, and Tien can hold the second form of Cell for a day. This implies that with a bag of Sinza beans and a pack of cigarettes, Tien could recover while smoking and continuously unleash Kikaho to control Cell for an entire day. It is important to note that the disparity in strength between Tien and the second form of Cell can only be described as a chasm. His performance is on par with Krillin's historic moment when he severed Frisia's tail with the Kienzan. In fact, one could argue that Tien's display eclipses even Krillin's, as the gap in power between the second form of Cell and Tien is greater than that between the first form of Frisia and Krillin. Chapter 46, The Enchanted Realm's Astonishing Sanctuary, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Observing his own performance in the video and listening to the narrator's praise, Tien cannot help but stand a little taller. He feels a surge of pride for the version of himself captured in the footage. Of course, he is acutely aware of the potential consequences of his reckless Kikaho barrage. He may very well meet his demise. However, if his sacrifice could prevent Cell from attaining his perfect form, then his death would be entirely justified. After all, the narrator has stated that this is yet another shining moment for him after many years. His last noteworthy occasion dates back to his battle with Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and since then, he has had few such moments. During the Saiyan invasion, he was slain by Nappa, contributing little to the cause. As for Namek, his revival was never realized. However, as we transition to the Android saga, he finally proves his worth once more. Even if this moment of glory comes at the cost of his own life, it is indeed a worthy sacrifice. Krillin remarks, Tien is truly risking it all. He probably never even contemplated survival. Goku responds, indeed, once he is freed by Cell, his demise is inevitable. Krillin adds, no, my point extends beyond that. Overexertion of the Kamehameha can lead to death. Otherwise, why would the narrator mention preparing a bag of senzu beans for Tien? Upon hearing Krillin's commentary, the other warriors nod in agreement, fully aware that the Kamehameha technique demands a significant amount of energy. Excessive usage could prove fatal. Tien's reckless application of it indeed demonstrates a disregard for life, all to prevent Cell from achieving his perfect form. Zoro laments, unfortunately. It seems Cell ultimately becomes perfect regardless. He continues, Tien's actions merely delayed Cell's transformation. Sanji inquires, so, in the end, Cell still located Android 18? He further questions, but how did he find her? This perplexity resonates with countless viewers. Cell identified Android 17 due to the commotion from his battle with Piccolo, which naturally drew Cell's attention. However, how did he track down Android 18? Unless she too engaged in combat, but given the current circumstances, that seems unlikely. After all, to prevent Cell from attaining his perfect form, the warriors would refrain from fighting her, and besides, they are not her equals. So, how did Cell locate Android 18? With these questions lingering, the audience continues to watch the video. In the footage, Tien's valiant efforts enable Android 18 to escape, thwarting Cell's transformation into his perfect form. Yet, due to the overuse of the Kamehameha, Tien finds himself on the brink of death. At this critical juncture, a figure appears, rescuing both him and Piccolo, who had fallen into the ocean, bringing them to safety. That figure is none other than Goku. Indeed, Goku's heart condition has been cured. Through instant transmission, he saves Piccolo and Tien, whisking them away from Cell's grasp. After administering senzu beans, both warriors regain their strength. Goku's recovery is certainly a cause for celebration. But even with his prowess, he remains no match for Cell. However, Goku is not overly anxious. He has conceived a method to enhance his strength, the hyperbolic time chamber. This extraordinary room allows a year to pass inside, while only a single day elapses outside. He had entered it during his childhood while training at the temple, though he spent only a few days within. To augment his abilities, the hyperbolic time chamber presents an excellent opportunity. Subsequently, he takes Gohan and uses instant transmission to join Vegeta. Trunks was also present, observing his father intently. Goku informed Vegeta of a location that would significantly enhance their training and proposed an invitation for him and Trunks to join. Vegeta acquiesced, but on the condition that he would be the first to enter. Goku agreed. Subsequently, they arrived at the temple, where Vegeta and Trunks entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Meanwhile, Cell commenced his search for Android 18. He scoured the vicinity of the islands, aware that 18 was accompanied by 16 and would refrain from flying to avoid detection. Thus, he concluded that she must be nearby. In his relentless pursuit, Cell obliterated numerous islands, some of which harbored cities, leaving countless lives extinguished by his hand. On another front, Krillin handed over the schematics for the androids to Bulma. With these blueprints, she was able to devise a controller that could halt the androids in an emergency. By neutralizing 18, they could ultimately eliminate Cell, preventing him from achieving his perfect form. As the day unfolded, Cell continued his futile search for 18. However, Bulma successfully created the emergency stop controller and presented it to Krillin. Furthermore, Vegeta and Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Rock Lee, the hyperbolic time chamber. One day outside equals a year inside. What a marvelous place. Rock Lee, does this mean training here can dramatically enhance one's power? Cap, why doesn't TR World possess such an extraordinary place? If it did, I would have captured Roger long ago. Countless powerful beings gazed enviously at the hyperbolic time chamber, a wondrous realm where one day outside equates to an entire year of training within. If only they could train there, their strength would surely skyrocket. Remarkably, merely a single day had passed outside. This location could bestow immense power within a short span. As more videos revealed the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe, their awe only deepened. This was hardly surprising. After all, even in fantastical realms, The hyperbolic time chamber would evoke astonishment. It operates not only on the principles of time, but also on the laws of space. A room with seemingly infinite space. The manipulation of time and space is a paramount law in any world. Even the strongest beings from fantastical realms would be profoundly amazed to learn of the hyperbolic time chamber. Such a training ground, where time flows differently and space is boundless, is reserved for protagonists alone. Daiku. Could it be that after training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta will transform into Super Saiyan 2 and defeat Cell? Shinjo, but hasn't Cell yet achieved his perfect form? Isn't Super Saiyan 2 meant to combat the perfect form? Vegeta, haha, that must be it. I have undoubtedly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 and will have vanquished Cell. Within the spaceship, Vegeta was filled with exhilaration. At long last, he could surpass that Kakarot fellow. He has finally outpaced Kakarot, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 ahead of him. The fact that a mere lower-class warrior has managed to achieve this transformation before him is quite irksome. If Kakarot were to transform into Super Saiyan 2 first, he would truly be at his wit's end. However, it seems that he has triumphed. He has transformed into Super Saiyan 2 faster than Kakarot. Frieza, Vegeta, do not rejoice too soon. Be wary of a subsequent slap in the face. Frieza, Cell has yet to achieve his perfect form. Super Saiyan 2 will not make its appearance so soon. With the debut imminent, the young author humbly requests a wave of gifts. Grateful thanks to all the dashing and cheerful readers. Chapter 47, The World Masterpiece. Oh my Vegeta. Frieza does not believe that Vegeta is truly capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. After all, if Super Saiyan 2 is merely to confront a second-stage Cell, it would be rather undignified. One must understand that Goku's Super Saiyan transformation was meant to combat Frieza at full power. A transformation stronger than Super Saiyan surely ought not to be reserved for a mere second-stage Cell, right? Vegeta, who told you that Super Saiyan 2 is exclusively for facing perfect Cell? Vegeta, can I not transform into Super Saiyan 2 and dispose of this second-stage Cell? Yamcha, no. Tien, well, no. Frieza, no. Those harboring disdain for Vegeta unanimously declare that it cannot be done. They refuse to accept that Vegeta has transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Frieza, needless to say, is now in complete opposition to Vegeta and certainly does not wish to see him achieve this transformation. Likewise, he does not want Goku to transform either. As for the warriors, despite the fact that Vegeta appears as their comrade in the video, they are not yet ready to accept this reality. After all, they had previously fought to the death with Vegeta, and in reality, they were destined to battle him again a year later. How could they possibly accept that Vegeta has become Super Saiyan 2 before them? Naturally, they all hope that Goku will once again be the first to achieve this transformation. Seeing so many contradict his claim only serves to infuriate Vegeta. Unfortunately, he cannot do anything about it. Retaliating in the comments would be futile. Thus, he resolves to remain silent for the time being, planning to unleash his wrath upon them once the video concludes. Vegeta is confident that the subsequent content will undoubtedly showcase him, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, vanquishing Cell. After Vegeta and Trunks emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Gohan enter for their training. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his son set out to confront Cell. On a small island, they locate Cell, who is now perilously close to the location of Android 18. Had it not been for the arrival of Vegeta and Trunks, he would have found her imminently. Cell is entirely unconcerned about the appearance of Vegeta and Trunks. In the eyes of Cell, neither Vegeta nor Trunks stood a chance against androids 17 and 18, let alone himself. However, in the next moment, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a formidable aura. He then proceeded to overpower Cell with ease. The second form of Cell found himself utterly defenseless before Vegeta. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Vegeta could not contain his exhilaration as he mercilessly pummeled Cell. I told you, it was undoubtedly my transformation into Super Saiyan 2 that vanquished Cell. But is this truly Super Saiyan 2? Krillin questioned. It seems to me that there is hardly any difference from the regular Super Saiyan. Indeed, Piccolo concurred, though Vegeta's strength has undeniably increased. He appears unchanged on the surface. Who told you that a transformation into Super Saiyan 2 must be accompanied by a visible change? Vegeta retorted. Do you even know what a Super Saiyan 2 looks like? Faced with Vegeta's assertions, Krillin and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, they had no knowledge of what Super Saiyan 2 truly entailed, rendering Vegeta's claim plausible. Yet, Did Vegeta genuinely achieve his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 before Goku? They remained skeptical. With this doubt lingering, they continued to watch. In the video, Vegeta exhibited an astonishing display of power, leaving Cell completely outmatched. Cell, filled with resentment, shouted that if he could absorb Android 18 and attain his perfect form, then Vegeta would surely not stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, Vegeta, emboldened by his significant power increase, believed himself invincible. To further showcase his prowess, he offered Cell the opportunity to locate Android 18 and achieve his perfect form. Of course, Trunks was unwilling to comply. Yet, when he attempted to confront Cell, Vegeta intervened. Simultaneously, Krillin, equipped with a controller, located Android 18. With the press of a button, he could disable her functions and ultimately destroy her. However, at this crucial moment, Krillin recalled the tender memory of Android 18 kissing his cheek. Enchanted by her beauty and actions, he made a startling decision. He discarded the controller, crushed it beneath his foot, and allowed Android 18 to escape. Piccolo, Tien, and others exerted every effort to prevent Cell from achieving his perfect form. Yet, two individuals undermined their endeavors. The first was, of course, Vegeta. Had he not afforded Cell the opportunity, the latter would not have reached his perfect state. The second was Krillin. Had he not chosen to prioritize his feelings for a woman at a critical juncture, Android 18 would have been destroyed. Thus, Cell's transformation into his perfect form was facilitated by the actions of these two, who owed an apology to Piccolo, Tien, and the others. However, Vegeta's transgression was more grievous, and he would soon face the consequences, leaving behind a masterpiece of chaos. As for Krillin, he indeed reaped benefits from this action. As the narration concluded, within the video, Cell located Android 18. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, she was ultimately unable to prevent her absorption by Cell. Following the absorption of Android 18, Cell underwent a remarkable transformation. An overwhelmingly potent aura emanated from him, enveloping his form in a resplendent golden light. As the brilliance faded, the previously somewhat corpulent and unattractive second stage Cell vanished, replaced by a well-proportioned and handsome being, Perfect Cell. With the assistance of Vegeta and Krillin, Cell successfully achieved his perfect form. Upon attaining this state, Cell no longer regarded Vegeta with any seriousness. However, Vegeta remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Confronted by Perfect Cell, he maintained his usual air of confidence. He gazed at Cell, pointing his right thumb at himself, and proclaimed his famous line, "Olowa, Super Vegeta da. I am Super Vegeta." Soon after, he was soundly defeated by Perfect Cell. The strength that could have easily overwhelmed second stage Cell proved utterly ineffective against Perfect Cell. The tide of battle had turned dramatically. Ultimately, Cell struck Vegeta in the back with an elbow, sending him crashing to the ground and concluding the confrontation. Vegeta lay unconscious, a stark contrast to his previous display of confidence. Chapter 48. Vegeta must bow to others. Frieza, Super Vegeta? Indeed, it seems you truly are Super Vegeta. As you were promptly taken down after uttering that phrase, Frieza struggled to contain his amusement. While he had anticipated that Vegeta might face a setback, he had not expected it to be so ironic. Just after declaring himself Super Vegeta, he was indeed brought low. One could say he possesses a keen sense of self-awareness. Frieza. By the way, this scene feels oddly familiar. Frieza. I recall now. In the last video, you seem to have said something quite similar to me. Frieza. I remember you claiming to have become the Super Saiyan I feared most, only to be swiftly defeated by me. Observing Frieza's mockery, Vegeta felt veins throb on his forehead, yet he was at a loss for words. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. To find himself in such a predicament twice was a bitter pill to swallow. The first instance against Frieza, and now against Cell. Each time, after expressing confidence in his abilities, he was effortlessly crushed by his opponents. Frankly, he yearned to inquire of his former self in the video what he had been thinking. Goku. I can only say that Cell's transformation into his perfect form owes an indelible debt to Vegeta. Goku. During the feast, without Vegeta's presence, Cell could not even lift his chopsticks. Zhang Jiwei. Twice, Vegeta granted Cell 2 opportunities. Zhang Jiwei. The first time was at Dr. Gero's. If he hadn't let Dr. Gero go, Androids 17 and 18 would never have been released, and Cell would not have absorbed them. Zhang Jiwei. Now, this is the second time. Duan Muyin. The crux of the matter is that Trunks attempted to intervene both times, only to be thwarted by his father. Duan Muyin. I feel immense sympathy for Trunks. The mere thought of Trunks having such an inept ally as a father filled Duanmu Yin with pity. If his teammates were of the same caliber, he would prefer to fight alone. Yet, it seems he has indeed been solitary in his endeavors all along. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, I am truly sorry for failing you. Krillin, if I had destroyed Android 18, Cell would not have achieved his perfect form. Krillin readily accepted blame. He was uncertain of his thoughts during the video. But as an observer now, it was clear to him that Cell's transformation into perfection bore his responsibility. An apology was warranted. Tien, Krillin, this cannot be solely your fault. If anyone is to blame, it should be Vegeta. Yamcha, Krillin has apologized. What about Vegeta? Why does he not step forward to offer his own apology? Yamcha, according to the commentary in the video, he owes an apology to Piccolo, Tien, and even to Android 18, who was absorbed by Cell due to his inaction. Vegeta, of course, would not apologize, yet he found himself at a loss for words, left in silence aboard the ship, seething with impotent rage. Yamcha was insufferable. Did he really need to target Vegeta just because he had taken his woman? Piccolo, I don't understand why you didn't destroy Android 18. As a Namekian, Piccolo was oblivious to matters of love, thus failing to grasp Krillin's hesitation. Tien, however, understood and did not blame him. It was evident that Krillin had developed feelings for Android 18. On the way to West City, La Zili remarked, "It appears that Krillin has fallen for you." She turned to her sister, La Bai Si. "That kiss you gave him left a profound impression." La Zili remained silent. Her heart stirred as she saw in the video that Krillin had refrained from destroying her. The thought of Krillin coming to their rescue muddled her mind. How would she face him? The narration had mentioned that Krillin's actions had brought him advantages. What advantages? Did they pertain to her? Could it be that she and Krillin ended up together? But no, she had been absorbed by Cell, so she should be dead. Or had she been revived afterward? Uncertain. She could only wait to see if the latter part of the video would provide answers. As Trunks witnessed his father being defeated, he stepped forward. He urged Krillin to take his father away while he remained behind to confront Cell. After Krillin departed with Vegeta, Trunks unleashed his own power. His muscles began to swell, transforming him into a formidable figure. The aura he emanated surpassed that of Cell, indicating that Trunks' power had indeed exceeded Cell's. However, when the battle commenced, not a single strike from Trunks managed to connect with Cell, who deftly evaded his attacks. Cell remarked to Trunks that despite his superior strength, his speed had significantly diminished. Attacks that fail to reach the enemy are utterly futile. Upon hearing Cell's words, Trunks recognized his error. Cell then inquired if there were no stronger opponents to contend with. Trunks responded, informing Cell that Goku and Gohan were training and would undoubtedly defeat him. This statement piqued Cell's interest. He spared Trunks' life and announced his intention to host an event akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament, dubbed the Cell Games. Subsequently, Cell visited a television station to broadcast the details of the Cell Games to the entire world, including the time and location, set to occur in 9 days. Remarkably, less than a day after Cell's announcement, Goku and Gohan emerged early from the hyperbolic time chamber, both maintaining their Super Saiyan forms. Even Gohan had achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Others were perplexed by their sustained Super Saiyan appearances, but Vegeta quickly discerned the reasoning. If one could acclimate to the Super Saiyan state during regular training, the physical burden during power enhancement would be significantly reduced. After emerging, Goku and Gohan first indulged in a hearty meal, after which Goku donned his signature martial arts attire, while Gohan opted for an outfit given to him by Piccolo. Goku then took Gohan to Kirin Tower to consult with Master Kirin regarding the power disparity between himself and Cell. Despite only unleashing half of his energy, it was already immensely powerful, affecting even the distant sacred world of the Kais. The others were astounded by Goku's energy, while Vegeta felt a sense of resentment, having once again been surpassed by Goku. According to Master Kirin's assessment, Goku's strength still fell short of Cell's. However, Goku remained unfazed, exuding an air of knowing this outcome all along. Gohan, on the other hand, was greatly surprised, not by his father's strength, but by the revelation that his father had grown so powerful. His unspoken thought was, "Is my father truly that formidable? Why do others seem astonished when I do not feel the same?" Chapter 49. Train diligently, study hard, eat well, and rest properly. Piccolo, doesn't Gohan think his father's strength is impressive? Piccolo, could it be that Gohan's power is now on par with Goku's, or perhaps even surpasses it? As Gohan's father, Piccolo also inferred the underlying meaning of Gohan's astonishment. He did not perceive the extent of his father's strength. Is it possible that he is not inferior to his father? However, upon reflecting on Gohan's innate talent, Piccolo felt a sense of relief. Why did he choose to train Gohan? Was it not because he recognized Gohan's remarkable potential, hoping he could contribute during the Saiyan invasion? It now appears he may have underestimated Gohan's abilities. Gohan, am I truly not weaker than my father? That seems quite implausible. Gohan himself harbored doubts regarding his own prowess. After all, in his eyes, his father was the epitome of strength. How could he possibly be stronger than him? Yet, on the other hand, the version of himself in the video had transformed into a Super Saiyan. That transformation must have occurred within the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan, you are unaware of the immense potential that lies within you. Goku, even if you were to surpass me, it would not be an extraordinary occurrence. Goku was not surprised by the notion that Gohan's strength could rival his own. In fact, he considered it entirely normal for Gohan to exceed him. Having recognized Gohan's formidable potential since he was an infant, surpassing him was not an unusual feat. Frieza, if this little brat is not weaker than Goku, does that mean he surpasses Vegeta? Frieza, Vegeta, what does it feel like to be outdone by a mere child? Frieza taunted Vegeta. Yet he found himself somewhat helpless regarding one matter. Wasn't the Super Saiyan supposed to be the legendary warrior of the Saiyans? How is it that Super Saiyans have become so prevalent? Goku can transform, and so can Vegeta. Even Trunks, the one who defeated him, has attained this power. Now, even a child can achieve the transformation. This Super Saiyan status has lost its grandeur. In response to Frieza's mockery, Vegeta refrained from retorting. For within his heart, witnessing Gohan surpass him evoked no feelings of resentment. This perplexed him. Why did he remain indifferent to Gohan's ascendance? Currently, Vegeta was unaware that his only concern was whether Goku would surpass him. He could not bear the thought of being outdone by Goku. Yet he was indifferent to others surpassing him, particularly Gohan, his junior. He even felt regret for Gohan's abandonment of training. Ever since being defeated and surpassed by Goku once, Vegeta's sole ambition had become Goku. The achievements of others did not matter to him. However, Goku surpassing him was unacceptable. Goku brought Gohan to Master Roshi's island, intending to pick up Chi-Chi before departing. He had also devised a training plan for the father-son duo, with 9 days remaining until the Cell Games. Goku's schedule entailed 3 days of rest, followed by 3 days of training, and concluding with another 3 days of rest. Gohan was quite perplexed by his father's arrangement. Is it truly feasible for the rest period to exceed the training duration? The arrangement concerning Sun Wukong is twofold. On one hand, he has discovered a method to defeat Cell. On the other, his strategy aligns with the core essence imparted to him by his master, Master Roshi. The core principle of the Turtle School, encapsulated in 16 words, emphasizes diligent practice, earnest study, proper nourishment, and adequate rest. Master Roshi, undeniably a legendary figure, may have seen his own power diminish to a mere spectator-esque level, yet his philosophy remains eternally relevant. These seemingly simple words embody profound truths that are anything but trivial. After all, how else could he have nurtured the mightiest Saiyan, Sun Wukong, alongside the strongest Earthling, Krillin? As the narration of the video unfolds, countless viewers from myriad realms are deeply moved. The essence of diligent practice, earnest study, proper nourishment, and adequate rest sounds simple in theory, yet is immensely challenging in practice. Zhang Guo reflects, in essence, Master Roshi's 16 words convey the imperative to fully engage in tasks at hand, free from distractions. He adds, but achieving this is exceedingly difficult. Zhang Jiwei concurs. This embodies the mindset of a true master. I still fall short of Master Roshi's realm. Zoro, enlightened, realizes, so, when it's time to train, one should train earnestly, and when it's time to eat, one should eat without distraction. Driven by the ambition to become the world's foremost swordsman, Zoro trains with remarkable dedication, often contemplating his training even during meals and rest. However, according to Master Roshi's philosophy, one should focus entirely on training during practice, and devote oneself to eating and resting without the burden of training thoughts. Were these words spoken by anyone else, Zoro might have dismissed them as lacking merit. After all, wouldn't it be more effective to utilize mealtime and rest for training? Surely that would expedite one's growth and strength. Yet, these are the words of Master Roshi. Not only did he raise the strongest Saiyan, but his own power is capable of obliterating the moon. The wisdom of such a formidable master must undoubtedly hold truth. Zoro resolves to adopt this approach, to train when it is time to train, to eat when it is time to eat, and to rest when it is time to rest, without dwelling on training matters. Countless other warriors and aspiring champions also prepare to embrace Master Roshi's 16 words. While they may not achieve the prowess of Master Roshi or Krillin, the pursuit of becoming stronger is a worthy endeavor in itself. Krillin muses nostalgically. I remember these 16 words were shared by Master Mateto while Wukong and I were napping. He reflects, at that time, I was puzzled. After our arduous training in the morning, how could we suddenly take a nap? The contrast was striking. Son Wukong chimes in, I recall that too. It truly brings back fond memories. Both Son Wukong and Krillin cherish those moments, for it was during that time that they forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. Although they no longer trained under the tutelage of Master Roshi, they adhered to his teachings diligently. Their training was indeed rigorous. However, during meal times and moments of rest, they refrained from contemplating matters related to their training. It was this philosophy imparted by Master Roshi that sustained them to this day. Yet, countless viewers were left in perplexity. Could Goku's arrangement truly enable him to vanquish Cell in just 9 days? According to the words of Korin, wasn't his power inferior to Cell's? Why then did Goku appear utterly unperturbed? Was there some hidden confidence behind his demeanor? With their hearts laden with questions, they continued to watch the video. Chapter 50. The Antics of Satan. The world's confusion in the video during the 9 days leading up to Cell's game. Goku lived a remarkably leisurely life as per his plan. He even took his family out for outings and camping. However, a certain event disrupted Goku's tranquil existence. Cell's announcement to the world sent ripples of unrest across the globe. The king dispatched vast military forces to confront Cell, yet against him. The military technology of ordinary humans proved utterly futile. Aircraft, tanks, artillery, none of humanity's ingenious creations could even harm a single hair on Cell. In stark contrast, with a mere flick of his wrist, Cell annihilated the entire army. The two sides were clearly not on the same level. The loss of many lives prompted Goku to recognize the necessity of the Dragon Balls as a safeguard, for they could resurrect those slain by Cell. Yet, with the Supreme Kai having merged with Piccolo and subsequently vanished, the Dragon Balls had disappeared as well. The only solution lay in finding a new Supreme Kai, and it had to be one from Namek, as otherwise, the Dragon Balls could not be created. In pursuit of this goal, Goku had no choice but to abandon his leisurely lifestyle. To locate a suitable Supreme Kai, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at the new homeland of the Namekians. Having defeated Frieza, Goku held great esteem among the Namekians. Upon learning of his intentions, the new Grand Elder of Namek recommended a fitting candidate, Dend. Previously on Namek, Dend had forged a deep friendship with Krillin and Gohan. Thus, Goku brought Dend to Earth, where he became the new Supreme Kai. Under Dend's abilities, the once-lost Dragon Balls re-emerged. Subsequently, Goku set forth to gather the scattered Dragon Balls across the globe, reserving them for use after Cell's game concluded. In the past, Goku and Bulma had spent considerable time collecting the Dragon Balls, but now, for the current Goku, gathering them was a trivial endeavor. And he swiftly located all the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, on the side of ordinary humans, a new development arose. World Fighting Champion Satan declared his intention to participate in Cell's game and defeat him, despite Cell's terrifying actions, such as effortlessly annihilating armies. In his words, everything was merely a trick, a prelude orchestrated by Cell with the preparation of explosives. As long as one exercised caution, there was nothing to fear. The declarations made by Satan ignited immense excitement among his supporters, who eagerly awaited the moment he would vanquish Cell and save the world. This marked Satan's debut, and one might find his antics rather clownish. However, his clownish behavior did not end there. Further antics were yet to unfold. What many did not realize was that Satan truly deserved the title of hero. Yet, one thing piqued my curiosity. Satan was the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, leading some young individuals to believe he was invincible. But why did even those of a more mature age share this belief? It is essential to remember that the previous champion was none other than Son Wukong, who had defeated Demon King Piccolo twice and saved the world on both occasions. Yet, during the era of Cell, it seemed as though the entire world had forgotten Son Wukong, fixating solely on Satan. A mere comparison of their performances in the World Martial Arts Tournament would reveal that Satan's championship title holds little weight. Upon hearing the video narration, the inhabitants of Dragon Ball Earth were equally perplexed. At that moment, Satan had yet to become the world champion. resulting in only a handful of individuals being aware of his existence. As for Sun Wukong, even though 5 years had passed since he defeated Piccolo, the memory of that battle remained vivid. Not to mention, they had all experienced the terror that Piccolo had unleashed 8 years prior. It was indeed Sun Wukong who had triumphed over the Demon King. Thus, the narrator's confusion mirrored their own. Why were they idolizing Satan in the future? Could it be that all who remembered Sun Wukong had perished? Although Cell had indeed claimed numerous lives, it was unlikely that he had wiped out every older individual in the world. Their bewilderment lingered. Moreover, they concurred with the narrator's sentiment, deeming Satan's actions quite clownish. Tricks? Cell's maneuvers could not be explained away as mere tricks. After all, they had witnessed the prowess displayed by Demon King Piccolo in the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo during the World Martial Arts Tournament, which had truly opened their eyes. At that time, they did not perceive it as mere trickery. Yet, here was Satan, absurdly attempting to explain it as such. It was indeed a rather foolish notion. However, what baffled them further was the narrator's claim that Satan was worthy of the title of hero. Would he perform some heroic deeds? Within a certain martial arts dojo, Satan, who had not yet attained the title of world champion, was diligently training while watching the video, feeling a mix of excitement and concern. The excitement stemmed from his future as the world champion, while the concern arose from the exposure of his future actions in the video. Would this affect his popularity? As for the statements made in the video, he felt no apprehension. After all, for ordinary people like them, the existence of Cell and Sun Wukong was simply beyond comprehension. Is it not entirely normal to harbor doubt? In a state of disbelief, the extraordinary feats of these individuals could easily be dismissed as mere tricks. However, he no longer holds such beliefs. He has come to realize that this world is indeed extraordinary in its own right. As a world champion, he is merely the champion among ordinary people. His achievements are significant, yet not overwhelming. That said, does he truly deserve the title of hero? Was it he who ultimately vanquished Cell? Satan was exceedingly thrilled, eager to uncover what actions had rendered him worthy of such a title. Soon, 9 days elapsed, and the time for the Cell Games arrived. Goku and his companions reached the venue, and Satan, accompanied by his 3 disciples and reporters, also made an appearance. Due to the presence of the press, the Cell Games would be broadcast live across the globe. From Satan's perspective, Goku and his allies were merely there to cause disruption. He first sent his 3 disciples to combat Cell, yet Cell made no effort to move and swiftly dispatched them. Subsequently, Satan himself engaged, but Cell merely flicked him away with a casual strike. Fortunately, neither Satan nor his disciples perished, indicating that Cell had spared them, perhaps considering the act of killing such fools beneath him. The antics of Satan and his companions served no purpose beyond showcasing their foolishness. Yet, in Satan's eyes, it was Cell who cheated, having installed springs around the arena to catapult him away. He intended to challenge Cell again, but his opportunity had vanished, as the true contenders for the Cell Games had already entered the arena, and the first to step forth was none other than Goku. Chapter 51, The Four Bodies Fist. Comparable to the transformation of the 3 purities to Cell, Goku, as the mightiest opponent on the opposing side, ought to have been the last to enter the fray. After all, he permitted a wheel battle format, which logically suggested that it should be Piccolo, Trunks, and Vegeta who would first deplete his stamina, leaving Goku to claim the final victory. How perplexing that Goku was the first to take the stage. Yet, regardless of his confusion, with Goku's arrival, there was no reason to decline the battle. Thus, Goku and Cell engaged in a fierce confrontation, the intensity of which far exceeded the comprehension of Satan and his cohorts. Satan could only interpret their clash as a series of illusions. Amidst the fray, Cell unleashed a myriad of techniques, including Tien Shinhan's 4 bodies fist, duplicating himself into 4 entities, each devoid of weakness. Remarkably, the strength of all 4 cells remained undiminished. However, Goku managed to counter this. It became evident that Goku was not Cell's equal. Furthermore, Cell had not even exerted his full power during the encounter. Otherwise, how could Goku possibly stand against 4 formidable opponents of unweakened strength? Perhaps this was due to the Saiyan cells within Cell. For Saiyans are known for their combative nature and their penchant for battling formidable adversaries. In order to engage in battle with Sun Wukong for a longer duration, Cell refrained from defeating him. Upon hearing the narration in the video, countless viewers came to this realization. Indeed, it is no easy feat for Sun Wukong to vanquish a single Cell, let alone face 4 of them, whose powers remain undiminished. If Cell were to truly seek Sun Wukong's defeat, he could accomplish it swiftly. The sole reason he does not is that he is relishing the combat with Sun Wukong. This illustrates the considerable disparity in strength between the two. However, it raises the question, is Cell's technique, the four bodies fist, truly just a mere technique? The ability to split oneself into four, maintaining equal strength, seems rather absurd. While it may not match the sheer numbers of the multi-shadow clone technique, the clones produced by that technique lack combat prowess, whereas the four bodies fist generates 3 additional entities that possess strength equal to the original. In comparison to the multi-shadow clone technique, the four bodies fist is indeed formidable. Tianjin Han, however, notes that his own four bodies fist has a weakness. Upon splitting into 4, each individual S power is reduced to a quarter of the original. He acknowledges that Cell's application of this technique far surpasses his own. Observing Cell perform his technique, which is superior to his, Tianjin Han finds himself with mixed emotions. He wonders how Cell achieves this and wishes for his own four bodies fist to be devoid of weaknesses. Unfortunately, he is not Cell. Due to this significant flaw, he has refrained from using it since their battle with Wukong. Were he able to utilize it like Cell, the four bodies fist would undoubtedly become his most potent technique. Karp remarks that if one could employ the four bodies fist without any weaknesses, it would be absolutely invincible. Ichigo comments that generating 3 additional entities with equal strength is rather extraordinary. Saitama muses that this technique would allow one to battle oneself, making it quite useful for those without opponents. Duanmu Yin quips that she could don 4 sets of armor alone, negating the need for teammates. Her allies would simply be herself. Naruto then inquires of Tianjin Han whether he could teach them this technique. Tianjin Han responds that their power systems differ, and even if he were to teach them, they might not be able to learn it. His commentary leaves many aspiring practitioners of the four bodies fist in silence, as they realize their overwhelming desire to master it blinded them to the fact that differing power systems hinder the learning of each other's techniques. Such a pity. In Shido, Lin Luo is not surprised to see so many wishing to learn the four bodies fist, for it is indeed a powerful technique, albeit with weaknesses. However, if it were Cell's version of the four bodies fist, it would be utterly invincible. 3 powerful clones, identical to the original, what immense strength that entails. This technique is akin to the primordial sage Laozi's one Qi, transforming 3 purities. However, mastering such an ability is considerably challenging, while the four-body fist is relatively simpler to learn. Alas, it possesses its weaknesses, which one must eliminate, much like the character Cell did. Yet, Lin Luo finds himself quite intrigued. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta could master this technique, creating 4 versions of themselves and subsequently merging into one, what might transpire? Would we witness the simultaneous emergence of Gogeta and Vegeto? And what of the fusion between the 2 Sun Wukongs? A squared Sun Wukong, perhaps? In the video, Cell, reveling in his battle with Sun Wukong, dismisses the notion that being knocked off the platform equates to defeat, deeming that rule meaningless. Consequently, he obliterates the arena. Freed from the constraints of the stage, both warriors engage in combat without limitation. After a period of fierce exchange between Sun Wukong and Cell, an astonishing action unfolds. Sun Wukong begins to gather energy for the Kamehameha, channeling it with all his might. Cell, however, regards this gesture with disdain, perceiving it merely as a facade. He believes that as long as he can evade, the earth will be spared from Sun Wukong's onslaught. Yet, in an instant, Cell's expression shifts dramatically. He realizes that Sun Wukong is indeed serious about launching a full-scale attack. Uncertain of Sun Wukong's intentions, he soon discovers the truth. In the very next moment, Sun Wukong executes the first ever instant transmission. Appearing right before Cell, he unleashes the fully charged Kamehameha. With the force of Sun Wukong's ultimate strike, Cell's upper body is obliterated, leaving only his lower half intact. Witnessing this scene, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan are filled with joy, believing that Sun Wukong has triumphed over Cell. However, Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks maintain a serious demeanor. Sun Wukong himself does not relax, sensing Cell's lingering energy. Be cautious, Wukong. Cell can regenerate. Krillin shouts, alerting Sun Wukong. In the next instant, Cell's remaining lower half leaps into action, reconstituting his upper body. On Earth, in the Dragon Ball universe, Piccolo, who is searching for Dr. Gero, halts upon witnessing this spectacle. He realizes the source of Cell's remarkable ability. Is it because of my cells? Thus, Cell possesses my regenerative capabilities. Piccolo's expression darkens. He had never anticipated that his own cells would become the greatest obstacle to Sun Wukong's victory over Cell. Chapter 52. Sun Wukong's First Surrender. It's your turn to step up, Piccolo. Sun Wukong, I apologize. If not for my cells, you would have already defeated Cell with that move. Sun Wukong, it's not your fault. There's no need for apologies. Krillin, exactly, Piccolo. You shouldn't blame yourself. If anyone is to blame, it is Dr. Gero for creating such a monster. Tianjin Fan remarked, had Cell possessed even a few less cells, Goku would likely have emerged victorious. As warriors, Krillin and others are acutely aware of Piccolo's regenerative abilities. They understand that this is not his fault, but rather the result of Dr. Gero's collection of his cells. However, for the other spectators, the situation remains perplexing. Sanji interjected, but how is it possible that Cell, with his upper body obliterated, can still survive? Zoro added, I've only heard of beings living without their lower halves, but I've never witnessed one survive after losing their upper half. He continued, moreover, I have never seen one capable of regrowing it. Shanks mused, if I possessed such an ability, wouldn't my right hand be able to regenerate? Not only Shanks, but countless individuals with physical impairments envied Cell's regenerative prowess. If they were endowed with such capabilities, their lost limbs could potentially be restored. Furthermore, they would no longer have to fear losing arms or legs. Although it may not be as extraordinary as the concept of resurrection through blood, this regenerative ability is certainly enough to inspire envy among many. Kapu questioned, but what relevance does this have to Piccolo? Does he also possess this regenerative ability? Genos recalled, I remember that during his confrontation with Cell, Piccolo seemed to utilize this power. He elaborated, Cell absorbed his left arm, only for it to reappear anew. Genos pondered, I wonder if this ability is applicable to robots. Sengoku confirmed, indeed, it appears that with Cell possessing Piccolo's cells, he has acquired Piccolo's regenerative abilities. He inquired, so how can we defeat Cell? In the vast multiverse, most individuals have never encountered an opponent with regenerative capabilities, leaving them uncertain on how to conquer such foes. To them, an opponent with regenerative abilities seems invincible. Tanjiro Kamado asserted, there must be a way. Even opponents with regenerative abilities possess weaknesses. He continued, many demons in my world also have regenerative powers, yet they can be vanquished. Duanmu Yin asked, Piccolo, does your regeneration have any weaknesses? Do you know how to address them? Piccolo remained silent. He certainly wouldn't disclose his weaknesses, lest he become a target in the future. However, if Cell indeed shares the same weaknesses as he does, then Goku's previous strike should have been sufficient to eliminate Cell. As long as Cell's head remains intact, he can perpetually regenerate. Yet, with Cell's upper body destroyed, if his weaknesses mirror Piccolo's, then Cell should be dead. This leads to the conclusion that Cell's head is not a vulnerability. Could it be that Cell has enhanced his regenerative abilities? If this is the case, he truly has no idea how to defeat Cell. The only option would be to incapacitate Cell to the point where he cannot regenerate. However, it appears that Goku lacks the strength for such a feat. Thus, it raises the question, is it Goku who will ultimately defeat Cell? Or has some event transpired that enabled Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Kapu pondered, is it possible that Cell might commit the same error as Frieza did? He continued, Frieza killed Krillin, which incited Goku's overwhelming fury, prompting his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Kapu's musings illuminated many minds, for it held a semblance of truth. Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan was indeed a consequence of Frieza's heinous act against Krillin. Now, with Krillin present, if Cell were to repeat Frieza's grave mistake by taking Krillin's life, would it not lead Goku to attain Super Saiyan 2 once more? Krillin, upon hearing Kapu's speculation, found himself at a loss for words. Was he to become the catalyst for yet another of Goku's transformations? The notion was indeed plausible. His sacrifice had previously paved the way for Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan. If history were to repeat itself, could his demise once again facilitate Goku's evolution into Super Saiyan 2? Yet, this meant his impending death, and one could only wonder if he was destined to perish each time Goku transformed. If such were the case, his fate would be rather dismal. Yamcha interjected, surely not. Are we truly suggesting that Krillin is to be sacrificed again? Tenshinhan remarked, but isn't Goku currently engaged in battle with Cell? How could Cell possibly target Krillin? Piccolo suggested. Perhaps the clash between them might inadvertently involve Krillin, or Cell, finding the fight dull, could choose to attack us spectators? Bulma chimed in. What you all are saying is rather frightening for Krillin. and besides, it need not unfold that way. She added, could it not be that Goku himself transforms into Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta retorted, why do you all assume it must be Kakarot who achieves Super Saiyan 2? Why can it not be I? Yamcha scoffed, your prowess pales in comparison to Goku's. How could you even hope to become Super Saiyan 2? Frieza cackled, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, do you overestimate your own capabilities? In their derision of Vegeta, Yamcha and Frieza found themselves united in their mockery. Faced with such rebuttals, Vegeta could only seethe in impotent rage. How distressing it was that during this ordeal with Cell, he felt utterly powerless. Had he truly sunk to the level of a mere bystander? Heaven forbid that Krillin, the bald one, would prove more pivotal than he. The audience from realms beyond remained oblivious to what would transpire next. Yet, they were informed that the birth of Super Saiyan 2 would likely occur amidst the struggle against Cell, with Goku being the probable first to transform. However, would it indeed mirror the previous scenario where Krillin's sacrifice was the catalyst? If so, Krillin's plight would be exceedingly grim. In the footage, Goku and Cell battled for a while, after which Goku abruptly ceased his onslaught, retracting his energy. Assuming Goku was fatigued, Cell contemplated allowing Goku to consume a Senzu bean before resuming their combat. Yet, in a startling turn of events, Goku declared, I surrender. Goku had, astonishingly, surrendered. His surrender left Sheru utterly astonished, and the onlookers, including Krillin, were equally taken aback. It is worth noting that since his debut, Son Goku had never once surrendered. This marked his inaugural capitulation. Goku acknowledged his awareness of the disparity between himself and Sheru. He realized he could not triumph over Sheru, hence his decision to yield. Nevertheless, despite his surrender, he assured that others would continue to battle Sheru. With that, Goku prepared to designate the next combatant to face Sheru. He proclaimed that the individual he had in mind was capable of defeating Sheru. Upon hearing this through the radio, Satan, entirely misinterpreting the situation, presumed that Goku was referring to him. He feigned illness, imploring others to inform Goku that he was unfit for battle at that moment. However, he was overthinking it. Goku turned his attention towards the location of Krillin and the others and revealed the identity of his chosen fighter. It is your time to enter the arena, Gohan. Chapter 53. I thought he would choose Krillin to sacrifice. Piccolo, Gohan. How could it be Gohan? Piccolo, Goku. You actually want your son to face certain death. Upon hearing Goku's choice, Gohan's father, Piccolo, could no longer contain his dismay. He had considered the possibility of Goku selecting Vegeta or Trunks, but he never fathomed that Goku would nominate his own son. Chi-Chi, exactly, Goku. What are you thinking? How can you allow Gohan to take the stage? Chi-Chi was also unable to remain composed. Were it not for her current absence from Goku's side, she would have seized him by the collar to express her outrage. What kind of father would willingly send his son to confront such a formidable adversary? The vast audience across myriad realms was equally bewildered by Goku's decision. Although Gohan appeared to have grown significantly stronger, he was still Goku's son, and so young at that. If someone else had nominated him for battle, it would have been one thing, but the fact that it was his own father who did so was unfathomable. If Gohan proved to be no match for Sheru, then Goku's decision would effectively amount to sending his son to his demise. They reflected inwardly, questioning whether they would ever consider sending their own children, particularly one so seemingly youthful, to confront such a powerful foe. Most likely, they would not. Thus, they struggled to comprehend Goku's thought process. Goku, Piccolo, Chi-Chi, please refrain from overreacting. Goku, my decision indicates that I believe Gohan has the potential to defeat Sheru. Piccolo, but if even you are not a match for Sheru, how could Gohan possibly stand a chance? Piccolo, he has only just begun to master the Super Saiyan transformation. Chi-Chi, Goku, I cannot permit you to place Gohan in such a perilous position. Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, you must find Dr. Gero at once. We cannot allow him to create Sheru. As a mother, Chi-Chi could never accept her child facing such a powerful enemy. Upon witnessing Chi-Chi's commentary, Lin Luo expressed his understanding. To speak candidly, he previously failed to comprehend Chi-Chi and even found her quite irritating. This sentiment was not unique to him. Many shared the same opinion. However, as he matured, he gradually began to understand her. Although he himself had no children, he could empathize with a mother's unwavering concern for her offspring. For a mother, her child is of paramount importance, surpassing all else in the world. From an outsider's perspective, Gohan could very well save the world. Thus, There is no fault in assigning him to confront Cell. Yet from Chi-Chi's viewpoint, how could a mother permit her son to engage in such perilous endeavors? Indeed, while Lin Luo has come to comprehend Chi-Chi, he still finds certain statements of hers rather peculiar. For instance, her assertion that if Gohan were to save the world, he would be unable to attend a prestigious school. What connection could there be between these two outcomes? If Gohan were to truly save the world, would that not enhance his chances of gaining admission to an esteemed institution? Furthermore, her claim that if Gohan triumphed over Cell, he would inevitably falter in other areas is also perplexing. It is understandable for her to wish to protect her child from formidable adversaries, yet her reasoning remains elusive. Krillin, Piccolo, do not be overly anxious. Krillin, do not forget, based on Gohan's previous performances, his strength may very well rival that of Goku, if not exceed it. Krillin, Chi-Chi, remain calm. After all, such events have not yet transpired. Yamcha, indeed, Goku would never allow Gohan to face certain death. Yamcha, the sole reason he designated Gohan for battle is his belief that Gohan can defeat Cell. Piccolo, however, even if Gohan is stronger than Goku, it does not guarantee he can overcome Cell. Piccolo, the disparity in strength between Cell and Goku is vast. Gohan may not be his equal. Vegeta, is it possible that the one who transforms into Super Saiyan 2 is not Goku, but Gohan instead? This remark from Vegeta instantly captured the attention of countless individuals. Kakashi, given your reasoning, it does seem plausible. Sasuke, so, is Gohan's perception of his father's strength diminished because he can already transform into Super Saiyan 2? Naruto, that does appear to be a possibility. Sasuke, you are quite astute. Sasuke, Naruto, this is merely a logical hypothesis. It would take a rather dim-witted mind not to consider it. Sanji, no? Even our Captain Luffy would not have thought of that. Luffy, Li Xian Nan, so? The next step is Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and subsequently defeating Cell? Do NMYN, that seems to be the case. Do NMYN. However, I initially believed that Goku intended for Krillin to be the chosen one. Do NMYN. I thought he meant for Krillin to face certain doom, thereby inciting rage and triggering the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Do NMYN speculation left many with twitching lips, rendered speechless. Regarding the relationship between Sun Wukong and Krillin, how could Sun Wukong possibly commit such an act? It is conceivable that Cell might take the initiative to kill Krillin, which could indeed provoke Sun Wukong to transform into Super Saiyan 2. However, it is inconceivable that Sun Wukong would deliberately lead Krillin to his demise. Lin Luo perceives Duan Muyan's notion as entirely reasonable, for there exists a segment within the narrative of the Despicable Road. Piccolo, these are merely speculations on your part. It is also possible that Gohan is not a match for Cell. Piccolo, perhaps Wukong, upon witnessing Gohan being attacked and even facing death at Cell's hands, would be incensed enough to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo, in any case, I cannot endorse Wukong's actions. Even if it is plausible for Sun Wukong to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo still disapproves of Wukong's decision. For even if he were to achieve Super Saiyan 2, it would come at the cost of Gohan's sacrifice. Is there truly no alternative aside from designating Gohan for such a fate? What Duan Muyan suggested is indeed a viable option. After all, Krillin has already made a sacrifice once. Another time should be inconsequential. He would prefer Krillin's sacrifice over Gohan's, as it is not as if it is a first occurrence. Krillin is accustomed to it, though his disapproval holds no weight, for in the footage, Sun Wukong has already acted as such. Fortunately, this transpires only in the realm of video. In reality, once they locate Dr. Gero, Cell's existence will cease, and such events will not transpire. Should such a scenario arise in reality, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to prevent it. Chapter 54. Who would be so reckless as to endanger his own son? Cell has also become rather audacious. In the video, Sun Wukong approaches Gohan, urging him to engage in battle. Naturally, this decision provokes objections from others. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others voice their dissent, particularly Piccolo, who vehemently opposes Gohan's participation. However, Sun Wukong reassures them that Gohan has grown significantly stronger without their knowledge. When Gohan was younger, he already fought alongside them, while at that age, Sun Wukong himself was still oblivious to such matters. Subsequently, Sun Wukong inquires if Gohan had difficulty keeping up during the recent battle. Gohan responds that he feels Cell and his father have yet to reveal their full potential. Sun Wukong informs Gohan that he is uncertain about Cell's capabilities, but he has indeed exerted his utmost strength. Gohan's belief that his father has not yet shown his full power implies that, in Gohan's eyes, Sun Wukong's utmost effort is merely mediocre. Gohan, in silence, acknowledges this sentiment. Go forth, Gohan, reclaim peace. Have you not always aspired to be a scholar? With his father's encouragement, Gohan no longer hesitates. He removes his cape and approaches Cell. With a mighty roar, he begins to unleash his energy, and the strength he displays astonishes Piccolo, the others, and even Cell himself. Even Vegeta was inwardly astonished and perplexed, questioning how such formidable combat prowess was cultivated by Gohan. Once Gohan had released his energy, Goku proceeded to perform an astonishing act. He requested a Senzu bean from Krillin, and while others assumed he intended to consume it himself, he instead bestowed it upon Cell. Goku reasoned that Cell was not at full strength, and to engage Gohan under such circumstances would be unjust to Cell. Witnessing Goku's actions, countless beings across the multiverse were rendered speechless. They were genuinely curious whether Gohan was truly Goku's biological son, as who would so willingly undermine their own offspring. Even the warriors present felt a sense of helplessness. Krillin, I must say, Goku, your actions are rather inappropriate. Krillin, I understand your penchant for battling formidable opponents. Otherwise, you wouldn't have intentionally released Vegeta and Frieza. Krillin, however, you cannot jeopardize your own son. As Goku's closest companion, Krillin was well aware of Goku's rationale for previously allowing Vegeta and Frieza to go free. They were powerful adversaries, and retaining them could lead to future battles. Yet, this was Goku's personal perspective. If it were he fighting Cell, it might be acceptable. However, the one about to face Cell was his own son, Gohan. How could he even utter the notion of fairness while offering a Senzu bean to Cell? Had he consulted Gohan on his feelings regarding this supposed fairness? One could only surmise that Goku had a peculiar knack for putting his son in precarious situations. Yamcha, Goku, your approach is truly inappropriate. Tien, indeed, Goku. Gohan is still a child. This is rather excessive. Piccolo, have you inquired whether Gohan desires this fairness? Have you asked if he wishes to confront a fully powered Cell or a weakened one? Piccolo, you cannot impose your own beliefs upon Gohan. Chi-Chi, Goku, you are being utterly unreasonable. Goku's actions prompted concern among the warriors who had grown up alongside him. Meanwhile, those from other realms, unfamiliar with Goku, refrained from expressing their opinions, yet internally, they disapproved of Goku's conduct. How could one compromise their own child's chances in such a manner? Even if Goku believed Gohan could triumph over Cell, such actions seemed unwarranted. What if Gohan were unable to overcome Cell? Would that not spell disaster? Vegeta, Kakarot. This is the true nature of a Saiyan, one devoid of familial bonds. Vegeta, your treatment of your son aligns perfectly with the essence of our Saiyan nature. Vegeta remained unfazed, as the bonds among Saiyans were often tenuous. If a son proved inadequate, it was not uncommon to cast them aside. Kakarot's actions towards his son had become somewhat customary. Hadn't he always displayed a similar indifference towards his own son, Trunks? Bulma, do not compare yourself to Sun Jun. Sun Jun undoubtedly loves his son dearly. His actions merely reflect his character. Bulma remarked, considering that Trunks has a father like you, he is rather unfortunate. Vegeta retorted, it seems that Trunks is indeed our child. If he were to voice his thoughts, he ought to address you, considering it was your initiative. Bulma responded, now that I am aware, I certainly will refrain from taking the initiative. The others, witnessing Bulma's comments, could only feel sympathy for Trunks. Poor Trunks, he has become absent. Cell consumed a Senzu bean and returned to his peak condition, subsequently engaging in battle with Gohan. Initially, Gohan displayed little desire to fight. He merely defended himself and evaded Cell's attacks. He expressed to Cell his reluctance to engage in combat, even against a villain like Cell. He further conveyed that he now understood why his father urged him to fight. Whenever he was consumed by immense rage, he would unleash power that surpassed his limits. A strategy his father likely had in mind. However, Cell perceived Gohan's words as an attempt to instill fear within him. He was not naive enough to believe Gohan's claims. Instead, he intended to provoke Gohan to witness whether he could indeed unleash his true potential. Thus, every one of Cell's attacks aimed to infuriate Gohan. Yet Gohan remained impervious to anger. Seizing an opportunity, Cell enveloped Gohan in an embrace, attempting to strangle him. Observing this scene, Goku stood by with a look of satisfaction, as if this was the moment he had longed to see. Upon realizing that Gohan's rage could lead to a surpassing of his limits, Cell embarked upon a path of self-destruction, while Goku did not intervene, instead watching contentedly as his son was ensnared by Cell. Unbeknownst to Goku, this reckless behavior would ultimately rebound upon him. As for Cell, do you not find his actions strikingly familiar? Does it not resemble Vegeta's earlier decision to allow Cell to attain his perfect form? It is evident that Cell, possessing the cells of both Goku and Vegeta, has inherited their audacity. Fortunately, he lacks the cells of future Trunks. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, as future Trunks never engages in such folly. Chapter 55, Tears Rising Upward, The Birth of Super Saiyan 2. Goku remarked, "No wonder I find Cell's actions remarkably familiar." Goku continued, "Only now, after hearing the narration, do I recall that his actions mirror those of Vegeta from before." Zhang Chulan added, "Previously, Vegeta believed himself invincible, thus allowing Cell to become perfect." Zhang Chulan continued, "Now? Cell, in a bid to witness Gohan's rage, deliberately provokes him, and it is indeed strikingly similar." Daegu concluded, "I see now, once Gohan is provoked, he will transform into Super Saiyan 2. Upon observing the barrage of comments, others nodded in agreement, having shared the same thought. After being provoked, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Initially, he had anticipated that Goku would be the first to achieve this transformation, but unexpectedly, it was his son who ascended first. However, one remarked, "Yet, one must say, Goku truly is a poor father." Witnessing his son being mercilessly beaten by Cell, he merely folded his arms, wearing a look of satisfaction. Others felt a profound sense of helplessness. After all, as a father, witnessing one's son being battered without offering assistance is one thing, but to appear pleased is quite another. They genuinely sympathized with Gohan, who was enduring a most tragic ordeal. Nonetheless, they were intrigued by the narrator's mention of a boomerang striking Goku on the head. What could that possibly signify? Kakashi interjected, "Truth be told, if it weren't for Cell, Super Saiyan 2 would not have manifested." He continued, "One might say Cell committed the same blunder as Frieza." Genos added, "Frieza killed Krillin, prompting Goku to become a Super Saiyan." He further stated, "Cell enraged Gohan, leading him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. This clearly illustrates that one must not act recklessly." Frieza wished to clarify that he did not act recklessly. His killing of Krillin was not merely for vengeance. What does that have to do with recklessness? It was Cell who truly acted foolishly. Moreover, there was Vegeta, who was equally reckless. Cell, inheriting the cells of Vegeta, had indeed embraced that folly. It is quite the disgrace that the cells of Frieza would be found alongside those of Vegeta within Cell. In his attempts to provoke Gohan, Cell undertook numerous actions, all in vain. At that moment, Android 16 suddenly appeared, seizing Cell in a tight embrace. He informed Cell of the bomb within him, declaring his intent to perish alongside him. At such close proximity, an explosion would surely spell doom for Cell, perhaps even preventing his regeneration. However, he was thwarted, as Krillin informed 16 that Bulma had disarmed the bomb within him. Subsequently, Cell swiftly eliminated 16, leaving only his head to roll before Satan and the others. Witnessing this scene, Gohan's fury began to surface. Sensing this, Cell resolved to escalate his efforts. He then directed his attention toward the onlooking Goku and others, creating several miniature cells to launch an assault against them. These diminutive cells were remarkably powerful, rendering Krillin, Tien, and others utterly powerless against them. Even Vegeta and Trunks could only manage a stalemate. Exhausted, Goku found himself overwhelmed. Witnessing his elders in peril, Gohan's rage intensified. Meanwhile, Cell was elated, for he was on the verge of success. On a separate note, Android 16, despite being reduced to merely a head, remained alive as a pure machine. He implored Satan to cast him near Sun Wukong. Others urged Satan not to intervene, asserting that ordinary individuals need not meddle in the conflicts of monsters. However, after a moment of contemplation, Satan acquiesced. He cradled the head of Android 16 and approached the vicinity of Sun Wukong and Cell, subsequently hurling the head forth. At that moment, Cell was poised to command his minions to unleash chaos, yet the appearance of Android 16 captured his attention. Android 16 conveyed to Sun Wukong that fighting for peace was just, and that he need not suppress his rage. He implored Sun Wukong to safeguard the beloved nature and creatures. Upon uttering this final sentiment, Cell crushed Android 16's head beneath his foot, obliterating him from existence. This act echoed the moment Frieza mercilessly took Krillin's life, igniting the final spark that would set off the fury of Goku and his son. Witnessing the destruction of Android 16's head before him, a crimson flash surged through Sun Wukong's mind, shattering the final restraint upon his suppressed anger. At last, he was liberated. Sun Wukong roared, unleashing his pent-up wrath. A formidable aura erupted from him, far surpassing anything seen before. This transformation drew the attention of all, particularly Cell. He has changed, Cell uttered in a state of disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected metamorphosis of Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong's hair stood tall, save for a single lock that fell across his forehead. The once golden aura morphed into a fierce radiance, intermittently crackling with arcs of electricity. Tears welled in Sun Wukong's eyes, yet instead of falling, they floated upward, tears that ascended. At that juncture, the accompanying music swelled perfectly, complementing Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, alongside the ethereal ascent of his tears. It could only be described in a few words: striking, iconic. Meanwhile, the audience across the realm stood in stunned silence, witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. The impact they experienced was no less profound than when Goku first ascended to Super Saiyan. Though they were aware of Sun Wukong's impending transformation, the reality of witnessing it left them utterly awestruck. However, the grandeur they had envisioned for Super Saiyan 2 paled in comparison to the authenticity of the spectacle before them. Indeed, one cannot conceive of realms beyond their own experience. After a considerable pause, someone finally regained their composure. Piccolo, is that Gohan? Is that truly Gohan? As Gohan's father, Piccolo felt a mixture of astonishment and pride. His astonishment stemmed from the elegance displayed by Gohan in the video, Super Saiyan 2. He was stronger than his father, Goku. At this moment, Son Gohan is merely a small child. Little did anyone anticipate that he would grow to be so formidable in the future. There is a sense of pride, for Gohan's growth is partially attributable to his influence. Moreover, it is evident from the video that Gohan shares a profound bond with him, one that is even deeper than that with his father, Son Goku. He is, in essence, Gohan's second father. How could this not evoke a sense of pride? Chapter 56. Behold, the Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan. Gohan certainly does not lack in valor. Krillin, truly, he is the son of Goku. A tiger father does not raise a dog. Yamcha, Gohan, you are simply magnificent. Tien Shinhan, Goku, you have a wonderful son. As comrades who grew up alongside Son Goku and witnessed his maturation, Krillin and the others gazed at the video of Gohan with the warm smiles of proud fathers. They rejoice in the exceptional achievements of their dear friend Goku's son. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Gohan, look at this. This is your future. Bulma, holding Gohan, spoke with a smile, her heart filled with deep reflections. This is the son of Son Goku, far surpassing that of Vegeta's offspring. Gohan blinked his small eyes at the video of his future self, a smile naturally gracing his face. Though his aspiration is to become a scholar, witnessing his powerful future self brings him immense joy. Son Goku, Gohan, well done. For the sake of your dreams, go and defeat Cell. Seeing his son surpass him, Son Goku feels no sorrow, but rather immense happiness. On one hand, he has long been aware of Gohan's latent potential, and on the other, it means he could eventually fight alongside his son. This is splendid news for someone who relishes battle. Meanwhile, the other spectators gradually regained their composure. Naruto Uzumaki, with similarly golden hair, why is there such a vast difference between me and that Super Saiyan? Sasuke Uchiha, because he is a Saiyan, while you are merely an ordinary earthling. Zhang Chulan, did you see? Gohan's tears flowed upwards. This scene is truly evocative. Zhang Zhuwei, his tears flow for Android 16, a sorrowful warrior, yet his tears ascend. Indeed, quite poignant. Li Sinan, coupled with the background music. It is both touching and magnificent. Li Haoyan, it's not that other transformations are inferior, but the Saiyan transformations are simply too stunning. Upon reading this barrage of comments, others who had shared their transformation videos for the event nodded in agreement. After witnessing Lin Luo's videos, they no longer aspired to achieve a ranking in the event. As Li Haoyan said, it is not that their transformations are lacking. It is simply that the Saiyan transformations are extraordinary. In the Dragon Ball world, Earth, West City, the audience from myriad realms was left in awe of Son Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Lin Luo felt no surprise. It is well known that while the transformations of Saiyans are flamboyant and numerous, the most iconic transformations undoubtedly belong to Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan and Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan 2. The former is beyond discussion, rendering the transformations of other works pale in comparison, while the latter firmly established Son Gohan's position at the pinnacle of popularity, only recently surpassed by the character known as 2.5 Tiao Wu. This perplexed Lin Luo. How could that character surpass the legendary Super Saiyan 2 Gohan? In his heart, Goku's first transformation into Super Saiyan and Gohan's first transformation into Super Saiyan 2 are unquestionably the most classic transformations, while their strength may not match later transformations. In terms of iconic status, these two transformations undeniably eclipse all others. Krillin, now that Gohan has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, should we expect a fate for Cell similar to that of Vegeta's? Krillin, previously, Vegeta allowed Cell to reach his perfect form, only to be soundly defeated. Now Cell should face a similar outcome. Piccolo, need I say more? The current Cell is surely no match for Gohan. Frieza, Vegeta, what do you have to say about this scene? After all, Cell has learned from your previous encounter. Vegeta, Frieza, it seems your past actions were not much better, were they? Frieza, that's different. I am not reckless, but you certainly are. Piccolo, however, speaking of which, I cannot fully agree with the narrator's claim that only future Trunks is not reckless. Piccolo, Gohan is not reckless either. But is it truly so? After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan no longer hesitated or resisted the notion of battle. He approached the smaller cells, which even Vegeta and Trunks struggled to defeat. Before Gohan, they could not withstand a single blow. Each punch and kick from Gohan dispatched a smaller cell, leaving Vegeta and the others in awe of his power. Before long, all the smaller cells were vanquished by Gohan. He tossed a Senzu bean to Trunks, instructing him to feed it to everyone, while he himself approached Cell. At this moment, Cell remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Despite Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, he still did not believe he would be defeated. Nevertheless, he unleashed all his strength, which he had previously withheld during his battle with Goku. Now, facing Gohan, Cell was compelled to exert himself to the fullest for the first time. Confident in his full power, Cell found Gohan's disdain quite irritating. However, he soon realized that Gohan indeed had the merit to be dismissive. Cell's attacks were either effortlessly evaded by Gohan or completely blocked. In the face of Gohan, even with his utmost effort, Cell remained helpless. Witnessing his ultimate warrior struggle against Gohan left him in despair. Sharu found himself on the verge of losing composure. He soared into the sky, striking a pose reminiscent of the Kamehameha technique. He warned Gohan that he must remain still, lest the earth vanish into oblivion. Sharu intended to compel Gohan to endure his assault by this means. Indeed, Gohan stood his ground as Sharu had instructed. However, when Sharu's attack bore down upon him, Gohan retaliated with a Kamehameha of his own, deflecting Sharu's onslaught and obliterating half of his body in the process. Subsequently, Gohan cast a scornful smile at Sharu, inciting further ire within him. At that moment, Goku urged Gohan to swiftly deal with Sharu. Yet, Gohan's demeanor had subtly shifted. Was it truly time to finish him off? It was still premature. Sharu had yet to face the full extent of his suffering. Gohan's words took Goku by surprise, prompting him to shout once more for Gohan to conclude the battle. This time, however, Gohan offered no response. Observing Gohan's behavior, many spectators felt a sense of foreboding. Based on their own experiences and prior videos, they feared Gohan's actions might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 57. The Cost of Indulgence. Gohan and Vegeta as Cautionary Tales. Krillin, Piccolo, you mentioned earlier that Gohan wouldn't indulge, right? Krillin, yet here he is, starting to act recklessly. Tien, this is troubling. Gohan is indulging instead of swiftly dispatching Sharu. 10. Although I am unaware of what may transpire next, Gohan's recklessness suggests the possibility of unforeseen events. Many agreed with Tien's assessment. Despite the initial advantage, indulging could lead to calamity. The most classic example was Vegeta, who had allowed the fully realized Sharu to emerge. Now, Gohan had begun to indulge as well. Although his strength overwhelmingly surpassed Sharu's, the implications of his recklessness remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Piccolo found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had asserted that aside from future Trunks, Gohan would not act irresponsibly. Yet, here he was, indulging, causing Piccolo to feel a sharp pang of embarrassment. Based on earlier content, Gohan did not seem to possess such a temperament. Had his personality shifted upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2? Gohan, you must reconsider your demeanor. Goku, have you heard what everyone is saying? You must heed their warnings and refrain from indulgence in the future. However, in response to Goku's admonition, some voiced their dissent. Piccolo, Goku, you of all people lack the authority to lecture Gohan on restraint. Piccolo, have you not also indulged? If it weren't for your giving Sharu a Senzabine, Gohan would have likely resolved this matter without the opportunity for indulgence. Krillin, indeed, Goku. Had Gohan not transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, you would have been in dire straits. Others may be qualified to advise Gohan against recklessness. Yet neither Goku nor Vegeta holds that authority. Have they not also indulged in their fair share of folly? The most qualified to offer guidance remains future Trunks, for he has never faltered in his resolve. Now, countless viewers are left pondering what transpires after Gohan's bout of recklessness. Will nothing occur? Or could his folly lead to unforeseen consequences? The video continues to unfold. Enraged by Gohan's manipulation, Cell succumbs to fury, his form swelling into that of a towering brute. Although his strength has notably increased, his speed has significantly diminished. In this moment, Cell commits the same blunder as Trunks before him, focusing solely on augmenting his power while neglecting the loss of velocity. Striking the enemy becomes futile if one cannot land a hit. Having evaded all of Cell's assaults, Gohan launches his own offensive. His first punch connects with Cell's abdomen, causing the creature to clutch his midsection in agony, expelling a vile substance. The second strike, an uppercut, lands squarely on Cell's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Just 2 punches, 2 mighty blows from Gohan, are sufficient to incapacitate Cell. Following this onslaught, Cell undergoes a transformation as he clutches his mouth, his form swelling further. In the next instant, he expels a figure, 18. However, she lies motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain, her body marred by an unidentifiable liquid. Upon releasing 18, Cell can no longer maintain his perfect form, reverting to his second stage. Krillin, 18 is still alive. What splendid news! Upon witnessing 18's emergence from Cell, Krillin is filled with elation, having once feared she perished upon absorption. Lapis, but what of me? While his sister's release brings him joy, Lapis is consumed by dread. Could he still be trapped within Cell? If not expelled, he faces a grim fate alongside the monster. Do not despair. Perhaps you will be released shortly, reassures Lazilian from the sidelines. Yet, will such a hope materialize? They shall soon discover the truth. In the video, after relinquishing his perfect form, Cell comprehends his impending doom. If he cannot best Gohan in his perfected state, he stands no chance in this weakened form. Subsequently, he embarks on a shocking course of action. He begins to expand, declaring his intention to self-destruct, aiming to take the Earth and all its inhabitants with him. Gohan seeks to intervene, but Cell warns him that any attack will only hasten the detonation. As Cell's size increases, the countdown to his self-destruction grows ever shorter. In a mere 10 seconds, Cell would self-destruct. Son Gohan, filled with regret, knelt on the ground, pounding it with his fists, his face etched with despair. Had he heeded his father's advice and dealt with Cell sooner, such a calamity might have been averted. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were at a loss as to what to do. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly smiled, as if a solution had dawned upon him. I have devised a plan. This is the only way to save the Earth. Farewell, everyone. He bid his final farewell to his companions before instantaneously teleporting to Son Gohan's side. Witnessing this, Krillin and the others grasped Goku's intent, their faces clouded with sorrow. Gohan, you did well. Please tell Mom I'm sorry, and take good care of her, he urged. Gohan comprehended his father's intentions, yet it was too late to intervene. Son Goku, with Cell in tow, used instant transmission to leave Earth, heading towards King Kai's planet. King Kai, upon seeing Goku and Cell arrive, was taken aback. Goku explained that, aside from this location, he could think of nowhere else to go. Shortly thereafter, Cell exploded. In the wake of his detonation, Son Goku, King Kai, and the entirety of King Kai's planet vanished without a trace. Back on Earth, Krillin and the others sensed Goku's energy dissipating, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gohan cried out for his father, a scream filled with deep remorse. Observing this scene, countless viewers across the multiverse were profoundly affected. Gohan's reckless actions had indeed led to unforeseen consequences, culminating in Son Goku's sacrifice. Krillin, this is indeed something Goku would do. Piccolo, Gohan, do you see now? This is the price of your recklessness. Piccolo, now you understand that such folly comes with a cost, for both you and Vegeta. Cap, indeed. Recklessness demands a price. Vegeta's cost was a brutal beating from Cell, nearly resulting in his demise. Cap, as for Gohan, the price he pays is the loss of his own father. Through their personal experiences, Gohan and Vegeta served as cautionary tales, imparting the lesson that recklessness incurs a steep price. This revelation solidified the resolve of countless individuals. They vowed never to act foolishly, even when victory seemed assured. Chapter 58. Vegeta's two initial actions greatly impacted the bond between Goku and his son. North Kai. Wait, is no one going to offer me peanuts? Goku, why did you bring Cell to my realm? On King Kai's planet, the North Kai could no longer contain his frustration. He had become an unwitting victim of circumstance. What had he done to deserve such a fate, accompanying Goku to his demise? Son Goku. My apologies, dear King Kai. Son Goku. But as I mentioned in the video, I truly could not think of any other place. North Kai, you really should not have come here. Quickly return to life. Do not linger here. Son Wukong. Wait, King Kai, I still wish to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb from you. North Kai, it seems he truly had to become acquainted with this fellow, Son Wukong. Zhonghua, by the way, why couldn't Son Wukong have taken King Kai back to Earth before Cell self-destructed? Zhang Chulan, indeed. Cell doesn't explode immediately. Son Wukong certainly had time to escort King Kai back to Earth. That way, they would have survived. North Kai Wukong, why? Son Wukong, I cannot fathom what I was thinking in the video. Krillin, there is another possibility. Perhaps Wukong didn't consider that option. Yamcha, that is true. It certainly aligns with Wukong's character. As warriors who grew up alongside Son Wukong, they possess a profound understanding of him. It is entirely within his capacity to overlook the possibility of bringing King Kai back to Earth. What a pity for King Kai. Kakashi, in any case. Regardless of the circumstances, Cell has finally been vanquished, albeit at a grievous cost. Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, do not forget that the Dragon Ball universe possesses the Dragon Balls. One could easily use them to resurrect Son Wukong. Kakashi, indeed. How could I have forgotten about the Dragon Balls? Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's reminder, others who lamented Son Wukong's demise were suddenly enlightened. Yes, the realm of Dragon Balls differs from their own. In their world, death is final. Yet in the Dragon Ball universe, there exists the miraculous Dragon Balls. They could undoubtedly bring Son Wukong back to life. Krillin, but the Dragon Balls can only resurrect someone once. This must be Wukong's second death. Piccolo, not so, there are the Dragon Balls on Namek. They could use those to revive Wukong. Krillin, I see, then it's not an issue. Piccolo, although Wukong can be revived, it does not mean Gohan can continue to be reckless. Piccolo, Son Wukong, Gohan, remember this lesson, never be careless again. Son Gohan, understood, Uncle Piccolo. Yamcha, but can't Cell regenerate? He couldn't possibly still be alive after self-detonating, could he? Piccolo, no, his regeneration has a weakness. The self-destruction obliterated him beyond recovery. However, just as Piccolo finished this remark, an unexpected energy beam pierced through Trunks' body in the video. This sudden occurrence startled everyone. Let me see who was hit. It turned out to be Trunks. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Son Gohan and the others turned to see an astonishing sight. The owner of that voice was none other than Cell. Moreover, at that moment, Cell had transformed back into his perfect form. Not only that, but arcs of electricity surrounded him, mirroring the transformation of Son Gohan into Super Saiyan 2. It was evident that he not only survived, but had also significantly increased in power. The question of how Cell remained alive left Son Gohan and the others thoroughly bewildered. Sharu, embodying the essence of omniscience, generously revealed the secret to his continued existence. He informed Gohan and the others that a chip resided within his head. As long as the chip remained intact, he could regenerate indefinitely. Fortuitously, after his self-destruction, the chip remained unscathed, allowing him to be reborn. Moreover, possessing Saiyan cells significantly amplified his strength upon revival from the brink of death. He even mastered Goku's instant transmission technique. In summary, his power had surged tremendously, rendering him unafraid of Gohan. The astonishment among the others was palpable, while Gohan felt a surge of determination. This was his chance for vengeance against the one who had harmed his father. However, before he could act, another figure intervened, Vegeta, enraged by the death of Trunks. Vegeta charged recklessly at Sheru, only to be easily defeated. As Sheru prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, Gohan stepped in to shield him. Although Vegeta was saved, Gohan sustained severe injuries to his left arm, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Witnessing this unfold, Vegeta was consumed by guilt. He had never expected that as the Prince of the Saiyans, he would become a burden to Gohan. "I'm sorry, Gohan," he lamented. Following Vegeta's first tearful moment before Goku, he now offered his first apology before Gohan. Both of these significant moments had been taken from him by the father-son duo. Upon hearing Vegeta's apology, Gohan was enveloped in a sense of despair. The fact that such a proud warrior would express regret indicated the dire state of their situation. Frieza remarked with amusement, "Oh ho ho, how astonishing. I never thought I would witness Vegeta's apology, such a rarity." Guldo added, "But, Lord Frieza, you previously witnessed Vegeta in tears. Did you not?" Frieza replied, "Vegeta's first tears were for Goku, while his first apology is directed towards Gohan. Vegeta, both of your firsts have been granted to the son of Goku," he continued. Vegeta, incensed, retorted, "You wretched beings. I shall not let you escape." Frieza responded, "In that video, your words are insignificant to me. But do you possess the strength to back them up now? With your current power level, even as a Super Saiyan, you are no match for me," Frieza taunted. Faced with this, Vegeta found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, opting instead to bide his time for retribution. Krillin interjected, "What is even more astonishing is that Sheru is still alive, and his power has increased, having killed Trunks." Piccolo reflected, "Once again, I am reminded of how repulsive my regeneration ability can be. While it serves me well, in the hands of an enemy, it becomes truly abhorrent." Vegapunk, I would like to inquire of Dr. Gero regarding the material composition of the chip within Cell's head. Vegapunk, despite Cell's self-destruction, this chip remains utterly intact. Dr. Gero, how was this material developed? Chapter 59, can it still be revived? Father and son Kamehameha. Upon Vegapunk's remark, the other spectators began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Indeed, their focus had been predominantly on Cell's newfound strength and significant power enhancement, neglecting the crucial question, how could Cell resurrect? According to Cell himself, as long as the chip in his head remains intact, he can regenerate indefinitely. Yet, the dilemma arises, he had previously self-destructed. Furthermore, his explosion had even claimed Goku's life. This indicates that the force of his self-detonation was undeniably formidable. How could such a powerful explosion leave the chip within his mind unscathed? Is this chip not excessively durable? An explosion potent enough to annihilate Goku and reduce the Earth to ashes should surely have shattered even a single chip. The material of this chip piques the curiosity of countless scientists. Unfortunately, Dr. Gero refrained from providing an answer, as he himself remains in the dark. After all, he has yet to fully understand androids 17 and 18, let alone Cell. Who knows what material he will eventually use to fabricate the chip in Cell's head in the future. Saitama, setting aside the matter of the chip, Cell's strength has significantly increased, and Gohan has sustained an injury to one of his arms. Saitama, currently, Gohan is likely no match for Cell. So how can we eliminate him? Or have we failed to eradicate Cell? Saitama contemplated a scenario change. If he were to face an adversary with enhanced abilities while nursing an injured arm, what would he do? His allies would be of little assistance. Though he has never encountered such a predicament, he could not help but ponder how he would respond if he were in that situation. He could not devise a suitable strategy. With an injured arm and diminished power, facing an opponent whose strength has surpassed his own, and with no aid from teammates, he truly found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Saitama's questions prompted others to reflect deeply. Yet, they too could not conceive a resolution. Yamcha, it's all Vegeta's fault. If it weren't for him, Gohan wouldn't have been injured. Yamcha, if Gohan had remained unscathed, he might have stood a chance against Cell. Whether Gohan could have defeated the lightning-imbued Cell if he had not been injured remains a mystery. However, Lin Luo believes it is still a possibility. Yet, the answer to that question will remain elusive, as the Gohan depicted in the footage is already wounded. As for whether Cell can manifest in reality, that too is uncertain. Krillin, on another note, Vegeta's fury stems from witnessing Trunks' demise. Surely, he seeks vengeance for his son. Klein, I never imagined that the cold and ruthless Vegeta would one day seek vengeance for his son. Yamcha, Spare me. If he truly cared for Trunks, he would have intervened when Trunks was about to kill Dr. Gero and Cell. Yamcha. Had he not interfered, Cell would not have reached his perfect form, and Trunks would still be alive. Yamcha. It can be said that he is indirectly responsible for Trunks' demise. Is it not a tad too late for him to show concern for Trunks now? Though Yamcha's words are harsh, it is undeniable that Vegeta has taken away his beloved. Yet, others must concede the validity of his statements. If Vegeta had cared for his son as he does now when it came to avenging Trunks, Cell would have been dealt with long ago, and Trunks would not have perished. Thus, it is not unreasonable to assert that he played a part in his son's death. Piccolo. Now, it may not only be Trunks. We could all fall to Cell's hand. Despite the grim prospect of his own demise captured in the video, Piccolo refrains from blaming Gohan, choosing instead to chastise his own inadequacy for being unable to assist. Gohan, I am sorry, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Klein, and all the others. Gohan, if I had dealt with Cell, things would not have come to this. Klein, Gohan, do not dwell on it. Klein, just remember to refrain from recklessness in the future. Tenshinhan, indeed, Gohan, what is death after all? Haven T, we all faced it before. Another death holds little significance. Yamcha, it's a perfect opportunity to reunite with Goku, so there is no need for guilt. None of the warriors blame Gohan. After all, had it not been for him, they might have perished long ago. While Gohan's actions were indeed reckless, he is still but a child, and they find it difficult to hold it against him. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect is that this is a matter of the future, not yet realized. As long as they can rectify it, there is hope. Frieza, Goku is dead, and the Trunks who killed me is also gone. Frieza now? Is Vegeta destined to die as well? How delightful indeed. Frieza, it is unfortunate that these individuals will not perish at my hands. Frieza eagerly anticipates the moment when Vegeta and the others meet their end at Cell's hands. Meanwhile, other spectators find it increasingly difficult to continue watching, with some even closing their eyes. Yet, they silently pray for a miracle to unfold. Having learned from previous experiences, this time Cell refrains from recklessness. He begins to gather energy, preparing to eliminate Gohan and the others directly. He informs Gohan that he has amassed enough power to obliterate the entire solar system. Initially, Gohan finds himself in despair, uttering apologies to his father, lamenting that he cannot save the Earth. Observing this, Cell recognizes Gohan's surrender. With a mere display of his attack, everything could come to an end. Little does he know, Goku still has the potential to rise again. In the stillness of the air, the voice of Son Wukong resonated in Son Gohan's ears. He conveyed that he was currently in the underworld, communicating through the King of the Worlds. Following this, he imparted words of encouragement that rekindled Son Gohan's fighting spirit. With a single hand, Son Gohan began to gather energy, preparing to confront Cell head-on. In that moment, both combatants unleashed the Kamehameha wave, their assaults colliding, causing the very earth to tremble. Yet, due to the limitation of using only one hand, Son Gohan found himself at a disadvantage, and defeat seemed inevitable. The ethereal visage of Son Wukong manifested beside Son Gohan, mirroring his stance as they both prepared to unleash the Kamehameha. The father and son duo were now executing a technique known as the father-son Kamehameha. Son Wukong reassured Son Gohan that he still possessed untapped strength, attributing his hesitation to concerns about the potential destruction of the planet. Son Wukong urged him not to worry, stating that the Dragon Balls could restore everything if need be. Meanwhile, as Son Gohan conversed with his father, Piccolo, Krillin, and others joined the fray, launching an assault on Cell in an attempt to weaken his onslaught. However, their efforts proved futile, as their power was insufficient to inflict any real damage. Just then, a more formidable attack struck Cell, causing him to instinctively glance back. This blow came from Vegeta. That fleeting moment of distraction granted Son Gohan the opportunity he needed. Now is the time. With a thunderous shout from Son Wukong, Son Gohan also let out a fierce roar, unleashing his full energy. The once suppressed Son Gohan suddenly turned the tide, overpowering Cell and denying him any chance to counterattack. As he advanced while executing the Kamehameha, Cell perceived the ghostly form of Son Wukong behind Son Gohan. No, this cannot be. In the face of the father-son Kamehameha's might, Cell could only utter fragmented words of defiance before being obliterated by Son Gohan's assault. This time, Cell would not regenerate. Through Son Gohan's relentless effort, Cell was finally vanquished. Subsequently, Krillin and the others departed with the bodies of Son Gohan, Android 18, and Trunks. Once they had left, the reporters approached Mr. Satan, inquiring if he was the one who defeated Cell. With Son Gohan and the others gone, Mr. Satan seized the opportunity to claim the glory of triumph over Cell for himself. The audience erupted in jubilation. Wonderful! Gohan has emerged victorious. Indeed, it's truly marvelous. Witnessing the miracle unfold, the crowd celebrated Son Gohan's remarkable turnaround against Cell. Countless spectators rejoiced as they witnessed the triumph of Son Gohan over despair. Especially those on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, who fervently shouted their gratitude towards Son Gohan, knowing that had he lost, their lives would have been forfeit. In essence, Son Gohan had saved them all. This has rendered them exceedingly discontent with Satan's usurpation of credit. Is this truly the individual they shall idolize and venerate in the future? They remain oblivious to their future selves' sentiments, questioning how they could ever revere such a figure. Kaido mused, were I in Cell's position, I would certainly contest this. How can there still be individuals resurrected from the dead? He further lamented, it is quite absurd that although Goku has perished, he still manages to assist Gohan. Yet, unbeknownst to Kaido, while his future self may not encounter adversaries rising from the grave, he will indeed face foes capable of performing sit-ups, becoming impervious to defeat, and growing stronger with each repetition. This is far more repugnant than mere resurrection. Do they comprehend the significance of unleashing Luffy's Conqueror's Haki and transforming the rubber fruit into the Nika fruit? The title of Mentor Kaido is renowned throughout. Kapu remarked, by the way, having resolved this matter with Cell, why has the video not concluded? Is there additional content forthcoming? Sengoku responded. The latter part likely features a narration detailing matters beyond the transformations, as was the case in the previous two videos. Countless viewers harbored immense curiosity regarding the supplementary content that the narration would unveil. In the temple, following Dandy's healing, Gohan and Android 18 returned to their original forms. Upon awakening, Krillin remained steadfastly by 18's side, making it apparent to others that he harbored affection for her. However, 18 exhibited no interest in Krillin and departed without hesitation. Subsequently, Piccolo and the others summoned the Eternal Dragon. The Dragon Balls crafted by Dandy differed from those previously created by the Guardian of Earth. The current Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, yet resurrecting a large number of individuals would require the consumption of 2 wishes. The first wish, naturally, was to resurrect those who had fallen victim to Cell. Thus, Trunks was revived. However, Goku did not return, as he had already been revived once. The Earth-S Dragon cannot resurrect the same individual twice. Upon hearing the dragon's words, the others felt disheartened, while Dandy suggested that they could journey to Namek to utilize its dragon. At that moment, Goku's voice resonated in their ears. He informed Krillin and the others that Bulma had once mentioned to him that enemies were drawn to him. After some contemplation, he realized the truth in her words. Therefore, he chose not to be revived, believing it would render Earth safer. He conveyed to his comrades that they would meet again in the afterlife. Goku's optimistic and magnanimous words did not surprise Krillin, Yamcha, and the others who had known him since childhood, for he had always been this way. With Goku opting not to be brought back, a wish remained with the dragon. Initially, Krillin wished to transform androids 17 and 18 into ordinary humans. But the dragon lacked the capability to fulfill such a request. He then wished to disarm the explosives within them, a wish that the dragon granted. In response to the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, Krillin explained that having explosives within one's body was rather pitiable. As for the rationale behind disarming 17, he believed that 17 and 18 were better suited for one another. His words were overheard by number 18, who had actually not left. Therefore, she heard both Krillin's wishes and his declarations. Initially, she claimed that number 17 was her twin brother, and then asserted that she would not harbor any affection for him. However, as she departed, she did express her gratitude to Krillin. The following day, a group bid farewell to Trunks as he returned to the future. The saga of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation and the androids concluded here. Upon returning to his timeline, Trunks swiftly vanquished the malevolent number 17 and number 18, as well as the version of Cell from his era. Peace was restored in the future. Next, adhering to tradition, I shall delve into matters beyond transformations. Firstly, concerning Goku's reluctance to be revived, Bulma's observations hold merit. Indeed, most of the adversaries had been summoned to Earth due to Goku's actions. Except for the original Demon King Piccolo, all other foes can be linked to Goku in some manner. The newly reborn Piccolo sought vengeance against Goku. Raditz came looking for his Saiyan brother, Vegeta and Nappa sought the Dragon Balls and aimed to confront him, and Frieza, needless to say, came to Earth for retribution. The androids, including Cell, were also the result of Dr. Gero's vendetta against Goku for obliterating the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, it can be argued that the majority of adversaries were indeed attracted to Earth because of him. From this perspective, one might assert that Goku is the greatest hidden menace to Earth. Upon hearing the narration and reflecting on their past experiences and the footage they had seen, Goku, Krillin, and others realized that this was indeed the case, save for the initial demon King Piccolo. The remaining foes that appeared on Earth were indeed all in pursuit of Goku. However, to label Goku as the ultimate mastermind behind these threats might be an exaggeration. Naturally, they understood that the narration was intended as a jest. Should anyone dare to blame Goku, such an act would be sheer folly. In the world of Dragon Ball, there truly were no such foolish individuals, or if there were, they would not dare voice their opinions. It was evident to all that without Goku, Earth would have faced annihilation countless times. The ordinary people who were revived were indebted to Goku and his companions for their use of the Dragon Balls. To accuse Goku, anyone bold enough to speak would find that they need not rely on Goku's formidable allies. The other inhabitants of Earth would suffice to deal with them. Chapter 61. The Law of Cause and Effect. A humbling gesture. Secondly, regarding Mr. Satan. Surely, you all recall that I previously mentioned Mr. Satan's numerous antics as a clown. Countless spectators nodded in agreement. They remembered his clownish behaviors, including those before, during, and after the Cell games. While they could tolerate his other antics, they could not abide the audacity of Mr. Satan claiming the credit for defeating Cell. Indeed, he did not lend any assistance. He arrogantly appropriated all the credit for himself, without the consent of Son Gohan and the others. It is crucial to remember that in the battle against Cell, Goku sacrificed his own life. How could Satan shamelessly claim the accolades for himself? However, I previously stated that despite his numerous clownish antics, he is still deserving of the title of hero. Why do I assert this? It necessitates illustrating two particular events. The first pertains to the confrontation with Cell. Upon hearing the narration, countless viewers were left in confusion. During the battle, they only witnessed Satan's buffoonery. Were there any heroic deeds? Not to mention others. Even Satan himself was quite perplexed, feeling that his actions in the video were indeed quite foolish. As for heroic conduct, did it exist? What instigated Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2? It was the moment when Cell crushed the head of Android 16, serving as the catalyst for Gohan's fury. But how did Android 16's head come to be in front of Cell and Gohan? It was thrown by Satan. When 16 requested his assistance, others urged Satan not to intervene. Yet, he chose to help. For this singular act, he merits the title of hero. After all, he is merely an ordinary man. One must ponder, if it had been someone else, who would possess the courage to approach Cell and Gohan bearing the head of Android 16. It was an action fraught with peril, one that could easily lead to death. Upon hearing the narrator's account, countless viewers fell silent. Previously, they had not considered Satan's action significant. It seemed a natural course of events. However, upon reflection, they realized the truth. Indeed, simply having the audacity to bring 16's head near Cell demonstrates heroism. As the narrator articulated, who else would have the courage? Perhaps many would boast that they too would act bravely in such a scenario. But in reality, would they truly stand by their words? Who can guarantee they wouldn't flee in such a moment? Yet, Satan genuinely mustered the courage to assist Gohan. For this reason alone, to call him a hero is not unfounded. His contribution to the defeat of Cell is indeed substantial. This is why, although Satan initially played the role of a comic relief character, he enjoys a favorable reputation. The vast majority of Dragon Ball fans harbor no animosity towards him. He has proven himself in times of need. While his capabilities may align with those of an ordinary man, he has reached the limits of what one can achieve in such a position. Moreover, as a world champion, he chose not to remarry for the sake of his daughter, demonstrating his love and dedication. He has already distinguished himself as admirable. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 can be credited to two individuals. The first, of course, is Cell. Without him, Gohan would not have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The other is Vegeta, for without him, Cell would not have attained his perfect form. Moreover, Vegeta has gifted us with a masterpiece of global renown. As the words were spoken, the video displayed Vegeta pointing to himself, declaring himself as Super Vegeta. Why is this deemed a world-renowned artwork? Primarily because Vegeta avowed his identity as Super Vegeta, only to indeed be vanquished, brought to his knees by Cell. Furthermore, this close-up shot has magnified the significance of the gesture he employed. Gesture? Countless viewers observed Vegeta's right thumb directed towards himself. Many were perplexed by the implications of this gesture. Certain gestures should not be casually enacted, and Vegeta's gesture is one of those. For apart from the man exuding invincibility, all others who have made this gesture have faced defeat. This includes Goku, Frieza, Android 17, and Vegeta himself. Consequently, many refer to this thumb-pointing gesture as the defeat gesture. Emblematic of the law of causality, Vegeta is the figure who has elevated this gesture to prominence. He has shown remarkable persistence, making this gesture multiple times, each instance culminating in his own downfall. Numerous individuals reflected on videos they had previously viewed. They had not seen Goku employing this gesture. However, Frieza and Android 17 seemed to have indeed done so. Zhang Chulan remarked, "I recall. Frieza made this gesture during his battle with Super Saiyan Goku, only to be soundly defeated." Zhanghua added, and Android 17 also directed this gesture towards Cell, subsequently being absorbed. Krillin chimed in, "Now that you mention it, Goku also made this gesture when confronting his brother Raditz." Krillin continued, "And he was defeated by Raditz." Kakashi observed, "It seems this gesture is indeed one to be avoided. Those who make it inevitably face defeat." Naruto inquired, "So who is that man radiating invincibility?" Duanyin resolved, "In any case, to avoid defeat, one must never make this gesture." Duanyin decided he would rather perish than enact this gesture. After all, while others may face defeat with support to cushion their fall, he stood alone against Oxer. Should he falter, the fate of Earth would be sealed. Naturally, others shared Duanyin's sentiments. Even with backup, if one could evade defeat, who would willingly embrace it? Especially Vegeta and Frieza, for they are the true victims. Taking advantage of the present moment, they vowed to eradicate this potentiality at its source. They would never again perform this defeat gesture. Simultaneously, they harbored a similar query in their minds. If the version of myself in the video refrained from this gesture, would I have avoided defeat at the hands of Frieza and Vegeta? If the version of myself in the video had not made this gesture, would I have evaded defeat at the hands of Goku? Yet, they surmised that the answer to this question would remain forever elusive. Lastly, let us delve into the formidable power of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Much like its predecessor, the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2 is indeed a transformation that results in a significant augmentation of strength. This enhancement is twice that of the Super Saiyan, equating to a staggering 100 times the baseline power. Chapter 62. Is there still hope for those who cannot transform into a Super Saiyan at the age of 20? Zangetsu 100 times. If I recall correctly, the Super Saiyan offers a 50-fold increase, while Super Saiyan 2 provides a 100-fold boost. Cap. The Super Saiyan is already incredibly powerful, and the fact that Super Saiyan 2 can double that strength is astonishing. Kakashi. No wonder Cell could not contend with Gohan. The power simply doubles. How could one possibly fight against that? Naruto Uzumaki. Doubling power seems reasonable. But how could the disparity become so vast? Sasuke Uchiha, are you daft? When one's power is still relatively weak, a mere doubling does not yield a significant advantage. Sasuke Uchiha. However, once strength has escalated, even the slightest enhancement becomes an immense chasm of difference. Do NMYN. It is akin to doubling $1, resulting in just $2, a minimal difference. Do NMYN. Conversely, doubling 100 million yields 200 million. Now that is a substantial disparity. Ichigo Kurosaki. Sigh, I am utterly exhausted from expressing envy. Why am I not a Saiyan? This sentiment resonates with countless individuals. Indeed, why are they not Saiyans? It is worth mentioning that many may harbor misconceptions regarding the Super Saiyan transformations. After all, in this discourse, several stages of the Super Saiyan transformation are presented. For instance, during Vegeta's battle with the second form of Cell, it is referred to as the first stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks' muscular form is termed the second stage of Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan maintaining their Super Saiyan forms are recognized as Super Saiyan Full Power. Thus, many may mistakenly believe that Super Saiyan Full Power is the pinnacle of strength, and that each successive stage of the Super Saiyan transformation surpasses the previous one. While this notion holds some truth, it does not imply a hierarchy of strength within the Super Saiyan transformations. Whether one has just transformed into a Super Saiyan or is at full power, the augmentation remains unchanged at 50 times the base power. The apparent multitude of stages in the Super Saiyan transformation is merely a reflection of Goku and Vegeta's enhanced base powers. Super Saiyan full power does not yield a greater boost in strength. Rather, it reduces energy consumption, thereby increasing endurance. This is a fact that many so-called Dragon Ball enthusiasts remain oblivious to. Lin Luo recalls having encountered discussions asserting that the power amplifications of Super Saiyan are contingent upon the stage. For instance, some claim that the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan grants a 10 or 20-fold increase, with the ultimate full power providing the 50-fold boost. Such assertions are utterly ludicrous. There are even those who believe that Super Saiyan full power offers a greater enhancement than the initial transformation. This, too, is a fallacy. The amplification of power remains consistent at 50 times. The only distinction is that full power enhances endurance. The disparity in strength at each stage of the Super Saiyan transformation does not stem from the transformation itself, but rather from the enhancement of Goku and his comrades' inherent power. It can only be said that many self-proclaimed Dragon Ball enthusiasts merely speak without substantial understanding. Much of what they express is mere conjecture. I must conclude with a remark. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9 to save the world. Now at 20, I find myself unable to even attain the Super Saiyan form. What hope is there for me? Thus, we reach the end of this video. For those desiring to delve deeper into the transformations of the Saiyans, I invite you to watch the subsequent videos. Accordingly, this chapter concerning the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 draws to a close. Unsurprisingly, this video has left countless viewers across the multiverse in awe. In this presentation, they not only witnessed transformations surpassing that of the Super Saiyan, but also encountered the technological marvels of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. Time machines, androids, and other extraordinary advancements have rendered those who consider their own worlds technologically superior utterly humbled. It is clear that their understanding of the Dragon Ball universe remains woefully insufficient. Even after viewing 3 videos from this realm, their comprehension is merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even this slight glimpse has profoundly astonished them, and they believe that future videos pertaining to the Dragon Ball universe will further broaden their horizons. Naturally, they also wish to echo the narrator's sentiments. If they too are unable to transform into Super Saiyans, does that mean there is no hope for them? Gohan saved the world at 9. What were they doing at that age? Still in their early years. In a location outside West City in the Dragon Ball world, Krillin found Lapis and Lazuli. Upon seeing Krillin, the two sighed in relief. With him present, they could be escorted to West City for refuge, thus avoiding the necessity of becoming androids. Although they were immensely powerful and possessed boundless energy in the video, they had no desire to become androids. Moreover, even the versions of themselves in the video, now transformed into androids, harbored a deep resentment towards Dr. Gero for their transformation. This illustrates that even in their altered forms, they did not wish for such a fate. However, upon seeing Krillin, Lazuli felt a twinge of awkwardness, as her video counterpart had kissed him. He had continually protected her and even wished to deactivate the bomb within her. He had confessed his feelings for her, while she, observing her own demeanor in the video, realized she had developed an affection for him. If this trend continues, it is highly probable that their futures will intertwine romantically. Yet, being aware of this beforehand creates an uncomfortable situation, particularly since her current self harbors no feelings for Krillin. Watching their interactions in the video left the present versions of themselves feeling quite embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Krillin suggested, "Let us head to Bulma's home. I must also seek out Dr. Gero." He too felt a sense of awkwardness, sighing inwardly as Lazuli now possessed knowledge of future events. It seems that he has missed his chance. However, as long as the other party is unharmed, that is what truly matters. Subsequently, Krillin brought the two individuals to Bulma's residence, ensuring their comfort. Just as Krillin was about to embark on a quest to locate Dr. Gero, Yamcha announced, "Everyone, I have found Dr. Gero." In a certain valley, Yamcha glanced at the unconscious Dr. Gero, then sent a message to inform the others. Before setting out to find Dr. Gero, he inquired with Bulma and learned the location of the doctor's research facility. By the time he arrived, Dr. Gero had already made his escape. Yet, the current Dr. Gero was merely an ordinary man, unable to flee far. After a thorough search, Yamcha successfully located him. A sense of nostalgia washed over Yamcha. He was the first to discover the androids in the video. However, at that time, Dr. Gero had transformed into an android, and Yamcha was no match for him, having been pierced through the body. Now, however, The tables had turned, as he had rendered Dr. Gero unconscious, an act of retribution against his past self. Chapter 63. The Transformation That Cannot Endure for Long. Krillin, excellent. In that case, let us bring him back. Krillin, as for how to deal with him, let us deliberate. Vegeta, it is a pity that Dr. Gero strayed down the wrong path. Otherwise, with his brilliance, he could have propelled Earth's technology to new heights. Genos, however, since he is aware of future events, might he not choose to repent? Yamcha, when I found him, he was in flight. Yamcha, if he truly wished to amend his ways, he would not have fled. Piccolo, in any case, let us bring him back first. Upon learning that Dr. Gero had been found, Lin Luo felt a wave of reflection. The androids would no longer manifest. His series of videos had already altered the future multiple times. But isn't that precisely what he desired? Having revealed the future, if it could not be changed, what purpose would the revelation serve? As for the fate of Dr. Gero, that was no longer his concern. After all, with Dr. Gero in the hands of the warriors, he could no longer inflict harm. Given the warriors' nature, while they might not resort to killing him, they could certainly imprison him for life. Ultimately, in this reality of the Dragon Ball universe, androids 16, 17, and 18 would not materialize, nor would Cell. Of course, the unaltered Lapis and Lazuli would still exist, but they would no longer be androids, merely ordinary Earthlings. Yet, considering their circumstances, this was precisely what they had hoped for, as not everyone wishes to become an android. With the increasing number of videos he released, many of the antagonists from the original narrative might not appear at all. Naturally, even if they did, it would not matter. Once he acquired invincible power within the Dragon Ball realm, he would view these villains as mere trifles. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, one could only wonder who Lin Luo truly was, possessing such profound knowledge of future events. Could it be that he, like Trunks, has also traversed from the future? The East Kaishin is profoundly intrigued by Lin Luo's identity. To possess knowledge of future events is a feat that even he, the Kaishin, cannot achieve. If Lin Luo truly knows so much about the future, does he also have insight into the whereabouts of the Sorcerer Babidi and the Demon Bu? Figures like Frieza and the android Cell pale in comparison to Bu. Even the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 transformations fall short against him. In fact, from his perspective, even the transformations beyond the Saiyans would not stand a chance against Bu. While he remains unaware of the extent of the power of these subsequent Saiyan transformations, he is acutely aware of Bu's might. Even if Goku and his companions could amplify their strength 100-fold through transformation, they would still be no match for Bu. His only recourse is to eliminate Babidi before Bu makes his appearance, thereby ensuring that Bu remains sealed away. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that he cannot locate Bu's whereabouts. Hence, he places his hope in Lin Luo. Given that Lin Luo possesses such extensive knowledge of future events, does he know Babidi's location? Will it be revealed in upcoming videos? Just as the Kaishin contemplates this, Lin Luo's next video is released, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, albeit with the caveat of not being able to sustain the form for long while alive. The title of this video incites a wave of excitement. Aside from the clear implication that Super Saiyan 3 surpasses Super Saiyan 2, countless individuals are left pondering the meaning of not being able to sustain for long while alive. Does this imply that one can only utilize Super Saiyan 3 in death? Cap, I am aware of Super Saiyan 3. It is undoubtedly a transformation stronger than Super Saiyan 2. Cap, but what does not being able to sustain for long while alive mean? Does it suggest that one can only maintain it in death? Or must one die to access it? Cap, Goku, what is your take on this? Goku, what do you mean by what is my take? I am watching it with my own eyes for the first time. How could I possibly know? Frieza, is this a never-ending saga for the Saiyans? First Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan 2, and now a Super Saiyan 3? Frieza, just tell me already, how many more transformations exist? Can we reach 10? Will there be a Super Saiyan 10? Frieza can no longer contain his exasperation. The Saiyans have been under his command for so long, and not a single Super Saiyan has emerged until now. Suddenly, there are 3 transformations? When did the Saiyans acquire so many forms? Are they even aware of this themselves? At this moment, Frieza is reminded of the video depicting the Super Saiyan transformation. The narration in that video seemed to suggest that Goku and Vegeta unlocked their genetic potential on Namek. Is this the key? It appears to indeed be the case. These transformations originated from the unlocking of the Saiyan genetic code on Namek. They truly are remarkable. Beerus, I too am curious whether among the transformations of the Saiyans, there exists the Super Saiyan God. Beerus expresses no interest in the other transformations of the Saiyans. His sole fascination lies with the Super Saiyan God. Previously, he perceived the Super Saiyan God merely as an individual Saiyan. However, it now appears that the Super Saiyan God may also represent a form of transformation among the Saiyans. Yet, this remains but a conjecture. The truth of the matter hinges upon whether Lin Luo will release a video specifically introducing the Super Saiyan God. Should such a video emerge, it would affirm the existence of the Super Saiyan God as a transformation of the Saiyans. If not, it would suggest otherwise. In response to their inquiries, no one provided an answer. While others remained oblivious, Lin Luo chose silence. After all, as long as they continue to watch his videos, their questions would eventually find resolution. If he were to respond now, it would diminish the intrigue he sought to cultivate. He aimed to leave them yearning for more. The Super Saiyan 3, as its name implies, transcends the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. This transformation had become a point of anguish for Vegeta for a time. What does this mean? Upon hearing the narration, Vegeta straightened his posture. Why had this transformation become his source of torment? Could it be that he was the first to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 transformation? Yet, due to its inability to be maintained for long, did he perish because of it? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, he could not conceive of any other explanation. This realization stirred excitement within Vegeta. Previously, the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 transformations were achievements of Kakarot and his son, who had overshadowed him. Now, would the Super Saiyan 3 finally allow him, the Prince of Saiyans, to be the first to succeed in this transformation? Chapter 64. The True Ghost Boss requires Chi-Chi and Bulma's insight. 7 years after the conclusion of the Cell Games, Son Gohan transformed from a 9-year-old boy, who had become a Super Saiyan 2 and saved the world, into a 16-year-old high school student. During these 7 years, the Son family welcomed a new member. The scene shifts to reveal a child who bears an uncanny resemblance to a young Son Goku appearing in the video. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Chi-Chi did not betray Goku after his demise. This child is Son Goten, Goku's second son, a child born posthumously before the onset of the Cell Games. It can be said that Goku's words ring true, as he indeed followed a regimen of 3 days of rest and 3 days of training. Son Goten was conceived during one of those 6 days of respite. It is worth mentioning that many believe Renya's girlfriend, Shuku, possesses the Ghost Boss, as she can withstand Renya's onslaught. However, the true Ghost Boss must be assessed through Chi-Chi and Bulma, for they have proven capable of withstanding the might of both Goku and Vegeta. Son Goku, aside from Gohan, will I have another child? Son Gohan, am I to have a brother? Chi-Chi, am I to have another child named Goten? The Son family was somewhat bewildered. The beginning of the video caught them completely off guard. However, this was a fortuitous occurrence. Congratulations, Goku. This Goten looks just like you did when you were a child. It's evident he is your son, Krillin remarked. Indeed, seeing him reminds me of your childhood, Goku, Yamcha added. Oh, those were truly nostalgic times when young Son Wukong was around, Bulma reminisced. Those who had known Son Wukong since his youth began to express their sentiments upon seeing Son Goten, as that era was one they would cherish forever. Yet, one must ponder, what did the term ghostly bow signify? Why were Bulma and Chi-Chi referred to as such? Upon realizing the narrator's implication, Bulma and Chi-Chi couldn't help but blush. The narrator seemed to be making light of the situation. In the world of Blade of the Immortal, was there really a ghostly bow associated with Xiaojiang? Could she potentially be part of the Fama family? This left Renya perplexed. By convention, organs named after ghosts were exclusive to the Fanma lineage. So if Xiaojiang indeed possessed a ghostly bow, did that imply she belonged to the Fanma family as well? But then, why would the narrator assert that the true ghostly bow was Chi-Chi and Bulma? Surely, they could not also be members of the Fanma clan. This was utterly confounding to him. Even with his ghostly intellect, he could not grasp it. Renya remained oblivious to the true essence of the ghostly bow, which could be described as rather innocent. For others, the concept of ghostly bow was merely a source of amusement, with their attention primarily focused on Son Goten. Could it be that this Super Saiyan 3 is related to Son Goten? Sengoku speculated. Such a small child transforming into a Super Saiyan 3? If that is the case, he certainly surpasses his brother by a significant margin, Garp remarked. Indeed, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 9. while Goten becomes a Super Saiyan 3 at just 7. That's outrageous. Kakashi noted. But that's not necessarily the case. ISNT it said that Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that cannot be sustained for long. Ichigo added. It's also possible that after Goku's demise, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in the afterlife, he speculated. Can one still act after death? Naruto inquired. Well, I can't, Ichigo responded. Many of the deceased here become guardian spirits, Kanbing noted. If we adhere to the lore of my world, could it mean that Goku's descendants might enable him to become their guardian spirit? Wouldn't that render them invincible? Kanbing expressed his desire for such a formidable guardian spirit as Goku. No matter the kingdom organization or the Hall of Heroes, they would merely be a collection of insignificant figures to him. Even Huang Fulongdo would not be regarded highly. Whether Sun Wukong was a match for the legendary figures of myth, he could not ascertain. However, he was certain that Huang Fulongdo's divine martial spirit, Ling Qingtian, would not be a worthy opponent for Sun Wukong, as those divine martial spirits were not as formidable as their mythic counterparts. Have you all forgotten so quickly? In the previous video, didn't Sun Wukong rise from the dead to aid Son Gohan in defeating Cell? Zhang Chulan interjected. Zhang Chulan, thus, in the world of Dragon Ball, one may continue to exist in the afterlife even after death. Genos, if that is the case, then Ichigo Kurosaki's conjecture may indeed hold merit. Zhang Jiwei, however, even if this young Goten has not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, there must be some connection to Super Saiyan 3. Zoro, but how could such a young child be related to Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Jiwei, we shall await the video for answers. In the video, due to Cell's defeat, peace has been restored to Earth. The warriors lead tranquil lives, with Gohan becoming an ordinary high school student in Satan City. Ordinary citizens of Earth believe Satan was the one who vanquished Cell, and out of gratitude, they renamed Gohan's hometown to Satan City. Gohan, now a high school student, although his school life is brief, can be considered the quintessential protagonist of early school-themed manga. He hides his identity and power, masquerading as a typical student, while secretly combating evil and occasionally revealing his strength in front of classmates, causing astonishment. Furthermore, he attracts the attention of many girls at school, particularly the lead female character, Videl. These elements have become commonplace in later school-themed manga protagonists. Yet Gohan was among the first to embody them. Upon hearing the narration, many male protagonists from various school settings cannot help but express their admiration. Indeed, the traits exhibited by Gohan are strikingly similar to theirs. Some conceal their identities to attend school, while others hide their abilities. They too have drawn the attention of numerous female classmates. Gohan's demeanor and actions mirror their own. With one distinction, he achieved Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9 and saved the world, in a certain martial arts dojo within the Dragon Ball world. Videl? How could Videl be involved? Satan's attention is entirely focused on Videl. Did he just hear that Gohan attracted Videl's interest? Could it be that Gohan will become his son-in-law in the future? If so, that means he would be related to Goku. If this is true, how wonderful that would be. His son-in-law is the 9-year-old hero who saved the world, and his relative is Goku, who has saved the world more than once. Such a powerful connection. Videl, did you hear that? This Gohan may very well be your future husband, Satan remarks to the 4-year-old Videl, who, at her age, is oblivious to the concept of a husband and thus remains unfazed by her father's words. Chapter 65. The Ginyu Force's influence on Gohan's life in the video. Gohan appears to be a high school student, yet secretly transforms into a Super Saiyan to confront the thugs of Satan City. With his golden hair, those who have seen him refer to him as the Golden Warrior. However, none are aware of the Golden Warrior's true identity. On his first day of school, Gohan captures the attention of numerous female classmates. Among them is the daughter of Satan, Biddy Lee, particularly during physical education class. When Sun Wukong leapt several meters into the air, such extraordinary feats left Biddy Lee feeling quite intrigued. In fact, she even covertly followed him, seeking to unravel the mysteries of his identity. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, found her pursuit rather vexing. He visited Bulma's residence, requesting her assistance in creating something to conceal his identity. While Bulma was busy with her work, Sun Wukong meandered through her home, encountering the 8-year-old Trunks and Vegeta. At this juncture, Vegeta had shed the bitterness he possessed 7 years prior, resembling more of a typical elder. He even thoughtfully advised Sun Wukong that he had not trained in a long time and that his physique was becoming rusty, urging him to practice diligently. This gesture from Vegeta was akin to that of a caring elder looking out for his younger counterpart. Over these 7 years, Vegeta's temperament had softened considerably. The man who had initially arrived on Earth was now almost unrecognizable. He had become a son-in-law to Bulma's family, and his counsel to Sun Wukong epitomized the concern of a mentor for his prodigy. It is only fitting to say that I am utterly moved. Among his juniors, Sun Wukong was the one Vegeta valued the most, even more than his own son, Trunks. After all, Sun Wukong had fought alongside him on Namek and saved him during the Cell Games. Moreover, his innate talent was nothing short of remarkable. It is no wonder that someone like Vegeta would hold him in such high regard. Unfortunately, as the narration unfolded and the footage displayed Vegeta reminding Sun Wukong not to neglect his training, countless viewers were left astonished. After all, the Vegeta from the previous video was not only brimming with hostility, but also exuded a sense of pride and arrogance. The notion of him caring for his juniors was utterly ludicrous. Yet, the Vegeta in the current footage seemed like an entirely different individual. Could it be that 7 years of living on Earth had transformed him? The person most astonished by this significant change in Vegeta was none other than Vegeta himself. Sitting in his spaceship, he watched the video of his future self, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had never expected to evolve into such a version, spending 7 years on Earth. This was the second planet, aside from his homeland, planet Vegeta, where he had lingered for such an extended period. Clearly, the individual in the video had indeed mellowed considerably. Was it possible that the future him had truly changed? No longer the proud and cold-hearted Saiyan prince. Had he become more human? And that little brat, was he truly his son? The infant cradled in Bulma's arms in the previous video? How could the esteemed Saiyan prince have become like this? No one could alter him. Yet, for reasons unknown, while Vegeta appeared outwardly furious and seemingly dissatisfied with the version of himself in the video, internally, he felt little anger. Beside him, inside the spaceship, Nappa wore a rather fierce expression. How infuriating it was that Vegeta, the very one who had slain him, was now altered by a mere earthling. His indignation was palpable. Frieza, Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you are no longer the proud and ruthless prince of the Saiyans. Frieza, you have taken on the form of an earthling. Vegeta, humph. In response to Frieza's mockery, Vegeta chose silence, unwilling to engage. After all, he had been dispatched by his own son, as if he were nothing more than a common roadside pest. It hardly warranted his concern. The video continued to play. After a brief wait, Bulma crafted a device for Gohan, resembling a watch. However, upon pressing the button on this timepiece, Gohan would don a form-fitting black suit adorned with a green jacket, complemented by a red cape and a helmet. This ensemble could not be deemed unattractive. Rather, it possessed a distinct personality. Upon wearing this suit, Gohan seemed to undergo a transformation of character. As he soared homeward, he encountered a gang of motorcycle thieves. He intercepted them, and when they inquired about his identity, Gohan pondered for a moment before performing a series of motions, declaring the title he had just conceived, Super Saiyan Superman. Naturally, his actions and title elicited laughter from his adversaries. Yet, once Gohan demonstrated his formidable power, they quickly capitulated. Subsequently, the moniker of Super Saiyan Superman began to circulate widely. I wonder if anyone recalls my previous mention of how the Ginyu Force had a profound impact on Gohan's life. Why do I assert this? Just observe Gohan's earlier antics. The movements he executed appeared remarkably impressive to him, yet to others, they seemed utterly foolish. Is this not reminiscent of the Ginyu Force? For those who may have forgotten, allow me to provide a brief refresher. As the narration faded, the video split into 2 segments. On the left, Gohan struck poses befitting his title of Super Saiyan Superman. On the right, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force displayed their own antics before Frieza. Although their movements differed, the underlying style was strikingly similar, inducing a cringe that reached to one's very toes. Moreover, both groups exhibited satisfaction with their own performances, convinced of their own coolness. However, to the onlookers, their displays were nothing short of awkward and absurd. The motorcycle thieves derided Gohan, while Frieza, witnessing the Ginyu Force's actions, broke into a cold sweat, his face flushed. To elicit such a reaction from the mighty Emperor of the universe underscores the profound embarrassment associated with the Ginyu Force's antics. Now, perhaps it is clear why I assert that the Ginyu Force shaped Gohan's life. The encounter on Namek left an indelible impression on the 5-year-old Gohan, one that would resonate throughout his lifetime. As viewers watched the unfolding scenes and listened to the narration, many found their lips twitching in amusement. especially regarding the elders of Sun Wukong. They could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong possessed such a side. The movements of the Super Saiyan were so astonishing that they were left dumbfounded. Yet, Sun Wukong believed his actions to be quite impressive. This lad has certainly been deeply influenced by the Jinyu Force. It is all the Jinyu Force's fault. Chapter 66. Can one return to the living after death? What difference does it make whether one is alive or dead? Inside Frisia's spaceship, Frisia's expression mirrored that of the video as he watched the Jinyu Force's dance, utterly awkward. Although he disagreed with some of the narration in the video, particularly the notion of a romantic rivalry between himself, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, he found himself in complete agreement regarding the Jinyu Force's peculiarities. Despite being his most loyal subordinates, he could not deny that their interests were rather bizarre. Each time they performed before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Moreover, Jinyu would often invent new moves, each more cringe-inducing than the last. What he did not anticipate was that such an awkward display would influence Sun Wukong's son, leading him astray. Could this be considered a form of revenge? Jinyu, I refuse to accept this. What a magnificent display. How could it possibly be awkward? Jinyu, you simply lack the appreciation. Even Jinyu, who had not commented for quite some time, could not contain himself. He could endure being called weak, and even the sight of himself transformed into a frog was bearable. However, he could not tolerate anyone deeming his most cherished dance moves awkward. This was undeniably the epitome of elegance. Others simply did not understand its beauty. Jinyu, Sun Wukong. Although we were foes on Namek, I must admit, your taste is commendable. You possess a fraction of my essence. Jinyu, yet, your movements still pale in comparison to mine. Given the chance, I could teach you a few tricks. Of course, at this moment, Sun Wukong remained unaffected. Thus he had no response for Jinyu. As for the others, they were too weary to engage with Jinyu. They simply wished to move past this segment and cease the discussion of such an embarrassing display. In the video, as Sun Wukong ascended to the status of Super Saiyan, this title began to gain recognition among an increasing number of individuals, much like the previous Golden Warrior. Many sought to uncover the identity of the Super Saiyan, but Sun Wukong concealed it well. Being the daughter of Satan, Biddy Li often aided the police of Satan City in capturing criminals. On one of her missions, Sun Wukong, concerned for her safety, followed closely behind, assisting her in dispatching foes. It was during this incident that his identity was inadvertently revealed by Biddy Li. She leveraged Sun Wukong's identity as a threat, compelling him to participate in the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. She informed Sun Wukong that her father, Satan, was the champion of the previous tournament, and the champion before that was a man named Sun Wukong. The similarity in names led her to speculate that Sun Wukong was his father. Sun Gohan could not help but admire Biddy Li for her accurate guess. At that moment, Biddy Li remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, believing that Sun Gohan could become a formidable rival. She even requested that he teach her the art of flight, so that she might soar through the skies. With leverage in her hands, Sun Gohan found himself obliged to comply entirely. As the martial arts tournament approached, he sought Bulma's assistance to modify his outfit. The attire remained unchanged, save for the removal of his helmet, which was replaced by a white cap and a pair of sunglasses. This ensemble, too, was difficult to assess. Upon learning that Sun Gohan intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vegeta declared his own intention to join. 7 years prior, he had not been a match for Sun Gohan, yet during this span, he had diligently honed his skills. In contrast, Sun Gohan had neglected his training, instilling Vegeta with confidence that he could now contend with him. He yearned for an opportunity to spar with Sun Gohan at the tournament. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in their ears, exclaiming, "I wish to participate too." It was none other than Son Goku's voice. Upon hearing that familiar tone, both Son Gohan and Bulma were filled with excitement. Son Goku revealed that the fortune teller could bring the deceased back to the living world for a single day, and he intended to use this day to partake in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The news of Son Goku's participation thrilled Vegeta as well. Initially, he had only aimed to challenge Son Gohan, but now he had the unexpected chance to face Kakarot. For him, nothing could be more exhilarating. As Son Goku would temporarily return for the tournament, Son Gohan relayed this news to Krillin, Piccolo, and the others, inviting them to join. It is worth noting that after 7 years of peaceful living, Krillin had grown his hair. He and Android 18 had welcomed a daughter, and the three of them resided happily at Kame House. "I have a daughter?" Krillin exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the little girl in the video. Was this child truly his daughter? The offspring of himself and Android 18? Thus, according to the conventional narrative, he would eventually win over Android 18, resulting in their having a daughter. The thought brought a smile to his face, even though such a scenario seemed highly improbable now, especially since Lazuli had not been transformed into an android. Moreover, she was now aware of future events, making the prospect of their union unlikely. Nevertheless, witnessing his own happiness in the video filled him with contentment, to the extent that he scarcely noticed his own longer hair. Congratulations, Krillin. Among us, Goku is the first to have a child, followed by Bulma, and now you are the third, chimed Yamcha, Tien, and the others, extending their congratulations to Krillin. His daughter was also their future kin, adding to their lineage, which was indeed a delightful development. Alas, such moments could only exist in the realm of the video. Reality would not unfold in the same manner. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha and Tien sighed. Indeed, the future had taken a different turn, and Krillin's family likely no longer existed. As for the other spectators, their concern was not for Krillin's daughter, but rather for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Zhang Guo remarked, "It seems that this World Martial Arts Tournament will not be peaceful." Duan Mu Yin stated, "Considering that each transformation corresponds to a particular adversary, it is possible that the enemy corresponding to Super Saiyan may third appear at the tournament." Marco added, "However, in the Dragon Ball world, death can lead to revival, which is acceptable. But under circumstances where one cannot be resurrected, what difference does it make if one has died?" Marco felt a deep envy, pondering if only their pirate world had such a mechanism, he might reunite with his father and Ace. Of course, his greater envy lay with Dragon Ball. If only their world possessed the Dragon Balls, he could bring back his father and Ace. Li Xian and deduced, "I see. So Goku will transform into Super Saiyan 3 on the day he returns to the living realm." He continued, "Since he has already died." The video's title states that Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that cannot be sustained for long while alive. The other spectators nodded in agreement with Li Xian Nan's speculation. Although they remained uncertain about the specific meaning of cannot be sustained for long while alive, it likely related to death. After all, Goku had already perished. Thus, this transformation should indeed concern him. In Chapter 67, the Super Saiyan transformation has become cheap. This is the bloodline theory. Within Vegeta's spaceship, he thought, "No, I refuse to believe that Super Saiyan 3 is also related to Kakarot. It is about time I took the lead." Despite the reasonableness of Xian Nan's conjecture, Vegeta chose disbelief. Kakarot and his son had already garnered attention, achieving higher transformations before him. It was his turn, after all. Otherwise, where would he place the dignity of the Saiyan Prince? He would rather believe that upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he would not last long, than accept that this transformation was still connected to Kakarot. Yet, returning to the topic, he and Kakarot's son were both set to participate in that so-called World Martial Arts Tournament, since he chose to partake in the video. It indicated his confidence in his strength not being inferior to Gohan's. This meant he could envision a scenario where he defeated Gohan. As for whether he could defeat Kakarot, he was uncertain. However, he believed his strength was not inferior to Kakarot's. After all, Kakarot had been dead for 7 years. Even if he had trained in the afterlife for that duration, he should not be comparable to him. After all, he had Bulma, the affluent, assisting him. The gravity chamber was constructed by Bulma's father, his father-in-law, providing him with a training environment far superior to Kakarot's. Thus, could it be said that he could indeed defeat Kakarot and his son? While he had no interest in the championship of the tournament, he was quite intrigued by the prospect of vanquishing Kakarot and his son. In preparation for a successful performance at the tournament, Gohan temporarily set aside his studies to restore his state. He enlisted the assistance of his younger brother, son Goten, and during this collaboration, he witnessed Goten's remarkable talent. At merely 7 years old, Goten not only possessed formidable strength, but could also transform into a Super Saiyan. This time, Goten would participate in the martial arts tournament, albeit in the junior category, which comprised the children's competition. Initially, the brothers intended to train diligently until the tournament commenced. However, the appearance of Beulah disrupted their plans. Beulah requested son Gohan to teach her the instant transmission technique, which consumed some of Gohan and Goten's precious time. Meanwhile, Vegeta was training with his son Trunks in an environment with 150 times the normal gravity. Trunks found it challenging to move in such conditions, prompting Vegeta to allow him to step outside. Yet, in the next moment, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, astonishing Vegeta. The shock deepened when Vegeta realized that Goten could also transform. It led him to question the very nature of existence. After all, becoming a Super Saiyan was a legendary feat among the Saiyans. He and Kakarot had exerted tremendous effort to achieve this transformation. Yet, these two young children, Trunks and Goten, had already mastered it. When did becoming a Super Saiyan become so trivial? Trunks and Goten's ability to transform at such a tender age speaks volumes of their innate talent, which is also linked to the timing of their births. By the time they arrived, their fathers, Goku and Vegeta, had already achieved Super Saiyan status. It was as if they inherited the genetic legacy of the Super Saiyan lineage, making their transformation significantly easier. Many believe that the Dragon Ball universe operates on a principle of bloodline superiority. Goku's Saiyan heritage is often credited for his prowess. However, the truth is that Goku's existence elevated the potential of the Saiyan bloodline. Even Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9 to save the world, was not merely a product of bloodline theory. If we must speak of bloodlines, it is Trunks and Goten who epitomize this notion. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an ample supply of cells, and these two youngsters have inherited a significant number of their ancestors' cells, enabling them to transform at such a young age. After hearing this narration, the audience, who had initially been astonished by Trunks and Goten's transformations into Super Saiyans, suddenly understood. They had thought it remarkable that such young children could achieve Super Saiyan status, seemingly surpassing Goku himself. It turned out that their inherent advantages played a crucial role. They had indeed benefited from the legacy of their forebears. They were acutely aware of the arduous journey Goku and Vegeta undertook to attain Super Saiyan status. Goku sacrificed Krillin, and Vegeta expended considerable effort to succeed. Yet, these two young boys could transform effortlessly due to the direct inheritance of their father's Super Saiyan lineage. Caulifla, does transforming into a Super Saiyan require cells? Are these cells exclusive to the Saiyans of Universe 7, or do we possess them as well? Carly has yet to grasp how she can transform into a Super Saiyan. Previously, it was suggested that the transformation was triggered by intense rage. Yet she remains uncertain about how to harness such profound anger. Now, it is said that an ample number of cells is required. While she could potentially devise a way to summon her anger, the cell requirement presents a dilemma. If the Saiyans of Universe 6 lack them, her efforts would be futile. Meanwhile, Vegeta shares a sentiment akin to that of his video counterpart. He, too, perceives the Super Saiyan transformation as having lost its prestige. Once, a Super Saiyan was a rarity, manifesting only once in a millennium. However, since Kakarot unlocked this form, any Saiyan seems capable of achieving it. He muses whether his combat-inept brother, Tarbal, might also one day transform. It is no wonder that the narration in the video mentioned how he and Kakarot unlocked their genetic potential on Namek. Indeed, since they attained the Super Saiyan form, its value has diminished. One cannot help but wonder if even Super Saiyan 2 will eventually lose its significance. As the video progresses, under Gohan's tutelage, both Biddy and Goten learn the art of flight, allowing them to soar through the skies. Subsequently, the brothers are finally able to immerse themselves in their training. On the day of the tournament, Gohan suggests refraining from transforming into Super Saiyans, as he wishes to keep his identity as the Golden Warrior concealed. However, he does not voice this rationale. Fortunately, Vegeta and the others concur, as it would be fair for everyone to remain in their base forms. At the tournament venue, the long-deceased Goku makes his appearance before everyone. From this moment, it is evident that the bonds shared with Goku by his childhood companions are profoundly heartfelt. Upon seeing him, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Oolong, Bulma, and others, who grew up alongside him or watched him mature, find themselves teary-eyed. Although others are also elated, they do not shed tears. This marks the first encounter between Goku and his youngest son, Goten. Upon arriving at the competition, Goku and Krillin encounter a familiar face, the most dedicated referee of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He has witnessed the growth of both Goku and Krillin. Unlike ordinary spectators, he knows all too well that it was not Mr. Satan who defeated Cell, but rather Goku and his companions. He readily accepts that Goku, adorned with a halo, has returned from the afterlife to participate in the tournament. One cannot help but admire his worldly perspective. Chapter 68, The Kaishin. It certainly appears to be quite distinguished. Unlike previous tournaments, this World Martial Arts Tournament features a preliminary round that does not involve direct combat between competitors, but rather tests their punching strength. A punching machine will be provided, and each contestant will strike it to reveal their punching power score. The top 16 will advance to the finals. Before the preliminaries commence, Mr. Satan showcases his own punching power, which registers at 137. He arrogantly declared that he would await the contestant's entry into the finals, eager for someone to defeat him. In response to his ostentatious behavior, Krillin remarked that there were many who could vanquish him. For the other competitors, they exerted every ounce of effort to achieve higher scores, while for Sun Wukong and his companions, their aim was to strike as low as possible. This clearly illustrates that both Sun Wukong and Krillin are indeed esteemed disciples of Master Roshi, exhibiting a superior mastery over their own strength compared to others. Among them, Piccolo achieved the highest score, followed by Android 18, then Krillin, and lastly Sun Wukong. Evidently, Sun Wukong displayed the finest control over his power, with Krillin a close second. Although Krillin ranked last in terms of raw strength, his ability to manage his power was only surpassed by Sun Wukong, a testament to his training under Master Roshi. Gohan had yet to test his strength, as he stood in line with Videl towards the back. As for Vegeta, he dismissed the notion of power control altogether, opting instead to obliterate the punching machine with a single blow, leaving the audience in astonishment. However, strictly speaking, he did indeed demonstrate control over his power. Otherwise, it would not have been merely a matter of smashing one machine. Krillin, thankfully, I did not bring shame upon Master Roshi. Krillin, although my strength is the weakest among the participants, my control over power is second only to Wukong. Piccolo, I can't believe I achieved the highest score. Doesn't that imply my power control is the worst? Piccolo felt quite discontented. Despite having the highest score among their group, he could not muster any joy. After all, ordinary contestants aim to achieve the highest numbers, while they were tasked with keeping their scores as low as possible while ensuring their advancement to the finals. This necessitated a significant level of control over their power. The one who met the criteria with the lowest score demonstrated superior mastery over their strength. Sun Wukong's score was the lowest, which came as no surprise given his identity. However, Krillin, surprisingly, had the second lowest score while also achieving the highest score. This indicated that his control over power was superior to Piccolo's. As for Vegeta, he refrained from commenting. Krillin, Piccolo, don't be disheartened. After all, both Wukong and I are disciples of Master Roshi, having undergone his rigorous training. Krillin, although we Earthlings may not match your extraterrestrial prowess in terms of technique, we stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Krillin's remarks may not have resonated with many, yet Lin Luo wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, in the realm of the Dragon Ball universe, Earthling's strength is insignificant on a cosmic scale, often lagging behind the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, relegated to mere background characters. However, this pertains solely to raw strength. When it comes to technical skill, Earthlings are undeniably formidable. The mastery of ki, such as sensing energy and suppressing one's own power, is a technique developed by Earth's martial artists. As the foremost martial artist of Earth, Master Roshi is exceptional, even if his strength has waned compared to others. However, his technical prowess and profound mindset consistently assist Sun Wukong and his companions. Master Roshi has even glimpsed the embryonic form of ultimate freedom. It is evident that Earthlings possess remarkable talents and technical skills. Alas, they are constrained by their own limitations. This power gauge is quite impressive, Ju Edging. Can you invent something similar? With such a device, one can not only measure their strength, but also train to master it. Indeed, Beijiao Punk, can you create one? Many individuals were intrigued by the power gauge, for it not only tests strength, but presents it in tangible numerical values. Furthermore, it can be incorporated into personnel training. Captain, I shall give it my all. I'll give it a try, replied Beijiao Punk. While the concepts of time machines and cyborg modifications were beyond their reach, the power gauge might just be within their grasp. After Sun Wukong and the others completed their tests, they resolved to watch the youth group competition, as Son Goten and Trunks were also participants. On their way to the youth competition arena, they encountered Son Gohan and Videl. Videl had been observing Sun Wukong and the others, sensing their extraordinary nature. Then, to her astonishment, the leader greeted Son Gohan, appearing quite familiar with him. Upon their departure, Videl immediately inquired about the leader, to which Son Gohan revealed that he was his father. This revelation left Videl utterly astonished, as she had heard Son Gohan mention that his father had passed away. Son Gohan clarified that the halo above his father's head was the reason for his appearance. This explanation left Videl momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, in the youth group, Sun Goten and Trunks decisively dispatched their opponents, ultimately facing each other in the finals. As soon as they commenced, an intense battle unfolded, leaving the audience in awe. Even Videl, who had arrived, was taken aback. The combat prowess of these two children exceeded that of ordinary humans. In the end, Trunks emerged victorious, defeating Sun Goten and claiming the championship. Subsequently, the group ventured to a restaurant for a meal. The Saiyans' dining habits were far more appealing than those of typical food streamers. After finishing their meal and departing, they encountered two individuals along the way. One was an elderly man with white hair, a flushed complexion, and adorned with earrings, exuding an air of age. The other was a young man with pineapple hair, also white-haired, wearing earrings, and levitating in midair. Sun Wukong did not recognize them, but the elder was familiar with him. He introduced himself as Saiyan, having come specifically to seek out Sun Wukong. His intention was to witness Sun Wukong's strength firsthand. From his demeanor, this Saiyan appeared to possess a certain level of prestige. What do you think of this young man's grand entrance? His identity indeed carries an air of prestige. He is the god of destruction of the seventh universe. He stands as the pinnacle of divinity within the seventh universe, his divine status on par with that of the destroyer gods. However, one must remember his current high-profile appearance. The realm of the seventh universe and the god of destruction. Here I am, alongside Jebbet. How astonishing that we find ourselves on Earth. Observing the video featuring himself and Jebbet, the god of destruction, Shin, is taken aback. How could he and Jebbet possibly be on Earth? Could it be that Babidi and Majin Buu are also on Earth? Chapter 69. Indeed, the Dragon Ball world has gods. I am truly distinguished. Shin is acutely aware that he would not find himself on Earth without reason. There are few matters that could capture his attention, and Babidi and Majin Buu are undoubtedly of utmost importance. Therefore, the fact that he appears in the video on Earth suggests that Babidi and Majin Buu must be there as well. Is he on Earth to seek out Majin Buu? Lord God of Destruction, it is highly probable that Majin Buu is indeed on Earth, Jebbet remarks, also having come to this realization. However, we cannot ascertain whether Majin Buu and Babidi are currently on Earth at this moment. After all, the events depicted in the video pertain to the future. With Jebbet's reminder, Shin comes to a realization. Indeed, even if Babidi and Majin Buu are shown to be on Earth in the video, there is no guarantee they are there now. Given the timeline indicated in the prior video, it is likely that this video reflects events occurring many years into the future. Babidi and Majin Buu may not have even arrived on Earth yet. This is somewhat concerning. As if struck by a thought, Shin's expression darkens. It is possible that Babidi is also watching this video. If he sees that his position has been discovered, he would certainly avoid heading to Earth, making it impossible to track him down later. As the universe's foremost sorcerer, Babidi must remain hidden. Even for a god of destruction like himself, finding Babidi could prove challenging. Lord God of Destruction, we can utilize the Dragon Balls, Jebbet proposes. Even if the Earth-S dragon is not powerful enough, we could call upon the Namekian dragon to inquire about Babidi's location, could we not? Ah, indeed. Jebbet, your reasoning is sound. Shin's face brightens. How could he have overlooked this? He can make use of the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, Lord Beerus has awakened as well. Even if Majin Buu were to be revived, he would be easily dealt with before Lord Beerus. With this thought, Shin feels a wave of relief. Previously, the matter concerning Majin Buu weighed heavily upon him, preventing him from relaxing. Now, however, it seems trivial in comparison. Not only can he use the Dragon Balls to ascertain Babidi's whereabouts, but the mere fact that Lord Beerus has awakened means that Majin Buu poses little threat. He can now watch the video with peace of mind. Jebbet, the version of me in the video is quite impressive, I assent it. I have not tarnished the dignity of my divine status. Moreover, the video narration allows the audience to remember my sophisticated appearance. This implies that I may showcase an even more refined image in the future. The King of Lords expresses his anticipation. However, Jebbet feels a sense of unease, sensing that events may not unfold as the King of Lords envisions. If the King of Lords indeed presents a more elevated image later on, why does the narration prompt the audience to remember his current appearance? In a certain location within the seventh universe, the universe's foremost sorcerer, Babidi, is also watching the video. Observing the King of Lords on screen, a cold smirk emerges on his grotesque visage. For Babidi, who harbors a deep-seated vengeance against the King of Lords for the death of his father, the desire to torment him is palpable. He is aware that the King of Lords is in pursuit of him. Given that the video indicates the king has traveled to Earth, it is highly probable that Babidi himself is also on Earth. Consequently, he cannot venture there. Nonetheless, he is curious whether his future self has managed to lift the seal on Majin Buu. He yearns to witness what Majin Buu looks like and longs to possess such a subordinate. Meanwhile, the attention of other viewers is fixated on the identity of the King of Lords. Goku, the King of Lords? Yet another deity? Kapu, what deity? I recall the previous celestial being was merely a Namekian. Kapu, I presume this King of Lords is also an extraterrestrial. Jebbit, how dare you? The King of Lords is a true deity, not merely human. King indeed. The King of Lords transcends us four kings, and even the Grand King, holding the highest divine status. He is no mere alien. Upon hearing misunderstandings about the King of Lords, Jebbit and the King could not refrain from speaking out. It is true that the Earth's deities are extraterrestrial. However, the King of Lords is a genuine god, and indeed, the most exalted among them. In terms of status, he stands on par with the god of destruction, albeit lacking in power compared to the latter. They cannot tolerate such disrespect towards the King of Lords. The explanations provided by Jebbit and the King astonish countless viewers. So, there truly are gods in the Dragon Ball universe? Genuine deities? Initially, when they learned that the celestial beings of the Dragon Ball world were merely Namekians, they assumed there were no gods in that realm, that the term god referred only to extraterrestrials. Yet now, the King of Lords is indeed a true god, and the highest-ranking one at that, not an extraterrestrial. This revelation is a profound shock to some atheists. However, upon reflection, they find solace. Their atheism pertains solely to their own world. Other realms may possess actual gods, which has no bearing on their existence. They remain atheists. No, they must revise this. They are atheists in their own world, yet theists in others. Now, a pressing question arises. What purpose does the King of Lords have in coming to Earth? In his eyes, Earth must merely be a small planet at the fringes of the universe. The Supreme Kai has now descended upon Earth. To assert that it is inconsequential would be an affront to reason. Thus, one cannot help but ponder whether the arrival of the Supreme Kai is intertwined with the formidable adversary that Super Saiyan 3 is destined to confront. It is highly plausible. With a sense of intrigue, countless spectators continue to watch the unfolding video. Within this footage, the Supreme Kai's distinguished demeanor prompts both Goku and Piccolo to regard him with a sense of reverence. Simultaneously, it adds an unexpected layer of excitement to this martial arts tournament. At the drawing venue, the 16 competitors who emerged victorious from the preliminary rounds gather to determine their initial opponents. Among them, Krillin is the first to take the stage. Piccolo's adversary is the Supreme Kai Shin, while Gohan faces the Supreme Kai's attendant, Jebbit. The formidable Android 18 is pitted against Mr. Satan. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks have ingeniously disguised themselves as a contestant named Masked Man to infiltrate the competition. Notably, the most striking aspect lies in the fact that Goku and Vegeta are set to battle each other. This pair will clash in the very first match. As the tournament commences, Krillin effortlessly dispatches his opponent, advancing with ease. When it is time for the Supreme Kai and Piccolo to face off, no battle ensues. The Supreme Kai gazes at Piccolo with a smile, while Piccolo, feeling utterly immobilized under the Supreme Kai's presence, becomes acutely aware of the latter's extraordinary nature. Ultimately, he opts to forfeit. Backstage, Piccolo speculates that his opponent might be the Grand Supreme Kai. However, Jebbit appears, delivering a more shocking revelation. His adversary is none other than the Supreme Kai. Piccolo is momentarily stunned. This impressive display incites a smile from Shin, who finds no surprise in the scene. Indeed, he is the Supreme Kai. Such grandeur is to be expected, after all. It is only natural that Piccolo, having fused with the Earth's deity, would feel the weight of his divine presence. Moreover, Shin is confident that this display of magnificence is merely the beginning. Reflecting on this, he cannot help but exclaim, "Truly, I am magnificent." Chapter 70. Misled by the Supreme Kai, Babidi must surely be frighteningly powerful. Meanwhile, Videl is participating in the tournament. Her opponent is a robust man named Spabovich, marked by a black symbol upon his forehead. Initially, Videl holds the upper hand. However, she soon realizes that no matter her assaults, Spabovich remains unfazed. In a moment of misfortune, she inadvertently breaks his neck, sending his head spinning backward. Astonishingly, he is able to reattach his head with a nonchalant demeanor. This unnerves Videl, yet she resolutely refuses to surrender. The outcome is grim, as Spobovich delivers a relentless beating, even launching her into the air to no avail, for he too possesses the ability to fly. Ultimately, Videl sustains grave injuries and loses the match. Meanwhile, backstage, Gohan witnesses this scene and transforms into a Super Saiyan, unintentionally ruining his attire. Had it not been for Goku's calming presence, Gohan might have rushed forth to protect his wife. In the Warring States period, the character Spobich exhibited an unusual resilience, having suffered a broken neck yet managing to realign it himself. Karp speculated whether this anomaly was related to the adversaries one might encounter when facing a Super Saiyan 3. Shin concurred, revealing that Spobich was under the control of the sorcerer Babidi. This indicated that Spobich had indeed been corrupted by dark magic and could no longer be considered human. Though the Supreme Kai Shin did not personally know Spobich, he recognized the emblem emblazoned on his forehead. It was unmistakably Babidi's mark. Babidi possessed the ability to manipulate others, which made it evident that Spobich was under his influence. This realization suggested that Babidi would inevitably make his presence known on Earth in the future. However, upon witnessing this footage, it was unlikely that Babidi would dare to appear on Earth again. Nonetheless, this posed little concern, with Lord Beerus awakened. The likes of Babidi and Majin Buu would hardly stir any significant turmoil. Conversely, while Babidi was indeed the most formidable sorcerer in the universe, he hardly warranted the attention of a Super Saiyan 3. Hence, it was implied that the true threat for the Super Saiyan 3 would be Majin Buu. Although this group of Saiyans demonstrated remarkable transformations, they might still struggle against Majin Buu. While the extent of Super Saiyan 3's power remained uncertain, the strength of Majin Buu was well known, far surpassing that of Cell. Although Super Saiyan 3 undoubtedly eclipsed Super Saiyan 2 in prowess, it would still be insufficient against Majin Buu. Moreover, the narration in the video indicated that the transformations of these Saiyans essentially functioned as a means of amplifying their inherent abilities, reflecting the base strength of the transformed individuals. With Goku and his companion's standard abilities, even their transformation into Super Saiyan 3 would likely fall short against Majin Buu. At this moment, the Supreme Kai Shin maintained his dignified demeanor befitting a deity, akin to how he was portrayed at the start of the video. While he acknowledged the Saiyan strength, he perceived it as only moderately impressive. Unbeknownst to him, however, his pretense of superiority was soon to be challenged. Babidi had suffered a severe defeat, but fortunately, Goku had procured some senzu beans. The upcoming match was between Gohan and Jebet. Due to the need to administer senzu beans to Babidi, there was a slight delay in the competition. When Gohan returned to the arena, Jebet urged him to transform into a Super Saiyan, eager to witness the might of such a transformation. At that moment, Jebet, much like the Supreme Kai, upheld an air of importance and pride, dismissing the Saiyans as mere humans. Initially, Gohan hesitated, fearing that transforming in front of a crowd would significantly impact his life, potentially hindering his ability to attend school. As he grappled with this dilemma, Piccolo called out to him and nodded in encouragement. The message from his mentor was clear: Gohan should embrace the transformation. Seeing his father figure's approval, Gohan felt he had no choice but to comply and transform. The Supreme Kai informed Goku and his companions to remain composed regardless of what transpires shortly. He warned them that Spobobik and another named Yamu would launch an assault on Gohan. Krillin asserted that their intervention was unnecessary, as Gohan could easily handle them alone. However, the Supreme Kai expressed his disagreement with this sentiment. Misunderstanding his intent, the others believed that Spobobik and Yamu were formidable adversaries, possibly even stronger than Gohan himself. Kakashi remarked, "Why do I feel that this Supreme Kai underestimates Gohan?" He continued, "Though Spobobik is indeed peculiar, can he truly defeat Gohan? That seems absurd." Genos added, "This is reminiscent of how many in the Hero Association initially dismissed my master, thinking him unremarkable." He continued, "It merely reflects their lack of discernment." Sanji interjected, "Nevertheless, he is the Supreme Kai, a deity of great stature in the Dragon Ball realm, undoubtedly well informed." He pondered, could it be that Spobobik and that fellow Yamu are genuinely formidable, perhaps even exceeding Gohan's strength? Zhang Chulan pointed out, did the Supreme Kai not mention that these two are under the control of Babidi? He questioned, if even Babidi's subordinates are this strong, what must Babidi himself be like? Naruto mused, "I see, hence the need to transform into Super Saiyan 3 to confront them." Zoro concluded, Babidi must indeed possess terrifying strength. Countless viewers were swayed by the Supreme Kai's words, believing that Spobobik and Yamu were exceptionally powerful beings, with Babidi being an even mightier force behind them. They recalled the Supreme Kai's earlier description of Babidi as the universe's foremost sorcerer, a title that certainly exuded prestige. Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Under the Supreme Kai's misdirection, the audience now perceived Babidi as a terrifying adversary that could only be countered by Super Saiyan 3. Yet, he understood their perspective. After all, when he first watched, he too mistakenly believed Babidi to be a formidable character. In truth, while Majin Buu was indeed immensely powerful, Babidi was rather unremarkable. The impression of Babidi's might was largely attributable to the Supreme Kai's initial portrayal. When the Supreme Kai first appeared, his aura was undeniably grand. Yet, reality revealed him to be a deity with limited worldly experience. It was understandable for him to be wary of Majin Buu, but his trepidation towards Babidi's minions, along with his belief that Goku and his allies were no match for them, showcased a lack of insight. Thus, every time Goku and his friends demonstrated their prowess, the Supreme Kai was left astonished, a stark contrast to his initially lofty demeanor. Lin Luo believed he was not alone in being deceived. Many others were likely misled by the Supreme Kai's grand entrance, mistaking him for a truly exceptional figure. This only heightened Lin Luo's anticipation. It is uncertain how the spectators from various realms, including the Supreme Kai himself, would feel upon witnessing the lackluster performance of the Supreme Kai. In Chapter 71, the video imparts a profound lesson to the myriad worlds. Determined to transform, Gohan boldly declares that he shall reveal the realm he has attained beyond Super Saiyan. With that, Gohan begins his transformation, directly ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Although he has neglected his training for 7 years, he has adeptly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. As he transforms, the audience is left in awe. The identities of the two enigmatic figures, the Super Saiyan and the Golden Warrior, are unveiled. Gohan's classmates, including Videl, are astonished. They never anticipated that their familiar classmate would turn out to be the Golden Warrior. However, before Gohan can make a move, Spopovich and Yamu, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly leap towards him. Their objective is to absorb formidable energy, and Gohan, now transformed, has become their target. Just as Gohan prepares to retaliate, the Supreme Kai intervenes, restraining him. Helplessly, Gohan watches as his energy is siphoned away by Spopovich and Yamu. After draining Gohan's energy, the two depart. The Supreme Kai informs Goku and the others that Gohan will be entrusted to Kibito, urging them to follow him to uncover the truth. In pursuit of clarity, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others decide to accompany the Supreme Kai. Initially reluctant, Vegeta, whose sole aim is to battle Goku, finds himself unable to prevent Goku from leaving and must follow suit. This guy is infuriating, Vegeta mutters. Yet his tone resembles that of a disgruntled wife lamenting about her husband. Once Gohan has been treated by Kibito, Kibito prepares to join the Supreme Kai and the others. At this moment, Videl appears, insisting on accompanying them. Gohan, unable to refuse, agrees to bring her along. The Supreme Kai and Kibito then begin recounting the intricate history of events. It turns out that long ago, when humanity first learned to walk upright, a dark sorcerer named Babidi emerged in a distant part of the universe. Babidi created a terrifying entity known as Majin Buu, whose sole purpose was destruction. In a brief span, he annihilated several star systems. Initially, Vegeta dismisses the threat, believing such behavior is commonplace among Saiyans. However, the Supreme Kai, attuned to Vegeta's thoughts, reveals that Majin Buu is far more dreadful than he imagines. At that time, there were 5 Supreme Kais, each possessing immense power, capable of dispatching Frieza with a mere finger. Yet, 4 of these Supreme Kais fell victim to Majin Buu, who was so formidable that even Babidi, his creator, could not control him. Thus, Babidi could only seal him away. Subsequently, the surviving Supreme Kai, the very one before them now, seized the opportunity to eliminate Babidi. Initially, the Supreme Kai believed that this would ensure the non-emergence of Majin Buu. However, he later learned of a disconcerting revelation. Babidi had a son, equally malevolent, named Babidi. This progeny possessed the capability to unravel the seal on Majin Buu. Presently, Babidi roams the earth with the sealed Majin Buu. Spopovich and Yamu are under Babidi's control, thus providing a pathway to locate him. Li Xian and pondered, so, aside from Babidi, is there another Majin Buu we must contend with? Li Haotian replied. I cannot say what you may have, but here, apart from the nether demon, there is also a foe named Lufa to confront. Lufa interjected, Kid. I am eager to see who truly confronts whom. Duan Muyin queried. So, aside from Oksar, might I also have to deal with other adversaries? The emergence of Majin Buu left countless spectators in deep contemplation. Previously, they had presumed that Babidi was the sole adversary requiring Super Saiyan 3 to counter. Yet now, with the appearance of Majin Buu, uncertainty loomed over who Super Saiyan 3 was truly meant to battle. They grasped a crucial realization. The foes they perceived might not be the only threats. Behind their current adversaries, there lurked additional dangers. This provoked many to reflect on whether the enemies they faced were indeed all that required resolution, much like the connection between Babidi and Majin Buu. Were there potentially more formidable foes awaiting them beyond those they currently confronted? The possibility was not negligible. This notion instilled a sense of vigilance among many. They would need to exercise greater caution, for other adversaries could emerge at any moment. It can be said that the videos released by Lin Luo from the Dragon Ball universe have yielded substantial insights. They not only unveiled a terrifying world filled with immensely powerful adversaries and remarkable advanced technologies, but also imparted valuable lessons. The utility of these Dragon Ball videos is undeniably immense. Meanwhile, aboard Frisia's spacecraft, Frisia's countenance was far from pleasant. Unlike the other spectators, his attention fixated on a remark made by the Supreme Kai. What did it mean to resolve matters with a mere finger? The Supreme Kai appeared to harbor an excessive disdain for Frisia. Indeed, Frisia was irked by this statement. As a regal ruler of the cosmos, to be belittled in such a manner by the Supreme Kai was intolerable. While Frisia acknowledged the Supreme Kai's strength, he could not comprehend why he was being treated as a mere stepping stone, utilized to elevate the stature of these Supreme Kais. Nevertheless, to return to the matter at hand, Majin Buu, my father has warned me that there are two entities in this universe I must not provoke. One is the god of destruction, Beerus, whom I have already encountered. The other is Majin Buu, whom I have yet to meet. Frisia murmured to himself. Let me witness just how formidable this Majin Buu truly is. A tinge of bitterness lingered in Frisia's heart. As the emperor of the universe, he found himself outpaced by the evolving circumstances. The easily vanquished Trunks was no match for the androids he once deemed a threat. Now, with Majin Buu set to emerge, his stature as the universe's sovereign felt utterly diminished. Yet, he recalled a statement from the video narration. It was mentioned that as long as he performed a few push-ups, he could defeat Super Saiyan Goku. What could that possibly imply? Could it be that he would return in the future, stronger than ever? Chapter 72. Those who insist on being a hindrance are quite detestable. Krillin. Nevertheless, if it weren't for this predicament, Goku and Vegeta would have clashed by now. Krillin. With this confrontation hindered, I suspect Vegeta is likely fuming. 10. Indeed, Vegeta was quite exhilarated when he drew the lot to battle Goku. Piccolo. Krillin. I suggest we focus on our own circumstances for the time being. Piccolo. We accompanied Goku and the others. Do you truly believe we can be of assistance? Krillin. Yes. I suddenly feel a sense of unease. We might find ourselves in peril. Piccolo refrained from further comments, yet he, too, was engulfed by a similar sense of anxiety as Krillin. After all, among those who had joined the expedition, apart from Videl, he and Krillin were the weakest. Should a confrontation with Majin Buu and Babidi become inevitable, they would be of little help and could even become a burden. Contemplating this, Piccolo couldn't help but smile wryly. In the past, he had been the formidable Demon King Piccolo, contributing significantly during the Saiyan invasion and on Namek. Even during the Android saga, he had played a vital role, at least managing to hold his own against Android 17. However, with the emergence of foes stronger than Cell, he feared he would be relegated to a mere supporting role like Yamcha. No, to avoid being a liability in the future, I must intensify my training. Once Bulma's father constructs the gravity chamber, I shall conquer ever greater gravitational forces. If 100 times is insufficient, then let it be 1,000, 10,000, or even 100 million. In any case, I refuse to become a burden. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien shared this sentiment. None wished to become a hindrance. These warriors now awaited the arrival of the gravity chamber, eager to strengthen themselves before the powerful adversaries from the video manifested. The Kaioshin and Kibito's narration had also enlightened Goku and the others regarding the unfolding events. Sun Wukong and his companions are relatively well off, having endured numerous trials. In contrast, Biddy Lee feels as though she is merely deciphering an enigmatic text. As a novice in flight, coupled with her limited prowess, she gradually finds herself unable to keep pace with Son Gohan and Jebet. With no other option, she decides to abandon her pursuit. Accompanying Son Gohan on this journey has indeed enlightened her on various matters. Beyond the occurrences involving Majin Buu and Babidi, she has come to a significant realization. It was not her father who vanquished Cell, but rather Son Gohan and his allies. She is acutely aware of her father's true nature. The emergence of Majin Buu and Babidi has revealed to her that the once feared Cell was not merely a figment of imagination, but a genuine monstrosity. She finds it hard to believe that her father could have defeated Cell. With Biddy Lee no longer hindering their progress, Son Gohan and Jebet quicken their pace, eager to catch up with the Kaioshin and Sun Wukong. Their swift movement leaves Biddy Lee in awe. I must commend Biddy Lee for her decision. Although her initial insistence on following Son Gohan was rather irksome, her choice to withdraw now demonstrates wisdom. At the very least, she avoids becoming a burden. Why was Biddy Lee's determination to follow so exasperating? It stems from a lack of self-awareness. Should she falter, it would inevitably require others to assist her. Thus, if you encounter individuals of this nature in your life, consider two options in similar situations. Either prevent them from joining by incapacitating them, or let them come along while resolutely disregarding their well-being, lest their troubles affect your own. The narrative resonates with many, prompting a chorus of agreement. They reflect on their experiences, recalling those who are oblivious to their limitations, particularly women. When events unfold, they insist on accompanying others, and even when met with reluctance, they assert their intent to follow, showcasing a certain stubbornness. Much like Biddy Lee's earlier behavior. However, they remain unaware that such obstinacy can be quite off-putting. Thus, when they witnessed Biddy Lee's insistence on following Son Gohan, coupled with her remarks about pursuing him regardless of objections, it elicited frustration. Women who express such sentiments often end up being a hindrance, demanding support from others even as they create complications. Although they refrain from voicing their discontent due to camaraderie, they silently harbor resentment towards such actions and the individuals who commit them. In this regard, Biddy Lee is somewhat commendable for recognizing her limitations and choosing to withdraw rather than impede others. This indicates a degree of self-awareness. The most bothersome are those who lack such insight. The video narration has effectively articulated their sentiments, serving as a voice for their thoughts. Accompanied by Spabich and Yam, the King of Worlds and Sun Wukong arrived at a desolate wasteland. In this barren expanse, a passageway emerged, flanked by two figures. One was a diminutive, unsightly old man, adorned with two antennae at the corners of his mouth, none other than Babidi. The other figure was tall, marked by a symbol on his forehead. Upon recognizing this individual, the King of Worlds was taken aback, identifying him as Dubra, the formidable demon king of the dark magic realm. However, Dubra was now under Babidi's control, reduced to a mere subordinate. Spabich and Yam presented the energy they had gathered to Babidi, eagerly anticipating a reward. Yet, Babidi swiftly disposed of Spabich and commanded another minion to slay Yam. With these two eliminated, he instructed Dubra to deal with Sun Wukong and his companions. Leaving the King of Worlds and three others with immense power, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. The remaining individuals, Jebet, Krillin, and Piccolo, were to be dealt with. Upon receiving his orders, Dubra acted swiftly, approaching Jebet and killing him instantly. He then spat upon Krillin and Piccolo, turning them to stone upon contact with his saliva. After casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others, Dubra returned to the spaceship, clearly luring them towards it. The transformation of their companions into stone left Sun Wukong and the others in deep sorrow. However, the King of Worlds cautioned them against rash actions, warning that such interference would hinder restoration. Could restoration still be possible? Sun Wukong discerned the implication in the King of Worlds' words. The solution lay in killing Dubra. Yet, the King of Worlds' tone fell to one of despair as he articulated this possibility, revealing his belief that such a feat was nearly unattainable. After all, Dubra was the demon king of the magic realm. Slaying him was no trivial task. Chapter 73. The King of Worlds begins to diminish in prestige. Do you recall the high-stakes scene when the King of Worlds first appeared? It was entirely fitting for one of his stature to possess such prestige. What follows will unveil further moments of his grandeur. Observing the narration, countless viewers wore perplexed expressions, having detected a peculiar inflection in the narrator's final mention of high prestige. It bore a tone of sarcasm. Do NMYN, is it just my imagination? Or does the narrator's last remark seem tinged with irony? LXNNN, it's not your imagination, I noticed it too. ZHNCHLN. So, does this mean we will witness many moments of diminished prestige for the King of Worlds? ZHNZHWI. There's no need to wait, it has already begun. Zhang Zhuwei remarked that one could discern from his tone that he had a solution to free Klin and Bic from their petrified state. Kakashi concurred, noting that in the individual's eyes, slaying Depura seemed an insurmountable task, leading him to believe that Klin and Bic would remain stone forever. Kakashi further reflected on the reputation of Depura as a formidable overlord of the demon realm, questioning the fear of a mere demon lord by a deity. Carp interjected, asserting that he believed Son Goku and his comrades were certainly capable of defeating Depura. Many echoed Carp's sentiments, confident that Depura would not prove a match for Son Goku. Despite the menacing title of Demon Lord, they had witnessed the growth of Son Goku and his allies and did not foresee them succumbing to Depura. Champ laughed, taunting Beerus, claiming that the god of destruction of the seventh universe was excessively timid and ineffectual, having been defeated by the likes of Majin Buu. Beerus retorted, dismissing Champ's criticisms and expressing his dissatisfaction with his counterpart's performance, which he felt brought disgrace to the seventh universe. Had it not been for the desire to prevent others from mocking his universe, he would have unleashed a barrage of comments against him. Initially, he had been somewhat impressed by his counterpart's entrance, but was dismayed by the rapid decline in his stature. The commentary suggested that this was not the first instance of such failure. In the realm of the seventh universe, Depura was indeed the demon king of the dark demon realm. It seemed entirely reasonable to fear him. God of Destruction Shin felt perturbed by the mocking commentary and the audience's reactions. Was it truly shameful to be wary of Depura? Such caution was entirely justified. These individuals were oblivious to the terror that Depura represented. Though he was a deity, it was perfectly reasonable to harbor apprehensions about such a formidable foe. He believed that once they witnessed Depura's might, they would surely comprehend his caution. It was by no means a disgraceful act. Meanwhile, in the video, upon hearing the method proposed by the deity, Son Goku uttered a statement that left the deity astounded. What? It's actually such a simple solution? The deity was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that what he deemed impossible could be rendered simple by Son Goku. Subsequently, Son Goku, along with Gohan and Vegeta, soared towards Babbidi's spaceship. Despite the deity's warnings against impulsive actions and his cautions about the irreversible nature of entering Babbidi's vessel, the trio disregarded his advice. Thus, the deity had no choice but to accompany them into the confines of Babbidi's spaceship. He informed Sun Wukong and his companions that in order to depart from the spaceship, they must defeat each layer of formidable foes sent by Babidi, one by one. Only by vanquishing each adversary could they reach Babbidi's domain. Vegeta, however, suggested that they could simply obliterate the spaceship. Yet, the Supreme Kai cautioned him against such drastic action, warning that a violent impact might prematurely awaken Majin Buu. Soon after, the first guardian of the layer appeared, none other than the previously encountered Pui Pui. Meanwhile, Babidi, accompanied by Spopovich and Yamu, approached an egg, channeling energy into it. Shortly thereafter, a needle in a nearby instrument indicated that they had amassed sufficient energy from Gohan to account for half of the seals for Majin Buu. Should they manage to absorb the energy from Sun Wukong and his companions, Majin Buu could be unleashed. If they were to sustain even the slightest injury, their energy would be siphoned by the egg housing Majin Buu. When Babidi returned to his chamber, he observed through a crystal ball that Sun Wukong and his allies were engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine their order of battle. The first to fight was Vegeta, followed by Sun Wukong, and lastly Gohan. Babidi was astonished by their strategy. Even the Supreme Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the three would choose to face their foes individually. He urged them to work together against Babbidi's formidable allies, with Pui Pui being one of them. However, Sun Wukong insisted that Vegeta was more than sufficient on his own. The Supreme Kai expressed disbelief, but soon witnessed Vegeta delivering a thorough beating to Pui Pui. Realizing that Pui Pui was no match for Vegeta, Babidi swiftly altered the environment, transporting them to a planet known as the High Gravity Planet, Pui Pui's birthplace, where the gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Babidi and Pui Pui assumed that such immense gravity would incapacitate Vegeta. The Supreme Kai shared this sentiment, urging Sun Wukong and Gohan to join forces to assist Vegeta. Yet, Sun Wukong merely instructed him to remain silent and observe. Vegeta dismissed the gravity as inconsequential, claiming to feel no impact whatsoever. Pui initially thought Vegeta was boasting, but he would soon learn otherwise. Vegeta continued to pummel Pui as if the tenfold gravity were non-existent. Ultimately, Vegeta effortlessly dispatched Pui without sustaining any injuries. He remarked that such trivial gravity was insignificant. On his home planet, Vegeta, the gravity was already 10 times that of Earth. Thus, Vegeta had grown up in a high-gravity environment, and now, even hundreds or thousands of times greater gravity was merely a warm-up for him. The narrative voice then resonated. Chapter 74. King Kai. I now believe in Sun Wukong and his companions. The battle between Vegeta and Pui also showcases King Kai's lofty demeanor. He judges Sun Wukong and his allies through his own lens, perceiving Pui as a formidable adversary, thus prompting the trio to unite. However, in the eyes of Sun Wukong and his companions, Pui is merely a weakling that can be effortlessly dispatched. It is quite ironic that the esteemed King Kai harbors trepidation towards such a feeble foe. I seriously suspect that his claim of being able to defeat Frieza with a mere finger is an overestimation of his own prowess. His survival against Majin Buu likely stemmed from Buu's own incompetence. Of course, this instance of high-handedness is not isolated. It shall soon manifest again. The narration accompanying the video reveals King Kai's discontent. Although he is evidently concerned about Sun Wukong and his companions, this appears as an indication of his diminished prestige. One careless misstep could lead to the awakening of Majin Buu. His caution is not unwarranted. He feels compelled to vindicate himself. King Kai, allow me to clarify. My actions in the video were solely to prevent the resurgence of Majin Buu. King Kai, if Sun Wukong and his allies were to inadvertently absorb energy, Majin Buu would awaken. King Kai, you have no comprehension of Majin Buu's terror. My actions are entirely justified. Vegeta, King Kai, we indeed have no knowledge of Majin Buu's terror. Vegeta, however, the version of you in the video is oblivious to our own might. Vegeta, to consider a mere garbage like Pui as a threat sufficient to require our combined strength is a blatant insult. Vegeta expresses his dissatisfaction. After all, it was he who was featured in the battle within the video. King Kai's insistence that Kakarot and his son assist him implies a lack of respect. Does he truly believe that he would sustain injuries against such a trivial adversary? It is absurd, especially given that this King Kai is aware of their Saiyan ability to transform into Super Saiyans. The fact that he still underestimates them, thinking they require unity to confront Babidi-'s minion, reveals his naivety. Goku, I tend to side with Vegeta. Perhaps Majin Buu is indeed terrifying. Goku, however, based on the earlier video content, King Kai, you should have conducted an investigation into Sun Wukong and his companions. Goku, you and Jebbit even know of their capability to transform into Super Saiyans, yet you remain skeptical. That seems rather unreasonable. Kapu, it's one thing to doubt their ability against Majin Buu, but to disbelieve them against Dabura, the Demon King, is somewhat understandable. Yet, to lack faith in their ability to handle Pui is truly inappropriate. Observing the comments from Goku and Kapu, others nod in agreement. If ignorance of Sun Wukong and his companions were the case, disbelief might be excusable. However, King Kai has clearly investigated them, even acknowledging their capability to transform into Super Saiyans. In such circumstances, it is astonishing that they still harbor doubts. If they were facing Majin Buu and Dabura, it would be understandable. However, the one who appeared first, seemingly the weakest of Babidi's subordinates, is hardly a formidable opponent. To doubt Goku and his companions against such an adversary, the Kaioshin must possess a rather low sense of prestige. Perhaps he has been so intimidated by Majin Buu that he has lost his composure, despite the fact that Majin Buu has yet to make an appearance. From the perspective of the Kaioshin, his cautious approach is not entirely unwarranted. Taking every precaution to prevent Majin Buu's emergence is certainly prudent. Yet, to the spectators, his actions diminish the dignity expected of a Kaioshin. Zhang Chulan remarked that the Kaioshin in the video might be skeptical due to a lack of understanding of Goku and his companions. He further inquired about the Kaioshin in reality, suggesting that having witnessed Goku's growth through previous videos, one would expect a shift in trust. The Kaioshin conceded that he would no longer doubt them when they faced Babidi and his minions, yet he maintained his reservations regarding their confrontation with Majin Buu. He expressed uncertainty about whether their transformation into Super Saiyan 3 would suffice against Majin Buu, acknowledging that prior to such a transformation, they would likely prove no match for him. Although the Kaioshin believed that even as Super Saiyan 3, Goku and his allies would not stand against Majin Buu, he wisely refrained from voicing this opinion to avoid diminishing his prestige further in the eyes of the multiverse. Observing the Kaioshin's commentary, countless viewers across the realms could not help but chuckle. The Kaioshin's change of perspective was welcomed. As for his assertion that Goku and his friends could not defeat Majin Buu without transforming, silence ensued among the spectators, as they shared a similar belief. If Goku and his companions could vanquish Majin Buu without transformation, the need for Super Saiyan 3 would be rendered moot. This form likely exists specifically to contend with Majin Buu. Regarding Babidi, he now appears to possess limited strength, relying primarily on his formidable magic. In the fairy tale universe, he is regarded as the universe's greatest sorcerer, even surpassing Jalal. His mastery over magic is unmatched in their realm. While viewers from other worlds may focus more on Majin Buu than Babidi, those from the magical world of fairy tale certainly pay close attention to Babidi. For he is indeed the foremost sorcerer in the cosmos, eclipsing all magicians from their world. Even the legendary dark mage Jalal pales in comparison before him. Yet, this extraordinarily powerful sorcerer seems to hold little significance in the Dragon Ball universe, where magic appears to lack the same prominence. Uncertain about the formidable powers of Majin Buu, one wonders if he possesses any magic capable of radiating the brilliance of sorcery. In the video, after effortlessly defeating the foe, Goku and his companions return to their previous chamber, awaiting the emergence of their next adversary. Vegeta suggests that they should simply obliterate the spaceship and head directly to Babidi. However, the Supreme Kai swiftly intervenes, cautioning that such a drastic action could potentially awaken Majin Buu. Yet, Vegeta remains unimpressed, asserting that while Majin Buu may be a significant threat in the eyes of the Supreme Kai, he is merely inconsequential to the Saiyans. He likens the situation to that of Dabura. As long as they remain wary of his saliva, there is little to fear. Vegeta's words leave the Supreme Kai in a state of existential doubt. In Chapter 75, the multiverse stirs with excitement. Can they truly cultivate the energy of the Dragon Ball world? Is it a veritable truth? Goku, who is somewhat skeptical of Vegeta's claims, promptly seeks confirmation from him. He finds it hard to believe that the Demon King Dabura is deemed trivial by this group of Saiyans. It is essential to note that Dabura is a being of immense power, one that even the Supreme Kai regards with great trepidation, positioned just below Majin Buu in terms of threat. Yet, in Vegeta's discourse, he is rendered insignificant, which strains the Supreme Kai's credulity. Goku interjects with a reference to a certain Cell, who was approximately on par with Dabura 7 years prior. Although he does not state it explicitly, his implication acknowledges Vegeta's stance. After all, Cell, who was comparable in strength to Dabura, had been vanquished 7 years ago, thus implying that Dabura too must not be a formidable adversary. At this moment, the Supreme Kai realizes that his understanding of the Saiyans is woefully inadequate. Their prowess exceeds his wildest imaginings. Countless viewers share in the sentiment. It is worth noting that Cell was the ultimate adversary in the previous video, exhibiting immense strength. Yet, in this video, Dabura, who is of similar caliber to Cell, is merely a subordinate of Babidi. It can be said that the power dynamics in Dragon Ball evolve at an astonishing pace. One viewer astutely observes that the ultimate foe of the previous video inevitably becomes a minor character in the subsequent installment. The analogy of gaming resonates with many, as one former avid gamer reflects on the rapid updates within the Dragon Ball universe, likening the transition of major characters to that of game mechanics, wherein a once formidable antagonist is relegated to the status of a mere minion in the next version. Frieza has once again become a mere footnote in the saga of the androids. Now, akin to Cell, Dabura has taken his place under Babidi's command. It can only be said that the remnants of the old era are not destined to board the vessel of the new age. Thus, will the formidable Majin Buu from this video also be relegated to a mere bystander in the next installment? How many monsters lie hidden within the realm of Dragon Ball? In the video, the second combatant is Son Goku, who is brimming with anticipation to confront Babidi's minions. Guarding the second level is a towering, humanoid beast, cloaked in a deep green hue, with razor-sharp claws. This creature is known as Yego. The Kais recognize his identity, and just as they grasp the Saiyans' immense power, they falter. Believing that Goku alone cannot match Yego, they implore Vegeta and Gohan to assist him. However, Vegeta and Gohan choose to remain spectators, disregarding the plea. Although Yego is massive, his speed is impressive. He extends sharp tendrils from his wrists, catching Goku off guard and tearing his garments. Though fortunately, he sustains no injuries. To facilitate Yego's victory, Babidi once again employs his sorcery, transforming the battleground into an abyssal darkness, transporting Goku and Yego to a realm where even the light of distant stars cannot penetrate. According to the Kais, this is the very planet where Yego was born, situated at the edge of the universe, shrouded in eternal night. Yet, he succumbs to his old worries, fearing that Goku will not be able to contend with Yego in such an environment, and once more urges Gohan and Vegeta for aid. Yet, the two continue to ignore him, opting to observe instead. Meanwhile, Yego advances toward Goku with stealthy intent, aiming to strike without a sound, hoping to eliminate him. However, he is taken aback when Goku evades all of his attacks, even managing to land a kick on him, as if Goku can see him. "Can you see me?" Yego ponders in confusion. "Your movements create a flow of energy, and there are countless ways to perceive you." With that, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, illuminating the previously dark space. Cap, I had intended to mention that it seems all the powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe possess the ability to sense something called ki. Cap, this allows them to discern a person's location and identity without relying on sight. How is this possible? Kakashi, indeed, they don't appear to use their eyes to lock onto targets, but rather rely on sensing ki. Kakashi, is this ki akin to our chakra in this world? Alu, this ki must be the energy of the Dragon Ball universe. Much like your chakra in the Naruto world or the culinary cells in our Food Wars universe. Kurosaki Ichigo remarked. The energy in the Dragon Ball world far surpasses that of our realms. He continued. Not only does it grant the formidable warriors of the Dragon Ball universe such terrifying power, but it also enables them to perform various feats, such as soaring freely through the skies. Although the ability to fly is not exclusive to the Dragon Ball world, in other realms, those who can take to the air are undoubtedly top-tier warriors or possess unique abilities. In contrast, flight has become a standard attribute among the strong in the Dragon Ball universe. Even someone as ordinary as Videl can soar effortlessly through the air. Du Nmyn inquired. In our world, we often say that one fights for their breath. Could this breath be related to the energy in the Dragon Ball world? Krillin responded, in truth, this energy exists within everyone. Lacking it is akin to being devoid of life. He added, however, the vast majority of individuals do not know how to harness their energy. Upon reading Krillin's comment, countless individuals from various realms felt a surge of excitement. Is it true that everyone possesses this energy within them? If they could master their own energy and enhance it, could they not also approach the threshold of the formidable warriors in the Dragon Ball universe? They do not aspire to reach the heights of Saiyans like Goku or Gohan. Even attaining a fraction of the strength possessed by Krillin or Yamcha would be immensely satisfying. Chapter 76. The impressive strength of Gohan, unfettered by neglecting his training, is beyond imagination. Kapu mused, is our world's haki also a form of this energy? Could it bolster our strength? Du Nmyn asked Krillin. Might you enlighten us on how to harness and cultivate this energy? Hearing this, other viewers shared the same eager anticipation. If they could learn the methods of utilizing and cultivating energy, could they not also transition to the power system of the Dragon Ball universe? This would far exceed the strength of their own world. A single Master Roshi could easily dominate their realm. Du Nmyn, Li Shinon, Li Haoyan, and others who called upon armor, along with Tiandao Zongxi, Xiao Yi, and Xiang Ta, the Kamen Riders, were filled with boundless hope. If they could cultivate energy, would they not be able to face monsters directly with their physical prowess? Armor would merely become a limitation. Even the Ultraman human forms like Daegu, Fein Yao, and Wameng would benefit similarly. If they too could cultivate energy, they could confront beasts with their bare hands. If their strength were to surpass that of their transformed Ultraman forms, they might no longer need to transform at all. However, all of this hinges on one crucial condition. They must genuinely acquire the means to harness and cultivate energy. Krillin admitted, I am uncertain whether our power system can be of any assistance to you. He then turned to Master Roshi. What do you think, Master? Master Roshi suggested. It's worth a try, but for now, let us continue watching the video. He added, let us discuss these matters once we finished viewing. Krillin concurred. Upon witnessing the willingness of the turtle hermit to attempt the challenge, countless beings from myriad realms, including those formidable entities perched atop their respective worlds, were imbued with unparalleled excitement. Once they absorbed the video emanating from the Dragon Ball universe, they would gain the invaluable guidance of its mighty warriors and endeavor to cultivate their own ki. Such an opportunity was bound to stir their emotions. After calming their hearts, the audience resumed their gaze upon the video. In the footage, after Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, the creature known as Majin Buu opened its maw wide, consuming Goku's energy. Goku reverted to his normal state, and the surroundings grew dim. The Kais instructed Gohan, revealing that Majin Buu could devour light. Goku's Super Saiyan transformation inadvertently provided energy to the adversary. Gohan conveyed this revelation to his father, asserting that he could dispatch the foe without the need for transformation. However, Goku urged him not to interfere, subsequently transforming back into a Super Saiyan. Majin Buu commenced absorbing Goku's energy once more. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed a surge of even greater power, resulting in the creature's explosion. Witnessing this spectacle and feeling the overwhelming force emanating from Goku, Vegeta was plunged into contemplation. The magnitude of Goku's recent display of strength had surpassed his expectations, laying the groundwork for Vegeta's forthcoming endeavors. The proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, found himself once again confronted by a setback. The narration piqued the curiosity of countless viewers, leaving them eager to discover Vegeta's subsequent actions. After witnessing the defeat of two of his subordinates, Babidi became aware of the extraordinary nature of Goku and his allies. To reassure Babidi, Dabra resolved to take matters into his own hands. Babidi harbored reservations about Dabra, as the latter was his greatest trump card in the absence of Majin Buu's revival. Control? I am the king of the demon realm. There is no one in this world who necessitates my full strength, Dabra proclaimed with an air of arrogance before proceeding to the battleground. Meanwhile, the third participant from Goku's side was Gohan. Vegeta remarked that Gohan had squandered the past 7 years of training, asserting that he and Kakarot had surpassed Gohan's strength. Gohan, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head in response. Upon Dabra's arrival, the Kais was taken aback, while Goku and Vegeta remained unfazed. Their sole realization was that Babidi had exhausted his options, resorting even to Dabra's involvement. In a parallel scenario, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goten and Trunks, disguised as masked competitors, had their identities revealed due to Android 18's attack, leading to their disqualification. Android 18 relinquished the championship to Mr. Satan for a sum of 20 million. The two young boys encountered a returning Videl, from whom they learned of Babidi and Majin Buu's machinations. Subsequently, inspired by their mischievous spirit, they resolved to seek out Babidi and Majin Buu. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Dabra are engaged in a fierce battle. The two are evenly matched, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. It becomes evident that had Son Gohan not injured his hand while rescuing Vegeta, even the formidable lightning cell would not pose a challenge for him. After all, despite a 7-year hiatus from training that significantly diminished his strength, he is still able to hold his own against Dabra, who is comparable to Cell. Vegeta has remarked that Son Gohan's power has waned considerably compared to his prowess 7 years ago. As for whether Dabra possesses hidden strength, while it is a possibility, it is unlikely. His objective is to inflict harm upon Son Gohan and his companions, so he would be inclined to strike swiftly rather than hold back. Furthermore, had Son Gohan not squandered those 7 years of training, he would have easily defeated Majin Buu upon his emergence. Piccolo, Son Gohan, do you hear me? You have neglected your training far too much. Son Goku. Indeed, Gohan, had you not wasted your training, Majin Buu would not have been a match for you. Both Piccolo and Son Goku, as his guardians, express a sense of helplessness regarding Son Gohan's neglect of his training. Chi-Chi, as a concerned mother, voices her discontent. You too. Gohan's dream is to become a scholar. Why must you insist on him training? Naturally, Chi-Chi is displeased with Son Goku and Piccolo. Meanwhile, the other spectators lament Son Gohan's lack of training, recalling that he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9. Had he not idled away those 7 years, how powerful might he have become? The thought is almost unfathomable. Even if he had achieved Super Saiyan 3 during that period, it would not have surprised them. Regrettably, this prodigious youth has squandered his potential. Without training, even the most exceptional talent becomes futile. Yet, they remain reticent, recognizing their outsider status. As for Son Gohan himself, though he is merely 4 years old, He possesses the maturity to comprehend the 16-year-old version of himself depicted in the video. After all, he defeated Cell, bringing peace to the world. He has never relished combat. And in times of tranquility, it is only natural for him to neglect his training. Chapter 77. Fateful Confrontation, Son Goku and Vegeta in the video. Witnessing Son Gohan struggle against Dabra, Vegeta becomes increasingly anxious. His agitation captures Dabra's attention. He instructs Babidi to transport them back to the ship, and subsequently, Dabra approaches Babidi. He informs Babidi that he can manipulate Vegeta, inciting a battle that would leave both Vegeta and Son Goku severely weakened. Babidi, sensing the darkness within Vegeta's heart, casts a spell to control him, awakening Vegeta's latent potential. Under the influence of the spell, Vegeta clasps his head, screaming in agony, his expression twisted in torment. Observing this, the Supreme Kai realizes the gravity of the situation and urges Vegeta to concentrate, resisting Babidi's control. Yet, his efforts prove futile. Once Vegeta regained his composure, a distinct symbol manifested upon his forehead, the mark of Babidi. This indicated that Vegeta had fallen under Babidi's control. Subsequently, Babidi prepared an appropriate battleground for them, transporting them back to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their sudden appearance captured the attention of all present. Vegeta, with a cold smirk, directed his gaze towards Goku, then unleashed a reckless strike towards the audience, resulting in considerable casualties. Panic ensued as spectators began to flee, igniting chaos throughout the arena. Kakarot, engage me in battle if you wish to spare these innocents from further harm, Vegeta declared, launching another assault that claimed even more lives. This shocking scene left countless spectators in stunned disbelief. How could it be that Vegeta was so swiftly controlled? And why was he mercilessly slaughtering innocent lives? Vegeta has been manipulated. This is dire. Goku now faces a formidable adversary, exclaimed a voice. Babidi only controls those harboring malice within, another chimed in. Vegeta's inner darkness was detected, allowing Babidi to seize control. I had believed that after 7 years on Earth, Vegeta would have transformed into a better person, remarked Naruto. It seems he remains a villain, after all. How naive you all are. Did you truly believe Vegeta could change? Frieza sneered. You cannot teach an old dog new tricks. There is but one Saiyan like Goku. Frieza, you dare? Do not seize this opportunity. You better hope you remain unchanged. Vegeta retorted fiercely. Do you truly think I would assist Goku and his companions, like the version of you portrayed in that video? Frieza scoffed. Though the you in that video remained wicked, at least you aided Goku. But I, Frieza, will never lend my hand. Even in death, I shall not aid Goku. Frieza's words were filled with conviction and confidence. He firmly believed he would never assist Goku, as the enmity between them was profound. What could possibly compel him to help Goku? Such an event was unimaginable. He could guarantee it with unshakable assurance. The audience, having witnessed the previous video, understood Frieza's nature and found his promises credible. To them, Frieza was a far more sinister villain than Vegeta. How could he ever assist Goku? However, one individual held a different perspective. Frieza, your current certainty is amusing. I wonder how you will feel after witnessing your performance in the Tournament of Power, Lin Luo murmured, anticipation lacing his tone. Others may remain oblivious. But can he truly be unaware? Frieza would never assist Goku, even at the cost of his own life. Yet, during the Tournament of Power, he exerted considerable effort. One can only imagine Frieza's reaction upon witnessing his own performance in that arena. It surely would be quite the spectacle. Ichigo Kurosaki. So, aside from contending with Babidi and Majin Buu, must Goku and his comrades also confront Vegeta? Genos. I see now. Vegeta, being under control, inflicted injuries upon Goku and Gohan, resulting in their energy being siphoned away. Saitama. And then, Majin Buu made his appearance, correct? Countless spectators have come to understand how Majin Buu emerged. It was, in fact, indirectly facilitated by Vegeta. Duanyen. One could say that everything stemmed from that fateful game of rock, paper, scissors. Duanyen, had the outcome of that game not seen Gohan enter third, but rather had a different opponent face Dabura, perhaps Vegeta would not have fallen under control. Duanyen. In that case, Vegeta might have avoided subjugation. Zhang Chulan. That is not accurate. Vegeta still could not face Dabura, for Dabura would have discovered Vegeta's susceptibility to manipulation. Zhang Chulan. Thus, the most favorable arrangement would have been for Goku to combat Dabura, while Vegeta and Gohan could be allocated freely. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, whether it be that pest or the monstrous Buu, both Vegeta and Gohan could easily vanquish them. Regrettably, this is merely an ideal distribution. The current reality is that Vegeta has succumbed to control. Before Majin Buu manifests, Goku and his allies must first contend with the manipulated Vegeta. Vegeta has slain spectators on 2 occasions, seeking to compel Goku into battle. Goku, discerning the nature of the situation, transforms into a Super Saiyan after a moment of contemplation. He reveals part of the truth, asserting that Vegeta was deliberately controlled in order to engage him in combat. Vegeta concedes this fact, admitting his intention to be controlled. The Supreme Kai is left astounded. He never anticipated that Vegeta would be ensnared for such a foolish reason. His words provoke Vegeta's ire. Foolish? You deem this foolish? This is my very essence. My purpose is to duel Kakarot. I can only return to the mortal realm for a single day, and I have awaited this day for far too long. Yet, you, Supreme Kai, have intervened. Along with Babidi and that wretched Majin Buu, you obstruct my battle with Kakarot. Thus, the only way is for me to be controlled by Babidi, enabling Kakarot to fight me. Perhaps sensing Vegeta's resolve, Goku realizes that he cannot evade their destined confrontation. He resolves to engage Vegeta in battle under one condition, that Babidi provide them with a different arena. Chapter 78. Remember Goku's words, for they shall be tested. Goku consents to fight Vegeta, but the Supreme Kai disapproves, for he understands that such a battle will inevitably lead to injury. In due time, their energy would be absorbed by the fiend known as Majin Buu, resulting in his revival. He stood before Goku, declaring that if Goku wished to engage in battle with Vegeta, he must first defeat him. Faced with the Kaioshin's obstruction, Goku remained silent, merely raising his hand as a sphere of energy coalesced within it. His actions unmistakably conveyed his resolve. Even with the Kaioshin standing in his way, he was prepared to strike. Goku's audacity took both the Kaioshin and Gohan by surprise, leaving even Vegeta momentarily speechless, clearly unprepared for Goku's willingness to confront the Kaioshin. Subsequently, the Kaioshin relented and stepped aside. Babidi acquiesced to Goku's terms, transporting them to a desolate wasteland where they could battle freely. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, the apprentice Kaioshin Zamasu observed the unfolding events with palpable disdain. A dignified Kaioshin, reduced to such a pitiful state before mere mortals. How audacious of these humans to show such disrespect towards the divine. Zamasu harbored a profound discontent towards both the Kaioshin Shin and Goku. In his eyes, Kaioshin Shin had sullied the dignity of the divine by compromising with humans. As for Goku, Zamasu resented the mere human's audacity to strike at a deity. Such an affront to the divine order. In that moment, Zamasu's conviction that humanity ought to be eradicated intensified. He was resolute in his desire to obliterate all humans. The very existence of such beings, who dared to threaten the gods, was simply intolerable. Yet, he was merely an apprentice Kaioshin. To actualize his vision, he would need to devise a more intricate plan. In the 7th universe, the Kaioshin Shin's expression was equally grim. He felt utterly diminished in the presence of Goku and his fellow Saiyans. He had not anticipated that these Saiyans possessed such formidable power. Perhaps there was no need for Lord Beerus to intervene. Could these Saiyans alone vanquish Majin Buu? Ha ha ha. Beerus, your Kaioshin of the 7th universe is quite the coward. Silence, Kampa. As if your Kaioshin from the 6th universe would not quail before Goku. Beerus discerned that had the Kaioshin not stepped aside, Goku would indeed have taken action. He felt a sense of relief that the Kaioshin possessed enough self-awareness to yield. Had the Kaioshin met his demise at Goku's hands, what would become of him, the god of destruction? It would be an unjust end, to perish in his slumber. Yet, this Kaioshin should realize that if Goku wished to battle with Vegeta, he should simply let them fight. Did he truly understand the significance of his own life as a Kaioshin? Were anything to happen to him, it would result in a tragic loss of both his life and another. It was fortunate that during the chaos wrought by Majin Buu, not all Kaioshins had been slain. Otherwise, that destroyer would have perished long ago. I am eager to witness the true capabilities of this Majin Buu. Billions of years ago, Majin Buu nearly brought about my demise, and I am far from pleased. Once I finish watching this video, I shall seek him out and obliterate him. In the video, prior to his battle with Vegeta, Goku bestowed one of his 2 Senzu beans upon Gohan to restore his vigor. For Gohan was to accompany the Supreme Kai in pursuit of Babidi and Dabura. Goku urged Gohan to recall his feelings from their struggle against Cell. asserting that should Gohan harness his rage, no one on this planet would stand a chance against him. Gohan, however, felt a pang of regret for his father, as Goku's return to the mortal realm was meant for the purpose of participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and he never anticipated such turmoil. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai and Gohan prepared to board their ship, yet Babidi was determined to thwart their intentions and commanded Vegeta to obstruct them. Upon receiving Babidi's orders, Vegeta, after a moment of torment, chose to defy him. This was the first time Babidi encountered someone he controlled who dared to reject his commands. He issued another directive, but Vegeta remained resolute in his refusal. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Even if my body is under your control, my dignity shall not be. Vegeta, despite being manipulated by Babidi, resisted his commands. Though Babidi was displeased, he recognized that Vegeta was merely a vessel for collecting energy. And as long as he fought against Goku, Babidi was indifferent to Vegeta's insubordination. Once Gohan and the Supreme Kai departed, Goku shifted his focus back to Vegeta. I do not wish to be injured and inadvertently facilitate the resurrection of Majin Buu, so I shall unleash my full strength from the outset. Vegeta expressed great anticipation at Goku's words. Goku then transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta lauded Goku, noting that his power had surpassed that of Gohan from their previous encounters. In response, Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 2, showcasing power that rivaled Goku's. This revelation made Goku realize that swiftly concluding the battle would be a formidable challenge. The narrator's remark about Goku unleashing his full strength caught many viewers by surprise, prompting contemplations among them. Kakarot, could it be that Goku hasn't truly revealed all his strength as he claims? Goku, it seems likely, for otherwise the narrator would not have drawn our attention to this statement. Ichigo Kurosaki, surely Goku has achieved the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3 by now. Kakashi, that seems improbable. Based on previous content, Super Saiyan 3 should only manifest during the battle with Majin Buu. Kakashi, I suspect Goku is concealing some of his power. Countless viewers believe that Goku was indeed hiding his strength, yet one individual found it unacceptable. Vegeta, impossible. Kakarot could not possibly be concealing any strength. Vegeta, this is inconceivable. Vegeta could not accept that Kakarot had concealed his true power during their battle, as it felt like a profound insult to him. He also struggled to come to terms with the fact that even while under Babidi's control, he was still no match for Kakarot. This reality was intolerable for him. Yamcha remarked, is Goku truly hiding his strength? We shall find out soon enough. He added, since the narrator has drawn our attention, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed. Yet he cautioned, however, the truth may be something that you, Vegeta, find difficult to accept. Despite this, Yamcha eagerly anticipated the moment when Vegeta's composure would shatter. After all, it was hard not to relish the prospect given Vegeta's notorious arrogance. He had not only slain Yamcha's allies, but had also taken away his beloved. Chapter 79. This was all part of Vegeta's plan. In essence, he was simply too inexperienced. I refuse to believe that Kakarot is still hiding his power, Vegeta declared defiantly. I must see for myself why the narrator urged us to remember this line. Though a sense of unease lingered within him, Vegeta remained obstinate. He could not accept the notion that Kakarot had genuinely concealed his strength. Little did he know, the more he clung to his stubbornness, the more painful the eventual reality would be. The fated confrontation between Goku and Vegeta finally commenced. Their strengths were nearly equal, resulting in a protracted battle that yielded no decisive victor. They exchanged blows with neither willing to yield. Before long, both bore numerous wounds. Seeing Vegeta hold his ground surprised Goku. I thought my rigorous training in the other world had been substantial. I never anticipated that I could only match you. Vegeta, however, shook his head in response to Goku's speculation. No, you are mistaken, Kakarot. I am acutely aware that no matter how diligently I train, I cannot surpass you. Goku was perplexed. Then how is it that your strength rivals mine? Vegeta explained that the fighters Spopovich and Yamcha, who had appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament, were originally mere mortals. However, under Babidi's control, they acquired extraordinary power. He surmised that such control could unlock strength beyond one's limits. Thus, you intentionally allowed yourself to be controlled by Babidi, Goku realized, understanding that Vegeta had two motives, to engage him in battle and to attain greater power. I wish to return to my former self, the ruthless and unyielding warrior I once was. After living on Earth with my family for these past years, I have come to appreciate this life. Yet, I desire to be controlled by Babidi, to revert to my old self, to cast aside all concerns, and to focus solely on battling you. Vegeta confessed to Goku, revealing the depths of his inner turmoil. Vegeta, is it truly so? However, Goku discerned the genuine thoughts concealed behind Vegeta's words. Do you all remember what I said when Goku triumphed over the Beast Jaeger? It was precisely the formidable energy unleashed during Goku's victory that prompted Vegeta to undertake a series of subsequent actions. Now, it should be clear to everyone what this statement implies. A voiceover began to elucidate the meaning behind the words. Vegeta, having witnessed Goku's power, realized that despite his years of training, he still fell short of Goku's prowess. Thus, he chose to deliberately allow himself to be controlled by Babidi in order to enhance his strength and stand a chance against Goku. Had he believed himself to be on par with Goku, he might not have resorted to such a tactic. After hearing the voiceover's explanation, countless viewers were left in deep contemplation. So, the origin of Vegeta's control lies here. Wanjie, I see now, I understand. As a strategist, Wanjie felt a sudden clarity after hearing the narration and reflecting on Vegeta's previous actions. Wanjie, therefore, when Gohan battled Dabura, he intentionally feigned impatience to draw Dabura's attention. Duan Mu Yan, it was deliberate, aimed at indicating to Babidi that he could be controlled, thereby allowing Babidi to take control of him. Li Xian Nan, is Vegeta truly so cunning? So everything was a scheme, was it? Duan Mu Yan, to put it simply, it was because Vegeta was lacking that he chose to be deliberately controlled by Babidi to augment his strength. Dagu, but hasn't he grown fond of life on Earth? Why would he still choose to do this? Dagu, wouldn't Bulma and Trunks be heartbroken by his actions? Dagu expressed his confusion. If it were him, with a child and a wife, he would never forsake such a blissful existence like Vegeta did. Krillin, does Vegeta wish to revert to his former self? Isn't the current Vegeta precisely the person he aspired to become in the video? Piccolo, indeed, but now that Vegeta is aware of future events, will he make any changes? Piccolo, if the Vegeta in the video were to learn that his past self made alterations, he might not even desire to revert to his former self. Vegeta, change. Why would I change? I shall not change. Within the spaceship, Vegeta let out a haughty snort. Even if he were aware of future events, it mattered little. He would remain unchanged. He was still that ruthless and unyielding Vegeta. The version of him in the video performed admirably and displayed remarkable intelligence. Everything was part of his grand design. However, despite his inner thoughts, Vegeta instinctively glanced at the comments. Upon noticing the absence of any messages from Bulma, he exhaled in relief, though he could not comprehend why he felt such relief. Perhaps it was the reluctance to witness Bulma's disappointment that troubled him. Yet what irked Vegeta was the undeniable fact that, despite his efforts, he could not surpass Kakarot. He found it intolerable that he had to resort to the artifice of being controlled by Babidi to enhance his strength. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, why was he perpetually outclassed by Kakarot, a lowly warrior? He could not fathom it. Zhang Chulan remarked. On another note, both Goku and Vegeta have sustained injuries. Their energy must have been absorbed by Majin Buu. Zhang Chulan continued. Majin Buu is on the verge of revival. Sanji interjected, but with Vegeta under Babidi's control, his energy is rendered useless. Uchiha Sasuke countered, however, Goku's energy alone suffices. He elaborated, previously, Gohan's energy was sufficient for half of Majin Buu's revival. Coupled with Goku's energy, it is undoubtedly adequate. Zhang Jiwei concluded, in other words, Majin Buu has gathered enough energy and is about to awaken. Piccolo exclaimed, this is bad. Gohan and the Supreme Kai have gone to Babidi. He began to worry for Gohan. If Majin Buu truly revived, Gohan and the Supreme Kai would be walking into a trap. Other spectators shared this concern, anxious for Gohan and the Supreme Kai, while simultaneously feeling a sense of anticipation to witness Majin Buu's true form. Chapter 80. Is this Majin Buu? He appears quite adorable. In the video, Gohan and the Supreme Kai stood before Babidi. Just as Gohan was about to engage Dabura once more, a series of sounds emanated from behind Babidi. He turned around, and his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. The instrument before Majin Buu's egg indicated that the energy required for his revival had reached its peak. The Supreme Kai was puzzled, wondering how the energy had been amassed so swiftly. Gohan surmised the truth, stating that both his father and Vegeta were currently battling with powers surpassing that of Super Saiyan. Consequently, The damage they inflicted and the injuries they sustained were formidable. Their wounds had led to their energy being absorbed. Although the energy had been collected, Gohan still intended to make one final effort. He concentrated his energy and unleashed the Kamehameha against Majin Buu's egg. The egg was propelled away, and soon it cracked open. In the midst of Babbidi's overwhelming excitement and the Supreme Kai's grim expression, the cracked egg released only a cloud of smoke, nothing more. This left both Babbidi and the Supreme Kai utterly astonished. I understand now. It must be that Majin Buu has been sealed within the egg for too long, thus losing his vitality. The Supreme Kai exclaimed with unexpected joy. The absence of Majin Buu was indeed the most fortuitous news. In contrast, Babbidi found it hard to believe. He had exerted immense effort to break Majin Buu's seal. In the end, was it all in vain? The Supreme Kai was quite pleased, sharing his joy with Gohan. However, Gohan's expression was grave. No, this is not right. Such a formidable energy. Gohan exclaimed, lifting his gaze to the sky. The Supreme Kai followed suit. Noticing that the sky was enveloped in a thick pink mist, smoke that had just emanated from the egg. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and others, the mist coalesced into a figure. A plump, pink entity with an antenna sprouting from its head emerged. Apart from the Supreme Kai, none present had ever encountered Majin Buu. Upon seeing this figure, the Supreme Kai's expression instantly soured. No, it cannot be. That is indeed Majin Buu. I will never forget that face. The Supreme Kai gritted his teeth, declaring, in the 7th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Majin Buu has finally made his appearance. As he observed the footage of Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Although Majin Buu appeared only on the screen, the psychological impact he had left was far too profound. Even from a distance, through the video, it was impossible not to adopt a serious expression. Glancing at the barrage of comments from the audience, he felt quite helpless. Sanji, is this Majin Buu? He looks rather adorable. Ichigo Kurosaki, indeed. I expected someone called a demon to be terrifying, yet he appears quite cute. Naruto Uzumaki. Compared to this Majin Buu, I find Babbidi looks more like a demon. Lena. If this Majin Buu's likeness could be made into a doll, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Although aware of the potential terror Majin Buu could embody, his appearance prompted many viewers to exclaim in delight. After all, the rotund figure of Majin Buu was indeed quite endearing. In fact, several toy manufacturers were preparing to produce dolls featuring Majin Buu for sale. As for the issue of image rights, surely, Majin Buu wouldn't traverse worlds to demand royalties from them, would he? Somewhere in the 7th universe, Babbidi pondered, is this the Majin Buu created by my father? He was somewhat perplexed. This Majin Buu's appearance was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Is this chubby figure really the terrifying demon his father had conjured? Babbidi glanced at the egg containing Majin Buu. Is this the being sealed within? So what exactly is so terrifying about Majin Buu? Supreme Kai, do not be deceived by his appearance. Supreme Kai, Majin Buu is, in fact, an exceedingly terrifying entity. The Supreme Kai felt it necessary to caution the other viewers. Champa. By the way, this Majin Buu seems somewhat familiar. Doesn't he resemble our Supreme Kai from the 6th universe? Supreme Kai. This Majin Buu took on this form after absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai. Thus, his appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of the Grand Supreme Kai. Beerus, Kampa. Do you think it's possible that the Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai of your 6th universe are brothers as well? Kampa. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Observing the exchange between Beerus and Kampa, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Although the original text does not explicitly mention the relationship between the Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe, the notion of them being blood brothers is not entirely implausible. After all, if the gods of destruction are indeed siblings, it stands to reason that the Supreme Kais could share a similar bond. Yet who could have anticipated that this Supreme Kai, consumed by Majin Buu, once sealed away the formidable Moro? Perhaps it was due to the immense divine energy he expended to contain Moro that led to his subsequent absorption by Majin Buu. In his peak condition, the Supreme Kai could likely have vanquished Majin Buu. However, it is quite remarkable how easily audiences can be deceived by appearances. Majin Buu, despite his seemingly adorable demeanor, is undeniably a terrifying entity. Should he appear before them, unsuspecting of his true nature, they might very well mistake him for a benevolent being. One must not be misled by the superficial facade of things. Some individuals and phenomena that appear harmless can, in reality, be be immensely perilous. Following Majin Buu's emergence, he engaged in self-amusement, his appearance and antics leaving Babidi and Gohan bewildered. Is this truly Majin Buu? He seems like a mere child. As the Demon World King Dubra, he mockingly taunted, unaware of the gravity of the situation, believing it foolish for Majin Buu to wish to confront him. Subsequently, he learned a harsh lesson. With just 2 swift moves, a jab to the eye and a flying kick, Majin Buu rendered Dubra unconscious, showcasing a level of power that left Gohan and Babidi in stunned silence. They finally realized that Majin Buu was indeed a formidable foe. Babidi, elated by the outcome, seemed indifferent to Dubra's fate. However, Majin Buu remained unyielding. Yet, under the threat of being sealed away once more, he ultimately chose to obey Babidi's command. The first order he received was to eliminate Gohan and the Supreme Kai. Chapter 81. The Fate of Dubra and the Magic of Majin Buu Piccolo. This is bad. Gohan is in danger. Upon witnessing Babidi's directive to Majin Buu to kill Gohan, Piccolo was instantly alarmed. He had yet to merge with the Supreme Kai, hence felt no reverence for him. The Supreme Kai's fate was of little concern to him, but the well-being of Gohan weighed heavily on his mind. If even Dubra, who was comparable to Cell, could be defeated in mere 2 moves by Majin Buu, what hope does Gohan have, who had previously fought Dubra to a standstill? It could be resolved in just a matter of 2 moves. Moreover, no one was available to rescue him. Vegeta was under control, and Goku was preoccupied with holding him back. Upon closer inspection, it seems that aside from being vanquished by Majin Buu, Son Gohan faces no other potential fate. Naruto exclaimed, "Wow! This Majin Buu appears so adorable and behaves like a child." He continued in disbelief. "I never anticipated such terror. He defeated Dabura in just 2 moves." Duan Muyin remarked. This exemplifies the notion that the outdated is inferior to the worthless. The previous version of Cell would merely succumb to Majin Buu's 2 strikes. Li Xian then added, "If we consider the prior version of Frieza, would he not be utterly powerless against him?" Frieza, filled with indignation, longed to retort but found himself at a loss for words. As the illustrious emperor of the universe, it was one thing to be reduced to a mere footnote in the Android video, but in this Majin Buu footage, he was stripped of even that dignity. It was no wonder his father had warned him never to provoke Majin Buu. Indeed, this being was profoundly formidable. Fortunately, Majin Buu was sealed away. Otherwise, Frieza would find himself utterly irrelevant, as the entire universe would be obliterated by Majin Buu, leaving him no opportunity for his planetary real estate ventures. However, one must wonder, why did Beerus not intervene during Majin Buu's rampage? Could it be that Beerus was not a match for Majin Buu? Surely that could not be the case, considering Beerus is a god of destruction. Or perhaps, during Majin Buu's chaos, Beerus was simply asleep? That possibility could not be dismissed. Regardless, Frieza had now witnessed the immense power of Majin Buu. Moreover, according to the Supreme Kai, Majin Buu possesses the ability to absorb others. Could it be that he might grow even stronger? If Majin Buu were to absorb Goku, it would certainly be entertaining. Frieza eagerly anticipated this event, wishing to see Majin Buu absorb not only Goku, but also Vegeta. After all, he had been dead for quite some time in this video. The universe's turmoil held no bearing on him. He would welcome the chaos. At this moment, countless spectators were fixated on Majin Buu and Son Gohan. Although they believed Son Gohan was likely beyond salvation, they still harbored hopes for a miracle. What if a miracle truly did occur? Perhaps Son Gohan would unleash his fury and transform into Super Saiyan 3 once more? In the video, upon receiving Babidi's command, Majin Buu began to take action. Despite Son Gohan's valiant resistance, he was utterly no match for Majin Buu. His attacks, though capable of creating indentations upon impact, were swiftly undone as Majin Buu restored himself in an instant. This extraordinary regenerative ability left Son Gohan utterly astonished. As for the Supreme Kai, he was rendered as insignificant as a toy, manipulated at will by Majin Buu. Just as Majin Buu was about to eliminate the Supreme Kai, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick, sending Majin Buu flying, yet it proved futile. Majin Buu unleashed a colossal energy sphere, propelling Gohan away. In a final act of desperation, the Supreme Kai detonated this energy sphere, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. His intention was to rescue Gohan. Had he allowed Gohan to be launched uncontrollably, the outcome could have been dire. Just as Majin Buu prepared to strike the Supreme Kai again, his body was pierced by a long spear. The assailant was none other than Dabura. However, Babidi was far from pleased with Dabura's intervention. With the emergence of Majin Buu, Dabura, once his most capable subordinate, had become a relic of the past. Dabura cautioned Babidi, asserting that Majin Buu was far too formidable for him to control. Yet, Babidi dismissed his concerns, chastising him instead. Majin Buu, despite being impaled, nonchalantly extracted the spear, his wound healing instantaneously. Subsequently, the antennae atop his head emitted a pink laser. The beam struck Dabura, transforming him into a piece of chocolate, which Majin Buu promptly consumed. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, two mischievous children, arrived nearby. They encountered the petrified forms of Krillin and Piccolo. Trunks accidentally toppled Piccolo's statue, shattering it to pieces. They also witnessed the shocking scene of Majin Buu devouring Dabura, leaving a profound impact on their young minds. Miraculously, with Dabura consumed, Krillin and Piccolo were restored from their stone forms. Thankfully, Trunks had shattered Piccolo's statue. Had it been Krillin's, he would have perished. Krillin, fortunately. Trunks only broke Piccolo's statue. Krillin, if it had been my statue, I would have been done for. Piccolo, this little brat, what is he touching? Chi-Chi, my Goten is sensible and doesn't team metal. Bulma, what do you mean by that? Trunks is quite responsible too. He merely accidentally knocked over Piccolo's statue. Although Trunks is not present at the moment, as his mother, Bulma still defends him. Zhang Chulan, the issue of the mischievous children is not the crux of the matter. The real concern is that Dabura has perished just like that, transformed into chocolate and eaten. Zhang Chulan, such a death is rather gruesome. Duanmu Yan, this Majin Buu is not only terrifyingly powerful, but possesses such alarming abilities. Kaido, I am aware of a devil fruit with similar powers. Big Mom, if I had such abilities, or if my subordinates did, it would be absolutely delightful. As an avid lover of sweets, Majin Buu's powers are precisely the capabilities that Big Mom has longed for. It is noteworthy that Majin Buu can transform individuals into any confectionery. One wonders if he can also turn objects other than humans into treats. If so, that would be extraordinarily impressive. Makarov, is this the creature that Babidi has created? In the realm of magic, where the civilization of fairy tale flourishes, the notion of transforming beings into snacks is utterly unprecedented. This kind of sorcery, which allows one to metamorphose individuals into edible delights, is astoundingly more terrifying than the most devastating forms of magic. Chapter 82. Alas, the Supreme Kai is destined to become a snack. Piccolo remarked, in light of this, we owe our gratitude to the Supreme Kai. Had it not been for him, Gohan would not have been sent flying. He continued, at least Gohan still has a chance at survival, but if he were to remain, his fate would surely mirror that of Dabura. Krillin interjected, however, it appears that the Supreme Kai may soon meet the same grim fate as Dabura. Wait, we are nearby? It cannot be that. The thought of potentially being transformed into a snack sent a shiver down Krillin's spine. He could accept death, but not in such a manner. Beerus, the god of destruction, could no longer contain his agitation. Supreme Kai, do you even comprehend your own identity? In the realm of destruction, he pondered the possibility of the Supreme Kai being devoured by Majin Buu. If the Supreme Kai perished, so too would his own existence. He relished Majin Buu's capacity to transform others into snacks, but applying such a power to the Supreme Kai was intolerable. The Supreme Kai reassured, Lord Beerus, please remain calm, my demise is not a certainty. Yet, despite his words, a profound uncertainty gripped his heart. Given the current circumstances, it seemed no one could rescue him. He silently prayed for a savior to emerge from the video. The thought of being consumed by Majin Buu, thereby inciting Lord Beerus's wrath, was too dreadful to contemplate. He yearned to call out, someone, anyone, please save me. Yet countless spectators understood that the means to save the Supreme Kai appeared non-existent. Piccolo, Krillin, and the two young ones lacked the strength, and their involvement would only lead to their demise. Goku was detained by Vegeta, leaving no one but Babidi as a potential savior. Yet, the notion of Babidi rescuing the Supreme Kai was laughable. It seemed the Supreme Kai was truly beyond salvation. In a certain location within the 7th universe, Babidi was exhilarated. Is the Supreme Kai finally to perish at the hands of Majin Buu? Can I finally exact my revenge on my father? He was filled with anticipation at the prospect of witnessing the Supreme Kai's demise, particularly in such a dramatic fashion, transforming him into a snack. He delighted in the thought of the Supreme Kai meeting a particularly gruesome end, even wishing for a morsel to be shared with him to savor the taste of the Supreme Kai turned snack. However, just as countless viewers believed the Supreme Kai was doomed, within the video, the battle between Goku and Vegeta came to an abrupt halt upon the emergence of Majin Buu. They could naturally sense the energy of Majin Buu. Goku had lost the desire to continue battling with Vegeta, since Majin Buu was unleashed by them. It was their responsibility to confront him. Persuaded by Goku, Vegeta finally agreed to pause the fight. I believe that together, we can surely defeat Majin Buu. Goku turned to retrieve the Senzu beans positioned at his waist. However, he failed to notice Vegeta stepping before him, raising his fists high. Then, with a fierce blow, he struck. Goku was caught off guard and fell unconscious. Vegeta picked up a Senzu bean that had fallen nearby and consumed it, regaining his strength. Since it is my fault that Majin Buu has appeared, I shall take responsibility. He resolved to postpone their battle for later, should he survive the encounter. This statement revealed Vegeta's uncertainty about defeating Majin Buu. It was evident he approached this confrontation with a mindset of mortality. From here, he could proceed to Babidi-S domain. Vegeta stood at the entrance of Babidi's ship, contemplating. Yet, Gohan's energy had already dissipated. Forgive me, it is all because of me. This was the second time Vegeta expressed remorse towards Gohan, highlighting his genuine regard for him. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was preparing to strike against the Supreme Kai, even contemplating what snack he would transform the Supreme Kai into. The Supreme Kai, in utter despair, had closed his eyes. Just then, Babidi's ship behind him exploded. A figure emerged. It was Vegeta. Upon witnessing his ship's destruction by Vegeta, Babidi was infuriated and blamed him. However, Vegeta paid him no mind. His focus was solely on Majin Buu. So, you are Majin Buu? You wretched creature, you have killed Gohan. Majin Buu was perplexed by the term wretched. But after Babidi's explanation, his anger flared. Babidi commanded Majin Buu to eliminate Vegeta. For now, with Majin Buu at his disposal, Babidi felt he needed no other minions. In peak condition, Vegeta unleashed his full power against Majin Buu. Although Vegeta's strength far surpassed that of Dabura, he was still no match for Majin Buu. His attacks could inflict wounds upon Majin Buu, but he would swiftly regenerate. Conversely, the injuries inflicted by Majin Buu were beyond Vegeta's capacity to heal. Moreover, Majin Buu possessed infinite stamina. Soon enough, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. After a strenuous effort to knock Majin Buu away, he was ensnared by Buu's flesh, nearly suffocating. Unable to watch this unfold, Trunks rushed forward to assist his father, with Goten and Krillin following closely behind. Meanwhile, Piccolo seized the opportunity while Majin Buu was momentarily incapacitated and approached Babidi, intent on dealing with him. Although Babidi created a shield, it proved futile before Piccolo, who effortlessly cleaved it in two with a single strike. This illustrates a fundamental truth within the Dragon Ball universe: strength reigns supreme. Regardless of fanciful magic or the title of the universe's greatest sorcerer, without formidable power, all is rendered meaningless. Do you comprehend what it means for sheer force to dismantle myriad techniques? Upon hearing the narration, countless viewers nodded in agreement. They recognized that in the Dragon Ball realm, raw power surpasses all intricacies. No matter how formidable the mechanisms or spells may be, they are utterly ineffective against sheer numerical superiority. This is the allure of sheer power. Wanjie. Yet, I never anticipated that the Supreme Kai would truly be saved. Wanjie. Moreover, it was none other than Vegeta who came to his rescue. Naruto Uzumaki, did you see that? Vegeta actually apologized to Gohan once again. This marks the second time, does it not? Naruto Uzumaki. It is no wonder the narrator remarked that Vegeta holds a unique regard for Gohan. Chapter 83, A Textbook Redemption. Vegeta's soul in turmoil. Duanyin. After all, Gohan did fight alongside Vegeta on Namek. Duanyin. Furthermore, Gohan even saved him. Thus, even if Vegeta is a villain, his attitude towards Gohan is understandable. Duanyin expressed that if he had a comrade who fought alongside him and even saved him, he too would have a different sentiment towards that individual. Zhang Jiwei. Vegeta is fighting Majin Buu with a willingness to sacrifice himself. Zhang Jiwei. From this perspective, his previous malevolent actions were intentional. He has long been transformed by his family and his ties on Earth. Kakashi, indeed. Otherwise, he would not engage in battle against Majin Buu with such a sacrificial mindset. Kakashi. He even incapacitated Goku to prevent him from intervening. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. Xinxing. He has clearly been transformed, yet he insists on portraying himself as evil under control. Xinxing. I understand now. This is Tsundere. He does not wish for anyone to perceive his change. Vegeta, get lost. What Tsundere? I am unchanged. Li Sinan, Vegeta. Your words are undeniably Tsundere. Li Haoyan. Yet the situation remains dire. If Vegeta continues to fight, he will inevitably fall to Majin Buu. Dagu, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities are not inferior to Cell's. Zhong Fong. No. In fact, his regenerative prowess may surpass that of Cell. Zhong Fong. Did you not notice? Majin Buu emerged from smoke previously. Zhong Fong. Is it possible that even if he is reduced to smoke, he could still regenerate? Cell's regenerative abilities are not that formidable. Krillin. Why is it that the enemies appearing now all possess regenerative capabilities? Krillin. My Qianzhen truly has no effectiveness whatsoever. Krillin expressed his profound frustration. In the previous version, he had severed Frisia's tail with his energy blade, nearly splitting him in two. However, since the arrival of Cell, every adversary has possessed the ability to regenerate, rendering his energy blade ineffective. Yamcha remarked. It seems that without regenerative capabilities, Frisia really isn't all that impressive. Frisia retorted, it's one thing for people from other worlds to say such things. I have no way to retaliate against them. But you, a mere inhabitant of Earth from our world, dare to speak so? Just wait, Frisia continued. Once I arrive on Earth, you shall be my first victim. Yamcha fell silent. In their current version, they had not yet reached the initial video, and the Super Saiyan had yet to make an appearance. It appeared that no one could contend with Frisia. Was this the end? Goku said, Vegeta. It's no matter if you perish. Once you do, we can have a proper battle in the afterlife. Vegeta replied, Kakarot, if anyone is to die, it will be you. I refuse to perish. Yet, despite his bravado, Vegeta knew deep down that the version of him depicted in the video was unlikely to survive. Fleeing? His pride forbade such an action. However, Kakarot had a point. If the version of him in the video died, he could continue to fight in the afterlife. While alive, their battle was hindered by Majin Buu. Once he was dead, no one would impede their conflict in the afterlife, would they? Contemplating this, death seemed less formidable. But was this truly all that Vegeta thought? In the video, the rescued Vegeta awakened, gazing at the rejuvenated Majin Buu, who was bouncing towards him. A certain resolve formed within him. Trunks, from the moment you were born, I have never embraced you. Come here, let your father hold you. He then cradled Trunks in his arms. In that moment, Vegeta was enveloped in the aura of a devoted father. Witnessing this, Goten bit his finger, feeling a twinge of envy, for he too had never been held by his father since birth. Farewell, Trunks. Take good care of your mother. After imparting his words of wisdom, Vegeta swiftly knocked Trunks unconscious with a chop. Seeing this, Goten rushed to confront Vegeta, questioning why he had done such a thing. In response, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Goten's abdomen, rendering him unconscious as well. Both were rendered unconscious. Yet Vegeta showed gentleness to his son while striking his friend's son with force. Piccolo, witnessing the scene, began to discern Vegeta's intentions. Vegeta, if I die, will I encounter Kakarot in the afterlife? Vegeta inquired, turning his back to Piccolo. At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you, Piccolo replied. You will not. Upon hearing Piccolo's response, Vegeta's eyes widened slightly in surprise, due to the multitude of lives he claimed during his existence. It is said that in death he shall descend into the inferno, never to encounter Wukong. Is that so? Thus, the revelation dawned upon him. Despite the clarity of this answer, Vegeta remained resolute in his decision, urging Piccolo to hasten his departure with the two children. Subsequently, Piccolo and Krillin each took a child and departed swiftly. What is Vegeta contemplating? If he continues this battle, he shall surely meet his demise. Krillin, filled with bewilderment, inquired of Piccolo. This was the first instance where Vegeta had resolved to fight for someone beyond himself. He had made the ultimate decision to sacrifice his own life. Piccolo provided the insight. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the distance between them, began to condense and harness his energy. I have discerned the means to vanquish you. This time, I shall reduce you to nothingness, ensuring your inability to restore yourself. In the twilight of his existence, Vegeta's thoughts turned to his family. Farewell, Trunks and Bulma, along with his adversaries and dear companions, including Kakarot. After bidding farewell in his heart to the three individuals of utmost significance, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar. A surge of formidable energy, compressed to its zenith, erupted forth, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Witnessing the distant explosion of light and energy, Krillin could not restrain himself from calling out Vegeta's name. After all, he had once fought alongside him. As the luminescence faded and the energy dissipated, Vegeta had transformed into a statue of white stone, carried away by the wind. In that resplendent glow, a warrior's life was extinguished. He was the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta. The narration echoed as Vegeta's statue drifted into the breeze, showcasing this archetypal redemption scene to countless viewers across the realms. Chapter 84. This is the essence of Vegeta. I have begun to admire him. Observing the video in which Vegeta's spirit seemed to disperse with the wind, countless spectators across the universes were stirred with emotion. Had another taken his place, their reactions would have been markedly different. For instance, Goku, Gohan, or other warriors. According to their understanding, these individuals would willingly sacrifice themselves to vanquish Majin Buu and save others, a notion that seemed entirely commonplace. Yet, this individual was Vegeta, the exceedingly proud Saiyan prince. The very same who, in his desire to engage in combat with Goku, deliberately allowed himself to be ensnared by Babidi. He was the one who, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, unleashed a brutal rampage, claiming numerous innocent lives. It is this seemingly ruthless Saiyan prince who, in the end, chose to sacrifice himself to eradicate Majin Buu. Such a stark contrast surely evokes a sense of profound melancholy. Furthermore, the subsequent narration added layers to their complex emotions. Vegeta's self-sacrifice, culminating in the explosion that obliterated Majin Buu, is a paragon of redemption, unlike other villains who achieve redemption through mere rhetoric. Vegeta's journey toward redemption spanned 3 entire arcs, beginning from his collaboration with Krillin and Gohan on Namek. At the moment of his demise, he entrusted everything to Sun Wukong, shedding tears before him for the first time. After the events on Namek, Vegeta resided on Earth, engaging in battles alongside other warriors during the Android Saga. It was then he first perceived himself as a burden, offering his initial apology to Gohan. In the 7 years following Cell's defeat, he lived on Earth, enjoying a harmonious family life. As he expressed, the years had endowed him with a semblance of humanity. When he chose to sacrifice himself, the humanity he possessed was no less than that of the other warriors. In that moment, he truly became a warrior imbued with humanity, a genuine member of their ranks. However, despite this transformation, his past actions could not simply be erased. The lives he took while under control meant that even in his self-sacrifice, he could not attain the same status as Sun Wukong. He would still descend into hell after death. Listening to this narration, Lin Luo was deeply moved. Why has Dragon Ball become a world-class masterpiece? Beyond its exhilarating battles and cinematic artistry, it encapsulates profound truths that far exceed those found in countless other works. Although the plot may appear simple, introducing a formidable foe and ultimately defeating them, the underlying philosophies are remarkably intricate. Unlike some narratives that overtly preach grand truths, Dragon Ball subtly conveys significant lessons. For instance, when Sun Wukong faced Frieza, he remarked, "Thus, they perished." Similarly, even when Vegeta chose self-sacrifice, he could not erase his past misdeeds and was still destined for hell. In other narratives, when Vegeta made his sacrificial choice, there would likely be an abundance of moralizing, allowing him to receive the same treatment as Sun Wukong. However, Dragon Ball adheres to a clear moral dichotomy. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Although Vegeta was later resurrected, it was because he genuinely sacrificed himself, coupled with his wish to restore those he had slain. Even upon his own resurrection, he found it hard to believe, clearly unprepared for such a fate. Moreover, in his pursuit of atonement for the Namekians he had killed, he fought valiantly, even when those he had wronged bore him no ill will. It is no wonder that Vegeta gradually became a character as beloved as Sun Wukong. His character possesses undeniable allure. This redemption arc is a paragon of narrative rehabilitation, contrasting sharply with certain antagonists who are suddenly redeemed through mere dialogue. After such redemption, their past actions seem to vanish without consequence. Vegeta's actions, combined with the narration, transformed countless viewers who once despised him into admirers. In the realm of the warring states, I once harbored a profound disdain for Vegeta, for he was arrogant and prone to causing trouble for others. However, my sentiments have shifted, and I find myself growing fond of him. From the perspective of the Navy, Roger, the Pirate King, stands as a formidable antagonist, much like Vegeta. Yet, as Roger's rival, Garp bears no animosity towards him. In fact, before Roger's demise, he granted a request to conceal Ace. Previously, I would have celebrated Vegeta's demise, but now, I find myself wishing for his resurrection. If only those Oxers could exhibit a transformation akin to Vegeta's redemption. I recall the Oxers, each one significantly weaker than Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta has the capacity for change and retains his humanity, unlike those Oxers who, despite their transformations, lack any semblance of humanity. Initially, I endeavored to persuade them, but I soon realized the futility of my efforts and resorted to direct action. After all, I have but one sentiment for those Oxers. They are unworthy of my words. In comparison to Vegeta, the Oxers are utterly inferior in strength and character. Within the confines of a spaceship, Vegeta gazes at the footage of his own self-sacrifice. Observing the comments that lament his fate and extol his virtues, he initially displays a look of disdain. Gradually, however, this expression transforms into a faint smile, only to be quickly retracted. No, I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could I ever stoop to such actions? Why would I sacrifice myself for others? Why would I care for the praises bestowed upon me? Yet, despite his outward declarations, the true thoughts within his heart remain known only to him. In West City, as they witness the footage of Vegeta's sacrifice, Krillin, Piccolo, and the other warriors experience a complex array of emotions. They are acutely aware that they are to confront him in a year's time, and this revelation creates an awkward predicament. When Vegeta arrives on Earth a year hence, should they engage in battle with him? The situation is undeniably uncomfortable. Moreover, the paramount question remains, what thoughts occupy Vegeta's mind upon viewing this footage? The nature of Vegeta's thoughts will dictate the dynamics of their relationship in a year. Should this footage alter Vegeta's perspective, guiding him towards the character he embodies in the video, it would undoubtedly be a most welcome development. Chapter 85. The strongest of the shinobi are bewildered. How could they not know of such prowess? Ichigo Kurosaki remarked, while Vegeta's sacrifice is indeed tragic, I must point out that Majin Buu is likely still alive. His statement rendered the audience silent, contemplating the implications of a seemingly fruitless sacrifice. Indeed, as of now, the Super Saiyan 3 has yet to manifest. Majin Buu cannot simply be vanquished in such a manner. Consequently, the sacrifice of Vegeta seems in vain. Reflecting on this, they feel an even deeper sense of loss for Vegeta's sacrifice, as a valiant warrior has fallen without purpose. This is truly heart-wrenching. One wonders if Vegeta will ever be resurrected. It appears highly improbable, as he has already been brought back to life once on Namek, much like Son Goku, who, after his own resurrection, cannot return again. Unlike Goku, however, who continues to exist in the afterlife, making death seem inconsequential, Vegeta, due to his numerous transgressions, will be condemned to hell and ultimately reincarnated. This implies that he and Goku shall never meet again, and their rivalry will remain unresolved. Alas, countless viewers cannot help but sigh as they continue to watch the video. In the footage, under Vegeta's self-detonation, Majin Buu is obliterated into a mass of flesh. Yet, in this dire circumstance, Majin Buu remains unscathed. The dismembered remains begin to coalesce and once again transform into Majin Buu. Vegeta's self-explosion inflicted no damage upon him. Furthermore, Babidi, who had been severed in two by Piccolo, also survives. He threatens Majin Buu to heal him, fearing another sealing, thus compelling Buu to comply. This indicates that throughout this series of battles, both Babidi and Majin Buu have emerged unscathed, while only Vegeta and Dabura have perished. Gohan's fate remains uncertain, and the Supreme Kai is gravely injured. Babidi, having survived, seeks retribution against Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, as their interventions thwarted his attempt to slay the Supreme Kai, and Piccolo nearly ended his life. Unable to locate the trio on his own, he resorts to magic, projecting their images into the minds of every inhabitant of Earth, demanding information. Those who dare to defy him face instant death from afar. In a heartbeat, he can communicate with billions across the globe while possessing the power to eliminate foes from a distance. Babidi's magical prowess and mental fortitude truly justify his title as the universe's foremost sorcerer. Thus, whenever discussions arise regarding the Dragon Ball universe versus that of Naruto, and some speculate that Naruto possesses the potential to triumph, particularly through illusions against the formidable beings of Dragon Ball, claiming their mental resilience is feeble against such jutsu. I find it amusing. Vulnerable to illusions? What weight do illusions carry before Babidi? Yet, what significance does Babidi hold in the presence of Goku and his allies? merely a foe whom Piccolo could effortlessly crush beneath his heel. Moreover, who says the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe possess weak mental fortitude? The energy within that realm is a harmonious amalgamation of spirit, essence, and vigor. In essence, the stronger the individual, the more powerful their spiritual energy. Within the realm of Naruto, the illusions they conjure pale in comparison to mere child's play when placed against the might of their Dragon Ball counterparts. It is not that the Naruto universe lacks strength. Rather, when juxtaposed with the Dragon Ball universe, it is a futile comparison. Countless ninjas, upon hearing the narration, were taken aback. How could they dare to engage in a debate with the formidable warriors from the Dragon Ball realm? What audacity did they possess? Did they truly believe their illusions could affect the Dragon Ball Titans? Who made such claims? Was there someone more knowledgeable about illusions than the practitioners themselves? Did they not observe that the beings from the Dragon Ball universe were numerical anomalies? Before their mechanisms, the ninjas were but playthings, easily overpowered. Their illusions bore no effect whatsoever against such formidable opponents. When did their illusions attain such prowess? Were they unaware of their own limitations? An uproar ensued among the ninjas, voicing their realization that they were utterly outmatched by the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe. Although they inhabited disparate worlds, what if, one day, a feature emerged allowing individuals from different realms to traverse freely? Should a Dragon Ball warrior decide to venture into their domain to test their illusions, would they not find themselves utterly defenseless? Not to mention the likes of Goku and Vegeta. Mere mortals like the Turtle Hermit, even in retirement, could wreak havoc in their world. However, Krillin, Piccolo, and others were less concerned with such matters. Their focus lay on the consequences of Babidi-S bounty, should Babidi threaten them. Declaring he would annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants if they did not comply, their innate character would compel them to respond. Yet, they were acutely aware that even their intervention might not guarantee the safety of the planet's populace. Thus, they remained deeply curious about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the video, Babidi and Majin Buu casually obliterated cities in their search for Piccolo and his companions. Entire cities crumbled beneath their might, claiming countless lives, instilling profound fear among the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Ball Earth. Although Cell had taken numerous lives, his intent was to absorb the life energy of the common folk, and after achieving his perfect form, he ceased his attacks on them. In stark contrast, Babidi and Majin Buu appeared devoid of any purpose. Perhaps their sole aim was to revel in the sheer joy of destruction. Such a disposition was even more malevolent than that of Cell, and ironically, Majin Buu wielded strength surpassing his. Simultaneously, Piccolo and Krillin, accompanied by Goten and Trunks, arrived at the temple. Goku, having been knocked unconscious by Vegeta, had awakened and joined them. From Piccolo and Krillin, Goku learned of the unfolding crisis. Krillin felt a sense of relief at Goku's presence, yet Goku admitted that Majin Buu was beyond his capacity to confront. After all, his strength is comparable to that of Vegeta, yet he fell to the hands of Majin Buu. Remember Son Goku's words here, as they will be significant later. The narrator's statement further solidified the belief among countless viewers that Son Goku must be concealing his true power. Nevertheless, Son Goku expressed that he possesses a method to defeat Majin Buu. During his time in the other world, he learned a technique called fusion from others, which allows two individuals to merge into a single warrior, significantly enhancing their strength beyond that of the individual fighters. By utilizing fusion, Majin Buu can be vanquished. The chosen participants for this fusion are Goten and Trunks. He intends to teach the two young boys the intricacies of fusion before returning to the other world. Chapter 86. The myriad realms yearn to learn fusion, Bulma's discontent. For the safety of others, Son Goku prepared to use instant transmission to bring Bulma and the others over. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. This was the sign of someone summoning the eternal dragon. Son Goku knew that Bulma must be the one calling upon the dragon. If she were to fulfill her wishes now, it would require a year before the Dragon Balls could be used again. Should the need for the Dragon Balls arise thereafter, they would be at a loss. Hence, it was imperative to prevent Bulma from making her wish. Son Goku swiftly used instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's residence. At that moment, Bulma's home was filled with Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Android 18, Yamcha, and even Videl. They had gathered the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had been slain by Vegeta. Furthermore, prior to Son Goku's arrival, they had already realized their first wish, to revive those who had perished that day, excluding the villains. With this wish, those who had been killed by Vegeta including the likes of Jebet who fell to Dubra, were brought back to life. However, Vegeta, Dubra, and others like them remained unrevived. What a pity. Vegeta did not return. Zangetsu. Though he sacrificed himself, he had previously taken many lives, so the Eternal Dragon likely deemed him still a villain. Kakashi. This wish was in vain. Even if those individuals were revived, they are likely to meet death again. Kakashi. Moreover, if they die again, they cannot be revived once more. Upon witnessing Kakashi's commentary, countless viewers fell silent. Indeed, given the current circumstances, even if those individuals were brought back to life, they would likely face death once more, especially with Babidi and Majin Buu wreaking havoc and destruction. If they were to perish again, revival would no longer be an option. One could only conclude that this wish was futile. Naruto Uzumaki. By the way, this fusion seems quite powerful, allowing two individuals to unite and become stronger. Naruto Uzumaki. I wonder what would happen if Sasuke and I fused. Sasuke Uchiha. Who would want to fuse with you? Ichigo Kurosaki. Speaking of fusion, can we learn it too? Genos. Didn't Son Goku say he would teach Goten and Trunks? Perhaps we can learn as well. Genos, if possible. I wish to merge with my master. Countless formidable beings across the myriad realms eagerly anticipate the opportunity to learn the art of fusion. Should they be able to, merging with other powerful warriors would undoubtedly enhance their strength. This sentiment extends to fighters like Krillin and Piccolo as well. Though Goten and Trunks are not present at the moment, they too could learn and subsequently fuse with one another. As for Vegeta, he merely scoffed, displaying his discontent. The notion that his son might merge with Kakaroto's offspring was rather irksome. Nevertheless, while he could accept his son fusing, he, Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, would never stoop to merging with a lowly warrior like Kakaroto. Moreover, such an opportunity has long since passed. In the video, Goku informs the Eternal Dragon that he has no wishes to fulfill and bids it farewell. He then proceeds to the temple with Bulma and others. When Bulma and Chi-Chi inquire about the whereabouts of Gohan and Vegeta, Goku solemnly reveals that both have perished. This news is, understandably, difficult for Bulma and Chi-Chi to bear. At that moment, a report regarding Trunks reaches Babidi. The messenger is a woman from a village, whose son had once faced off against Goten and Trunks during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Having harbored resentment since her son was defeated, she conveniently relayed Trunks' address in West City to Babidi. Upon receiving this information, Babidi resolved to take Majin Buu to West City, causing Bulma's expression to shift dramatically. Firstly, West City is her home, and her parents, unwilling to visit the temple, remain there. Secondly, the Dragon Radar is still at her residence. Should calamity befall West City, the retrieval of the Dragon Balls would become exceedingly troublesome. Preventing Majin Buu from wreaking havoc in West City seemed impossible. Thus, their priority was to reclaim the Dragon Radar. Subsequently, Goku proposed that Trunks venture to West City to retrieve the Dragon Radar, while he himself would confront Majin Buu to buy time. At this juncture, Goku could have easily utilized instant transmission to reach West City and obtain the Dragon Radar, which would have been no slower than Trunks. However, he might have believed that by the time he sought it out, Majin Buu would have already arrived, necessitating someone to intercept him. And only he possessed the requisite strength for such a task. In any case, Goku's time in the mortal realm was limited, and he had to deal with Majin Buu. All thanks to the information provided by the woman from the village. Moreover, this woman seemed to be putting on airs, believing herself to be of higher status. She even attempted to demean Bulma by calling her son a country bumpkin. Yet, Bulma's family is among the wealthiest in the world, making this woman the true country bumpkin in comparison. Countless viewers detected an undercurrent of sarcasm in the narrator's words of gratitude. Indeed, had it not been for this woman's report, Babidi and Majin Buu will not head to West City. Thus there is no need for Son Goku to intervene. This has incited a deep-seated animosity among the inhabitants of Dragon Ball Earth towards this woman, particularly as they have been rescued by Son Goku and his companions on multiple occasions. The betrayal of their ally has left them outraged, especially the residents of West City, who would relish the thought of dismembering this corpulent woman. Her treachery has drawn the attention of Babidi and Majin Buu to their peaceful lives. Had it not been for Son Goku's intervention, their fates would have been sealed. Although it is likely that even Son Goku could not have fully thwarted Majin Buu, his efforts have been deeply appreciated. However, their feelings towards this woman are far from forgiving. They wish for her to descend into the depths of despair. Someone recognized her and shared her information in the comments, leading to a collective outcry against her. Bulma has declared that she will ensure the woman faces financial ruin. What audacity to put on airs before the world's wealthiest. Even Bulma, the daughter of the world's richest individual and future heiress, would never display such arrogance. How dare she insult Bulma's son as a simpleton? What audacity! Krillin, this situation is dire. Goku likely cannot stop Majin Buu. Krillin, fortunately, Goku is merely buying time. Otherwise, he might face death once more. Piccolo, however, it is possible that Goku is concealing his true strength. Piccolo, could it be that Goku's hidden power is sufficient to defeat Majin Buu? Chapter 87. Drawing the sword is a tradition of the Sun family. Krillin, could it be that Goku's hidden strength is Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Chulan, surely not. Based on previous videos, new transformations typically appear during the final battle. Zhanghua. Regardless, one thing is certain. He is indeed hiding his strength. Kapuso. During his battle with Vegeta, he was holding back? Kapu. I wonder how much he was actually holding back. Vegeta, impossible. Kakarot would never hold back. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta wore a disgruntled expression. He could not accept that Son Goku had held back during their battle. It was a significant affront to his pride. As the prince of the Saiyans, to be spared by a lower-class warrior was utterly humiliating. How could he maintain his reputation if word got out? Thus, even though others believed that Goku was concealing his strength, Vegeta remained unconvinced. Yet, no one dared to contradict him, for they all understood that persuading Vegeta was a near impossible task. Whether Goku truly held back may be revealed in the aftermath of the video. In the video, just as Babidi and Majin Buu were about to head to West City, on the other side, the revived Jebbit found the severely injured Kaioshin and proceeded to heal him. Subsequently, the King Kai, accompanied by Jebbit, found the unconscious Gohan. Fortunately, Gohan was not dead. The King Kai took him to the sacred land of the King Kai. Having witnessed the might of the Saiyans, the King Kai placed his hopes of defeating Majin Buu upon Gohan. The reason for bringing Gohan to the King Kai's realm was his intent to have Gohan attempt to draw forth the legendary King Kai sword. This mythical sword is said to be embedded within a stone pillar, and legend has it that whoever can extract the King Kai sword will gain immense power. However, even previous King Kais had never succeeded in pulling it from its resting place. After observing the Saiyan strength, the King Kai resolved to allow Gohan a chance. Given his experience with Saiyan power, he believed Gohan might have the potential to succeed. Conversely, Jebbit, having perished long ago, had not experienced the formidable prowess of Goku and his companions. Thus, to him, it seemed improbable that an ordinary human could wield a sword that had stumped several King Kais. Initially, Gohan indeed failed to draw the sword, and Jebbit bore an expression of affirmation. However, once Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the situation began to shift. Gradually, the legendary King Kai sword was pulled from its sheath. Ultimately, this sword, which had evaded the grasp of numerous King Kais, was drawn forth by Gohan, a mere human. Nonetheless, one might reflect that this act of sword drawing is a family tradition. Gohan's father, Goku, had also drawn a sword in his youth, imprisoning a host of demons within the demon realm. Now, Gohan had achieved the same feat. Alas, had the legendary sword-drawing theme been timed perfectly, the scene would have been truly exhilarating. The narration left most in a state of bewilderment, including Krillin and Yamcha, who had grown up alongside Goku. When had Goku ever drawn a sword? Moreover, what was this legendary sword-drawing theme? Yet, some individuals wore expressions of nostalgia. Although Goku himself could not recall when he had drawn a sword, those who shared that experience with him certainly did remember. Within a certain castle. This was a tale from long ago, and it was uncertain whether Goku still recalled it. The castle's inhabitants, a family of 3, were filled with sentiment. Particularly the daughter of the castle's lord, for Goku had once rescued her from the demon realm. Although this was merely one of Goku's many trials, it might have slipped his mind, yet for those involved, it was a memory to cherish for a lifetime. This sentiment extended to those who had once been trapped in the demon realm. Unlike the dark demon realm, this demon realm was governed by one named Azura, who had stolen the castle lord's daughter with the intention of marrying her, only to be vanquished by Goku. However, many years had passed, and he had long since come to terms with it. Furthermore, the demon realm had since acquired a female ruler. The female protagonist is none other than the demoness who once aided Sun Wukong. At this moment, both individuals listened to the narrator's recounting reminiscing about the past. The demoness even recalled having told Sun Wukong that they might meet again someday. Alas, since that time, they had not crossed paths again. She never imagined that the child from back then would evolve into such a formidable being. It is no wonder that a mere child could wreak havoc in the demon realm and defeat the Azura. It turned out he was a Saiyan. The Kaishin realm. How could this be? The legendary Kaishin sword had been drawn by this Son Gohan. Jebet displayed an expression akin to that of his video counterpart. Although he differed from the version seen in the video, having witnessed the might of the Saiyans, he still found it difficult to believe that Son Gohan could wield the Kaishin sword. After all, it was a divine weapon that even several Kaishins could not draw. A mere human had accomplished this feat. It was nothing short of a slap in the face to the Kaishins. Meanwhile, the Kaishin remained unfazed, filled with curiosity about whether this legendary sword truly bestowed immense power upon its wielder. If so, could this power enable Son Gohan to vanquish Majin Buu? Destruction God Realm. This sword seemed somewhat familiar. Beerus gazed at the Kaishin sword with a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it before. Lord Beerus, you seem to have forgotten. At that time, you sealed the previous Kaishin within the sword, reminded Whis from the side. Prompted by this, Beerus recalled that to prevent the Kaishin from encountering misfortune and potentially causing his own demise, he had sealed the former Kaishin within the sword. Little did he anticipate that after a new Kaishin emerged, his life would become intertwined with the new one. So, it was that individual. Thus, the legend of the Kaishin sword was a fabrication, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. The current Kaishin believed the sword to be extraordinary, when in fact, it was merely a vessel for sealing the former Kaishin. Nothing remarkable about it. Yet, one could not help but wonder if the sealed Kaishin would ever break free from the sword. The method of breaking the seal was quite simple. One merely needed to shatter the sword. Given Son Gohan's strength, this should pose no problem. Chapter 88. Sun Wukong unleashes a galaxy of water. Super Saiyan 3 makes its appearance. In the video, after drawing the Kaishin sword, Son Gohan swung it a few times, discovering its considerable weight. Even with his strength, wielding it proved somewhat challenging. However, apart from that, it seemed unremarkable. The Kaishin suggested he should first master the art of wielding the sword. Thus, Son Gohan began to practice with the Kaishin sword. Meanwhile, on Earth, in pursuit of reclaiming the Dragon Radar, Trunks set off for West City. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, utilized instant transmission to arrive before Babidi and Majin Buu. Sun Wukong compelled Babidi and Majin Buu to cease their destructive rampage. However, mere words proved ineffective. Babidi commanded Majin Buu to eliminate Sun Wukong, yet at that moment, Majin Buu began to exhibit signs of rebellion against Babidi's authority. Sun Wukong discerned this shift and questioned why such a formidable being as Majin Buu would heed Babidi's orders. This maneuver by Sun Wukong was a calculated attempt to sow discord. Babidi, incensed by Sun Wukong's words, asserted that Majin Buu was inherently his subordinate, and thus, obeying him was a matter of course. This declaration irked Majin Buu considerably, though he continued to follow Babidi's commands and prepared to strike Sun Wukong. It was evident to Sun Wukong that Majin Buu was grappling with conflicting thoughts. To buy himself some time, Sun Wukong refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he gradually transformed, introducing the concept of Super Saiyan transformations to Babidi and Majin Buu. He first ascended to Super Saiyan, then progressed to Super Saiyan 2. Babidi regarded these transformations with disdain, recalling that Vegeta had undergone similar transformations, yet ultimately perished at Majin Buu's hands. Undeterred, Sun Wukong resolved to transcend once more, to surpass even the Super Saiyan transformations. With a mighty roar, he began to gather energy, determined to make his struggle visible to the entire Earth. Babidi projected the spectacle into the minds of every inhabitant, allowing all on Earth to witness the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu. In essence, Sun Wukong's actions were a grand display for all humanity. Sun Wukong's continuous roars echoed, hinting at a struggle, while his energy surged exponentially. Most remarkably, his golden hair began to lengthen, a testament to the immense power he was unleashing, causing the very earth to tremble. Even Gohan and the Kaishin, situated in the realm of the Kais, felt the magnitude of his power, leaving them astonished. The notion that a mere human could project such strength to the Kaishin realm was almost unfathomable. As the final roar erupted from his lips, it seemed as though some shackles within him shattered. Babidi, Witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, stood Agape, utterly astonished. Sun Wukong now sported waist-length golden hair, with his eyebrows vanished, rendering his normally benevolent visage somewhat menacing. His entire being was enveloped in a dense array of electric arcs. If the arcs surrounding Super Saiyan 2 flickered intermittently and were somewhat subtle, now the electric arcs surrounding Sun Wukong were constant and strikingly evident. These arcs were, in fact, manifestations of his energy. Due to the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 2 and 3, the energy within him transformed into arcs of electricity, marking the ascendance to a state beyond Super Saiyan 2. One might also refer to it as Super Saiyan 3. Apologies, I am still unaccustomed to this form, which is why it took me a bit longer. Goku said to Majin Buu, and his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 sent ripples throughout the myriad realms. Bardock, Super Saiyan 3. Goku has actually transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Bardock, this Super Saiyan 3 can be attained ahead of time. In contrast to Super Saiyan 1 and 2, which were transformations activated in the face of dire circumstances, Super Saiyan 3 was a form Goku had mastered prior. Zhang Chulan. Goodness, is this the transformation into Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Chulan. Setting aside the matter of strength, the appearance alone is vastly different from previous transformations. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, his golden hair has lengthened, and his eyebrows have vanished. Kakashi. Goku's face is inherently kind, exuding a sense of safety. Kakashi. Yet, without eyebrows. He appears somewhat menacing. Saitama. As expected, to grow stronger one must sacrifice some hair. Saitama. I lost my hair, and Goku lost his eyebrows. Saitama touched his bald head and nodded at Goku, who had lost his eyebrows. Indeed, to attain greater strength, one must pay a price and relinquish something. If he could train to the extent of Goku's transformation, even losing his eyebrows, his power would surely amplify. Duan Mu Yin. Will Goku's eyebrows grow back when he returns to his normal state? If not, will he be left without eyebrows? Bardock, I say, are you all perhaps focusing on the wrong details? Bardock. Since Goku can already transform into Super Saiyan 3, it implies he was holding back significantly during his battle with Vegeta. Upon Bardock's reminder, the others began to comprehend. Indeed, if Goku could transform into Super Saiyan 3, it meant he had mastered this form long ago, likely during the 7 years he was presumed dead. This suggests he could have transformed during his fight with Vegeta, but chose not to, effectively holding back a tremendous amount of power. Shinshiro, I see now. No wonder the narrator urged us to remember Goku's words. Shinshiro. I recall Goku mentioning during his battle with Vegeta that he would unleash his full strength to conclude the fight swiftly to prevent Majin Buu's emergence. Lina. With this perspective, Goku was essentially deceiving Vegeta. It is no wonder the narrator hinted at forthcoming evaluations. The audience could hardly contain their reactions upon recalling Goku's earlier assertion to Vegeta about using his full strength for a swift resolution. Initially, they speculated that Goku had concealed some of his power, but now they realized it was not merely a matter of withholding a fraction of his strength. He had concealed an astronomical amount. Whenever Goku engages in battle with Vegeta, he truly exerts his utmost strength, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 3. One can surmise that, had he done so, the conflict would have been swiftly resolved. If that were the case, the emergence of Majin Buu would have been averted. It appears that Buu's arrival is, in part, attributable to Goku's actions. In Chapter 89, the teachings of Babidi emphasize the importance of self-awareness. Yamcha remarks, Vegeta, Goku held back, and yet you only managed to achieve a stalemate. How does that make you feel? Krillin adds, moreover, Vegeta was able to match Goku only because he intentionally allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi, which amplified his power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to contend with a restrained Goku. Vegeta, at a loss for words, can only fathom how unfavorable his expression must appear. Why, oh why? Does Kakarot, this lower-class warrior, surpass him, the prince of all Saiyans, by such a considerable margin? Kakarot has attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3, while Vegeta relies on deliberately being controlled by Babidi to achieve parity with a restrained Kakarot. Could it be that the Saiyan bloodline operates in reverse, making the lower-class warriors the mightiest? In the previous video, although he still lagged behind Kakarot, the difference was not insurmountable. Yet now, after 7 years, the gap has only widened. Could it be that dying and going to the afterlife somehow enhances one's strength? Zhang Chulan muses. Do you all recall the title of this video? transformations that cannot be sustained while alive. Could it be that the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 can only be achieved post-mortem? Zangoku acknowledges, indeed, that is a possibility. Since Goku has been dead for 7 years, he has presumably mastered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation during his time in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Gohan and Vegeta, who have not died, can only reach Super Saiyan 3 at most. Upon reading the comments, Vegeta finds no interest in the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. A transformation that can only be mastered in death holds little significance. No matter how powerful Super Saiyan may 3 be, if it cannot be utilized while alive, it is utterly meaningless. Is it truly the case that one must deliberately die to master the transformation? How absurd. So, Kakarot has achieved Super Saiyan 3 because of his death? If he were to perish, would he not also be able to attain Super Saiyan 3? This thought brings a sense of relief to Vegeta. Kakarot's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3 is a result of his demise. If he too were to die, surely he would also master Super Saiyan 3. At this moment in the video, Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, begins his battle with Majin Buu. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 proves to be immensely powerful, leaving Majin Buu, who had previously posed a challenge, utterly helpless against him. Sun Wukong could stand toe-to-toe with him. Moreover, after a brief skirmish with Majin Buu, Vegeta was left battered and bruised. In contrast, Sun Wukong remained unscathed. Although his attacks proved ineffective against Majin Buu, he was at least equal in strength to the formidable foe. After exchanging blows for some time, Sun Wukong sensed Trunks' energy beginning to shift. Realizing that Trunks had acquired the Dragon Radar and completed his mission to hinder their adversary, he reverted to his normal state, choosing not to continue the battle. This sudden change puzzled Majin Buu, who was eager to keep fighting Sun Wukong, finding the clash quite exhilarating. Sun Wukong, however, informed him that a more powerful opponent would appear in 2 days and requested that Majin Buu refrain from causing destruction on Earth during that time. With that, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to depart. Babidi, witnessing Sun Wukong's departure, was filled with indignation. He berated Majin Buu as worthless for allowing Sun Wukong to escape. Unbeknownst to him, Majin Buu's expression had darkened as he turned away. When he faced Babidi again, his demeanor had returned to normal, and he suggested a plan. Beckoning Babidi to come closer so he could whisper it. Babidi, being the fool he was, foolishly complied, drawing near. In the next moment, Majin Buu seized him by the throat, rendering him speechless. You can no longer utter the spell to seal me, can you? I've had enough of your foolishness. Die? With a single punch, Majin Buu obliterated Babidi's head, followed by an energy blast that reduced Babidi's remains to ashes. From that moment forth, Majin Buu was free from Babidi's control. Sun Wukong, having sensed this turn of events, was taken aback. He anticipated that Majin Buu would strike. Yet he did not expect it to happen so swiftly after his departure. Under normal circumstances, Sun Wukong's assumptions held true. He believed Majin Buu would endure Babidi's presence a while longer before taking action. However, he underestimated Babidi's sheer foolishness, as the latter, believing himself capable of sealing Majin Buu, grew increasingly brazen. It can only be said that Babidi's ignorance hastened his own demise. Both Dr. Gero and Babidi met their ends at the hands of those they deemed subservient. This serves as a lesson. One should never assume their superiority grants them the right to disregard their subordinates. Rather than treating them as mere underlings, it is far wiser to regard them as allies and friends, treating them with respect. Otherwise, one may suffer the consequences of betrayal. Furthermore, one must possess self-awareness and avoid overstepping their bounds and wielding powers beyond their control. The inhabitants of worlds such as Pokemon and Digimon wholeheartedly nodded in agreement with this narration. Those who treat Digimon and Pokemon merely as tools are destined for a grim fate. Conversely, those who regard Digimon and Pokemon as companions and friends are capable of unlocking their true, formidable potential. As for the final words of the narrator, Dr. Gero, Babidi, and those who attempt to wield powers beyond their grasp have their own stories to tell. Take, for instance, the scientist from the Dino world who created Neozarasu. He believed that by conjuring this beast he could attain absolute control, yet ultimately fell victim to its might. Thus, it is crucial to refrain from attempting to dominate forces that one cannot truly control, even if such power is born from one's own creation. In the seventh universe, somewhere in the cosmos, I find myself astonished at the thought of being slain by Majin Buu. Babidi, unable to contain himself, reflects on the irony of having released Majin Buu from his seal only to meet his demise at the hands of the very entity he sought to command. His demeanor towards Majin Buu in the video is quite understandable. After all, Buu is his subordinate, and such an attitude towards him is reasonable. One could only conclude that Majin Buu is a most treacherous ally. In that moment, Babidi is left uncertain whether to continue his efforts to unleash Majin Buu. Chapter 90, The Dance of Fusion, a humiliation across the multiverse. Warring states. Babidi met his end at the hands of Majin Buu. Warring states, yet I am not at all surprised. Cap. After all, Babidi had previously been quite audacious before Majin Buu, openly referring to him as his subordinate. Cap. It is entirely natural for Majin Buu to have grown intolerant of such insolence. Ash. Babidi completely treated Majin Buu as a mere tool and subordinate, which is misguided. He ought to have embraced Buu as a friend. Great door, indeed. It is akin to my treatment of Agumon as a brother rather than as a mere tool or servant. Naruto Uzumaki. One can only say that Babidi is tragically foolish, utterly oblivious to the principle of reciprocity in relationships. Naruto Uzumaki. Initially, my relationship with the Nine Tails was fraught with tension, yet we ultimately became good friends. Lee Xian Nan. Dr. Gero faced a similar fate, perishing at the hands of the androids he himself had created. Du in Myn. I recall that androids 17 and 18 were forcibly transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Du in Myn. Thus, he can only blame himself. Ichigo Kurosaki. Indeed, this is truly a consequence of their own making. To perish at the hands of one's own creations is inherently tragic, yet Dr. Gero and Babidi have brought this upon themselves. Beyond their own actions, there is little sympathy for them. On Frisia's spaceship, Frisia swirls his glass of red wine, a disdainful smirk playing upon his lips as he contemplates Babidi's foolishness. It is truly naive. One must treat talent with respect. Given Babidi's attitude, it is remarkable that Majin Buu endured until now before claiming his life. Frisia believes that no one understands the importance of respect for talent better than he does. Of course, should Lin Luo, who knows Frisia well, become aware of these thoughts, the consequences would be intriguing. There would be no objections, but rather a nod of agreement. This is because King Frisia indeed treats his subordinates with considerable respect. Furthermore, he genuinely rewards those who have made contributions. He tolerates the awkward dances of the Jinyu Force and addresses individuals like Zarbin and Dodoria with honorifics. When Zarbin and Remo discovered Broly, Frisia generously rewarded them, as he had previously decreed that those who find talent would be rewarded. He has not gone back on his word. Therefore, if one possesses a modicum of skill or has made a contribution, Frisia is undoubtedly an exemplary leader. It is no wonder that Frisia exudes such charisma and remains popular among villains. If it were not for this, how could he have been resurrected multiple times and transformed into Golden and Black Frisia? Thus, Babidi appears exceedingly foolish in Frisia's eyes. He is without any flaws. Sanji. By the way, if Goku and Majin Buu were to continue their battle, could Goku defeat Majin Buu? Zoro. I'm not sure. Neither of them sustained significant injuries after their fight. Zoro. If they were to carry on, it would indeed be difficult to predict the outcome. Genos. I thought that was the final showdown, but it seems I was mistaken. Saitama. Although Super Saiyan 3 has emerged, we have yet to witness its true power. Saitama. Therefore, it is likely that it will make an appearance later. Duanyan. But I recall that Goku can only remain in the living world for one day. Duanyan. So was Majin Buu defeated within that day? Daigu. Or could there be others capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3 who defeated Majin Buu? Kyomake. This will be revealed in the subsequent content of the video. In the video, within the temple, Piccolo approaches Goku and expresses that had they continued their battle earlier, Goku might have had a chance at victory. Goku, however, admits he is uncertain and lacks the stamina for an extended fight. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3 while in the living realm would deplete the time he can remain there. Thus, he cannot afford to engage in a prolonged battle as Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, he is technically deceased and should not interfere with matters of the living. If he were to defeat Majin Buu this time, what would happen if a more formidable foe appeared next? Should he be expected to intervene again? Matters of the living should rightly be resolved by those who are alive. Piccolo comprehends his intent. He wishes to place his hopes for Earth's future on Goten and Trunks. If these two children can resolve the current threat of Majin Buu, they will be prepared to confront any future crises. It is indeed a pity for Gohan. At that moment, Piccolo mentions Gohan, his expression tinged with melancholy. Had Gohan still been alive, he would undoubtedly have been a pivotal force, akin to his father. I surmise that what Gohan regretted most before his demise was the inability to see you once more. Because Gohan truly adores you, Goku remarked to Piccolo. After a brief pause, Goku commenced instructing Goten and Trunks on the intricate motions of the fusion technique. He selected Piccolo as his partner to demonstrate the fusion movements. The successful execution of this technique necessitates several conditions, particularly that the physiques and strengths of the two participants must be relatively comparable. A significant disparity would render fusion impossible. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding the prospect of Goku merging with Piccolo. However, the choreography involved in the fusion dance caused considerable embarrassment for everyone present. Except for Goku. The required movements were somewhat shameful, and the sight of this dance was indeed a source of discomfort for the multitude of viewers across the realms, especially for those aspiring to master the fusion technique. Kapu, is this truly the fusion dance? Setting aside the question of its efficacy, merely performing these movements is enough to induce a sense of shame. Zhangguo, look at Piccolo. Throughout the entire performance, his face is flushed. Kakashi, how could he not be embarrassed? Any individual with a sense of dignity, aside from that oblivious Goku, would feel the same. Kakashi, if they were to perform such movements in front of others, they would undoubtedly blush. Naruto, Sasuke, come on. I believe we should give it a try. Perhaps we could successfully fuse. Sasuke, get lost. I would never stoop to performing such humiliating movements. Ichigo, this dance does seem reminiscent of the Jinyu Force. I doubt they would feel any shame in executing it. Ichigo, and then there's Gohan. Upon seeing Ichigo's comments, other spectators recalled Gohan's past interactions with the Jinyu Force and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they lacked any sense of shame, and the fusion dance was quite fitting for them. Chapter 91. Gohan's unique state, mysterious Gohan. Jinyumph, you Philistines, is this dance not splendid? Although it pales in comparison to my own. GIs, Captain, I believe we could learn this fusion dance. GIs, if we master it, our combined strength would greatly enhance our service to Lord Frieza. Jinyu, indeed. But fusion has its restrictions. The participants must possess similar physiques and strengths. Jinyu, therefore, none of you can fuse with me, but perhaps GIs and Berta, or Berta and Rikuum, might succeed. Rikuum, Captain, let us give it a try later. GIs, Berta, and Rikuum were eager to experiment. After watching the video, they were determined to attempt fusion. As for the embarrassment of the dance, did they feel any? It seemed quite stylish to them. Following the initial shame, those interested in learning the fusion dance were also filled with enthusiasm. Indeed, the movements were quite embarrassing, but if mastering them could lead to greater strength, then a little embarrassment was a small price to pay. If they are truly capable of mastering the art of fusion and subsequently showcasing its immense power, then surely a great sage will engage in dialectical discourse on their behalf. Thus, the pressing question remains, can they genuinely learn this fusion? The movements themselves are not particularly challenging. With a few more attempts, they would surely attain proficiency. However, are they not inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe? Can they indeed achieve fusion? Moreover, what formidable strength will the newly born warrior possess post-fusion? During their contemplation of fusion, Goten and Trunks exhibited a lack of motivation. They yearned to witness Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goku consented, but under the condition that they must diligently practice thereafter. The two boys readily agreed. Subsequently, Goku transformed once more into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, this transformation further diminished the time he could remain in the mortal realm. The fortune teller soon informed him that he had merely half an hour left. After that half hour elapsed, Goku's time in the mortal world came to an end, necessitating his return to the underworld. He bid farewell to his friends and returned. Upon his arrival in the underworld, Goku inquired of King Enma whether his son Gohan had arrived. King Enma replied in the negative, indicating that Gohan was still alive. This revelation piqued Goku's curiosity. If Gohan was indeed alive, why could he not sense his energy? It was at that moment that Goku suddenly felt a surge of energy from Gohan. He promptly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the Supreme Kai's realm. Gohan's training in the Supreme Kai's realm bore no relation to Super Saiyan 3. Rather, it pertained to a unique transformation or state known as Mystic Gohan, or simply Mystic. Given that both Mystic Gohan and Super Saiyan 3 emerged during the Majin Buu saga, they shall be discussed in conjunction. This narration took the audience by surprise. Zangetsu Mystic Gohan? A unique state of Gohan? Is this a transformation distinct from Super Saiyan 3? Duanyin. Moreover, it appears that this transformation is exclusive to Gohan. Piccolo. I always knew Gohan would not let his potential languish. His moment of glory is about to resurface. Only Piccolo understood the depth of his size upon witnessing Gohan's 7 years of neglected training. Gohan, who had achieved Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9 and defeated Cell, had surpassed even his father Goku as a warrior. Yet, he had allowed himself to fall into obscurity. This was a source of profound sorrow for his father. However, this was Gohan's own choice, and Piccolo felt it was not his place to comment. Now it seems Gohan is poised for resurgence. Mystic Gohan. The name itself exudes power. Moreover, it appears to be a transformation attained within the Supreme Kai's realm. Its strength is undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps it even surpasses his father's Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the splendid form Gohan would assume as Mystic Gohan. In the 7th universe, within the Supreme Kai's realm, Goku had astonishingly arrived there on his own accord. How could this be possible? Jebet wore an expression of utter disbelief. His focus was not on the enigmatic Gohan, but rather on the remarkable fact that Goku had arrived in the realm of the Kais. It is crucial to understand that the realm of the Kais is a sacred land. Without the consent of the Kai, even the great Kai is unworthy to enter. Gohan's presence there was facilitated by the Kai himself. Yet, Goku managed to reach this sacred domain solely through his own strength. The mere fact that a human could traverse to the divine realm of the Kais was truly astounding. The Saiyan race is indeed a marvel. The Kai, standing nearby, appeared unfazed, albeit somewhat reflective. Despite his status as the Kai, he felt insignificant in the presence of Goku and his fellow Saiyans. He found solace in the existence of warriors like Goku in Universe 7, who were devoted to safeguarding peace. Goku recounted the events that transpired on Earth to Gohan, before shifting his attention to the legendary Kai's sword. Learning that it was said to be the mightiest blade, he resolved to test its sharpness. Goku first employed a large stone for the test, which Gohan effortlessly sliced through with the Kai's sword. Subsequently, the Kai suggested testing it against a harder substance. He produced a cubic piece of metal, claiming it to be the toughest material in Universe 7. However, this time, when Goku hurled the metal, Gohan was unable to cleave it. In fact, the Kai's sword shattered. This left both the Kai and Jebet in disbelief, for the legendary sword had broken. An occurrence beyond comprehension. Gohan remarked that after wielding the sword, his wrist strength had noticeably increased. Perhaps this was an inherent quality of the Kai's sword. The Kai nodded in agreement, as he too could not fathom any extraordinary capabilities of the blade. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated through the air. It was not what one might expect. Goku and the others turned to see an elderly figure clad in the attire of the Kai standing before them. The old man claimed to be the Kai from 15 generations prior, the ancestor of the current Kai, and asserted that he had been sealed within the Kai's sword. He boasted grandly of his prowess. Goku regarded the old Kai with a sense of curiosity, deciding to test the old man's abilities. To his amusement, the elder could not evade even a small energy ball casually unleashed by Goku. This revelation led both Goku and Gohan to conclude that the old Kai was nothing remarkable, merely an old man with a penchant for boasting. Chapter 92. It was Bulma who led Goku astray. In the Destroyer realm of Universe 7, this fellow continues to revel in his grandiloquence. I sealed him within the sword not because of his might, but rather out of concern that he might inadvertently perish and take me down with him. Beerus scoffed at the old Kai in the video, disdain evident in his expression. To the uninitiated, this character might indeed deceive them into believing he was a figure of significance. In truth, he was merely an ordinary old man. Apart from being the Supreme Kai, he was nothing remarkable. Nonetheless, he was indeed the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. Thus, he refrained from exposing the truth through comments. Meanwhile, the other spectators, unaware of the actual circumstances, were genuinely deceived by the old Supreme Kai, believing him to be a formidable entity. After all, he was a Supreme Kai from ancient times, far more impressive than the current one, who lacked grandeur. In the realm of the Supreme Kai what? Within the Supreme Kai's sword, an ancestor was sealed. Both the Supreme Kai and Jebet were astounded. They had never known of this occurrence. The awkward reality was that even if they were now aware, there was no means to release the ancestor. Shattering the Supreme Kai's sword was one thing. The real dilemma was that they could not extract it. Son Gohan had only managed to draw it out after transforming into Super Saiyan 2. At this juncture, the only one likely capable of retrieving the Supreme Kai sword was Lord Beerus. Could they possibly ask Lord Beerus for assistance in extracting the sword? How absurd. He would undoubtedly refuse. Apologies, dear ancestor. It seems you must remain within the Supreme Kai sword for a while longer. The Supreme Kai silently expressed his regrets to the old Supreme Kai. The only way to free him would be to wait until Goku and the others had significantly increased their strength. Fortunately, this period would not be excessively long, perhaps no more than a decade or so. For beings of their caliber, a mere decade was but the blink of an eye. In the video, the old Supreme Kai was displeased with Goku and his son's humble attitude towards their own significance. He proclaimed that he possessed an immensely powerful ability. Goku, intrigued by this ability, requested the old Supreme Kai to demonstrate it on Gohan. However, due to Goku's earlier offense, the old Supreme Kai was unwilling. Goku then offered to gift him a royal book if he agreed. The old Supreme Kai declined, stating he could use his clairvoyance to see beautiful women from afar. Goku countered, questioning the utility of that, suggesting instead that the old Supreme Kai could have a mere touch. Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai immediately consented. Goku was not surprised by his acquiescence, having discerned that this particular old Supreme Kai was of the same ilk as Master Roshi. However, Gohan remained oblivious to his father's intentions. Goku then mentioned that Gohan had a girlfriend named Videl, and that he could request her assistance. Naturally, Gohan blushed and refused. Subsequently, Goku shifted his focus to Bulma, urging Gohan to seek her help. Gohan protested, insisting that if he approached Aunt Bulma with such a request, he would surely face dire consequences. Yet, Goku, turning to the old Supreme Kai, falsely claimed that Gohan had agreed. One could only remark on Goku's cunning nature, as he effectively sold out his own son. Bulma, Goku, you scoundrel. How dare you sell me out? Bulma never anticipated that the once adorable little boy had transformed into such a cunning individual. Master Roshi remarked, Goku has grown up. He even employs the art of seduction. He reminisced about a time when Goku couldn't even distinguish what beauty was. Krillin expressed his satisfaction, acknowledging that Goku had indeed matured. It was hard for Master Roshi and Krillin, who had watched him grow, not to feel a sense of pride. Yamcha interjected, Goku, what you're doing is not right. How could you use Bulma in such a manner? Goku, puzzled, replied, What's wrong with this? Didn't Bulma do something similar before? Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to any impropriety in the video. After all, he recalled Bulma having employed her charm for her own ends in the past. In his eyes, it was nothing significant. Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle at Goku's response. Recalling earlier analyses that suggested Goku's use of Bulma to tempt the old Kaioshin stemmed from both his innate cunning and the countless adventures he had shared with Bulma, where he had witnessed her utilize her allure to achieve her objectives. Thus, to him, Bulma's actions were quite ordinary. This perspective elucidated why he would directly use Bulma to entice the old Kaioshin. Essentially, Bulma had influenced Goku's understanding, leading him to believe that a woman using her beauty to achieve her aims was entirely acceptable. However, this was merely an analysis. Yet, it seemed accurate, as Bulma's previous antics had left a profound imprint on Goku's impressionable mind. Vegeta, unable to contain his irritation, commented, Kakarot, you fool. He wasn't entirely sure why he felt this way. He just knew that witnessing Kakarot use Bulma as bait unsettled him. Goku, oblivious to their agitation, found himself at a loss for words. Kapu remarked, Goodness, Goku is indeed cunning, using his daughter-in-law and friend as bait. Bardock pondered aloud, Yet, why do I feel like he isn't doing this intentionally? It seems he genuinely perceives this method as normal. Krillin added, In fact, Goku used to struggle distinguishing between genders, let alone recognizing beauty. He continued, The very fact that he could devise such a strategy indicates his growth. Master Roshi concurred, noting, moreover, while others may view his actions as inappropriate, to Goku, this is simply a normal approach, devoid of any deliberate intent. Bulma sighed, acknowledging that Sun Wukong indeed had difficulty distinguishing between genders, which had often caused her considerable frustration during their adventures together. However, she felt no anger towards his actions. After all, who could claim to understand Sun Wukong better than she? She was well aware that his use of her as bait in the video was devoid of malicious intent. Her surprise stemmed merely from the unexpectedness of the situation, not from any irritation. Perhaps she had inadvertently led him to believe that such behavior was commonplace due to her past actions in his presence. If that were the case, it would imply that she had corrupted Sun Wukong's understanding. In Chapter 93, Fusion Warriors, Gotenks. The multiverse aspires to learn fusion. The video uploaded by Lin Luo provided little insight into Sun Wukong's childhood, leaving countless viewers across the multiverse unaware of what he had been like as a child. Thus, when they observed the comments from Krillin, Bulma, and others, they were filled with astonishment. Who could have imagined that the formidable Sun Wukong had once been unable to differentiate between males and females? Yet, in the video, he had mastered the art of seduction. It was clear he had matured. According to his friends' accounts, Sun Wukong's use of Bulma as bait was simply a reflection of his belief that it was entirely normal behavior. While others might interpret such actions as foolish, this was Sun Wukong, and even Bulma herself defended him, leading them to trust his intentions. Sanji remarked, "Even though Bulma has aged, she still possesses an undeniable charm." He continued, "I truly envy Vegeta for marrying such a beautiful woman." He also expressed envy towards the old Kaioshin. Sanji's comments irked Yamcha and Vegeta. Yamcha was displeased because Bulma, originally his girlfriend, had been taken by Vegeta. Vegeta, on the other hand, was frustrated that his wife would resort to using her beauty in such a manner, especially at the hands of that fool Kakarot. He resolved that upon his return to Earth, he would decisively confront Kakarot to relieve his pent-up frustration. Zhang Chulan questioned, "What remarkable abilities does the old Kaioshin possess?" Duan Mu Yin speculated, "Could it be possible that Gohan's transformation into Mystic Gohan is a result of the old Kaioshin's powers?" Daegu concurred, "It is quite plausible." Xinqing added, "If that is the case, then the old Kaioshin is far more useful than the other Kaioshin." He further remarked, "The other Kaioshin seems to serve little purpose beyond diminishing his own status." The old Kaioshin, upon reading these comments, felt a deep sense of helplessness, as he found himself at a loss for rebuttals, given that the previous video had indeed portrayed him as rather ineffective. After all, it was Sun Wukong and his companions who had dealt with Babbidi's minions. Apart from standing aside and shouting 666, and providing information about Babbidi's subordinates to Sun Wukong and others, he had little other significance. This rendered the position of the Kaioshin quite embarrassing in front of countless beings across the universe. Ancestor, can the Kaioshin regain his dignity? The Kaioshin realized that restoring his honor seemed unlikely, thus he had no choice but to place his hopes upon the ancestor. In the video, the old Kaioshin revealed that the ability he possessed could awaken an individual's potential, enabling their strength to surpass its limits. Subsequently, the old Kaioshin began to utilize this ability on Gohan. This process required a total duration of 25 hours. During this time, Earth could rely solely on Goten and Trunks. Meanwhile, on Earth, after continuous practice, Goten and Trunks had mastered the fusion dance. They proceeded to attempt the fusion officially. However, during their first attempt, Trunks made an error, resulting in a failed fusion. The two transformed into a chubby little boy named Gotenks. A failed fusion necessitated a waiting period of half an hour before they could separate and try again. After half an hour, the duo attempted the fusion a second time. Unfortunately, they encountered another mistake, leading to another failure. Instead of a chubby boy, they transformed into a scrawny figure. Finally, on their third attempt, success was achieved. The fusion warrior, Gotenks, made his debut. With the fusion successful, Piccolo suggested that Gotenks should defuse, allowing Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans before fusing again. And they should train in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, at this moment, Gotenks displayed the bad habits inherited from their father and brother. He believed himself strong enough to defeat Majin Buu and disregarded Piccolo's advice, setting off instead to confront Majin Buu on his own. The result was a severe beating, returning home beaten and bruised. After realizing the formidable strength of Majin Buu, the two little ones obediently followed Piccolo's guidance and headed to the hyperbolic time chamber to train, preparing for their decisive battle against Majin Buu in 2 days. Zangetsu, is this the warrior after fusion? This Gotenks embodies the traits of both Goten and Trunks. Kapu, the key point is that their strength has indeed increased significantly. Although they are still no match for Majin Buu, they were able to escape from him. If it were just Goten and Trunks individually, even if they teamed up, they would hardly last long against Majin Buu, ultimately falling victim to his might. However, after fusing into Gotenks, despite facing defeat, they managed to escape from Majin Buu's grasp and even held their ground for a considerable period initially. This Gotenks is vastly more powerful than either Goten or Trunks alone, with an increase in strength that is beyond measure. Although the fusion dance may indeed be quite embarrassing, the effects are astonishing, compelling countless individuals to resolutely commit to mastering the fusion dance. If they fail, so be it. Aside from those from the Dragon Ball universe, individuals from other realms may also find themselves unsuccessful. However, if they too succeed in the art of fusion, their power will undoubtedly place them at the pinnacle of their respective worlds. While it is certain that others in their realms will also endeavor to learn this technique, the potency of the fusion is directly proportional to the strength of the individuals involved. Those who are already at the zenith of power in their worlds, when fused with others of comparable strength, will result in warriors who are truly invincible in their domains. At this moment, Li Sinan pondered. What would happen if I successfully fused with Dongshan after summoning armor? His contemplation piqued the interest of many. In the realms of Xingtian, Kamen Rider, and those featuring multiple Ultramen, the summoners and their human counterparts were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, if they could summon armor, transform into Kamen Riders or Ultramen, and then fuse with their teammates, Side Riders, or yet another Ultraman, what might they become? If successful, regardless of the outcome, their strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Moreover, judging by the appearance of Gotenks, not only would their power escalate post-fusion, but their attractiveness would as well. As for failure, they could simply disband. There was nothing to lose. They must try. Once they had finished watching the videos uploaded by Lin Luo, they began their attempts. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yin felt somewhat disheartened. As the sole summoner of armor without a teammate, he found it challenging to seek a partner for fusion. He even contemplated whether he could learn Tien Shinhan's multi-form technique to create a clone of himself, thereby enabling a fusion with himself. Chapter 94, Satan. Truly deserving of the title of hero. As countless viewers focused on the fusion, the narrator's voice resonated. Do you remember the earlier video that mentioned Satan, despite his clownish antics, is indeed worthy of the title of hero? Beyond his life-threatening endeavor of bringing Android 16's head to Gohan and Cell, he also exhibited heroic actions during the Majin Buu incident. As the narrator's words concluded, the video depicted the chaos wrought by Majin Buu, leaving the entire Earth in a state of trepidation as its inhabitants prayed for Satan's intervention. Resolute in his decision to confront Majin Buu, Satan prepared a bomb with the intention of vanquishing the fiend. The very act of stepping forward to face Majin Buu, a being whose terror was well known worldwide, is a testament to his heroism. After all, a single misstep could lead to death, yet he summoned the courage to proceed. However, his mind was rather muddled. What led him to believe that the formidable Majin Buu, capable of obliterating countless cities, could be vanquished by a mere bomb? Moreover, what rationale did the ordinary citizens of Earth possess to think that Mr. Satan could contend with Majin Buu simply because he was the world champion? This sentiment resonated profoundly with countless viewers. Were they to face a creature far beyond their wildest imagination, they would hardly conclude that such a being could be subdued by explosives. After all, would a creature that could effortlessly annihilate cities truly fear a bomb? Such a notion is patently absurd. Furthermore, while Mr. Satan holds the title of world champion, he remains an ordinary man. What led the inhabitants of Dragon Ball Earth to believe he could confront Majin Buu? Did they truly think that being a world champion granted him the ability to conquer all adversaries? Had they never considered that the feats achievable by Majin Buu were utterly beyond Mr. Satan's capabilities? One can only ponder the thought process of Earthlings within the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, they do acknowledge that Mr. Satan, amidst global panic, demonstrated the courage to step forward, embodying the true essence of a world champion. He indeed lives up to the title of a hero. Although he often takes credit for the accomplishments of Goku and others, he does have his merits. However, the notion that a bomb could eliminate Majin Buu, when he attempts to detonate a bomb against Majin Buu, it might very well be his demise. Majin Buu would not spare him. Within a martial arts dojo on Dragon Ball Earth, Mr. Satan gazed at a video of himself, his heart brimming with anxiety. The video depicted him as a figure of responsibility, yet the forthcoming confrontation likely would not end well. After all, he was certain to fail, and the consequence of such failure could result in him being transformed into a snack from Majin Buu. Fortunately, the video showcased his commendable demeanor as a world champion. He did not bring shame upon himself. Yet, the scenes that were to unfold next were ones he might find unbearable to witness. After all, Who could bear to see themselves become a mere morsel? In the video, Mr. Satan approached Majin Buu but refrained from attacking immediately, as Majin Buu had noticed him. Mr. Satan sought an opportune moment to strike. To find this opportunity, he decided to remain close to Majin Buu. Thus, he assumed the role of Majin Buu's caretaker, preparing meals and attending to his daily needs. During their time together, a profound bond developed between them. Mr. Satan discovered that Majin Buu was not as malevolent as he had initially presumed. He inquired of Majin Buu why he engaged in destruction. Majin Buu revealed that it was the actions of those who created him and released him from his seal that compelled him to do so. Majin Buu appeared akin to a blank canvas, with the content inscribed upon him dictated entirely by the artist. Previously, he had been accompanied by Babidi and Dabura, both of whom were nefarious villains. Consequently, Majin Buu became the destructive force he was known to be. If he were to be accompanied by a good-hearted individual, then Majin Buu too would become a force for good. Upon realizing this, Satan summoned his courage. Drawing upon the bond he had forged with the formidable Majin Buu during their time together, he ventured to propose a suggestion to Majin Buu, urging him to cease his destructive ways. Under the watchful gaze of Satan, filled with trepidation and anxiety, Majin Buu acquiesced. Through his solitary efforts, Satan succeeded in persuading Majin Buu to refrain from further devastation. Subsequently, he rescued a dog, providing companionship for Majin Buu, who grew quite fond of the creature. Indeed, Satan, through his own resolve, nearly salvaged the earth. The ability to coexist harmoniously with Majin Buu was a testament to his prowess. If the tale had concluded at this juncture, it would have been a commendable outcome. However, as is often the case, where there is a vast expanse, foolish individuals abound. One fateful day, two men approached Majin Buu's residence, armed with firearms, intent on eliminating him to claim heroism. Yet, their weapons proved utterly ineffective against Majin Buu. Had they merely aimed at him, he might have remained indifferent. However, they also fired upon the dog, which ignited Majin Buu's fury upon witnessing the creature wounded and on the brink of death. He healed the dog's injuries, preparing to retaliate against the assailants. Nevertheless, under Satan's calming influence, Majin Buu regained his composure. Thereafter, Satan confronted the two men, harboring a deep disdain for them, as their actions had nearly provoked Majin Buu's wrath. Though he was merely a world champion with abilities akin to an ordinary human, he stood out among them as formidable. He subdued the two men, seeking to expel them. However, one of them fired at Satan, injuring him. This act pushed Majin Buu over the edge. Enraged, he emitted clouds of smoke from the openings in his body. He healed Satan, urging him to flee swiftly. Moments later, the smoke coalesced into a slender, gray version of Majin Buu. The battle ensued between Fat Buu and Slim Buu. Yet, Fat Buu was no match for Slim Buu. His attempt to transform his opponent into a snack was thwarted when Slim Buu redirected his transformation beam back at him. Fat Buu was transformed into a treat, which Slim Buu promptly devoured. Following this, Slim Buu underwent a transformation, emerging as a tall, neither fat nor thin, new incarnation of Buu. Big Buu. Born from Fat Buu's wrath, this new Majin Buu was a manifestation of his sinister thoughts. At the moment the gray Buu appeared, Fat Buu was no longer the being plagued by malevolent thoughts. He had entirely transformed into the benevolent Mr. Buu. It was the expulsion of his dark notions that diminished his power, rendering him incapable of overcoming his own malevolence. Ultimately, the instigators of this entire affair were those two foolish individuals. Had it not been for them, Satan would have indeed succeeded in saving the world at that moment. Chapter 95. Piccolo experiences a strong sense of déjà vu in the Dragon Ball universe, Earth. At this moment, countless inhabitants of Earth were utterly bewildered. Initially, they felt gratitude towards Satan for successfully persuading the demon Majin Buu to cease his destruction. Despite his earlier antics being somewhat clownish, he truly emerged as a hero who saved the world. However, they were taken aback to discover that all his efforts had been undermined by two imbeciles. In an instant, a multitude expressed their determination to locate these two fools. It was precisely because of them that the Earth, which had the potential to avert disaster, had once again plunged into turmoil, and potentially into an even greater crisis. These two nincompoops had directly ushered in an apocalyptic fate for the planet. Even Satan could no longer contain his frustration. In the video, he had painstakingly forged a relationship with Majin Buu, who had promised to cease his rampage. Yet, all of his endeavors had been rendered futile by these two dolts. He found himself wishing fervently to deliver a thorough beating to them. He had genuinely been on the verge of becoming the hero who saved the world. However, due to the actions of these two individuals, everything had been ruined. And they had brought about an even graver threat. It was as if they were charting a course toward their own demise. Zhang Chulan remarked, "Indeed, incompetent allies are far more terrifying than formidable adversaries." Zhang Chulan added, "Foolishness can indeed lead to fatal consequences." Ichigo Kurosaki noted, "Not only that, the sheer stupidity of these two could potentially endanger every soul on Earth." Kakashi acknowledged, "Yet, one must admit that Satan possesses something remarkable, as he managed to reform Majin Buu." Kapu concurred, "Indeed, had it not been for the strong bond between Satan and Majin Buu." Kapu continued, "He would not have felt such immense rage at Satan's demise, resulting in the resurgence of another Majin Buu." Sengoku remarked, "Majin Buu is indeed like a blank canvas, reflecting the character of those who influence him." Lee Sinan commented, "This illustrates the adage, proximity to virtue leads to virtue, while proximity to vice leads to vice." Krillin mused, "Yet, one must ponder the relationship between Satan and Majin Buu, as well as Buu expelling his malevolent thoughts, evokes a sense of déjà vu." Piccolo affirmed, "Certainly. This sense of déjà vu is palpable. It mirrors my relationship with the Supreme Kai, as well as my bond with Gohan." Piccolo's sense of déjà vu was the most profound. The expulsion of malevolence by Majin Buu paralleled the moment when the Supreme Kai expelled his own dark thoughts, which subsequently manifested as Piccolo Daimao. Hence, the recently emerged Majin Buu could be seen as a fusion of himself and the Supreme Kai. This was akin to the figure from the previous video who could contend with Android 17. The bond forged between Satan and Majin Buu represented a deep friendship, akin to his willingness to sacrifice for Gohan. Although this scenario had yet to unfold, it had been foreshadowed in the initial video. Explaining the intensity of his déjà vu, Naruto Uzumaki observed, "This new Majin Buu appears even more formidable than the previous iteration." Naruto questioned, "Can the enigmatic Gohan and Gotenks defeat him?" Uchiha Sasuke, "Let us first concern ourselves with the people of Earth." Uchiha Sasuke, "How many lives will this Majin Buu extinguish?" Countless spectators fell into silence. Indeed, this Majin Buu appears not only more formidable than the previous Fat Buu, but also possesses a deeper malevolence. How many innocents will perish at his hands? It is evident that the ordinary denizens of the Dragon Ball universe endure unimaginable suffering, often falling victim to violent ends. Lin Luo remarked on his desire to attain the rewards of transformation activities, as he yearns to escape the fate of an ordinary existence, one devoid of control over his own destiny. Majin Buu spared Mr. Satan and his dog before departing for the temple, where his arrival left the gathered crowd in astonishment. Only Piccolo understood the gravity of the situation surrounding Buu. Majin Buu had come seeking a worthy opponent, recalling Goku's words about formidable adversaries awaiting him. However, at that moment, Goten and Trunks had yet to complete their training and were unprepared to confront Majin Buu. Thus, Piccolo and the others urged him to wait. Yet, Buu exhibited little patience. At this juncture, Piccolo pointed to Videl, indicating that she was Mr. Satan's daughter, hoping that her presence might persuade Buu to delay. As Majin Buu regarded Videl, he indeed sensed Mr. Satan's essence within her. Although he had transformed, Buu was originally birthed from Fat Buu, retaining his memories. He recalled the time spent with Satan, realizing that their bond was not dissimilar to his current disposition. Hence, out of respect for Satan, Majin Buu chose to wait. However, after a period of time, Buu grew increasingly impatient and declared his intent to fight immediately. Raising his right hand, countless energy blasts erupted from his palm, raining down upon the temple below. These blasts relentlessly struck the ground, claiming the lives of innumerable people on Earth. In the wake of this devastating assault, only Mr. Satan and his dog survived. Out of a lingering affection, Majin Buu refrained from harming them. Understanding that Buu could no longer be kept waiting, Piccolo resolved to lead him to the hyperbolic time chamber. As they made their way, he transmitted a message to Goten and Trunks, urging them to prepare with haste. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Goten and Trunks sat on the floor, breathless, as though emerging from a grueling training session. This technique is extraordinary. Indeed, with this move, we shall surely vanquish Majin Buu. However, the energy expenditure is substantial. We can employ it for only 5 minutes. 5 minutes will suffice. This technique is our trump card. Engaging in conversation, they seemed to believe they had mastered an unparalleled ability. Just then, they received Piccolo's telepathic message, igniting a sense of urgency as they had just reverted from their transformations and were yet to regain their full strength. Piccolo assured them that he would take a longer route to buy them some time, allowing them to rest adequately. After taking a rather circuitous route, Piccolo finally arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, accompanied by Majin Buu. Here they come. Goku and Vegeta are about to face off against Majin Buu again, Carp exclaimed. However, previously, Gotenks was no match for Fat Buu, suffering quite the defeat, Zhang Chulan remarked. Now, this Fat Buu has evolved into a more formidable form. Can Gotenks truly contend with him? Zhang Chulan questioned. Who can say? However, Goten and Trunks have been training diligently within the time chamber, undoubtedly enhancing their strength. Li Sinan replied. Indeed, the hyperbolic time chamber is an exceptional place for training. Sauron added. How I wish I could train in there myself, he lamented. It is well known that Sauron has dedicated himself to becoming the world's greatest swordsman, although he pales in comparison to the next Marine King, a certain fellow named Kobe, who is remarkably diligent. Chapter 96. The absurd regeneration of Majin Buu. Nonetheless, this Majin Buu is indeed far more savage than Fat Buu. Having eradicated all the inhabitants of Earth, Duan Muyin observed. Indeed, with a single strike, he annihilated every Earthling, save for Mr. Satan, his dog, and a few individuals in the temple, Li Haoyan noted. Well, it could have been worse. At least he did not turn the entire population into snacks, Kakashi commented. If not for his impending battle with Gotenks, I believe he would have committed such an atrocity, Jino speculated. I wonder what the clash between Majin Buu and Gotenks will look like, Saitama pondered. Moreover, it seems Goten and Trunks hinted at having a secret technique, Saitama added. This segment of the video appears to hold significance, Duan Muyin asserted. Could this secret technique possibly relate to the transformation into Super Saiyan 3? She speculated. Surely not. Isn't Super Saiyan 3 a form that can only be achieved upon death? Goten and Trunks are still alive, so how could they transform? Uzumaki Naruto questioned. Let us continue watching to find out, Uchiha Sasuke suggested. Intrigued, the audience continued to watch the video. In the footage, Piccolo opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, leading Majin Buu inside. Within the chamber, Goten and Trunks were already prepared and waiting. They exchanged a barrage of taunts directed at Majin Buu before successfully fusing. Fortunately, this time their fusion succeeded on the first attempt, and Gotenks made his grand reappearance. Majin Buu, possessing the memories of Gotenks, recognized him as the one he had previously defeated with ease. However, Gotenks declared that he was no longer the same as before. Subsequently, he launched a fierce assault against Majin Buu, vocally announcing the name of each technique he employed, creating an impression of youthful exuberance. Yet, despite his fervent attacks, they proved utterly ineffective against Majin Buu, who sustained no significant damage even as he allowed Gotenks to unleash his onslaught. Instead, the casual attacks of Majin Buu could effortlessly send Gotenks flying. Realizing that his typical assaults were ineffective and faced with continuous mockery from Majin Buu, Gotenks could no longer contain himself and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon achieving this transformation, Gotenks brimmed with newfound confidence, dismissing Majin Buu as a trivial opponent. Subsequently, Super Gotenks unleashed a barrage of peculiar techniques, including a bagel explosion attack that momentarily ensnared Majin Buu. However, it was of no consequence, as Majin Buu easily broke free. Determined to vanquish Majin Buu in one fell swoop, Super Gotenks unleashed his ultimate move, the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. From his mouth, he expelled a ghostly figure that resembled Super Gotenks himself. This spectral entity swiftly raced toward Majin Buu, who attempted to swat it away. However, upon near contact, the ghost erupted in a tremendous explosion. Super Gotenks proclaimed that any slight touch would trigger a colossal blast. Yet, while he was elaborating, Majin Buu had already reverted to his original form, nonchalantly sipping a beverage and perusing a magazine. Witnessing this scene, Super Gotenks was incensed. Perceiving Majin Buu's actions as a blatant show of disdain, he once again executed the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, this time concentrating 10 ghostly figures. 2 of these apparitions lunged toward Majin Buu, but he deftly evaded them. Recognizing that Majin Buu was no longer fooled, the remaining 8 ghosts encircled Super Gotenks, deliberating their next move. Soon, the 8 ghosts formed a circle, feigning the discovery of something intriguing, piquing Majin Buu's curiosity and drawing him closer. Seizing the opportunity, The 8 ghosts ensnared Majin Buu, and their explosive detonation shattered him into countless fragments. However, Piccolo understood that this alone would not suffice, as Majin Buu possessed the ability to regenerate. Together with Super Gotenks, they obliterated the remaining pieces, leaving Majin Buu as mere remnants. Yet, just as Super Gotenks believed he had triumphed over Majin Buu, the remnants on the ground suddenly coalesced into wisps of smoke that spiraled into the air. Majin Buu reemerged. The sheer magnitude of Majin Buu's regenerative prowess left countless spectators from various realms in awe. Cap. Hey, this is a bit absurd, isn't it? Cap. He was reduced to nothing but scraps, and yet he can still regenerate. Zhang Chuan, exactly. Could it be that Majin Buu is immortal? Sanji. If it were Cell, with his chip reduced to rubble, he wouldn't be able to regenerate at all. Sanji. But Majin Buu is simply outrageous. Ichigo Kurosaki. Could it be that Majin Buu cannot be killed, only sealed away? The audience was utterly astonished by Majin Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities. Having never witnessed such a level of resilience before, the remnants were utterly obliterated, yet somehow there remains the possibility of restoration. Moreover, Majin Buu possesses boundless stamina and the ability to instantaneously recover from injuries. How does one combat such a foe? Countless formidable warriors breathed sighs of relief, grateful that their realm was devoid of such monstrous capabilities. Otherwise, they would have been at a complete loss regarding how to confront him. With strength inferior to that of their adversary, and with the latter's capacity for swift recovery, even when reduced to mere fragments, he could return to his peak form. Were they to face such an opponent, the despair would be insurmountable. Kakashi remarked, if sealing Majin Buu is the only option, that would indeed be awkward. For Babidi is already deceased. He continued, thus, no one remains to seal Majin Buu. Tien Shinhan interjected, there is, however, a method to seal Majin Buu. He proclaimed, the Mafuba. Master Roshi responded, ah, I see. Utilizing the Mafuba could indeed have the potential to seal Majin Buu. He cautioned, yet, mastering the Mafuba requires time. And it is unlikely that Majin Buu will grant us such a luxury. The Supreme Kai offered an alternative approach. Another solution would be to destroy the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber. He elucidated, in doing so, Majin Buu would become sealed within the confines of the chamber. Krillin raised a pertinent concern, but in that case, Piccolo and Gotenks would also be trapped inside, wouldn't they? He added, however, we could potentially use the Dragon Balls to extract them. Piccolo interjected, discussing strategies here is futile. We must await the actions of Gotenks and myself as depicted in the video. Upon seeing Piccolo's commentary, the other spectators sighed in unison. Indeed, their deliberations bore little fruit. Ultimately, they would have to witness how Piccolo and Gotenks would navigate the situation. With a sense of curiosity, a multitude of viewers continued to watch the video. Chapter 97, Roaring Through Time and Space. Astonishing the Multiverse. In the video, after Majin Buu's recovery, despite his physical form being unscathed, his expression was one of great displeasure. Perhaps it was the first time he had been rendered to such a state, instilling within him a genuine sense of impending doom. He extended the tendrils atop his head, ensnaring Gotenks' feet, and relentlessly slammed him into the ground. After several blows, Gotenks was left bloodied, and then Majin Buu kicked him away with a fierce strike. Observing this scene, Piccolo hurriedly inquired whether Gotenks could still execute the earlier God Wind attack or if he possessed any stronger techniques. Gotenks contemplated within, knowing he had a more powerful move at his disposal. However, he chose to first play a jest, intending to startle Uncle Piccolo. Thus, Gotenks feigned a state of utter helplessness. This dramatically altered Piccolo's countenance, which shifted from distress to a resolute expression, as if he had made a significant decision. Subsequently, Gotenks endured another severe beating from Majin Buu. Eventually, Gotenks could no longer tolerate the onslaught and prepared to unleash his final trump card. Just then, a loud explosion resonated, drawing the attention of both Gotenks and Majin Buu, who turned to witness the destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber's exit, an act executed by Piccolo. Piccolo informed Majin Buu that he would never escape, remaining eternally trapped within the hyperbolic time chamber. Naturally, he and Gotenks shared the same fate. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Majin Buu was momentarily stunned and hastily inquired whether there were any of his favorite snacks or drinks available. Piccolo replied in the negative, leaving Majin Buu utterly dazed. It wasn't just Majin Buu who was taken aback. Gotenks was equally bewildered. Uncle Piccolo, Why would you do this? I still have an ace up my sleeve that could surely defeat Majin Buu. Upon hearing Gotenks' remark, Piccolo was equally flabbergasted. What? Did you not just say you were out of options? That was merely a jest. Gotenks retorted, you fool. At a time like this, you still have the audacity to joke around? No, you are the fool. The two began to bicker. Listening to their exchange, especially Gotenks' comments, countless spectators were left in disbelief. Duanyan, this is what you call a reckless child. How can he joke at a time like this? Duanyan, now look, they are both trapped with Majin Buu, destined to perish in the time chamber. Zhanghua, it's no surprise, being the son of Vegeta and the brother of Gohan. Zhanghua, Gotenks has clearly inherited the carefree nature of Goten and Trunks. Kapu, therefore, one must never be reckless. Here we are, yet again facing trouble because of it. Piccolo, seriously, what are these two foolish children thinking? As the one directly involved, Piccolo was indeed overwhelmed. In the video, he was clearly troubled, trying to devise a solution to defeat Majin Buu. He must have made a firm decision to destroy the exit of the time chamber. And yet, Gotenks was merely jesting? One could only say that compared to them, Gohan appeared remarkably endearing. Just look at Gohan, so obedient and composed. Now, even if Gotenks' ultimate technique could indeed vanquish Majin Buu, it would be of no consequence. They would be trapped in the time chamber. Krillin, Piccolo, you need not worry. We are still outside and can easily use the Dragon Balls to bring you and Gotenks back. Piccolo, oh right, that is indeed an option. Upon seeing Krillin's comment, Piccolo's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was this solution. Thankfully, the Dragon Balls could serve as a safety net. Otherwise, they would have been led to their demise by those two reckless children. The other spectators also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Piccolo and Gotenks could escape, it was acceptable. Thus, only the great Buu would remain trapped in the time chamber. With the weight lifted from their hearts, they shifted their focus. Zhanghua, so? Is Gotenks finally going to reveal his ultimate technique? Kapu, he could have done so long ago. Otherwise, Piccolo would not have destroyed the exit of the time chamber. Solon, even if they manage to exit through the Dragon Balls, the time chamber will no longer be usable. What a pity. A sanctuary for training such as the hyperbolic time chamber is undoubtedly a paradise for those ardently striving to enhance their abilities. It is truly regrettable that it cannot be utilized. Sanji, no worries, we can still use the Dragon Balls to restore the entrance and exit. Zoro, indeed. The Dragon Balls are remarkably versatile. Alas, they exist solely within the realm of the Dragon Balls. Zhang Chulan. Therefore, we shall soon discover what Gotenks' trump card is, and whether he truly transforms into Super Saiyan 3. Genos, I doubt it. They are unable to even achieve Super Saiyan 2. So how could they possibly attain Super Saiyan 3? Saitama. In any case, we will know as we continue to watch. In the video, Gotenks and Piccolo are embroiled in a heated argument, while Majin Buu pays them no heed. His gaze is fixated solely on the destroyed entrance. He strides towards it, his expression vacant. The thought of never being able to enjoy his favorite snacks and beverages again is unbearable. No, I don't want this. I want candy. Majin Buu cannot contain his outburst, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy from his mouth. In the next moment, a rift appears before him. On the other side of the rift lies the temple's visage. This is dire. He has actually shattered the barriers of time and space with his roar. He will escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Piccolo is rendered incredulous. It is essential to understand that the hyperbolic time chamber and the outside world do not, in a strict sense, exist within the same continuum. The time chamber can be described as a different dimension. Yet now, Majin Buu, with his extraordinary power, has managed to breach the passage between the different dimension and the outside world. This signifies that Majin Buu has directly pierced through time and space, his strength transcending the very fabric of reality. Majin Buu gazes at the rift and leaps through it. By the time Piccolo and Gotenks arrive, the rift has vanished. In other words, Majin Buu has escaped, leaving them trapped within the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon emerging, Majin Buu encounters Krillin and the others, prompting an uncontrollable laugh. Just in time, I am hungry. The implications of this statement for Krillin and his companions are all too clear. As they watch Majin Buu depart from the time chamber, countless spectators across myriad realms are left speechless. Majin Buu has managed to escape in such a manner. He has literally roared through time and space. It is unfathomable to comprehend the magnitude of power required to achieve such a feat. They can scarcely imagine it. One thing is abundantly clear. Majin Buu is truly a monster among monsters. Chapter 98. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Are children nowadays this formidable? Sengoku. Majin Buu has torn through time and space. Such power is beyond our comprehension. Duan Muyan. If this power were unleashed upon the world, it would not only devastate Earth, nor merely the solar system, but likely obliterate the entire galaxy, even the supercluster to which the galaxy belongs. Duan Muyan. Even if one were to claim that Majin Buu possesses the power to annihilate the universe, I would believe it. Luffy. Although with Ares technology, traversing time and space is plausible. Luffy. However, to directly create a hole in time and space as Majin Buu has done is something that even Ares, multiplied by 1,000, could not achieve. This is the true and formidable power, a force far mightier than the Azura armor. If only I possessed such strength, even a mere fraction of Majin Buu's might, the Azura armor would merely serve as my restraint. What of King Peel? He would dare to overthrow even the king of the universe. Zhang Chulan remarked. The current dilemma is that while Majin Buu has departed, Piccolo and Gotenks remain. He further lamented, Piccolo's destruction of the time chamber entrance has truly harmed us all. It is all Gotenks' fault. Krillin interjected, moreover, in the footage, I, along with Master Mateto and others, encountered Majin Buu. He continued, he even mentioned being hungry. It is evident what fate awaits us. Krillin's expression darkened. He narrowly escaped being transformed into a snack once, but it seems he cannot evade a second time. Previously, Vegeta had come to his rescue. Now, no one would save him. Furthermore, it was not just him. Master Mateto, Yamcha, Android 18, and their daughter were all in peril. Curse that Majin Buu. Piccolo sighed. All we can do now is hope that Gotenks' trump card is potent enough to help us escape. He added, otherwise, before Gohan's power enhancement concludes, who knows how many planets Majin Buu will devastate. Piccolo continued, moreover, Trunks, Goten, and I may find ourselves utterly trapped within the time chamber. Their hopes rested solely on Gotenks' secret weapon. Countless spectators from myriad realms silently prayed for Gotenks' ability to prove formidable. Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo and Gotenks were currently shouting in the hopes of escaping the time chamber through Majin Buu's method. Alas, no matter how loud they yelled, it was futile. After all, to breach the fabric of time and space requires strength, not volume. Even the loudest cries would be of no avail without sufficient power. There was no choice but to unleash my trump card. At last, Gotenks prepared to reveal his secret weapon. He let out a mighty roar, and his energy began to surge. A brilliant golden light erupted from him, and his hair began to lengthen. With a powerful cry, Gotenks enveloped the time chamber in dazzling golden radiance. His energy reached its zenith. As the golden light faded, Piccolo stood in awe of the scene before him. Gotenks now sported long golden hair cascading to his waist, and his eyebrows had vanished. This was the visage of Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo, having witnessed Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3 before, instantly recognized Gotenks' transformation. Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo was utterly astonished. He never anticipated Gotenks could achieve such a transformation. Gotenks' remarkable display resonated throughout the multiverse. Super Saiyan 3. It is truly Super Saiyan 3. Exclaimed Vegeta. Are today as children truly this formidable? Questioned Garp. At the age of 9, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, and now Gotenks has directly achieved the form of Super Saiyan 3? Ichigo Kurosaki remarked. Although I had contemplated this possibility before, witnessing it now is truly astonishing. Other spectators nodded in agreement. Having previously speculated whether Gotenks' ultimate technique might be the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. However, even though this was merely conjecture, the reality of it left them utterly astounded. After all, it was simply a guess, one they never expected to materialize. Yet, here it was, undeniably true. Zhang Chulan noted, considering their ages, Goten is 7, and Trunks is 8, right? They are younger than Gohan, yet they can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Remarkable. Zhang Jiwei added, it is fundamentally different. Goten and Trunks fused to become Gotenks. The capabilities of a fused being cannot be compared to those of an individual. He continued, nonetheless, it is still quite outrageous. Kakashi interjected, if I recall correctly, Goten and Trunks have only witnessed Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 twice. Once through Babiti's magic, and once when Goku transformed before their eyes. He pondered, so, they have only seen the Super Saiyan 3 transformation in person once, and managed to learn it? This talent surpasses even the Sharingan. Although the Sharingan can replicate others' jutsu, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation is exponentially more potent than all the ninjutsu in their world combined. The fact that Goten and Trunks could master it after just one viewing speaks volumes about the prowess of today's youth. Yamcha exclaimed, "Oh my. If Goku can transform into Super Saiyan 3, and Goten and Trunks can do so after fusing, what will Gohan evolve into next?" The enigmatic Gohan. He then posed a question. So, which Saiyan currently possesses the weakest strength? Though Yamcha did not name anyone specifically, the Saiyan he referred to turned pale. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta felt disheartened. So after all this, I've become the weakest? He recalled that at the video's inception, he was second only to Kakarot. How did he, the prince of all Saiyans, end up the weakest? Kakarot surpassed him, and Gohan would surely surpass him as well. His son and Kakarot's youngest, while perhaps weaker individually, were stronger when fused. He is the prince of Saiyans. How could he be reduced to the weakest? Frieza taunted, "Vegeta?" "Yes, Vegeta, who has become the weakest Saiyan." Vegeta retorted, "Frieza, what are you mocking? Even as the weakest, I could still dispatch you with a mere finger." He added, "You were merely a side character during the Cell Saga, and in the Majin Buu Saga, you were even less than that." Frieza smirked, "Very well. But what relevance does the you in the video have to the you now?" He ominously concluded, "Once I find you, you shall face dire consequences." Chapter 99. Piccolo. I believe Gohan will no longer squander his potential. Krillin. Vegeta, consider yourself fortunate. Krillin. In the video, you remain oblivious until your demise that Goku has been lenient with you. Otherwise, you would surely be devastated. The audience wholeheartedly agreed with Krillin's commentary. After all, the Vegeta depicted in the video willingly allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi in order to engage in battle with Goku. If he were to discover that he was deliberately manipulated and could only achieve a stalemate against a Goku who was holding back, it would undoubtedly shatter his psyche. Furthermore, Goku had yet to unleash his Super Saiyan 3 form. Wouldn't that lead him to an explosive reaction? Yamcha. Thankfully, the version of you in the video is already deceased. Otherwise, witnessing two children fuse and attain Super Saiyan 3 would surely drive you further into madness. Observing these comments, Vegeta felt an intense displeasure within. Yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Strangely, he recognized the validity in their statements. Given his temperament and character, had he known that Kakarot had been indulgent with him and that two children possessed the capability to surpass him, it would indeed be infuriating. Thus, it seemed that his early demise in the video was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Kapu, considering both are Super Saiyan 3, Gotenks' power should exceed that of Goku, as he is a fusion warrior. Kapu, does this imply that Majin Buu will be vanquished by Gotenks? Genos, Frieza was defeated by Super Saiyan Goku. Cell fell to Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, and now, Majin Buu faces defeat at the hands of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Genos, 3 distinct foes have been overcome by 3 different individuals utilizing various transformations. It appears quite reasonable. Do NMYN, I doubt it will happen. Let us not forget that the mysterious Gohan has yet to make his appearance. Do NMYN, if Majin Buu were to be defeated now, wouldn't that mean the mysterious Gohan would not make his entrance? After Do NMYN's reminder, the other viewers also realized the implication. Indeed, the mysterious Gohan has yet to be revealed. If the narrator had not mentioned the existence of the mysterious Gohan, they would have concluded that this battle was destined to eliminate Majin Buu. However, since the mysterious Gohan still loomed, it indicated that this confrontation would not lead to Buu's demise. Could it be that even Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks is not a match for Majin Buu? With such perplexing thoughts, the audience continued to watch the video. In the video, after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Gotenks let out a mighty roar. Previously, Piccolo's attempts to elicit a response had been futile, yet now, Gotenks' shout created a significant rift in the fabric of time and space, even larger than the one Majin Buu had previously made. Subsequently, Gotenks and Piccolo utilized this opening to escape the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon their escape, they found Majin Buu with his back turned, seemingly preoccupied with some task. Gotenks called out to Majin Buu, who turned around, chocolate stains still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Gotenks inquired of Majin Buu about the whereabouts of the others in the temple. Majin Buu patted his belly, indicating that their flavors were quite delightful, which thoroughly enraged Gotenks. Once again, Gotenks engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu. This time, Gotenks held the advantage. Although there were moments when he fell prey to Buu's counterattacks, overall, he dominated the fight. Meanwhile, Majin Buu's demeanor became increasingly volatile, as this marked his first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Observing his superiority, Gotenks indulged in his impulsive nature. However, the cost of his recklessness became evident when he suddenly reverted from Super Saiyan 3 to his normal state, ultimately disintegrating back into Goten and Trunks. The immense power they wielded in their Super Saiyan 3 form led them to forget a crucial fact. The transformation was exceedingly taxing, allowing them to maintain it for only 5 minutes. They failed to seize the opportunity presented by those fleeting moments. Wang Zong, reflecting on the situation, expressed his frustration, questioning why they were so prone to recklessness. He lamented that Vegeta, Gohan, and now these two children had all succumbed to such folly, failing to grasp the consequences of their actions. As a fleet admiral, Wang Zong held a deep dissatisfaction with this careless behavior. After all, if he were to act recklessly or if his orders led to the Navy engaging in such folly, the repercussions could be catastrophic, especially when facing world-destroying foes like Cell and Majin Buu. The cost could very well mean the annihilation of Earth. Kapu remarked, "Now I finally understand why." Despite Gotenks transforming into Super Saiyan 3, the enigmatic Gohan still made an appearance. It's not that Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks couldn't defeat Majin Buu. Rather, his recklessness caused the transformation to expire. General Danmu Yen, sharing his perspective, asserted that they should have unleashed their full power from the outset to eliminate the enemy decisively. Being a general, he had little patience for such recklessness, especially when the circumstances demanded restraint. He alone bore the burden. Should he act foolishly and it lead to disaster, the consequences would be dire. The outcome proved that prudent restraint was indeed the correct approach. Just look at Vegeta, Gohan, and now Gotenks. They all soared into reckless abandon. The price? An opportunity to vanquish their foe slipped away, creating numerous lingering concerns. Dagu pondered, so, in the end, it was the mysterious Gohan who defeated Majin Buu? Zhu Qi countered, but I recall Gohan being quite reckless against Cell as well. Could it be he acted foolishly against Majin Buu too? Piccolo interjected, that won't happen. Gohan has learned from his past mistakes. I believe he will not act recklessly again. Piccolo expressed his trust in Gohan. Other spectators found his words to be quite reasonable. After all, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, had already suffered the consequences of his recklessness once, even putting his father in jeopardy. Given the substantial losses incurred from his folly, it would indeed be ill-advised for him to act impulsively again. Thus, it seems that the enigmatic Gohan will ultimately be the one to vanquish the formidable Majin Buu. Sun Wukong, is that truly the case? I remain unconvinced. Piccolo, Wukong, do you not even trust your own son? Observing the banter between Piccolo and Sun Wukong, Lin Luo could not help but chuckle. It is evident that Piccolo, as Gohan's biological father, possesses a profound bias. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong demonstrates a keen understanding of his son's capabilities. Will Gohan truly refrain from recklessness? Is that so? Chapter 100. This is the enigmatic Gohan. In the video, upon their fusion's dissolution, Son Goten and Trunks were immediately thrown into a state of panic as they faced Majin Buu. They could only hope to defeat him while fused as Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Now, without their fusion, how could they possibly stand a chance against such a foe? At that moment, Piccolo appeared, positioning himself protectively in front of them. Despite knowing he was no match for Majin Buu, he felt compelled to fight, as a senior would never hide behind his juniors. To their surprise, Majin Buu did not attack. Instead, he sat down and began to slumber. This unexpected behavior left the trio bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, through the crystal ball of the Elder Kaioshin, Sun Wukong and the Kaioshin observed the unfolding events on Earth. When Sun Wukong witnessed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation of Gotenks, he was astounded. The transformation he had labored years to achieve, those two youngsters accomplished with mere observation. He had hoped Gohan would not need to intervene. But the turn of events took him by surprise. As he saw the trio in peril, anxiety gripped his heart. All hope now rested on Gohan's shoulders. He hurriedly inquired of the Elder Kaioshin whether Gohan's power enhancement had concluded. The Elder Kaioshin revealed that it had actually finished 20 minutes prior. Gohan, feeling the pressure, questioned why he had not been informed sooner. The Elder Kaioshin replied that making a grand entrance in times of crisis was far more impressive. However, Gohan felt no discernible change within himself. The Elder Kaioshin instructed him to channel his strength as he would when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Following this guidance, An overwhelming aura surged forth from Gohan, leaving him in awe of his newfound strength. Remarkably, he had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet possessed such formidable power. At that moment, Gohan's appearance underwent a subtle transformation, particularly in his hairstyle, with a single tuft of hair falling charmingly across his forehead. His hairstyle bore a resemblance to that of his Super Saiyan 2 form, but his hair color remained black. Thus emerged the most powerful individual warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, the enigmatic Gohan, with strength surpassing that of his father, the Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong. A poignant farewell transpired between the father and son. This farewell marked the final meeting of Gohan and his father, while Gohan still drew breath. Their next encounter would only occur after Gohan's demise. Gohan, go reclaim the peace of Earth, Goku urged his son, echoing similar sentiments from the Cell Saga. Goodbye, Dad. Gohan replied, his gaze lingering on his father before he departed with Jebbet, returning to Earth. Upon his return, Gohan requested Jebbet to provide him with a new outfit. Desiring to don a martial arts uniform akin to his father's for battle, Jebbet acquiesced to his request. During the Cell Saga, Gohan had fought in a martial arts uniform reminiscent of his biological father, Piccolo, while now he was adorned in the signature attire of his other father, Goku. I shall remain in the Kaioshin realm, observing your prowess as the savior, Jebbet declared before returning to the Kaioshin realm. I'm coming, Gohan said, directing his gaze toward the location of Majin Buu, hastening toward the confrontation. In that moment, the youthful naivety on Gohan's face had vanished, replaced by a newfound maturity. His resolute demeanor and expression exuded an undeniable charm. The countless spectators across the myriad realms were captivated by the enigmatic Gohan. Kakashi remarked, "Is this the mysterious Gohan? While he appears unchanged, he certainly seems to have grown stronger." Carp added, "There is a transformation. Previously, Gohan bore a youthful countenance, but now it has dissipated." Carp further noted, "Moreover, his hairstyle has altered. That rebellious tuft resting upon his forehead is undeniably striking." Now, with the mysterious Gohan entering the fray, one would presume the battle with Majin Buu is nearing its conclusion, Sengoku mused, pondering Gohan's strength. "Patience, Sengoku. We shall soon ascertain his true power," Carp reassured. Krillin remarked, "It seems we are on the cusp of another glorious moment for Gohan. After defeating Cell and saving the world, is he poised to do so once more?" Piccolo exclaimed, "Gohan, you are the mightiest warrior." The elders brimmed with pride for Gohan. Meanwhile, Gohan himself, observing his own image in the video, felt a substantial impact on his youthful heart. Is this what it means to have grown up? Clad in my father's uniform, battling formidable adversaries. This sensation seems rather exhilarating, he thought. Go, Gohan. You must defeat Majin Buu. He cheered for his own reflection in the video. He was not alone in this sentiment. Countless viewers rallied behind the mysterious Gohan, knowing that if he were to falter, no one would be left to confront Majin Buu. Thus, this moment was destined to be the ultimate showdown. Initially, Piccolo and the others were unaware of Gohan's approach, but soon, as Gohan drew near, the slumbering Majin Buu was roused from his rest. Piccolo sensed a formidable energy approaching, heralding the imminent clash. He gazed toward the horizon and beheld a figure soaring toward him. Goku. Due to Son Gohan donning the martial arts attire of Sun Wukong, Piccolo mistook him for Goku. However, Son Goten recognized that the approaching individual was, in fact, his brother, Son Gohan. Soon, Gohan arrived before Piccolo and the others, and his presence left Piccolo profoundly astonished. Not only had Gohan significantly enhanced his prowess, but the youthful innocence on his face had also faded away. He was no longer the tender child he once was. Gohan stood before Majin Buu, gazing upward at him. Buu towered over him, significantly taller. Yet, as Gohan looked at the formidable Buu, only a cold smile graced his lips. "I remember you. You are the one I defeated before. Surely, you do not intend to challenge me again?" Majin Buu, possessing memories of Gohan, did not regard him as a threat. "No, I have come to eliminate you," Gohan retorted with a chilling smile. Thus commenced an intense battle between Gohan and Majin Buu. Transformed into his ultimate form, Gohan experienced an unparalleled surge in strength. The once formidable Majin Buu, whom only Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks could subdue, found himself utterly powerless against Gohan. Throughout the confrontation, Gohan maintained a demeanor of cold amusement, effortlessly parrying Buu's assaults while dealing devastating blows in return. Although Majin Buu had regenerative abilities, The vast disparity in their powers caused his resolve to begin to crumble. Everything seemed to be unfolding favorably. Chapter 101. It's over. Goku has become reckless again. The spectators from countless realms were equally astonished by the power exhibited by the enigmatic Gohan. After all, at that moment, only Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks could contend with Majin Buu, and even Super Saiyan 1 Gotenks could barely hold his ground. Yet, the mysterious Gohan was able to dominate Majin Buu completely. The strength Gohan now displayed was already greater than that of Super Saiyan 1 Gotenks. And Gotenks was a fusion warrior. Genos, is this the power of the mysterious Gohan? He can completely suppress Majin Buu. Genos, this strength surpasses that of Super Saiyan 1 Gotenks. I even believe he may not be weaker than Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Daegu, the key point is that he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. If he does, his power will increase even further. Zhang Zhuwei, not necessarily. Can we consider the mysterious Gohan as a transformation? Can he still transform into a Super Saiyan? Daegu, this, indeed. The mysterious Gohan could be considered a form of transformation. Given that Gohan had already transformed into the mysterious Gohan, could he still undergo a Super Saiyan transformation? After all, the mysterious Gohan and the Super Saiyan transformations belong to entirely different categories. Could they coexist? If so, then Gohan's power would truly be terrifying. Zhang Chulan, in truth, it matters little. With the formidable strength of the enigmatic Gohan, he is more than capable of vanquishing Majin Buu. Zhang Chulan, furthermore, the enigmatic Gohan likely does not share the temporal constraints of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, so there is no need for concern regarding unforeseen circumstances. Kurosaki Ichigo, however, what we ought to be most apprehensive about is whether Gohan will succumb to arrogance. Sanji, he should not, right? Did we not previously establish that Gohan has learned from his past mistakes? Surely, he would not repeat the same error. Kurosaki Ichigo, that is not a certainty. After all, Vegeta has made the same miscalculation before. Sanji, that. Upon hearing Ichigo's words, the other viewers began to realize the gravity of the situation. Indeed, who can assert that no one would repeat the same blunders? Vegeta serves as a living testament to this. On Namek, he believed himself to be superior to Frieza, only to act recklessly and allow Frieza to transform. Consequently, after his transformation, Frieza decisively defeated him. Logically, after experiencing such a defeat, Vegeta should have learned the consequences of his hubris. Yet, during the Cell Saga, he once again fell into the same trap, failing to swiftly eliminate second form Cell and instead allowing Cell the opportunity to attain his perfect form. Subsequently, he was thoroughly beaten by Cell. If Vegeta could err so grievously, what of Gohan? It is not beyond the realm of possibility for Gohan to err similarly. Reflecting upon this, the audience recognized that they had perhaps placed too much faith in Gohan, having overlooked Vegeta as a cautionary example. Although Gohan did pay a steep price during the Cell Saga, no one could guarantee that he would not act recklessly now that he is transformed into the enigmatic Gohan. Even Piccolo, at this moment, found his own heart wavering. Surely not. Gohan has already paid a tremendous price, one that cost his father's life. He ought to have learned his lesson. However, despite his outward confidence, Piccolo's heart was still plagued by unease. The fate of the entire Earth, indeed the universe, now rests solely upon Gohan's shoulders. If he were to act carelessly again, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, this time, there would be no one to catch him should he fall. It is not as if Goku could rise again like he did during the Cell encounter to execute a father-son Kamehameha. Gohan, please do not act recklessly. Piccolo gazed at the video of Gohan, silently praying. Meanwhile, the other viewers also prayed fervently that Gohan would not let arrogance cloud his judgment and would swiftly deal with Majin Buu. Yet, how could their prayers possibly reach Gohan in the video? In the video, having gained the upper hand, Gohan fell prey to his old habits. He did not immediately subdue Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Goten, who was spectating, wished to fuse with Trunks to assist his brother. Although his brother currently held the advantage, the additional support of Gotenks would ensure a more stable victory. However, Trunks remarked that they had only just unfused. To achieve fusion once more, a period of waiting is required. This statement was overheard by the formidable Majin Buu. In the ensuing moments, although Gohan continued to dominate Majin Buu, he still failed to eliminate him. Despite the terrifying regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, he is not invincible. He can indeed be vanquished, provided that not a single cell remains. Gohan possesses the strength to accomplish this, yet he refrains from doing so. He has fallen into an old habit, completely forgetting the mistakes he made during the Cell Saga. The narration conveyed this to the countless spectators across the realms, and their anxious anticipation was finally quelled. Though the narrator did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Gohan has repeated his past errors. What mistakes did he commit during the Cell Saga? It is unnecessary to elaborate. Oh, it seems Gohan has once again become reckless, sighed Sengoku. It is quite evident. He possesses a significant advantage yet fails to eliminate Majin Buu, observed Carp. It is akin to his encounter with Cell, where he dominated yet hesitated to finish him off, added Kakasashi. Thus, could Majin Buu resort to a similar tactic as Cell, opting for self-destruction? Queried Naruto Uzumaki. Should Majin Buu self-destruct, he would not perish. It would be Gohan and the others who would face demise, he concluded. At this moment, the most agitated was Piccolo, who had steadfastly believed that Gohan would not falter again. Witnessing Gohan, clearly in a position of strength, yet failing to confront Majin Buu intensified his inner turmoil. Upon hearing the narrator's insights, his apprehension materialized into reality. Gohan had indeed become reckless once more. The repercussions of this folly could very well lead to the annihilation of Earth and the extinction of its warriors. He could not fathom how Gohan could repeat such a mistake after having suffered a significant setback previously. How many lessons must he endure before he learns to restrain himself? I must begin teaching Gohan the importance of prudence immediately. If I delay, it may be too late as he grows older, Piccolo resolved. Gohan is merely 4 years old. It is still timely to impart these lessons. If he were to grow a bit more, it might become impossible to guide him. After all, Gohan was just 9 during his reckless phase in the Cell Saga. Thus, instilling the principle of caution in Gohan must be prioritized without delay. Chapter 102. The Absorption Abilities of Majin Buu, Gotenks Buu. Is it possible that this time, no one can confront Majin Buu? Pondered Daigu. Since Gohan has not defeated Majin Buu, does that mean no one will be able to stop him? Queried Jueji. Now we must observe Majin Buu's next move, he continued. If Gohan manages to survive, perhaps there will still be some hope, suggested Zhang Chulan. Yet, it is truly unfortunate. Gohan had a considerable advantage and could have securely dealt with Majin Buu. Who can deny it? Remarked Duan Muyan, eliciting a collective sigh from countless viewers who felt profound pity for Sun Wukong. It was evident that he could have effortlessly subdued Majin Buu. Alas, due to his reckless abandon, the situation had escalated to a perilous level. Moreover, it seemed that this time, there might be no further opportunities left. The focus now shifted to how Majin Buu would respond. As time progressed in the video, Majin Buu ceased his confrontation with Sun Wukong, opting instead to flee and conceal himself. In response, Sun Wukong and Piccolo commenced their search, but they could not uncover any trace of Majin Buu. To preempt a surprise attack and to expedite their search, Son Goten and Trunks fused at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, Majin Buu lurked in the shadows, observing Gotenks and Piccolo. Suddenly, 2 masses of flesh fell from him, stealthily slithering towards Gotenks and Piccolo. Upon nearing them, the masses unfolded, transforming into a grotesque shroud that enveloped Gotenks and Piccolo. In an instant, Majin Buu emerged, absorbing the 2 flesh masses. Consequently, Majin Buu underwent a dramatic transformation, not only amplifying his power significantly, but also increasing his stature, with his tentacles elongating and his visage maturing, as though he had aged rapidly. He even donned attire akin to that of Gotenks. This unexpected turn of events caught Sun Wukong off guard. However, with Majin Buu's appearance, he could resume the battle. Yet, it soon became apparent that he could not match Majin Buu's strength. Majin Buu possessed a plethora of formidable abilities, in addition to his remarkable regenerative powers, which allowed him to convert individuals into snacks and heal injuries. He could also absorb opponents by enveloping them within his flesh. Through this method, he could augment his own power. After assimilating Piccolo and Gotenks, he transformed into an even mightier incarnation, referred to as Gotenks Buu. With the absorption of Gotenks, Majin Buu's strength surged, surpassing that of Sun Wukong. In truth, had Sun Wukong managed to delay for half an hour until Gotenks disbanded, Majin Buu's power would have diminished. However, he lacked the infinite stamina and unparalleled regenerative capabilities of Majin Buu, rendering him incapable of enduring such a duration. It is worth noting that Majin Buu's prior retreat was predicated on overhearing the conversation between Son Goten and Trunks, which informed him of their need for time to fuse. Thus, He deliberately stalled for time, intending to absorb Gotenks once they had fused. Consequently, the enhancement of Majin Buu's power cannot be solely attributed to Sun Wukong's recklessness. Son Goten and Trunks share in the responsibility as well. Had it not been for their indiscreet chatter, Majin Buu might not have devised the scheme to delay time and absorb Goten and Trunks. Upon hearing the narration, countless spectators from myriad realms were left momentarily stunned, their minds swirling with thoughts. For instance, how astonishingly formidable Majin Buu is, possessing such a plethora of powerful abilities. Moreover, had Gohan not been so reckless, Majin Buu would have had no opportunity to wield this power. Additionally, those two mischievous children, Goten and Trunks, truly exemplify the notion of being hindrances rather than allies. Were it not for their interference, Majin Buu would not have grown stronger. They had not anticipated that the cost of Gohan's recklessness would manifest in such a manner. Piccolo and Gotenks had been absorbed by Majin Buu. Consequently, Majin Buu had become even more powerful. Yet, it is worth noting that during the Cell Saga, Cell 2 had grown stronger, albeit by absorbing only androids 17 and 18. Without the need to absorb others. Baimeow, these two little brats are truly more hindrance than help. Baimeow, they could have resolved the issue with Majin Buu, but failed to do so, allowing him to grow even stronger. What utter incompetence! Li Xiaonan, Baimeow, one cannot entirely blame them. After all, they only wished to assist. Baimeow, now they realize the importance of helping? Had they possessed this awareness earlier, they should have dealt with Majin Buu while they were still Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Baimeow, thus, I assert, mischievous children will always be mischievous. It is in their nature. Li Haotian. Yet, I believe the greater responsibility lies with Gohan. Li Haotian. Had he resolved the matter with Majin Buu sooner, this predicament would not have arisen. Duan Muyin, indeed. Although he did not intentionally allow Majin Buu to absorb Piccolo and Gotenks, his actions mirror those from the Cell Saga and resemble Vegeta's behavior. Duan Muyin. To put it succinctly, he was reckless. Kakashi. If it were Vegeta in this situation, Majin Buu would not have had to resort to such complicated measures. Kakashi. All he would need to do is inform Vegeta that he could grow stronger by absorbing Piccolo and Gotenks. Kakashi. I suspect Vegeta would deliberately allow it, only to subsequently be soundly defeated by Gotenks. Vegeta, silence. Kakashi certainly knows how to speak his mind. Frieza, Vegeta, do not be irate. Is this not akin to your previous dealings with Cell? Why the sudden agitation? Frieza, Vegeta is upset. Why, you may ask. It is simply because I reiterated his own actions. Ichigo Kurosaki. The pressing question is, what now? Gohan is no longer a match for Majin Buu, and he can hardly last half an hour. A profound silence enveloped the multitude, as they were equally at a loss regarding how to navigate this dire situation. No one remained capable of contending with Majin Buu. In the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin's expression was equally grim, astonished by the transformation of Majin Buu. Regarding Majin Buu's ability to absorb, he exhibited no surprise, for he had witnessed it long ago. Both the South Kaioshin and the Grand Kaioshin had fallen prey to Majin Buu's absorption. What astonished him was the revelation that Majin Buu had absorbed Piccolo and Gotenks. In Chapter 103, Son Goku's intentions were well-meaning, yet the Kaioshin appeared increasingly strained. In the video, he clearly did not wish for Majin Buu to break his seal. However, not only did Majin Buu break the seal, but he also emerged even stronger. Fortunately, Lord Beerus was there to provide support. Otherwise, the universe would have faced utter annihilation at the hands of Majin Buu. Yet, even with Lord Beerus backing, he could not escape the consequences. This Kaioshin had indeed proven to be a failure. Was it possible that Majin Buu truly needed to be dealt with by Lord Beerus? With such perplexing thoughts, the Kaioshin continued to watch the video. In the footage, Son Gohan had completely ceased to be a match for Gotenks Buu. The enigmatic Gohan, renowned as the strongest single warrior in Dragon Ball, had swiftly succumbed after merely surpassing the novice phase. At that moment, the narrator's voice resonated, indicating that numerous events had transpired, including the appearance of a man whose face radiated invincibility. However, as these developments bore no relation to Super Saiyan 3 or the enigmatic Gohan, they shall not be elaborated upon in this video. As the narrator's voice faded, the video transitioned. The former Gotenks Buu had now transformed into a diminutive Buu. Meanwhile, the previously deceased Son Goku and Vegeta re-emerged, albeit with differences. The halo above Son Goku's head had vanished, while Vegeta retained his. The battlefield where they clashed with the small Buu had also undergone a transformation. This iteration of Majin Buu represented his original form, the initial creation by Bibidi. His return to this primal state was the result of certain events. Son Goku had been resurrected and, alongside Vegeta, confronted the diminutive Buu in the Kaishin realm. Countless spectators from myriad realms were left in eager anticipation by the narrator's words, yearning to uncover what transpired after the battle between Gotenks Buu and Son Gohan. How did Majin Buu revert to this smaller form? How had Son Goku been revived? And who was the man with the invincible visage mentioned by the narrator? Yet, as these matters bore no relation to transformations, they remained shrouded in mystery. All they knew was that Son Goku and Vegeta were engaged in what appeared to be the final battle against the small Buu in the Kaishin realm. Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku was destined to make his return. Kaishin realm. What? Son Goku and Vegeta would actually battle Majin Buu in the Kaishin realm? The Kaishin and Jebit were equally astonished. The Kaishin realm was a sacred place of the seventh universe, yet it had become a battlefield? As for why Majin Buu had reverted to his original form, although the Kaishin was equally curious, the video offered no revelations, leaving him in the dark. He now merely hopes that their battle does not result in the destruction of the Supreme Kai realm. Previously, he would have never believed that anyone could obliterate such a domain. However, after witnessing the formidable strength of the Saiyans, his perspective has shifted. It is entirely plausible that the confrontation between Son Goku and Majin Buu might indeed devastate the Supreme Kai realm. Son Goku and Vegeta did not join forces against Kid Buu. Instead, they opted for a game of rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, Son Goku emerged victorious, earning the right to confront Kid Buu first. He expressed that, during the time of the Fat Buu, he possessed the capability to completely annihilate him. Yet, out of consideration for training the future warriors of Earth, he refrained from doing so. Do you recall what Son Goku previously stated? He remarked that, given his strength, he would not be a match for Fat Majin Buu. It can only be said that Son Goku, in his efforts to conceal his true power and nurture new fighters, has truly exerted himself. Following this narration, the audience also recalled Son Goku's words. Indeed, he had made such a statement, and the narrator had urged them to remember it, hinting at a future examination. It seems that the crux of the matter lies here. Thus, at that time, when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he could have entirely eradicated Fat Buu, yet he chose not to. Does this not qualify as a form of wastefulness? Zangetsu. I believe that Son Goku's actions cannot be deemed wasteful. Zangetsu. I can comprehend his noble intentions. Zangetsu. After all, he was unaware of his impending resurrection. As a deceased individual, if he were to defeat Majin Buu, what would happen when even stronger foes arise in the future? As a fleet admiral, Zangetsu can empathize with Son Goku's thoughts and actions, just as he, as fleet admiral, cannot remain in that position indefinitely. The next fleet admiral will be chosen from among the admirals. Why is this so? Because the admirals have undergone rigorous trials to attain their status. Having been cultivated by the Navy, it would be inconceivable to appoint someone untrained as fleet admiral. Had Son Goku defeated Majin Buu, then Goten and Trunks would not have received the necessary training. Hence, Gotenks, the Super Saiyan 3 version, would not have come into existence. Son Goku was already deceased, unaware of his future revival. If he intervened to eliminate Majin Buu, how would he contend with even more formidable adversaries that might emerge later? Would he be summoned from the afterlife to confront them? Zangetsu's statements garnered unanimous agreement from countless viewers who could also appreciate Son Goku's earnest intentions. Thus, they do not perceive his actions as wasteful, despite the apparent opportunity to swiftly vanquish the enemy. However, the situations of Son Goku and Gohan are entirely distinct. Ichigo Kurosaki. By the way, I am quite curious as to why Son Goku and Vegeta are not teaming up. Ichigo Kurosaki. Surely, joint efforts in battle are preferable to solitary combat. Zhang Chulan. I also have a question, since Goten and Trunks can fuse. Zhang Chulan. Can Son Wukong and Vegeta fuse? If so, would the warrior born from their fusion be capable of defeating Majin Buu? Zhang Zhuwei. Could it be that the man, whose face bears the mark of invincibility, as mentioned by the narrator, is indeed the fusion warrior of Son Wukong and Vegeta? Naruto Uzumaki. However, if that is the case, then the invincible man did not manage to defeat Majin Buu either. Daegu. In any case, We are lacking a great deal of information and are unaware of what transpired between the battle of Gohan and Gotenks against Bu and the current fight depicted in the video. Daegu. We also do not know if there will be an opportunity to uncover this in the future. Xinxing. This is something we should ask Lin Luo, who uploaded the video. Will there be an opportunity? Lin Luo indicated that there should be. Once he completes uploading the videos related to the Saiyan transformations and receives the rewards that grant him a measure of protection, he ought to upload additional content. For instance, videos that the audience wishes to see, such as other fusion warriors aside from Gotenks, to inform the myriad realms of the existence of the two strongest fusion warriors in the Dragon Ball universe, invincible and supreme across dimensions. However, these matters will only be addressed after the transformation videos are fully uploaded. Chapter 104, Vegeta's Acknowledgement. Kakarot, you are the strongest in the universe. In the video, Vegeta completely disregarded Sun Wukong's boasting and chose to observe from a nearby cliff. Seeing that Vegeta had not heeded his words, Sun Wukong felt somewhat exasperated. He then turned his attention to the diminutive Bu before him. Sun Wukong found it quite peculiar that Bu stood there, seemingly inactive. He truly possessed remarkable patience. However, upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong realized that Bu had actually fallen asleep. This revelation deeply frustrated Sun Wukong, as Bu's behavior was undeniably disrespectful. With determination, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The commotion from his transformation roused Bu from slumber. Subsequently, an intense battle ensued. Bu's strength, in truth, ranked at the bottom among all Bus, being only slightly superior to the benevolent Bu devoid of evil thoughts. However, his regenerative capabilities and the depth of his malevolence were unparalleled. Unlike other Bus, who gained intelligence through the absorption of powerful beings, this Bu resembled more of a mindless beast, driven solely by the instinct to destroy. In this pure instinctual state, combined with his formidable regenerative abilities, even though Bu's inherent power did not match that of Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, the latter struggled to gain the upper hand in combat. On one hand, Bu was impervious to injury and possessed boundless stamina. On the other hand, Sun Wukong was susceptible to harm, forcing him to evade many of Bu's attacks, which inevitably exposed him to vulnerabilities. Moreover, Super Saiyan 3 was plagued by significant energy loss, leading to a frustrating battle for Sun Wukong. He could barely manage to obliterate Bu's form, only for it to regenerate almost instantaneously. However, his injuries remained irreparable. As the battle persisted, his stamina suffered immense depletion. Majin Bu possessed an ability to restrain both health and energy, making it exceedingly challenging to engage in a war of attrition against such a formidable opponent. Moreover, Super Saiyan 3's endurance was rather inadequate. Consequently, this left Goku with little recourse against Majin Bu. Nevertheless, from Vegeta's vantage point, Goku's prowess still eclipsed his own by a significant margin. Furthermore, following his previous self-destructive sacrifice, Vegeta's mindset had improved considerably. Kakarot, you are truly remarkable. Majin Bu is a foe I cannot contend with. Only you can face him, Vegeta murmured, observing Goku's battle with Majin Bu. Kakarot, when I first encountered you, it was with the intent to conquer the planets of the universe that I arrived on this earth. After being defeated by you, I have consistently aimed to surpass you. Yet you have always been one step ahead. Even now, I remain unable to outshine you. Initially, I regarded you as someone worthy of protection, a sentiment that inexplicably burgeoned within me. I fought to fulfill my desires, to find joy, to vanquish my enemies, and to uphold my pride. However, Kakarot, you are different. You do not fight merely to win. You fight because you cannot afford to lose, continuously pushing beyond your limits, relentlessly engaging in battle. Thus, in the past, you endeavored to spare your opponent's lives. Yet, unexpectedly, you refrained from slaying me. It is as if you had foreseen that one day I too would possess a semblance of humanity. This thought infuriates me. How can there exist a Saiyan who is both fierce in battle and kind-hearted? Keep striving, Kakarot. You are truly the best in the universe. In that moment, Vegeta relinquished his long-standing ambitions, completely conceding defeat. He acknowledged Goku's superiority and recognized him as the true champion of the cosmos. This soliloquy evoked profound emotions among countless spectators across the multiverse. Who would have thought that Vegeta would admit his inferiority to Goku? Remarked a commentator. To sway someone like him, Goku is indeed extraordinary. Another echoed. Moreover, Goku has not only impressed with his immense strength, but has also captivated Vegeta with his charismatic persona. A third added, the transformation in Vegeta can be largely attributed to Goku, another observer noted. And let us not forget his family and friends. They are pivotal to this change. Through the preceding videos, viewers from all realms gained insight into Vegeta's character. The Vegeta from the first video was ruthless and cold-hearted, mercilessly executing his own subordinates. Subsequently, he relentlessly sought to surpass Goku, considering him his arch-nemesis. In his quest to battle Goku, he even allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi. All of this stems from his desire to prove himself equal to Sun Wukong. Yet now, he has audaciously admitted his inferiority to Sun Wukong, conceding that the latter is indeed the greatest in the universe. This transformation is stark when compared to the individual scene in the first video. Who could have imagined that the cold, unfeeling, and ruthless Saiyan Prince would evolve into the compassionate Vegeta we witness today? Such a profound change is undeniably influenced by Sun Wukong, as well as by his family and companions, who have played a significant role in this metamorphosis. Krillin, wait a moment. Does this mean that in Vegeta's heart, Wukong is someone worth protecting? Krillin, and he actually desires to protect Wukong? Is that for real? Yamcha, his previous actions hardly resemble those of someone wanting to protect Wukong. Piccolo, there are indeed instances. He knocked Wukong unconscious to face Majin Buu alone. And ultimately, he self-destructed. Piccolo, these are all acts of safeguarding Wukong. Duanyan, he may not admit it verbally, but his actions and sentiments reveal otherwise. Isn't that just classic Tsundere behavior? Duanyan, so Vegeta possesses its Tsundere trait after all. Vegeta, I am not Tsundere. I never intended to protect Kakarot. That is all a fabrication. Within the confines of the spaceship, Vegeta immediately refutes this notion. He neither acknowledges it verbally nor in his heart. Protecting Kakarot? What nonsense. Frieza, Vegeta, stop being obstinate. The version of you in the video was exceedingly candid. Vegeta, Frieza, do not spout nonsense. Do not let me witness you protecting or aiding Kakarot. Frieza, oh ho ho, rest assured, I have no desire to assist or safeguard Sun Wukong. Frieza is bemused by Vegeta's overthinking. Given the dynamics between him and Sun Wukong in the video, the idea that he would protect or assist Wukong is utterly fantastical. It is an impossibility. Chapter 105. The first transformation that did not defeat the enemy Daigu. While Vegeta's soliloquy is indeed poignant. Daigu. The pressing issue now is that Sun Wukong seems incapable of overcoming Kid Buu. What to do? Lina. In terms of strength, Sun Wukong is not inferior to Kid Buu. Lina. However, Kid Buu possesses limitless stamina and the ability to regenerate infinitely, which is quite absurd. Kakashi. It appears this time, the numerical anomaly has succumbed to the mechanic anomaly. Duanyan. There is no choice, after all. Sun Wukong's numerical values have yet to surpass Kid Buu's mechanics. Duanyan. In this scenario, how can one defeat Kid Buu? Zhang Chulan. By the way, this is the first time a newly introduced transformation is failing to defeat an enemy. Zhang Chulan. Previous transformations like Super Saiyan 1 and 2 were capable of defeating adversaries. Upon seeing Zhang Chulan's comments, other viewers expressed their agreement. Indeed, the transformations that preceded this, whether Super Saiyan 1 or 2, were all effective in vanquishing foes. Upon their introduction, characters typically dominate their adversaries effortlessly. Super Saiyan Goku overwhelms Frieza, while Super Saiyan 2 Gohan crushes Cell. However, this time, Super Saiyan 3 does not steamroll Majin Buu. In fact, it struggles against him. This predicament arises due to Majin Buu's extraordinary abilities, which include boundless stamina and the power of infinite regeneration. Confronting such an opponent is no trivial endeavor, and the audience is left pondering how one might vanquish Kid Buu under these circumstances. Could it be that there is no feasible solution, leading to Kid Buu's ultimate victory? Observing the comments, Lin Luo nods in agreement. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 marks the first transformation that fails to defeat an enemy. Although Goku had the opportunity, he was not the last to confront a formidable foe without overcoming them. As the battle progresses, Goku's condition deteriorates. After considerable effort, he manages to obliterate the lower half of Kid Buu, yet the latter appears unfazed and effortlessly regenerates. At this juncture, Vegeta approaches Goku, asserting that Goku should be capable of completely annihilating Kid Buu. He encourages Goku not to concern himself with Vegeta's well-being and to unleash his full power. Vegeta mistakenly believes that Goku is hesitant due to fears of the disparity between their strengths. However, Goku clarifies that to entirely eradicate Kid Buu, he must gather energy for at least a minute. During this crucial minute, Kid Buu will not idly observe. Therefore, someone must intervene. Vegeta is taken aback, realizing that it is not Goku's concern for him, but rather Goku's inability to achieve this alone. Consequently, Vegeta offers to buy Goku the necessary time to gather energy. He engages Kid Buu, attempting to stall, but soon finds himself outmatched and severely injured. Meanwhile, as Goku concentrates, he notices his energy depleting rapidly. Ultimately, he reverts to his base form. Goku deduces the cause of this phenomenon. When he died, he possessed infinite stamina, allowing him to maintain Super Saiyan 3 indefinitely, with minimal consumption of time in the living realm. However, in the afterlife, he could sustain it for as long as he wished. Upon revival, his stamina is finite, and the transformation's energy demands are too great for him to sustain for long. Wanjie, I see. No wonder the title of this video describes Super Saiyan 3 as a transformation that cannot endure for long while alive. Wanjie. While Super Saiyan 3 is indeed more powerful than Super Saiyan 2, its energy consumption is so excessive that it cannot be maintained for an extended period. Kakashi, that is precisely the implication. Initially, I believed Super Saiyan 3 could only be achieved post-mortem. It turns out the energy expenditure is simply too high. Kurosaki Ichigo. Isn't this situation even more disastrous? If Son Goku cannot maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form, how can he possibly contend with Kid Buu? Naruto Uzumaki. Speaking of which, is it possible that if Super Saiyan 3 cannot defeat Kid Buu, we might not witness the final outcome? As Naruto's comment appeared on the screen, the footage of Son Goku and his companions battling Kid Buu vanished. In its place, a familiar epilogue summary from previous videos emerged. Unlike the Super Saiyan 1 and 2 transformations, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation does not correlate with the defeat of the final enemy. Thus, the conclusion of this video is not presented. Viewers eager to know the outcome may await subsequent related videos. Now, allow me to provide some additional information. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation, being more formidable than Super Saiyan 2, boasts a power 4 times greater than that of its predecessor, essentially 400 times that of its base form. In other words, when Son Goku claimed to exert his full strength during his battle with Vegeta, he was merely utilizing a quarter of his actual power. It could be said that in this fateful duel, Son Goku held back an ocean's worth of strength against Vegeta. Upon hearing the narrator's words, Vegeta's expression stiffened. The fact that Kakarot had been holding back was brought to light once again. Furthermore, with the revelation of Super Saiyan 3's power amplification, the extent to which Kakarot had been lenient with him became vividly apparent. Kakashi, I knew it. When Son Goku fought Vegeta, he indeed held back an ocean's worth of power. Kakashi, Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times more powerful than Super Saiyan 2. If Son Goku truly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he could easily defeat Vegeta with a single blow. Kurosaki Ichigo. One can only say that the transformations of the Saiyans are utterly terrifying. Their power enhancements are in the hundreds of times. Kurosaki Ichigo. With just a single transformation, their strength can increase drastically. It's truly enviable. Upon hearing these statements, those with similar transformation abilities unanimously agreed. In comparison to the Saiyans' transformations, the modest power boosts they experienced paled in significance. Not to mention, even the weakest Great Ape transformation yields a 10-fold increase in power. Super Saiyan 1 grants a 50-fold enhancement, Super Saiyan 2 a 100-fold, and Super Saiyan 3 an astonishing 400-fold. Moreover, this amplification is a percentage increase. This means that regardless of how powerful a Saiyan's base form may be, the multiplicative increase upon transformation remains constant. Unlike some of their own transformations, where the power boost becomes negligible as their base strength increases, they could only express their envy, immense envy. They truly long to become Saiyans. They yearn to experience that exhilarating surge of power, increasing by dozens or even hundreds of times upon transformation. Furthermore, perhaps the Super Saiyan 3 transformation is not even the pinnacle of Saiyan power. How much stronger could a form beyond Super Saiyan 3 be? Thousands of times? Even tens of thousands? The thought was too daunting to entertain. They dared not imagine. Chapter 106. The most dashing transformation into a monkey, Super Saiyan 4. Although this video does not reveal the final outcome, there are a few details to share. Majin Buu is ultimately defeated, but not through the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, during the battle against Majin Buu, Satan plays an indispensable role. Even Goku acknowledges him as the true savior. For the specifics, we invite everyone to anticipate the related video. Thus, we conclude the segment on the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. The narrator's final remarks leave countless viewers intrigued and eager to know, how was Majin Buu defeated? Beyond Super Saiyan 3, what other means can vanquish him? What contributions did Satan make to earn such high praise from the narrator? How did he come to be regarded by Goku as the genuine savior? All these questions spark immense curiosity. Regrettably, this video has reached its end, and the desired answers can only be found in the forthcoming related video, which will also address the previously omitted content and reveal the identity of the man whose face exudes invincibility. As for the release date of the related video, it depends on Lin Luo. The video on the Super Saiyan 3 transformation has concluded. Before the next installment appears, the involved parties harbored diverse thoughts. In the Kaishin realm, the Supreme Kai, Shin, has grown indifferent to Majin Buu, setting aside whether Babidi would dare release the very Majin Buu who vanquished him. Even if he chooses to unseal Buu, the task is significantly more challenging than portrayed in the video. After all, Goku and Gohan have yet to attain the same level of power shown in the footage. Acquiring the necessary energy to unseal Majin Buu is no trivial endeavor for Babidi. Even if he manages to free Majin Buu, the repercussions would still be considerable. Not to mention, Lord Beerus has already awakened. Aware of Majin Buu's actions in the video, Lord Beerus will not let him off easily. With Lord Beerus in the fray, the Supreme Kai need not fret over Majin Buu's affairs. In a distant corner of the universe, Babidi has also resolved to refrain from unsealing Majin Buu for the time being. He does not wish to meet the same fate as the version of himself depicted in the video, perishing at the hands of Majin Buu. At the very least, he must find a means to fully control Buu. Otherwise, he dares not release him. Furthermore, Goku and his allies are not as formidable as they once were. Babidi is uncertain about where to procure the energy required to unseal Majin Buu. Moreover, if Lin Luo's video is not yet fully uploaded, subsequent videos may introduce entities even stronger than Majin Buu. If he acts recklessly, he may very well meet his demise at their hands. Thus, the matter of unsealing Majin Buu shall be postponed. After all, he has been sealed for many years. After sealing it for a few more years, it poses no significant issue. Warring states, is the next video going to showcase the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Kapu, if that is indeed the case, it is truly unimaginable what Super Saiyan 4 would look like. Kapu, given that Super Saiyan 3 already boasts such lengthy hair, how long would the hair of Super Saiyan 4 be? Would it possibly drag on the ground? Kakashi, what intrigues me more is the extent to which Super Saiyan 4 surpasses Super Saiyan 3 in power. Just as the audience was engulfed in curiosity, the next video appeared before them. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4, characterized by the most pronounced physical changes. Upon seeing the title of this video, countless viewers first experienced a sense of calm, followed by intrigue. The calmness stemmed from the fact that, as anticipated, the video indeed discussed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The intrigue arose from the question of just how significant the physical changes of this Super Saiyan 4 would be. What exactly is meant by the transformation into a beastly form? The initial video illustrated the Saiyans' transformation into gigantic apes. What connection does this beastly transformation have with the giant ape transformation? Could it be that Super Saiyan 4 is related to the giant ape transformation? As the multitude of viewers remained perplexed, the narrator's voice resonated once more. To discuss Super Saiyan 4, one must first address the concept of parallel dimensions within the Dragon Ball universe. The Dragon Ball world encompasses innumerable parallel dimensions, alongside a primary timeline. The primary timeline is where the events depicted in the previously released videos unfold. The parallel dimensions emerge from the primary timeline, giving rise to additional parallel dimensions. For instance, in the Cell Saga, had future Trunks not traversed time to the primary timeline, the primary timeline would have continued on a path akin to that of the future timeline. However, due to future Trunks' time travel, the androids were ultimately defeated. Consequently, the future of the primary timeline would no longer mirror the future timeline inhabited by future Trunks, instead birthing an entirely new future timeline. This new future timeline and the original future timeline represent parallel dimensions. In other words, should a significant event occur in the past timeline that alters history, countless new future timelines will emerge. Krillin. So, by watching these videos and learning about future events, we have altered the past. Krillin. In doing so, the future has also changed. Krillin. Hence, we have created numerous parallel dimensions. Piccolo. Whether this development is good or bad remains uncertain. Yamcha. It shouldn't be viewed as detrimental, considering there are already so many parallel dimensions. Adding a few more poses no great issue. Tien Shinhan. That is a valid point. Of course, the warrior's nonchalance stems from another consideration. Since the past has already been altered, it is conceivable that new parallel dimensions have already been born. Their concern is of little consequence now. Surely, they cannot allow the past to unfold as depicted in the videos merely to justify releasing Dr. Gero, enabling him to continue creating androids. Can they? That is simply unthinkable. Thus, let the parallel universes be born. What concerns the warriors is the creation of numerous parallel realms. Conversely, those from other worlds ponder whether their own realms possess parallel dimensions. The human forms of the Ultraman universe, alongside other Ultramen, seem to be aware of the existence of parallel universes. Some even traverse between these myriad dimensions. Yet, individuals from other worlds remain oblivious, particularly those from the mundane realms, where parallel universes are merely a concept. While some have claimed the existence of parallel dimensions, they lack definitive proof. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, the existence of parallel worlds is unequivocal. So, does their world possess such dimensions? Is it non-existent, or simply undiscovered? Moreover, do the parallel universes in the Dragon Ball realm mirror those familiar to them? In these alternate universes, might there exist another Goku and Gohan? Chapter 107. The Black Star Dragon Balls. Goku has transformed into a child. Warring states. Let us not dwell on whether our world harbors parallel dimensions. Warring states. The narrator suddenly mentions the parallel universes of the Dragon Ball realm. Could it be that the Super Saiyan 4 was born in a parallel universe? Zhang Chulan. It is quite possible. Otherwise, the narrator would not have referenced the parallel worlds of Dragon Ball. Krillin. Parallel dimensions? I wonder if we exist in this alternate reality. Juejing. According to our understanding of parallel universes, there should be an individual identical to us in such a realm. Juejing. However, this is merely our perspective. We are unaware of the nature of the parallel universes in the Dragon Ball realm. As countless spectators brim with curiosity regarding the parallel universes of Dragon Ball, the narrator's voice resonates once more. The parallel universes in the Dragon Ball realm are diverse, some having undergone events identical to the primary universe, yet diverging in later experiences. Others begin entirely differently from the main timeline. The parallel universe where Super Saiyan 4 emerges is known as time-space. This timeline mirrors the primary universe up until the defeat of Majin Buu, with changes manifesting a decade or two thereafter. Distinct from the main timeline, the deity in time-space created Dragon Balls prior to separating from King Piccolo. However, the stars within these Dragon Balls are black, hence their designation as Black Star Dragon Balls. The tale begins with a certain trio. In the scene, the elderly Pilaf gang arrives at the temple. Despite their advanced age, they have not relinquished their desire to seek the Dragon Balls and dominate the world. Within the temple, they discover the Black Star Dragon Balls. Pilaf informs his companions that these Dragon Balls were crafted by the deity before he ascended to godhood, possessing powers greater than those of ordinary Dragon Balls. Subsequently, they summon the Eternal Dragon using these Black Star Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, at that moment, Goku is also present in the temple, engaged in battle with the grown-up Ub. After the battle, just as he intended to return home, he noticed the sky had darkened, and there was commotion within the temple. Upon his arrival, he beheld the Pilaf trio preparing to make a wish. Seeing them filled Sun Wukong with nostalgia, for they were indeed old acquaintances. However, Pilaf and his companions were not feeling nostalgic upon seeing Sun Wukong, as he had only brought them nightmares. Sun Wukong remarked, "The Pilaf trio? I never expected them to have aged, yet still aspire to dominate the world with the Dragon Balls." Krillin chimed in, "These three are bound to bring trouble." Sun Wukong and the warriors who had grown alongside him were no strangers to Pilaf and his gang, especially Bulma and Yamcha. Their first encounter with danger alongside Sun Wukong was when they were trapped in a cage by these three miscreants. It was also the first time they witnessed Sun Wukong transform into a giant ape, leaving a lasting impression. Moreover, it was these three who had unleashed the demon King Piccolo. It was astonishing to see that Pilaf and his companions had aged so much. Clearly, In this timeline, they had grown old as well. Pilaf exclaimed, "Wait, why does Sun Wukong still look the same? He hasn't aged at all." He lamented, "Why is it that every time I'm on the verge of success, this guy appears to thwart my plans?" Pilaf could no longer contain his frustration. In this timeline, Sun Wukong had thwarted his schemes countless times. How was it possible that the same events unfolded in a parallel universe? Furthermore, why had Sun Wukong not aged? He recalled their first encounter when Sun Wukong was just a child. Though younger than them, it seemed impossible that while they aged, he remained youthful. Sun Wukong replied, "I don't know either." Vegeta interjected, "We Saiyans are a warrior race. Our youth is prolonged for the sake of battle." As the prince of the Saiyans, he deemed it fitting to explain this aspect of their nature. Krillin pondered, "By the way, our timeline's Supreme Kai must not have created these Black Star Dragon Balls, right?" The Supreme Kai affirmed, "No, I did not create these Black Star Dragon Balls." Yamcha concluded, "It seems this is where our timelines diverge." Tien Shinhan added, "These Dragon Balls are from the Black Star, which gives off an unsettling aura." Piccolo noted, "These were created before my fusion with the Supreme Kai." He further remarked, "Using these Black Star Dragon Balls will likely entail some adverse effects." Piccolo was acutely aware that the Supreme Kai had harbored sinister thoughts before their fusion. So it was only natural that the Dragon Balls created under such conditions would carry consequences. Nevertheless, with Pilaf and his gang having summoned Shenron, what wishes might they propose? Would Sun Wukong intervene to prevent their wishes? The Pilaf trio was filled with curiosity and anticipation, wondering if they would succeed in their wishes in this parallel universe. The methods employed by Pilaf and his companions proved utterly ineffective against Sun Wukong. Pilaf suggested, almost instinctively, that if Sun Wukong were to revert to his childhood form, they would be able to handle him. However, the dragon interpreted his words as a wish. Consequently, under the influence of the dragon's magic, Sun Wukong transformed into a child. Once again, Pilaf and his companions' true desires were thwarted, leaving them in a state of helplessness. On a brighter note, they had finally managed to summon the dragon. Over the years, they had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon, but had yet to fulfill a wish. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Pilaf had realized this dream. Unfortunately, the wish was miscast. How could they have wished for Sun Wukong to become a child? That was not their intention. The trio was left in a state of confusion. Bulma, wow, it's the young Sun Wukong. How nostalgic. Krillin, indeed. I never expected to see Wukong as a child again. Yamcha, in fact, he appeared as a child in the first video, but it was fleeting. Yamcha, now that Wukong has become a child, it should last for a while. Seeing Sun Wukong as a child brought back fond memories for Bulma, Krillin, and others, reminding them of a time they would never forget. However, the sudden transformation of Sun Wukong into a child raised questions. Was this related to Super Saiyan 4? With this curiosity in mind, they continued to watch the video. In Chapter 108, the Z fighters encounter Baby, and Vegeta becomes possessed. In the video, after transforming into a child, Sun Wukong seemed indifferent. However, the King Kai soon discovered a grave issue. He quickly communicated with Sun Wukong, informing him that wishing with the Black Star Dragon Balls was far different from using ordinary Dragon Balls. These Dragon Balls would scatter across the entire universe, not just Earth. Moreover, if the Dragon Balls were not recovered and returned to the wishing planet within a year, that planet would face annihilation. In other words, if the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls were not retrieved within a year, Earth would be destroyed. Thus, Sun Wukong had no choice but to venture into the cosmos to search for the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls. Krillin, Earth will be destroyed? This Pilaf trio truly brings calamity. Krillin, they were the ones who unleashed King Piccolo, plunging the entire world into chaos. Krillin, if it weren't for Wukong, the entire world would have been under King Piccolo's rule. Now it's even worse. Yamcha, these three are truly troublemakers. Their selfish desires have caused so much turmoil. The warriors were nearly driven to despair. The initial release of King Piccolo was already outrageous, and now the situation had escalated further. It could be said that these 3 individuals had single-handedly ushered in an existential crisis for Earth. Their strength is akin to that of ordinary people. However, the threat they pose is no less than that of formidable figures such as Vegeta, Frieza, and Cell. The countless ordinary inhabitants of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe harbor an intense desire to eliminate the trio of Pilaf. This sentiment is particularly strong among those who have previously endured the terror brought forth by Demon King Piccolo, whether it be Vegeta, Cell, or Majin Buu. These events have only been glimpsed in videos and have yet to unfold in reality for them. In contrast, the ordeal involving Demon King Piccolo has already transpired, and they bear the haunting memories of that terror. Although Piccolo was ultimately defeated, they remain oblivious to the origins of his emergence. Now they have come to realize that it was indeed the Pilaf trio who unleashed him. In the footage, they even utilized the Black Star Dragon Balls, threatening to obliterate Earth within a year. Should these three remain at large, one can only imagine the crises they might inflict upon the planet. In many respects, the threat posed by these individuals surpasses that of Dr. Gero. Consequently, a fervent search for the Pilaf trio has erupted across Earth. Juegawe, within a year, we must locate all 7 Dragon Balls across the cosmos and return them to Earth. Juegawe. Putting aside other concerns, the speed required for such a spacecraft is unimaginable, likely exceeding the speed of light by numerous folds. Lufa. Even with Ares technology, constructing a vessel capable of such velocity is unattainable. Lufa, however, given the technological advancements in the Dragon Ball universe, it may not pose a significant challenge. It is important to note that the Dragon Ball realm is not solely characterized by its individuals of extraordinary power. It is also a world of remarkable technological sophistication, having achieved interstellar travel long ago. Zhangguo. Thus, when Son Goku and his companions embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls, they are likely to encounter formidable foes, prompting them to transform into Super Saiyan 4 to confront these threats. Kakashi. Enemies requiring Super Saiyan 4 to contend with must undoubtedly possess greater power than Majin Buu. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, the Dragon Ball universe is truly terrifying, with powerful adversaries emerging one after another. In a certain corner of the 7th universe, Babiti's expression is one of profound dismay. He has long believed that Majin Buu is an invincible entity within the cosmos, having slain several Supreme Kais. Yet now, the prospect of encountering an adversary even stronger than Majin Buu is looming. Although this is occurring in a different timeline, who can assure him that this timeline does not harbor foes more formidable than Majin Buu? In light of this, it appears that releasing Majin Buu may not be as prudent as he once thought. His desire to unleash Buu stems from a curiosity to witness the prowess of the creature his father crafted, as well as to incite chaos through Buu's destructive tendencies. However, should such actions provoke an enemy more potent than Buu himself, the consequences could be dire. With these thoughts in mind, Babidi increasingly hesitates to set Majin Buu free. 3 individuals embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls: Son Goku, Trunks, and Goku's granddaughter, Pan. They traverse various planets, gathering the mystical orbs one by one. During their odyssey, they encounter the nefarious Dr. Mu and his creations, the androids. Within Dr. Mu's concealed chamber, they stumble upon a formidable entity housed within a nutrient pod, Baby. The doctor's ace in the hole. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of Baby, the trio seizes the opportunity to strike before he awakens, launching an offensive to obliterate him. However, they remain oblivious to a fragment of Baby's biological tissue that clings to Dr. Mu. As the doctor makes his escape, this tissue regenerates into Baby, who swiftly eliminates him. While Goku and his companions continue their search for the remaining Dragon Balls, Baby employs a method of possession to infiltrate various individuals, intent on annihilating Goku and his allies. Yet, his attempts consistently fail. Nevertheless, he gains insights into Earth, prompting his arrival on the planet. There, he begins to possess humans to attain a more formidable physical form. Initially, he inhabits Goten, through whom he uncovers memories of Gohan and Vegeta. Aiming to acquire Vegeta's body, Baby realizes that Goten's abilities are insufficient. Thus, he sets his sights on Gohan. In a fierce confrontation, Baby, using Goten's form, battles Gohan. Gohan, reluctant to harm his younger brother, inadvertently provides Baby with an opening to injure him. Seizing the moment, Baby infiltrates Gohan's body through the wound. Empowered by Gohan's physique, Baby seeks out Vegeta. His animosity towards the Saiyans is deeply rooted. Vegeta, sensing Baby's malevolent energy, unveils his true identity, an entity from the Tuffle race. The Tuffles once cohabited the same planet as the Saiyans. Although lacking in physical prowess, they possessed advanced technology. Tragically, they were annihilated by the Saiyans. Baby is the culmination of Tuffle technology, driven by a desire to resurrect his race and exact vengeance on the Saiyans. A battle ensues between Baby and Gohan's body, and Vegeta, yet Baby proves no match for the Saiyan Prince. Soon, Goten arrives to assist, but inadvertently aids Baby instead. Baby informs Vegeta that anyone he has possessed will harbor an egg within, allowing him to maintain control over them even after his departure. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of Gohan and Goten, Vegeta sustains injuries, granting Baby the opportunity to successfully possess him. Chapter 109. Treating Earth as a full moon? Is it really possible to play like this? Witnessing his own body being commandeered, Vegeta's expression darkens significantly. Although he is not the version of himself from this timeline, he is still a reflection of himself. The other Vegeta, now under the control of Baby, cannot possibly be at ease. However, he admits he has never heard of the Tuffles before. Planet Vegeta is indeed not the ancestral home of the Saiyans. The ancestral planet of the Saiyans is known as Salada. However, whether it is Planet Vegeta or Salada, it appears that the Zephyrians do not exist in either. This leads to the conclusion that the annihilation of the Zephyrians by the Saiyans is a matter of time and space. Subsequently, Vegeta pondered another question. Since the Zephyrians were wiped out by the Saiyans, they must not have been formidable. Yet, the remnants of their lineage have become remarkably powerful, even capable of inhabiting their own temporal selves. This raises the possibility that in this dimension, those races vanquished by the Saiyans might have survivors seeking vengeance. If such individuals exist, might they not, like this Baby, suddenly acquire immense strength, posing a significant threat to the Saiyans? If Lin Luo were aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly affirm, indeed, Zhangguo. Therefore, this Baby is an existence even stronger than Majin Buu. Zhangguo, to possess the ability to inhabit another's body, and even retain control after departing, is utterly repugnant. The key issue is that now Vegeta and Gohan are under control. What if Goku remains oblivious to this predicament? When they return to Earth, the situation could be dire. Hirako Ichigo. This situation bears a slight resemblance to Cell. Baby residing in a nutrient pod is quite similar. Hirako Ichigo. Moreover, that Dr. Mu gives off a striking resemblance to Dr. Gero. Duanmu Yin. Hence, those with the title of doctor are prone to becoming villains or instigating chaos. Upon reading Duanmu Yan's remarks, many concurred that numerous villains hail from the worlds of various doctors. Who could argue otherwise? The upheavals in their worlds were indeed orchestrated by these so-called doctors. These individuals are truly adept at conjuring trouble. Krillin, it seems that in another dimension, we have all been possessed and controlled by this Baby. Krillin, thankfully, Goku has not been inhabited, otherwise it would truly be hopeless. Yamcha, our strength cannot harm Goku, but Gohan and Vegeta could be vulnerable. Yamcha, if Baby were to use their bodies to catch Goku off guard, it could lead to an awkward situation. Tien Shinhan, indeed, one wonders if Goku will notice anything amiss. The warriors were filled with apprehension regarding the unfolding events. After all, the versions of themselves in the video were undoubtedly under Baby's control. If Baby were to use them as bait against Goku, it is highly probable that Goku could fall into a trap. However, all they could do was continue watching the video, awaiting the next developments. In the footage, Goku and his companions remained unaware of the turmoil on Earth. They had gathered all the Black Star Dragon Balls and returned to Earth. They entrusted the Dragon Balls to Dandy, instructing him to restore them to their rightful place. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Dandy and Popo's eyes had turned a sinister red. They, too, fell under the dominion of Baby. After parting ways, Trunks returned to his home, only to discover that Baby had possessed his father. Previously, he had also been under Baby's influence. Subsequently, Trunks succumbed to control as well. Upon returning home, Goku and Chi-Chi sensed something amiss. Goku engaged in combat with his two sons, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, yet Gohan and Goten proved no match for him. Soon after, Baby, now inhabiting Vegeta's body, appeared, and Goku found himself overmatched. Ultimately, Goku was struck by Baby's powerful attack and cast into a dimension of chaos. Upon escaping this alternate realm, he was brought to the Kaioshin realm by the Supreme Kai. At that moment, Baby utilized the Black Star Dragon Balls to conjure a new planet, Zephyr, near Earth. To defeat Baby, the Elder Kaioshin offered Goku a solution: to regrow his tail. He asserted that the re-emergence of Goku's tail would amplify his strength once more. In pursuit of this goal, Goku endured great hardship, ultimately managing to extract his tail. With his tail restored, Goku ventured to Zephyr and engaged Baby in battle once again. However, he still found himself outmatched and was knocked to the ground. Lying there, Goku gazed at Earth hanging in the sky, stretching out his hand as if to grasp it. It seemed he could no longer protect Earth. Aware of his dire predicament, he resigned himself to his fate. Yet, in that moment, as he stared at Earth, a sudden stillness overcame him. He began to tremble, his gaze fixated ahead, his pupils turning crimson, as if he had lost his very consciousness. This transformation signaled the onset of the Great Ape Transformation. Zhonghua, wait a moment. I recall that in the first video, it was mentioned that a Saiyan can only transform into a great ape upon witnessing a full moon, right? Zhonghua, but Goku is looking at Earth. How can he still transform? Kapu, could it be that he mistook Earth for the moon? Krillin, that doesn't seem impossible. Krillin, this reminds me of an incident that occurred during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin recounted that during the tournament, a werewolf harbored a deep resentment towards Master Roshi, as the latter had destroyed the moon, preventing the werewolf from reverting to human form during the full moon. In the end, Master Roshi hypnotized him, convincing him to see Krillin's bald head as the full moon, allowing him to transform back into a human. Upon hearing Krillin's account, countless spectators across the multiverse were astounded. Such a method could indeed be employed. Therefore, Goku's current transformation was not surprising. He must have, due to his injuries, mistaken Earth for a full moon and transformed. However, Vegeta expressed his disbelief. The reason Saiyans can transform into great apes is due to the powerful blood waves emitted by the full moon, which their eyes absorb, triggering the transformation through their tails. But how could the Earth emit a Brett's light? It seems that the scientists and scholars do not grasp Vegeta's thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely enlighten him. The moon shines because it reflects the sun's brilliance. A full moon merely amplifies the light it reflects from the sun. Currently, Goku finds himself on planet Zypher, where Earth assumes the role of the moon, reflecting sunlight onto Zypher. Thus, it is not surprising that the Earth can emit Brett's light. Chapter 110. The Transformation into the Golden Great Ape, the Advent of Super Saiyan 4. Do NMYN, yet. I recall that the Great Ape transformation can only enhance one's power tenfold. Do NMYN. Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 could not even rival this baby. Transforming into a great ape surely renders him no match. Li Shinon. Could it be that this Super Saiyan 4 is connected to Goku's Great Ape transformation? Li Haoyan. It should be so, and I believe it is also related to his tail. Li Haoyan. After all, without a tail, Goku would not be able to transform into a great ape. Dagu. So, what is the connection between the Great Ape and Super Saiyan 4? Zhang Chulan. If there truly is a connection, we shall soon discover it. Countless spectators nodded in agreement. Indeed, Goku was on the verge of transforming into a great ape once more. If Super Saiyan 4 is genuinely tied to the Great Ape transformation, they would soon uncover the truth. With Earth's assistance, Goku was about to transform into a great ape after many years. However, this time, his great ape form radiated a golden hue, as if he had achieved a Super Saiyan state while transforming into a great ape. Upon transforming, Goku succumbed to his old habits, losing his rationality and beginning to attack indiscriminately. Baby found himself momentarily powerless against him and had no choice but to retreat. In Goku's moment of madness, Xiaofang appeared before him, attempting to awaken his senses. Initially, she failed. However, when Goku flung her away, a bag she carried opened, and a photograph fluttered out. The great ape, Goku, seized the photo and gazed at it, momentarily entranced. Xiaofang flew beside him and beheld the image, a snapshot of Goku's family enjoying a day at the beach with Bulma's family, with Goku holding Xiaofang in his arms. Xiaofang recounted the story behind the photograph, and as she spoke, a tear rolled down her cheek. Goku caught the tear and tasted it. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something. Glancing at Earth behind Xiaofang, he then stood atop a cliff, extending his arms as if to embrace the planet. In that instant, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and the great ape's form began to shrink. As the golden brilliance faded, the original golden great ape vanished, replaced by a figure adorned in crimson fur, a tail swaying behind, black hair cascading forward, and red eyes glistening. Super Saiyan 4. When the old Kai witnessed this figure through the crystal ball, he exclaimed in exhilaration, "This is Super Saiyan 4. As countless spectators from myriad realms beheld the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, they were utterly astonished. The primary reason for this astonishment lay in the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. Zhonghua remarked, "Is this truly Super Saiyan 4? It is vastly different from previous transformations. Kapu added, in earlier Super Saiyan transformations, the hair was always golden, and the changes were not particularly striking. But why does the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 exhibit such a monumental shift? Duan Mu Yin expressed, if it weren't for the title and the words of the old Kai, I would never have believed it. Zhang Chulan concurred. Indeed, this Super Saiyan 4 is entirely dissimilar to prior transformations. If not for others' assertions, who would recognize this as Super Saiyan 4? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. However, Super Saiyan 4 looks incredibly cool. I feel it surpasses the elegance of previous transformations. Uchiha Sasuke chimed in. It is rare for us to share the same opinion. I too find Super Saiyan 4 to be remarkably striking, before even demonstrating its might. The captivating visage of Super Saiyan 4 had already captivated countless onlookers. Lin Luo, observing the flood of praise for Super Saiyan 4's aesthetics, felt no surprise. He had never been particularly fond of Dragon Ball. While Dragon Ball Super was equally lackluster, it garnered even less of his admiration. To him, both the plot and character development fell short in comparison to its predecessor. In his youth, he had not noticed these flaws, but upon revisiting the series as an adult, he perceived numerous issues. As for the widely criticized power inconsistencies in Dragon Ball Super, they were indeed present and even more pronounced. Furthermore, the series had given rise to a legion of misguided fans, some of whom absurdly claimed that Whis could not defeat Omega Shenron. Nevertheless, three aspects were undeniably commendable. Firstly, it gave birth to a legendary song that gradually captivates listeners. Secondly, the conclusion was noteworthy. Thirdly, it introduced the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. While the strength aspect may be debatable, in terms of appearance, Super Saiyan 4 undoubtedly surpasses other Saiyan transformations in allure. The first time he laid eyes upon it, he was awestruck. Even now, he still regards Super Saiyan 4 as exceptionally stylish, far surpassing Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, as well as Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. After all, the most significant change in those transformations was merely a shift in hair color. Otherwise, why would it be said that the color palette for Saiyans is dwindling? Thus, it is no wonder that the appearance of Super Saiyan 4 captivates realms beyond imagination. Regarding the initial appearance of Super Saiyan, the scene where Son Goku transforms from the Golden Great Ape into Super Saiyan 4 was something he once found difficult to articulate. However, with his current perspective, he sees it as merely the transformation of the Golden Great Ape. It is no wonder that Super Saiyan 4 is described as a primal transformation, nor is it surprising that its appearance exudes such a wild essence. Duan Mu Yin remarked, I see now. I understand why the video title refers to Super Saiyan 4 as a primal transformation. Kakashi inquired. So this is the connection between Super Saiyan 4 and the transformation of the Great Ape? Kakashi. However, the transformation into a Great Ape can only enhance strength tenfold. How powerful can this Super Saiyan 4 truly be? Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, it's somewhat different. When Goku transforms into a Great Ape, he takes on a golden hue, as if he becomes a Super Saiyan while in that state. Sasuke, therefore, I believe this tenfold strength should be an enhancement built upon the Super Saiyan form. Kakashi, I see, that makes sense. Zhang Chulan. Speaking of which, if this Super Saiyan 4 requires reverting from the Great Ape form back to human to transform, wouldn't it be quite easy for Vegeta? Zhang Chulan. I recall that he retains his sanity when he transforms into a Great Ape, right? Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's words, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, as the Prince of Saiyans, he does not lose his intellect when transforming into a Great Ape. Thus, achieving Super Saiyan 4 should be relatively effortless for him. If not for the fact that he was possessed by Baby in the video, he would undoubtedly have been the first to achieve Super Saiyan 4, even faster than Kakarot. Chapter 111. Bulma's Great Contribution. Never provoking a scientist. However, returning to the topic, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation is a temporal shift. Can they succeed in this main timeline? Vegeta pondered deeply. If it is feasible, he would undoubtedly find it the easiest to transform. But even if he retains his intellect while in the Great Ape form, how would he revert back to his human shape? He would need to find time to experiment with this. In the video, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of power. This strength was sufficient to defeat Baby. He discovered Baby's whereabouts, who was currently with Bulma. Upon seeing Goku, Bulma immediately attempted to flee, only to be halted by his call. Bulma. Bulma paused. casting a glare filled with disdain and menace towards Goku. At that moment, she was no longer the Bulma he had known for decades. She had been completely controlled by Baby. "Bulma," Goku murmured, his voice laden with the weight of their long-standing bond. He then turned his attention to Baby, realizing that it was all due to Baby that his family and friends had been reduced to this state. He was determined to defeat Baby. At this juncture, Baby remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing that Goku was still no match for him. However, once they engaged in battle, Baby soon discovered that Goku's strength had significantly increased. Goku, with a cold smirk, observed Baby. "Your punches barely tickle. I never expected to become this strong." Subsequently, Goku unleashed an overwhelming display of power, mercilessly assaulting Baby. If this continued, defeating Baby would be a mere formality. Yet, at that moment, Bulma, under Baby's control, emerged to cause chaos, wholly devoted to serving Baby's interests. She observed that Baby was no match for Sun Wukong, which naturally filled her with anxiety. Nevertheless, she devised a solution. She possessed a machine capable of amplifying the Bruz light. She informed Baby that she could utilize this device to project the potent Bruz light onto Baby. At that moment, Baby was inhabiting Vegeta's body. Therefore, after Vegeta's form was bathed in the powerful Bruz light, he would be able to transform, even in the absence of a tail. Provided the Bruz light reached a certain intensity, transformation was achievable regardless of the tail's presence. Baby urged her to commence without delay. Subsequently, with Bulma's assistance, Vegeta's body was enveloped in the formidable Bruz light, successfully transforming him into a great ape. Meanwhile, Baby, having possessed Vegeta, exerted control over his great ape form. Upon transformation, Vegeta's power surged tenfold. Correspondingly, Baby's strength also increased tenfold. Witnessing this scene, Krillin, Yamcha, and their fellow warriors were left astounded. They had never anticipated that the source of the greatest trouble for Sun Wukong would not be themselves, but rather Bulma. "Yamcha, Bulma, your actions have certainly caused quite the upheaval for Wukong. You have truly made a significant contribution." Krillin, "Indeed, Bulma, Wukong was on the verge of defeating Baby." Krillin, "Yet, thanks to your interference, it has now become a formidable challenge for Wukong to secure victory." Piccolo, with Baby's power now also amplified tenfold. "The outcome of this confrontation is uncertain. Yamcha, I must add, Vegeta's body is remarkably advantageous." Frieza, "Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I recall that Bulma is your woman." Frieza, "However, in the video, you are possessed by Baby. In this scenario, does Baby's possession of Bulma through your body not constitute a form of humiliation for you?" Vegeta, "Frieza, the farther you are, the better." Vegeta was on the verge of exploding with rage. Bulma was his wife. Yet, this Baby had possessed him and taken control of Bulma? Although it was his body being used, the personality was Baby's. How could he endure such indignity? He longed to traverse this timeline and forcibly extract Baby from his body. Duan Mu Yan. This situation serves as a cautionary tale. Never provoke a scientist, particularly a genius scientist. Duan Mu Yan. Even if they appear defenseless, they can unleash tremendous energy. Zhang Chulan. Indeed, Dr. Gero was also a scientist, and he managed to create formidable androids. Zhang Chulan. Now it is Bulma's turn. Although she lacks combat prowess, she can still present significant challenges for Sun Wukong. Zhang Gua. There is no denying that the technology wielded by genius scientists is extraordinary. Countless individuals concurred with Duan Mu Yan's sentiment regarding the perils of antagonizing scientists, particularly those from the Ultraman world. After all, much of the calamity that befell their realm was largely attributable to the actions of Hikaru, the Ultraman scientist. The technologies he invented have brought immense trouble and crises to many parts of the world. Moreover, Hikari has a famous saying, "I am merely a scientist, devoid of your feeble strength." Do you comprehend the significance of lifting a Benny bird with one hand, possessing formidable power, and being a scientist? He has also developed technologies that pose great threats. Who would dare provoke such a scientist? Bulma. No, this cannot be blamed on me. I was under the control of this Baby. Bulma, feeling somewhat aggrieved, stepped forward to respond. In the video, she was indeed being controlled. Thus, the actions she took were not of her own volition. She cannot be blamed. However, looking back, she appeared quite aged in the video. This simply would not do. She must find a way to maintain her youth. Observing the youthful appearances of Sun Jun and Vegeta in the video, she felt the stark contrast of her own age. This is unacceptable. Zhang Chulan. By the way, in the first video, Sun Wukong was battling the great ape-formed Vegeta, Zhang Chulan, and at that moment, it is precisely as it is now, Duan Muyan. However, the one battling Sun Wukong now is not Vegeta, but Baby, merely utilizing Vegeta's body. Daegu, I have a question. Daegu, since Baby has transformed into a great ape, would cutting off his tail revert him back? Daegu, and what about Sun Wukong? Would cutting off his tail prevent him from becoming Super Saiyan 4? Juejing, Daegu, I'm uncertain about the latter, but the former seems unlikely. Juejing, after all, before Baby's transformation, Vegeta had no tail and still transformed into a great ape. Juejing, this suggests that even without a tail, as long as a Saiyan absorbs enough potent blood waves, they can still transform into a great ape. Xinxing, I see, so Baby's transformation into a great ape did not rely on his tail. Xinxing, thus, even if his tail were severed, it is quite possible he would not revert to his original form? Juejing, indeed, that is my belief. The other audience members also expressed their agreement with Juejing's perspective, heightening their curiosity regarding the battle. Initially, Sun Wukong was able to defeat Vegeta with the aid of Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Yachirobe. However, now, Sun Wukong's companions have all been controlled, leaving him to rely solely on himself. What will the trajectory of this battle become? Chapter 112. It seems the only option is to eliminate Vegeta. In the video, the great ape Baby engaged in battle once more with Sun Wukong. However, this time, due to a tenfold increase in strength, Baby, who was previously overwhelmed by Sun Wukong, now matched him equally, even beginning to gain the upper hand. Witnessing her grandfather in peril, Xiaofeng rushed to assist. Yet, before Baby, she was no more than an insignificant insect. Soon after, the recovered Son Gohan, Trunks, and Son Goten arrived to help. Yet, even Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong found himself at a loss against the great ape Baby. Let us not even speak of them. In a bid to conquer Baby, Sun Wukong conceived a plan. He instructed Son Gohan and the others to transmit their energy to him, enabling him to return to his peak state. With the assistance of Ub, they managed to buy some time. Son Gohan and his companions began to channel their energy into Sun Wukong. Remember this scene, for it shall be examined later. At this moment, the narrator's voice unexpectedly emerged, uttering a line that captured the audience's attention as they understood the significance of the scene. After all, the narrator's mention of an impending examination suggested that content related to this moment would inevitably arise. Ub exerted himself to the utmost, ensuring that the delay was minimal. When Baby confronted Sun Wukong and his companions, Sun Wukong was still absorbing the energy from Son Gohan and the others. Soon after, Baby launched an assault against them. When the commotion subsided, Son Gohan and the others lay injured on the ground, while Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong had vanished. Baby believed he had finally disposed of Sun Wukong. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld Sun Wukong soaring through the air, cradling Xiao Fong. At that moment, Sun Wukong's condition had undergone a significant transformation. He handed Xiao Fong to Satan, urging them to keep their distance, and then faced Baby alone. At this juncture, having absorbed the energy from Son Gohan and the others, Sun Wukong had regained his peak form. When he engaged Baby once more, the tide of battle shifted. Sun Wukong gradually began to gain the upper hand. Even Baby's formidable attacks were effortlessly countered by Sun Wukong. In contrast, under the might of Sun Wukong's ultimate move, the tenfold Kamehameha, Baby was knocked to the ground, unconscious. Baby had been defeated. However, the battle was not entirely over. Sun Wukong gazed at Baby on the ground. Or rather, at Vegeta possessed by Baby, lost in contemplation, seemingly pondering his next course of action. Uncle Wukong, take action. Trunks, observing Sun Wukong in a state of deep thought, assumed he was hesitant to strike and called out loudly. After all, from his perspective, Baby had taken over his father's body. To eliminate Baby, one would have to destroy his father's form, effectively necessitating his demise. As a son, he naturally wished to avoid such an outcome. Yet, to eradicate Baby entirely, there seemed to be no other choice. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta aboard the spaceship stiffened. Goodness, his son was actually urging Kakarot to kill him? His son was indeed filial. Zangetsu. Making such a decision must have been agonizing for Trunks. But it is an unavoidable circumstance. Zangetsu. After all, Baby has possessed Vegeta. To completely resolve the issue, Vegeta must also be dealt with. Kapu indeed. One can only blame Baby for this predicament. Kapu. Fortunately, there are Dragon Balls that can resurrect Vegeta. Ichigo Kurosaki. Yet, even so, compelling someone to take the life of their own father is an unbearable ordeal. The prospect of resurrection does not imply one can easily accept death, especially in a scenario where one must witness the demise of a loved one. Though resurrection is possible, one must ponder, if one could evade death, why succumb to it? Is there truly no alternative? Zhang Chulan mused that if they could force Baby out of Vegeta's form, perhaps they could save him. Yet, Duan Muyin countered, asserting the difficulty of this task, as Baby was acutely aware that by inhabiting Vegeta, he could hold him hostage. Consequently, he would not relinquish his grip easily. Zhang Chulan conceded that this indeed posed a formidable challenge. Would the only solution necessitate Vegeta's demise? There existed a method to rescue him, albeit nearly impossible. After all, Vegeta was effectively a pawn in Baby's game, and Baby would never let go of such leverage. Even if Goku were to unleash a torrent of blows upon him, Baby would likely remain entrenched within Vegeta's body. Thus, to eradicate the threat entirely, it seemed inevitable that Vegeta would have to perish alongside Baby. Fortunately, resurrection remained an option, albeit it meant Vegeta would face death once more. Vegeta seethed, exclaiming his disdain, "I'd rather perish at the hands of Trunks or Gohan than at the hands of Kakarot." Witnessing Kakarot poised to end his life filled him with anguish. He could tolerate dying at the hands of the younger generation, but not at the hands of Kakarot. Although he had declared Kakarot the strongest in the universe in the previous video, that was merely a concession made in that context. In reality, he could not accept such a fate. "Ah, Vegeta, why must you be so choosy?" Frieza taunted. "Besides, your form has transformed into a great ape, and neither Gohan nor Trunks possesses the strength to vanquish you." Yamcha added, "Only Goku has the capability to defeat you, so you might as well come to terms with it." Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration, yet his discontent could not alter the events captured in the video. He resolved never to allow himself to be possessed as he had been in that recording. He would rather choose self-termination than face possession and ultimately die at Kakarot's hands. In the video, Goku, who had been deep in thought with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and launched an assault on Vegeta's prostrate form. Trunks, unable to bear the sight of his father's potential demise, turned away. However, as the explosion subsided and silence enveloped the scene, Gohan and the others gazed forward in astonishment. Trunks, sensing something amiss, turned back only to be bewildered by the sight of his father's great ape form still intact, not obliterated by Goku. Yet, a notable difference emerged. The tail had vanished. As the tail disappeared, Vegeta's form began to shrink, reverting to his original stature. However, the entity within him, Baby, remained unchanged. "Damn it, my body has expanded alongside Vegeta's." However, it was unable to shrink along with the others. Baby felt the pressure surrounding him and realized that if he remained within Vegeta's body any longer, he would be crushed into fragments. With no other option, he had to exit from Vegeta's body. Chapter 113. The terrifying power amplification of Super Saiyan 4, leaving the multiverse in awe. Kuririn, I see, Baby's body expanded alongside Vegeta. Kuririn, but when Vegeta's body shrinks, he cannot shrink as well. Daigu. Therefore, to avoid being crushed by Vegeta's body, he had no choice but to leave. Lee Sinan. It is clever of Goku to devise such a solution. Duan Muyin. This is quite normal. After all, during Cell's self-destruction, Goku was the first to think of a way out, even though it cost him dearly. Duan Muyin. Regardless, we can all agree that Goku is indeed a very intelligent individual. Upon seeing Duan Muyin's comment, those familiar with Goku, such as Bulma and Krillin, couldn't help but smirk. Is Goku truly intelligent? He certainly possesses a keen mind, but only under the conditions of battle. In other words, Goku's combat intelligence is remarkably high. However, if one were to assess his general intellect, they would be the first to disagree. Yamcha. Vegeta, Goku just saved you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Vegeta ignored Yamcha. To him, being saved by Kakarot was far less preferable than being slain by him. After all, the humiliation of being rescued by a lower-class warrior was far greater than that of being vanquished by one. Zhang Chulan. That said, I am somewhat perplexed as to whether Baby's strength is superior or if Vegeta is the stronger one. Zhang Chulan. After all, Baby is relying on Vegeta's body, which is why Goku can only transform into Super Saiyan 4 to defeat him. Ichigo Kurosaki. I feel that Baby's possession of Vegeta resembles a previous fusion, resulting in a significant power increase for Baby. Ichigo Kurosaki. If we consider their individual strengths, I believe both Vegeta and Baby fall short of Goku. Naruto Uzumaki. That makes sense. I share your thoughts. Kakashi. Nonetheless, I feel that this battle lacks the intensity of the previous encounters. Kakashi, moreover. This video is shorter than the earlier ones. Lee Sinan. After all, Super Saiyan 4 appeared swiftly. Perhaps this illustrates the differences between parallel universes and the main timeline. Li Haoyan. I wonder if there will be any transformations following Super Saiyan 4. Li Haoyan. If there are, it's likely to be Super Saiyan 5. Other spectators expressed their agreement. After all, following 4, isn't it simply 5? Yet, Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation from a parallel universe. Could it be that Super Saiyan 5 also exists within a parallel realm? Were Lin Luo to hear their musings, he would certainly clarify that this is not the case. The existence of Super Saiyan 5 remains solely within the realm of fan creations, lacking any endorsement from the esteemed Akira Toriyama. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that its origins lie with Toei Animation, thereby granting it a certain legitimacy. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 is indeed an official transformation, whereas Super Saiyan 5 is not, which is why it will not be featured in any official media. In the narrative, after Baby escapes from Vegeta's body, he reverts to his original form. Subsequently, he boards a spaceship to flee Earth, plotting his revenge for a future encounter. However, Goku denies him this opportunity. With a single Kamehameha, he sends Baby and his ship hurtling into the sun. Even if Baby were to recover, annihilation would be instantaneous, effectively resolving the Baby saga. The introduction of Super Saiyan 4 concludes here, leading us to the most crucial information regarding its power multiplier. This transformation stands as the final one among Saiyan transformations that possesses a clearly defined power amplification ratio. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved when Goku transforms into a golden great ape and then reverts to a humanoid form. The transition into a golden great ape can be interpreted as Goku becoming a Super Saiyan after attaining this primal form, specifically his most formidable transformation, Super Saiyan 3. The transformation into a great ape results in a tenfold increase in power, which implies that the power boost of Super Saiyan 4 is 10 times that of Super Saiyan 3, equating to a staggering 4,000 times the base state. This revelation regarding the power amplification of Super Saiyan 4, even if previously speculated, left countless viewers across the multiverse in profound astonishment. It is essential to recognize that as power escalates, even a modest increase can yield terrifying results. For beings capable of cataclysmic destruction, such as Goku and his peers, an enhancement of merely 1 or 2% is exceedingly formidable. However, their transformations yield increments that are not merely 1 or 2%, but rather multiple times greater. Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times the base form. Super Saiyan 2 is double that of Super Saiyan 1, resulting in 100 times the base state. Super Saiyan 3 amplifies this further to 400 times the base form, while Super Saiyan 4 escalates this terrifying multiplier to 4,000 times. What about the transformations that follow Super Saiyan? The multiplier is undoubtedly even more staggering, likely reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands times the base state. The inherent power of Goku and his comrades is already prodigious. Contemplating an amplification of several thousand or tens of thousands times is beyond comprehension. Their transformations pale in comparison to those of the Saiyans. Furthermore, the narrator explicitly states that Super Saiyan 4 is the final transformation with a clear multiplier among Saiyans, suggesting that subsequent transformations may possess such overwhelming power that their amplification ratios are indeterminate. Such strength is unfathomable and truly extraordinary, capable of direct amplifications of thousands or tens of thousands of times within their universe. Even an ordinary individual has the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Surpassing all, what is even more terrifying is that the transformations of the Saiyans are designed to confront formidable adversaries. Given that Goku and his companions are already exceptionally powerful in their normal state, it is astonishing that there are still enemies capable of matching them, even after amplifying their strength by thousands of times. One can only assert that the world of Dragon Ball is truly fearsome, with monstrous beings emerging one after another. What further strength will the Saiyans' transformations exhibit? What even more formidable creatures will arise? In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Destroyers, If a Super Saiyan 5 indeed materializes, it seems the Super Saiyan God may never manifest. It appears that this Super Saiyan God is not merely a transformation mastered by the Saiyans. With a sigh, Beerus expressed his regret, initially hoping to glean insights about the Super Saiyan God from these videos. He had once contemplated whether the Super Saiyan God was a transformation controlled by the Saiyans. However, it now appears otherwise. Chapter 114. Ascending to the Divine Realm with Mortal Flesh, the Super Saiyan God. As the comments suggested, if a Super Saiyan 5 truly follows Super Saiyan 4, then logically, there would be a succession of 6, 7, 8, and 9. The Saiyans' transformations are sequenced numerically, indicating that the Super Saiyan God does not belong to this series. Thus, it stands to reason that the Super Saiyan God is not a transformation possessed by the Saiyans, which is why Beerus feels considerable disappointment. Consequently, he is unable to acquire information about the Super Saiyan God from the videos. In his eyes, the transformations of the Saiyans currently on display are wholly inadequate, even if Super Saiyan 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 were to make an appearance. It is indeed regrettable. If only the Super Saiyan God were also a transformation governed by the Saiyans, he could uncover the true nature of the Super Saiyan God and gauge its strength, possibly deriving some amusement from it. Just as Beerus was lost in thought, the emergence of the next video left him momentarily stunned. More precisely, it was the title of the video that rendered him speechless. Mastering Divine Power with Mortal Flesh, the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. This title not only astonished Beerus, but also left countless viewers across myriad realms in utter disbelief. Mastering Divine Power with Mortal Flesh? A transformation that enters the Divine Realm? The Saiyans have evolved to the point of transforming into gods. Zhongguo gods? Can humans become gods? Can one transform into a god? Ichigo Kurosaki. Absurd, utterly absurd. A transformation that allows one to become a god exceeds our imagination. Duanmu Yin. The Super Saiyan God. Do the Saiyans become gods? I cannot fathom how powerful that could be. At that moment, the eyes of countless powerful beings with transformation abilities turned crimson with envy. Why is it that, despite both being transformations, the Saiyan transformations exhibit such an extraordinary enhancement in power? Moreover, they can now directly ascend to the realm of the gods through their transformations. Why is there such a vast disparity? The Saiyans have truly mastered the art of transformation. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the excitement is palpable. The Super Saiyan God has finally emerged. Beerus is immensely pleased, having nearly relinquished all hope. According to the conventional Saiyan transformation sequence, after Super Saiyan 4, one would expect Super Saiyan 5, followed by Super Saiyan 6, with increasingly grandiose titles for even stronger transformations. It seemed that the Super Saiyan God had no connection to this progression. However, unexpectedly, after Super Saiyan 4, it is not Super Saiyan 5 that follows, but rather the Super Saiyan God he has long sought. Through this video, he can now acquire knowledge about the Super Saiyan God. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin's, how audacious it is for mere humans to aspire to touch the divine. Such thoughts are nothing but a delusion. With Gaoas by his side, Zamasu's expression remains unchanged, yet internally he is considerably agitated. In his eyes, humans are beings that should not exist. They are a mistake made by the gods. Upon witnessing the formidable power and transformations of the Saiyans, he was already quite displeased. How could such insignificant beings possess strength surpassing even that of the gods? This is utterly unforgivable. Now, an even more intolerable situation arises. The Saiyans dare to encroach upon the domain of the gods. The divine realm is certainly not one that humans should ever aspire to. The Saiyans are indeed a reckless race. Truly, humans should not exist in this world, and the Saiyans even less so. He must devise a plan to eliminate these Saiyans. He is uncertain whether the 10th universe has any Saiyans. If it does, they shall be his first target. The emergence of the Super Saiyan God evokes a myriad of thoughts among countless viewers, yet they share one common sentiment, an insatiable curiosity regarding the Super Saiyan God. What manner of transformation is the Super Saiyan God, and to what incredible heights does its power ascend? The answers to these questions will be revealed in this new video. In the video, when discussing the Super Saiyan God, it is essential to mention another figure, Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. As the narration unfolds, The audience's curiosity intensifies, including that of the other gods of destruction. Ordinary viewers wonder who Beerus is and what kind of deity a god of destruction is, as it sounds remarkably powerful. Meanwhile, the other universe's gods of destruction finally begin to take notice. Previously, they viewed the Saiyans' transformations merely as entertainment. Although those transformations boast considerable enhancements, to them, the Saiyans remain insignificant. Compared to the might of the gods of destruction, the Saiyans and their transformations fall woefully short. Thus, they paid little heed to it and hardly ever sent any comments. However, the situation has now changed. This god of Super Saiyans is surprisingly connected to Beerus. This certainly demands their attention. Could it be that this god of Super Saiyans can actually rival Beerus? If so, that would be rather absurd. After all, who is Beerus? He is the mightiest god of destruction. If one could indeed stand against Beerus, it would imply that this god of Super Saiyans might also contend with other gods of destruction, possibly even vanquishing them. Naturally, they must closely observe this god of Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, the narration in the video continued, explaining that Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, is arguably the strongest entity in that universe, second only to the angel Whis. The foes encountered in the earlier videos were no more significant than ants in his presence. So why mention him? Because the concept of the god of Super Saiyans originated from a dream Beerus had before his long slumber. In that dream, he envisioned a god of Super Saiyans capable of battling him and providing him with amusement. The video reveals that after nearly 40 years of slumber, Beerus awakens and recounts his dream about the god of Super Saiyans to Whis. Whis informs him that the god of Super Saiyans does not exist, but that the Saiyans have mastered a transformation known as Super Saiyan and even defeated Frieza. This revelation both disappoints and intrigues Beerus, leading him to ponder that perhaps these Saiyans possess knowledge about the god of Super Saiyans. Whis informs Beerus that following Beerus's orders to annihilate planet Vegeta, the surviving Saiyans congregated on a planet called Earth. Meanwhile, the Saiyan who defeated Frieza, Son Goku, is currently training on King Kai's planet. It takes over 20 minutes to travel from the realm of destruction to King Kai's planet, prompting Beerus to decide to set off. Chapter 115, with 2 moves, Beerus defeats Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Shocking the multiverse, the dialogue between Whis and Beerus reveals 2 pieces of information. The first is that Beerus has visited Earth before, and due to the impolite dinosaurs, he exterminated them. This revelation left countless scientists researching dinosaurs in utter disbelief. After dedicating their lives to studying these creatures and the truth behind their extinction, they are now presented with a new narrative. The mainstream theories regarding the extinction of dinosaurs include a catastrophic plague, a devastating ice age, or a meteor impact. Now, they are told that the dinosaurs were eradicated by Beerus, while Beerus may not inhabit their world. Who can guarantee that the dinosaurs in their realm did not meet a similar fate, having devoted their lives to uncovering the truth behind dinosaur extinction? This new direction leaves them utterly perplexed. The second piece of information, while seemingly trivial to the majority of the audience, holds profound significance for one individual, Vegeta. This revelation pertains to the catastrophic demise of planet Vegeta, within the confines of the spaceship. I had long believed that planet Vegeta was obliterated due to Frieza's apprehension of our Saiyan race. Yet, it appears that it was in fact ordered by Beerus. Perhaps Frieza harbored his own motives for the destruction of planet Vegeta, but ultimately, it was Beerus who commanded it. Vegeta, observing Beerus on the screen, trembles with intensity. Memories flood back to his childhood when he had encountered Beerus. At that time, his father, King Vegeta, was reduced to kneeling before Beerus, who loomed ominously above him. Vegeta had even dared to provoke Beerus, yet he could not withstand so much as a glance from the god of destruction. Beerus, a being of unfathomable terror. What recourse does he have now, knowing that the annihilation of his homeworld was decreed by this formidable entity? He had the audacity to seek vengeance against Frieza, the one who executed the act. But against Beerus, not only is revenge unthinkable, but he cannot even muster the courage to confront him with questions. Perhaps it is best to pursue vengeance against Frieza, for he is the one who wielded the destructive force. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai perceives that Beerus is destined to visit his realm, and he is unable to suppress his anxiety. As a king, his planet should not be so diminutive, but its size has dwindled significantly due to Beerus's earlier destruction. With Beerus poised to return, he fears that should the deity be displeased, he may lose even this last remnant of land. He can only fervently pray that Goku refrains from provoking Beerus. For the latter's intentions for visiting his planet revolve around Goku, who would certainly not instigate any conflict with Beerus. The only unpredictable variable is Goku himself. In the video, Goku is seen training on King Kai's planet. Both the King Kai and the two Supreme Kais have sensed Beerus's impending arrival. They discreetly communicate their urgent warning to Goku, imploring him not to provoke Beerus, lest the consequences be dire. Initially, the King Kai intended to keep this from Goku, but Goku's curiosity piqued upon overhearing the murmurs, compelling the King Kai to divulge the matter concerning Beerus. In response, Goku's inherent desire for battle ignites, and he expresses a wish to confront Beerus. However, the King Kai sternly admonishes him against such folly. Although Goku verbally complies, the true nature of his thoughts remains known only to himself. When Beerus arrives at King Kai's planet, the king instructs Goku to conceal himself, avoiding any encounter with the deity. Yet, Beerus swiftly detects Goku's presence and summons him forth, as he has come with inquiries for Goku regarding the Super Saiyan God. Goku, however, is unaware of the answer, and Beerus, unfazed, contemplates seeking out the other Saiyans on Earth for further information. However, just before departing, Sun Wukong could no longer restrain his desire to challenge Beerus to a duel. The King Kai, in a state of alarm, worried that Beerus might take offense. To his surprise, Beerus remained unperturbed, for it had been a long time since anyone had uttered such an entertaining proposition. He accepted Sun Wukong's challenge. Uncertain of Beerus's true power, Sun Wukong refrained from unleashing his full strength initially. He first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet he could not land a single hit on Beerus. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 yielded the same results. Upon reaching Super Saiyan 3, his assaults intensified. Yet Beerus effortlessly evaded all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Growing increasingly dissatisfied, Sun Wukong noted that Beerus was merely dodging without countering. Beerus remarked that for him to engage, Sun Wukong must display an ability worthy of his attention. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong launched an even more ferocious barrage. This time, Beerus chose not to evade, but astonishingly, he blocked Sun Wukong's onslaught with just a single finger. "Given your commendable effort, allow me to impart a lesson," Beerus stated. He then flicked Sun Wukong's forehead, sending him hurtling away. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Sun Wukong and struck the back of his neck with a precise chop, incapacitating him. In merely 2 moves, Beerus rendered Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong unconscious. The display of power from Beerus, particularly his nonchalant demeanor, left countless spectators in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, they began to regain their composure. "I finally comprehend why the narrator claimed that those previous foes appeared as mere ants before Beerus," remarked Duan Muyan. "With just 2 simple moves, he has knocked out Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong." Zhang Chuan added, "How can there be such a vast disparity in strength between the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction, despite both being deities? Although the energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 is substantial and cannot be sustained for long, its power is undeniably formidable. Even against Majin Buu, Sun Wukong could contend for a time while in this form. Yet before Beerus, it took merely 2 effortless moves, 1 flick to the forehead and a swift chop, to decisively defeat him. It is evident that Beerus's power is truly terrifying. The disparity in strength between the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction is indeed staggering. As I am not the god responsible for combat, it is only natural that my strength is somewhat lacking," the Kaioshin Shin remarked. However, Lord Beerus is indeed a god of destruction, so his formidable power is to be expected. Observing spectators comparing themselves to Beerus, Kaioshin Shin felt a sense of helplessness. Although he holds the same rank as the god of destruction, his domain is creation, while Beerus governs destruction. Thus, it is only natural that his strength pales in comparison to Beerus's. Across the 12 universes, there exists no deity among the universe's supreme beings whose power surpasses that of a god of destruction, not even remotely. The god of destruction stands as the mightiest entity in a universe, second only to the angels. In chapter 116, it is remarked that the prowess of the god of destruction is indeed formidable. In the context of the narrative, so, this Beerus is the counterpart to the Super Saiyan god, is he not? Indeed, as a divine transformation. Only an entity as powerful as Beerus could be deemed worthy of the Super Saiyan god, by the logic that each transformation corresponds to a challenger. Beerus is undoubtedly the adversary of the Super Saiyan god. This revelation has piqued the curiosity and anticipation of countless spectators regarding the nature of the transformation capable of contending with the formidable god of destruction, Beerus. In the video, after triumphing over Goku, Beerus, accompanied by Whis, journeys to Earth. The King Kai promptly reaches out telepathically to inform Vegeta of the events transpiring on King Kai's planet, urging him to ensure that Beerus is well treated and not provoked, lest Earth faces dire consequences. Meanwhile, on Earth, the world's wealthiest individual, Bulma, celebrates her birthday aboard her luxurious yacht, inviting a plethora of friends and family. Vegeta, lingering nearby, finds himself grappling with a sense of familiarity regarding the name Beerus, as if it resonates within his memory. At that moment, the voice of Beerus echoes in his ear. Vegeta hurriedly seeks a secluded area on the yacht, yet finds nothing. Only when Beerus taps him lightly on the back of his head does Vegeta come to his senses. Upon seeing Beerus, memories from his childhood flood his mind. He recalls witnessing his father prostrate before Beerus, and how he himself had been instantaneously subdued by a mere glance from the deity. In that moment, he comprehends why Kakarot in his Super Saiyan 3 form was vanquished with such ease, for his opponent was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction. Beerus inquires about the Super Saiyan god, but Vegeta is at a loss for answers. While Beerus expresses a hint of disappointment, he acknowledges that this outcome was anticipated. Just as he prepares to depart, Bulma unexpectedly approaches. Upon seeing the distinct appearances of Beerus and Whis, Bulma remains unfazed, as she is no stranger to grandeur. Beerus informs Bulma of his friendship with Vegeta and explains that he has come to Earth for a visit. Surprised to learn that Vegeta has friends, Bulma extends an invitation to Beerus to join her birthday celebration, to which he graciously agrees. At Bulma's birthday party, Beerus is introduced to an array of culinary delights that astonish him. The vast array of delicacies available on Earth captivates his senses, and as a seasoned connoisseur of fine cuisine, he finds himself utterly enchanted by the gastronomic wonders presented before him. However, when one gazes upon the vast expanse of the universe, it becomes evident that truly exquisite culinary delights are exceedingly rare. Yet, the gastronomic offerings of this earth, though he has never savored them personally and has only glimpsed them through fleeting videos, he can assert with unwavering confidence that these earthly delicacies must be extraordinarily delectable. Whis, I believe we must embark on a journey to Earth, Beerus remarked to the ever-loyal Whis. At this moment, the Super Saiyan god is unlikely to make an appearance. Even if it were possible, it would surely not satisfy his cravings. Nonetheless, for the sake of the culinary wonders showcased in the videos, Earth is certainly worth a visit. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis acquiesced, harboring his own eagerness to experience Earth's offerings. Beerus, a true gourmand with an insatiable passion for food, undoubtedly shares this sentiment with his angelic attendant, Kampa. How astonishing that this Earth possesses such an abundance of culinary delights. The allure of Earth's gastronomy captivates not only Beerus but also Kampa, who has been in constant rivalry with Beerus to determine which universe boasts superior cuisine. Upon discovering the multitude of gastronomic treasures in the seventh universe's Earth, how could he possibly resist? Vados, since the seventh universe has an Earth, ours in the sixth universe must possess one as well. Let us search. Under Vados's diligent exploration, they eventually located Earth. However, the Earth of the sixth universe had become a desolate wasteland, leaving Kampa in a state of profound disappointment. He pondered ways to acquire the Earth of the seventh universe. As the culinary delights depicted in the videos, based solely on their vibrant colors and alluring appearances, were irresistibly tempting, he could confidently guarantee their exquisite taste. In the videos, Beerus himself indulged in Earth's culinary offerings and was utterly enchanted. After sampling a plethora of dishes, he found none that could rival the exquisite flavors of Earth's cuisine. Beerus mingled joyously with others, shedding the demeanor typical of a destroyer, while those around him, save for Vegeta, remained blissfully unaware of his true identity, exhibiting a carefree ignorance. Yamcha even went so far as to place a hand upon Beerus's shoulder, asserting his esteemed standing among those present. In a moment of excitement, he could not resist playfully tapping Beerus. This action, which even Super Saiyan 3 Goku had not dared to attempt, was boldly executed by Yamcha. Thus, do you grasp the significance of the only man in the Dragon Ball universe capable of such audacity? In the cosmic realm, you may refer to him as Yamcha. But beyond the confines of Dragon Ball, what title must you bestow upon him? the god of tea, as the first to audaciously tap Beerus. Those aware of Beerus's identity cannot help but exclaim, "The god of tea is remarkable." Zhang Chulan, the god of tea is remarkable. Naruto Uzumaki, the god of tea is remarkable. Duan Muyan, achieving what even Super Saiyan 3 Goku could not. Indeed, the god of tea is remarkable. Ichigo Kurosaki, at this moment, I shall declare the god of tea as the strongest, surpassing Goku. Although in previous videos, Yamcha's performance may not have been particularly impressive. In the first video, he was the first to perish, and notably, he met his fate at the hands of a cultivator, not a Saiyan. In the second video, during the Namek saga, Yamcha was entirely absent. In the third video, featuring the Android saga, he was the first to suffer grave injuries, subsequently being the first to withdraw from the battle. As for the Majin Buu saga, he had merely become a background character. Yet, what does it matter? In this video, at the moment he struck Beerus, he earned the title of God of Tea. As the narration stated, he accomplished what even Son Goku could not. Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, failed to land a hit on Beerus, yet Yamcha succeeded. In that instant, in a certain sense, Yamcha rightfully claimed the title of the foremost, surpassing Son Goku. Countless viewers from myriad realms were astonished that this underwhelming character, Yamcha, would experience such a remarkable moment. It can truly be said that he was silent until this moment, which was nothing short of astonishing. In Chapter 117, to protect Earth, Vegeta sacrificed so much. In West City, seeing the multitude acclaiming the prowess of the god of tea, Yamcha felt somewhat euphoric. The version of himself in the video undeniably elevated his status. However, a remark from Krillin abruptly brought him back to reality. Yamcha, have you considered what comes next? That strike of yours might anger Lord Beerus, and Earth could face destruction. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha snapped back to awareness. Indeed, while his action felt exhilarating, the consequences were far beyond his capacity to bear. If Beerus were to unleash his wrath and obliterate Earth, no one would stand a chance. Yet he thought, surely it wouldn't come to that. Judging by Beerus's demeanor, he seemed rather indifferent. It was unlikely that he would be provoked to annihilate Earth over a single strike, right? Nevertheless, if the deity truly became incensed, he would be the one held accountable for Earth's demise. With a heart full of trepidation, Yamcha continued to watch the video, fervently praying that Beerus would remain unperturbed. In the video, after Yamcha's strike, Beerus appeared somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been observing from a distance, was on the verge of panic, eager to appease Beerus. Fortunately, Krillin brought forth some delicacies, diverting Beerus's attention to the food. With the allure of fine cuisine, Beerus's anger dissipated. After relishing the meal, and still lacking information about the Super Saiyan God, he contemplated departing. If events continued on this trajectory, Earth would remain safe. However, with a mere thought, it is evident that matters would not unfold so smoothly. Many may have encountered troublesome children, while others may argue that such mischief is merely a youthful folly, questioning the extent of their potential misdeeds. Soon, you shall witness the magnitude of the mistakes that mischievous children can commit. As the narration fades, Son Goten and Trunks emerge within the video, armed with water guns, engaging in playful combat. Initially, it seemed a mere game among children, innocuous in nature. However, the predicament arose when their frolic took them near Beerus. To exacerbate the situation, their water guns inadvertently sprayed Beerus's face, inciting his ire once more. Is this the terrifying nature of mischievous children? Their gravest error lies in provoking those who ought not to be provoked, plunging the Earth into a crisis of destruction. One commentator exclaimed, "Indeed, at times, the destructive potential of these children rivals that of world-ending weapons." In that moment, countless viewers grasped the extent of the calamity that such children's errors could unleash, threatening the very existence of the planet. Previously, Yamcha had nearly enraged Beerus, but managed to appease him with delectable cuisine. Alas, that tactic had already been employed. Could it be used again? If not, who could possibly deter Beerus from obliterating the Earth? Even Goku lacked the power to confront him. However, the god of Super Saiyans has yet to make an appearance, so it is unlikely the Earth will be destroyed, one observer noted. But how will Beerus's wrath be quelled this time? With this reminder, other viewers began to connect the dots. Indeed, the god of Super Saiyans had yet to arrive, ensuring the planet's safety. Thus, Beerus's fury was once again subdued. The only lingering question was how it had been accomplished. In the video, upon witnessing his son and his companion's son provoke Beerus, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he set aside any thoughts of reprimanding them, focusing instead on how to calm Beerus's rage. After contemplating, Vegeta devised a plan. He let out a mighty roar to capture Beerus's attention, then submerged himself in the nearby sea, emerging with a large octopus. Transforming into an octopus ball chef, he began to prepare takoyaki from the creature he had just caught. In this extraordinary moment, Vegeta, in a bid to mitigate Beerus's fury and save the Earth, engaged in actions he would have previously deemed beneath him. The proud prince of Saiyans, who possessed immense pride, sacrificed his dignity for the sake of the planet. One could only say that Vegeta has truly matured into a commendable man. To protect the Earth, he has made significant sacrifices. As the narration unfolded and the audience beheld the sight of Vegeta clad in an apron, diligently crafting takoyaki, countless viewers from across the realms could not help but reflect on the transformation he had undergone. They recalled how he once was, merciless and capable of ruthlessly eliminating even his subordinates. And now, to save the Earth, the one who once valued pride and dignity above all had evolved remarkably. To think that he could don the apron of an octopus ball master and prepare octopus balls. Such a notion would have been utterly unthinkable to him in the past. Yet, here he is, embracing this role. It is evident that since that explosive incident, Vegeta has undergone a remarkable transformation. Nowadays, anyone who encounters him cannot help but acknowledge his commendable character. It is no surprise that during Vegeta's self-detonation, the narration referred to it as a textbook redemption. Indeed, following that event, Vegeta has increasingly embodied the essence of humanity, starkly contrasting with his former self. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta gazes at the footage of himself, tempted to express his embarrassment through a comment. However, he quickly refrains, recognizing that his actions in the video were aimed at placating Beerus's wrath. To voice his humiliation would undoubtedly provoke Beerus's ire, so he decides against it. Nevertheless, his emotions are tumultuous. He never imagined that the version of himself captured on video, his future self, would evolve in such a manner. Is this truly the same ruthless Saiyan prince? What enchantment does this Earth possess that not only transformed Kakarot, but also altered him? In West City, Krillin, Yamcha, and the other warriors are equally bewildered. Although their ignorance of Beerus's identity plays a part, they cannot deny Vegeta's willingness to undertake such actions to safeguard Earth. Even they must concede that he is indeed a true man. After all, if they were to engage in such endeavors, it would be considered normal. But who is Vegeta? The proud Saiyan prince. Yet he is willing to cast aside his pride and dignity for the sake of Earth. They cannot help but admire him. Thus, the question remains, when Vegeta returns to Earth in a year, how will they face him? Upon witnessing the transformation depicted in the video, can the real Vegeta experience a change as well? Of course, Vegeta's display of commendable character extends beyond this. His subsequent actions will only further solidify his reputation as a true man. The narration's remarks leave countless viewers increasingly curious. What further demonstrations of virtue and manhood await them from Vegeta? If it were anyone else, perhaps their curiosity would not be so piqued. But this is Vegeta. What was he like before? How does he stand now? This stark contrast ignites their intrigue. Chapter 118. A pudding-induced incident in the video, following Vegeta's impressive display. The once furious Beerus finds his anger dissipating. Thanks to Vegeta's efforts, a catastrophic crisis threatening Earth's destruction has been averted. Beerus had initially intended to leave Earth in peace, but someone inevitably stirred discontent within him. Before departing, Whis inquires whether Beerus has ever tasted a dessert called pudding, which is quite delightful. For Beerus, a connoisseur of fine food, Whis's recommendation of pudding is simply irresistible. Whis then escorts Beerus to encounter Majin Buu and Mr. Satan. Due to the remaining puddings, they were all in the possession of Majin Buu. Whis politely requested 2 puddings from Majin Buu, to which Satan graciously consented, allowing Majin Buu to share. However, Majin Buu was unwilling. Not only did he refuse, but he also deliberately licked every pudding to signify his refusal to part with them for Beerus. This blatant provocation thoroughly irked Beerus, who retaliated by sending Majin Buu flying. The commotion attracted the attention of others. Vegeta was taken aback, having just managed to placate Beerus, only to find himself embroiled in yet another incident. This time, Beerus had already taken action, likely beyond the point of appeasement. I am a deity of vast patience, able to endure many things, but one behavior is intolerable: rudeness and disregard for others. Had it merely been Majin Buu's refusal to relinquish the pudding, Perhaps Beerus would not have been so incensed. Yet, Bu's subsequent act of licking the puddings was a deliberate provocation that greatly displeased Beerus. Once a formidable nuisance to the warriors, Majin Bu now appeared as feeble as an ant in the presence of Beerus. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was at his wit's end. Wishing to dismantle Majin Bu piece by piece, he had sacrificed his dignity to soothe Beerus, only to have it all undermined by this foolish creature. Was all his previous effort in vain? His embarrassment was for naught, all thanks to this mindless being. The other spectators were equally exasperated. Though I do not comprehend the situation, why is this devoured Majin Bu still alive and mingling with the warriors? One remarked. Yet, I recognize that his capacity for creating chaos remains undiminished, perhaps even enhanced, another added. Indeed, previously he merely followed Babbidi's commands to destroy a few cities, a third noted. While he caused significant trouble for Earth, he at least did not annihilate it. However, now that he has provoked Beerus, the destruction of Earth is a looming possibility. Of course, the Super Saiyan God has yet to appear, so Earth should remain safe, suggested another. Yet, the trouble caused by Majin Bu will inevitably fall upon Goku and his companions to resolve, which is truly absurd. Honestly, although Beerus threatens to obliterate Earth, I, as an Earthling, should be his adversary, one commented. Yet, I find that Beerus has no fault in this matter. As he stated, he is indeed a deity of great tolerance, another concurred. He has been angered several times, but has managed to calm down. Had it not been for Majin Bu's excessive behavior this time, he would not have lost his temper entirely. Countless spectators, all being Earthlings, unanimously believed that Beerus was justified in his actions. If they were in their shoes, they would undoubtedly feel indignant if someone treated them with such blatant disrespect. Not to mention a deity like Beerus. As a god, his patience is truly remarkable. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest on the shoulders of Majin Bu. It is one thing to withhold pudding, but why resort to the deliberate act of licking it? This situation is akin to someone desiring a delicacy that is in scarce supply, with the remaining portion held by a single individual. While that person may choose not to share, which is understandable given their own limited portion, it is another matter entirely to taunt others by spitting into the food. Such provocations are undeniably infuriating. If they merely refrained from sharing the delicacy, though they might feel regretful, they would not resort to theft. Yet, to engage in such taunts is simply unacceptable. Katra, Beerus, when did you become so benevolent? Katra, these humans dare to show such disrespect to the god of destruction. They should have been dealt with long ago. Katra, with your demeanor, how can you even call yourself a god of destruction? It is a source of embarrassment for me. This reflects the conflict between Katra, the god of destruction of Universe 4, and Beerus. As a cat, Beerus is naturally at odds with Katra, a mouse. They are, after all, age-old adversaries. Thus, Katra seizes every opportunity to mock Beerus. Beerus, I have stated time and again that I am a magnanimous deity. Beerus, unlike you, a petty creature. Beerus, but then again, who can expect great generosity from a mere mouse? Katra, Beerus, you scoundrel. Champa, on this matter, I must side with Beerus. Champa, joking aside, do not trifle with me regarding food. Champa is equally curious about the taste of that pudding. Should anyone dare to act as Majin Bu has in his presence, he would undoubtedly respond in kind to Beerus, who would jest about food in front of a voracious gourmand. That would indeed be a grave misstep. Daegu, historically, our foes have posed threats to Earth with some villainous intent. Daegu, for instance, Majin Bu revels in destruction, while beings like Vegeta and Cell sought to annihilate Earth out of desperation against Goku and his allies. Daegu, yet this time, the crisis facing Earth arises from a mere pudding? Xinxing, one could say this is a calamity triggered by a pudding. Xinxing, if our world were to face a similar predicament, our victorious team would surely be at a loss. Indeed, imagine a monster appearing, indifferent to destruction or dominion over Earth, solely interested in its culinary delights. If someone refuses to share their food, leading the creature to unleash its fury upon the planet, who would not be alarmed? A situation that could be resolved peacefully devolving into one necessitating force is truly unfortunate. Chapter 119, Vegeta, a true man. How dare you strike my Bulma? Zhang Chulan remarked, on a positive note, if it weren't for Majin Bu's actions, we wouldn't have witnessed the emergence of the Super Saiyan God. He continued, now that Beerus has made his move to protect Earth from his grasp, we must transform into Super Saiyan gods. Bardock interjected, what do you mean? Zhang Chulan replied, Beerus has made his move to protect Earth from his grasp. We must transform into Super Saiyan gods. Bardock interjected, what do you mean? Zhang Chulan replied, Beerus has made his move to protect Earth from his grasp. While this perspective holds merit, it is from the viewpoint of us observers. He added, if we consider the warriors within the video, especially Vegeta, who is aware of Beerus's identity, their despair is palpable. Bardock's commentary resonated deeply with the other viewers. As mere observers of the unfolding events, they understood that a Super Saiyan God would indeed appear to prevent Earth's destruction at Beerus's hands. Moreover, even if annihilation were to occur, it would bear no consequence for them. However, from the standpoint of Vegeta and the others within the video, the outlook was undeniably bleak. They were unaware of the impending arrival of the Super Saiyan God. All they knew was that an immensely powerful foe had materialized. Particularly for Vegeta, who recognized Beerus's true identity, the depth of his despair was unfathomable. Yet, the events had transpired, and blaming Majin Buu was futile. Furthermore, they were oblivious to how Majin Buu had intertwined himself with Vegeta and the others. Their only hope now rested on the Super Saiyan God to withstand Beerus. In the video, to thwart Beerus, Tien, Piccolo, Gohan, and even Goten and Trunks fused to become Gotenks. However, before Beerus, they appeared as insignificant as mere chickens before a hawk. Before the Super Saiyan God made his entrance, a unique transformation had been showcased against Beerus, brought forth by none other than Vegeta himself. This transformation could be dubbed Berserk Super Saiyan 2. Though merely a Super Saiyan 2, this unique form allowed Vegeta to momentarily fulfill his long-standing aspiration to surpass Goku. As the narration faded, within the video, Beerus observed the fallen Vegeta and his companions, questioning if anyone else would rise to challenge him. At that moment, a figure approached him. Bulma. Bulma, visibly irked, was celebrating her birthday, which had been thrown into disarray by Beerus. In her fury, she struck Beerus across the face, only for him to retaliate with a blow that sent her crashing to the ground, rendering her unconscious. Bulma, the undisputed leading lady of the Dragon Ball universe, is arguably one of the strongest women as well. Not only does she possess formidable resilience to withstand Vegeta's onslaught, but she is also the first woman to slap Beerus. Remarkably, she even endured Beerus's retaliatory slap, albeit due to his restraint. No other woman has been afforded such an honor. As the god of destruction, Beerus was unexpectedly struck by Bulma, an ordinary woman, yet he merely returned the favor without inflicting any fatal harm upon her. This clearly illustrates his own assertion of being a deity of great magnanimity. Had it been another god of destruction, Bulma would have surely met her end. Across the myriad realms, countless spectators felt a surge of admiration for Bulma. They were genuinely in awe of her audacity to slap a god of destruction. Although she remained unaware of Beerus's true identity, her courage shone through when she witnessed him effortlessly overpowering Vegeta and Gohan. It can only be said that she is undoubtedly the strongest woman. She accomplished what Goku and Vegeta could not with such ease. Bulma's bravery is commendable. As Beerus traveled toward Earth, he observed Bulma in the video and couldn't help but nod in approval. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an intriguing woman. As for why he refrained from ending Bulma's life, she had merely struck him once. She had not committed any further offense. His return slap was simply an act of reciprocity. There was no need for lethal retribution. Moreover, she had invited him to her birthday party, where he savored a delightful array of delicacies. For this reason alone, he would not resort to violence over such a trivial incident. For Earthlings, being slapped might be considered a deeply humiliating experience, but to Beerus, a slap and an attack on other parts of his being held no distinction. There was no sense of humiliation attached. Nonetheless, the mere act of being slapped by her merits the assertion that she is indeed the strongest woman. Inside the spaceship, it became evident why the version of him in the video was so fond of Bulma. She truly is a formidable woman. Bulma, observing her own image in the video, felt immense satisfaction. The Saiyans have always appreciated strong women, and Bulma's audacity to strike Beerus proves her unparalleled might. He finally comprehended why he had been so enamored with this version of Bulma. She had the power to invoke such a profound change in him. As the prince of the Saiyans, he found himself irresistibly drawn to such a formidable woman. At that moment, the video's narration resumed. Remember what I mentioned earlier about Vegeta experiencing moments of heightened masculinity? This was one such moment, triggered by witnessing Bulma being struck. In the video, upon seeing Bulma knocked unconscious by Beerus, Vegeta was rendered utterly speechless. He howled, seemingly enduring an unimaginable torment. You dared to strike my Bulma. With that furious outcry, a formidable aura erupted from him, surpassing even Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Could this be the moment when Vegeta eclipses Goku? The nearby Master Roshi could not help but remark, "Beerus, I shall never forgive you." At this moment, Vegeta had completely shed his fear of Beerus. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to deliver a severe beating to the one who dared to harm his beloved. Witnessing the assault on his woman ignited a profound rage within him. Once plagued by the psychological trauma inflicted by the god of destruction, he now transcended that fear, unleashing a power that surpassed his own limits in pursuit of vengeance for Bulma. The transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 was instigated by this intense emotion. In his quest to protect his beloved, Vegeta bravely drew his sword against an adversary whose strength far exceeded his own, a foe that had haunted him psychologically. Such valor undoubtedly earns him the title of a true man. Chapter 120. The Method to Birth the Super Saiyan God. Do NMYN. Vegeta is truly a man. DG. Vegeta is truly a man. Su NWMNGRN. Vegeta is truly a man. Hizaki YH. Vegeta is truly a man. Those with girlfriends or romantic interests flooded the comments with praises for Vegeta's manhood. As the narration indicated, his ability to unleash a power that transcends limits for the sake of his woman and to confront a formidable enemy is indeed commendable. Previously, Vegeta had sacrificed his own dignity to protect Earth, embodying the essence of a true man. Now, in defense of Bulma, he unsheathed his sword against Beerus, another testament to his character. Following his self-sacrifice to defeat Majin Buu, countless viewers had shifted their allegiance from disdain to admiration. Now, Vegeta's recent actions have transformed many into his fervent admirers. Initially, Vegeta was a source of frustration, yet he has now become an object of affection. Zhangguo. It seems that anger is indeed a key factor in unleashing greater power. Zhangguo. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 1 out of anger. Son Gohan into Super Saiyan 2, and now Vegeta has transformed into a Berserk Super Saiyan 2, even surpassing Goku. Kapu. It's likely Vegeta never anticipated surpassing Goku, having resigned himself to that reality. Kapu. Yet, it was the assault on his woman by Beerus that propelled him past that limit. Vegeta himself had not foreseen this. Inside the spaceship, upon witnessing the video of his own triumph over Kakarot, he felt an overwhelming joy. How he achieved this feat mattered little. He had indeed surpassed him. Even if it was a fleeting moment of superiority, it was still a victory. As he reflected, Vegeta's emotions became complex. He never realized he held such deep feelings for the woman named Bulma. For her sake, he had conquered his fear of Beerus. Now, Bulma was on Earth, and he was en route to her. He wondered if he would be able to see her upon his arrival. If possible, he truly wished to witness the real Bulma, the woman who had captivated him so utterly in the video. Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Vegeta. In the video, his strength had surged remarkably. He pondered how he would fare against Beerus. Defeating Beerus was an impossibility. However, if he could withstand a few exchanges, he would consider it a significant achievement. In the video, the empowered Vegeta launched a fierce assault against Beerus. Initially, Beerus dismissed Vegeta as a mere nuisance. Yet, when his punch struck Vegeta's face and failed to send him flying, Vegeta stood his ground, prompting Beerus to recognize the shift in dynamics. Subsequently, Vegeta retaliated, sending Beerus hurtling away. Fueled by momentum, Vegeta relentlessly continued his assault on Beerus, culminating the battle with a devastating ultimate flash. This onslaught, relentless and unimpeded, was a feat that even Super Saiyan 3 Goku had never accomplished. In that moment, Vegeta had surpassed Goku, although it lasted only a few fleeting minutes. As the dust from the explosion settled, Beerus appeared unscathed before Vegeta, scratching his head with a hint of disappointment. It seemed that Vegeta was not yet a Super Saiyan god. Beerus had initially believed that Vegeta's ability to withstand his attack indicated a transformation into Super Saiyan god. But that was not the case. Had he truly achieved that form, Beerus would have been compelled to exert far greater effort. At this moment, Vegeta's inner fury had dissipated, and he had reverted from his rage-fueled Super Saiyan 2 state. With this, there was nothing to impede Beerus. He called out to Whis, preparing to obliterate the earth. However, Whis was preoccupied savoring sushi, instructing Beerus to wait while he arranged for several more orders to be packed. After a brief interval, Beerus called for Whis again, who finally approached his side. Just as Beerus was poised to destroy the earth, plunging Vegeta and the others into despair, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a figure standing tall, none other than Goku. At the most critical moment, Goku had finally arrived. The sight of Goku ignited excitement in Bulma, Krillin, and the others. After all, whenever they found themselves in peril, Goku's presence assured them of safety. They believed this situation would be no different. Due to Whis' indulgence in sushi and the subsequent delay in Beerus's plans, perhaps he genuinely wished to enjoy the delicacy. Yet, it was equally plausible that he had already detected Goku lurking in the shadows, deliberately stalling for time to prevent Beerus from hastily destroying the Earth. One could say that Whis had played his part in safeguarding the planet. In the vastness of space, Beerus glanced at Whis and inquired, "Oh, is that so?" "My lord Beerus, I cannot speak to the intentions of the me in the video," Whis replied. Beerus remained silent. Even if Whis truly held such thoughts, he would not cast blame upon him, as Whis was simply that sort of angel. Moreover, there was nothing Beerus could do to alter the situation. With Goku's appearance, did it not suggest that the Super Saiyan God was soon to emerge? Beerus stroked his chin, filled with anticipation. Among all the Saiyans present, the likelihood of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan God was the highest. Now that the opponent had made their entrance, the Super Saiyan God should soon reveal himself. He was eager to witness the manifestation of the Super Saiyan God that had graced his dreams, curious about its form and strength. In the video, Beerus recognized Goku and inquired whether he was aware of the Super Saiyan God. Goku scratched his head and admitted ignorance, stating that he had come to plead with Beerus to spare Earth. However, Beerus firmly refused. Subsequently, Goku devised a plan to utilize the Dragon Balls. When the Eternal Dragon was summoned, initially, it maintained an aloof demeanor. Yet, upon learning of Beerus's presence from Goku, the dragon was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Beerus, the dragon adopted a demeanor of utter humility, a stark contrast to its previously haughty and indifferent attitude. Goku inquired about the Super Saiyan God, and the dragon elucidated that the Super Saiyan God was a legendary figure among the Saiyans. It was formed when 5 benevolent Saiyans transmitted their heart's energy to another kind-hearted Saiyan. This was the method of creating a Super Saiyan God. Chapter 121. Has Goku become a grandfather? Vegeta aspires to be a grandfather first. Upon learning the method of the Super Saiyan Goddess birth, Piccolo lamented the lack of hope, as the conditions were not met. There were insufficient benevolent Saiyans. Only Gohan and Goten qualified. In Piccolo's mind, even Goku did not qualify as a truly kind-hearted Saiyan. Of course, this was merely Piccolo's perspective. Then, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks surrounded Goku and began to transmit their power to him. Soon, a formidable aura erupted from Goku. Many believed they had succeeded, but Piccolo, Whis, and even Goku himself felt it was a failure. Whis informed Piccolo and the others that their ability to sense Goku's energy indicated failure, as mortals could not perceive the aura of a deity. Since they could still detect Goku's energy, it implied he had not yet ascended to divinity. Moreover, Whis reminded Goku of 2 crucial points. The first was that the energy transmitted by the other Saiyans was not mere energy, but heart energy, a unique force. The second was that 5 Saiyans needed to convey heart energy to one other Saiyan, implying that 6 Saiyans were required. However, Goku and his companions consisted of only 5 Saiyans. The first point was manageable, but the second rendered them powerless. After all, there are only 5 Saiyans present. Where could one possibly find a 6th? Moreover, this individual must possess a kind heart. Observing that the numbers were insufficient, Beerus expressed his disdain for the wasted time and prepared to obliterate the Earth. However, at that moment, a figure stepped forward. It was Videl. She suggested that perhaps the unborn Saiyan within her might suffice. As she spoke, she gently cradled her belly, radiating maternal warmth. Her words and actions enlightened the others. Videl was pregnant. Gohan was to become a father. Goku would soon be a grandfather. Krillin exclaimed, "What? Goku is going to be a grandfather?" Krillin added, "My daughter is still so young, and Goku is already to become a grandfather?" Yamcha lamented, "I've even lost my girlfriend to someone else, and yet Goku is already becoming a grandfather?" Bulma remarked, "By lineage, does that mean I'm to be a grandmother?" Chi-Chi questioned, "Am I to be a grandmother as well?" Master Roshi congratulated, "Goku, congratulations." All of Goku's friends and family, who had grown up alongside him, were filled with nostalgia. The once little boy was now on the brink of becoming a grandfather. Time truly flies. It was indeed surprising that the girl named Videl had become Gohan's wife. Yet, it was not unexpected, Given their demeanor in the video featuring Majin Buu, it would have been abnormal for them not to be together. It was astonishing to think that Gohan, too, was to become a father. Goku and Piccolo, Gohan's mentors, felt a complex mix of emotions. At this juncture, Gohan was merely 4 years old in their eyes, a mere child. Yet, in the video, he was poised to embrace fatherhood. Nevertheless, this was a joyous occasion. Piccolo even contemplated how he would train Gohan's child once they were born. As for Vegeta, his mood was less than jubilant. After all, in the video, his son Trunks was still just a child. If he wished to have a grandchild, it would be several years yet. Goku had surpassed him in strength and had become a father long before Vegeta. Now, Goku was already a grandfather. Vegeta felt utterly defeated. He compared himself to Goku and realized he had lost to him in every aspect. He even pondered that upon his return to Earth, he would seek out Bulma to ensure Trunks was born sooner. Currently, Gohan was still just a child. If Trunks could be born earlier, perhaps he could become a father before Gohan, allowing him to surpass Kakarot in the grandfather department. As the prince of the Saiyans, he believed there must be something he could achieve that would outshine Kakarot, that low-class warrior. Duan Yin remarked, "By the way, Videl doesn't seem to show yet. Her pregnancy must be quite recent." Duan Yin continued, "Can the child she carries truly be considered a Saiyan?" Li Xinan, "I believe it should be feasible, after all. This child possesses Saiyan blood." Zhang Chulan, "It should indeed be possible. If this child is excluded, there would be no other Saiyans, and the Super Saiyan God would not come into existence." Duan Yin, "That is true. Since the number is sufficient now, the Super Saiyan God should finally make an appearance." In the vastness of space, Beerus feels a tinge of disappointment. At this moment, the Super Saiyan God cannot manifest yet. The birth of a Super Saiyan God requires 6 benevolent Saiyans. However, at this juncture, not only is there a lack of benevolence, but even the assembly of 6 Saiyans is a challenge. It appears that his desire to battle the Super Saiyan God will have to wait a while longer. Nevertheless, while he cannot engage in combat with the Super Saiyan God in reality, he can do so in the video. It is a perfect opportunity for him to gauge the strength of the Super Saiyan God and determine if it is worth the prolonged anticipation. On Planet Salad of the 6th Universe, Kale wears an eager expression. She is uncertain if the Saiyans of the 6th Universe can achieve the transformations she has witnessed previously. Aside from a hint of potential in the Super Saiyan form, she is unaware of how the other transformations are attained. However, the prospect of the Super Saiyan God seems promising. It merely requires 6 kind-hearted Saiyans, with 5 imparting their energy to 1. The Saiyans of the 6th Universe differ significantly from those of the 7th. They are inherently peace-loving. Kind-hearted Saiyans are abundant, and Kale believes it is worth a try. She gathers 5 Saiyans and instructs them to channel their energy to her. The 5 comply, but alas, they fail. Curse it. Why does it not work? Are these transformations exclusive to the Saiyans of the 7th Universe? Kale's expression darkens, revealing her dissatisfaction. Why should these formidable transformations only be attainable by the Saiyans of the 7th Universe? If Lin Luo were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly inform her that the Saiyans of the 6th Universe are also capable of transformation. However, given her behavior in the original narrative, akin to a spoiled brat, it is difficult to associate her with the concept of benevolence. While she might manage to cultivate herself into a Super Saiyan God, the notion of achieving transformation through energy transmission seems far-fetched. With her bratty demeanor, the idea of successfully transforming is utterly implausible. Chapter 122, Minor Change in Appearance, yet significant transformation in power. In the video, with the addition of Bidalai, Gohan and the others resume transmitting energy to Goku. This time, a remarkable transformation occurs. An incredibly brilliant light emanates from Goku, and the previously clear sky is suddenly shrouded in dense clouds. In the next moment, a golden beam of light ascends from Goku, piercing through the cloud cover. A large opening appears in the clouds, revealing a breathtaking view of the starry sea beyond. As Sun Wukong ascended alongside the radiant golden pillar, he floated gracefully into the air. When the golden light dissipated, the clouds vanished, revealing a sky once again clear and unmarred. Everything seemed unchanged, yet all eyes were riveted upon Sun Wukong. At that moment, his hairstyle remained untouched, yet the hue of his hair had transformed into a striking red, mirroring the crimson of his pupils. Aside from these alterations in color, there were no other discernible changes to his appearance. Even the transformation into a Super Saiyan had been more pronounced than this current state. However, all present understood that this figure, seemingly marked only by a shift in hair and eye color, had undergone a monumental evolution. They could no longer sense Sun Wukong's aura. According to Whis' earlier assertions, mortals cannot perceive the essence of the divine. Thus, the Sun Wukong before them had undoubtedly transcended into the realm of the gods. At that moment, countless beings across the myriad realms focused their attention on Sun Wukong. Rather than shock, a profound curiosity enveloped them. So this is the Super Saiyan God. It appears rather understated, mused Sengoku. Indeed, his hair and eyes have turned red, yet otherwise, he seems unchanged, at least superficially, remarked Kakashi. But this transformation ranks after the Super Saiyan 4, noted Duanmu Yin. In other words, this seemingly subtle Super Saiyan God is even stronger than the Super Saiyan 4? Initially, the multitude had braced themselves for the awe-inspiring arrival of the Super Saiyan God, prepared for an overwhelming spectacle. Yet, reality diverged from their expectations. The Super Saiyan God did not manifest in the exaggerated manner they had envisioned, particularly in terms of appearance, as the changes were minimal. Unlike previous transformations that had altered both hair color and style, this Super Saiyan God merely shifted in hue without any change in hairstyle. Had it not been for the announcement of his transformation, spectators might have assumed Sun Wukong had simply dyed his hair. Nonetheless, the multitude understood well that while the Super Saiyan God's appearance bore little alteration, the shift in power was likely monumental. It was now time to witness the true strength of the Super Saiyan God. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, Beerus pondered, is this the Super Saiyan God? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the figure I envisioned in my dreams. He felt a surge of excitement as Sun Wukong's current form mirrored that ethereal image from his slumber. Indeed, it was remarkably similar. He was convinced that this was the Super Saiyan God he had dreamt of. As for the lack of external changes, he paid it no mind. What mattered to him was the strength. Regardless of how ostentatious one's appearance might be, if the power was mediocre, it held little value. What purpose does this transformation serve? It is akin to the first metamorphosis of the Saiyans, the transformation into a great ape. The shift is indeed monumental, as one transforms into a colossal gorilla. Yet, what is the outcome? Even after amplifying his strength tenfold, he remains as insignificant as an ant. Thus, the magnitude of external change is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the transformation of power that holds significance. This truth shall soon be revealed to him, as he is on the verge of engaging in combat with the god of Super Saiyans. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, a mere human dares to encroach upon the domain of the divine. Zamasu seethes with a desire to eliminate Goku. Initially, he was already displeased to witness a human wielding such formidable power. How could a mere human possess the right to command such immense strength? Now, he has truly trespassed upon Zamasu's forbidden ground. As a deity, Zamasu is imbued with an overwhelming pride, looking down upon all humans. He perceives mankind as foolish, while gods dwell in exalted heights. Yet now, Goku, a mere mortal, has ventured into the realm of the divine. This is nothing short of an affront to the gods. What right does this insignificant human have? Zamasu contemplates whether there exists a means to travel to the 7th universe. He intends to extinguish Goku while he remains unrefined, to snuff out his potential in the cradle. He is determined to prevent the occurrences in the video from manifesting in reality. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and the other warriors are brimming with excitement, nearly bursting into jubilant celebration. After all, their dear friend Goku has ascended to godhood. How could they not be exhilarated? Moreover, he is not a feeble deity like the Supreme Kai or the God of Destruction, but rather a Super Saiyan God, capable of rivaling Beerus. Such power is undeniably terrifying. They never anticipated witnessing their beloved comrade attain divinity. Krillin, Goku, congratulations. You are destined for godhood. Yamcha, I never imagined that little one would grow to such heights. I am proud of you. Tien Shinhan, Goku, you are truly remarkable. Bulma, as expected of you, Goku, you have never disappointed us. Goku, I never imagined I would become this strong. Goku, I wonder, can I become even stronger? For Goku, who is fervently passionate about becoming stronger, the prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan God fills him with joy. Yet, he is also eager to discover if he can surpass even that level of power. Witnessing the multitude congratulating Goku, Vegeta's mood darkens considerably. Why should Kakarot be the one to undergo such a transformation? Why cannot that individual be him? Clearly, in the video, he could have easily switched places with Kakarot. If Kakarot could transfer his energy to him, it would suffice. He too could have attained the status of a Super Saiyan god. Yet now, all the attention has been seized by that insufferable Kakarot. Even Bulma is praising Kakarot. If the one who ascended to divinity in the video is indeed himself, does that imply that Bulma would also commend herself? Vegeta momentarily envisioned himself transformed into a Super Saiyan god. He certainly does not fall short of Kakarot. Chapter 123. Three Fists That Annihilate the Universe. The realms trembled. Inside Frisia's spaceship, those Saiyans are indeed extravagant, flaunting an array of flamboyant transformations. Destroying planet Vegeta was undoubtedly the right decision. Even without Beerus's orders, I would never allow the Saiyan race to persist. Frieza swirled his wine glass, observing Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan god in the video, his eyes twitching with disbelief. He never imagined that the Saiyans possessed not only formidable ordinary transformations, but now even divine transformations. Indeed, the Saiyans are perilously formidable. Even in the absence of Beerus's command, he would have ensured the Saiyans did not survive for long. However, let us consider this. Had the legendary tale of the Saiyans not been of the Super Saiyan, but rather the Super Saiyan God, and had he known how to bring forth a Super Saiyan God, he might have spared the Saiyans. After all, to birth a Super Saiyan God requires 6 benevolent Saiyans. Given the circumstances of the Saiyans at that time, finding even one was an impossibility. The legend of the Super Saiyan instilled a fear of the Saiyans within him, prompting his desire for their annihilation. Yet, had he known that 6 kind-hearted Saiyans could give rise to a Super Saiyan God, he would have dismissed it as a mere jest. Kind-hearted? Saiyans. He would never associate those two phrases. Clearly, Saiyans are a band of wild monkeys. What accounts for their myriad extravagant transformations? As the Cosmic Emperor, his transformations stemmed from his overwhelming strength, deliberately weakened. Was it not within his rights to possess a transformation that enhances his power? Though he despises the Saiyans, in this moment, Frieza, the Cosmic Sovereign, felt a twinge of envy towards their elaborate transformations. How he wished to possess such power-enhancing transformations. Why should those wild monkeys have them while he does not? Alas, it is truly unfair. In the video, once Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Beerus also became intrigued. After all, he had devoted so much time and effort in anticipation of battling a Super Saiyan God. Beerus and Goku ascended to the skies, preparing for an intense confrontation. Initially, Goku struggled to harness his newfound power, leading to somewhat clumsy exchanges. Beerus, however, remained patient, waiting for Goku to acclimate to his strength. During this process, Goku profoundly recognized the immense power of the Super Saiyan God. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, the power of Super Saiyan God is immeasurably greater. Previously, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he was knocked unconscious by just a couple of blows from Beerus. Yet now, he endures several heavy hits without sustaining significant damage. Had it been his former self, those strikes would have surely led to his demise. Beerus, too, feels a surge of excitement. It has been quite some time since he encountered an opponent capable of engaging him in such an extended confrontation. Even the previously rampaging Vegeta pales in comparison to the current Goku. The time spent waiting has proven worthwhile. However, in order to push Goku to unleash even greater power, Beerus continually provokes him, eager to draw forth his full potential. Goku rises to the challenge, repeatedly showcasing increasingly formidable strength. As their battle intensifies, they find themselves at the edge of the universe, just beyond Earth. To witness the true might of Super Saiyan God, Beerus conjures a small purple orb of energy, surrounded by a glowing halo. Do not underestimate this seemingly innocuous orb. Should it descend upon Earth, the planet would be obliterated in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus hurls the orb towards Earth. Observing this, Goku swiftly positions himself before the planet, shattering Beerus's attack with his own force. A commendable effort, indeed. Yet this time, the magnitude is vastly different. Beerus praises Goku, then stretches out his arms, revealing a multitude of small purple orbs hovering behind him. Upon a cursory count, there are at least dozens. Each possesses the energy to reduce Earth to mere dust. Subsequently, Beerus launches all these orbs towards Earth. With such a staggering number, Goku realizes that he cannot intercept them one by one in time. Instead, He assumes the Kamehameha stance and unleashes the technique, capturing all the orbs in a single sweep. Witnessing Goku once again dismantle his assault, Beerus feels no disappointment. Rather, he is even more satisfied. His intention is not to annihilate Earth, but to compel Goku to reveal his greater potential through such means. Under Beerus's relentless approach, Goku becomes increasingly adept at wielding the power of Super Saiyan God. However, their overwhelming strengths also create a tremendous threat. When they first collide fists, visible ripples emanate from their impact, swiftly spreading throughout the universe. Planets caught in this wave are instantaneously reduced to cosmic dust. The two Supreme Kais, observing from the Kaioshin realm, also sense this alarming phenomenon. The seasoned Supreme Kai's face contorts with concern. This cannot continue. They must not be allowed to fight further. If this persists, in no more than 2 additional punches, the ripples they generate could lead to the annihilation of the entire universe. His words resonate with countless spectators across the multiverse, leaving them in a state of shock. Just 1 punch, perhaps 2 more. This signifies that the battle between Goku and Beerus could obliterate the entire universe in merely 3 punches. 3 punches, the destruction of the entire universe. For those who are incapable of annihilating even a planet, this revelation is undoubtedly a tremendous shock. Zhueki, just 3 punches could obliterate the entire universe? When did the cosmos become so diminutive? Daegu, we humans are still oblivious to the vastness of the universe. Daegu, however, the formidable beings in the Dragon Ball realm can effortlessly destroy entire universes. Lufa, if I could wield such power, even if it were merely a 10th or a 100th of it. Lufa, forget about King Pyre, the ruler of this galaxy. Even the king of the universe would not command my respect. Just 3 punches can bring about the universe's destruction. Even possessing just 1% of such power would suffice to achieve cosmic obliteration. It merely entails delivering a few more blows. With such might, he would indeed be the king of the universe. Alu, with such strength, wouldn't the culinary world be a playground for me? Alu, I could capture even the delicacies of the universe at will. Sanhu, with such power, what does Akasia's menu even signify? Chapter 124. The universe of the Dragon Ball world is no ordinary cosmos. For those unaware of the universe's true magnitude, the concept of its annihilation seems utterly fantastical. Yet now, this fantastical event unfolds right before their eyes. For the majority of people in the world, venturing beyond the solar system remains a distant dream. However, within the Dragon Ball realm, the mighty can already bring about the universe's destruction. Even in the realm of culinary captives and the various Ultraman worlds, where beings of stellar destruction dwell, the top-tier warriors are profoundly shaken. After all, the chasm between explosive star power and cosmic annihilation is simply too vast, spanning several magnitudes. Furthermore, the narration that follows in the video reveals that their perspective remains exceedingly limited. The Super Saiyan God Son Goku and Beerus exchanging blows, 3 punches sufficient to obliterate the universe, are regarded by many in the debate circles as the threshold of standard singularity. This indicates a standard of power capable of annihilating an entire universe in a single strike. However, to set Beerus aside for the moment, the initial power of Super Saiyan God Son Goku exceeds that of the standard singularity by a slight margin. This is because the universe of the Dragon Ball realm is significantly larger than that of a typical universe. The universe of the Dragon Ball world is divided into 4 major galaxies: Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. Each of these galaxies is not merely a part of other universes' galaxy systems. Each galaxy possesses the magnitude of an ordinary universe. Thus, the universe of the Dragon Ball world encompasses 4 times the size of a normal universe. When Son Goku and Beerus unleash 3 punches to annihilate the entire universe, they also encompass the realm of the Kais. Many who are unfamiliar with the Dragon Ball world perceive the realm of the Kais as merely an ordinary planet. In truth, the size of the realm of the Kais is 1/10 of the 7th universe. This equates to 2/5 of a typical universe, nearing half the size of an ordinary cosmos. Therefore, when calculated, Super Saiyan God Son Goku's strength surpasses that of the standard singularity by a slight degree. After all, a single strike from him could obliterate an ordinary universe, although it pales in comparison to the might capable of annihilating 10 or more universes. It is certainly not at the level of a novice. If we were to categorize the standard entities into 9 tiers, he would at least rank as a tier 2. The narrator's words have led countless viewers to realize how limited their previous understanding of the Dragon Ball universe truly was. They had always believed that the universes within the Dragon Ball realm were of comparable size to their own. Yet, even with that belief, the notion of destroying a universe seemed utterly unfathomable. Now, they are confronted with the revelation that their perspective was narrow. The universe of the Dragon Ball world is, in fact, 4 times larger than theirs. When considering the realm of the Kais, it expands to a staggering 4.4 times the size. However, within this colossal universe, even 3 punches from Son Goku and Beerus could reduce it to mere ashes. If these two were to enter their world, they would require not even a single punch to obliterate their universe. How terrifying. Yet, one must ponder, what exactly is this battleground? The inhabitants therein dare to categorize beings capable of destroying universes? What are these standard entities and powerful beings? The mere thought of such hierarchies instills a sense of dread. This is a domain they can never hope to tread, unbeknownst to these formidable beings from various realms. The top-tier warriors of the Dragon Ball universe remain indifferent to the notion of Son Goku and Beerus destroying a universe with mere punches. In the eyes of the gods of destruction, such power is still deemed insufficient. Among the likes of Hit, Jiren, and Toppo, each a pinnacle of their respective universes, Son Goku's current strength is still lacking. Although he has indeed grown significantly stronger since the previous footage, he still fails to capture their attention. It remains uncertain whether Son Goku will evolve further, attaining a level worthy of their consideration. In the video, to prevent the universe from facing destruction, the Kaioshin communicates telepathically with the two, urging them to cease their battle. However, both Son Goku and Beerus, caught up in the thrill of combat, pay him no heed. Soon enough, they exchange another 2 punches, the destructive ripples intensifying. Yet, the universe remains unscathed as these ripples suddenly vanish without a trace. Son Goku is astounded by this occurrence. He is well aware that it is not his doing, but rather tied to Beerus. Beerus informs Son Goku that he has erased the waves capable of annihilating the universe. While he may have been somewhat caught up in the moment, he would never truly allow the 7th universe to fall into ruin. Even as a god of destruction, capable of obliterating planets, the annihilation of an entire universe would certainly lead to dire consequences for him. With the threat of universal destruction averted, Son Goku and Beerus are free to engage in their battle. Throughout the course of their duel, Son Goku gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he does not surrender. Instead, he continues to exert every ounce of his strength. Even in his intense engagement, Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the transformations occurring within him. At this moment, his aura had become perceptible to those below, including Piccolo, signifying that Sun Wukong was no longer a deity. He had reverted to his human form. Indeed, he was no longer the red-haired, red-eyed figure he once was, yet he still retained the ability to contend with Beerus. Observing Sun Wukong's appearance, Beerus smiled faintly and remarked, "You have yet to realize that you are no longer a Super Saiyan god." Upon Beerus's prompt, Sun Wukong glanced at his own body and confirmed the truth of his state. "However, I sense that my power has not diminished. Perhaps it is because your body has retained the essence of the Super Saiyan God's strength, integrating it within. Thus, even though you have exited the Super Saiyan God form, you still possess its formidable power." After Beerus's elucidation, Sun Wukong grasped the situation. Meanwhile, Beerus did not hasten to resume the battle, but began to enlighten Sun Wukong further. Engaging in combat with a formidable adversary must be exhilarating for you. Yet, did you know that the universe we inhabit is merely the 7th universe? Beyond it, there are 11 additional universes. Would you not be curious about the number of powerful beings residing within those realms? Upon hearing Beerus's words, the mighty beings from various universes, watching the video, could not suppress their laughter, particularly those whose prowess exceeded Sun Wukong's. They were eager to witness his reaction upon learning of their existence. As for the countless spectators from myriad realms, they were left in a state of bewilderment time and again. Not long ago, they had been informed that the universe of Dragon Ball was vastly larger than their ordinary universe. Now, they were told that the videos they had been watching only depicted events within the 7th universe, with an additional 11 universes remaining unexplored. The sheer magnitude of the Dragon Ball cosmos was beyond their imagination. Chapter 125, A Desire to Battle Sun Wukong, not just the Super Saiyan God moreover. The formidable foes previously showcased in the videos, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, were merely entities of the 7th universe. What of the other 11 universes? How many formidable antagonists and powerful beings might they harbor? It is safe to say that the number of strong individuals in the Dragon Ball universe is truly unfathomable. The strength and vastness of the Dragon Ball cosmos indeed evoke admiration and fascination. In the video, Beerus continued his discourse. Sun Wukong. It has been quite some time since I have experienced such a thrilling battle. Initially, I merely sought to spar with the Super Saiyan God for amusement. However, my ambitions have now evolved. My goal is to defeat you. Originally, Beerus had intended only to engage in a friendly match with the Super Saiyan God, indifferent to the outcome. After all, from his perspective, no matter how powerful the Super Saiyan God might be, he could never surpass him, rendering any victory devoid of a sense of accomplishment. However, the situation has changed. Although Sun Wukong remains unable to surpass him, he realizes that defeating Sun Wukong brings him a sense of accomplishment. It is not merely the victory over the god of Super Saiyan that brings him satisfaction, but rather the triumph over Sun Wukong himself. If it were any other god of Super Saiyan, he would not have experienced such a shift in perspective. Lord Beerus, I will not concede easily. Sun Wukong, undeterred, continues to fight. Despite his current state being far from optimal, his fighting spirit still blazes brightly. The two charge at each other once more, and this time, the battle ultimately yields a victor. Sun Wukong is struck down by Beerus's punch, plummeting toward Earth. Beerus watches as Sun Wukong descends, following him back to the planet. On Earth, Piccolo, Gohan, and others attempt to catch Sun Wukong. Make way! Yet, Vegeta roars, stepping forward to catch the falling Sun Wukong in a princess carry. In the end, Sun Wukong has lost. The price of his defeat is the potential destruction of Earth by Beerus. Though filled with reluctance and a hint of despair, Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others find themselves powerless. Even the transformed Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong has been defeated. What can they do? Beerus gathers an energy sphere, and just as Sun Wukong and the others brace themselves for the destruction of Earth, Beerus' attack merely strikes the railing of a cruise ship before soaring into the sky, disappearing into the unknown. Observing Beerus, it becomes evident that he has fallen asleep while standing. At this moment, Whis steps in to mediate. He explains that Beerus has not engaged in such an intense battle for a long time and has simply become exhausted, leading to his slumber. After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong and the others, he departs with Beerus. Once they leave Earth, Whis remarks, Lord Beerus, stop pretending. Instantly, the seemingly sleeping Beerus awakens. His act was intentional, a means of providing himself an escape. He did not wish to destroy the Earth. Sun Wukong, along with Vegeta, both exhibit commendable qualities. However, the Super Saiyan God was rather underwhelming. Beerus is quite pleased with Sun Wukong, yet his satisfaction with the Super Saiyan God is lacking. He is not as formidable as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he holds great hope for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, believing they possess significant potential for growth. Perhaps one day, they will deliver him a thrilling duel. Beerus's actions and words evoke a profound sense of reflection among countless spectators. They have discerned his feigned slumber's true purpose. Fortunately, Beerus did not wish to destroy the Earth, hence he intentionally pretended to sleep to provide himself an out, remarks Zhang Gua. Kakashi notes that Whis' quick reactions demonstrate their excellent synergy. Indeed, with so many delicacies on Earth, how could the food-loving Beerus bear to destroy it? Adds Zhang Chulan. It's not only the cuisine. He also holds Sun Wukong and the others in high regard, concludes Duanmu Yen. After witnessing this battle and its aftermath, I believe that what he found satisfying was not the Super Saiyan God, but rather Son Goku. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The decision to spare Earth was likely not solely due to its culinary delights, but also because Beerus held Son Goku in high regard. Had any other Super Saiyan God faced Beerus, the outcome could have been markedly different. However, it must be acknowledged that even in his Super Saiyan God form, Son Goku was still no match for Beerus. The disparity in their strengths remained substantial. The state of the battle made it clear. Son Goku was battered and exhausted, while Beerus appeared unscathed, as if he had not engaged in a conflict at all. Despite Beerus possessing boundless stamina, he emerged without a single wound. It can thus be inferred that while their confrontation seemed evenly matched, Son Goku ultimately fell short. In the vastness of the 7th universe, it became apparent that this Super Saiyan God was not as formidable as Beerus had anticipated. Nonetheless, Son Goku intrigued him. Similar to his demeanor in the footage, Beerus had developed a significant interest in Son Goku. He could discern that in the video, he had shown great favor towards Son Goku, even opting to spare Earth for his sake. Otherwise, he would not have divulged matters concerning other universes to Son Goku. Furthermore, the purpose of his final confrontation was solely to defeat Son Goku, not the Super Saiyan God, a distinction of great importance. Although the Super Saiyan God was somewhat disappointing, Son Goku certainly met his expectations. Thus, Lord Beerus, do you still wish to see Son Goku transform into a Super Saiyan God and engage in combat with you? Whis inquired with curiosity. Given that Beerus was now aware of the Super Saiyan God's capabilities, would he still desire to fight? I no longer wish to battle the Super Saiyan God, but I do yearn to confront Son Goku in his Super Saiyan God form, Beerus contemplated before responding. The distinction between the two is significant. He had no interest in fighting any other Super Saiyan gods, but he was eager to experience the sensation of battling Son Goku as he transformed into a Super Saiyan God. However, this encounter would likely take some time to materialize, as the conditions for the emergence of a Super Saiyan God were not yet met, and Son Goku's strength remained insufficient. Even if he were to transform, it would be futile against Beerus's deliberate restraint. Chapter 126. The Dragon Ball world enters a new dimension. On Earth, in West City, seeing that Beerus ultimately chose not to destroy the planet, Krillin, Piccolo, and the other warriors breathed a collective sigh of relief. Among all the videos uploaded thus far, Beerus stands as the first adversary who remains undefeated. In previous recordings, whether it be Vegeta, Frieza, or Cell, all have faced defeat. Even the enigmatic Majin Buu, whose outcome we never witnessed, was ultimately vanquished in the narration. Only Beerus has not succumbed. Remarkably, he has not even unleashed his full might. Is this truly the essence of a god of destruction? The warriors have come to comprehend the terrifying nature of such a deity. This is an entirely different echelon than that of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai trembled in fear before Majin Buu, yet before Beerus, Majin Buu appears as mere vermin. Fortunately, Beerus is merely a rival, not an enemy. Were it otherwise, both they and Earth would be facing annihilation. From the content of the video, it appears that Beerus holds a favorable view of Son Goku and harbors an interest in Earth's culinary delights. Thus, there is little cause for concern that Beerus would turn against Earth. Moreover, should a foe arise intent on Earth's destruction, it is likely that Beerus would intervene. After all, without Earth, he would be deprived of enjoying its exquisite cuisine. Despite the trend in previous videos indicating that each subsequent enemy is stronger than the last, rendering the prior ones as insignificant as insects, in the eyes of the warriors, and indeed countless viewers across the multiverse, Beerus's strength should still be regarded as supreme, even in future recordings. Therefore, even if formidable adversaries emerge wishing to assail Earth, Beerus should possess the power to thwart them. In Frieza's spaceship, the expression on Frieza's face is now cloaked in incredulity and disbelief. The Saiyan, transformed into a Super Saiyan God, dares to engage in combat with the god of destruction. Beerus, though he ultimately lost, the duration of their battle, even if facilitated by Beerus's leniency, is nothing short of astonishing. The Saiyans have grown to such extraordinary heights. Were they not merely a band of wild monkeys? How have they attained such a formidable transformation? As the ruler of the universe, he should not be outclassed by a Saiyan. Crucially, he remains oblivious as to whether Beerus has viewed this video. If he has not seen it, then all is well. However, if Beerus has indeed taken notice and developed an interest in Son Goku, then Frieza cannot afford to act against him, nor can he strike at the planet itself. This situation leaves him in a rather awkward predicament, particularly as he is en route to Earth. If Beerus has seen the video, then his journey would be in vain. After much contemplation, Frieza resolves to postpone his visit to Earth. He is uncertain whether Beerus has viewed the video, but he dares not take that risk nor directly inquire through the comments. Therefore, it would be prudent to avoid Earth for the time being and instead venture to Namek, where the Dragon Balls still await. The current Namek is devoid of any connection with Son Goku and his companions. Moreover, Son Goku lacks the prowess to safeguard Namek. Most importantly, Namek bears no relation to Beerus. Thus, should he choose to act against Namek, Beerus would not retaliate. Within Vegeta's spacecraft, a realization dawned upon him, one that mirrored Frieza's thoughts. He found himself in a rather awkward predicament. After all, his objective was to journey to Earth in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, while simultaneously delivering a lesson to Kakarot and his allies. However, It was now highly probable that Beerus had taken notice of Earth and Kakarot. Consequently, he could not afford to act. Yet, in truth, there was no necessity for him to intervene. After all, the version of himself depicted in the video had a harmonious rapport with Kakarot and the others. Thus, he contemplated that on this occasion, he could simply join them on Earth. With Beerus in the vicinity, he could not possibly take action against Earth or Kakarot. Even if he were to realize his wish for immortality, he doubted it would pose any threat to Beerus. Beerus and Frieza existed in entirely different dimensions. Given this, he would be better off aligning himself with Earth. By doing so, he might ascend in power as he had seen in the video, mastering the various transformations of the Saiyans. However, should he choose to forego joining Earth and simply abandon the idea, he would likely be relegated to the status of a mere footnote in the cosmos. Although the prospect of joining Earth was difficult for him, the Saiyan Prince, to accept, he found it even more intolerable to descend into the role of an insignificant character. As for retreating to a secluded place to cultivate in silence, hoping to master the transformations showcased in the video, he had come to understand that the emergence of the formidable Saiyan transformations was intricately linked to Kakarot. In other words, without Kakarot, these transformations would not exist. What if he chose to develop alone, only to find Kakarot had unlocked even greater transformations unbeknownst to him? Moreover, the rapid enhancement of his abilities in the video was largely attributed to the gravity chamber invented by Bulma. If he opted for solitary development, his progress would be significantly slower. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Vegeta reached a resolution. He would indeed travel to Earth, but with a revised purpose. He intended to join the Earth family. At that moment, the voice of the video narrator resonated. The Super Saiyan God, a divine transformation attainable by the Saiyans. Though it is termed divine, the Super Saiyan God merely allows Saiyans to harness divine power, rather than truly becoming deities. Nevertheless, even so, the Super Saiyan God vastly eclipses the Super Saiyan 3 in strength. The precise multiplicative enhancement of power remains unknown. The emergence of the Super Saiyan God mirrors the advent of the Super Saiyan itself. The emergence of the Super Saiyan God signifies a momentous shift in the combat prowess of the Dragon Ball universe, ushering in an entirely new dimension. Thus, the narrative concerning the Super Saiyan God reaches its conclusion. However, the narrator's final remarks have stirred a wave of excitement across countless realms. The advent of the Super Saiyan God heralds the arrival of transformations even more formidable than itself, reminiscent of the initial debut of the Super Saiyan. If the Super Saiyan God possesses such terrifying strength, capable of obliterating more than fourfold the ordinary universe with merely 3 strikes, one can only wonder what splendor a transformation surpassing the Super Saiyan God would embody. Chapter 127, titled The Super Saiyan of the Godly Transformation, Has Frieza Returned?, appears just as the multiverse eagerly anticipates subsequent transformations. A new video has emerged, titled Super Saiyan God S Super Saiyan Blue. This title, akin to that of previous videos, incites boundless speculation. Zhonghua. What does it mean to be a Super Saiyan of the Super Saiyan God? Zhonghua. Could it be that one transforms into a Super Saiyan while in the state of a Super Saiyan God? Kakashi. Based on this title, that seems to be the implication. Zhang Chulan. But isn't the Super Saiyan God already a transformation? Can one transform again after that? Duan Muyen, of course. It's akin to how both the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 are transformations. Duan Muyen, however, one can still achieve Super Saiyan 2 on top of the Super Saiyan form. Zhang Chulan. That is true. Li Xian Nan. So, does this mean that the strength of Super Saiyan Blue is 50 times that of the Super Saiyan God? Dagu, therefore. Super Saiyan Blue must have its hair and eyes transformed into a blue hue, right? Xinxing. One can only say that the Saiyans have truly mastered the art of transformation. Xinxing, having a godly transformation like the Super Saiyan God, is already remarkable. Xinxing. Now, astonishingly, they can transform into a Super Saiyan on top of that. Naruto Uzumaki. I wonder if the enemies that Super Saiyan Blue will confront are stronger than Beerus. If we follow the established pattern from previous videos, this adversary is expected to surpass Beerus. However, it is critical to note that Beerus cannot be evaluated by prior standards. Firstly, the Super Saiyan God faced defeat. Secondly, Beerus did not unleash his full power. One might even say he was not taking the fight seriously. Given these circumstances, It remains uncertain whether the adversary requiring Super Saiyan Blue's intervention is indeed stronger than Beerus. Only after witnessing this new foe can they make a proper assessment. Shimpa, Beerus. Ha ha ha. How embarrassing for you that your power is now questioned. Beerus, they are unaware of my true strength. What is there to be ashamed of? Beerus remained indifferent to the barrage of comments from Naruto Uzumaki. After all, ignorance is bliss. He did not reveal the true terror of a god of destruction. Hence, it is entirely normal for some to be uncertain about his power. He would not become enraged by such misconceptions. His attention was currently focused on the Super Saiyan Blue, transforming into a Super Saiyan upon the foundation of a Super Saiyan god, a power 50 times greater than that of a Super Saiyan god. The Saiyans certainly possess a flair for the extraordinary. This Super Saiyan Blue promised to bring him immense amusement. However, one could only wonder if a transformation even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue exists. It is evident that the Saiyan race is a source of great anticipation. It is no wonder that he held such high hopes for Goku and Vegeta in the video. In the video, the narrator's voice resonated once more. When discussing Super Saiyan Blue, it is impossible not to mention one individual, Frieza, who had been deceased for quite some time. I previously noted the intricate ties between Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta. Now, their fates were intertwined once more. In the visuals, Frieza's death had led to the disbandment of his army, the Frieza Force. Consequently, a proposal emerged to resurrect Frieza, a suggestion that garnered considerable support. To bring Frieza back to life, they infiltrated Earth to collect the Dragon Balls. Then, they made a wish to the Eternal Dragon to revive Frieza. With the assistance of the Eternal Dragon, Frieza, who had been dead for many years, returned to life. In his spaceship, Frieza exclaimed, "I have been resurrected?" Overwhelmed with elation at the sight of his own revival, he recalled that in the Android saga, he had been swiftly dispatched by Trunks upon his appearance. That had transpired over a decade ago, and the unexpected opportunity for resurrection had arisen. Moreover, according to the narrator, this new transformation, Super Saiyan Blue, was intended to confront him. Not only had he returned, but his power could potentially grow to rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. While he was uncertain of the strength of Super Saiyan Blue, he understood it was the pinnacle beyond Super Saiyan God, and the Super Saiyan God could contend with Beerus himself. The magnitude of his power had increased to such an extent. As for whether he would ultimately be defeated, he resolutely declared, "I shall not be vanquished." Given that neither Super Saiyan 3 nor Super Saiyan God had triumphed over their adversaries, it seemed improbable that Super Saiyan Blue would succeed either. Frieza could not bear the thought of being bested by Goku and his companions once more. Moreover, he believed it quite feasible that he would not be defeated. After all, there was a precedent. Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God had both failed to overcome their foes. Thus, it was not impossible for Super Saiyan Blue to also falter. Of course, with Beerus present, it seemed unlikely that he could eliminate Goku. However, defeating Goku would still be a commendable feat. Frieza grew increasingly eager for the unfolding events in the video. What he anticipated most was witnessing his own evolution in the video, reaching a level where he could contend with, and even surpass the Super Saiyan Blue. The other viewers, however, were left in disbelief. What? Frieza has been resurrected? Is this the enemy that the Super Saiyan Blue must confront? One commented, wasn't Frieza easily slain by Trunks? Another questioned, his power was already negligible during the Android saga. They added, incredulous, now, he is to be faced by a Super Saiyan Blue? The disbelief was palpable, not just for him, but for all the viewers. After all, Frieza's strength had been trivialized during the Android saga. Trunks had effortlessly dispatched him. It was evident that Frieza's power had fallen drastically since then. Yet, he was now being presented as a significant threat. If this were the case, the leap in his strength seemed rather exaggerated. Perhaps it's not so straightforward. Maybe Frieza serves merely to unveil the true adversary, suggested another viewer. After all, in the Android saga, Frieza made an appearance early on. Yet he was not the ultimate foe. He was simply a means to introduce Trunks. Chapter 128. Goku and Vegeta as Beerus's disciples? The commentary from this viewer sparked an epiphany among countless spectators. Indeed, Frieza's mere appearance did not guarantee his role as the final antagonist. In the Android saga, he had appeared initially, only to be dispatched by Trunks without difficulty. Perhaps this time, too, Frieza was merely a precursor to the true climax. Many felt it was more rational to view Frieza as a catalyst rather than the ultimate threat. If he were indeed the final adversary, the leap in his power would be excessively ludicrous. Observing the supportive comments for this perspective, Frieza felt a twinge of irritation. Yet, he refrained from retaliating in the chat. While he preferred to believe he was the definitive villain of this video, he acknowledged that the possibility of the viewer's assertion held merit. Should he refute it now and later find himself proven wrong, he would only become a laughingstock. Thus, he decided it prudent to continue watching before forming any conclusions. He could always voice his thoughts once he truly assumed the role of the ultimate foe. Meanwhile, other viewers remained engrossed in the video, eager to uncover whether Frieza was merely a precursor or had indeed returned as the final adversary. In the video, upon his resurrection, Frieza contemplated revenge against Goku and his companions. However, this time, he exhibited restraint, having learned from his subordinates that Goku and the others had even defeated Majin Buu, the very foe his father had warned him to avoid provoking. Given his current strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for Sun Wukong and his companions. Thus, in pursuit of vengeance, his immediate objective is to enhance his power. However, Frieza remains undeterred by the considerable disparity in strength between himself and Sun Wukong. On the contrary, he exudes an air of confidence. He confides in his subordinates that throughout his life, he has never engaged in training. His innate power alone has been sufficient to establish him as the emperor of the universe. He deems training to be futile, considering his natural talent. One can only imagine the extent to which his abilities could escalate should he choose to train seriously. Frieza enlists the assistance of a subordinate named Tagoma to accompany him in his training, planning to confront Sun Wukong for revenge once he has sufficiently improved his strength. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remain oblivious to Frieza's resurrection. Upon learning that Whis is the master of Beerus, Vegeta expresses a desire to train under Whis. To this end, he treats Whis to a plethora of delicacies, even presenting him with Bulma's prized instant noodles, which she insists on enjoying weekly. Tempted by the gastronomic delights, Whis takes Vegeta to the God of Destruction's realm to commence his training. This development is revealed to Sun Wukong during a conversation between Bulma and Chi-Chi. Consequently, Sun Wukong wishes to join them and requests Bulma to inform him when Whis arrives on Earth. His incessant inquiries become a source of annoyance for Bulma, leading him to wait outside her bathroom, eagerly questioning whether Whis has arrived as soon as she emerges. In response to his persistence, Bulma gifts him a mobile phone. Finally, after several days of anticipation, Whis makes his appearance once more. Bulma contacts Sun Wukong, who promptly meets Whis. While Whis shows no reluctance in taking Sun Wukong along for training, Chi-Chi opposes the idea. Ultimately, as Whis prepares to depart, Sun Wukong embraces him and accompanies him. Thereafter, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta begin their training under Whis in the God of Destruction's realm, which entails various tasks, including changing the sheets for the slumbering Beerus and engaging in weighted exercises. Zhang Chulan. Is it true that Whis is the master of Beerus, and that Sun Wukong and Vegeta are training alongside him? In previous videos, Whis's presence was relatively understated, appearing more as Beerus's attendant. However, now an aspect of Whis's identity has been unveiled. He is indeed Beerus's master, the master of the God of Destruction. While this does not necessarily imply that he surpasses Beerus in strength, it certainly indicates that Whis is not an ordinary subordinate. It is no wonder that in the last video, Whis's demeanor towards Beerus seemed perplexing. He commands Beerus's attention, a privilege not afforded to mere attendants. Yet, if he is Beerus's master, such a dynamic is entirely justifiable. Now, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta training alongside Whis, Duan Muyan, can we then say that Sun Wukong and Vegeta are Beerus's junior disciples? Other viewers nodded in agreement. This assertion holds considerable merit. Within Vegeta's spacecraft, I find myself in the astonishing position of being a disciple of the God of Destruction, Beerus. Vegeta's surprise is palpable. The God of Destruction, Beerus, is indeed a legendary entity. Yet, in the video, he is able to assume the role of the other's disciple. It seems that his decision to join Earth was indeed the right one. Had he not allied himself with Earth, he would have never had the privilege of receiving Whis' guidance. However, two matters vex him. Firstly, that scoundrel Kakarot has the audacity to accompany him. If only he were the sole recipient of Whis' mentorship, surpassing Kakarot would surely be a trivial endeavor. After all, Whis is the master of the God of Destruction. Secondly, Kakarot's incessant harassment of Bulma in pursuit of training with Whis is utterly infuriating. He even lingered outside Bulma's bathroom, witnessing her emerge in all her splendor. This has left him feeling utterly flustered, green with envy. In the vastness of space, Goku and Vegeta are training under Whis? Beerus remarked to Whis, somewhat taken aback. For not everyone is deemed worthy to receive Whis' guidance. However, it is hardly surprising. Goku is a valued individual in his eyes, while Vegeta managed to entice Whis with delectable cuisine. Yet, Whis, how could you sneak off to Earth for culinary delights while I slumber? This is quite unbecoming of you. Beerus expressed his discontent, pondering how many delicacies Whis had covertly consumed without his knowledge. Whis, however, remained focused ahead, saying little. Observing Whis' demeanor, Beerus felt a sense of helplessness. He had no leverage over Whis. All he could do was hope that when Whis returned from Earth, he would bring back some delicacies. Zampa. To be able to receive Whis' guidance, Goku and Vegeta are indeed fortunate. Waimei. After all, aside from the god of destruction, the number of individuals who can receive guidance from an angel is exceedingly rare. Tro. It seems their future accomplishments are boundless. As the god of destruction and the prospective god of destruction, the assembly of gods, including Tro, naturally understands the significance of angels. To receive guidance from an angel is an extraordinary opportunity. If previously Goku and Vegeta's displayed prowess had gone unrecognized, they must now regard the two with newfound respect. Chapter 129. Gohan becomes a mere shadow of his former self. The multiverse falls silent. Most of the populace's attention is fixated on Goku and Vegeta training alongside Whis. Few have noticed that Frieza had initially aimed to pursue his own training. However, as the principal party involved, Frieza himself is certainly not oblivious. Within the spacecraft, he mused, "Am I choosing to train in the video? It stands to reason. Having been dead for so long, my strength surely remains unchanged, rendering me no match for Goku and the others. Therefore, waiting to enhance my power before seeking vengeance is indeed a prudent decision." Frieza eagerly anticipates the potential strength he will wield after his training, just as he stated in the video. From the moment of his birth until now, he has never engaged in any form of cultivation. The power he possessed at birth was sufficient to elevate him to the status of a cosmic emperor, rendering further training unnecessary. One can only imagine the extent of his potential should he choose to hone his skills. He even contemplated whether he should embark on a similar path of cultivation as the figure he observed in the video, curious to see how formidable he could become after such training. Should the results prove satisfactory, he would indeed consider pursuing the path of cultivation. For months later, Frieza emerged from his seclusion. Having dedicated this period to rigorous training, he felt his strength was now ample. Accompanied by his subordinates, he set forth towards Earth. In a precautionary measure, he entrusted one of his hidden attack rings to a subordinate, instructing him to seize the opportunity to ambush Goku. The arrival of Frieza and his entourage did not go unnoticed by the warriors, who were astonished at the news of his resurrection and audacity to return to Earth. Krillin, Goku, Master Roshi, and Piccolo gathered at the sight of Frieza's descent, confronting him and his minions. Noticing the absence of Goku and Vegeta, Frieza dismissed the others as insignificant, commanding his subordinates to engage Gohan and the others. Yet, in this current scenario, Frieza's minions posed little threat to Piccolo and the others, quickly being overwhelmed by the warriors. During this confrontation, Tagoma, who had been training alongside Frieza, was also felled to the ground. Suddenly, a frog appeared before him, inscribing two characters on the ground. Instinctively, Tagoma read the characters aloud. Exchange. As he uttered these words, a radiant light emanated from the frog, striking Tagoma. In the next moment, he rose from the ground, transformed into another being. I, Jinyu, have returned. Indeed, the frog was none other than Jinyu. Now he had exchanged bodies with Tagoma. Upon acquiring Tagoma's form, Jinyu rushed to Frieza, lamenting the hardships he had endured on Earth over the years, and expressing his joy at finally being able to return to the side of King Frieza. Within Frieza's spaceship, Frieza gazed at Jinyu on the screen, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. Throughout the years, Jinyu had not forgotten him, and upon receiving his new body, he immediately sought him out, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. However, it was precisely this loyalty, combined with Jinyu's impressive abilities, that allowed Frieza to tolerate his penchant for exaggerated dance moves. Meanwhile, aboard Vegeta's spaceship, he grumbled, "Humph. That cockroach should never have spared Jinyu." Watching the video, Vegeta recalled the moment in the Super Saiyan footage when he intended to crush the frog-turned Jinyu, only to have Kakarot intervene. Had he foreseen the events that would unfold in this video, he would have ensured Jinyu's demise without hesitation. Although, given Jinyu's capabilities, he posed little threat. Yet, there remains a certain discomfort among the viewers. In the video, Jinyu confronts Gohan in battle. Initially, Gohan surprisingly proves no match for Jinyu. It is only after Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan that he manages to defeat Jinyu. However, his triumph is short-lived. Soon after, the Super Saiyan Gohan is grievously wounded by Frieza, who remains seated in his infant carriage. In a final desperate attempt, Gohan unleashes whatever energy he can muster. One cannot help but recall the formidable figure Gohan once was, the 9-year-old who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to vanquish Cell, and the 16-year-old who became Mystic Gohan to overpower Kid Buu. Those days of glory seem like a distant memory now. The current incarnation is a Gohan who has neglected his training, resulting in a significant decline in strength, rendering him incapable of even achieving Super Saiyan form with ease. The narration, combined with Gohan's performance in the video, leaves countless viewers in stunned silence, particularly his father, Piccolo. Once, Gohan was a beacon of brilliance and power. At 9, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to defeat Cell. At 16, he became Mystic Gohan to crush Kid Buu. Such was his brilliance. Yet now, he has fallen to the point where he cannot even best Jinyu without transforming. Moreover, after achieving Super Saiyan status, he is still bested by Frieza in his weakest form. Even though Frieza has grown stronger through training, Gohan's decline is too steep to fathom. It is clear that Gohan's neglect of his training has led to this drastic reduction in power. Nonetheless, one must ponder the meaning of this neglected state of Gohan. Although the audience may not fully grasp its implications, they certainly feel it resonates with Gohan's plight. Gohan, my son, you must not forsake your training. Piccolo, exasperated, reiterates the importance of discipline to Gohan. Gohan possesses extraordinary talent, yet his disregard for training has plunged Earth into peril on 2 occasions. The first was during the Majin Buu saga. Had Gohan not squandered 7 years of training, Majin Buu would have posed no threat whatsoever. Had he remained diligent, his power would not have been inferior to that of Mystic Gohan, potentially preventing Majin Buu's emergence entirely. Even if he did surface, Gohan, at the initial strength of Fat Buu, could have easily defeated him. Now, we face the second crisis. If Gohan had not neglected his training, how could Frieza have so effortlessly overpowered him? Perhaps, without the need for Goku and Vegeta's intervention, Gohan could have subdued Frieza himself. As it stands, no one on Earth can contend with Frieza. Should Goku and Vegeta fail to return in time, Earth may face dire consequences. Thus, Piccolo feels an urgent responsibility to closely supervise Gohan, ensuring that such a scenario does not repeat itself. Although Goku is alive, the wisdom he imparted during the Majin Buu saga remains pertinent. One cannot simply allow the strong enemies to confront the challenges alone. The new generation must also rise and develop. Otherwise, if Goku and Vegeta are ever absent from Earth, just as depicted in the current video, there exists no formidable champion on Earth. What if Son Goku and Vegeta fail to return in time? Son Gohan, as a prominent figure among the new generation, possesses the potential to surpass both his father and Vegeta. His extraordinary talent must not be squandered, even if he aspires to be a scholar. It shouldn't conflict with his training. Chapter 130. Frieza's unremitting arrogance. He is unworthy. Zhongya. At present, there is no one on Earth capable of contending with Frieza. It is imperative that Son Goku and Vegeta intervene. Cap. However, it must be said, Frieza's power escalation is indeed terrifying. Cap. Even though Son Gohan's strength has significantly diminished, he has still transformed into a Super Saiyan. Cap. Yet, he cannot even surpass Frieza, who is not yet transformed. Duanyin. Thus, the question arises, can Frieza's current strength rival that of Super Saiyan Blue? Duanyin. Or is Frieza, now empowered, merely a precursor to the ultimate confrontation? Naruto Uzumaki. I still lean towards the latter. Naruto Uzumaki. While Frieza's strength has indeed increased, can he truly match Super Saiyan Blue? I remain skeptical. Xinqing. I too find it improbable. Even if Frieza were to transform, he should still be unable to contend with Super Saiyan Blue. Despite Frieza's display of enhanced power to countless spectators, he remains unworthy to be considered a rival to Super Saiyan Blue. He may have defeated Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan form primarily due to Gohan's significant decline in strength. Had it been Son Goku or Vegeta in his place, Frieza would have undoubtedly faltered. Even if he were to transform, it is likely that he could only contend with Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3 Goku, at best. He cannot even rival Super Saiyan God Goku, let alone the more powerful Super Saiyan Blue. The pressing issue remains. Son Goku and Vegeta must return to Earth. Otherwise, there would be no need for Frieza to provoke the ultimate confrontation. He alone could annihilate the warriors and obliterate the planet. In the video, Son Gohan expends his last ounce of strength to release his energy as much as possible. This act is not without purpose. He seeks to enable his father to sense his energy. Gohan succeeds. In the God of Destruction realm, Son Goku detects Son Gohan's energy and, accompanied by Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis, utilizes instant transmission to arrive on Earth. Upon witnessing the arrival of Son Goku and Vegeta, Frieza is filled with elation, eager for revenge. With his focus solely on Goku and Vegeta, he fails to notice Beerus and Whis behind them. However, before Goku and Frieza can engage, Jinyu steps forward, provocatively challenging Vegeta, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. The fact that Vegeta intervened to confront Jinyu placed him at a disadvantage in the struggle against Goku for the opportunity to battle Frieza. Goku asserted that since Vegeta had already made his move, it was now his turn. Reluctantly, Vegeta conceded to Goku's insistence to take the lead. Subsequently, Goku approached Frieza. Upon laying eyes on the object of his vengeance, Frieza was filled with exhilaration. However, he did not underestimate his opponent. He immediately transformed into his final form. This transformation also inadvertently eliminated his minions, yet he remained indifferent. In his view, with Jinyu's demise, his remaining subordinates were mere expendables, easily replaceable without a hint of remorse. As Frieza transformed, Goku chose not to undergo a transformation himself. Instead, he engaged Frieza in combat in his base form. Previously, it would have been necessary for him to ascend to Super Saiyan to contend with Frieza's ultimate form. Yet now, Goku found himself capable of holding his own in his normal state. The battle unfolded with Goku and Frieza exchanging blows, both evenly matched. Throughout the confrontation, Frieza's fury towards Goku intensified. He expressed that Goku's very visage and everything about him incited his rage. For the first time in his life, he endeavored to cultivate his strength solely to defeat Goku. The illustrious ruler of the universe, Frieza, found it a profound humiliation to exert himself for the sake of a Saiyan. He was determined to make Goku experience the depths of despair he himself endured. Frieza then unleashed an attack, but it was not directed at Goku. Rather, it was aimed at Krillin. Frieza recalled the moment on Namek when he had slain Krillin, provoking Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan out of fury. Thus, Krillin, the bald-headed figure, held significant importance to Goku. Frieza sought to extinguish the life of Goku's most cherished companion, inflicting anguish upon him. However, this time he failed. Goku intervened, positioning himself before Frieza to shield Krillin from the attack. This action left countless spectators across the realms astonished. Zhang Chuan remarked, "Goodness, Frieza truly has a selective memory. Has he forgotten that it was his own hand that killed Krillin, inciting Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan to defeat him?" Duanyan countered, "No, I believe he remembers. And precisely because he remembers, he acts thus." Li Haoyan deduced, "I see. He aims to slay Krillin to inflict pain upon Goku. This is his vendetta against Goku." Dagon noted, "Yet, such actions may very well provoke Goku to unleash an even greater power." Kurosaki Ichigo speculated, "Perhaps Frieza believes he has grown sufficiently strong, and that inciting Goku will pose no threat." Nonetheless, Ichigo continued, "I am relieved he did not succeed. Otherwise, he would likely have faced severe consequences from Goku." Among the multitude of spectators, it was undeniably Krillin who struggled to contain his emotions the most. He never anticipated that Frieza would strike against him while on Namek. Now, once again, Frieza has made a move against him. Fortunately, this time Goku came to his rescue. Otherwise, he would have met his demise once more. Frieza had already suffered defeat once, yet he dared to act so boldly again. It is evident that he possesses considerable confidence. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, our previous assumptions were correct. Naruto Uzumaki. Frieza is certainly no match for Super Saiyan Blue. Kakashi. Indeed, Goku has not even transformed yet. He is merely in his base form and can already contend with Frieza in his final form. Kakashi. Even if Frieza is concealing additional power, it is likely that Goku only needs to transform into a Super Saiyan to handle the situation. Kakashi. Thus, Super Saiyan Blue is intended for confronting even stronger adversaries. This time, those who initially believed Frieza to be the ultimate spectator have altered their perspective, recognizing him merely as a precursor to the true climax. After all, as Kakashi articulated, even in his final form, Frieza can only contend with Goku in his base form. Goku still possesses the transformations of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Even if Frieza has hidden strength, it is estimated that Goku need only transform into Super Saiyan 1 to prevail. Super Saiyan Blue, a state surpassing that of Super Saiyan God. Frieza is unworthy. Chapter 131, The Emergence of Super Blue. Is Frieza truly the ultimate? Even Frieza, who has always held confidence in himself, now harbors a flicker of doubt. Although he wishes to be the entity capable of contending with and perhaps defeating Super Saiyan Blue, the power displayed by his video counterpart suggests that such an endeavor may prove daunting. Despite his annoyance at the comments, he cannot deny their validity. In the video, he has already transformed into his final form, yet he can only match Goku in his base state. Even if he possesses hidden strength, it would likely only allow him to rival Goku in his Super Saiyan form, merely replicating the battle that transpired on Namek. However, Goku still has access to transformations into Super Saiyan 2 and 3. Though he remains confident in himself, witnessing the strength exhibited in the video has shaken his resolve. It appears that even if the version of himself in the video does indeed harbor greater power, it would not suffice to leap beyond the realms of Super Saiyan 2, 3, or even Super Saiyan God. In essence, Frieza has never engaged in training, and thus he is unaware of the heights he could achieve after 4 months of rigorous training. This realization begins to cast a shadow over Frieza's countenance. Is it possible that the version of himself in the video has once again become the catalyst for something monumental? Much like the previous video featuring the androids, where his emergence led to the introduction of Trunks. Then Sun Wukong and the others became aware of the existence of the androids. Could it be that this time, the situation was once again the same? The formidable cosmic emperor, Frieza, had become the catalyst not once, but twice? Such a notion was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. However, aside from his impotent rage, Frieza found himself with no alternatives, clinging to a flicker of hope within his heart. He yearned for the version of himself captured in the video to defy fate and truly evolve to a level capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. In the footage, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza unfolded with fervor, captivating the onlookers like Gohan and Krillin, who perceived it as exceptionally intense. Yet, one individual harbored discontent regarding the clash, Vegeta. His dissatisfaction stemmed from 2 sources. First, the opportunity to battle Frieza had been snatched away by Kakarot, and second, he felt that neither of them had truly unleashed their full potential. Indeed, while others viewed the skirmish as a breathtaking spectacle, to Vegeta, it merely resembled a cautious exchange of probes. This realization incited his frustration. He intervened in the fray, asserting that if Kakarot did not take the battle seriously, he would step in. He also insisted that Frieza still concealed his true strength and urged him to reveal it forthwith. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Sun Wukong had no choice but to commit himself earnestly. Of course, he was aware that Frieza still held back, and thus he too awaited the revelation of Frieza's genuine power. Frieza, in turn, graciously permitted Sun Wukong to initiate the next phase. In the next moment, Sun Wukong finally embraced seriousness. With a resounding roar, an extraordinarily brilliant blue light erupted from him, enveloping him in a radiant blue aura speckled with starlight, creating an air of mystique. At that moment, his hairstyle had transformed into that of a Super Saiyan, with both his hair and eyes now shimmering blue. Most importantly, when Sun Wukong transitioned into this form, Gohan and the others could no longer sense his energy. This could only imply one thing. Sun Wukong had once again entered the realm of the divine. What was this? Wasn't he merely a Super Saiyan, albeit with a different hue? Observing Sun Wukong's transformation, Frieza remained somewhat indifferent. This was no ordinary Super Saiyan. It could be regarded as a Super Saiyan imbued with the power of a Super Saiyan God. I shall refer to it as Super Saiyan Blue. The emergence of Super Saiyan Blue astounded countless spectators across the realms. Their astonishment did not stem from the appearance of Super Saiyan Blue, as they had previously speculated about its form. The visual matched their anticipations, thus failing to truly surprise them. What left them in awe was the fact that Super Saiyan Blue had manifested at this very moment. After all, following the recent battle between Frieza and Sun Wukong, They had all believed that Frieza was not the foe that Super Saiyan Blue was destined to confront, but merely a prelude to the ultimate confrontation. Yet now, Sun Wukong had directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. This implies that Super Saiyan Blue is indeed intended to confront Frieza. In other words, Frieza is the ultimate adversary in this video. But how can this be possible? Given the strength Frieza has demonstrated, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 should suffice. Why then does Goku choose to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Could it be that Goku has sensed Frieza's concealed power has reached an extraordinarily terrifying level? Or is it merely that Goku wishes to showcase his new transformation? No, that does not align with Goku's character. Perhaps Vegeta would be more inclined to show off, for he revels in such displays. Kakashi, so, is Frieza truly the ultimate foe that necessitates the use of Super Saiyan Blue? Zangetsu, it appears so. Zangetsu, but why does Goku not first transform into Super Saiyan? Instead, he directly assumes Super Saiyan Blue? Krillin, indeed, this does not conform to Goku's character. Yamcha, quite so. The warriors are equally perplexed. Based on their understanding of Goku, coupled with his previous performances in earlier videos, Goku is not the type to unleash his full power immediately. According to his nature, he should first transform into Super Saiyan to gauge Frieza's strength before progressively escalating to Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Why then does he leap directly to Super Saiyan Blue this time? Could it be that Goku has truly discerned Frieza's hidden power to be overwhelmingly formidable, necessitating the use of Super Saiyan Blue? This seems rather implausible. Kakashi, a Super Saiyan possessing the power of a Super Saiyan god. Yet does not the transformation require 6 Saiyans? Kakashi, how is it that Goku can now achieve this transformation alone, and into an even more potent Super Saiyan Blue? Duanmu Yin. He must have discovered the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan god. Duanmu Yin. After all, during Goku's battle with Beerus, he managed to exit Super Saiyan God form while still retaining its power. Chapter 132, Golden Frieza. The multiverse is in disbelief. Li Shinan. In fact, the notion that Goku harnesses divine power himself is far more chilling than his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue against Frieza. Li Shinan. Is it possible that Frieza genuinely harbors power capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue? Kurosaki Ichigo. To be honest, I find this hard to believe. We must continue watching to draw a conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, perhaps Goku merely wishes to flaunt his new transformation? Uzumaki Naruto. Who knows? Frieza might be instantaneously defeated by Goku in the next moment. Countless viewers share this sentiment. For them, the idea that Frieza has indeed evolved to a level where he can rival Super Saiyan Blue seems far less plausible than simply believing Goku wishes to showcase his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. In comparison to the former, they are far more inclined to embrace the latter. As the protagonist, Frieza suppressed his desire to uncork champagne during the match. Heaven knows how exhilarated he felt upon witnessing Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue. For Goku's transformation signified that the version of himself in the video possessed the power to contend with Super Saiyan Blue. He was almost tempted to celebrate prematurely. However, he managed to contain his excitement, for the version of himself in the video had yet to showcase its prowess. What if he ultimately faltered? That would render his champagne celebration utterly ludicrous. After all, Goku had already attained Super Saiyan Blue. It was now time for him to demonstrate his true strength. Once the audience beheld his abilities, there would be ample opportunity for celebration later. A mere moment's delay was inconsequential. At that moment in the video, Krillin, Gohan, and others were astonished by Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Krillin exclaimed, "Goku, just how strong do you intend to become?" Frieza, on the other hand, wore an expression of keen interest, devoid of fear or panic. It was as if he had complete confidence in his ability to exact revenge, even in the face of Goku's new form. "Now it is your turn, Frieza," Goku declared, fully aware that Frieza harbored hidden strength, undoubtedly formidable. Thus, he resolved to showcase the fruits of his 4 months of rigorous training. As Frieza shouted, his aura began to surge dramatically. A blinding golden light erupted from him, so dazzling that it was nearly impossible to behold. Within this golden radiance, Frieza underwent a remarkable transformation. His once white body became enveloped in a layer of gold, and his formerly white face turned purple. While it may appear to be merely a change in color, everyone understood that such an alteration hinted at a significant enhancement in power. "Though it may sound cliché, you may now refer to me as Golden Frieza," he proclaimed. Having embraced his golden form, Goku's face lit up with excitement. He perceived that Frieza was now capable of engaging him in an intense battle. As the audience across countless realms witnessed Frieza's transformation into Golden Frieza, they were left utterly speechless. They had assumed Frieza's hidden strength was merely an enhancement of his ultimate form. However, they could never have anticipated that Frieza had unlocked a genuine, new transformation. While he had previously possessed 3 forms, those were merely evolutions from his initial state to his original appearance. They did not constitute new transformations. The golden form represented his true, new transformation, an entirely novel evolution he had developed himself. And judging by Goku's exhilarated demeanor, the battle ahead promised to be extraordinary. The Golden Frieza is indeed formidable enough to rival Super Saiyan Blue. Enduring disbelief, Duan Mu Yin exclaimed how utterly preposterous it was that Frieza had truly attained power capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. Zhang Chulan remarked on the terrifying enhancement that this golden form bestowed upon Frieza's strength. Li Sinan acknowledged that previously, Frieza could only measure up to Goku in his base form. Yet, with but a single transformation, Frieza had astonishingly surpassed numerous iterations, now standing toe-to-toe with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. While Goku appeared to have merely transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, everyone was acutely aware of the considerable progression he had traversed, transitioning through Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan God before reaching Super Saiyan Blue. In stark contrast, Frieza's leap from his final form to golden form involved no intermediate stages. His final form could only contend with Goku's base form. Yet his golden form astonishingly matched Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. This singular transformation had allowed him to close the gap of Goku's 4 transformations. Moreover, what was even more astounding was that Zhang Guo recalled Frieza had trained for merely 4 months. To achieve the golden form in such a short span was a testament to Frieza's prodigious talent. Duan Mu Yin remarked that such a feat, overcoming multiple iterations in just 4 months, elucidated why Frieza dismissed the Saiyans. Many asserted that Dragon Ball adhered to a bloodline theory. If Goku were not a Saiyan, he could not attain Super Saiyan transformations. However, in truth, Dragon Ball defies such notions, leaning more towards an anti-bloodline theory. Otherwise, the perennial second, Vegeta, would not be perpetually overshadowed by Goku. A lower-class warrior surpassing the Saiyan Prince, what does that suggest about bloodlines? Frieza epitomizes the bloodline theory, having, within 4 months, matched Goku and Vegeta's decades of arduous training and surpassed their multiple transformations. This starkly highlights the superiority of Frieza's prowess over the Saiyan bloodline. Consequently, the Saiyan heritage holds little significance in the Dragon Ball universe. Even Namekians possess forms that rival Super Saiyans. It is not the Saiyan bloodline that is potent, but rather Goku and Vegeta themselves. Amidst his spaceship, Frieza could not suppress his laughter. The champagne had been uncorked, and as the ruler of the universe, such raucous mirth was a rarity for him. Yet, now, he could not contain his exuberance. His aspirations had borne fruit. The figure in the video was not merely a prelude. He was the culmination, the final form that necessitated Goku's Super Saiyan Blue to confront. The golden form. Was this truly the fruit of his 4 months of training? It had certainly not disappointed him. One could only marvel at the resplendent, golden visage captured in the video. It was undeniably magnificent. Chapter 133. Had Frieza only performed a few push-ups back then, he would have relished in the opportunity to boast in the comments. However, upon considering that Beerus might also be watching, he decided against it. It would be unwise to provoke him. Regrettably, he could only relish this joy in solitude, unable to share it with those across the myriad realms. Achieving such results in merely 4 months of training was remarkable. What if he were to extend his training time further? Frieza found himself lost in contemplation. Having trained for just 4 months, he had transformed into Golden Frieza. What if he trained for a year, 2 years, or even 3 to 5? Would he not ascend to Platinum or Diamond Frieza? It seemed the time had come for him to embark on his training journey. Previously, he had refrained from training because no threat in the universe loomed over him. Majin Buu was sealed away, and as for Beerus, even with training, he could not measure up. However, the situation had changed. Goku and Vegeta were advancing at an astonishing pace, developing an array of transformations. If he continued to neglect his training, he risked facing the same fate depicted in the videos where he was defeated. To prevent such an outcome, he resolved to train. With Beerus backing him, he might not be able to contend with Goku and the others, but at the very least, he must not be defeated should they come seeking trouble in the future. Nevertheless, there was no need to rush into training immediately. He wished to witness firsthand the strength of his golden form. In the video, as Frieza transformed into his golden state, the onlookers, including Krillin, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Frieza had acquired a new transformation. Even Vegeta appeared somewhat astonished. Goku, on the other hand, was immensely excited. A stronger opponent was splendid news for someone who relished battle. Subsequently, Goku engaged Frieza in combat, and their skirmish was far more intense than before. Remarkably, Super Saiyan Blue Goku found himself at a disadvantage. The golden Frieza was managing to suppress him. Do you recall my previous remark? Back on Namek, Frieza was bested by Goku. At that time, I mentioned that had Frieza performed a few push-ups, he would not have lost. Now, it becomes evident why I said such a thing. In just 4 months of training, Frieza had transformed into his golden form and could even suppress Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue state. The magnitude of this power increase was nothing short of extraordinary. During their battle on Namek, the power disparity between Frieza and the Super Saiyan Goku was not as vast as one might think. Had Frieza managed to perform a few push-ups, his strength could have easily surpassed Goku's. The audience recalled the narrator's words, indeed remembering that during the battle on Namek, it was stated that had Frieza done a few push-ups, Goku would not have stood a chance against him. At that time, they were unaware of its significance. Now, however, they have come to understand. The narration is undeniably accurate. After 4 months of rigorous training, Frieza's strength has surged to a level capable of subduing Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Has his power increased by tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of times? Such an immense enhancement in strength. Had he performed a few push-ups back on Namek, he could have effortlessly surpassed Goku. Alas, as the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza considered himself invincible and thus lacked any motivation for training. It was only upon realizing he could not contend with Goku that he felt compelled to train in pursuit of revenge, a notion he regarded as a humiliation. Consequently, Frieza typically refrained from training. At this moment, Frieza, the subject of this narrative, found himself somewhat dumbfounded. While others recalled the events, he too retained vivid memories. He had long harbored this matter as a lingering question in his mind, and now, at last, the answer had revealed itself. With his rate of growth, he could indeed surpass Goku with just a few push-ups. If only the Frieza on Namek had known this, he would have surely begun doing push-ups on the spot. Fortunately, he had gleaned this information beforehand, ensuring he would not allow a repeat of the Namek incident. He was determined not only to perform push-ups, but to train diligently. He vowed that Goku and Vegeta would never exceed him in strength throughout their lifetimes. Regarding the battle depicted in the video, given the current circumstances, as long as Beerus refrained from intervening, he could indeed defeat Goku. The mere thought of his potential victory over Goku filled Frieza with exhilaration. Was he finally poised to achieve revenge? Yet, would Beerus intervene? With this uncertainty weighing on his mind, Frieza continued to watch the video. In the footage, under Frieza's relentless assault, Goku quickly became battered and bruised. During the skirmish, Frieza also noticed Beerus, who was casually enjoying a sundae nearby. The sight of Beerus startled Frieza. Despite having transformed into his golden form, he dared not act recklessly before Beerus. However, Frieza felt a wave of relief when Beerus assured him he would not interfere. With Beerus' guarantee in mind, Frieza launched a fierce, renewed attack on Goku. Yet this time, the tables turned. The once dominant Frieza began to falter. Goku's strength had not increased, but rather, Frieza's power began to wane. After Goku knocked Frieza to the ground, he pointed out Frieza's flaw. While Frieza had mastered the golden form, his eagerness for vengeance meant he had not fully grasped its capabilities before arriving on Earth. This oversight resulted in excessive energy consumption in his golden form. Had Frieza completely mastered this transformation, his endurance would have significantly increased. In this encounter, Frieza did not lose due to a lack of power. Instead, the defeat was due to endurance. While advising Frieza, Goku made a critical error by reverting to his normal state. This lapse provided an opportunity for Frieza's hidden confidant, the very person to whom Frieza had entrusted the ring containing his attack. In that moment, the confidant brandished the ring, aiming it squarely at Goku. Subsequently, a beam of Frieza's assault burst forth from the ring, piercing through Goku's body. Witnessing this scene, Frieza rose from the ground, placing a foot upon Goku. signifying that Goku remained overly naive. However, just as Frieza was about to deliver the fatal blow to Goku, a figure emerged and kicked Frieza away, rescuing Goku. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Chapter 134. Frieza approaches achievements comparable to Cell. Due to Goku's grievous injury from the ambush, Vegeta took over the battle. He instructed Gohan and Krillin to carry Goku away and feed him Senzu beans, while he confronted Frieza directly. Frieza, dismissive of Vegeta, perceived him as nothing more than the insignificant insect he had once effortlessly exterminated. Yet, in the next moment, Frieza's expression transformed to one of astonishment, for he beheld Vegeta, who had also attained the form of Super Saiyan Blue. The transformation that Goku had mastered, Vegeta had now grasped as well. This revelation left Gohan and the others utterly astonished. After all, Vegeta had always been a step behind Goku. When Goku first transformed into Super Saiyan, it took Vegeta years to achieve the same. When Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta needed to be intentionally controlled by Babidi to gain the strength to battle Goku, who had already progressed to Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta had yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, and even Super Saiyan God was first attained by Goku. It could be said that Vegeta had consistently lagged behind Goku. They harbored no doubts about Vegeta's capacity to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, yet they were taken aback by how swiftly he accomplished it this time, without trailing behind Goku, having consumed the Senzu beans and regained his strength. Goku informed the others that Vegeta had independently succeeded in becoming Super Saiyan God, and subsequently achieved the form of Super Saiyan Blue. The most astonished and alarmed by Vegeta's transformation was none other than Frieza himself, especially as Vegeta declared to Frieza that he should be well aware of his capabilities. He was not Kakarot, and he would not hold back. Following this declaration, Vegeta launched a fierce assault upon Frieza. A barrage of attacks rained down upon Frieza, swiftly knocking him to the ground and forcing him out of his golden form. Within the spaceship, watching the footage of himself pummeling Frieza, Vegeta was elated. Delivering a thorough beating to Frieza had been his long-held aspiration, one he had never managed to fulfill. On Namek, he had lacked the requisite strength. As soon as he finally gained strength, Frieza had already been slain by his son Trunks. Thus, he had never had the opportunity to deliver a proper beating to Frieza, never realizing that ambition. Yet now, the footage revealed him accomplishing that very goal, with Frieza on the brink of death at his hands. To personally vanquish Frieza, he was finally on the verge of fulfilling that ambition. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant's countenance darkened, not solely due to the beating he received from Vegeta, but also from his dissatisfaction with the version of himself displayed in the video. Had he not been so impatient and failed to master the golden form before seeking revenge, he would not have exhausted his energy to the point of being outmaneuvered by Goku. Although he had severely injured Goku with his cunning, there was still Vegeta to contend with. Had he fully mastered the golden form, with energy reserves intact, he would have faced no fear against a relentless assault from both Goku and Vegeta, and he would not have been brought to this lowly state. Could it be that he was truly destined to perish at Vegeta's hands? The thought rendered Frieza's expression even more grim. The first time he died was at the hands of Trunks, Vegeta's son, and now it seemed he might die once more at Vegeta's hand. Twice, he had met his end at the hands of the Saiyans. Yet, considering the situation, why did he harbor such profound disdain for Goku, who had never once killed him? His animosity for Goku surpassed that for both Trunks and Vegeta. After some contemplation, Frieza realized the reason. Goku was the first to defeat him. The initial defeat always leaves the most lasting impression. Zhang Chulan remarked, "This situation teaches us a vital lesson. One must never rush into revenge. Otherwise, one may end up like Frieza, who could have succeeded in his vengeance, yet ultimately faced failure." Kakashi added, "Indeed, had Frieza not been so hasty, had he waited until he fully mastered the golden form, it is possible he would have achieved his revenge." After all, Beerus stated he would not intervene. Duan Muyin noted, if Frieza had fully mastered the golden form, his endurance would have been significantly greater, allowing him to withstand Goku and still have strength to face Vegeta. However, could it be that Beerus's statement of non-intervention was merely a deception? Beerus, slightly irritated, responded, "Do you truly believe I, as a god of destruction, would deceive Frieza? When I declare I will not intervene, I mean it." Duan Muyin swiftly retorted, "I apologize, Lord Beerus." Li Xian then opined, "I believe Beerus's assertion of non-intervention stems from his awareness of Frieza's shortcomings." Li Xian Nan, He has already deduced that Frieza will succumb to Goku due to exhaustion, which is why he claimed he would not intervene. Li Haotian. Indeed, this is quite plausible. The other spectators unanimously concurred with Li Xianan's hypothesis. After all, it is hardly surprising that Beerus, as the god of destruction, would discern Frieza's predicament. Kurosaki Ichigo, nonetheless. It must be said that Beerus's power undoubtedly surpasses that of Golden Frieza. Kurosaki Ichigo. Otherwise, Frieza would not harbor such fear of Beerus. Zhang Chulan. I had anticipated this earlier. Although Beerus faces the Super Saiyan god, Frieza confronts an even more formidable Super Saiyan Blue. Zhang Chulan. However, this does not imply that Frieza is stronger than Beerus. Dagu. To put it simply, if Beerus were truly an adversary, he should not appear as an enemy at this moment. Dagu. Even if a foe stronger than Golden Frieza emerges later, I doubt they would pose a challenge to Beerus. Naruto Uzumaki. In any case, it seems Frieza is doomed once more. Naruto Uzumaki. Previously, he perished at the hands of Trunks, and now he faces death at the hands of Vegeta. Succumbing to the wrath of a father and son, Frieza's story reaches a fitting conclusion. Genos. Speaking of which, does this mean Frieza has achieved a fate similar to that of Cell? Genos. After all, technically, Cell also met his end at the hands of Goku and Gohan. This father-son duo. Shinshing. I believe that assertion holds merit. However, just as countless spectators believe that Frieza would meet his demise at Vegeta's hands, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 135. Why hesitate? Just act. In the video, as Vegeta prepared to strike down Frieza, on his knees with hands pressed to the ground, raised his head and flashed a sinister smile. In the next moment, Frieza pressed his hands against the earth, and the entire planet was reduced to cosmic dust. In the face of impending death at Vegeta's hands, Frieza opted for the annihilation of Earth. Witnessing the effortless destruction of their planet, the myriad spectators fell into silence. Though they were already aware of the overwhelming power wielded by the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe, where planets were as fragile as bubbles, easily extinguished at a whim. They had previously witnessed Frieza obliterating planet Vegeta. Yet this time, it was Earth that was destroyed. Their Earth. Although it was not the Earth of their own world. The Earth within the Dragon Ball universe appeared indistinguishable from theirs when viewed from the cosmos. Earth, their home, was effortlessly obliterated by Frieza with a mere press of his hands. One can only remark that the strength of the warriors in the Dragon Ball universe is truly terrifying. It is fortunate that their world is devoid of such monsters. Naruto Uzumaki. I never anticipated that Frieza would choose to go down in flames. Naruto Uzumaki. However, it makes sense, facing certain death. Opting for mutual destruction is the most prudent course, better a shared loss than a solitary victory. Kakashi. No, I recall that in the video from Namek, Frieza mentioned that he could survive in the vacuum of space. Thus, when he found himself unable to defeat Goku during their battle, he resorted to annihilating Namek. Ichigo. So, Frieza can destroy Earth, yet he himself will remain unharmed. Daku. However, with Earth obliterated, Beerus and Whis can also survive in the cosmos unscathed. Daku. They certainly will not let him off the hook. Shinshiro. Frieza was left with no choice. Had he not acted thus, he would have met his demise at the hands of Vegeta. Lee Sinan. Fortunately, we can still utilize the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect Earth and Goku's companions. Duan Muyin. But there's no one alive on Earth now, is there? Who will resurrect them? Zhang Chulan. Look, Goku and the others are alive. Following Zhang Chulan's reminder, countless viewers noticed a group of figures amidst the debris floating in the cosmos after Earth's destruction. This group consisted of Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and others, alongside Beerus and Whis. It appeared that Beerus and Whis had saved them, as a protective barrier emanated from Whis' staff, shielding Goku and the others, enabling their presence in the void of space. All those who remained by Beerus and Whis' side had survived. Yet, Vegeta was not among them. This meant that Vegeta had indeed perished. Seeing that Goku and the others were still alive brought immense relief to the audience. Had Goku and his companions perished, there would be no one to resurrect Earth and the deceased. Yet now, with their survival, they could venture to Namek and summon its dragon to restore Earth and the fallen. It was a pity for Vegeta, the only one from his faction who had fallen. Frieza. Vegeta, you have once again succumbed to my hand. Frieza could not resist sending a taunting message to Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. Once again, he had met his demise at Frieza's hands. This time, It was not due to his lack of strength, but rather Frisia's despicable act of destroying Earth upon realizing he could not best him. Vegeta, Frisia, you despicable fiend. Knowing you were no match for me, you annihilated Earth. Frisia, who's to blame for your Saiyan race's inability to survive in the cosmos? Vegeta, do not revel in your triumph. Even if you destroy Earth, you will not escape unscathed. Vegeta, Kakarot and the others are still alive. You shall meet your end at his hands. Vegeta, moreover, Earth and I shall be resurrected. Now, it was Frisia's turn to wear a grim expression. He understood that Vegeta spoke the truth. Even if he had obliterated Earth and slain Vegeta, however, Sun Wukong and his companions did not perish. They still possessed the Dragon Balls, which can resurrect both Earth and Vegeta. One can only lament the despicable Lord Beerus. Why did he choose to save Sun Wukong and the others? Nevertheless, such thoughts must remain unvoiced, for he dared not express them, much less post them as comments. Krillin, poor Vegeta, we were fortunate to be saved by Lord Beerus's side. Krillin, only Vegeta was not spared, hence his demise. Yamcha, so why does Vegeta complain incessantly? Why not simply eliminate Frisia? Yamcha, does he not yearn to vanquish Frisia? It seems he squandered a perfect opportunity. Tien Shinhan, it appears that this time, Frisia met his end at the hands of Wukong. Tien Shinhan, after all, aside from Lord Beerus and Lord Whis, only Wukong possesses such strength. Master Roshi, it seems that Vegeta's desire to slay Frisia shall forever remain unfulfilled. Observing these comments, Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. Yet, his greater frustration lay with the portrayal of himself in the video. He too questioned why he had hesitated and failed to strike down Frisia. Such a golden opportunity to eliminate Frisia had slipped through his fingers. This was a bloody lesson. He resolved that if ever he were to encounter a chance to kill Frisia again, he would not dally as he did in the video. He would seize the moment and eliminate Frisia without delay. In the video, gazing upon the obliterated Earth, the expressions of Sun Wukong and his companions were grim. Yet, Beerus remained indifferent, merely gesturing to Whis. Whis informed Sun Wukong and the others that he possessed the ability to rewind time by 3 minutes, allowing them to return to the moment before Frisia destroyed the Earth. This time, they would ensure Frisia's demise before he could enact his plan. Subsequently, Whis utilized his power to reverse time back by 3 minutes. Everything was as it had been before the catastrophe. Vegeta was still lamenting, while Frisia had already resolved to annihilate the planet. However, forewarned by the knowledge of impending events, Sun Wukong did not grant him the opportunity. Vegeta, step aside. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and bellowed at Vegeta before unleashing a Kamehameha wave at Frisia. Thus, Frisia's scheme was thwarted before it could even be born, meeting his end with a frustrated roar under Sun Wukong's assault. Chapter 136. A change in color for the Saiyans. They dare to alter the world, what a detestable creature. Inside Frisia's spacecraft, witnessing his own demise at the hands of Sun Wukong, Frisia's countenance darkened. He had previously pondered that Sun Wukong was the first to defeat him. Thus, even though Sun Wukong had never killed him before, his resentment towards Sun Wukong surpassed that directed at Trunks and Vegeta, who had slain him. Now, however, the tables had turned. Sun Wukong had not only defeated him, but had also become the one to bring about his end. His resentment towards Sun Wukong has reached new heights. As another party involved, Vegeta's expression is far from pleasant. Initially, upon learning that Whis could reverse time, he harbored some hope. He anticipated that Kakarot would remind him to swiftly eliminate Frisia, ensuring that Frisia would ultimately perish at his hands. However, to his dismay, Frisia ended up meeting his demise at the hands of Kakarot instead. Ultimately, he did not have the opportunity to personally slay Frisia. After all the effort to revive Frisia, he finally had the chance to kill him with his own hands, and now that chance has vanished. It is likely that he will never have such an opportunity again. After all, having experienced this event, it seems improbable that Frisia could be resurrected once more. For the other spectators, Sun Wukong's act of killing Frisia is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question lies in why Sun Wukong was able to defeat Frisia. Zhangguo, time reversal? Truly, it is befitting of the master of a god of destruction to achieve such a feat. Kapu, however, given that Bulma has managed to invent a time machine for traversing through time and space, it is not entirely surprising that time reversal is within reach. Zhang Chulan, no, this is different. One relies on technology, while the other is a matter of personal will. The distinction is significant. Duan Muyen, furthermore, Utilizing a time machine to traverse through time does not alter the future of the original timeline, merely creating a new timeline where the past has been altered. Duanmu Yin. If one were to use a time machine to travel back to before Frisia destroyed Earth, Duanmu Yin, then even if Frisia were killed in advance, the original timeline's Earth would still be destroyed, resulting only in a parallel timeline where Earth remains intact. Li Xian Nan. Precisely, but Whis, using time reversal, returns to before Frisia destroyed Earth and eliminates him beforehand. Li Xian Nan. In that case, Earth in the original timeline is saved. Li Xian Nan. From this perspective, Whis' ability to reverse time is far superior to using a time machine for traversal. Upon observing the comments from Duanmu Yin and Li Xian Nan, countless other viewers nod in agreement. Although Whis can only reverse time for 3 minutes, which pales in comparison to the time machine's ability to traverse freely through time and space, the act of time reversal can indeed change matters concerning oneself. Conversely, a time machine, even when altering the past, merely gives rise to a new timeline that bears little relation to oneself. It is akin to a situation where a loved one tragically passes away before one's eyes due to an accident. Using a time machine, one can indeed travel back to the moment before the incident and save that person. However, in the timeline where one resides, the accident will not disappear. The person is still lost. A new timeline where that individual survives will emerge, but it holds no connection to oneself. Even if another version of oneself exists in that new timeline, that alternate self is ultimately not the same as one's true self. The loved ones remain lost. In comparison, one would undoubtedly prefer that their loved ones in their own timeline never suffered such a fate. However, if one were to utilize the ability to reverse time to save another, then the loved ones of that individual in this timeline would indeed be saved, and no new timeline would be created. From this perspective, the power of time reversal is significantly superior to that of a time machine. It is unfortunate that this ability is limited to merely 3 minutes. If there were no constraints of time, it would be truly invincible. Nevertheless, it is reasonable for such a formidable power to have limitations. Shimpa. Beerus, you allowed Whis to intervene and save Earth? Have you forgotten the rules of the angels? Beerus. Shimpa, I am well aware, but my actions did not violate Whis' code of conduct. Beerus. I did not instruct him to directly eliminate Frisia. Beerus, moreover. What authority do you have to speak? Did you not delegate Bardock to destroy planets on your behalf? Shimpa found himself at a loss for words. For Beerus was indeed correct. He often had Bardock carry out planetary destruction in his stead. If Beerus' decision to have Whis save Earth constituted a breach of the Angel's rules, then his own actions with Bardock were equally as questionable. At this moment, the narrator's voice resonated. The debut of the Super Saiyan, facing the tyrant Frisia, marked a significant moment. The Super Saiyan, empowered by the strength of a Super Saiyan god, confronted Frisia once more. It can be said that Frisia and Goku, along with the Super Saiyan transformation, share an inextricable bond, an undeniable fate. Regarding the Super Saiyan Blue, as Goku describes it, it embodies the essence of a Super Saiyan endowed with the might of a Super Saiyan god. In essence, the Super Saiyan god can be regarded as an alternative norm for Saiyans, transforming their energy from that of mortals to the divine power wielded by gods. Thus, Super Saiyan Blue represents a transformation grounded in the state of Super Saiyan God, merely evolving into a Super Saiyan. Consequently, the power boost of Super Saiyan Blue mirrors the 50-fold increase of the Super Saiyan God. If Goku and Vegeta could establish the state of Super Saiyan God as their norm, rather than a mere transformation, then for them, Super Saiyan Blue would equate to the transformation of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Outwardly, the distinction between Super Saiyan Blue and a regular Super Saiyan lies solely in the color of their hair and eyes. However, the disparity in strength is unfathomable. It can be said that changing the color of a Saiyan's aura allows them to transcend multiple dimensions in power. Thus concludes the segment on Super Saiyan Blue. The final remarks of the narrator resonated deeply with countless viewers. Indeed, color change holds immense significance for Saiyans, serving as a substantial enhancement of their abilities. Conversely, it appears that Frisia experiences a similar phenomenon. After all, the Golden Frisia and the regular Frisia differ merely in hue, yet their powers exist in entirely different realms. Is it true that the most formidable transformations are merely characterized by a change in color? Chapter 137. The Unconventional Transformations of the Saiyans. Countless spectators endowed with transformation abilities found themselves in deep contemplation. The transformations they had mastered were indeed marked by a dramatic metamorphosis in appearance, accompanied by a significant enhancement in power. However, when juxtaposed with the transformations of the Saiyans, they paled in comparison. As for the Saiyans, their transformations result in minimal alterations to their outward appearance, merely a shift in the hue of their hair and irises, with perhaps a slight variation in hairstyle. The most pronounced transformation is that of Super Saiyan 4, yet this remains an exception. In terms of visual flamboyance, Saiyans do not exhibit the same ostentation as others. However, in terms of power amplification, their transformations far surpass those of their counterparts. Could it be that the elaborate transformations they have mastered are mere facades? Is true power encapsulated in the simplicity of a mere color change? Could this be the essence of the adage, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication? This notion seemed to resonate with them, and they resolved to experiment. Seeking a transformation that involved nothing more than a change in color, yet resulted in a substantial power increase. With Saiyans as a benchmark, their endeavor held considerable merit. Even if they ultimately failed, they would not harbor regrets. It is the inaction that breeds remorse. Zhonghua. If Super Saiyan Blue is a transformation based on the Super Saiyan God as a baseline, could the subsequent transformations be Super Saiyan Blue 2 and Super Saiyan Blue 3? Zhonghua. Much like the previous Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Chulan. It is indeed plausible. If that is the case, I can already envision the appearances of Super Blue 2 and Super Blue 3. Not only Zhang Chulan, but other spectators also conjured images of Super Blue 2 and Super Blue 3 in their minds. While they struggled to imagine the extent of their power, they could at least envision their appearances, simply a transformation of the hair from golden and green to blue. Yet, is it truly that simple? When the next video emerged, countless viewers realized they might have been overly naive. Their understanding of the narration's earlier remark about the dwindling color options available to the Saiyans was somewhat superficial. The title of the next video read, The Unconventional Transformations of the Saiyans, Super Saiyan Pink. From the name of this transformation, audiences surmised that the hair would shift to a pink hue, yet another color change. It was no wonder the previous narration hinted that the color choices for the Saiyans were becoming scarce. What intrigued them further was the phrase, unconventional transformations. In what manner were these transformations unconventional? From the title, it was apparent that this transformation would not resemble those of Goku and Vegeta. Otherwise, it would not be labeled as unconventional. It is unlikely to be Son Gohan or Trunks. Therefore, aside from them, are there other Saiyans? The most exhilarated among them is undoubtedly Caulifla from Universe 6. To her, the alternative Saiyans mentioned in the video title may very well refer to the Saiyans of Universe 6. For Son Goku and the other Saiyans of Universe 7. These Saiyans from Universe 6 are indeed unconventional. Could it finally be their turn to showcase their might? Until now, it has always been Goku and his companions who have captured the spotlight. Although they are all Saiyans, the universe is predominantly aware of the Saiyans from Universe 7, leaving those from Universe 6 in obscurity. This video could potentially reveal the splendor of the Saiyans from Universe 6. Caulifla expressed her anticipation. However, as the video commenced, her expression darkened. When discussing Super Saiyan Rose, one cannot overlook a certain individual, a deity, to be precise. That individual is Zamasu, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Zamasu? The Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Gaosu, turned to Zamasu with a curious gaze. Is there a connection between Super Saiyan Rose and Zamasu? Could it be that Zamasu is the adversary faced by Super Saiyan Rose? Yet, what merit does Zamasu possess to be a rival of Super Saiyan Rose? Emerging after Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan Rose must surely surpass it in power. Although Zamasu is the strongest Kai of Universe 10 and an apprentice Supreme Kai, his strength does not warrant being a match for Super Saiyan Rose. So what exactly is unfolding here? What role does Zamasu play in this video? Not only Gaosu, but Zamasu himself appeared bewildered. What relevance does he have in this scenario? Do not tell him that he perished at the hands of the very humans he despises. As the strongest Kai of Universe 10 and an apprentice Supreme Kai, Zamasu, unlike other gods, believes that a deity should be exalted and detached. He harbors a profound disdain for the folly and strife of humanity, perceiving humans as the most abysmal product of divinity. Thus, he has always sought to obliterate all of humanity. The narrative must begin from the tumultuous and tragic future timeline. The narrator's words sent shivers through countless viewers. as a god who regards humanity as a failed creation, desiring to eradicate all humans. Such a notion is terrifying. The narrator spoke casually, yet the implications are profound. There exists a deity intent on annihilating all of humanity. Zhonghua. It appears that this video ultimately revolves around Zamasu. Zhonghua, as a god. To desire the destruction of all humanity is a truly dreadful thought. Duan Mu Yan. Such is the mindset of a malevolent deity. Though many films feature gods with similar ideologies, those remain within the realm of fiction. In the present moment, a god with such intentions has indeed emerged, albeit within the realm of Dragon Ball. For the inhabitants of this world, the existence of such a deity is truly a calamity. Fortunately, our world is devoid of gods. Thus we are spared from such ominous thoughts. At most, we contend with a cadre of supernatural beasts that aspire to dominate Earth. Indeed, in comparison to this Zamasu, even the likes of Rufa and his companions seem rather endearing. Despite Zamasu's status as an apprentice Supreme Kai, his demeanor starkly contrasts with that of previous Supreme Kais, who, although lacking in gravitas, still possessed a measure of authority. In the context of their world, the Supreme Kai is a being capable of obliterating existence itself. Therefore, they find solace in the fact that the antagonists of their world do not embody divine traits. Otherwise, their existence would be utterly untenable. Chapter 138. Did Goku kill Bulma? How could such a dream manifest? Ramsey, elucidate why such a being has been appointed as the apprentice Supreme Kai of our 10th universe. Are you intent on bringing doom to our 10th universe? Ramsey, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, is in a state of alarm. The notion of annihilating all humanity? How can an apprentice Supreme Kai harbor such thoughts? It is imperative to note that even they, as gods of destruction, refrain from entertaining such notions. Their role, albeit one of destruction, is to maintain the equilibrium of the cosmos. Should they dare to exterminate all of humanity within the universe, their fate would be sealed. Neither the Omni King nor the Grand Minister would permit such an occurrence. Now, this Zamasu, astonishingly, possesses such thoughts, and as the apprentice Supreme Kai of their 10th universe, no less. If the Omni King and the Grand Minister were to express dissatisfaction, the 10th universe would face dire consequences. As he conveyed this in the comments, Ramsey quickly summoned the Angel Kess to transport him to the Supreme Kai realm. Although the true nature of Zamasu's thoughts remains unclear, it is crucial to restrain him for the time being. As for why he does not permit Guas to intervene, Zamasu, as the apprentice Supreme Kai, is Guas's disciple. Ramsey harbors doubts regarding the benevolence of this kindly figure, believing he may hesitate to act against his own pupil. Guas. Indeed, Ramsey, Zamasu has previously entertained some immature thoughts. However, under my guidance, his perspective has been transformed. Transformed? If that were the case, the narration of this video would not proclaim otherwise. Guas fell silent. While these videos predominantly showcase various transformations of the Saiyans, they also hint at numerous future events. Thus, the fact that the narration brings this matter to light suggests that Zamasu may still harbor intentions of annihilating all humanity in the future. Moreover, the emergence of Super Saiyan Rose could very well be a consequence of this. Zamasu, Guas gazed at the figure before him, his expression laden with complexity. He was aware of Zama's immature thoughts, yet he believed that, under his guidance, Zama's would eventually alter his perspective. However, it now appeared otherwise. Lord Gaosu remained oblivious to the true situation. Should we not continue to observe? At this moment, Zama's was indeed feeling anxious. His inner thoughts had been exposed through the video, becoming common knowledge. He surmised that his position was untenable. Now, he could only seek an opportunity to divert Gaosu's attention, devise a means to escape, and then conceal himself. As for taking action against Gaosu, despite Gaosu being a kind-hearted individual, he was, after all, a Supreme Kai. Zama's felt absolutely no confidence in confronting him. Moreover, he had no desire to harm Gaosu. In truth, Zama's held a profound respect for him. The reason Zama's contemplated killing Gaosu was that he had learned of the existence of the Time Ring, and understood that only a Supreme Kai could wield it. Thus, he found himself with no alternative but to eliminate Gaosu. Being an apprentice Supreme Kai, if Gaosu were to perish, Zama's would ascend to the position of a full-fledged Supreme Kai and could utilize the Time Ring. If not for this, it was highly unlikely that Zama's would consider such drastic measures. Furthermore, were he to engage in combat, Zama's realistically had no means to overcome Gaosu. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to resort to ambush. After all, Gaosu was still a supreme Kai. Even if he could not match Zama's in strength, Zama's would find it impossible to kill him face to face. Could he not simply flee if he was overmatched? Upon hearing Zama's words, Gaosu sighed. Yet he refrained from further commentary or action. He, too, wished to see what Zama's would do in the future. Perhaps there remained a chance for redemption? After all, he still held hope for Zama's. As for the other gods of destruction and supreme Kais from different universes, they remained silent. This matter pertained to Universe 10, and it was best left for the god of destruction and supreme Kai of Universe 10 to resolve. Their current curiosity lay in Zama's role in this video, as well as its connection to the future timeline. In the video, following the events involving Cell, the future timeline had initially returned to peace. However, now it had devolved into a wasteland, shrouded in darkness. West City, specifically Bulma's home, had also been reduced to ruins, engulfed in flames. Trunks had barely escaped with severe injuries, while Bulma found herself grasped by a shadowy figure around her throat. Just before her demise, the figure revealed its true identity. Son Goku. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. Krillin, what? Goku. It's Goku. How could it possibly be Goku? Yamcha. Goku killed Bulma? Am I dreaming? Bulma. I was killed by Sun Quan? What a ridiculous joke. Goku's companions could hardly contain their disbelief. Had Goku truly turned the future timeline into ruins? Had he also slain Bulma? What nonsense was this? Could it be that they have watched too many videos and have fallen into delusions? Li Haoyan proposed a possibility. Could it be that Sun Wukong is under some form of control or is possessed by someone? This kind of manipulation is not unfamiliar to him. After all, those spectral demons thrive on such tactics. Perhaps Sun Wukong has encountered a similar fate. Clin concurred emphatically, asserting that he could not believe this was a spontaneous act by Wukong. He was certain that Wukong had been possessed or controlled, akin to how the time-traveling Vegeta was possessed by that entity, Baby. Yamcha speculated that the final outcome might indeed be Wukong, who has been possessed. Tianjin Fan pondered the implications, questioning how this could relate to Zamasu. Could it be that Zamasu is the one possessing Wukong? Unbeknownst to him, his conjecture was inching closer to the truth. Piccolo acknowledged the possibility, noting that since Zamasu is a deity, it would not be unusual for him to wield such power. However, he raised the question of how Zamasu, existing in the 10th universe, could possess someone in the 7th universe. Beerus, with a smirk on his face, found the situation increasingly amusing, yet vexing. A mere apprentice Kai from the 10th universe daring to disrupt the 7th universe? Zamasu had already sealed his own fate by merely crossing over. It was a significant issue that he had ventured into the 7th universe, as even the gods of destruction tread carefully across universes. Such actions are overtly prohibited, yet this Zamasu, a mere apprentice, audaciously dared to undertake such inter-universal endeavors. Chapter 139. Bulma is bewildered. Her daughter-in-law is older than her. Goku observed that, based on previous narrations, Zamasu seeks to eradicate all humanity. He suspected that Zamasu's possession of Sun Wukong was a means to leverage Wukong's formidable body to achieve his goal. Duan Mu Yin concurred, affirming that with Wukong's immense strength, Zamasu's possession would equate to acquiring Wukong's power, potentially even rendering him stronger. Zhang Chulan raised a concern. How could Zamasu be aware of Sun Wukong? They do not hail from the same universe. Additionally, why would he appear in the future timeline? Ichigo Kurosaki remarked that it seemed a great deal had transpired in the interim. Daegu could only agree, stating that the narration was indeed correct. The future timeline is fraught with calamities. Naruto Uzumaki echoed the sentiment, recalling the turmoil caused by the androids, now compounded by Zamasu's emergence. Clin lamented the plight of Trunks and Bulma, noting that at least Bulma had survived during the chaos wrought by the androids. However, now she is deceased, having fallen victim to Wukong, who is possessed by Zamasu. Yamcha pondered. I imagine her emotions before her demise must have been exceedingly complex. As companions who grew up alongside Sun Wukong, Krillin and the others were acutely aware of the bond shared between Sun Wukong and Bulma. It transcended mere romantic affection, evolving into a profound connection. Thus, when Bulma gazed upon Sun Wukong's visage, her feelings were undoubtedly intricate. The subsequent narration further affirmed their sentiments. Poor Bulma from the future timeline. Her husband has perished, her friends have all met their ends, leaving only her son. She survived during the chaos wrought by the androids. Yet now, she has succumbed, slain by a face she knew intimately. What emotions coursed through her in those final moments? No one knew but her. As the narration concluded, the video shifted, depicting the adventures of Sun Wukong and Bulma as they sought the Dragon Balls together from their youth into adulthood. Bulma was the first person Sun Wukong encountered, aside from his grandfather, and Sun Wukong was the first individual to instill a sense of safety within Bulma. Their journey, filled with companionship while searching for the Dragon Balls, became an indelible memory they would cherish for a lifetime, even as they each established their own families. The essence of their bond remained unchanged. It was not merely a romantic connection, but one that transcended such notions. As they watched the moments shared between Sun Wukong and Bulma unfold on screen, countless spectators across the realms felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Having experienced so much together, the depth of their bond was unimaginable. Consequently, they could scarcely fathom the emotions that gripped Bulma from the future timeline as she beheld Sun Wukong's familiar visage while meeting her tragic end at his hands. It was enough to provoke thoughts of how despicable Zamasu truly was. Of course, Trunks faced his own share of tragedy. Once able to rely on his mother, he now found himself utterly alone. In the video, Black Goku pursued Trunks after slaying Bulma. With the assistance of Mai, Trunks successfully boarded the time machine, journeying back to the past. Yet the price he paid was witnessing Mai's form vanish under Black Goku's assault. Meanwhile, in the past timeline, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained unaware of the calamities that had befallen the future. They were engaged in training within the God of Destruction's realm, while Bulma immersed herself in her research. Upon Trunks' arrival in the past, young Trunks and Goten discovered him and relayed the circumstances to Bulma. Upon learning of the situation, Bulma hurried to his side, assisting him onto a bed, all the while retrieving the communicator given to her by Whis to establish contact. Throughout this ordeal, Bulma's concern for Trunks stirred feelings of jealousy within young Trunks, who, during the android incident, was merely an infant and thus unfamiliar with his future counterpart. Especially when he beheld his father, Vegeta, showing profound concern for future Trunks, his heart was heavy with unspoken emotions. He harbored a lingering suspicion that his parents were concealing something significant from him. Meanwhile, the diminutive Pilaf gang was quietly observing, engaging in hushed discussions about whether this unexpected figure might be the illegitimate child of Bulma and Vegeta. One might recall these three characters, the Pilaf gang, notorious in the timeline for their antics. In the primary timeline, they had transformed into children due to the Dragon Balls, which rendered them unrecognizable to Bulma and Goku, allowing them to reside in Bulma's home. However, it is essential to note that their assertions lack rationality. By what measure could they claim that future Trunks is an illegitimate child of Bulma and Vegeta? They were not born of infidelity, but rather from a union between two individuals. Moreover, future Trunks is evidently older than young Trunks. If one were to label an illegitimate child, it would be young Trunks instead. Zhang Chulan remarked that young Trunks must feel utterly heartbroken, witnessing his parents express such concern for another. Duan Muyin speculated that in young Trunks' mind, future Trunks might represent another child kept secret by his parents. Heihachi Ichigo pondered that the little girl among the Pilaf gang appeared strangely familiar. Kakashi noted a resemblance between her and the girl who had aided future Trunks' escape, suggesting they might be the same person. Li Shinon concurred that she must indeed be the same individual, now grown in the future timeline. Krillin pointed out to Bulma that if this girl was indeed connected to future Trunks and had not perished, she could potentially become his daughter-in-law. Bulma interjected, recalling that the Pilaf gang was older than she. Wait a moment. Are you telling me my daughter-in-law is older than I am? Bulma, well acquainted with the Pilaf gang from her earlier adventures with Goku and Yamcha while searching for the Dragon Balls, remembered their ages distinctly. The notion that a woman from this gang could become romantically involved with her son was unfathomable. Even if they had reverted to childhood, their actual ages remained unchanged, leaving her unable to accept that her prospective daughter-in-law could be her senior. Chapter 140. Zamasu has found a path to demise. Within the abode of the Pilaf gang, Pilaf and Mai, the dog-like creature, regarded little Wukong with peculiar expressions. At this point, they had not yet transformed into children and still bore adult appearances. The prospect of little Wukong eventually becoming involved with Bulma's son, that little rascal, was indeed astonishing, a case of an old bull courting a tender calf. Their admiration was palpable. Meanwhile, little Wukong, upon learning of her future connection with Trunks, was equally astonished. Goodness, she has been single for decades. It is quite unexpected that her partner would be a boy several decades her junior. At this point in time, Trunks has yet to make his appearance. However, dear Xiaowu, Trunks is the son of Bulma, the world's wealthiest individual. If you were to become a daughter-in-law of the Bulma family, your future would be free from financial worries. And we would bask in the resulting glory as well. Pilaf and Ashura are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to cling to Xiaowu's coattails. After watching so many videos, they have relinquished their ambition to dominate the world using the Dragon Balls. Even if they were to fulfill their wishes, what would it matter against those formidable monsters? Earth could be extinguished with the mere flick of a wrist. Their reign would hold no significance. It would be wiser to join forces with Sun Wukong. At least that would provide a semblance of safety. Alas, Trunks has not yet been born, and in order for Xiaowu and Trunks to be together, they would need to use the Dragon Balls to revert to childhood during Trunks' early years. The crux of the matter is whether Bulma, now aware of this situation, would agree to the union of Trunks and Xiaowu. Krillin, Bulma, I truly believe that Xiaowu is quite remarkable. Krillin, she willingly sacrificed herself to shield Trunks while holding off Goku possessed by Zamasu. Yamcha, indeed, although her actual age may be somewhat advanced, she has reverted to childhood and is growing anew. Yamcha, therefore, her physical age is comparable to that of Trunks. Tianjinhan, I too find Xiaowu to be commendable. She is well suited for Trunks. The warriors expressed their satisfaction with Xiaowu. Regarding the age disparity, they remain unconcerned. After all, Xiaowu has undergone a second childhood, resulting in a physical age akin to that of Trunks. Even Vegeta wishes to voice his thoughts. He harbors a favorable impression of Xiaowu, particularly for her willingness to sacrifice for his son. He is pleased with the prospect of this daughter-in-law, yet considering his current unfamiliarity with Bulma, he refrains from commenting. Bulma, for her part, has remained silent, engrossed in her own mental preparations. As for the other spectators, they find great amusement in this unexpected turn of events. Subsequently, they continue to watch the video. In the footage, Sun Wukong and Vegeta become aware of the impending arrival of future Trunks, who has fainted due to injury. They understand that something has gone awry in the future timeline. Vegeta instructs young Trunks to unleash his full power, and then directs Sun Wukong to sense young Trunks' energy, utilizing instant transmission to reach Earth. Beerus and Whis accompany Sun Wukong and Vegeta to Earth, intrigued by the unfolding events and also hoping to enjoy a meal. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong heads to Kirin Tower to retrieve some Senza beans. After feeding a Senza bean to Trunks, he awakens. Upon regaining consciousness, the first sight that meets his eyes is Sun Wukong, igniting his fury as he throws a punch towards him, which Sun Wukong effortlessly intercepts. Sun Wukong is left bewildered, questioning why Trunks would attack him. Trunks, filled with rage, declared his determination to defeat Goku. However, his emotions settled after Bulma delivered a sharp slap to his face. As he gazed at Bulma, he embraced her tightly, calling her mom. This revelation caused young Trunks to falter. He was not the sole offspring of his parents. Yet, with Bulma's explanation, he came to understand that this woman he called mother was, in fact, his future self. Vegeta inquired about the events that transpired with future Trunks. The latter recounted to Goku and the others that a being identical to Goku had emerged in the future timeline. His mother had named this entity Black Goku. Initially, this Black Goku was no match for him. However, after several battles, Black Goku's strength surpassed his own. With the aid of his mother and Mai, he had traveled to the past seeking assistance. Upon learning of the dire situation in the future, Goku and Vegeta felt compelled to help. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, Black Goku arrived at the location where Trunks had vanished. The time ring on his hand emitted a beam of light, revealing a time portal before him. As he stepped into the portal, he re-emerged in the past, where he encountered Trunks, Goku, and the god of destruction, Beerus, among others. Beerus, the time ring. That's something only the Kaioshin can wield. Beerus, even if Zamasu has possessed Goku, he is merely a trainee Kaioshin and should not have the ability to use it unless. Compass, Ramsey. When did your trainee Kaioshin from Universe 10 become a full-fledged Kaioshin? Ramsey. That can only happen when Gaosu retires, which will take several hundred or even thousands of years. Whis. I see. Thus the situation becomes quite evident. Whis. The future timeline in the video cannot be that far removed from our current timeline, especially since Trunks and Bulma are still alive. Whis, however, Zamasu can utilize the time ring, indicating that something has gone awry with Gaosu. Beerus. that Zamasu is truly despicable. He has already embarked on a path toward destruction. As for the nature of the problem and why Zamasu was deemed worthy of such disdain, Whis and Beerus did not elaborate. Nevertheless, astute minds could deduce the implications. If Zamasu was able to wield the time ring without Gawasu's retirement, it meant he had employed some unorthodox method to become a Kaioshin. What could that method be? Only one possibility remained. In the realm of Universe 10, Gawasu looked at Zamasu in disbelief, having surmised what his counterpart in the video had done. Zamasu had dared to turn against him. Lord Gawasu, this black Goku may not necessarily be me. Zamasu hastily defended himself. If he failed to pacify Gawasu, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate against him. In terms of strength, he may not fear Gawas. However, as the Supreme Kai, Gawas possesses ample means to subdue him. His power has yet to reach a level where he can effortlessly escape the clutches of his adversary. Ramsey, Gawas, you must quickly capture Zamasu. Ramsey, having already deduced Zama's actions, was consumed by fury at that moment. Chapter 141. Zamasu is controlled. How did he manage to possess another? Before Gawas retired, Zamasu preemptively ascended to the role of Supreme Kai. The methods he employed are all too evident. He personally ended Gawas's life. This singular act is sufficient to incite immeasurable rage within Ramsey. After all, the Supreme Kai is, at the very least, on the same divine tier as him. The god of destruction. Though Gawas may lack in strength, they are equal in divine essence. Zama's audacity to slay Gawas is a profound affront to Ramsey, the god of destruction. Moreover, the fates of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are inexorably linked. If the Supreme Kai perishes, so too shall the god of destruction. This implies that Ramsey, at some point in the future, could indirectly meet his end at Zama's hands. How could he possibly tolerate such a fate? Thus, Ramsey directly sent a message to Gawas, urging him to restrain Zamasu. Simultaneously, he fervently prayed that Gawas would not falter. As the god of destruction of the 10th universe, Ramsey is well acquainted with Gawas, the Supreme Kai of the same universe. Gawas is benevolent, often described as a kind-hearted individual. While this trait is commendable, it can also lead to peril, as is the case now. What if Zamasu utters a few deceitful words that deceive Gawas? If Zamasu were to launch a surprise attack while Gawas is off guard, what then? Gawas's demise would be unfortunate enough, but it would also implicate Ramsey. Therefore, while Ramsey messaged Gawas, he urged the Angel Kes to hasten their pace. He needed to reach the Supreme Kai realm in the shortest time possible. In the Supreme Kai realm of the 10th universe, Gawas noticed Ramsey's message. His gaze fell upon Zamasu, his most exceptional disciple, and his expression was exceedingly complex. Zamasu has many admirable qualities, but one significant flaw: his deep-seated disdain for humanity. If only he could rectify this shortcoming, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable Supreme Kai in the future. However, that possibility has now slipped away. Sighing, Gawas prepared to act against Zamasu. Upon witnessing Gawas's move, Zama's expression darkened considerably, yet he could only retaliate. In terms of strength, Zamasu did not fear Gawas. However, as the Supreme Kai, Gawas possessed numerous techniques. Though the world of Dragon Ball operates on the principle that sheer strength can overcome any technique, Zama's power has yet to reach such heights. Thus, after a brief struggle, Zamasu was ultimately subdued by Gawas. This explains why, in the original narrative, Zamasu resorted to a surprise attack to kill Gawas. Due to the inability to confront Goku head-on, he was left with no choice but to resort to ambush tactics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expended so much effort. Goku, Ramsey, my lord, I have successfully restrained Zamasu. Ramsey, excellent. Maintain your control over him until I arrive. Ramsey, do not release him merely because of his deceptive words. Goku, understood, my lord Ramsey. The exchange between Goku and Ramsey did not go unnoticed by others, providing a sense of relief to many. Thankfully, the emergence of the video had preemptively revealed future events. Had they allowed Zamasu to continue unchecked, both Universe 10 and Universe 7 would have descended into chaos. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity about how Zamasu had managed to possess Goku, especially given that they hailed from entirely different universes. Logically, their paths should not have crossed in such a manner. With this perplexity lingering in their minds, the audience continued to watch the video. In the footage, Black Goku was observing Goku and his companions, who in turn were gazing at Black Goku. Despite having heard about him from future Trunks, they were still taken aback upon witnessing Black Goku, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku himself. Eager to confront Black Goku, Goku and Vegeta engaged in a brief dispute over who would battle him. Ultimately, Goku asserted that since Black Goku looked identical to him, it was only fitting that he should be the one to deal with him, thereby overcoming Vegeta's objections. With no alternative, Vegeta conceded, allowing Goku to face Black Goku. Seeing Goku eager to engage him in combat, Black Goku was elated, for battling Goku would enable him to grow even stronger. Thus, the two commenced an intense duel. Black Goku's power was formidable, overwhelming Goku in his base form. Even when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still found himself at a disadvantage against Black Goku. It was only after he ascended to Super Saiyan Blue that he managed to gain the upper hand. However, just as he was on the verge of defeating Black Goku, the temporal rift necessitated Black Goku's return to the future. Prior to his departure, to prevent Goku and his allies from hindering him, Black Goku destroyed the time machine. Moments later, he was drawn into the time machine, vanishing back into the future. Upon his return to the future, Black Goku collapsed onto the ground, his body battered and bruised. Yet, he paid no mind to his injuries. Instead, a smile spread across his face, for he knew that once he recuperated, he would attain even greater strength. In the present, witnessing the destruction of the time machine plunged future Trunks into despair. Without it, how could he return to the future? Just then, Bulma suddenly had a revelation, rushing into her house to search fervently for something. Before long, she emerged before Goku and the others. Holding a box of universal capsules, she tossed one of the capsules, and in an instant, a moss-covered time machine materialized before them. Bulma expressed that this was indeed the time machine that Cell had once used to travel here. She had kept it ever since. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Goku and the others recalled that it was true. Cell had arrived in the past through this very time machine. However, since the machine had been damaged, it required repairs. Fortunately, before the time machine was destroyed, Bulma managed to retrieve her future self's notebook from within. Through this notebook, she could comprehend the principles of the time machine, enabling her to restore it. Nevertheless, this would require some time. During this period, Goku accompanied Beerus and Whis to Universe 10. It turned out that when Black Goku had previously arrived, both Beerus and Whis had noticed the time ring he possessed. Upon further investigation, they discovered that this time ring originated from Universe 10, suggesting a potential connection between Black Goku and that universe. Beerus and Whis brought Goku to Universe 10, where they encountered Zamasu. Zamasu showed great respect towards Beerus and Whis, yet displayed disdain towards Goku, the human. Unfazed by Zamasu's animosity, Goku, with his usual lack of awareness, became interested in Zamasu's prowess upon learning that he was the mightiest Kai in Universe 10 and an apprentice Kaishin. He proposed a duel with Zamasu. Chapter 142. It turns out Black Goku was born from Goku's connection initially. Whis did not endorse Goku's suggestion. While he found it perplexing that a human like Goku could stand beside a god of destruction like Beerus, he still regarded Goku merely as a human. In contrast, Zamasu was the strongest Kai of Universe 10. Therefore, Whis believed that Goku would inevitably be defeated by Zamasu. However, Beerus interjected, asserting that Goku's strength was commendable and that he had even battled with him. This revelation astonished both Zamasu and Whis. A human capable of contending with a god of destruction? Ultimately, Zamasu agreed to spar with Goku, true to his title as the strongest Kai of Universe 10. While Zamasu was not Goku's match, he compelled Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to secure victory. Goku acknowledged Zamasu's formidable strength. Yet, within Zamasu's heart, the fact that he, a divine being, had been bested by a mere human was an immense disgrace. Moreover, how could a human possess such formidable power? Goku's overwhelming strength planted a seed of intrigue in Zamasu's mind. Zangetsu. Alright, I understand now. It must be that Zamasu recognized Goku's strength through their encounter. Zangetsu, therefore. He sought ways to possess Goku. Naruto Uzumaki. So, can we say that the birth of Black Goku was indeed a result of Goku's connection? Ichigo Kurosaki. I believe that assertion holds merit. After all, if Goku had not insisted on challenging Zamasu, Zamasu would not have taken an interest in him. Kurosaki Ichigo. If Zamasu had not possessed him, he would not have transformed into Black Goku. Zhang Chulan. I recall from the Artificial Human Saga video. Goku once stated that the emergence of those adversaries was due to his own unwillingness to resurrect. Zhang Chulan. It seems that he was indeed correct. The other spectators nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for Goku's insistence on competing with Zamasu, the latter would not have sought to possess him in order to attain Goku's power. It can be said that while Zamasu is the principal architect behind Black Goku's emergence, Goku is certainly not free from culpability. Krillin, Goku, my friend, I implore you to reconsider your penchant for seeking out battles. Krillin, otherwise, who knows how many formidable warriors will be drawn to you in the future. Yamcha, indeed, Goku, I must ask you to temper your inclinations. Tenshinhan, if you wish to engage in combat, seek out Vegeta or Lord Beerus instead. Tenshinhan, please refrain from bothering those unfamiliar to you. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan, these warriors, find themselves somewhat exasperated with Goku. His love for battle is not inherently a flaw, yet this habit often brings considerable calamity to Earth. This time it is Zamasu. Who knows who it may be next time? Though Earth has his protection, the ordinary citizens cannot bear the weight of such frequent disasters. Surely, we cannot rely on the Dragon Balls to resolve every crisis. If there exists a possibility to avert danger, why not do so? Goku, huh? But isn't it exhilarating to fight against many powerful foes? Krillin, while that may be true, your tendency to engage others in combat can be perilously reckless. Krillin, a moment's carelessness could invite calamity upon Earth. Goku, is that so? Very well, I shall be more cautious in the future. As for whether he will genuinely heed this advice, only he knows. In the video, after departing from Universe 10, Goku perceives Zamasu as seemingly unproblematic, appearing unrelated to Black Goku. However, Beerus and Whis hold a different opinion. They suspect Zamasu may indeed pose a threat, yet they currently lack evidence. Upon returning to Universe 7, Goku and his companions await Bulma's repairs to the time machine. During this interval, an event unfolds. An entity, revered and feared even by Beerus, wishes to meet Goku. This being is none other than the supreme existence of the Dragon Ball universe, the Omni King. The Omni King, the paramount being of the Dragon Ball realm, transcends all gods of destruction and angels. His awareness of Goku arose after the latter's triumph over Frieza, followed by revelations pertaining to events between the 6th and 7th universes. The Omni King attended a martial arts tournament held between these two universes, where he met Goku and developed an interest in him. This narration, for those unfamiliar with the Omni King, merely evokes a sense of awe regarding his identity. The supreme existence of the Dragon Ball world, even surpassing the god of destruction, Beerus, is beyond imagination. For the gods of destruction who are aware of the Omni King, this revelation is nothing short of astonishing. What? The Omni King has taken an interest in this son Goku? Moreover, he wishes to have a personal audience with him? What an extraordinary honor. It is known that even deities fail to pique the Omni King's interest, let alone a mere human. Indeed, Son Goku is the first individual capable of invoking the Omni King's desire for a meeting, marking him as the very first human to capture the Omni King's fascination. Even the angels and the Grand Minister are taken aback. This Son Goku has truly sparked the Omni King's interest. He is indeed remarkable. In the Omni King's palace, he expresses his desire to meet Son Goku. Observing himself summon Goku in a video, the Omni King shakes his little hand, eager to emulate his actions and meet the warrior. After watching numerous transformation videos of Son Goku, his curiosity has grown immensely. Rather than simply summoning Goku to the Omni King's palace as seen in the video, he decides he wishes to visit Earth in the 7th universe to meet Goku in person. After all, the previous videos revealed many intriguing aspects of that planet, which is filled with fascinating wonders. Despite his supreme status, the Omni King has found his time in the palace rather tedious. Now that he has learned about such an interesting planet, he is eager to explore and play. Grand Minister, let us go to Earth. The Omni King declares to the Grand Minister standing beside him. Very well, my lord, replies the Grand Minister, the Omni King's chief steward, who shares a keen interest in both Earth and Son Goku. Thus, apart from Vegeta and Beerus, two more beings set out for Earth. Originally, Frieza intended to visit Earth, but upon noticing Beerus's interest in the planet, he dared not venture there. One can only imagine the amusing circumstances when Vegeta, Beerus, and the Omni King converge on Earth. Chapter 143. The Omni King goes to Earth. Having the Omni King as a friend isn't a good thing. In the video, upon learning that the Omni King wishes to see him, Son Goku initially hesitates to go. He is uncertain when Bulma will repair the time machine, and he still has to save the future timeline. However, Beerus insists that meeting the Omni King is far more crucial than saving the future. If the Omni King were to be angered, the entire seventh universe, including himself as the god of destruction, would be obliterated in an instant. Thus, Son Goku must not only meet the Omni King, but also exercise utmost caution to avoid incurring his wrath. To expedite the meeting with the Omni King, Whis takes Son Goku to the Kaioshin realm, as the Kaioshin possesses the ability to teleport directly to the Omni King's palace. Under the guidance of the Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong and Whis arrived at the palace of the Omni King. As for Beerus, he chose not to accompany them. At the entrance of the palace, the Grand Minister awaited their arrival. Subsequently, the Grand Minister led Sun Wukong and Whis into the palace to pay their respects to the Omni King. Observing the Grand Minister's imposing figure, Sun Wukong remarked to Whis that he was indeed a formidable being. Whis informed him that the Grand Minister ranked among the top 5 most powerful entities, and he himself could not even compare to a mere finger of the Grand Minister. Whis cautioned Sun Wukong against expressing any desire to engage in combat with the Grand Minister. Fortunately, this time Sun Wukong refrained from such folly. Accompanied by the Grand Minister, Sun Wukong finally met the Omni King. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the Omni King joyfully soared to greet him. Sun Wukong inquired about the reason for his summons. The Omni King confessed his boredom from solitude and expressed a wish to play with Sun Wukong. While Sun Wukong agreed to the prospect of play, he explained that he had pressing matters to attend to and proposed to reschedule their playful engagement. Sun Wukong's demeanor nearly caused the Supreme Kai to faint, and had Beerus been present, he too would have been rendered unconscious. Should those aware of the Omni King's fearsome reputation witness Sun Wukong's conduct, they would likely describe him with the phrase ignorance is bliss. Moreover, Sun Wukong's attitude displeased the Omni King's 2 attendants. However, the Omni King swiftly turned to them with a chilling gaze, coldly questioning whether they wished to disappear. This startled the attendants into silence. Yet, when the Omni King directed his attention back to Sun Wukong, his cold demeanor melted away, revealing genuine delight. It was evident that the Omni King displayed an entirely different demeanor when interacting with Sun Wukong compared to his attendants or others. Regarding Sun Wukong's temporary unavailability for play, the Omni King bore no resentment and made arrangements for their next encounter. Sun Wukong assured him that he would bring along a new friend for their amusement, which thrilled the Omni King. Before Sun Wukong departed, the Omni King requested once again that Sun Wukong repeat the previous playful act of lifting him by the hand. This simple gesture was a source of immense joy for the Omni King, as no one else had ever done such a thing before, making it a delightful experience for him. Sun Wukong urged the Omni King to refrain from using his full title, suggesting that he simply call him Wukong. This amused the Omni King, who then inquired how Sun Wukong would address him. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong affectionately called him Ah Quan. This casual address caused the Supreme Kai to lose his composure and faint, leaving even Whis and the Grand Minister astonished. It was the first time anyone had dared to refer to the Omni King in such a manner. Before Sun Wukong took his leave, the Omni King gifted him a peculiar object, a circular device with buttons on both sides. One button would allow Sun Wukong to summon the Omni King to the palace, while the other would enable the Omni King to visit Sun Wukong's realm. It can be said that with this newfound power, Sun Wukong is now invincible. It signifies that he stands firmly supported by the Omni King, with whom he shares a friendship. The moment Sun Wukong presented himself before the Omni King sent shivers down the spines of the 12 gods of destruction, particularly for the gods of destruction. Even as they merely watched the video, several among them found themselves nearly fainting from sheer terror. Sun Wukong's demeanor in the presence of the Omni King was exceedingly nonchalant. He even dared to refuse the Omni King. Were it anyone else, that individual would have been eradicated along with their universe countless times over by now. Beerus, too, pondered the notion that should the Omni King witness this video, he might become displeased and subsequently obliterate the entire 7th universe. Yet, until now, Sun Wukong remains unharmed, which must indicate that the Omni King is not angered. However, the fact that the Omni King and Sun Wukong became friends did not bring Beerus any joy. He was not naive enough to believe that Sun Wukong's friendship with the Omni King would guarantee protection. Would the Omni King, out of fondness for Sun Wukong, become more lenient towards the 7th universe? On the contrary, the sight of their friendship only deepened Beerus's unease. For Sun Wukong's friendship with the Omni King inevitably meant he would have to engage with him more frequently. should he inadvertently provoke the Omni King's ire. Beerus could assure that the Omni King would not show leniency merely because of their friendship. If the seventh universe were to be eradicated, the Omni King would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Thus, from Beerus's perspective, Sun Wukong's friendship with the Omni King did not provide the seventh universe with a formidable ally or guarantee. Rather, it increased their risks manifold. This sentiment was shared among the other gods of destruction as well. Consequently, upon witnessing the friendship between Sun Wukong and the Omni King, they were initially struck with astonishment. After all, it was the first instance of a human forging a friendship with the Omni King. Even they, as gods of destruction, dared not approach the Omni King in such a manner. Yet, Sun Wukong, as a mere mortal, accomplished this feat. How could they not be astonished? However, after the initial shock, they did not envy Beerus or the seventh universe. The thoughts that crossed Beerus's mind were certainly no different from their own. Was it truly a blessing to befriend the Omni King? They understood well the adage that accompanying a sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Since they rarely encountered the Omni King, they were free from the worry of inadvertently offending him. However, becoming friends with the Omni King meant that their meetings would increase, heightening the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. It was entirely possible that at any moment, Sun Wukong could incite the Omni King's wrath. Should that occur, Beerus and the seventh universe would be doomed. This also elicited derisive laughter from Katra, the god of destruction of Universe 4, who had an ongoing rivalry with Beerus. To him, the friendship between Sun Wukong and the Omni King merely signified that the destruction of the seventh universe was a matter of time. Is it truly a fortuitous event when an ant befriends a dragon? At any moment, the mighty dragon might inadvertently obliterate this tiny ant and its nest. A matter of little consequence to the dragon itself. Chapter 144, The True Apocalypse. The Emergence of Super Saiyan Rose. Indeed, in the video, the Omni King and Son Goku have forged a friendship, yet this remains unfulfilled in reality. However, what if the Omni King, upon witnessing the video, desires to become friends with Son Goku? At such a juncture, the seventh universe would truly be dancing on the edge of a blade. Consequently, Beerus hopes that the Omni King refrains from befriending Son Goku, while Quitella, who harbors a conflict with Beerus, wishes for the opposite. Frankly, were it not for the Omni King's unpredictable nature, having such a formidable ally would be advantageous. Yet now, in the video, upon returning from the Omni King's palace, Son Goku finally receives good news. The time machine has been repaired. Subsequently, Trunks leads Son Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma to the future timeline. Upon their arrival, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma are struck with trepidation at the sight of the desolation surrounding them. They had not anticipated such devastation in the future timeline. Soon, they become aware of others nearby, who commence firing upon Son Goku. Naturally, their assault poses no threat to him. As they observe their assailants, it becomes evident that these individuals regard Goku with animosity, mistaking him for the evil Goku. However, they cease their assault upon recognizing Trunks, the valiant protector of the future timeline, revered as a hero among the few survivors. After Trunks elucidates the situation, they comprehend that this individual, who bears a striking resemblance to the evil Goku, has been summoned as an ally. Trunks then guides them to an underground sanctuary, where the remaining survivors of the future timeline reside, no more than a few hundred souls in total. Gazing upon these survivors, countless beings across the multiverse fall into silence. In a future timeline once teeming with billions, only a mere handful of individuals have endured. How tragically desolate. Zhang Chuan reflects. I have read those apocalyptic novels that claim half of humanity perishes in the end times. Yet even then, at least a few billion manage to survive. In contrast, this future timeline before the harrowing reality of the future timeline, the apocalypses depicted in novels pale in comparison. While those narratives illustrate substantial losses among humanity, they still boast survival numbers in the billions. Yet here, in the future timeline, only a few hundred remain. Moreover, had Trunks not brought Son Goku and the others, the demise of these few hundred would merely have been a matter of time. This is the true apocalypse, the end brought forth by the evil Goku. This tragic scene, even to the nefarious villains from various realms, is enough to send shivers down their spines. In comparison to Black Goku, they appear remarkably benevolent. Despite being villains, they have never contemplated exterminating everyone entirely. Naruto, isn't there the Dragon Ball? Why can't we use it to resurrect those who have perished? Sasuke, are you foolish? they would merely be killed again by Black Goku upon revival. Sasuke, moreover, do you know why Trunks is the only one protecting Earth in the future timeline? Duanqui, previously, it was mentioned in the android video that Goku in the future timeline was slain by the androids. Duanqui. Consequently, the Dragon Balls also vanished, leaving the future timeline devoid of them. Lisan. Furthermore, Trunks cannot teleport, which means he cannot travel to Namek to utilize its Dragon Balls. Lisan. Thus, the deceased in the future timeline are truly gone. Daegu. Actually, there is a way, by using the Dragon Balls from the past timeline. Xinxing. But this as a prerequisite, we must first defeat Black Goku. Sanji. Therefore, the ultimate conclusion should be that Goku and the others transform into Super Saiyan Rose and vanquish Black Goku. Sanji. Then, using the Dragon Balls from the past timeline, we could resurrect those who have perished in the future timeline? Many viewers concur with Sanji's perspective. It indeed presents a perfect resolution. However, numerous viewers hold a differing opinion. Ichigo, not necessarily. Do not forget the title of this video. Ichigo, the alternative transformation of the alternative Saiyans. Ichigo thus, this Super Saiyan Rose may not be a transformation of Goku and his companions. Ichigo's comment sparked realization among several viewers. Indeed, the title of the video feels rather peculiar. The alternative transformation of the alternative Saiyans. If it were Goku and his friends transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, it would not be considered alternative. Could it be? Some astute viewers have already deduced the implication. They gaze at the video in astonishment. Could it truly be as they suspect? If that is the case, it is undeniably terrifying. In the video, Bulma retrieves a box of universal capsules and opens one, revealing a plethora of delectable dishes. This was her preparation after hearing Trunks recount the future circumstances. One must say, the intricacies of a woman's thoughts surpass those of men. The survivors joyously indulge in the feast, having not savored such abundance for a considerable time. Among this group of survivors, Goku encounters an old acquaintance, Yajirobe. Yajirobe weeps, sharing that Master Karin had given him the last Senzu bean, allowing him to survive. However, Master Karin has perished. This fortifies Goku's resolve to defeat Black Goku. Meanwhile, Trunks also recognizes a familiar face, Mai. Upon seeing Mai, Trunks is filled with exhilaration. He had always believed that Xiao Wu was dead, only to discover that she was still alive. However, he must first defeat Black Goku. Otherwise, the survivors would not last long. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions sensed an aura's emergence. They hurried outside and beheld Black Goku hovering in the sky. Black Goku was equally astonished by their arrival. Having destroyed the time machine, he had not anticipated that Sun Wukong and the others could still traverse to the future. Yet, he remained unperturbed. In fact, he felt a surge of excitement, for he could once again engage in battle with Sun Wukong. In the astonished gaze of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Black Goku transformed. A brilliant light radiated from him, enveloping his entire being in a rosy hue of energy. His hair stood upright, and both his hair color and pupils turned a vibrant pink. In the vernacular of the Saiyans, this transformation is known as Super Saiyan Rose. With a cold smirk, Black Goku addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and the appearance of Super Saiyan Rose left countless spectators in awe. Chapter 145. Black Goku's normal state equals Super Saiyan God. Wukong. Indeed, I knew that Super Saiyan Rose was not a transformation of Sun Wukong and his allies. Wukong. Since it is an alternative Saiyan, there can only be one individual worthy of such a title in this video. Black Goku. Kakashi. Indeed, Black Goku is born from Zamasu possessing Sun Wukong. Thus, calling him an alternative Saiyan is accurate. Ichigo Kurosaki. I never imagined that Sun Wukong's adversary would one day be another alternative Saiyan. Ichigo Kurosaki. Moreover, this Saiyan is capable of transformation. Zhang Chulan. But even if Black Goku transforms, he shouldn't be a match for Sun Wukong and the others. Zhang Chulan. Black Goku transforming into Super Saiyan Rose is akin to Sun Wukong and his companions transforming into Super Saiyan, right? Zhang Chulan. As long as Sun Wukong and his friends transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Black Goku should not stand a chance against them. Duan Muyin. However, it seems that this Super Saiyan Rose is not inferior to Super Saiyan Blue. Li Xian Nan. In any case, Black Goku has now transformed, and soon Sun Wukong and the others will follow suit. Li Xian Nan. We shall soon discover who is stronger. With curiosity piqued, the audience continued to watch the video. In the footage, Black Goku's transformation left Sun Wukong and Vegeta utterly astonished. Nevertheless, they were undaunted and began to vie for the opportunity to battle Black Goku. Vegeta asserted that since Sun Wukong had already fought him previously, it was his turn now. Without waiting for Sun Wukong's agreement, he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged forward. Initially, Vegeta indeed had the upper hand against Black Goku. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. His attack seemed to inflict no harm upon Black Goku. In stark contrast, Black Goku wore a sinister grin. Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and in the next moment, he was rendered motionless. He found himself pierced by a beam of light. This is the technique of Black Goku, capable of condensing a sword of light in his hand. Vegeta has sustained severe injuries and lost his combat abilities. Goku instructs Trunks to care for Vegeta while he transforms into Super Saiyan Blue to take Vegeta's place in battle. However, upon transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, Black Goku's strength surpasses that which he exhibited during his confrontation with Goku. Even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku finds himself overwhelmed by Black Goku's might. Many may wonder why Black Goku, after transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, can dominate Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, given that for Black Goku, the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose is merely an ordinary transformation. In truth, due to the influence of Zamasu within him, the power he wields has become that of divine energy. In essence, Black Goku in his base form is akin to Goku and the others in their Super Saiyan God forms. Thus, his transformation into Super Saiyan Rose is comparable to their Super Saiyan Blue transformations. The reason he is stronger than Goku and the others is not that Super Saiyan Rose is inherently superior to Super Saiyan Blue, but rather that his base strength eclipses theirs. With the narrator's clarification, the audience comes to understand. So that is how it is. Black Goku's base form is essentially equivalent to Goku and his companions in their Super Saiyan God forms. It becomes clear why, during their first battle, Goku could only suppress him after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. However, this is merely the portrayal in the anime. In the manga, Black Goku does not possess such elevated prowess and is easily dominated by Super Saiyan Blue. It can be said that the anime significantly amplified Black Goku's abilities. As Goku and Vegeta are no match for Black Goku, they must seek an opportunity to withdraw from battle. Upon returning to the past, Vegeta heads to the hyperbolic time chamber for training, while Goku accompanies Beerus and Whis to Universe 10 once more. This encounter with Black Goku has revealed to him a crucial truth. Black Goku is connected to Zamasu. Thus, it is imperative to address the Zamasu of the past. Initially, Goku worries that even if they handle the past Zamasu, it will not affect the future. After all, that was the case during the Cell Saga. However, Beerus informs him that if a deity intervenes, it can indeed alter the future. Implicitly, if Zamasu poses a genuine threat, he will take action himself. Upon arriving in the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10, Beerus unveils the existence of the Time Ring and explains its function. Gavas produces the Time Ring from Universe 10, which is accounted for. It appears that the Time Ring in Black Goku's possession is unrelated to Universe 10. Yet, after Beerus and the others depart the Supreme Kai realm, they are certain that Zamasu will act. They do not leave Universe 10, but instead observe Zamasu and Gavas from outside the Supreme Kai realm. Indeed, as Gervis sipped his tea, Zamasu stood behind him, conjuring a luminous sword before striking down at Gervis. Beerus and Whis refrained from intervening, for this time, they were documenting evidence. Subsequently, Whis utilized his ability to reverse time, returning to the moment before Zamasu made his move. At that instant, as Zamasu initiated his attack, Whis appeared to thwart him. Gervis, intrigued by the unfolding events, was informed by Beerus of the situation, and Whis revealed the recorded evidence, much to Gervis's astonishment. He had not anticipated Zamasu's betrayal, especially since Zamasu had previously exhibited commendable behavior, seemingly devoid of contempt for humanity. However, Zamasu, aware that his facade had been exposed, discarded his pretense, admitting that it was all an act. He then, in a fit of desperation, attempted to strike Gervis once more. This time, Beerus interposed himself, directing a hand toward Zamasu. "Do not overstep your bounds," he warned. The god of destruction, Beerus, unleashed his divine abilities. Under the weight of destruction, Zamasu disintegrated into countless particles, vanishing from existence. In stark contrast to the jovial Beerus, who relished in gourmet delights, this was the true visage of a god of destruction. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gervis observed the footage with a glance at the restrained Zamas by his side, unable to suppress a sigh. So, this was how Zamas had attempted to harm him. Fortuitously, he had the protection of Beerus and his companions. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. But no, his future self had already perished. Meanwhile, Zamas, watching the video, had resigned himself to his fate. The footage of him slaying Gervis was now public. There was no way he could survive this. Curse that video. He fumed. Even more so, curse Lin Luo for releasing it. If it weren't for this fool. According to the natural progression of events, I would have successfully executed the Zero Plan against humanity. It is all thanks to him that I have been thwarted. Chapter 146. Beerus's attempt fails. 2 Zamas in the Dragon Ball universe. In West City, Lin Luo sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he speculated that someone must be cursing him. Most likely, it was Zamas. After all, the emergence of that video had directly exposed him, preventing him from carrying out his plans as depicted in the footage. However, Zamas had brought this upon himself. Who was he to desire the annihilation of all humanity? Lin Luo was human as well. Zamas could be deemed the nemesis of all humankind. How dare this minor Kai presume to elevate himself, deeming humanity as worthless and unworthy of existence? Even the Supreme Kai, gods of destruction, and the Omni King do not harbor such thoughts. This insignificant Kai, a lowly entity among the divine, had truly overestimated his own significance. It is merely fitting that he faces this consequence. Originally, he could have chosen not to upload that video. After all, Super Saiyan Rose and Son Goku are not related. It is not they who transformed. However, the upload was intended to expose the nefarious deeds of Zamasu. He aimed to show Zamasu that the obstacle in his path is merely a human. Do NMYN. So, do you think this matter has concluded? Li XNNN, not at all. Just look at the progress bar. It still has quite a way to go. Li HODN. But wasn't it said that if a god intervenes, the future can be altered? Has Beerus truly failed? DG. It seems that way. Black Goku has not vanished. Shi NGP. Beerus, it appears you have failed. What is happening with you? Have you truly faltered? Beerus, Shi NGP, what are you mocking? Just because I have failed, do you think your intervention would yield success? QTL. Setting aside the notion of failure, Beerus, Zamasu is, after all, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Your intervention seems rather inappropriate. QTL. Are you disregarding our NGMX? Our NGMX. QTL. Cease your attempts to sow discord. I believe Beerus acted correctly. Our NGMX was well aware of QTL's insinuations. Did he expect him to harbor resentment towards Beerus? Quite the contrary. He felt immense gratitude towards Beerus. After all, were it not for Beerus, Zamasu would have undoubtedly slain Gavas, and our NGMX, as the god of destruction, would have perished alongside him. In truth, Beerus had saved his life. He was grateful to Beerus, not harboring any ill will. His true ire was directed at Zamasu, the wretched fiend. However, he would soon arrive at the Supreme Kai realm, and then Zamasu would meet his end. In the vast expanse of Universe 7, Beerus pondered, have I truly failed in my endeavor? Whis, do you know the reason? Although he rebutted Shi NGP through a comment, he was indeed curious about the cause of his failure. Normally, a divine intervention could alter the future by changing the past. Had he intervened during the Cell Saga, for instance, eliminating the androids in the past would have led to their disappearance in the future. Yet, in the video, he had failed to intervene. Although the content of his failure had yet to be revealed, the progress bar indicated that Black Goku still lived, and Goku and his companions were still required to fight him. This signified that his intervention had indeed failed, likely due to Black Goku's possession of the time ring. Whis provided the explanation. No matter what transpired in the past, under the protection of the time ring, Black Goku remained unscathed. Beerus nodded in agreement with Whis' reasoning. Nevertheless, Zamasu was truly despicable. While Gavas in the past had been saved, Gavas in the future was undeniably dead, effectively resulting in our NGMX's demise. Regrettably, I am oblivious to the existence of Earth in the future timeline. Otherwise, witnessing its destruction by Black Goku would surely compel me to intervene. The future version of myself did not thwart Black Goku, a fact that perplexed Beerus. After all, the future incarnation of him is unaware of the existence of Earth, and thus pays it no heed. However, unbeknownst to Beerus, There exists another reason for his future self's inaction, a reason that would incite a desire to dismantle Zamasu piece by piece. In the video, after vanquishing Zamasu, Goku and Vegeta return to the future timeline, only to find it remains a desolate wasteland, unchanged from before. This indicates that Black Goku still endures. Beerus's intervention proved futile. Their arrival also attracted Black Goku's attention. Goku, filled with confusion, pondered why Black Goku still existed despite having defeated Zamasu in the past timeline. Black Goku, with a mocking grin, revealed that due to possessing the time ring, the events of the past do not affect him. He then sought to eliminate Goku and Vegeta entirely. However, this time, thanks to Vegeta's training in the Room of Spirit and Time, his power had significantly increased. Initially, he was able to overpower Black Goku. Yet, as Black Goku sustained greater injuries, his strength escalated correspondingly. Gradually, the tides turned, and the once overwhelmed Black Goku began to dominate Vegeta. It can be said that Zamasu has adeptly exploited the Saiyans' inherent ability. Why does his strength amplify so dramatically after each injury? It is because he capitalizes on the Saiyan trait that allows them to significantly enhance their power upon recovery from wounds. Back on planet Namek, Goku experienced a similar surge in strength due to this very trait, which enabled him to defeat Frieza after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without this ability, Goku would have been no match for Frieza, even in his Super Saiyan form. It is worth noting that Goku's battle power escalated to 3 million due to this trait. And upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power multiplied 50-fold, reaching 150 million, thus surpassing Frieza. Without this inherent ability, even in his Super Saiyan form, Goku would still fall short against Frieza. Under this advantage, Black Goku's power surged once more. Just as he was about to strike down Goku and Vegeta, a beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. Following it, a figure emerged, Zamasu. The appearance of Zamasu did not astonish Goku and Vegeta, as they had previously speculated that Black Goku was a creation of Zamasu's wish to the dragon. However, Zamasu's subsequent revelation left them utterly astounded. He disclosed that Black Goku is, in fact, also him, another version of himself. Thus, the two beings before Goku and his companions are, in essence, two Zamasus. Chapter 147. The Infuriating Zamasu, quite a spectacle indeed. In the realm of battle, it has become apparent that Black Goku has been possessed by Zamasu, transforming into him, a theory we had long speculated. Yet, the emergence of another Zamasu raises questions. Perhaps this Zamasu hails from an alternate dimension, speculated Duanmu Yan. Zhang Chulan inquired. So, does this alternate Zamasu not possess Goku's body? Ichigo Kurosaki remarked. But isn't Zamasu's strength rather feeble? His presence seems inconsequential to the unfolding conflict. Kakashi added, indeed. His impact is minimal, for Black Goku alone suffices. Duanmu Yin countered. However, Zamasu can harness the Saiyans' innate ability to augment his power. Why then can Goku and Vegeta not do the same? Li Xian Nan concurred. It is perplexing that even an outsider like Zamasu can leverage this ability. The audience, including Goku and Vegeta themselves, found themselves equally bewildered. Why can Zamasu tap into this potential while they cannot? Are they merely imposters among Saiyans? The current predicament is decidedly unfavorable for Goku and his companions. Black Goku alone is a formidable opponent for both Goku and Vegeta, and with Zamasu's arrival, their situation grows increasingly dire. Duanmu Yin pondered, I wonder if Goku and the others will attain a new transformation. If they haven't by now, how can they possibly defeat Black Goku and Zamasu? Zhang Chulan mused. It seems unlikely, he concluded, otherwise, the video would have been titled Goku's New Transformation. As for how they might vanquish Black Goku and Zamasu, that remains uncertain. Kakashi stated, in any case, we shall continue to watch and learn. The notion that Goku and his allies might not triumph over Black Goku and Zamasu is a sentiment echoed by few. Having witnessed numerous battles, it is evident that Goku and his friends invariably emerge victorious. This time, one hopes for the same outcome. In the video, Zamasu, embodying the archetype of a villain, reveled in divulging information to Goku and his companions. It was revealed that Black Goku is an alternate future incarnation of Zamasu. After suffering defeat at the hands of Goku, Zamasu became consumed by an insatiable desire for power. Upon discovering the existence of the Super Dragon Balls, he gathered them all and wished to exchange bodies with Goku. The Zamasu that appeared is from a different timeline. To ensure the success of their scheme, They eradicated all the supreme Kais across the 12 universes. Consequently, with the gods of destruction also eliminated, no one remains to obstruct their plans. As Zamasu recounted this chilling narrative, the 12 gods of destruction erupted with palpable fury. "Zamasu, you wretched fiend!" shouted Kampa. "How dare you slay all the supreme Kais and gods of destruction?" cried Beerus. "Ketla, Lamsi, do not be hasty in your desire to eliminate Zamas. Await my arrival in Universe 10. Beerus, very well, Zamas, just you wait. The 12 gods of destruction were incensed. Initially, they had simply been spectators, as Zamas was the Kaioshin of Universe 10. Even if he had slain Guas, it was Lamsi, the god of destruction from Universe 10, who had met his demise. However, the revelation that Zamas had mercilessly exterminated all the Kaioshins across the 12 universes was a grave affront, as it implied that they, too, had fallen victim to Zamas's wrath. For mere onlookers, they had become part of the narrative themselves. This was intolerable. Zamas had undeniably provoked widespread fury, inciting all 12 gods of destruction. His audacity had elevated him to a prominent status among the Kaioshins. Other gods of destruction swiftly mobilized, intent on venturing to Universe 10. In contrast, Lamsi found solace in the situation. He had initially believed himself to be the sole victim of Zamas. To discover that all 12 were in the same predicament somewhat alleviated his distress. Nonetheless, Zamas still deserved to face punishment. "Lamsi, my esteemed colleagues, there is no need for you to come. Lamsi, after all, Zamas is the Kaioshin of my Universe 10, so it is best that I handle this matter. Lamsi, by the time you arrive, I shall have already dealt with him." Upon hearing Lamsi's words, the other gods of destruction curbed their eagerness to journey to Universe 10. Indeed, by the time they reached Universe 10, Zamas would likely have already been vanquished by Lamsi. Would they truly wish for Lamsi to wait until their arrival before dispatching Zamas? Given that Zamas was indeed the Kaioshin of Universe 10, it was most fitting for Lamsi to resolve this issue. "Beerus, if that is the case, then I entrust this to you, Lamsi. Beerus, but I implore you, do not permit him an easy demise." The other gods of destruction echoed Beerus's sentiment, even Ketla, who had previously been at odds with him. It was evident that all the gods of destruction shared a unified stance on the matter concerning Zamas. The fact that they could all rally together against a common foe rendered Zamas's potential demise worthwhile. "Lamsi, rest assured, esteemed colleagues, even without your urging, I shall ensure that his end is anything but easy. Lamsi, I will document the process of Zamas's downfall and share it with you all." Regardless of the opinions of the other gods, Lamsi had no intention of swiftly resolving Zamas's fate. After all, Zamas had taken his life, and as a god of destruction, it would be a grave affront to allow him an easy death. As for the spectators, their concern was not for Zamas's fate in the real world. They could easily speculate on that. Instead, they were far more invested in how Zamas would meet his end in the videos, how Goku and his companions would triumph over him and Black Goku. Zamasu revealed to Sun Wukong that his purpose for appearing was to personally eliminate him. After all, his defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong had been a source of shame for him as a deity. Subsequently, Black Wukong and Zamasu formed an alliance, engaging in a fierce battle against Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although Zamasu's strength had not significantly increased, he possessed a particularly troublesome ability, an exceptionally strong regenerative capacity. It turned out that Zamasu had also made a wish to the Super Dragon. His wish was to attain immortality. Thus, Zamasu was granted the immortality bestowed by the Super Dragon, which far surpassed the immortality conferred by the Earth Dragon or the Namekian Dragon. The immortality granted by the Super Dragon was such that even the gods of destruction could not slay him. This immortality rendered him incredibly difficult to deal with, despite his relatively weak power, making him even more troublesome than Black Wukong in certain respects. Chapter 148, A Unique Transformation. Giga Mode Zamasu's immortality proved to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Black Wukong's strength surpassed that of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Thus, in the 2-on-2 confrontation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves outmatched by Black Wukong and Zamasu. Just then, Trunks arrived to join the fray. He engaged Zamasu, allowing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to team up against Black Wukong. Zamasu was no match for Trunks, but his immortality rendered him impervious to defeat. On the other hand, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta working together, they managed to hold their ground against Black Wukong. However, Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized that this stalemate was unsustainable, especially with Zamasu's immortality. Even if they managed to defeat Black Wukong, they would still be unable to contend with Zamasu. Therefore, they needed to devise a strategy to confront Zamasu. Consequently, Sun Wukong and his companions retreated to the past. Upon learning of the events that would unfold in the future, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others joined in brainstorming solutions. Ultimately, Piccolo proposed a plan: the use of the Mafuba. Since Zamasu could not be killed, they would seal him away. Piccolo's familiarity with the Mafuba naturally led him to this conclusion, and his idea received Sun Wukong's approval. Subsequently, Sun Wukong spent an entire night learning the Mafuba from Master Roshi. Thereafter, Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to the past once more. Sun Wukong successfully employed the Mafuba, sealing Zamasu within a rice cooker. However, an issue arose. Sun Wukong had forgotten to take the sealing parchment. This oversight allowed Zamasu to escape from the rice cooker. This time, Zamasu sensed the precariousness of his situation. He resolved not to play along with Sun Wukong and his companions any longer, as he did not wish to face the risk of being sealed again. Escaping this time did not guarantee he would be so fortunate in the future. With immortality on his side, being sealed away would be nothing short of a nightmare. Soon after, Black Wukong and Zamasu removed one of the earrings from their ears. In the next moment, two beams of light erupted from their forms. Subsequently, these two rays converged into one. The figures of Black Goku and Zamasu vanished, replaced by a completely new entity, Fused Zamasu. This fused Zamasu possesses greater strength than Black Goku, along with Zamasu's immortality, rendering him considerably more formidable. However, this transformation also resulted in a flaw in Zamasu's immortality. When not fused, Zamasu's immortality was intact, but due to the fusion with Black Goku, who lacks immortality, a portion of Zamasu's immortality has been compromised, indicating that he can now be slain. At this juncture, another unique transformation is set to make its appearance. As the narration concludes, the scene shifts to Trunks, sword in hand, confronting Fused Zamasu. At this moment, Fused Zamasu undergoes a significant transformation, with his right half morphing into a viscous purple liquid, creating an unsettling sight. Beyond the conventional transformations, there exist two additional unique forms. The first of these special transformations was previously showcased in an earlier video: Vegeta's transformation into a berserk state driven by rage upon witnessing Bulma being struck by Beerus. The second unique transformation is executed by Trunks. The fact that both transformations originate from the father-son duo of Vegeta and Trunks adds considerable weight to the spectacle. Within the video, the survivors rally to support Trunks, their collective belief manifesting as radiant energy, enveloping him, particularly enhancing the sword he wields. It transforms from an ordinary length sword into a luminous blade that pierces the heavens. In the next instant, Trunks strikes down fiercely upon Fused Zamasu, cleaving him in two. While I am uncertain of the name for this special transformation, it could be aptly termed the Dyna mode, as its activation bears similarity to the shining form of Dyna during his final battle against Gitanathor, both drawing upon the light and energy of others. In the Dyna universe, the Victory Squad stands bewildered, seemingly having encountered some momentous information. Dyna battling Gitanathor? What is this Gitanathor? And what is this shining Dyna? Daigo is particularly eager to understand. Dyna possesses a shining form? How is he unaware of this? Isn't this video revealing spoilers about the future of the Dragon Ball universe? It seems to have inadvertently unveiled some aspects of their own Dyna universe's future as well. Who exactly is Lin Luo, the one who released this video? How does he possess such extensive knowledge about future events? The Victory Squad's attention is fixated on this matter, while other viewers are absorbed in different concerns. Kapu, Black Goku, and Zamasu suddenly fused, becoming a stronger entity. Kapu. But how did this fused Zamasu suddenly transform, and why is Trunks the one opposing him? In the realm of the warring states, it is evident that, akin to the previous video featuring Majin Buu, a segment of content is conspicuously absent. This omission arises due to the irrelevance of the missing segment to the transformation, hence it was not included in the video. However, Kakashi aptly notes that this time we are afforded the opportunity to witness the defeat of Zamasu. Naruto concurs with Kakashi, recalling that in the prior video of Majin Buu, we were deprived of the climactic moment of his defeat. Yet, on this occasion, we behold the image of the fused Zamasu being vanquished. As for the content that is missing, It may very well appear in future videos unrelated to transformations. To countless viewers, the moment when Trunks cleaves the fused Zamasu in twain epitomizes the defeat of Zamasu. The subsequent narration only solidifies their conjectures. The transformation into Super Saiyan Rose concludes here. This transformation is not that of Goku and his companions, but rather the metamorphosis of Black Goku, following the body swap between Zamasu and Goku. Super Saiyan Rose is, in fact, on par with Super Saiyan Blue. However, due to Black Goku's inherent strength surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta, it renders them incapable of contending with him. After all, a transformation merely amplifies one's base power. If one's base power is formidable enough, they need not transform to defeat an opponent who is transformed. As the narration draws to a close, so too does this video. Chapter 149, a domain even gods of destruction struggle to enter, the ultimate mastery. Lin Luo refrained from showcasing the aftermath of Trunks severing Zamasu, leading the audience to mistakenly believe that Trunks had triumphed over him. The subsequent content is rather grim. Had the viewers been aware that the conclusion entailed Zamasu's desire to merge with the entire 7th universe, culminating in Goku summoning the Omni King, who then obliterates all universes within that future timeline, leaving only Trunks and Mai alive, they would likely have been unable to contain their distress. Thus, this segment was omitted. After all, Zamasu has been apprehended and is on the brink of demise. The events depicted in the video will not transpire. Therefore, whether the true ending is revealed holds little consequence. Within Vegeta's spaceship, he gazes at the video depicting Trunks wielding a lightsaber, enveloped in a radiant golden and blue aura. Unable to suppress a look of pride upon his face, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Previously, the spotlight had consistently shone on Kakarot and his son. At last, it is Trunks' moment to shine. That boy truly brings honor to his father. Moreover, the two special transformations mentioned by the narrator are indeed those of father and son. From this perspective, they have surpassed Kakarot and his progeny. Once he returns to Earth, he is determined to flaunt and boast before Kakarot. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Ramsey and the angel Kex have arrived. Upon witnessing Zamasu in captivity, Ramsey's nostrils flared with indignation. If little Shin were to behold this scene, he would surely break into song. "Oh, elephant, elephant, why is your nose so long?" Indeed, it is Zamasu, who harbors intentions to annihilate Goku and exterminate all humanity. Furthermore, he has slain the supreme Kais of other universes, resulting in the demise of their respective gods of destruction. As Ramsey approached Zamasu, he declared, "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die so easily." Previously, in the footage, Beerus dispatched you far too swiftly. In Ramsey's view, Zamasu's death had been far too merciful. He was resolute in ensuring that Zamasu would fully comprehend the wrath of a god of destruction. Subsequently, Ramsey instructed Kex to record the confrontation with Zamasu. He did not grant Zamasu a swift demise. Instead, he meticulously unraveled Zamasu's existence piece by piece. In the video, Beerus had obliterated Zamasu with remarkable haste. Although Zamasu appeared to suffer under the destruction, the duration of his agony was regrettably brief. Conversely, Ramsey deliberately prolonged Zamasu's suffering, allowing him to witness his own body disintegrating. Despite Zamasu's unwavering will, he could not suppress his anguished cries. "Ah, you two are gods. Why do you place such importance on those foolish humans? As a god of destruction, isn't your duty to destroy? Our objectives are aligned." Amidst his screams, Zamasu bellowed in frustration, utterly confounded by the reverence the supreme Kais and gods of destruction held for humanity. To them, humans should be no more significant than mere insects. Moreover, Ramsey, as a god of destruction, has seen countless lives extinguished at his hands. Their philosophies should align, so why was he treated in such a manner? Aligned objectives? Ramsey retorted, "Though I am a god of destruction, my actions are solely to maintain the equilibrium of the universe. Your deeds, however, are a blatant disruption of that balance." With a cold smile, he regarded Zamasu. Does Zamasu truly believe that a god of destruction may wreak havoc without restraint? Even we, as gods of destruction, refrain from extinguishing all of humanity, for such an act would shatter the very fabric of cosmic balance. It is utterly unforgivable that Zamasu dared to undertake such actions, even going so far as to annihilate all the supreme Kais, thereby leading to the deaths of all gods of destruction. Having no desire to hear more from Zamasu, Ramsey reduced the pace of his destruction to its minimum, allowing Zamasu to revel in his endless torment. During this interval, a new video emerged. As Ramses tormented Zamasu, he simultaneously watched a new video. This act of multitasking was a mere trifle for a destroyer god such as himself. Upon glimpsing the title of the new video, the 12 destroyer gods could not help but display expressions of utter astonishment. The realm of Ultra Instinct, a domain that even the destroyer gods found challenging to enter, was highlighted in the title. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through countless viewers. Zhonghua Ultra Instinct? Why does this transformation's name seem somewhat different? Zhonghua, moreover, it is a domain that is difficult for destroyer gods to access. Could it be that this transformation is not exclusive to the Saiyans? Previous transformations carried the prefix Super Saiyan, indicating their connection to the Saiyan lineage, suggesting that only Saiyans could achieve them. However, this time, the absence of Saiyan in the transformation's name implied that it was not solely the domain of the Saiyans. Duanmu Yan, a realm that even destroyer gods find difficult to traverse. Ultra Instinct must be extraordinarily formidable. Duanmu Yan, although this transformation is not exclusive to Saiyans, it is likely that only Saiyans can reach this realm. Zhang Chulan, yes, it must be Son Goku and his companions again. Ichigo Kurosaki, even a realm that is challenging for destroyer gods is now traversed by Son Goku and his fellow Saiyans. Ichigo Kurosaki, the Saiyans are indeed a formidable race. To the other viewers, although they were unaware of the nature of Ultra Instinct, the fact that it was a domain even the destroyer gods struggled to access signified its extraordinary nature. The realization that it was achieved by the Saiyans elevated their admiration for this race to new heights. For those familiar with Ultra Instinct, such as the 12 destroyer gods and the various angels, their astonishment was palpable. The notion that something unattainable for destroyer gods had been accomplished by humans was intriguing. They were eager to witness how humanity had entered the realm of Ultra Instinct. As the narration commenced in the video, it explained that Ultra Instinct, strictly speaking, was not a transformation but rather a state of being. Yet, one could argue it was akin to a transformation. Theoretically, Ultra Instinct could be achieved by anyone, not exclusive to the Saiyans. However, this remained a theoretical assertion. Chapter 150, The Catastrophe Threatening 8 Universes, the Power Tournament. When Ultra Instinct was mentioned, it was tied to a significant event, the Power Tournament, which posed a catastrophic threat to 8 universes. Upon hearing the narration, the 12 destroyer gods became grave. A catastrophe threatening 8 universes? What calamity could possibly affect so many realms? Which 8 universes were implicated? Although only 8 universes were at risk, leaving 4 untouched, the 12 destroyer gods did not relax. Who could say whether their own universe was among the afflicted? The story began after the conclusion of the combat tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Because the Omni King expressed a keen interest in martial tournaments, he once casually mentioned the idea of hosting a grand martial arts competition that would involve all universes. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting thought, soon forgotten after it was uttered. Yet, the words lingered in the heart of Son Goku, who, after resolving the troubles of the future timeline and dealing with Zamasu, found himself unable to rest. Suddenly, the Omni King's words resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to seek out the Omni King and propose the grand tournament he had envisioned. Eager to engage in combat with the strongest warriors from other universes. Although Beerus attempted to dissuade him, Goku possessed the button gifted by the Omni King, which enabled him to appear before the Omni King. Beerus, Goku, you troublesome fool. Upon hearing this, Beerus realized the origin of the crisis affecting the 8 universes. Clearly, the Omni King had accepted Goku's proposal and decided to hold a tournament involving all universes. As is customary in such competitions, rewards await the victors while the vanquished face dire consequences. The nature of the rewards for the victors remained a mystery to Beerus, but he surmised that the punishment for the universes that lost could very well be obliteration at the hands of the Omni King. Thus, only 4 universes would emerge unscathed. Would 8 universes truly face annihilation? Kampa, Beerus, your Goku from the 7th universe has certainly stirred up trouble. Kampa, I suggest you eliminate him post-haste. Quitella, Beerus, you surely do not wish for this situation to spiral out of control for all universes. Mafuba, this Goku. It's no wonder some say he brings calamity wherever he goes. It's clearly true. The other gods of destruction shared their discontent towards Goku. After all, had it not been for his words, their universes would not be facing such peril. It was truly an unwarranted disaster. To avert such a fate, they contemplated the necessity of preemptively eradicating Goku. Beerus, I must ask, do you truly believe that eliminating Goku will prevent such occurrences? Beerus felt a mix of exasperation and the desire to discipline Goku, yet he understood that even if Goku were to be dealt with now, it would be too late. Though he refrained from stating it outright, he trusted that the other gods of destruction would grasp his implication. Indeed, as Beerus had predicted, upon witnessing his commentary, the previously vocal gods of destruction ceased their calls for Goku's premature demise. They comprehended Beerus's meaning. Even if Goku were eliminated today, it would bear no significance, for the Omni King was likely watching the proceedings unfold. This indicated that the Omni King was already aware of the tournament's concept, rendering any preemptive actions against Goku futile. This realization led all the gods of destruction to inwardly pray, fervently hoping that the Omni King would refrain from convening the tournament as depicted in the video. They certainly did not wish for their universes to face obliteration. Meanwhile, the other spectators remained silent, still reeling from the shock of the tournament's announcement. Although it was not explicitly stated, they were acutely aware that the crisis affecting 8 universes, as narrated, was intrinsically linked to the martial arts tournament. A defeated universe would be obliterated by the Omni King. Such a fate meant the annihilation of an entire universe. The inhabitants of that universe would perish. Furthermore, had the video not been leaked, the denizens of these universes would remain oblivious to their impending doom. They were unaware of the potential devastation that loomed over them. This was infinitely more terrifying than the destruction of a mere planet. It was the end of a universe. To avert such annihilation, victory in the martial arts tournament was the only recourse. Consequently, they found themselves at a loss for words regarding Sun Wukong, whose insatiable thirst for battle risked the destruction of 8 universes. They were uncertain of how to articulate their feelings. All spectators, including the 12 gods of destruction, were intensely focused at that moment, eagerly anticipating which 8 universes would face obliteration and which 4 would survive. They wondered if their own universe was among them. In the video, the Omni King accepted Sun Wukong's proposal to convene a power conference. Before this gathering, he summoned the strongest warriors from the 9th and 7th universes to hold a preliminary overview conference, intended to generate excitement for the power conference. Should the Omni King find the overview conference satisfactory, the power conference would proceed. Otherwise, it would be cancelled. At the overview conference, the supreme Kais and gods of destruction from all 12 universes, including their angels, were present. The 9th universe brought forth its representatives, the three-headed wolf, the Wolf Brothers. Meanwhile, the 7th universe showcased Majin Buu, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan. Observing this spectacle, countless viewers across the multiverse were filled with confusion regarding 2 matters. Firstly, why were only the 7th and 9th universes chosen for the overview conference? Was it a random selection or a deliberate choice? Secondly, why did the Omni King appear as 2 entities? All spectators witnessed the bewildering transformation of the previously singular Omni King into 2. This particularly unsettled the 12 gods of destruction. When there was only one Omni King, the situation felt manageable. However, with 2, the probability of their universes facing annihilation had effectively doubled. Where did this second Omni King come from? Yet, they dared not pose questions in the comments, nor even mention the matter. In the 9th universe, the god of destruction, Sidra, furrowed his brow as he watched the video. He was uncertain about the circumstances surrounding the three-headed wolf of his universe, but recognized the 3 contestants from the 7th universe. While Sun Gohan and Majin Buu were formidable, Sun Wukong was extraordinarily powerful. Could the representatives from the 9th universe prevail against them? He feared that perhaps the 9th universe would face premature eradication. With such unsettling thoughts, Sidra continued to watch the video, acutely aware that their opponent was the 7th universe, which significantly increased the likelihood of defeat for the 9th universe. Upon contemplating this, Saidala felt increasingly uneasy. Chapter 151. One should not blame Sun Wukong, but rather express gratitude towards him. In the video, the Grand Priest conveyed the purpose of the Universal Assembly to the gods of destruction from the 12 universes, as well as the impending power tournament. Upon learning that the entire universe would face annihilation by the Omni King should they lose in the tournament, the remaining universes, aside from the already informed 7th universe, were engulfed in shock and trepidation. This was especially true when they discovered that the individual proposing the power tournament was none other than Sun Wukong, drawing their full attention towards him. The Grand Priest then encouraged Sun Wukong to speak. Sun Wukong expressed his awareness of the numerous formidable warriors in the other universes and his desire to battle them, which prompted him to suggest the power tournament to the Omni King. Unbeknownst to him, this decision incited considerable animosity from the other universes. Subsequently, the Universal Assembly commenced. The 9th universe and the 7th universe each presented 3 contestants for 3 matches, with victory determined by the highest number of wins. As it was a Universal Assembly, neither rewards nor punishments were attached to winning or losing, which provided a sigh of relief for the 9th universe, as they would not face immediate elimination in the event of defeat. In the first match, Bazel, the youngest of the 3 Wolf brothers from the 9th universe, faced off against the Majin Buu from the 7th universe. Majin Buu triumphed due to his regenerative abilities. The second match saw Gohan from the 7th universe contend with Lavanda, the second brother of the 3 Wolf brothers. Lavanda utilized toxic gas, poisoning Gohan. Although Gohan exerted all his strength to defeat his opponent, he ultimately collapsed due to the poison, resulting in a draw. The third match featured Sun Wukong battling the eldest brother, Bergamo, of the 3 Wolf brothers. Ultimately, Sun Wukong emerged victorious, securing the overall win for the 7th universe. Witnessing Sun Wukong's prowess, a figure cloaked in black from the 11th universe found himself intrigued. With the Omni King's consent, he removed his black robe and ascended to the arena, revealing a figure clad in a red bodysuit with a bushy white beard, a robust physique, and powerful arms. His name was Topo, the captain of the Pride Troopers, an organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the 11th universe. To him, Sun Wukong's actions, driven by personal desires and endangering all universes, were deemed malevolent. He sought to defeat Sun Wukong. Topo exhibited formidable strength, not yielding even against Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan Blue form. As Topo clasped Sun Wukong tightly in his powerful embrace, Gohan, watching from the sidelines, bore a faint smile, seemingly comforted. Does this scene not evoke a sense of familiarity? In truth, a similar occurrence transpired long ago. As the narrator's voice faded, the video presented 2 images. On the left, Sun Wukong was ensnared in Topo's grip, while Gohan observed with a look of relief and a gentle smile. To the right, there is a scene reminiscent of the battle between Gohan and Cell, where Gohan is tightly embraced by Cell, while Goku watches with a gentle smile and a sense of relief. The composition of these 2 images cannot be described as merely similar. They are, in fact, strikingly identical. Thus, one might muse on the whims of fate. The boomerang that Goku once hurled has now returned to strike him. As the narration unfolds and the visuals play out, countless viewers cannot suppress their amusement. Indeed, this is a true testament to the bond between father and son. Previously, Gohan was ensnared by Cell, with Goku observing from the sidelines. Now, it is Goku who finds himself ensnared, while Gohan watches. The composition, and even the expressions on their faces, mirror each other perfectly. It is difficult to assert that Gohan's expression was not intentional. In Universe 11, at the headquarters of the Pride Troopers, Topo reflects in surprise. Have I already faced Goku? He had anticipated a confrontation with Goku during the Tournament of Power, but did not expect it to occur so swiftly. In the video, he perceives Goku as a malevolent figure. However, having watched numerous videos, he knows Goku is not evil. Like his own Pride Troopers, Goku strives to safeguard the peace of Universe 7, having vanquished many nefarious foes. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Topo proposed the Tournament of Power to the Omni Kings in pursuit of battling formidable warriors from other universes, inadvertently placing 8 universes in peril of annihilation. Indeed, Goku's actions could be deemed unfair, but one cannot entirely fault him. Who could have foreseen that the defeated universes would face erasure? This was a decision made by the Omni Kings, and it remains unassailable. Nevertheless, given the display of power shown by Goku in the video, it is clear that defeating Universe 11 remains an improbable endeavor. Setting aside Topo himself, one must acknowledge the presence of a formidable entity within their ranks. Wait a moment. Is that the Ultra Instinct technique? Could it be that this transformation emerged during Universe 7's battle against Jiren? Has Universe 11 now assumed the role of the antagonist? In the video, the clash between Goku and Topo is far from over. As Topo departs, he informs Goku that he is not the strongest in Universe 11. there exists another being even more powerful than he. Following the conclusion of the tournament, the Grand Minister announces the time, location, and rules for the Tournament of Power. It will be held in the Null Realm, a place of utter void where nothing exists, allowing for unrestrained combat. According to Earth time, the event is set to take place in 3 days. 8 universes will participate: the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Each universe will send forth 10 combatants, engaging in a chaotic melee, an all-out battle among 80 fighters from 8 universes. Killing one's opponent is prohibited, and the use of items is forbidden. Additionally, being knocked unconscious on the arena does not equate to defeat. One must be knocked off the stage to be considered vanquished. The duration of the battle, according to Earth time, will last 48 minutes. When the time comes, the universe with the most contestants remaining in the arena shall be declared the victor. In the event of a tie in the number of contestants, it shall be deemed a draw, yet still result in a loss. In essence, only one universe can emerge victorious. One should not expect that all universes will have an equal number of contestants remaining in the arena and thus all be victorious. This will undoubtedly intensify the competition. The triumphant universe shall be awarded the Super Dragon Balls, while the 7 defeated universes shall face annihilation. As for the reason these 8 universes were chosen to participate, it is because they possess the lowest average level of human capability among all universes. The 4 universes exempt from the Tournament of Power have their human averages ranked in the top 4 across all universes, thus they are spared from elimination. According to the Grand Minister, the Omni King initially intended to eradicate all 8 of these universes outright. However, it was Son Goku's suggestion to hold the Tournament of Power that granted these 8 universes a slender chance of survival, allowing for one universe to endure. In other words, Son Goku's proposal to host the tournament was a boon for these 8 universes, for it at least provided them with a glimmer of hope for existence. These 8 universes should not blame Son Goku. Rather, they ought to express gratitude towards him. Chapter 152. Frieza. I cannot fight on behalf of Universe 7. Beerus, silence. You fool. Who said they wished to eliminate Son Goku? Beerus. Had it not been for his suggestion to hold the Tournament of Power, Lord Zeno would have directly obliterated our 8 universes. Beerus. But thanks to Son Goku's proposal, at least we 8 universes have the opportunity to contend for our survival. Upon learning the truth, Beerus immediately stood tall. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Son Goku was one of his own from Universe 7. Had it not been for Son Goku, these 8 universes would not have faced such a crisis. However, now he felt not guilt, but pride. If it were not for Son Goku, they would have unknowingly faced eradication at the hands of the Omni King. At that point, they would have truly perished without even understanding how. Now, thanks to Son Goku, these 8 universes at least have the chance to fight for their hope of survival. Although ultimately only one universe may survive, each of the 8 universes holds hope until the conclusion of the Tournament of Power. This is certainly preferable to the Omni King's immediate eradication of the 8 universes. Observing Beerus's sentiments, the remaining 7 gods of destruction found themselves unable to refute his words. As for the gods of destruction from the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th universes, they breathed a sigh of relief. As their universes were not required to participate in the Tournament of Power and faced no threat of annihilation, they could simply observe from the sidelines. Do NMYN. In that case, these 8 universes should certainly bow in gratitude to Son Goku. Do NMYN. Were it not for Son Goku, these 8 universes would have had no hope whatsoever, facing eradication without any foreknowledge. Zhang Chulan. Indeed, the gods of destruction from these 8 universes ought to pay their respects to Sun Wukong. Ichigo Kurosaki. However, how is it that the 7th universe, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta among them, cannot secure a position within the top 4? Ichigo Kurosaki. What formidable warriors must exist among the top 4 universes? Kakashi. Not quite. This assessment reflects the average capability of the beings within each universe. Kakashi. While Sun Wukong and his companions are indeed powerful, the remaining inhabitants of the 7th universe appear rather weak, thereby diminishing the overall average. Zhang Chulan. In essence, it implies that Sun Wukong and his allies are unable to uplift the rest of the 7th universe. The inhabitants of the 7th universe felt a profound sense of guilt. Their inadequacies had compelled them to participate in such a perilous tournament of strength, facing the looming threat of annihilation. Had they possessed greater strength to elevate their average, perhaps they could have avoided this dire contest altogether. In that moment, the entirety of the seventh universe resolved to strive diligently in their training, determined to enhance their average prowess. They could not allow Sun Wukong to bear the burden alone. Daegu, however, the fate of the entire universe rests upon the shoulders of 10 chosen fighters. Daegu, this tournament of strength is indeed merciless. Shinshiro, to ensure the survival of their universe, each one would dispatch their 10 strongest contenders. Li Sinan, speaking of which, who will the seventh universe send? Li Haoyan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta are definite choices, and it is likely that Gohan and Majin Buu will also participate. Li Haoyan, as for the remaining 6 fighters, are there any other formidable beings within the seventh universe? Naruto Uzumaki, Krillin and Yamcha's strengths have unfortunately waned. They likely will not compete. Sasuke Uchiha, in truth, Frieza possesses considerable power. His golden Frieza form could contend with Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong. Sasuke Uchiha, regrettably, he is deceased, and even had he lived, he would probably refrain from participating. Upon reading Sasuke Uchiha's remarks, Frieza could not help but smirk. He certainly would not fight. To do so would mean standing alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. There was no way he would ever ally with the Saiyans. Moreover, in the video, he had already met his end. Whether the seventh universe faced obliteration held no significance for him. He would relish the thought of its destruction, as it would ensure that Sun Wukong and his companions would accompany him in demise. Krillin, Wukong, and Gohan will undoubtedly join the fray. Krillin, Piccolo should also participate. But I truly cannot fathom who the remaining fighters might be. It cannot possibly be us. Yamcha, there must be many other strong warriors in the universe. It should not fall to us. Tianjinhan, indeed, I wonder who else from the seventh universe, apart from Wukong and his allies, will take the stage. The warriors were filled with curiosity regarding who would represent their seventh universe in the impending battle. Naturally, they did not envision themselves as contenders, for their strength was far inferior to that of Goku and his companions. Such a tournament, which determined the fate of the universe, was beyond their reach. The inhabitants of the seventh universe were equally intrigued, as the outcome held significant implications for their existence. Meanwhile, the other 7 universes were also eager to learn which of their champions would participate. Among them, the 11th universe was the least uncertain. Everyone there was acutely aware that the Pride Troopers would undoubtedly be the ones to represent them in the Tournament of Power. They held firm belief that under the leadership of the Pride Troopers, their universe would emerge as the ultimate survivor. The gods of destruction from these 8 universes were particularly invested in this matter. Although they presided over their respective universes, they remained largely uninformed about the strongest warriors within their realms. However, in the pursuit of victory, they were likely to identify the 10 mightiest contenders from their universes. It remained a mystery who those formidable 10 would be. After the tournament concluded, Goku and his friends returned to the 7th universe, intent on selecting participants for the Tournament of Power. It was certain that Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Majin Buu would take part. Following deliberation, Goku and Gohan decided on the remaining 6 participants: Piccolo, Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien, Android 17, and Android 18. These individuals were the strongest among their acquaintances. They had no knowledge of any potentially stronger fighters within the universe and had not considered seeking them out. Subsequently, Goku and Gohan split up to invite these 6 individuals. Piccolo readily accepted Gohan's invitation. Initially, Gohan hesitated to invite Krillin, believing his strength to be inadequate. However, after a sparring session in which Gohan was bested, not due to power, but rather experience, he realized that Krillin was still the formidable warrior he had always known. Inviting Tien went smoothly, and Master Roshi was also present with him. However, Master Roshi was briefly incapacitated by a woman seeking revenge on Tien, leading to a confrontation with Goku. Once Master Roshi regained consciousness, he swiftly joined the ranks of the participants. The invitation to Android 18, however, encountered a snag. She was disinterested in participating. In an attempt to persuade her, Goku deceived her by claiming that there was a 10 million zeni prize for the victor. At the prospect of such a reward, Android 18 acquiesced. When it came to inviting Android 17, the process was less than smooth, as he too was reluctant to join. He had taken on the role of guardian for a small island, dedicated to protecting its flora and fauna, and expressed concern that his absence would leave the island unprotected. By chance, cosmic poachers arrived on this small island, seeking to exploit its wildlife. However, with the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Android 17, these poachers were vanquished. Following this experience, Android 17 consented to participate in the Tournament of Power. Meanwhile, the responsibility of safeguarding the island during his absence was entrusted to Goten and Trunks, who were eager to embark on adventures of their own. While others received invitations, an issue arose for Vegeta. He was reluctant to partake, as Bulma was once again pregnant and nearing her time to give birth. As a devoted husband, he felt compelled to remain by her side. Yet, with Whis' assistance, the child within Bulma's womb soon made her appearance, a daughter. Initially, Vegeta maintained an aloof demeanor, feigning indifference upon seeing his daughter. However, when Trunks brought his sister to him, Vegeta could not resist embracing her, exhibiting the tender manner of a doting father. When the time came to name their daughter, Vegeta immediately expressed his desire to choose the name, but Bulma had already selected Beulah, without even consulting him. This situation encapsulated the plight of a son-in-law. Sun Wukong remarked that their responsibility to protect had now increased with the addition of another family member. Vegeta huffed in reluctant agreement, signifying his acceptance of participation in the Tournament of Power. Inside Vegeta's spaceship, he pondered the name Beulah. Not a bad name, but it certainly pales in comparison to one I would have chosen. He scoffed, displaying his characteristic pride. Yet, as he gazed at the video of his daughter, a smile crept onto his lips. Had Nappa, aboard a nearby spacecraft, witnessed this scene, he would likely be infuriated. After all, the same Vegeta who had shown no mercy in their previous encounters now appeared to be a devoted family man. While Vegeta's attention was fixated on his daughter, the spectators' focus shifted to the chosen warriors representing Universe 7. Krillin, Tien, Master Roshi? They are to represent Universe 7? Exclaimed a bewildered spectator. Is there no other formidable fighter in Universe 7? Why are they the ones selected? Another questioned. Isn't this a bit too casual? Shouldn't we consider whether there are stronger warriors elsewhere in the universe? Remarked yet another. It was not that Krillin and his companions lacked strength. Many spectators understood that if placed in their world, they would be invincible. After all, even the weakest among them, Master Roshi, could obliterate the moon. However, their prowess was no longer adequate within the Dragon Ball universe. Their abilities had not kept pace with the evolving challenges, especially in a tournament that would determine the fate of Universe 7. Was it not irresponsible to send them forth? Surely, there had to be other powerful warriors within Universe 7, rather than concentrating all strength on Earth. Upon reflection, it seems that the average level of human beings in Universe 7 is rather modest. This raises the possibility that victory may not be entirely unattainable. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of other universes exhaled in relief upon witnessing the chosen warriors from Universe 7. Although Goku and Vegeta may pose a formidable challenge, the likes of Master Roshi and Krillin would be considerably easier to contend with, while they remained oblivious to the identities of their own universe's participants. It was hard to fathom that even Krillin and Master Roshi could be incapable of handling the competition. In the vast expanse of Universe 7, Beerus turned to Whis and inquired, "Is there truly no other powerful contender within our universe?" He expressed dissatisfaction with the current lineup. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, the rest seemed merely to fill the ranks. This battle would determine the fate of Universe 7, and it was inconceivable that mediocrity should be tolerated. Surely, the strongest warriors of Universe 7 could not all be congregated on Earth, could they? Was there truly no other powerful being to be found elsewhere in the cosmos? Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded in agreement, though curiosity gnawed at him. With this roster, could Universe 7 secure ultimate victory? On Earth, in West City, Lapis and Lazuli exchanged glances at Bulma's residence. They were taken aback to discover that they were to represent Universe 7 in battle, albeit as their video counterparts. In reality, they were no longer androids. Even if a tournament of power were to manifest, they would not be participants. Nevertheless, they were filled with intrigue and anticipation, pondering how their video selves would perform in such a contest. Surely, they would triumph over several competitors from other universes. Should they fail to eliminate even a single opponent, it would be rather humiliating. At that moment, one individual felt somewhat discontented. Yamcha, why is it that Krillin and Tien Shinhan are participating while I am not? Yamcha could no longer contain his frustration. As a fellow warrior, why were Krillin and Tien Shinhan, not to mention Master Roshi, able to join while he was left out? Although he acknowledged that his strength may not rival that of Krillin or Tien, he believed himself to be superior to Master Roshi. Krillin, We are unsure. Perhaps Goku and his companions have some plans we are unaware of. Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, do not be disheartened. If a tournament truly occurs, perhaps you will have your chance to participate. Master Roshi, indeed, Yamcha, while your video self may not have been selected, there remains hope for you if the tournament comes to fruition. Reading the comments, Yamcha resolved to intensify his training. If a tournament of power were to take place in reality, he would ensure his participation. In the video, just as the 10 participants had been finalized, another dilemma arose. Dent approached, informing them that Majin Buu was asleep and that his slumber would last at least a month. Consequently, he would be unable to partake in the tournament of power. Moreover, once Majin Buu falls asleep, he cannot be roused by any means. Thus, it becomes imperative to seek an alternative. Yet, with the tournament of power commencing tomorrow evening, where can one find another contender? At that moment, Goku suddenly recalled an individual. Chapter 154. The last participant is Frieza? The multiverse is stunned. Zenkai, who do you think Goku has in mind? Cap, I have no idea. Are there any other powerful beings? Kakashi, could it be Yamcha? Krillin and Tien have already entered, so Yamcha should be eligible as well. Zhang Chulan, indeed. Apart from Yamcha, there seems to be no one else. Duan Muyin, actually, we could let Trunks from the future participate. Duan Muyin, although he is not from the past, he is still from Universe 7. Lee Sinan, that is true, future Trunks is indeed a possibility. And his strength surpasses that of Yamcha, making him a more likely candidate. To the countless spectators, Goku's choice seemed to narrow down to either Yamcha or future Trunks. Beyond these two, they could not conceive of any other strong contenders. Primarily because all the formidable warriors Goku knew had already taken part. Ichigo Kurosaki. By the way, why not let Goten and Trunks participate? Ichigo Kurosaki. Although they are children, their strength is likely greater than that of Krillin and Master Roshi, and they can also fuse. Zenkai. It is probably because they are merely children, lacking in experience. Zenkai. After all, this battle determines the fate of the universe. It is wiser to field seasoned veterans rather than inexperienced youths. Kakashi, indeed, during Gohan's previous battle with Krillin, Krillin managed to defeat him. The experience of the veterans is not something the young can rival. Duan Muyin. In any case, the positions of the 9 participants should remain unchanged. It is solely this final selection that is in question. Li Haoyan. Nevertheless, it must be said that Majin Buu chose a most inopportune time to slumber. Li Haoyan. Otherwise, there would be no dilemma regarding this last participant. Naruto Uzumaki. Truly, couldn't he have delayed his sleep by a few days? Though Majin Buu's power may no longer be unparalleled, among the fighters from Universe 7, he ranks just below Goku and Vegeta. Gohan could previously dominate Majin Buu. However, after transforming into Gotenks, he found himself unable to contend with Buu. Such a formidable force, now ensnared in slumber, is indeed quite unfortunate. Yet now, their curiosity is piqued as to who this final participant will be. Is it Yamcha? Or perhaps future Trunks? When the answer is revealed, all spectators are left in astonishment. In the video, after contemplating the last contender, Goku descends into the underworld. Then, he arrived at a place resplendent with the chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, where various sprites danced and sang amidst a profusion of flowers. The scenery was extraordinarily beautiful, and the sprites' melodies filled the air. For most, this would be paradise. Yet, in this enchanting locale, a figure was suspended, a being named Frieza. Enveloped within a cocoon-like substance, Frieza hung from a tree, dangling downwards. Son Goku had come in search of Frieza. The last individual he considered was none other than Frieza. Upon articulating his intentions, Goku found Frieza initially reluctant to comply. Observing Frieza's descent, Goku refrained from pressing the matter further and turned to leave. This unexpected action caused Frieza to lose his composure. He had anticipated that Goku would persuade him, allowing Frieza to subsequently present his own conditions. However, Goku's unorthodox approach left Frieza with no choice but to concede. Agreeing to participate in the battle on the condition that, should the 7th universe emerge victorious, he would be resurrected. Goku acquiesced. It was evident that Frieza had a firmer grasp of the situation than Goku. Neither Frieza nor Goku could foresee that this collaboration would usher in a new chapter in their relationship. Meanwhile, the audience was left in utter disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the last candidate Goku considered would be Frieza. Frieza, the very adversary of Goku and his companions. How could Goku possibly invite him to join the fray? Was he not concerned that Frisia might resort to treachery during the Tournament of Power? The most incredulous of all was, naturally, Frisia himself. Within the confines of his spacecraft, he exclaimed, "Impossible. How could it possibly be me? How could I ever agree to Goku's request?" Frisia's mindset began to unravel. Their relationship was one of enmity. And now he was being told they would fight side by side? What a ludicrous notion. Even though he had proposed the condition of resurrection in the video, it amounted to yielding to Goku. How could the formidable Frisia submit to Goku? Furthermore, what did the narration imply? That his relationship with Goku was evolving into something new? Could it be that they would transform from foes into allies? Absolutely inconceivable. Such a scenario was utterly impossible. He would rather believe that the Frisia depicted in the video would conspire against Goku during the Tournament of Power. Zhanghua. Goodness, Goku truly is resourceful. He actually chose Frisia as the final candidate. Cap. To be honest, given Frisia's strength, he undoubtedly qualifies to participate. Kakashi. He may be qualified, but their relationship is adversarial. Can he be trusted to engage earnestly in the Tournament of Power? Ichigo Kurosaki. I believe he might. Especially since Goku agreed to his condition for resurrection. Kurosaki Ichigo remarked, moreover, he is, after all, a warrior from the 7th universe. It is only natural for him to fight for it. Duan Muyin responded, I still find him somewhat unreliable. Duan Muyin added, he is merely an unstable factor. I believe he is not as dependable as Majin Buu. Zhang Chulan concurred, indeed, if only Majin Buu were awake. To countless spectators, Majin Buu seemed a more fitting candidate than Frisia. Although Frisia's power greatly surpassed that of Majin Buu, he was undeniably an unpredictable element that instilled little confidence. Conversely, while Majin Buu had once been an adversary of Goku and his companions, he had transformed into a benevolent being after purging his malevolent thoughts. His demeanor might be somewhat childish, yet he was far more reliable than Frisia. Ironically, just as the Tournament of Power was about to commence, he fell asleep. It was perplexing how he had been perfectly fine during the exhibition match, only to suddenly succumb to slumber. The narration that followed left many viewers lamenting Majin Buu's absence from the battle. Chapter 155, Majin Buu must participate. Frisia, as one of the candidates, was indeed a commendable choice. However, if one could replace either Krillin, Tien Shinhan, or Master Roshi with Majin Buu, the team would undoubtedly be significantly stronger. The true strength of Majin Buu lay not merely in his power, but in his diverse abilities. He could transform beings into treats, regenerate infinitely, absorb others to enhance his strength, and even restore the vitality of his allies. Imagine, during the chaotic battle, when everyone had exhausted a considerable amount of energy. The presence of Majin Buu on the 7th universe's side would allow him to rejuvenate Goku and the others. This would essentially enable them to maintain peak condition throughout the Tournament of Power, posing a formidable challenge to the other universes. Furthermore, Majin Buu's ability to absorb others did not equate to killing them, thus not violating any rules. He could start by absorbing weaker participants, and upon amplifying his power, proceed to absorb the stronger ones. It could be said that if Majin Buu were to participate, it would indeed render the situation quite unfair for the other universes. Thus, it seemed as though an unseen force had orchestrated his slumber to prevent his participation. Upon hearing the narrator's account, countless viewers, particularly those from the 7th universe, felt a profound sense of regret. After all, if Majin Buu had been able to join, his capacity to infinitely restore Goku and the others would have been overwhelmingly advantageous, rendering the other universes virtually powerless. Conversely, the inhabitants of the other universes breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Majin Buu would not be competing. Had he participated, the likelihood of victory for the 7th universe would indeed have been exceedingly high. As for the notion of eliminating Majin Buu first, they had witnessed his strength. He was not an opponent to be easily dismissed. Eliminating him would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting task. In truth, the narrator's words also reflect Lin Luo's own conjecture. He recalls a discussion with a companion who shared his fondness for Dragon Ball, pondering why Majin Buu was excluded from the Tournament of Power. Why, they wondered. Would Majin Buu suddenly fall into slumber? Their conclusion was that Majin Buu's abilities were overwhelmingly formidable. In terms of sheer strength, Majin Buu did not rank particularly high in the tournament. He was merely mid-tier at best. However, his powers were extraordinary. He possessed the ability to restore others to their former states and boasted infinite stamina, unlike Dend, whose healing drained considerable energy. Essentially, with Majin Buu present, Goku and his companions would effectively have access to limitless Senzu beans. Such a capability precluded his participation in the tournament. Furthermore, he could transform others into snacks and absorb them. His abilities were simply too vast. Thus, he had to be sidelined. Of course, Majin Buu's absence allowed Goku and the others to create numerous exhilarating moments during the tournament. In the video, when Goku returned to Bulma's home with Frieza, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Goku would consider enlisting Frieza for the battle. Initially, they were vehemently opposed, especially Vegeta. Yet, they found themselves with no viable alternatives besides Frieza, compelling Vegeta and the others to acquiesce. However, another dilemma soon arose. When Goku invited Krillin and the others, he concealed the fact that losing the tournament would result in their universe being erased. He also claimed that there would be a 10 million zeni reward for each participant. Unfortunately, during Goku's conversation with Frieza, the Supreme Kai inadvertently revealed the truth, leaving Krillin and the others feeling betrayed. They felt that Goku had been disloyal to his friends by deceiving them. Although apprehensive, they resolved to step up for the sake of Universe 7. Meanwhile, Android 18 and Tien, motivated by the prospect of monetary gain, felt somewhat disheartened. It was well known that 18 had a penchant for money, while Tien desired financial support for his martial arts school. Goku found himself at a loss, unable to procure such a sum. At that moment, Bulma intervened, offering to cover the expenses, but insisted that they must win. With this final issue resolved, everyone awaited the commencement of the Tournament of Power. This scenario vividly illustrates the profound bond between Bulma and Goku. Despite being the wealthiest individual in the world, Bulma readily provided financial assistance to her friend in need, a gesture not easily achieved by those of affluence. It could be said that Bulma's actions were a means of cleaning up the mess Goku had created. Their relationship speaks for itself. Listening to the narrator's account, countless viewers were deeply moved. The promise of a reward was, after all, a ruse concocted by Goku. Lacking the means to offer such a prize himself, Bulma stepped in to assist. She aptly remarked that she was merely tidying up the chaos Goku had instigated, and there was nothing wrong with that. Bulma's ability to do this clearly illustrates the depth of her relationship with Sun Wukong. After all, as the narration suggests, not every affluent individual is willing to part with a substantial sum to assist a friend. The wealthier one is, the more miserly they tend to become. Yet, both Sun Wukong and Bulma, being the parties involved, see no issue with this arrangement. Bulma herself perceives no problem, given her bond with Sun Wukong. A trifling amount of money is inconsequential. However, Vegeta is quite displeased. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Kakarot, how could you possibly need Bulma to clean up your mess? From Vegeta's perspective, Bulma is his woman, yet she is compelled to assist Kakarot in rectifying the chaos he has created. Why should Bulma be responsible for the troubles Kakarot has caused? Sun Wukong, huh? What's the problem with that? Yamcha, yes, Vegeta, what's the issue? Bulma hasn't he complained. Yamcha, don't think that just because you and Bulma are together in the video, you can dictate terms. Yamcha, in reality, you're not together. Vegeta refrains from saying much more. Indeed, in reality, he and Bulma are not together, at least not at this moment. Once he arrives on Earth and meets Bulma, their relationship will inevitably progress as it does in the video. As for whether Bulma shares this sentiment, only she knows. At this moment, the anticipation of countless viewers across the multiverse has reached a fever pitch. The combatants from Universe 7 have been chosen, and the power tournament is about to commence. They shall finally witness what a chaotic battle involving 8 universes and 80 of the strongest warriors looks like, a spectacle that promises to be awe-inspiring. Chapter 156, the crucial and heavy 48 minutes. At this moment, the attention of the innumerable spectators across the multiverse is fully concentrated on the video. The 10 representatives from Universe 7 have been assembled. It is likely that the other universes are in a similar state of readiness. With the commencement of the power tournament drawing near, this event, which will see 7 of the 8 universes eliminated, is on the brink of beginning. For the other spectators, it is an opportunity to witness an exhilarating and intensely thrilling melee. However, for the 8 universes participating in the tournament, their sentiments are far less jubilant, including the 8 gods of destruction, Beerus among them. After all, the fate of their respective universes hangs in the balance. Only one universe will emerge victorious, while the remaining 7 will face annihilation. None wish for their universe to be obliterated. All aspire to be the last one standing. Yet, despite their hopes, they remain unaware of which universe will ultimately prevail. However, judging by the title of this video, Universe 7 may hold considerable promise. This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation among several gods of destruction. After all, the seventh universe harbored a glimmer of hope, which implied that their own universes were devoid of it. The only one who remained relatively composed was the god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vermaud. Even if Son Goku were to step into the realm of Ultra Instinct, he would undoubtedly fall short against Jiren. Jiren is the mightiest warrior of their 11th universe, and the very foundation of their confidence. In the eyes of Vermaud and all the inhabitants of the 11th universe, with Jiren's presence, they could never be vanquished. The universe that would ultimately survive would surely be theirs. Amidst the anticipation and tension of countless spectators, the video continued to unfold. After the contenders for the 7th universe were revealed, time passed until the commencement of the Tournament of Power arrived. Under the guidance of Whis, Beerus, Son Goku, and others set forth towards the Null Realm. Aside from the angels, gods of destruction, and Supreme Kai, only the participating fighters were permitted entry into the Null Realm. In this grand tournament, the audience consisted solely of the deities from various universes and the selected participants. Should the gods choose to conceal their intentions, the universe that faced defeat would find its inhabitants unknowingly erased. However, perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable for them. The Null Realm exists as a unique space, separate from the 12 universes, devoid of time and space, engulfed in chaos. Here, the Grand Priest constructed an immense arena capable of hosting a colossal brawl of up to 80 contestants. Before the participating universes arrived, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from the 4 non-participating universes, the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th, had already made their presence known. With no risk of elimination, they were merely spectators, approaching the event with ease and devoid of pressure, thus arriving first. Subsequently, the 8 universes participating in the Tournament of Power began to arrive in succession, including the 7th universe. Upon their entrance into the Null Realm, Son Goku and his companions beheld the other contenders from various universes. Among them, the participants from the 11th universe commanded the most attention. Given Son Goku's previous combat with Toppo, he was acutely aware of Toppo's strength, and thus his focus was drawn to the 11th universe. Beyond Toppo, another figure captured Son Goku's interest, a bald individual with gray skin and large, dark eyes. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the extraterrestrial beings known to the masses. His demeanor was cold and indifferent, as if he were apathetic towards those around him. Although Son Goku did not recognize him, he recalled Toppo mentioning a being even stronger than himself from the 11th universe. Perhaps this gray-skinned warrior was the mightiest of them all. Vermaud, haha, it is Jiren. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It appears that the upcoming power tournament will likely culminate in the victory of Universe 11. Upon witnessing Jiren's participation, my heart is filled with but 2 words, assured. I harbor immense confidence in Jiren's capabilities. One might even argue that he could be the most formidable human among the 12 universes. Although 4 universes are exempt from participating in the power tournament, it does not imply that there exists a being stronger than Jiren within those realms. After all, these 4 universes merely boast a higher average level among humans, not a peak level of strength. In Universe 7, we have Goku, Vegeta, and others. While their prowess may not match Jiren's, they are certainly not weaker than Toppo. Yet, the average strength of Universe 7 ranks second to last. Thus, a high average level does not necessarily guarantee the presence of a peak powerhouse, and a low average level does not imply weakness among the strongest. In my estimation, Jiren's strength could rightfully be deemed the pinnacle of human might across the 12 universes. With Jiren on our side, Universe 11 stands a formidable chance of victory. Beerus remarked, Mir, do not let your pride swell too much. He added, have you seen the title of the video? Our Universe 7's Goku may very well ascend to the Ultra Instinct. To which Mir responded, and so what? Ultra Instinct does not automatically surpass Jiren. Kompa interjected, humph. I have spotted hit among our Universe 6 roster. He is undoubtedly our universe's premier assassin, and his strength will not lag behind Goku or Jiren. Helaze declared, our goddess from Universe 2 is also participating. She will surely lead us to victory. The gods of destruction from the 8 universes began to boast about their respective champions, although some of them were unfamiliar with the contestants from their own universe. It did not hinder their propensity for bragging. This behavior is, of course, expected. In such circumstances, one must promote their own participants, rather than extol those of other universes. They would never engage in the folly of uplifting others at the expense of their own dignity. Zhongwa stated, "The power tournament is finally upon us, and the grim fate of the 7 universes is about to be sealed." Duan Mu Yin remarked, "If I recall correctly, the tournament lasts for 48 minutes, does it not?" She continued, "In 48 minutes, 7 universes will be obliterated, alas." The remaining spectators fell into a profound silence, sighing inwardly. 48 minutes, less than an hour. Is this duration long? It is not short. But is it brief? It cannot be deemed long either. In this fleeting span of time, 7 universes will face annihilation, and countless lives will vanish into oblivion. Such a prospect is terrifying. This will be the most pivotal and somber 48 minutes in the history of the Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 157. The Power Tournament commences, the first universe to be erased. Zhang Chulan remarked, "Fortunately, our world does not face such a crisis, and we need not worry about this." Zhang Chulan. Thus, one might argue that a slightly weaker world is not necessarily a detriment. At least it spares us from an apocalyptic crisis. Li Sinan. For us, the so-called apocalyptic crisis merely implies the domination of Earth. Li Sinan. In the face of an existential threat that could obliterate the entire universe, the subjugation of our humble planet pales in comparison. Duan Muyin. For now, we can only hope that Sun Wukong and his companions will persevere. Countless spectators rallied in support of Universe 7 and Sun Wukong. After all, the videos they watched were intrinsically linked to him and his allies, fostering a deep emotional connection. Furthermore, Sun Wukong and his comrades reside on Earth, just as they do. Were they to inhabit the Dragon Ball universe, they would undoubtedly belong to Universe 7. Hence, their fervent support for Universe 7 is only natural. As for whether they believe Universe 7 will triumph, some viewers hold such optimism, yet the majority dare not make any guarantees. Even though they are aware that new transformations will emerge in this tournament of power, the technique known as the Ultra Instinct appears formidable. However, there have been instances in previous videos where new transformations did not secure victory. For instance, Super Saiyan 3 failed to defeat Majin Buu, despite ultimately overcoming him, not through Super Saiyan 3, but by other means. Similarly, Super Saiyan God did not prevail against Beerus, suffering a genuine defeat. The failure of new transformations has occurred on more than one occasion, leaving no one willing to assure that this new transformation will succeed. All they can do is silently pray and cheer for Universe 7 and Sun Wukong. In the video, Sun Wukong and the other participants remained on the stage, while the gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kai ascended to the audience seats above. Prior to the commencement of the tournament, the Grand Minister reiterated the competition's rules. Opponents must not be killed, no external tools may be employed, merely knocking out an opponent does not count as a victory. One must force their adversary off the stage to win. Furthermore, the use of flight abilities is prohibited, although participants may utilize their inherent flying capabilities. In simpler terms, Sun Wukong and his companions, reliant on their instant transmission, are barred from flying. Conversely, those with wings who can soar without energy are permitted to do so. This presents a disadvantage for the majority of competitors, while granting an advantage to those with wings. In Universe 6, Hit observed the video with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. As the foremost assassin of Universe 6, his formidable strength is one aspect of his prowess. Yet his true mastery lies in the art of killing. However, the competition stipulations forbidding lethal force effectively diminish his abilities. Had such a rule not been imposed, he might have harbored some confidence in leading Universe 6 to ultimate victory. Alas, his faith has waned. The prohibition against killing has effectively sealed away more than 30% of his strength. Nevertheless, even diminished, he remains the premier assassin of Universe 6. However, in the presence of formidable beings from other universes, the situation may be quite different. It can be asserted that the strength tournament puts the 6th universe in jeopardy. At this moment in the video, after the Grand Minister elucidates the rules, with a decisive command, the tournament that would determine the fate of 8 universes officially commences. At the outset of the competition, the 7th universe did not encounter scenes of being besieged by competitors from other universes. The participants from other universes opted to engage their nearest adversaries. Meanwhile, the 10 contestants from the 7th universe assembled together. As the captain, Gohan sought to devise a strategy for the tournament. According to him, the tournament was initiated due to his father, Goku. Although the tournament brought a glimmer of hope for survival to a few other universes, the inhabitants of those universes would not express gratitude. Instead, they would direct their ire towards the seventh universe. In the eyes of the other universes, if it were not for Goku's proposal to hold the tournament, they would remain oblivious to the impending annihilation of their universes. It is as if, in their ignorance, this calamity would not exist. Thus, the contestants from the seventh universe would become targets of disdain. Should they choose to act individually, they would be easily overwhelmed. Piccolo, Krillin, and others concurred with Gohan's assessment. However, Goku, Vegeta, and their companions proceeded to act independently, disregarding Gohan's warning against dispersing. Goku, Vegeta, androids 17 and 18, along with Frieza, chose to scatter. Nevertheless, Gohan and his team were not surprised, for they understood the nature of Goku and the others. In the midst of their separation, Goku and his allies indeed faced assaults from other competitors. Yet, before the might of Goku and his comrades, those challengers not only failed to eliminate them, but were themselves ousted from the tournament. Most notably, the contestants from the ninth universe suffered the most eliminations, as their previous encounter in the overview match had pitted the seventh universe against the ninth, resulting in the latter's defeat. This established an inherent conflict between the two. Consequently, the participants from the ninth universe aimed to eliminate Goku and his companions first. However, they overestimated their own strength while underestimating that of Goku and his team, leading to their own downfall. Soon, only 3 contestants remained from the ninth universe, the 3 Wolf brothers who had previously appeared in the overview match. The trio joined forces to battle Goku and Vegeta. Their combined technique posed some challenges for Goku and Vegeta. However, upon transforming into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, the duo unleashed a formidable attack, combining Kamehameha and Final Flash, which sent the 3 Wolf brothers flying. Thus, the ninth universe became the first contender to be entirely eliminated. The universe shall be eradicated by the Omni Kings. From the onset, the ninth universe targeted the seventh universe, yet failed to eliminate even a single contestant from the latter. Instead, they ended up losing all of their own participants. Upon witnessing the ninth universe's elimination, the 2 Omni Kings unhesitatingly raised their small hands, which emanated a dazzling light. All the contestants, including the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction from the ninth universe, vanished without a trace, leaving only the angel of the ninth universe behind. The ninth universe itself has been utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants whatsoever. This spectacle left countless spectators from myriad realms utterly astonished. Chapter 158. Who could possibly dislike the little angel? Warlord, a universe just vanished like that? Erased so effortlessly? Duan Mu Yin. Terrifying. Simply too terrifying. Although it was already known that the Omni King could erase universes at will, the audience could not suppress their shock when such a scene unfolded before them. They were unaware of the vastness of their own universe, let alone the annihilation of an entire universe. Even the worlds of Ultraman and the culinary captives would not dare claim the ability to obliterate an entire universe. Yet in the Dragon Ball realm, the destruction of a universe appeared astonishingly effortless. With merely a gesture from the 2 Omni Kings, a universe was completely erased. Furthermore, according to the narration in the preceding video, a universe in the Dragon Ball world is equivalent to more than 4 times the size of a universe in their own realm. This implies that if the Omni King wished to annihilate the universe of their world, he would not even need to raise a hand. A mere flick of a finger would suffice. It is likely that the Omni King raises his hand simply for amusement. One can only conclude that the Omni King is truly formidable. Is this what it means to stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball world? No wonder even the gods of destruction are filled with trepidation in his presence. Not just the spectators from other universes, but even the 12 gods of destruction wore expressions of profound astonishment. While they understood that the Omni King could effortlessly erase universes, this instilled in them an overwhelming fear, making them reluctant to provoke him in the slightest. Nonetheless, this was their first encounter witnessing the Omni King erase a universe. They had heard that there were originally 18 universes, 6 of which were erased by the Omni King, but that had only been hearsay, not something they had witnessed firsthand. Now, they were witnessing it, albeit through a video rather than directly, but the impact was profoundly significant. This is the Omni King, the one who transcends all. The expressions of the god of destruction Sidra, the Supreme Kai, and all beings of the ninth universe were grim. Their universe was destined to be the first to be eradicated. Even as the power tournament commenced, the ninth universe found itself eradicated. In that moment, countless individuals from the ninth universe erupted in fury, not directing their ire towards the seventh universe that had eliminated them, but rather at their own 10 contestants. Had it not been for these individuals targeting the seventh universe from the outset, the ninth universe might not have faced such swift obliteration. If they had chosen to bide their time and allow others to engage, there might have been a glimmer of hope for their survival until the end. Yet, due to the relentless pursuit of those 10, not only was the seventh universe not vanquished, but they, in turn, were the agents of the ninth universe's demise. Was this truly an attack on the seventh universe, or a self-inflicted wound upon their own? Beerus, I believe you ought to pay your respects to Son Goku. Beerus, were it not for him, the power tournament would never have been convened. Our 8 universes could have vanished like the ninth, all unbeknownst to us. Beerus, yet here you are, not only failing to express gratitude to Son Goku, but also directing your resentment towards him and the seventh universe. Beerus was thoroughly displeased. To speak candidly, Son Goku's instigation of the power tournament was indeed a serendipitous occurrence. Had the king of all not intended to eliminate 8 universes, Goku's actions would have posed a dire threat. However, since the king of all harbored the intention of eradicating 8 universes, the context shifts entirely. Originally, Goku was the architect of the catastrophic crisis facing the 8 universes. Yet now, he stands as their unlikely savior, offering a sliver of hope. As previously narrated in the video, all 8 universes, including the 7th, should bow in gratitude to Son Goku. However, it is one thing for the other 7 universes to neglect their appreciation. It is utterly outrageous that they would conspire against the 7th universe. Witnessing Beerus' commentary, the other destroyers of the 7 universes recognized their fault and fell silent. Even the usually contentious Quitella and Compa refrained from speaking. Zenkai, the first universe has been eliminated. Zenkai, I wonder which universe will be next. All spectators were acutely aware that the 9th universe was the first to be wiped out, yet it would certainly not be the last. Its elimination was merely the opening act. 6 more universes would follow suit, leaving only one to endure. Thus, which universe would be next? Which would ultimately prevail? Would it be the 7th universe, or perhaps the 11th universe, emboldened by the formidable Jiren? The audience remained uncertain, yet they understood that the forthcoming battles would intensify, and the number of contestants remaining on the stage would dwindle. The 9th universe has been eradicated, leading to a cessation of combat among all contenders on the stage. They did not witness the spectacle of the 9th universe's disappearance, yet they beheld the vanishing of its 10 participants, as well as the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction from the audience. This left them momentarily stunned. The mere thought that defeat could lead them to share the same fate as the 9th universe intensified their anxiety. To avert such a calamity, their only recourse was to secure ultimate victory. The deities from various universes in the audience also broke into a cold sweat, including the God of Destruction. Clearly, the scene of the Omni King annihilating the 9th universe was a shocking revelation for them. The Supreme Kai of the first universe stated that the sacrifice of the 9th universe was a necessary evil. Originally, the 8 universes were to be eliminated by the Omni King without forewarning. However, thanks to Son Goku, these 8 universes were afforded a glimmer of hope. Yet, only one universe could seize this slim chance, while the remaining 7 were destined for sacrifice. The 9th universe was the first to fall, but it would not be the last. The destruction of the 9th universe spurred the fighters on the stage to battle with even greater fervor, each determined not to become the next 9th universe. Amidst this fierce combat, the second eliminated universe swiftly emerged, the 10th universe. The last and strongest participant of the 10th universe was unceremoniously ousted by Son Gohan. Following the demise of the 9th universe, the 10th universe became the second to fall at the hands of the 7th universe. However, in contrast to the 9th universe, the 10th universe exhibited a much more composed acceptance of its fate, eschewing cries of despair. The fighters from the 10th universe were not particularly formidable, making their elimination somewhat anticipated. But what I wish to convey is that apart from Zamasu, the most memorable aspect of the 10th universe was undoubtedly the angel Kusu. After all, who could resist the charm of a little angel? As the narration echoed, the video offered a close-up of the angel Kusu from the 10th universe. She appeared as a diminutive, adorable figure, wielding a staff that towered over her. Indeed, she was exceedingly cute. Yet, despite her youthful appearance, her age defied her looks. She was, in fact, the eldest among all angels, the eldest sister of them all. This illustrates a profound truth. One should not judge by appearances, for angels are no exception. But what does that matter? Age holds no significance for beings with eternal life. If given the choice, who would not desire such a delightful, legally permissible little angel? Upon hearing the narration, Kusu could not help but let out a delicate huff of annoyance. How vexing, Lin Luo, she thought. Why portray me as ancient? Although I may be slightly older than the other angels, it hardly warrants such a description. Yet, before the Grand Priest and the Omni King, she is merely a child of mere billions of years. The narrator's words, however, are quite melodious. To desire such a petite angelic being? Not everyone is privileged to do so. She is the angel of the 10th universe. Only by becoming the god of destruction of the 10th universe can one earn her service. Of course, she can also be assigned to another universe. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, if Lin Luo wishes to gain her service, he must at the very least ascend to the status of a god of destruction in any universe. Meanwhile, the other angels, including Whis and Beerus, could not help but chuckle upon hearing the narrator's words. It seems that these reflections belong to Lin Luo. Does he harbor feelings for their elder sister? How intriguing. One can only wonder how he will react when their elder sister truly stands before him. Beerus, Ramsey, someone seems to have an interest in your angel. What do you say? Ramsey, what can I say? If one desires Kes, then they must strive to become a god of destruction. Beerus, it's a pity I don't know who Lin Luo is or where he might be. Beerus, otherwise, I would be inclined to cultivate him as the next god of destruction of the 7th universe. Ramsey, what? You no longer wish for Whis to continue serving the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Whis, Lord Beerus's thoughts are indeed fascinating. If Lin Luo could truly become the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Whis, I would have no qualms about having our elder sister take my place as the angel of the 7th universe. Clearly, Whis also seeks amusement from this. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, the subject of their discourse, could not suppress his laughter as he read the comments. The narration indeed reflected his thoughts. He found the angel Kes from the 10th universe exceedingly adorable. He had often mused that should he become a god of destruction, he might summon Kes from the 10th universe, Batos from the 6th universe, and Margarita from the 11th universe to serve him. One petite angel and two mature angels. What a delightful thought. However, it seems this fantasy could indeed be brought to fruition. After all, if he were to acquire the powers and abilities of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, having 3 angelic maidens serve him would not be unreasonable. Little did Batos and Margarita know of Lin Luo's sentiments. Otherwise, they might find themselves rather flustered. They were merely enjoying the spectacle of their elder sister Kes, only to discover that Lin Luo had thoughts about them too. How amusing. Yet, after this lightheartedness, the atmosphere grew somewhat solemn. The 2nd universe to be eliminated has emerged, the 10th universe. And just like the 9th universe before it, the last contestant of the 10th universe was also eliminated by the 7th universe. Thus, both the 9th and 10th universes were indirectly obliterated by the 7th universe. Will the destruction of the universe ultimately rest in the hands of the 7th universe? Could the 7th universe itself perish at the mercy of another universe? In the video, the demise of the 10th universe, influenced by the cautionary tale of the 9th universe, has not instilled as profound a shock among the remaining participants as the initial catastrophe. Yet, to avoid following in the tragic footsteps of these two universes, the remaining contestants are fiercely battling for the honor of their own universe. Among these contestants, one individual's performance stands apart from the rest, Jiren, while the others, including Topo, engage vigorously with fighters from other universes. Jiren remains aloof, meditating with his eyes closed, seemingly unimpressed by the surrounding chaos, as though nothing could pique his interest enough to warrant his involvement. However, the opportunity for Jiren to finally engage arrives swiftly, sparked by the clash between Goku and the 6th universe. Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan captivates the attention of Kale, a feisty young fighter who insists that Goku teach her how to achieve an even stronger transformation, as if it were a foregone conclusion. She boldly proclaims that once she masters this new form, she will use it to defeat Goku. While others might refuse to assist and instead eliminate her with their own superior transformations, Goku chooses to oblige. The interaction between Goku and Kale, However, incites the ire of Caulifla, another female Saiyan from the 6th universe. Though she initially appears timid and demure, her demeanor drastically shifts when her beloved sister figure, Caulifla, faces peril or engages with others passionately. Witnessing Caulifla, radiant with joy while battling Goku, transforms Caulifla's expression and aura, revealing the jealousy that simmers within her. She is envious of Goku. This jealousy manifests in a dramatic transformation. Caulifla morphs from her previously petite and meek self into a towering, formidable warrior. No longer the timid girl, she becomes ferocious and loses her rationality, launching indiscriminate attacks on those around her. Many are affected by her rampage, but the one most impacted is undoubtedly Goku. After a flurry of chaotic assaults, Kale singles Goku out for her wrath, demonstrating an incredible resilience as she withstands Goku's Kamehameha wave and relentlessly charges toward him. Her violent outburst prompts others to intervene, with Toppo attempting to halt her rampage. However, Jiren acts decisively, eliminating Kale with a single, overwhelming strike, reverting her to her former self. The display of power Jiren exhibits leaves countless viewers across the multiverse utterly astounded. Chapter 160. The shock of Jiren's power in Demian Yen. Is he the existence that Toppo mentioned before, someone even stronger than him from the 11th universe? Zhang Chulan, it must be him. He effortlessly eliminated that frenzied Caulifla in an instant. Zhang Chulan. This is something even Sun Wukong could not achieve. The moment Jiren made his move, countless spectators were left in utter astonishment. Previously, during the Universal Survival Tournament, Toppo had fought against Sun Wukong. Although that battle ended without a clear victor, Toppo's prowess left a profound impression on the audience. To hold his ground against a transformed Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong is no small feat. Yet, he claimed that there exists someone in the 11th universe who surpasses him in strength. Now, with Jiren's decisive strike, Caulifla was annihilated in an instant. It is crucial to note that in her frenzied state, Caulifla posed a significant challenge even for Sun Wukong. She could withstand his Kamehameha and advance towards him. Yet, such formidable power was effortlessly obliterated by Jiren's single blow. One can only conclude that Jiren's strength is truly extraordinary. Even if this was merely a casual display of his power, it offers a glimpse into his overwhelming ability. No wonder the god of destruction from the 11th universe has such unwavering confidence in Jiren. Vermilion, haha, did you see that? This is Jiren's true power. Vermilion, with him around, our 11th universe shall never be defeated. Seeing the multitude of spectators awestruck by Jiren's prowess, Vermilion felt an immense joy. Jiren truly brings honor to their 11th universe. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the strength Jiren exhibited moments ago was merely a flick of his hand. Not to mention, he wasn't even exerting himself fully. In this tournament of power, no one can compel Jiren to unleash his full potential. Even if Jiren were to take things seriously, it is likely they would not be able to achieve that. What if Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue? He would hardly be a worthy warm-up for Jiren. Only when Sun Wukong reaches the realm of Ultra Instinct might he be able to draw out Jiren's seriousness. Yet, he firmly believes that Jiren will not falter. At this moment, Vermilion nearly felt compelled to celebrate with champagne. He could hardly fathom how, with Jiren on their side, the 11th universe could possibly lose. The other beings of the 11th universe felt the same, all chanting Jiren's name. After all, Jiren is destined to be their savior. Vermilion and the denizens of the 11th universe were elated, their faces beaming with smiles. According to the law of conservation of smiles, this meant that others would inevitably lose their smiles. The ones whose smiles faded were, of course, the gods of destruction and beings from the other 5 universes. After all, the stronger Jiren grows, the higher the probability of victory for the 11th universe, consequently increasing the likelihood of elimination for their own universes. As for why it does not concern all 7 universes, the gods of destruction and beings from the 9th and 10th universes have already been rendered irrelevant, as they have been eliminated from the tournament. No matter how powerful Jiren becomes, it no longer affects them. In the 7th universe, amidst the cosmic expanse, how infuriating! Jiren's strength is astonishingly formidable. With Sun Wukong's current strength, he is utterly no match for Jiren. Beerus's expression is distinctly grim. With his keen perception, he can easily discern that Jiren's power far surpasses that of Sun Wukong. Even if Sun Wukong were to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he would still fall short against Jiren, unable to withstand even a few exchanges. The disparity in strength between the two is insurmountable. In such circumstances, how could Sun Wukong possibly defeat Jiren and secure victory for Universe 7? The situation is dire, particularly with Jiren. If Universe 7 hopes to triumph, they must conquer this towering obstacle. Weiss, do you believe that if Sun Wukong could enter the realm of Ultra Instinct, he might stand a chance against Jiren? Beerus inquired. Although he possesses an incomplete mastery of Ultra Instinct, he knows that the angels have a far deeper understanding of this technique. After all, the angels embody a state of perfect mastery. Lord Beerus, I can only say there is hope, Weiss replied, withholding any guarantees. He remains uncertain of the full extent of Jiren's strength or how deeply Sun Wukong could delve into Ultra Instinct. However, he is certain of one thing. If Sun Wukong wishes to engage Jiren, he must access the realm of Ultra Instinct. Otherwise, he lacks even the qualification to contend with Jiren and would be ruthlessly overwhelmed. Indeed, for Universe 7 to claim victory, they must surmount the formidable challenge that Jiren represents. This holds true for other universes as well. Yet, Universe 7 still harbors the glimmer of hope that Sun Wukong can achieve Ultra Instinct. For other universes, however, the prospect of overcoming Jiren seems daunting, bordering on impossible. The gods of destruction and warriors from Universes 2, 3, 4, and 6 are acutely aware of this reality. They quietly pray that their representatives in the tournament of power harbor some hidden strength. Otherwise, they face certain elimination. In the aftermath of Universe 10's eradication, the remaining contestants continue to engage in fierce battles. Throughout this tumult, the 6 remaining universes have sustained considerable losses, including Universe 7. After eliminating 2 contestants from Universe 4, Krillin fell victim to a surprise attack from Frost of Universe 6, becoming the first to be eliminated from Universe 7. Subsequently, Master Roshi, after dispatching several competitors, also succumbed to Frost's treachery. Although saved by Vegeta, he was urged to leave the battlefield and entrust the remainder of the fight to Vegeta. Acknowledging his limitations, Master Roshi accepted his fate of elimination. Nevertheless, his tenacity and masterful spirit displayed prior to his exit earned him Beerus's respect, prompting the god of destruction to inquire about his name. To gain Beerus's acknowledgement is a feat that Master Roshi could boast of for a lifetime. Following this, Tien Shinhan was also eliminated, though he perished alongside a competitor from another universe in a mutual demise. In summary, although the 7th universe has seen some of its competitors eliminated, they have at least managed to achieve a one-for-one exchange, which is not a loss. Given the state of the 7th universe, the situation in the other universes is even more dire. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 11th universes have all suffered losses. The number of survivors from the 7th universe is already the highest. It is noteworthy that while eliminating competitors from other universes, Frieza remains true to his character. Indulging in his usual antics, he feigns an alliance with Frost from the 6th universe to jointly attack Gohan. Frost bears a striking resemblance to Frieza and can transform in a similar manner. Indeed, even his transformed appearance is quite alike, save for the difference in coloration. After defeating Gohan, he earns Frost's acknowledgement. Frieza remarks that while it may be impossible for Frost to achieve the golden transformation through sheer effort, attaining the robust, muscular form in full power mode is certainly within reach. Subsequently, he imparts a lesson to Frost: never trust others easily. Before Frost can grasp the full implication of this advice, Frieza launches a surprise attack, eliminating Frost from the competition. Chapter 161, An Overwhelming Dominance. The Absolute Might of Jiren. Beerus, Frieza, well done. Beerus expresses a measure of satisfaction with Frieza's performance. After all, Frieza has indeed contributed to the 7th universe by eliminating competitors from other universes. Initially, he had genuinely believed Frieza had betrayed them, but on reflection, he realized Frieza lacked the audacity for such treachery. Champ, Beerus, your 7th universe is truly despicable. Champ, our Frost from the 6th universe is a paragon of virtue. To be so easily deceived by Frieza. Beerus, a paragon of virtue? Would a virtuous person agree to ally with Frieza and allow him to eliminate Gohan? Beerus, what part of his actions could possibly be considered virtuous? Champ. Champ is momentarily taken aback by Beerus's words. Indeed, Frost's behavior in the video is utterly at odds with the notion of virtue. How could this be? After all, Frost is revered as a noble figure in the 6th universe, adored by countless individuals. Not only Champ, But many from the sixth universe find it hard to believe. Frost's image in their universe is overwhelmingly positive, and the persona of a benevolent hero has deeply ingrained itself in the public consciousness. The revelation that Frost is not what he seems is difficult for them to accept. Vegeta, with a face so similar to Frisia's, how could he possibly be a good person? Frisia, oh? Vegeta, what do you mean by that? Vegeta, Frisia, to be honest, while this Frost bears a resemblance to me, he still falls short. Frisia, it seems that any common fool dares to act insolently before me. Through the previous barrage of comments, Frisia has already deduced that Frost, hailing from the sixth universe, is merely feigning the guise of a benevolent figure. As for his motives, does one even need to ponder? This notion fills Frisia with disdain. He, as the emperor of the universe in the seventh universe, has no need for such trivialities. What purpose does it serve to cultivate an image of a great benefactor? Frisia embodies the essence of a villain. Even without the facade of benevolence, it does not affect him in the slightest. In contrast, Frost's need to craft such an identity only reveals his lack of true capability. If one possesses genuine strength, why resort to such theatrics? A formidable villain is still formidable, regardless of public perception. Thus, Frisia holds Frost in utter contempt, and it is no surprise that in the video, his disdain for Frost is palpable. At this moment, the perception of Frost among the inhabitants of the sixth universe begins to shift. They realize that Frost may not align with the image they had constructed in their minds. Is he truly the benevolent figure they believed him to be? This question warrants serious contemplation. Meanwhile, in the video, after eliminating several competitors from other universes, Goku sets his sights on Jiren. Even before the tournament of power commenced, he was intrigued by Jiren's formidable strength and yearned to discover just how powerful he truly was. Finally, the opportunity presents itself as Goku approaches Jiren, eager to engage in combat. However, Jiren exhibits little interest in Goku, dismissing him with indifference. Undeterred, Goku begins to assess Jiren's strength step by step. He launches an attack in his base form, only for Jiren to remain unmoved, effortlessly blocking the strike with a single finger. Subsequently, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, then ascends to Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and finally, Super Saiyan God. Yet, even in this ultimate form, Jiren continues to repel Goku's efforts with mere ease, as if there is no distinction between Goku's base form and his God form in Jiren's presence. The reality is stark. After several attempts, Goku recognizes the immense power Jiren possesses. Therefore, he decides to abandon all reservations and transforms into Super Saiyan Blue. Upon this transformation, Jiren finally exhibits a modicum of movement. Yet he remains effortlessly in control, as if toying with Goku. During the battle, Goku unleashes his full potential, augmenting his Super Saiyan Blue form with a 20-fold Kaioken. Still, it proves futile. Jiren's dominance over Goku persists unabated. Witnessing Goku's struggle against Jiren, Krillin and others in the audience of the seventh universe are left astonished and deeply concerned. However, Krillin retains a glimmer of hope for Goku. He believes that Goku has yet to exert his full strength, as he can still employ the 20-fold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue state. But Whis interjects with a sobering truth. It is futile, for Goku has already utilized this power. In the face of the 20-fold Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, he was still utterly crushed by Jiren. The disparity in their powers was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Jiren's formidable strength left countless spectators from all realms utterly astounded. They gazed in bewilderment as Jiren dominated Son Goku, rendered speechless by the sheer shock of the moment. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is Jiren's true power. One commentator exclaimed, what does the 20-fold Kaioken even matter? All that flair is utterly ineffective against Jiren. In the eyes of this observer, the Saiyans' various flashy transformations were indeed entertaining and impressive. However, before Jiren, they held no significance whatsoever. For Jiren's might was absolute, eclipsing the very transformations of the Saiyans. No matter how extravagant the Saiyans' transformations were, they could never hope to rival Jiren. Jiren himself did not rely on flamboyant transformations. His strength was simply raw and unyielding. The commentary from the spectators jolted others back to reality, yet their astonishment remained unabated. This is outrageous. Jiren is absurdly powerful. One viewer remarked, I recall that the first video mentioned the Kaioken can significantly amplify strength, right? Another added, Even with Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, he is still being utterly dominated by Jiren. At this moment, Son Goku is among the strongest contestants present. Yet he appears as if he is merely a toy in Jiren's hands, another viewer observed. No wonder Jiren initially showed no interest in moving. There was no one present who could challenge him. If Jiren had unleashed his power from the start, he could have swept through the entire arena without a second thought. Another said, I suspect that even if everyone here combined their strength, they would still fall short against him. And judging by Jiren's demeanor, it seems he has yet to exert his full strength, remarked another. Chapter 162. Did Son Goku bring about his own demise? After witnessing the events of the previous power tournament, countless viewers from all realms came to a realization. Not every contestant in the tournament possessed terrifying strength. Of course, this was in relation to the formidable beings of the Dragon Ball universe. For those from other worlds, every participant in the tournament was undoubtedly invincible. However, within the context of the tournament, some contestants' strengths were rather underwhelming. Given the power Jiren displayed, even if all the contestants banded together, including Son Goku and Vegeta, they could not hope to match Jiren alone. After all, an unleashed Son Goku was thoroughly overpowered by Jiren. The other contestants from different universes would also be easily overwhelmed by Son Goku. Thus, regardless of the number of contestants, they posed no threat to Jiren. Even if a few more fighters of Son Goku's caliber were added to the mix, they would still fail to pose any significant danger to Jiren. At most, it simply requires Jiren to adopt a more serious demeanor. Remarkably, this Jiren from Universe 11 is extraordinarily powerful. He stands on an entirely different level compared to the other contestants, even surpassing Son Goku. He is truly a monster. For other universes to secure ultimate victory, they must eliminate this formidable being. But is that even feasible? The only glimmer of hope lies with Universe 7. Moreover, it necessitates that Son Goku undergo a new transformation. As Jiren grows stronger, their curiosity about the Ultra Instinct technique intensifies. The disparity in strength between Son Goku and Jiren is staggering. Just how potent must Ultra Instinct be to allow Son Goku to bridge such a colossal gap in power? In the video, the sheer might exhibited by Jiren leaves Son Goku utterly astonished. Aside from Beerus, he has never encountered such an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Despite unleashing his full strength, he finds himself unable to create even a ripple before Jiren. The question of how to defeat Jiren looms large. Subsequently, Son Goku devises a plan to utilize the Spirit Bomb. He stands atop a massive rock, vocally urging the others from Universe 7 to lend him their energy. The others, aware of his intention, promptly raise their hands in solidarity. Even Frieza, despite his usual disdainful remarks regarding unpleasant memories, having once been struck by Son Goku's Spirit Bomb, reluctantly raises his hand, contributing his power. Before long, a colossal Spirit Bomb coalesces in Son Goku's grasp. He then leaps into the sky and hurls the Spirit Bomb towards Jiren. The Spirit Bomb is a specialized attack against evil beings, automatically honing in on them. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Jiren effortlessly blocks the Spirit Bomb with a single hand, preventing it from advancing even an inch. He even deflects the Spirit Bomb back. While the Spirit Bomb serves as a devastating weapon against malevolent entities, it proves ineffective against righteous ones. Despite Jiren's seemingly aloof demeanor, he is nonetheless a proud member of Universe 11's elite team. Throughout his tenure, he has repeatedly upheld cosmic peace and vanquished numerous wicked foes. Thus, using the Spirit Bomb against Jiren is akin to Krillin's earlier attempt to launch a Spirit Bomb at Vegeta, only to have it evaded and subsequently redirected by Gohan. It is hardly surprising that Jiren can return the Spirit Bomb. Moreover, even if Jiren were not a paragon of virtue, his strength would allow him to easily repulse the Spirit Bomb. Regardless of Jiren's alignment, the Spirit Bomb becomes futile against such overwhelming power. It is essential to recall that when Son Goku employed the Spirit Bomb against Vegeta, Frieza, and Majin Buu, the results were telling. The disparity in strength between him and them is certainly not as significant as the chasm that exists between him and Jiren at present. Thus, he can wield the Spirit Bomb against Vegeta, Frieza, and Majin Buu, yet it would be utterly ineffective against Jiren. Moreover, only Majin Buu has perished at the hands of the Spirit Bomb, with perhaps the exception of the Time-Space Super One-Star Dragon. Both Vegeta and Frieza have endured the Spirit Bomb without succumbing. Even if Jiren were to withstand it, he would likely emerge unscathed. In the eyes of all spectators, Jiren deflected the spirit bomb back. The very attack that Son Goku had intended for Jiren now hurtled toward him. At that moment, Son Goku, having exhausted considerable stamina and unable to fly, could only watch helplessly as the spirit bomb approached. Subsequently, the spirit bomb detonated. A colossal shockwave engulfed Son Goku, and a blinding light erupted, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. As the brilliance faded, the spirit bomb transformed into countless twinkling stars, vanishing from sight. Alongside it, Son Goku also disappeared. On the arena, only a vast crater remained, a testament to the explosion of the spirit bomb. Son Goku's figure had vanished into that deep pit. Other competitors believed Son Goku to be dead. Although the fighters from Universe 7 found it hard to believe, his presence had indeed vanished. They accused Jiren of having killed Son Goku, claiming he had violated the rules and should be disqualified. While the other universes remained silent, they subtly supported Universe 7's proposal. After all, Jiren was overwhelmingly powerful. With him in the fray, Universe 11 was nearly invincible. If they could eliminate Jiren from the competition, it would be a tremendous boon for them. However, the Grand Priest clarified that Son Goku had perished due to his own attack, absolving Jiren of any wrongdoing. This revelation provided relief to the members of Universe 11. Had Jiren been deemed to have committed a foul, it would have represented a catastrophic loss, potentially leading to the annihilation of Universe 11 itself. Son Goku's disappearance cast a shadow over the morale of Universe 7, but they soon rallied. Determined not to let Son Goku's sacrifice be in vain and to safeguard Universe 7, they resolved to continue fighting. Naruto Uzumaki remarked, "Goodness, did Son Goku effectively kill himself?" Zangetsu questioned, "Is Son Goku truly dead? I can't shake the feeling that he isn't." Kapu concurred, "I share that sentiment. Son Goku would not succumb so easily." Duanmu Yen added, "Isn't the spirit bomb only effective against evil beings? Son Goku isn't evil, so it should have no effect on him." Zhang Chulan inquired, "Then why has Son Goku vanished?" Li Sinan pondered, "That's a mystery, but I'm certain Son Goku is alive. After all, his new transformation has yet to be unveiled." Kurosaki Ichigo, "Indeed, Son Goku is certainly not deceased." Chapter 163, The Realm of the Ultimate Technique. A domain that astonishes all deities. Countless spectators remain convinced of Goku's survival. On one hand, the spirit bomb is effective solely against malevolent beings. However, Goku is not a wicked individual. He has repeatedly emerged as a savior of Earth and even the universe. Thus, the spirit bomb would undoubtedly be ineffectual against him. On the other hand, a new transformation has yet to manifest. In their eyes, the one most likely to achieve this new transformation is Goku himself. Since the new transformation has not yet appeared, it firmly suggests that Goku is not dead. As for the reason behind his disappearance, that remains a mystery to them. Yet, they are resolute in their belief that Goku is indeed alive. Weiss, even if Goku is not dead, what of it? He remains no match for Jiren. Weiss, should he return to challenge Jiren, it would merely lead to yet another defeat at Jiren's hands. For Weiss, the question of Goku's mortality is inconsequential. Even if Goku were to enter the realm of the ultimate technique, it would still be of no significance, for he would not be able to rival Jiren. Weiss possesses immense confidence in Jiren. This is precisely why Jiren is not fighting with full seriousness. Were he to unleash his true power, the tournament of power would have concluded by now. Moreover, no one challenges Weiss's assertions. Even Beerus, who might be inclined to dispute, finds himself at a loss for words. Given Jiren's current display of strength, Weiss's statement holds true. He can only silently wish for Goku's resurgence, hoping that once Goku steps into the realm of the ultimate technique, he may stand against Jiren. In the video, Goku's disappearance does not significantly impact the tournament of power. The remaining contestants once again immerse themselves in battle. However, as time progresses, an unsettling shift becomes apparent. The attention of deities such as Whis and Beerus becomes fixated on the deep crater created by the spirit bomb. Subsequently, an increasing number of gods, alongside the contestants, direct their gaze toward the gaping pit. At that moment, the previously empty crater is suddenly illuminated. Following this, a beam of light shoots skyward from the depths of the chasm. A figure gradually materializes within the radiant column. As the beam dissipates, the figure reveals its true identity. It is none other than Son Goku. At this moment, Goku is enveloped in a shimmering silver-gray aura. The outer layer of his hair also shimmers in a silver-gray hue. His pupils have transformed into a striking silver gray, exuding an indescribable presence. Goku's reappearance fills the inhabitants of Universe 7 with elation, while others express curiosity about the changes he has undergone. They remain unaware of the transformations that have transpired within Goku, yet it is evident that something has indeed shifted. The newly re-emerged Goku strides purposefully toward Jiren, his singular focus directed solely at his formidable opponent. Beside them, Toppo and Dispo witnessed the scene and rushed to impede Goku. However, in the face of their assault, Goku effortlessly shattered their efforts. Toppo and Dispo are among the mightiest warriors of Universe 11, second only to Jiren. In the Tournament of Power, they ranked among the upper echelons of strength. Had it been the previous version of Goku confronting them, he would have endured a grueling battle. Yet now, Goku navigated their attacks with ease and finesse, effortlessly evading their onslaught. As Toppo unleashed his Justice Flash, a torrent of energy surged toward Goku like a relentless machine gun. Nevertheless, Goku strolled leisurely towards Jiren, seemingly engaged in a casual walk. Astonishingly, not a single strike from Toppo found its mark on Goku. Toppo attempted to press on, but Jiren intervened, wishing to face Goku in a one-on-one duel. Subsequently, Goku charged at Jiren, igniting a fierce clash between them. Unlike their previous encounters, this time Goku was no longer the sole recipient of punishment. He could now withstand Jiren's attacks, and even counterattack, where Goku had once found himself at a disadvantage. Being overwhelmed by Jiren, he now engaged in a battle that saw him holding his ground. The onlookers were left in bewilderment, unsure of the transformation that had occurred within Goku, which had enabled him to bridge the formidable gap in power that once separated him from Jiren. Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances, harboring their own conjectures. Ultra Instinct, Beerus remarked, his disbelief evident as he observed Goku. His words resonated with the other deities, who displayed expressions of astonishment. Ultra Instinct, so that's it. The Supreme Kai of Universe 1 exclaimed. Yet, despite their astonishment, the gods remained incredulous. For Ultra Instinct is a realm that even deities find challenging to enter. This state is not a mere transformation exclusive to the Saiyans. Rather, it is a condition, a domain of existence. The gods' astonishment stemmed from the fact that this domain is one that eludes even their grasp. Among the destroyers, only Beerus had ventured into this realm, while the remaining 11 had yet to do so. This is why only Beerus comprehended the transformation Goku had undergone, while the other destroyers remained in ignorance. Though his mastery may be incomplete, Beerus truly embodies the title of the strongest destroyer. Ultra Instinct, a domain that even the gods find difficult to penetrate. The myriad spectators from countless realms were left in a state of awe. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the actual manifestation of Ultra Instinct still left them utterly astonished. After all, this was a realm that even deities struggled to enter, yet it had been traversed by a mere human. It is no wonder the gods were so taken aback. After all, what they had failed to achieve had been accomplished by a human. How could one not be astonished? Zhonghua. So this is the essence of Zizai Ji Gong, although it merely appears to have changed in color. Zhonghua. Yet, for some reason, I find Sun Wukong at this moment to be even more dashing than when he transformed into Super Blue. Duan Mu Yen. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Although Sun Wukong's current appearance has merely shifted in hue, lacking the vibrant colors of Super Blue, I still believe he looks more striking now. Duan Mu Yen. Perhaps this is the allure of Zizai Ji Gong. Zhang Chulan. Moreover, it is undeniable that Zizai Ji Gong resides in a domain that even the gods find challenging to enter. It astonishingly enables Sun Wukong to contend with Jiren. Other spectators nodded in agreement, recognizing the formidable nature of Zizai Ji Gong. It is noteworthy that previously, Sun Wukong had been utterly powerless against Jiren, who easily overpowered him. Yet now, he can engage in battle with Jiren without losing ground. One can only articulate that the enhancement in power brought about by Zizai Ji Gong is truly terrifying. Chapter 164. The Principle of Zizai Ji Gong. Wei Mei Dumph. Even if Sun Wukong has entered the domain of Zizai Ji Gong, what difference does it make? Wei Mei Da, Jiren will not be defeated. While Wei Mei Da was somewhat astonished by Sun Wukong's entry into the realm of Zizai Ji Gong, having prepared mentally beforehand, he was not overly shocked. As for the notion of Sun Wukong having a chance of victory, he certainly did not think so. Yes, Sun Wukong has indeed stepped into Zizai Ji Gong. but to assume he could defeat Jiren because of it is rather ambitious. An incomplete mastery of Zizai Ji Gong would still render him no match for Jiren. Only if Sun Wukong were to ascend to the realm of perfect freedom could he pose a threat to Jiren. However, is attaining perfect freedom such a simple feat? It must be noted that even Beerus has not succeeded. As the video narration states, Beerus is the strongest destroyer god, and the only one among them to have entered the domain of Zizai Ji Gong. Yet, even he has not mastered perfect freedom. Can a mere human like Sun Wukong achieve this? The fact that he has entered an incomplete realm of freedom is already a monumental and astonishing achievement. The aspiration for perfect freedom? That is an utterly impossible endeavor. Waymeda does not believe that Sun Wukong can attain perfect freedom. If he cannot, he will remain no match for Jiren. The advantage still lies with Universe 11. In Universe 7, aboard Vegeta's spacecraft, Vegeta gazed at the video, his eyes glowing with jealousy. That detestable Kakarot. Why is it him again? Vegeta was thoroughly displeased. Why must it always be Kakarot who steals the spotlight? Moreover, why has Kakarot accomplished what he has not? Clearly, in the video, both he and Kakarot had trained together. Regarding the earlier transformations of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, Kakarot always managed to surpass him. This was attributed to the fact that he and Kakarot were not training together. However, now that they train under Whis together, and both can transform into Super Saiyan Blue simultaneously without one overshadowing the other, how is it that Kakarot has managed to grasp the Ultra Instinct technique first? Could it be that Whis has given him special attention? This seems improbable. Setting aside the question of why Whis would favor Kakarot, it is also unlikely that he would remain oblivious to such favoritism. Or is it possible that Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, possesses greater talent than he, the Saiyan Prince? No, he cannot accept this. He refuses to believe that Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, could be more gifted than he, the Saiyan Prince. He would rather think that Kakarot's achievement in mastering the Ultra Instinct technique is merely a stroke of luck. At this moment, Whis's voice resonates in the video, expressing curiosity about how Goku attained Ultra Instinct, and provides his explanation. It could be that Goku experienced an energy explosion from the Spirit Bomb, which, upon colliding with his own energy, fortuitously broke the shackles within him, thus allowing him to enter the realm of Ultra Instinct. Whis's explanation brings relief to Vegeta. See, he was right. Kakarot cannot be more talented than he, the Saiyan Prince. Kakarot's progress in Ultra Instinct was aided by the Spirit Bomb. Had he been in the same situation, he is confident he too could have achieved Ultra Instinct. Alas, only Kakarot knows how to execute the Spirit Bomb, granting him the opportunity to shine. Nevertheless, what about him? Did he not also have moments of brilliance during the Tournament of Power? Surely, it cannot be that only Kakarot steals the spotlight. Vegeta harbors great expectations for the version of himself depicted in the video. He wishes for his own moments of glory, not wanting to be overshadowed by Kakarot alone. In the video, Goku's current mastery of Ultra Instinct is still incomplete. Thus his state can be referred to as the Ultra Instinct sign. The essence of Ultra Instinct is to allow the body to act autonomously. For humans, even gods, actions are initiated by commands from the brain, which then trigger physical responses. For ordinary individuals, this process occurs almost instantaneously, with the brain issuing commands followed by bodily movements, making it indistinguishable from autonomous action. However, for the strong, the time taken from the brain's command to the body's response is excessively prolonged. If one could enable the body to act independently, the step of issuing commands from the brain could be bypassed, significantly enhancing speed and defense. This is the principle behind Ultra Instinct, or more accurately, the principle of the Ultra Instinct sign. The Ultra Instinct sign allows the body to instinctively perform defensive maneuvers. Listening to the narrator's explanation, countless spectators couldn't help but twitch their lips. The notion of allowing the body to act autonomously? Is the brain's command to the body too sluggish? Indeed, the realm of monsters is one they simply cannot fathom. Typically, does not the brain issue commands, prompting the body to respond accordingly? For instance, in walking or raising a hand, the brain first sends a directive, and then the body acts. What is the duration between the brain issuing a command and the body executing a movement? It is so fleeting that it cannot even be measured in seconds, perhaps in fractions of a second or microseconds. Regardless, it is undeniably an exceedingly brief span of time. Yet, for those monsters, even that brief interval is perceived as slow. Thus, Evolution necessitates the ability for the body to react instinctively, eliminating even that minuscule delay. They find it incomprehensible. However, upon contemplating the level of monsters within the Dragon Ball universe, the audience from other realms finds solace. For the formidable beings of the Dragon Ball world, even the speed of light may seem inadequate. The time taken from the brain's command to the body's response must appear exceedingly protracted in the eyes of these monsters. Therefore, if that time could be eliminated, it could indeed enhance their strength. Consequently, the Ultra Instinct technique is undeniably potent for the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, for the strong from other worlds, it likely does not possess the same magnitude of impact. After all, they have yet to reach a stage where the interval between the brain's command and the body's action is deemed excessive. Cap. Allowing the body to react on its own. Isn't that merely muscle memory? Is that difficult? Zhanghua. It is certainly not as simplistic as you imagine. If it were that easy, why would even the gods struggle to attain it? Duan Mu Yen. If I could achieve that, wouldn't it mean I could stop thinking and let my body handle Oxer directly? Chapter 165. One force breaks 10,000 laws. Mechanisms are insignificant before numbers. Duan Mu Yan's remarks resonated profoundly with numerous armored summoners, masked riders, and Ultraman human forms. Indeed, if they could step into the domain of Ultra Instinct, they could thereafter confront psychic beasts, hellish demons, and various monsters directly through their bodies. Witnessing their bodies autonomously engage in battle must be an exhilarating experience. Alas, they can only dream of such a reality. After all, Ultra Instinct is a realm that even the gods of the Dragon Ball universe find challenging to enter. How could mere mortals and the weak ever hope to attain it? However, it is worth mentioning that Son Goku has not yet mastered the complete Ultra Instinct. What then? Does the full manifestation of Ultra Instinct entail? In the video, as time progresses, the battle between Son Goku and Jiren begins to reveal a discernible victor. Son Goku, who could initially hold his ground against Jiren, gradually finds himself at a disadvantage once more. He is struck by Jiren's attack and sent flying to another part of the arena. After Jiren had sent Sun Wukong flying, another figure appeared before him. This was a silhouette clad in a tight-fitting suit, shrouded in shades of purple and black, with piercing eyes. It was Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6. To vanquish Jiren, he stepped forth and issued a challenge. Hit, the preeminent assassin of Universe 6, is also the strongest human from that realm. In a previous martial arts tournament held between Universe 6 and Universe 7, he effortlessly defeated the Super Saiyan Blue form of Vegeta. While it is true that Vegeta was fatigued at the time, there is no denying Hit's formidable prowess. Notably, he possesses a unique technique known as the time skip. As the name implies, this ability allows him to evade time itself. Hit can bypass a brief moment in time. For instance, if Hit requires 0.1 seconds to strike an opponent, he can utilize time skip to leap over that fleeting moment and directly strike his adversary. Initially, Hit could skip 0.1 seconds, but during his battles with Sun Wukong, he experienced growth, enhancing his time skip to a remarkable 0.5 seconds. Upon hearing the narration regarding Hit, countless spectators from various realms were left in a state of confusion, wondering what they had just heard. Kapu, wait a minute, what do you mean by skipping time? I'm having a hard time grasping this. Duan Mu Yan, is this not a form of traversing through time, reaching the future? Though it can only extend to 0.5 seconds ahead. Zhang Chulan, if that's the case, it makes sense. Skipping time is akin to traveling to a future where time has ceased. Kurosaki Ichigo, this is absurd. Even Future Trunks requires a time machine to travel through time. Kurosaki Ichigo, yet Hit can traverse time by his own means? Kakashi, precisely, while he may only skip 0.5 seconds, isn't that still a form of time travel? Lee Sinan, for these monsters, 0.5 seconds is already a considerable span, allowing them to accomplish much. Lee Sinan, now, this Hit can even bypass that brief interval? What chance do others have? The multitude of spectators were in awe of Hit's might. His time skip technique was indeed extraordinary. Xiangpa, haha, this is our strongest assassin from Universe 6, Hit. Why might so what? Xiangpa, this Hit is still no match for Jiren. Why might? Even Sun Wukong, who has entered the realm of Ultra Instinct, could not contend with Jiren. Xiangpa, that may not necessarily be true. Just as Why might harbored unwavering confidence in Jiren, Xiangpa was equally confident in Hit. Now, as Hit faced off against Jiren, the question of who was stronger would soon be revealed. The audience brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Would Hit, with his time skip ability, prove to be a worthy opponent for Jiren? In the footage, Hit, as an assassin, was taciturn and spoke little. He preferred action over words. Thus, he immediately launched an attack on Jiren. His figure suddenly vanished and then reappeared beside Jiren. Each time, Hit employed his time skip technique, yet each time, Jiren was able to pinpoint Hit's location with precision. It was as if Hit's time skip held no meaning before Jiren. Through this series of tests, Hit realized that mere reliance on time skip would not suffice against Jiren. Consequently, he unveiled a new technique. Due to the enhancement of his time skip, Hit devised a novel maneuver based on it. He could store the time he had skipped and then utilize that time to create a parallel space. Within this parallel realm, he could conceal himself, giving the illusion that he remained in the same dimension as others. However, in truth, he existed in an entirely different space. This led to the fact that his opponent's attacks could not reach him at all. After all, if he was not in the same time and space, how could they possibly land a blow? Hit's techniques could be described as extraordinary. He leaped through time with time skip and also conjured a parallel dimension. In another world, his abilities would be considered insurmountable, a true anomaly of mechanics. Yet, within the Dragon Ball universe, there exists a fundamental law. Sheer strength can break all techniques. As long as one's own power is sufficiently formidable, no matter how elaborate or intricate the opponent's techniques may be, they are rendered ineffective. The warriors in battles in the Dragon Ball world teach us a vital lesson. Mechanics pale in comparison to raw power. Furthermore, the principle of overcoming all techniques with strength is not confined to the Dragon Ball universe alone. When Pangu split heaven and earth, he faced thousands of chaotic demonic beings. Some of those chaotic entities manipulated time, others wielded space, while some toyed with the five elements, fate, and causality. Each was a formidable mechanism in its own right. Yet Pangu, he played the game of strength, mastering the path of power itself, lacking any special mechanisms or techniques apart from his overwhelming might. Armed with the heaven-opening axe, Pangu single-handedly vanquished the thousands of chaotic demon gods. Thus, it is proven that mechanical anomalies are inconsequential in the face of numerical dominance. The perception of certain mechanisms being strong is merely a consequence of insufficient numerical power. This is akin to comparing two weapons. One boasts an attack power of 99, inflicting damage while imposing various effects such as freezing or silencing the opponent, even triggering a lethal effect if the foe's health drops below 5%. The other weapon, devoid of any extravagant effects, possesses a singular attribute, an attack power of 999. If you were faced with this choice, which weapon would you select? Chapter 166. Unfortunately, Hit faces Jiren. Regarding the narration of Pangu and the chaotic beasts, countless viewers remain oblivious. However, through the narrator's discourse, they grasp the essence of mechanical anomalies versus numerical superiority. By reflecting upon their own experiences, they gain a renewed understanding of mechanics and numerical strength. Li Xian Nan, I see now, the meditation seal of the armor serves as a mechanism to halt time in the surrounding area. However, if the strength is sufficient, it can directly shatter the state of the meditation seal. Nevertheless, it is unlikely that there exists an ability beast with such formidable power. The other 5 elemental armor summoners nodded in agreement. They had yet to encounter any ability beast capable of breaking the meditation seal. Of course, this was partly due to their infrequent use of the meditation seal. It is indeed somewhat perplexing why such a useful technique is seldom employed. Zhanghua, some devil fruit abilities can also be considered mechanisms. However, as long as one's own strength is formidable enough, no fruit ability can prevail. Kapu, In that case, I must be the embodiment of numerical strength. I may lack a devil fruit ability, but which ability user would dare to withstand my fists? Kapu felt that he perfectly exemplified the narrative's description of a numerical anomaly. However, he was merely a numerical anomaly within his own world. In other realms, the concept of numerical strength would be rendered meaningless. Haisuk Ichigo. So the narrative suggests that Hit is a mechanism anomaly, while Jiren is the numerical anomaly. Duan Muyen, that seems to be the case. However, Hit is truly extraordinary, managing to create a parallel dimension using time and concealing himself within it. This ability is indeed rather monstrous. Zhang Chulan. Indeed, to strike Hit while he is in such a state, one must first breach the parallel dimension he occupies. It is hard to fathom the level of power required for that. Kakashi, I recall that Majin Buu once shattered the barrier between the hyperbolic time chamber and the outside world. However, given Hit's strength, the parallel dimension he creates would undoubtedly be far more challenging to breach than the hyperbolic time chamber. Waymeda, Kampa. Can you guess why the narrative suddenly introduced this segment? According to the narrator, mechanism anomalies pale in comparison to numerical anomalies. Since your Hit from Universe 6 is a mechanism anomaly and our Jiren from Universe 11 is a numerical anomaly, what do you think this implies? Kampa, Waymeda, do not be too complacent. Jiren may not necessarily be able to handle Hit. Waymeda, is that so? Then let us wait and see. At this moment, the narrator's voice resonated once more. With Hit's abilities, even the likes of Goku would find it no easy feat to defeat him, making it a rather challenging endeavor. Hit's mechanism elevates him to the pinnacle of all contenders. Yet, he must confront Jiren, a pure numerical anomaly possessing sheer, unadulterated strength. In the video, initially, Jiren struggled to land a blow on Hit, who was concealed within the parallel dimension. Kampa, witnessing this scene, fervently cheered for Hit, envisioning the possibility of his victory. However, despite Jiren's lack of flamboyant techniques and mechanisms, he possesses an unadulterated and formidable strength, pure numerical power. As he augmented his prowess and launched another assault on Hit, the very fabric of space around Hit shattered under Jiren's overwhelming force. The parallel dimension that Hit had crafted was obliterated. For anyone else facing Hit, even the likes of Son Goku would find it exceedingly challenging to land a hit, even with the Ultra Instinct. Yet, by an ironic twist of fate, Hit found himself confronting Jiren, a behemoth with sheer numerical might. Upon witnessing his technique being countered, Hit was momentarily taken aback. However, true to his reputation as the foremost assassin of Universe 6, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his offensive against Jiren. Utilizing his time-skip technique, he darted around Jiren, striking with each pass, though it remained unclear what precisely he was targeting. After several attempts, Hit launched another move, extending a hand towards Jiren. In an instant, ripples emanated from Jiren, enveloping him in a shroud of purple light. This was not Jiren executing a technique. Rather, it was Hit employing his own. This was a newly mastered ability of Hit's. His previous attacks were not aimed at inflicting damage on Jiren, but were intended to envelop him in stored time. Subsequently, this time coalesced into a temporal prison, ensnaring Jiren. Jiren soon realized he was immobilized. Yet, this maneuver also ensnared Hit. For Jiren's overwhelming strength compelled Hit to exert all his effort merely to contain him, rendering him incapable of further action. Thus, he could only rely on Caulifla and Kale to assault Jiren. As the premier assassin of Universe 6, Hit had always operated alone, avoiding collaboration. However, in a bid to ensure the survival of Universe 6, he found himself for the first time cooperating with others. Caulifla and Kale launched their assault on Jiren, rapidly driving him to the edge of the arena. Just a few more strikes would suffice to send him plummeting from the stage. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Hit's techniques and mechanisms were immensely powerful. For any other contestant, overcoming them would be a daunting task. Even Son Goku, who had attained Ultra Instinct, would find it no easy feat to break free from Hit's grasp. Yet, once again, Hit was faced with Jiren. As Kampa displayed a glimmer of hope and concern for Jiren, the latter, now at the brink of the arena, did not retreat. Instead, he forcefully repelled Caulifla and Kale. And to Hit's utter astonishment, the once immobilized Jiren began to advance towards him, step by deliberate step. Though his movements were slow, he was undeniably in motion. Under the complete confinement of Hit, a movement occurred. Even Hit wore an expression of disbelief. It was the first time he encountered a being like Jiren. Similarly, countless spectators from various realms displayed expressions of astonishment and incredulity. They were aware of Jiren's immense strength and recognized him as a being of extraordinary capability. Yet, they could not fathom the sheer absurdity of the situation. Chapter 167. The figure appearing before Sun Wukong. Do Nmyn. Wow. Jiren is utterly outrageous. All of Hit's techniques are ineffective against him. Zhang Chulan. He concealed himself in a parallel dimension, only to have Jiren shatter the space. Zhang Chulan. He created a time prison to confine Jiren, yet still failed to completely restrain him. Kakashi. Although it appears that Jiren effortlessly dismantles Hit's techniques, Kakashi, the magnitude of power he has unleashed is beyond our imagination. In response to Kakashi's remarks, countless spectators nodded in agreement. Indeed, from their perspective, Jiren's dismantling of Hit's techniques appeared deceptively simple. The parallel space created by Hit was shattered with a single punch from Jiren. Even while being confined, Jiren continued to act. It seemed remarkably straightforward. However, they understood that achieving such ease required an unfathomable amount of strength. Jiren's apparent ease was not indicative of Hit's weakness. Rather, it was a testament to Jiren's overwhelming power. Had anyone else faced Hit's displayed techniques, even Sun Wukong would likely have found himself at a loss. If Hit were up against someone other than Jiren, these techniques would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Even relying solely on his time skip ability, he could eliminate countless competitors. Alas, it was unfortunate that Hit chose to confront Jiren, the one being capable of effortlessly countering all his techniques. One could only wonder what he was thinking when he sought out the only entity who could easily dismantle him. Universe 6. Is this truly the strongest warrior of Universe 11? The version of me in the video has ascended to greater heights, yet stands powerless before Jiren. As Hit gazed at the video, his typically impassive face bore an expression of surprise. He was acutely aware that the version of himself in the video was significantly stronger than his current self. The techniques he wielded in that video had yet to be developed by him. Moreover, the narration had previously indicated that the Hit in the video had enhanced his time skip ability, increasing from a jump of 0.1 seconds to 0.5 seconds. It could be said that the version of him in the video surpassed his current self by an unfathomable margin. Yet, even so, before Jiren, his efforts were rendered futile. The time skip was effortlessly countered, and his subsequent techniques bore no efficacy. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Though he may be the strongest in Universe 6, there exist entities in other universes who surpass him, even that Sun Wukong. If one were to venture into that realm of ultimate mastery, with his current strength, he would undoubtedly find himself no match for Sun Wukong. The desire to engage in battle with Sun Wukong and Jiren is palpable. In this moment, Hit comprehended why Sun Wukong proposed the Tournament of Power. It was a yearning to clash with formidable beings from other universes. To be candid, he shares this sentiment. He has now ascended to become the foremost assassin of Universe 6, but this achievement has stifled his growth. As the apex, the absence of worthy opponents renders the pursuit of greater strength exceedingly arduous. Admittedly, the god of destruction, Kampa, possesses greater might. However, challenging Kampa would be tantamount to courting demise, as not all gods of destruction, like Beerus, are inclined to engage in combat with mortals from their own universe. A confrontation with Kampa would yield no advancement. The inevitable outcome would be his annihilation. Yet, if he could spar with Sun Wukong and Jiren, he firmly believes he could continue his evolution. The narration has indicated that the evolution of his time skip technique is attributable to his encounters with Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong's current strength falls short. He is not as formidable as he appears in the videos. Thus, his most attainable target now is Jiren. Of course, Toppo's prowess is commendable as well, and a battle with him would also suffice. However, he remains uncertain about how to traverse to Universe 11, rendering such a confrontation impossible. The commentator remarks, Kampa, do you see? Your universe's Hit is no match for Jiren. The commentator adds, but do not be disheartened. Hit is already incredibly strong. If he were not facing Jiren, he would undoubtedly dominate. Upon witnessing the commentator's remarks, Kampa's expression darkened significantly, yet he refrained from retorting. After all, it is true that Hit cannot contend with Jiren. Any rebuttal would only serve to make him appear foolish. Nevertheless, he is compelled to vent his frustration, and Hit becomes the perfect target. Kampa, Hit, why do you seek to challenge Jiren? Kampa, you could easily eliminate the other contenders first. The commentator's assertion holds merit. Had Hit faced anyone but Jiren, he could have indeed swept through the competition, eliminating the other participants. Yet, he has chosen to confront Jiren prematurely, when he could have delayed their encounter. It is crucial to remember that Hit is the ace of Universe 6. With him in the fray, there remains a glimmer of hope for victory, at least to reach the finals. However, due to his decision to face Jiren, it appears that their champion is on the brink of elimination. Thus, the blame falls squarely upon Jiren. In response to Kampa's inquiries, Hit offered no reply, for he too was perplexed by the motivations of his video counterpart. Why had he hastened to confront Jiren? Yet, since it was a decision made by the version of himself captured in the video, there must be a rationale behind it. It is simply unfortunate that the Hit depicted in the footage seems destined for imminent defeat at the hands of Jiren. As Hit pondered, In the video, Jiren approached him. Subsequently, his hand began to move, seizing the energy sphere nestled in Hit's palm. This sphere was the very tool Hit employed to confine Jiren. Without it, Jiren's imprisonment would have been shattered. Upon grasping this energy sphere, Jiren crushed it effortlessly, a technique that left countless individuals helpless. Yet, before Jiren, it was effortlessly dismantled. With Hit's technique neutralized, Jiren pressed the advantage, launching an attack that sent Hit plummeting from the arena. Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6, the ace of his universe, was thus eliminated before Jiren. However, no one from Universe 6 blamed Hit, not even Kampa. They all understood that Hit had exerted himself to the utmost. It was not Hit's inadequacy. Rather, Jiren was simply too formidable. With Hit's elimination, only 5 remained from Universe 6, the Saiyans Caulifla, Kale, and Kaba, alongside 2 Namekians. Meanwhile, at another part of the arena, Son Goku, who had been sent flying by Jiren, lay on the stage, having exited the Ultra Instinct state. Due to the relentless battles and the exertion from using Ultra Instinct, Goku's stamina had been drastically depleted, nearly exhausted. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. Chapter 168. Understanding the value of the most charismatic villain. Upon seeing the figure before him, countless spectators gasped in disbelief, their hearts filled with trepidation. For this figure was none other than Frieza. Zhangguo, what does Frieza intend to do? Why has he appeared before Son Goku? Is he here to help him up? Duan Mu Yan. No, it's also possible he aims to eliminate Son Goku. Li Xian. Given their history, he is indeed quite likely to do so. This was precisely why the audience was engulfed in unease. After all, the relationship between Frieza and Son Goku was well understood by those in the know. Son Goku was not only the first to defeat Frieza, but had also once taken his life. Originally, when Goku merely bested Frieza, Frieza had already deemed him his most despised foe. Furthermore, during Frieza's second attempt at vengeance, he perished at Goku's hands. To the countless spectators, their relationship seemed irreconcilable. That Frieza had consented to Goku's invitation to participate in the Tournament of Power had already astonished them. Now, witnessing Frieza appear before Goku, their first thought was that Frieza intended to strike. Zhang Chulan. That seems rather unlikely. After all, Goku and Frieza are now allies. Zhang Chulan. If Frieza were to attack Goku, it would weaken Universe 7's strength. Zhang Chulan. If Universe 7 were to lose, Frieza would also face obliteration, with no chance of resurrection. Perhaps he intends to assist Sun Wukong? Nevertheless, despite Zhang Chulan's remarks, the unease lingering within countless viewers remains unabated. Were it another individual, they would surely believe that there would be no harm directed towards Sun Wukong. Yet this is Frieza, and they cannot guarantee his intentions. Within the confines of the 7th universe, aboard Frieza's spacecraft, a scoff escapes him. How could I possibly wish to aid Sun Wukong? Observing the barrage of comments from Zhang Chulan, Frieza's lips curl into a disdainful smile. Would he truly assist Sun Wukong? He would relish in the demise of Sun Wukong rather than offer any form of aid. Even if, in the video, he and Sun Wukong momentarily find themselves on the same side, it does not imply he would refrain from striking at him. Though he may not be able to eradicate Sun Wukong, eliminating him from the competition is entirely within his reach. This, he mused, would serve as a means of reclaiming a modicum of interest from Sun Wukong. Frieza possesses unwavering confidence. He is convinced that the version of himself depicted in the video would never lend assistance to Sun Wukong. He firmly believes that he is destined to make a move against him. With such thoughts in mind, Frieza eagerly continues to watch the video, anticipating the moment when he will enact his plans against Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, in the video, Sun Wukong is taken aback by Frieza's arrival, particularly as they stand alone. Their figures obscured by the stones of the arena, rendering them invisible to the audience. It is evident that should Frieza wish to act against Sun Wukong, no one would be the wiser. Frieza feigns an intent to strike, declaring that he has awaited this opportunity for far too long. Finally poised to exact his revenge upon Sun Wukong, he then extends a hand towards him. Sun Wukong instinctively shuts his eyes, aware that in his current state, he is incapable of evading or countering Frieza's assault. Whatever Frieza intends to do, he cannot prevent. However, the anticipated scenario of his elimination by Frieza does not unfold. Frieza does not launch an attack against Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong opens his eyes, he discovers a layer of energy enveloping him, which subsequently merges with his being. With this energy coursing through him, some of his previously depleted strength begins to return. I have repaid you a favor, Frisia informs Sun Wukong. Moreover, I require your assistance in dealing with that Jiren. Having elucidated his rationale for such actions, Frisia vanishes before Sun Wukong. One might recall the earlier confrontation between Sun Wukong and Frisia on Namek, where Frisia once implored Sun Wukong for salvation. In that instance, Sun Wukong indeed shared a portion of his energy with Frisia. This is precisely why Frisia claims to have returned the favor to Sun Wukong. Initially, Sun Wukong bestowed some of his energy upon Frisia, and now, Frisia has reciprocated, granting energy to Sun Wukong to facilitate his recovery. Therefore, do you grasp the true essence of what constitutes the most compelling and charismatic villain in the vast cosmos? The formidable Emperor Frisia exhibits an unreserved generosity towards his capable subordinates, addressing them with utmost respect and honorifics. He is not only appreciative but also remembers the kindness shown to him by Son Goku during a critical moment, reciprocating that gratitude in kind. Let us extol the magnificent Frisia, the most captivating of antagonists. As the narration unfolds, countless spectators across the myriad realms are filled with a profound sense of reflection. They find themselves beginning to develop an affinity for Frisia. Is Frisia indeed a villain? Undoubtedly. Whether it be the events that transpired on planet Namek or his vengeful return to Earth, the evidence is clear. Yet, as the narrator aptly notes, he embodies a most charismatic villain. His politeness towards his subordinates and his remarkable capacity for gratitude are commendable traits that evoke profound admiration. Such nobility is truly touching. NMYN. Goodness, I never anticipated that Frisia would genuinely assist Son Goku. NMYN. Furthermore, he has consistently remembered the times Son Goku saved him. LXNN. Although he is indeed a villain, I must confess, I am beginning to like him. ZHNGU. Even though he claims his intention in saving Son Goku was to have him confront Jiren. ZHNGU. I cannot shake the feeling that there is a term to describe his rationale. ZHNGU. What was it? Arrogant? ZHNCHLN. Sundara. His explanation serves merely to mask his act of saving Son Goku. ZHNCHLN. While he may indeed have had that ulterior motive, the more significant reason remains his desire to save Son Goku. HIQYH. Indeed, Frisia ultimately belongs to Universe 7. He would not diminish its strength. HIQYH. Perhaps after this power tournament, should Universe 7 emerge victorious, the relationship between Frisia and Son Goku might experience remarkable advancement. KKX. Indeed. Was it not the case that Frisia and Son Goku were adversaries before? They later became friends. KKX. I suspect Frisia may follow a similar path. Chapter 169. Frisia, Treachery. This is treachery. The myriad spectators across the realms are awash with expressions of profound contemplation regarding the relationship between Son Goku and Frisia, tinged with a hint of envy. Their own adversaries lack the captivating charm of Frisia. They are only acquainted with Frisia's malevolent side, devoid of his alluring qualities. If those nefarious beings could glean a lesson from Frisia, perhaps they too could transform foes into allies. BLS. Frisia, well done. BLS expresses great satisfaction with Frisia's conduct. Initially, Frisia was merely a detestable figure in his eyes, a tool utilized for the annihilation of the Saiyans. Previous videos concerning Frisia did little to alter his perception. However, in this particular video, BLS discovers that Frisia possesses commendable attributes as well. Regardless of having previously eliminated Frost or currently assisting Sun Wukong, he has performed admirably in both instances. Frisia, this character, has indeed developed a certain fondness for him. Now, one can only hope that he refrains from causing any disturbances in the future. If Frisia can maintain this demeanor, his status in Frisia's regard would undoubtedly rise significantly. At this moment, however, Frisia, the very subject in question, completely disregarded the barrage of comments. He was engrossed in the video, his expression one of incredulity. Initially, he had eagerly anticipated witnessing himself eliminate Sun Wukong, and the video's early portrayal of him seemed to be heading in that direction. Anyone who watched would assume he was on the verge of attacking Sun Wukong. Yet, in the next moment, a monumental twist occurred. Not only did he fail to eliminate Sun Wukong, but he also extended his assistance to him. This was an intolerable affront to Frisia. Let it be known, Sun Wukong was the first individual to vanquish him, and he had even killed him before. In Frisia's mind, Sun Wukong should be regarded as his most despised adversary. Not even Vegeta or Trunks, the one who had originally dispatched him, could compare. Yet, why, oh why, did the Frieza in the video choose to assist Sun Wukong? Was it a debt of gratitude for Sun Wukong having once saved him by sharing his energy? Nonsense. He was Frieza. He was the emperor of the universe. Sun Wukong's act of salvation should be a source of immense humiliation for him, not a favor to be acknowledged. As for the notion of letting Sun Wukong confront Jiren, that could be a reason. But there are others in Universe 7. Vegeta, Sun Wukong's son, that Namekian named Piccolo, none of whom had been eliminated. Clearly, these individuals could also aid Sun Wukong. Why was it exclusively him, and why did he take the initiative? His actions in the video made the once self-assured Frieza appear as a mere jester. Betrayal. This was betrayal. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. His ire directed at the version of himself displayed in the video. In his eyes, the actions portrayed were the epitome of treachery, the most grievous kind. He swore that if the tournament of power were to materialize in reality and he were a participant, he would never assist Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, a wave of unease surged within Frieza. Could it be that he would end up aiding Sun Wukong in the future? In the video, after absorbing Frieza's energy, the once incapacitated Sun Wukong regained a modicum of strength and was able to act once more. He then faced off against the two female Saiyans from Universe 6, Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla persisted in her desire for Sun Wukong to teach her a more potent transformation, leading to an intense battle between them. As Sun Wukong had not yet recovered a significant amount of energy, he was temporarily unable to transform, relying instead on his masterful combat experience and skill. In a state of normalcy, Sun Wukong single-handedly contended against the Super Saiyan transformations of Kale and Caulifla. Remarkably, during the confrontation, he was also replenishing his energy. In other words, for Sun Wukong, the battle with Caulifla and Kale not only did not deplete his stamina, but rather allowed him to recover it. This indicates that he found the skirmish with them to be exceedingly effortless, expending less energy than he regained. On Planet Salad of Universe 6, the air was filled with the sound of explosions. It was Caulifla unleashing her fury upon her surroundings. She had long desired to grow stronger, placing immense value on her power. Yet, the bitter truth was now revealed to her. Her strength was insignificant before Sun Wukong. The notion that Sun Wukong could use their battle as a means to restore his stamina was a profound insult. Damn you, Sun Wukong. Once I master a stronger transformation, I shall teach you a lesson, Caulifla exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Nevertheless, she also felt a thrill, as the transformations of the Saiyans were not exclusive to those from Universe 7. The Saiyans of Universe 6 could achieve them as well. Previously, she had harbored concerns that the transformations of the Super Saiyans were solely the domain of Universe 7. Should that be the case, she, as a Saiyan from Universe 6, would be left to envy their formidable abilities. However, she now understood that this was not the case. The Saiyans of Universe 6 were indeed capable of transformation. The reason she was unable to transform at present was either due to insufficient power or an incorrect method. Nevertheless, hope had emerged. As long as the Saiyans of Universe 6 could transform, there was potential. However, Sun Wukong's strength was undeniably formidable. Despite her irritation towards him, Caulifla could not help but acknowledge his might. It was worth noting that Sun Wukong was currently contending with both her and Kale without having transformed himself. Moreover, he was doing so whilst fatigued. This indicated that his base strength far surpassed theirs. Yet, defeating Sun Wukong was not without hope. While he had yet to fully recover his stamina, if she could master a more powerful transformation, or if Kale could unleash her full potential once more, they could certainly triumph over him. With Hit already eliminated, she and Kale were now the hopes of Universe 6. In the video, through his battles with Caulifla and Kale, Sun Wukong had regained sufficient energy to transform into Super Saiyan 3. His intention in transforming was not merely to vanquish Caulifla and Kale, but rather to instruct Caulifla in the art of transformation. Having previously learned from him, she had already achieved Super Saiyan 2. The next step was Super Saiyan 3. As for even stronger transformations, his current stamina was insufficient. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong's power surged immensely. He was already capable of overcoming two opponents in his base form alone. In the present moment, after her transformation, she effortlessly overwhelmed Caulifla. Witnessing her sister being dominated, Kale could no longer contain herself and erupted once again. Chapter 170. the reappearance of the ultimate technique. Kale reverted to her previous berserk form, yet this time, Caulifla immediately opted to soothe her. After all, in her berserk state, Kale would indiscriminately attack friend and foe alike. Through Caulifla's eloquent persuasion, Kale regained her composure and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. With Kale's assistance, Goku found himself at a disadvantage in a one-on-two battle. However, during the earlier skirmish, Goku had managed to replenish some of his stamina, enough to enable his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Upon achieving this transformation, Goku seized the upper hand once more. Yet, realizing that even together she and Kale could not best Goku, Caulifla did not feel disheartened after acknowledging Goku's strength. For she possessed a trump card. She called out to Kale and then produced a pair of earrings. Kale also retrieved a matching earring, and they adorned their respective ears. In the next moment, two radiant beams of light erupted from their forms, merging together. As the lights combined, the figures of Caulifla and Kale began to fuse. When the brilliance subsided, their individual forms had vanished, replaced by a completely new entity. This new figure bore the traits of both Caulifla and Kale, with earrings adorning both ears. Her voice encompassed the sounds of both warriors. This entity was none other than Kefla, the Patera fusion of Caulifla and Kale. The Patera earrings had been bestowed upon them by Kampa as a hidden ace for the sixth universe. As a fused warrior, Kefla's power far surpassed that of both Caulifla and Kale combined. Even Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form would not stand a chance against her. The once dominant Goku found himself once again in peril. Beerus, Kampa, you despicable being. You allowed your sixth universe to utilize the Patera earrings for fusion. Beerus, your sixth universe has committed a foul. You've employed an item. Beerus was exceedingly displeased. How could Goku, in a one-on-one or one-on-two scenario, be outmatched? Resorting to fusion was utterly contemptible. As a god of destruction, Beerus was well aware of the Patera earrings' capabilities. The strength of Kefla was exponentially greater than that of Caulifla and Kale combined. The crux of the matter was that the sixth universe had utilized an item, which clearly violated the rules. Kampa, Beerus, if Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister had deemed it a violation, they would have disqualified Caulifla and Kale. This merely indicates that our sixth universe has adhered to the rules. Kampa's assertion rendered Beerus speechless. Indeed, had the sixth universe genuinely breached the regulations, the Grand Minister would have undoubtedly declared Caulifla and Kale unfit to compete. Yet, since Kefla was still able to battle against Goku, in the eyes of the Omni King and the High Priest, this does not constitute a violation of the rules. Although the Tournament of Power indeed has regulations prohibiting the use of external artifacts, it is ultimately the Omni King and the High Priest who hold the authority over these rules. If they declare a breach of the rules, then even without the use of artifacts, it is deemed a violation. Conversely, if they assert that no rules have been broken, then even the extensive use of artifacts is permissible. Thus, it can only be said that this burden falls solely upon Sun Wukong. In Universe 6, on the planet Salad, the power of this earring is astonishing. Kale gazes at the footage, her eyes shimmering with excitement. After fusing with Caulifla using this earring, they have become remarkably formidable. Even the transformed Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong cannot match their strength. While it is true that Wukong is not at his peak, the ability to suppress him in his Super Saiyan Blue form is indeed impressive. Regrettably, this earring remains merely an external enhancement. What she truly desires is to master a more powerful transformation that would be a manifestation of her own strength. However, since she and Caulifla have already fused, the outcome of their battle against Sun Wukong remains uncertain. Logically, their chances of victory should be higher. Yet, Sun Wukong possesses an uncanny ability to unleash tremendous power when cornered. Therefore, it is truly unpredictable. On the screen, under the pressure exerted by Caulifla, Sun Wukong is swiftly brought to the ground. The stamina he had previously regained is once again depleted. Subsequently, Caulifla executes her ultimate move, aiming to eliminate Sun Wukong from the competition. Yet, at that very moment, a miracle unfolds. The seemingly defeated Sun Wukong rises from the ground, appearing almost as if he has lost consciousness. However, as he lifts his head, the once faded silver-gray light radiates anew. Sun Wukong has once again entered the Ultra Instinct state. With this resurgence into Ultra Instinct, Sun Wukong effortlessly evades Caulifla's attacks. The disadvantage he faced is swiftly rectified. Observing this scene, the gods of destruction are left in astonishment. Kampa, this is cheating. How has Sun Wukong re-entered Ultra Instinct? Beerus, while he may not be a match for Jiren, I must say, this is rather outrageous. It is worth noting that, aside from Beerus, none of these gods of destruction have ever attained Ultra Instinct. Yet, this human, Sun Wukong, has managed to achieve it a second time. This state is not something one can easily master after the first attainment. It does not follow that succeeding in the first entry guarantees success in the second, particularly in a situation where Sun Wukong's stamina is nearly exhausted. When he first entered Ultra Instinct, he at least had sufficient energy, but this time, he is running on empty. To achieve it once more under such conditions is, as Kampa aptly stated, nothing short of extraordinary. In contrast to the other gods of destruction, Beerus is filled with delight. Beerus, haha, this is Sun Wukong. Beerus, after watching so many videos about him, do you still not understand who he is? He is the type of person who can unleash tremendous power in the face of despair. Although Beerus felt a hint of surprise, a greater sense of relief washed over him. This was due to his recollection of the video where he battled Son Goku. In that footage, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God to confront him. Even after reverting from the Super Saiyan God state, he continued to engage fiercely, utilizing the residual energy within him. Son Goku is indeed a man capable of miracles. Otherwise, why would the version of himself in the video hold him in such high regard? Surely others do not think that he spared Earth solely for its delectable cuisine. While that may play a part, the more significant reason is his unwavering faith in Son Goku. Son Goku has earned his approval. Chapter 171. Is it nearly impossible for Son Goku to attain perfect mastery? Krillin. Goku has once again stepped into Ultra Instinct, but alas, I have already been eliminated. Tien, indeed. All we can do is watch from the audience and cheer for Goku. Yamcha. At least you can still watch from the stands. I am confined to Earth. Piccolo. That guy Goku has once again reached a level beyond our imagination. Observing Son Goku's return to Ultra Instinct, the warriors felt a profound sense of emotion. Nevertheless, none found it surprising. As friends who have known Son Goku the longest, they understood him well. Each time he faced formidable foes and found himself in dire straits, he would invariably turn the tide. This time is no exception. Moreover, they believe this is neither the first nor the last occurrence. The once small boy has now grown to such heights. Simply being able to fight alongside him is already a remarkable feat. Of course, Yamcha does not share this sentiment. He deeply regrets not participating in the Tournament of Power. Aboard Vegeta's spaceship, Vegeta glared at the video with a scowl. This marks the second time Kakarot has stolen the spotlight. What about me? Where am I? Vegeta felt dissatisfied with his portrayal in the video. Although he eliminated some competitors, he could not compare to Kakarot's flair. He yearns to unleash immense power and deliver an outstanding performance like Kakarot. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, is he truly outshone by a lower-class warrior? Yet, judging by the current situation, it seems to be the case. Could it be that this Tournament of Power is destined to become Kakarot's personal stage? Meanwhile, in the video, after once again entering Ultra Instinct, Son Goku closed the gap with Caulifla. Caulifla, witnessing Son Goku's progress, felt a surge of excitement. She was ready for a proper battle, no longer concealing her strength. Caulifla transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed her full power. Under the strain of ultimate exertion, Kefla and Son Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange, each combatant delivering and dodging blows with remarkable intensity. Despite Son Wukong's mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, he found himself unable to secure a decisive victory over Kefla. Observers of this battle noted a concerning discrepancy. While Son Wukong could evade Kefla's assaults, his own attacks did not seem to inflict significant damage. The disparity between his offensive and defensive capabilities was stark. Whis provided insight into this phenomenon, explaining that during his offensive maneuvers, Wukong remained preoccupied with strategizing his attacks. This instinctual deliberation hindered him from fully surrendering to his physical prowess. Upon hearing Whis's elucidation, the onlookers gained clarity, as did the countless spectators across the myriad realms. Warring states. I see now. In terms of defense, Son Wukong has reached a level where he acts without conscious thought, allowing his body to respond autonomously. Warring states. However, he has yet to achieve this in his offensive capabilities, which is why his strikes lack the potency of his defenses. Do NMYN. I recall that the narrator mentioned that Son Wukong's current state is not the complete Ultra Instinct, but rather a precursor, termed Ultra Instinct Sign. Zhang Chulan. So, When Sun Wukong can attack without the need for thought, he will have attained perfect Ultra Instinct. Bills, indeed, but achieving that is exceedingly difficult, almost insurmountable. As the only god of destruction to comprehend Ultra Instinct sign, Bills understood the immense challenge of taking that final step towards perfect Ultra Instinct. He had mastered Ultra Instinct sign long ago, yet he had not attained the perfect form to this day. Naturally, he had chosen to abandon that pursuit in favor of another path. If it were not so arduous, he would have achieved it long ago. Why else would he give up? As for whether Sun Wukong could succeed, Bills found it hard to say. However, he believed that for Wukong to reach that pinnacle would be incredibly challenging, bordering on impossible, especially given the depletion of his stamina. Despite his fervent desire for Universe 7 to emerge victorious, he dared not entertain the fantasy that Wukong could attain perfect Ultra Instinct and lead them to triumph. He preferred to envision alternative scenarios. Kakashi, nevertheless, even if Sun Wukong's attacks still require conscious thought, he can remain undefeated merely by relying on Ultra Instinct sign. Ichigo Kurosaki. The question remains, how long can he sustain this state? Ichigo Kurosaki. If he cannot swiftly defeat Kefla, the likelihood of his loss increases dramatically. Piccolo. Wukong still possesses a chance for victory, as his attacks, though not overtly effective against Kefla, still hold merit. Piccolo. If he seizes the right opportunity, he can indeed overcome Kefla. Piccolo's assertion garnered considerable agreement among the onlookers. Indeed, Sun Wukong still harbored hopes of victory. After all, while his attacks may not have inflicted overt damage on Caulifla, they were nonetheless effective. As long as there is efficacy, there exists the possibility of victory. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong's battle against Jiren, prior to mastering the Ultra Instinct technique, was truly despondent. His assaults had no effect whatsoever on Jiren, none at all. That was a situation devoid of any hope for triumph. Just as countless spectators prayed for a glimmer of hope, it indeed materialized. In the video, Sun Wukong realized that his strikes could be thwarted by Caulifla. If this continued, he would inevitably be the first to succumb. Thus, Sun Wukong undertook an astonishing maneuver. When Caulifla launched yet another energy attack at him, instead of retaliating, he swiftly closed the distance along the trajectory of her assault. He positioned himself mere arm's length from Caulifla, and in such close proximity, he unleashed the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's intention was not to inflict harm upon Caulifla, but rather to propel her from the arena. In this intimate range, with his own attack in motion, Caulifla found herself unable to defend, helplessly watching as Sun Wukong's strike connected. Although his assault did not cause her any harm, it was sufficient to push her away. This transpired in an instant. By the time Caulifla regained her capacity to defend, Sun Wukong's attack had already sent her tumbling from the stage. As Caulifla is a fused warrior, this blow effectively eliminated both her and Kale from the competition. This further exacerbated the plight of the already dwindling 6th universe. Chapter 172. Vegeta has actually taken on a disciple? Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong battled Caulifla, another Saiyan from the 6th universe, Kaba, found himself in peril. During his initial crisis, Kaba was rescued by Vegeta. They made a pact. Vegeta vowed to achieve ultimate victory and ensure Kaba's revival. However, when Kaba faced his second crisis, Vegeta was not by his side. Despite unleashing astonishing power and transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Kaba's opponent proved too formidable, even in this enhanced state. He was still outmatched. Ultimately, Kaba was eliminated from the competition. With his departure, the 6th universe was left with only 2 Namekians. One might wonder why Vegeta's demeanor towards Kaba was so markedly different. This is due to their previous encounter in the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, where Kaba humbly approached Vegeta for guidance on transformation. Although Vegeta feigned refusal and insulted him, his intent was to incite Kaba's anger, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon learning of this, Kaba came to regard Vegeta as his master. Even the way he addresses Vegeta is as Master Vegeta. Of course, Vegeta verbally denies this acknowledgement, yet deep within, he has indeed accepted this disciple. This is hardly surprising, as a significant aspect of Vegeta's personality is his tsundere nature. After hearing the narration, countless spectators suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Vegeta made a concerted effort to save this Caulifla, even promising that he would secure victory to ensure her revival. His concern and protection for Caulifla are decidedly unusual, considering they are, in essence, adversaries. Now it is clear to them. It turns out they share a master-disciple relationship. Vegeta truly exhibits a remarkable kindness towards his apprentice. However, returning to the subject at hand, numerous events transpired during the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. They remember that the Grand Zeno made his appearance during this tournament. Additionally, that Hit, who became stronger due to battling Son Goku in the tournament. It leaves them wondering whether they will eventually be able to view the complete footage of the tournament. Their curiosity regarding this competition is indeed piqued. Inside Vegeta's spaceship, he muses, "My disciple? I will actually have an apprentice in the future? And from another universe at that?" Vegeta finds it somewhat hard to fathom. In the future, not only does he have a wife and children, but he also has taken on an apprentice? Yet, for Caulifla to be chosen as his disciple, she must possess some unique qualities. Meanwhile, in another part of the spaceship, Nappa is losing his composure. This Vegeta has accepted a Saiyan from another universe as a disciple and treats her with such kindness. Yet, he, an old subordinate, is treated like a mere roadkill by Vegeta. Damn, he feels an overwhelming sense of imbalance within himself. Beerus, Kampa, oh dear Kampa. Your other ace from the 6th universe has also been eliminated, leaving only 2 Namekians behind. Beerus, it seems your 6th universe is on the brink of elimination. Kampa, Beerus, do not revel in your triumph. With just these 2 Namekians, our 6th universe can still endure until the end. However, no one pays heed to Kampa's commentary. After all, it is evident to all that with only these 2 Namekians remaining, elimination is inevitable. The 6th universe's trump card, Hit, has already been ousted by Jiren. The other ace, Caulifla, has also fallen to Son Goku. What kind of storm can these 2 Namekians possibly stir? Yet, apart from Whis, the remaining gods of destruction were expressions devoid of laughter. The elimination of the 6th universe is a foregone conclusion. But what about their own universe? What of their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th universes? Before the monstrous figures of Son Goku and Jiren, how long can their universe's competitors hold out? They can only silently pray that their universe's contestants might surprise them. After all, they are unaware of who among their universe's participants is competing. Perhaps among them lies a formidable presence? In the video, as time elapses in the Tournament of Power, the battles on the arena have reached a fever pitch. Remaining in the arena are the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 11th universes, 6 in total. Among these, the 7th universe boasts the greatest number of participants, with a total of 7 warriors still standing. Consequently, the 7th universe has become the target of the other 5 universes. The 6th universe, now with only 2 Namekians left, approaches Gohan and Piccolo. Their primary interest lies in Piccolo, as he shares their Namekian heritage. They seek to witness the strength of the Namekians from the 7th universe. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors from the 2nd universe have set their sights on Goku. After defeating Kefla, Goku has returned to his normal state, his energy once again depleted. The 2nd universe aims to seize the opportunity to eliminate Goku. On Gohan and Piccolo's side, the father and son duo engages in a fierce battle against the 2 Namekians from the 6th universe. The intensity of their combat is quite normal. However, Goku's situation is rather unusual. Confronting him are the last 3 male contestants from the 2nd universe. The predicament lies in the fact that as the final hope of the 2nd universe, their god of destruction, Hellas, is rallying support alongside the 7 eliminated contestants. If it were merely a matter of encouragement, it would pose no issue. The complication arises from the fact that among the eliminated contestants are 3 goddesses, each possessing transformation abilities. Their support imbues the 3 male contestants with newfound strength, granting them the transformation powers of the goddesses. While their capabilities indeed see an enhancement post-transformation, they are also clad in the attire of the goddesses, women's clothing. The key point is that these 3 male contestants comprise an elderly man with graying hair and 2 burly figures. Their appearances, coupled with their feminine garb, create a significant visual impact for many. Surprisingly, the inhabitants of the 2nd universe do not find this sight distasteful. Rather, they perceive them as extraordinarily beautiful. Among the 12 universes, the aesthetic sensibilities of the 2nd universe diverge from those of the others. This is a depiction of Ribrian, the strongest among the 2nd universe. Prior to her transformation, a photograph showcasing a stunning beauty with flowing green hair, undeniably of divine caliber, leaving many spectators enraptured. Chapter 173, The Aesthetic of the 2nd Universe. Incomprehensible, yet respected, and here is Ribrian post-transformation. Another photograph surfaces, revealing a stout figure, possessing an unattractive visage and a rotund physique. The contrast between this appearance and that of the previous goddess is stark, evoking gasps from those who were previously captivated, nearly causing them to choke on their astonishment. They find it unfathomable that the once divine beauty could transform into such an unappealing form. In the realm of the second universe, before her transformation, Ribrian was regarded as unattractive. It was only after her metamorphosis that she truly embodied the essence of a goddess. But how do the competitors from other universes perceive this? The scene shifts to a battle between the transformed Ribrian and Vegeta. Ribrian executes a technique known as Hell Roll, morphing into a sphere and rolling towards Vegeta. Initially, Vegeta intended to launch an attack. However, upon witnessing Ribrian's visage during her roll, he instinctively covered his mouth, nearly retching. This compelled him to halt his assault and leap aside in evasion. Thus, it can be inferred that Ribrian's post-transformation appearance was so disconcerting that even Vegeta could not withstand it. Countless spectators expressed their sympathy for Vegeta, fully comprehending why he chose to refrain from attacking. Were they in his position, they too would find it impossible to strike such an unappealing face. Yet, astonishingly, in the second universe, the transformed Ribrian is deemed a goddess, while her pre-transformation self is labeled as unattractive. Is it possible that the aesthetic values of the second universe are inversely aligned with conventional standards? One can only assert that the aesthetic sensibilities of the second universe indeed stand apart from the norm. It would be unfair to claim that their aesthetic is flawed. After all, beauty is subjective and cannot be merely categorized as right or wrong. It is simply distinct. What one perceives as beauty or handsomeness may be seen differently by another, leading to an appreciation that diverges from mainstream perceptions. Thus, those aesthetic values that differ from popular understanding can only be described as unique. The entire aesthetic of the second universe can be characterized in this way. Countless beings, including Hellas, perceive no issue with their preferences. In their eyes, the transformed Ribrian is genuinely beautiful. If others deem it unattractive, it is merely a reflection of their inability to appreciate it. In fact, from their perspective, even the three male competitors, donning Ribrian-esque attire, radiate brilliance. Ah, how exquisite. Kapu remarks, I can't believe it. At my age, I still witness such an eye-searing spectacle. He continues, those two hulking figures are one thing. But that elderly man with graying whiskers and women-esque clothing is simply outrageous. He adds, if Sengoku were to appear before me in women-esque garb, I would undoubtedly strike him with a single punch. Sengoku retorts, what are you babbling about? How could I ever don women-esque attire? Duan Muyin observes. One can only say that the aesthetic of the second universe is indeed distinct. They perceive beauty where others do not. Zhang Chulan states, I must admit, I cannot comprehend it, but I respect their viewpoint. Ichigo Kurosaki notes, transformations, whether they be those of Goku and his Saiyan kin or others, all share a commonality. He elaborates, not only does their power amplify post-transformation, but their appearance undergoes a change as well, typically aligning with societal notions of enhanced attractiveness. Kurosaki Ichigo, the transformation of the second universe. Kurosaki Ichigo's barrage resonates profoundly with those viewers endowed with transformation abilities. Upon transforming, not only do they experience an enhancement in strength, but their appearance also becomes markedly more attractive. However, from the aesthetic perspective of the second universe, their transformations have rendered them less appealing. Naturally, given that the aesthetic values of the second universe diverge from their own, it is only respectful to refrain from judgment. Yet, witnessing the spectacle of three burly men clad in women's attire prompts involuntary twitches at the corners of many viewers' mouths. It is abstract. Indeed, far too abstract. Two robust men and an elderly gentleman donning feminine garb. They might very well be haunted by nightmares. Zhang Chulan, speaking of which, I've suddenly realized a pressing issue. The sixth universe is left with only two contenders, facing off against Son Gohan and Piccolo. The second universe still has three participants, yet they are pitted against Son Goku. Do NMYN, I understand your implication. It appears that two universes are on the verge of elimination by the seventh universe. Xiangpomf, that remains to be seen. Son Gohan and Piccolo may not necessarily be the match for our two Namekians from the sixth universe. Halisi, our representatives from the second universe also stand a plausible chance of eliminating Son Goku. Halisi and Xiang Pa vehemently oppose the assertions made by Du NMYN and Zhang Chulan. Or perhaps, They simply refuse to concede. After all, according to Du Nmyn and Zhang Chulan, both the second and sixth universes face impending elimination. As deities of destruction for the second and sixth universes, how could they possibly accept such a fate? However, acceptance is not within their purview to dictate. In the video, under the oppressive might of the three contestants from the second universe, Son Goku finds himself in peril. At this critical juncture, Android 17 and Android 18 arrive to assist Son Goku in combating the trio from the second universe. Meanwhile, Son Gohan valiantly faces two Namekians alone, thereby buying time for Piccolo, who is gathering energy in preparation to unleash a formidable attack. The battle on both fronts has reached its climactic stage. Should the second and sixth universes emerge victorious, the seventh universe would suffer the loss of 5 participants. Yet, with Vegeta and Frieza still in the fray, should the seventh universe prevail, it would result in the simultaneous elimination of 2 other universes. At last, the ultimate confrontation has arrived. The 3 male contestants from the second universe execute a fusion technique. According to Halisi, the god of destruction of the second universe, this fusion technique has never been successfully performed even by the 3 goddesses of the second universe. Yet now, it is manifested by these 3 men. This technique materializes as a black heart, subduing Son Goku and his companions beneath its weight. The gravitational force within this heart is extraordinarily high, constraining the movements of Son Goku and his allies. As Halisi elucidates, sometimes an overwhelming love can bring with it an immense burden. Such is the essence of this fusion technique. However, beneath the heart, Sun Wukong, along with number 17 and number 18, unleashed their respective techniques. The combined strength of the trio coalesced into a formidable shockwave, surging towards the black heart. Ultimately, the synergistic might of Sun Wukong and his companions prevailed. Their assault shattered the black heart, dismantling the offensive from the 3 male competitors of Universe 2, simultaneously eliminating them from the contest. Chapter 174, the most beautiful moment of Universe 2, Brotherhood. Meanwhile, on the side of Son Gohan and Piccolo, under the strain of Son Gohan's 1-against-2 delay, Piccolo's energy accumulation finally reached completion. With a powerful move, the Special Beam Cannon, he pierced through the bodies of the 2 Namekians from Universe 6, sending them plummeting off the stage. Piccolo's attack, alongside the strikes from Sun Wukong and his allies, soared into the heavens, creating a breathtaking tableau above the arena. Beneath this stunning spectacle lay the conclusion of 2 universes facing elimination. However, there was no uproar. Both universes accepted their fate with serene composure, particularly in Universe 2. While other universes concealed the events of the Tournament of Power, Universe 2 not only refrained from hiding the truth, but even broadcasted it live. Thus, the entire populace of Universe 2 was acutely aware of their imminent obliteration. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, they waved their glow sticks, departing this world in their most beautiful form. On the other hand, in Universe 6, just before their eradication, Kampa cast a glance at Beerus. "Hey, brother." Kampa called out to Beerus. Beerus turned his head to look at Kampa. Without uttering another word, Kampa merely made a face at Beerus. In the next moment, he vanished completely from Beerus's sight. "Say something," Beerus muttered softly, observing Kampa's silence. At that moment, the relationship between them transcended mere rivalry. They were bound by the unbreakable ties of brotherhood. As the narration aptly began, despite the distinct aesthetic of Universe 2, their collective attitude towards death was undeniably beautiful to any spectator. Regarding Universe 6 and Kampa, in their final moments, they too ceased to be mere bickering adversaries and instead embraced the essence of brotherhood. Yet, in the end, these brothers did not exchange any words. Listening to the narrator's account, countless viewers were filled with profound emotion. Indeed, regardless of the differences in aesthetic values between Universe 2 and others, their approach to mortality was truly exquisite. Zhang Chulan, the entire Universe 2 watched the live broadcast, fully aware of their impending disappearance. Zhang Chulan. But they did not despair, nor did they cause a commotion. Instead, they waved their glow sticks, gracefully approaching the end of their lives. Zhang Chulan. This was not merely their beauty. In my eyes, it is the epitome of beauty. Duan Muyen. Indeed, as the narrator stated, who could possibly deem this moment anything less than beautiful? Endless universes dance with luminous sticks, yet it is their approach to mortality, facing death with serene acceptance, that captivates. Indeed, the valiant efforts of Universe 2 have not gone unnoticed. Defeat was an inevitable outcome. The contenders from the eliminated universes have exerted their utmost capabilities. Though they faced loss, they should not be subjected to blame or ridicule. Is it true that the destroyer of Universe 6, Kampa, is a brother to the destroyer of Universe 7, Beerus? It is no wonder they both share the same violet feline visage. Humph. Having such a brother brings me embarrassment, declares Beerus. Humph. It is your presence that causes me shame, retorts Kampa. Yet, despite their words, the farewell captured in the video stirs a complex array of emotions within. In Beerus's eyes, Kampa's final call of brother accompanied by a playful grimace speaks volumes, though no further words were exchanged. Kampa, while silent in his last moments, likely harbors a desire for Beerus and Universe 7 to endure until the end. Regrettably, he cannot witness the final outcome, but he takes solace in the knowledge that he may still behold whether Universe 7 triumphs. However, let us not forget that 4 universes have already been eliminated. All of them fell to the might of Universe 7, or rather, they were graciously escorted to their final fate by Universe 7. The audience nods in agreement. Indeed, whether it be Universe 9, 10, or the current Universe 2 and 6, it is evident that the last competitors were all vanquished by Universe 7, delivering the final blow. Thus, the pressing question arises, will Universe 7 replicate this feat and eliminate the remaining 3 universes, or will they themselves fall to one of these universes? Surely, it will be the latter. Universe 7 is destined to be ousted by Universe 11, proclaims a confident voice. Yet, perhaps Universe 3 and 4 will be eliminated by Universe 7 first, they continue. And when only 2 universes remain, Universe 7 shall face elimination at the hands of Universe 11. Confidence in Universe 11 remains steadfast. After all, the tournament does not merely gauge how many universes are eliminated, but rather which universe stands victorious with the most participants on the stage at the end. Although Universe 7 currently boasts the largest group, the presence of Jiren casts a long shadow. The remaining members of Universe 7 are sure to meet their demise. With Jiren's prowess, it is truly unfathomable how he could be defeated. Be cautious, for it is premature to celebrate, warns another. Until the final moment, the victor remains uncertain. As the narrative unfolds, the anticipation continues. Which universe will face elimination next? Certainly, it shall not be the 11th universe. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from Universe 3, Mosca, and his counterpart from Universe 4, Katra, are both exceedingly anxious. Despite Quitra's bravado, he harbors deep-seated doubts regarding the capabilities of Universe 4. Presently, only 4 universes remain, among which the 7th and 11th universes boast formidable contenders, while the performances of the 3rd and 4th universes have been rather lackluster. Thus, the next universe to be eliminated could very well emerge from either of these 2. It is even conceivable that, akin to the fates of Universes 2 and 6, both could be eliminated simultaneously. Yet, amidst this uncertainty, both gods of destruction cling to a flicker of hope. What if their universe could endure until the very end? Though the likelihood is exceedingly slim, the mere possibility ignites a spark of optimism within them. With a heart weighed down by 99.99% anxiety and a slender 0.01% of hope, the 2 deities remain transfixed on the unfolding events. Chapter 175, The Invisible Opponent. Another universe faces elimination in the aftermath of the eliminations of Universes 2 and 6. Only the contestants from 4 universes remain on the stage. Notably, Universe 7 still boasts the largest number of participants, totaling 7, while Universe 4 has 2 contenders left, and Universe 3 retains 4. As for Universe 11, 3 participants remain. However, despite their dwindling numbers, the atmosphere among Universe 11's ranks, from the god of destruction, Wymite, to the eliminated fighters, is devoid of panic. Instead, they exude an unwavering confidence, firmly believing in the prowess of Jiren and Toppo. In their eyes, as long as these 2 are present, defeat is not an option for the 11th universe. With Universe 7 still holding the majority, they find themselves targeted once again. Piccolo falls under the assault of an invisible opponent. Although he can sense the opponent's energy without being able to see them, even a successful strike leaves him uncertain about whether he has vanquished the foe or even inflicted any serious harm. Therefore, to address this unseen adversary, the first step is to reveal their presence. Fortunately, as one of the most astute fighters from Universe 7, Piccolo quickly devises a plan. He deliberately absorbs a blow from his opponent, then retaliates by launching them away. Following this, he employs his prince's technique in the direction where the opponent was sent flying, not with the intent to defeat them, but rather to force their visibility. Indeed, as Piccolo's attack raises a cloud of dust upon the arena, the silhouette of the invisible fighter emerges within the thick haze. With the opponent now discernible, the subsequent actions become considerably more manageable. Piccolo resumes his assault, successfully knocking the opponent out of the arena. The prowess of this contestant is rather modest. The sole challenge lies in his ability to become invisible. As long as one can ascertain his whereabouts, vanquishing him should not pose a formidable task. This contestant happens to be one of the last two remaining competitors from the fourth universe, meaning that only one contestant remains from that universe. Ha ha ha. Quitella, your fourth universe is left with just one contestant, exclaimed Beerus. It seems the next universe to be eliminated will indeed be the fourth universe. Beerus, do not revel in your triumph just yet. It is not over until the final moment. Our fourth universe may very well prevail, retorted Quitella. Perhaps your contestants from the seventh universe will soon be entirely eliminated by Jiren. However, all present understood that Quitella was merely putting on a brave front. Indeed, Jiren possesses the strength capable of annihilating not only the seventh universe, but all others as well. Yet, if he truly intended to do so, it would have been accomplished long ago, rather than being prolonged to this moment. It is likely that Jiren perceives the battles of the other contestants as mere child's play, which is why he has not taken the initiative to engage. The only confrontation that seems to pique his interest is the one with Goku, who has attained the Ultra Instinct form. So, is there a possibility to consider Quitella's assertion? Yes, albeit a slim one. The more probable scenario is that the next contestant to be eliminated will indeed be from the fourth universe, especially since it now has only one remaining fighter. Furthermore, from the onset of the Tournament of Power until now, the fourth universe's performance has been lackluster, lacking the remarkable prowess exhibited by contenders like Jiren and Goku. Thus, it is anticipated that the last contestant from the fourth universe will soon meet his end. Of course, while such thoughts prevail, Quitella's claims are not entirely devoid of merit. The unfolding of events remains to be seen. In the video, after Piccolo eliminated the contestant from the fourth universe, Gohan found himself under attack as well. Similarly, he could not discern the identity of his assailant, as it appeared to be another invisible fighter. Gohan was even knocked off the stage, but fortunately, Piccolo extended his arm just in time to rescue him. Discussing the incident with Piccolo, Gohan reflected on their previous encounter with the invisible opponent, leading Piccolo to surmise that Gohan was once again facing a similar adversary. By sensing the energy of the opponent, Piccolo pinpointed their location. However, when he launched his attack, it missed its target, leaving Piccolo perplexed. In their prior encounter with the invisible foe, although that opponent had been hidden, Piccolo had managed to strike them when he sensed their energy. Yet this time, he had failed to connect. Was the opponent simply evading his attack? No. The energy signature remained at the location of his strike. What could possibly explain this perplexity? Piccolo was left in a state of bewilderment. Piccolo and Son Gohan, the father and son duo, continuously faced assaults from an unseen opponent. Under the relentless onslaught, Piccolo was knocked off the stage, resulting in his elimination. The seventh universe bore witness to yet another fallen contestant. Observing this unfolding scene, Quitella erupted into a triumphant laughter, boasting about the last remaining fighter from his universe, as if their victory was assured solely by this individual's presence. Though deeply saddened by Piccolo's defeat, Son Gohan resolved to devise a strategy to counter their adversary. At that moment, Android 17 appeared, eager to assist Gohan. However, he too fell prey to the enemy's attacks. Yet, unlike Gohan and Piccolo, upon enduring the assault, Android 17 seemed to have an epiphany. He focused intently on the source of the energy emanating from the opponent and ultimately uncovered the truth. The last fighter from the fourth universe was not invisible. Instead, he was a diminutive insectoid being. Despite its small stature, this creature was not weak, leading to an energy signature that felt deceptively substantial. Thus, Piccolo's attempts to strike were futile, as the opponent's size rendered it nearly impossible to hit without knowing its precise location. Android 17's realization stemmed from his experience as a protector of the forest. The island he safeguarded was home to numerous insects that often troubled him, reminiscent of the recent attack he had endured. With the true identity of the fourth universe's final contender revealed, Quitella remained defiant. even with the opponent's identity and secret exposed. The small size of the creature posed a significant challenge to eliminate it. Nevertheless, Android 17 conceived a plan. He generated a small protective barrier, ensnaring the opponent within. Trapped inside the shield, the adversary could only helplessly watch as Android 17 cast it off the platform. Consequently, all contestants from the fourth universe met their elimination, facing the grim fate of eradication. In Chapter 176, it is suggested that the fourth universe's downfall was a result of its own recklessness. I find this perplexing. The two remaining fighters from the fourth universe were inherently elusive. They could have easily concealed themselves, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Why did they choose to attack actively? Ultimately, their decision led to total annihilation and the subsequent elimination of the fourth universe. This narrative serves to illustrate Lin Luo's confusion, as he too pondered over this segment in the past. Why did the remaining fighters of the fourth universe opt for aggression? Why not find refuge instead? Given their characteristics, hiding would have made them difficult to detect. They could have waited for others to engage in mutual elimination, seizing the chance to strike opportunistically. It is even conceivable that they could leverage the presence of two competitors remaining in the arena to secure a final triumph. Judging by the outcome, if these two were to conceal themselves, they might indeed emerge victorious in the end. After all, only one contestant can remain on the stage, and they are two. Of course, there is also the possibility that they may be swept away in the fervor of battle and subsequently eliminated. Nonetheless, it is certainly preferable to their current approach of actively engaging and facing total elimination. Even if they do not last until the very end, at the very least, it would allow Universe 4 to endure a little longer. As for the notion that hiding merely leads to a slow demise, while proactive engagement offers a glimmer of hope, that is utterly nonsensical. In such circumstances, taking the initiative equates to a swift demise. A rapid death is far more favorable than a lingering one. Furthermore, should they choose to conceal themselves, Universe 4 would still possess a faint chance of victory. Lin Luo's bewilderment mirrors that of countless spectators. Initially, upon witnessing the elimination of the two contestants from Universe 4, there was a sense of lamentation. They did not anticipate that the remaining duo from Universe 4 would exhibit such flamboyant abilities, one capable of invisibility and the other a diminutive insectoid. Upon hearing the narrator's commentary, they were further perplexed. Indeed, they had not previously considered this issue. Why would Universe 4 opt for a proactive approach? They could have simply hidden away. Beerus, Quintella, you heard the narrator as well, right? I too am curious as to why your Universe 4 is choosing to engage actively. While Beerus felt a sense of joy at Universe 4's elimination by his Universe 7, he was equally baffled by their apparent recklessness. Quintella, how should I know? Quintella himself was also puzzled and wished to inquire of the two individuals from his universe in the video why they did not choose to hide and wait for an opportune moment. Could it be that they believed they could rely on their abilities of invisibility and small stature to eliminate the remaining contestants one by one? Even if they harbored such thoughts, could they not afford to wait a little longer before making their move? Let the others weaken each other first. Now it seems, Universe 4 has met the same fate. Goku. They probably have too much confidence in themselves, thinking that others wouldn't notice them. Duan Yuyan, indeed. If it weren't for number 17, Gohan and Piccolo would have never uncovered the truth about that insectoid. Duan Yuyan, moreover, that insectoid has at least eliminated Piccolo, which is commendable in itself. Zhang Chulan. Goodness, yet another universe falls to the hands of Universe 7. Zhang Chulan. Now only Universes 3, 7, and 11 remain. Zhang Chulan. Surely, Universe 3 won't be eliminated by Universe 7 as well? Zhang Chulan hesitated to voice the thought that both Universes 3 and 11 could be vanquished by Universe 7, especially since Universe 11 boasts the formidable Jiren. The outcome between Universe 7 and Universe 11 remains uncertain until the very end. After all, previous footage has indicated that the emergence of a new transformation for Son Goku does not guarantee victory. The possibility of Universe 11 triumphing is not entirely absent. However, Universe 3 may indeed face elimination at the hands of Universe 7. This assertion is quite valid, as the competitors from Universe 3 have not displayed any remarkable prowess. Furthermore, it is anticipated that they will target Universe 7, which could lead to their own downfall, an outcome that would be entirely plausible. If this scenario unfolds, then apart from Universe 11, all remaining universes would be eliminated by Universe 7. Should Universe 7 ultimately claim victory, it would imply that they have dispatched the other 7 universes. Katra, no. Waymide, what is your Universe 11 doing? Why aren't you joining the fray? Katra, clearly. If Jiren were to take action, he could eliminate numerous fighters from Universe 7, if not all of them. Waymide, Katra, do you truly believe Jiren and Topo are just anyone? Waymide, they are the pride of our Universe 11, guardians of universal peace. Waymide, teaming up with fighters from other universes against Universe 7? They would never stoop to such measures. Waymide is neither surprised nor angered by Jiren and his comrades' reluctance to engage Universe 7. In fact, he feels quite satisfied. It is essential to recognize that the Pride Troopers are an organization dedicated to preserving universal harmony. Their actions are rooted in righteousness. They may collaborate amongst themselves, as they are all allies. However, they cannot ally with fighters from other universes to confront another universe, as that would contravene their principles of justice. According to Jiren and Topo's philosophy, they should await the remaining universes to determine the victor before engaging in the final contest. Beerus, haha. Katra, do you think everyone is as despicable as you? Katrumph. Beerus, don't rejoice too soon. Your Universe 7 will ultimately be eliminated by Universe 11. Beerus, whether Universe 7 will be eliminated by Universe 11, I cannot say. Beerus, however, your Universe 4 has indeed been eliminated and wiped out. In the video, the elimination of all competitors from Universe 4 necessitates their eradication. In stark contrast to the composure exhibited by Universes 2, 6, and 10, Katra, the god of destruction of Universe 4, appears decidedly unsettled. He is unwilling to accept such a fate and even vocally expresses a desire to drag others down with him. However, Zeno does not grant him this opportunity, expeditiously erasing him alongside Universe 4. Chapter 177. All realms rally to support Universe 7. Following the elimination of Universe 4, only 3 universes remain on the arena. The 3 contestants from the 11th universe, Jiren, Topo, and Dispo, have yet to engage the 7th universe, as it is the participants from the 3rd universe who have initiated an assault. The 3rd universe still has 4 contenders remaining, one of whom is a doctor clad in a white lab coat, while the other 3 are robots crafted by him. Faced with Goku and his companions, the representatives of the 3rd universe find themselves outmatched. However, they possess a hidden card. The 3 robots unite to form a single fusion warrior, yet they still prove inadequate against the 7th universe. Subsequently, the Doctor joins the fusion, transforming the previously merged warrior into a colossal behemoth, entirely distinct in both appearance and prowess. Whereas the earlier fusion warrior, comprised of 3 robots, could have been subdued by a handful of fighters. This ultimate fusion warrior compels all but Frisia from the 7th universe to engage. In the ensuing clash, this ultimate fusion warrior seizes an opportunity to launch Android 17 out of the arena. Sensing impending elimination, Android 17 is unexpectedly aided by the appearance of Android 18, who uses her strength to propel him back onto the stage, albeit at the cost of her own elimination. Consequently, Android 18 is also disqualified, leaving the 7th universe with only 5 remaining competitors. Android 18's sacrifice, made to save her counterpart, ignites a fierce anger within Android 17. Rallying together with Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, they combine their powers, ultimately leading to the defeat of the 3rd universe's last trump card, the Ultimate Fusion Warrior. The 3rd universe faces its inevitable eradication with a composed acceptance. As a technologically advanced universe, the 3rd universe embodies a rational mindset. The Supreme Kai of the 3rd universe acknowledges that their fighters have exerted their utmost efforts, recognizing that the probability of victory stands at 0, an unfortunate reality. In the aftermath of the 3rd universe's elimination, its god of destruction, Mosco, a massive green robotic figure, reveals its true form. As the hatch of the machine opens, a diminutive, purple figure with 2 horns emerges, bidding farewell to the angel of the 3rd universe with a wave. With the 3rd universe's departure, only the 7th and 11th universes remain on the stage. The final confrontation between these 2 universes is at hand. The 7th universe retains 5 contenders, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Android 17, and Frisia. Meanwhile, the 11th universe stands ready. Only Jiren, Topo, and Dispo remain. In terms of numbers, the 7th universe holds the advantage. However, when it comes to combat prowess, the situation is quite different. Indeed, the ultimate showdown is between the 7th universe and the 11th universe, remarked Vermoud. My apologies, Beerus. But victory shall belong to our 11th universe. Vermoud felt as though he could already pop the champagne. Among the 5 remaining contestants of the 7th universe, the only one worth considering was Goku. Yet, Goku's condition was far from optimal. Furthermore, whether he could once again access Ultra Instinct remained uncertain. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly contend with Jiren and the others? In fact, Vermoud believed that Jiren need not even intervene. Topo and Dispo alone would suffice. Humph. Vermoud, do not celebrate too soon. Beerus retorted. In terms of numbers, our 7th universe prevails. That may be true in terms of quantity, but what about strength? Vermoud countered. Beerus fell silent. In terms of power, it was clear that the 11th universe had the upper hand. With a monster like Jiren on their side, the 7th universe truly struggled to maintain any advantage in strength. Normally, it was evident that the 11th universe had a higher likelihood of triumph. One could assert that the chances of the 7th universe achieving victory did not exceed 10%. Nevertheless, Beerus held on to a glimmer of hope. Goku had performed miracles more than once. Perhaps he could conjure another miracle in the battle against the 11th universe? Ultimately, he would not concede until the very end. In that moment, Beerus finally comprehended the sentiments of Kampa and Quitella. Faced with the high probability of elimination from their universe, they still boasted about their chances of victory. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament. To others, his assertion that the 7th universe still had a chance at victory might seem like mere bravado, especially given Jiren's formidable strength, which the multiverse audience had witnessed. At last, the final showdown has arrived, remarked Duan Muyen. Although Jiren's presence indeed heightens the 11th universe's chances of success, still, I wish to believe in the 7th universe, she continued. Indeed, we have watched Goku and his companions grow to this point, so I wish to place my faith in them once more, added Zhang Chulan. Goku Vegeta, you must give it your all, urged Kurosaki Ichigo. 7th universe, you must persevere, cheered Naruto Uzumaki. The countless spectators from all realms began to rally behind the 7th universe and Goku. After all, the videos they had previously watched were all about Goku and his comrades. Moreover, the 7th universe also encompassed Earth, naturally fostering a closer connection to it. Therefore, even though the 11th universe appeared more likely to win in terms of strength, the audience still held hope for the 7th universe, believing that they could achieve ultimate victory once more. They yearned to witness Goku and his companions create another miracle. Although the likelihood may be exceedingly slim, they still wished to believe. Witnessing so many individuals rallying for Universe 7 and placing their faith in it, Wei Mei couldn't help but smirk. This fellow, Beerus, certainly has a popular Universe 7. It seems that only the inhabitants of Universe 11 are cheering for their own. This is understandable, considering that the previous videos revolved around events in Universe 7, showcasing protagonists like Goku and his companions. Thus, it is only natural for the audience to harbor fondness for Universe 7. However, it is truly regrettable. Some occurrences cannot simply be willed into existence. To hope that Universe 7 can once again create a miracle, one capable of defeating Jiren and conquering Universe 11, such a miracle must be monumental. In any case, such an event is impossible. Chapter 178. Vegeta discovers his true self, transformation into Deep Blue. Amid the anxious and expectant gazes of countless spectators from various realms, the final showdown between Universe 7 and Universe 11 commenced. Right from the outset, Vegeta sought out Jiren. Previously, it had been Goku battling Jiren, but now it was Vegeta's turn. However, Vegeta did not launch an attack on Jiren. Instead, he continuously endured Jiren's onslaught. Of course, Jiren was holding back. Otherwise, Vegeta would have been eliminated long ago. Observing Vegeta's actions, Krillin and others in the audience were utterly perplexed. They could not comprehend why Vegeta refrained from attacking and chose to be struck by Jiren. Whis provided them with an explanation. Perhaps Vegeta sought to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique through this method. It turned out that Vegeta's deliberate acceptance of Jiren's blows was a means to grasp the Ultra Instinct. He aimed to train his body to evade Jiren's strikes. In his mind, if Goku could attain Ultra Instinct, so could he. However, after enduring a severe beating from Jiren, Vegeta still failed to catch even a glimpse of the Ultra Instinct. He had merely been subjected to Jiren's relentless assault. Following this, an energy attack from Jiren sent Vegeta flying towards the edge of the arena. Grasping the energy blast with both hands, he exerted all his strength to compress it. Finally, just as he was about to be knocked off the stage, Vegeta dismantled Jiren's attack. Although he sustained injuries, he at least avoided falling off the platform. Furthermore, Vegeta realized something significant. Let Kakarot handle the Ultra Instinct. He would defeat Jiren in his own way. Vegeta finally came to understand that he could not grasp Ultra Instinct. He relinquished that pursuit and resolved to fight Jiren on his own terms. Simultaneously, Goku arrived, ready to stand alongside Vegeta in facing Jiren. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they were still unable to contend with Jiren. Their attacks were effortlessly thwarted by him. Even in a one-on-two scenario, Jiren remained unfazed. Vegeta, the Saiyan prince who has perpetually pursued and sought to surpass Goku, believes that if Goku can achieve something, there is no reason he cannot as well. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that each individual's journey is unique. Although he and Goku share the same transformations, their mastery of Ultra Instinct diverges significantly. His experiences have destined him to be unable to comprehend Ultra Instinct. This does not imply that he is inferior to Goku. Rather, it is his past that inhibits his success. What Goku can accomplish, he may not necessarily replicate, and conversely, there are feats he can achieve that Goku may not. From this juncture, Vegeta embarks on a distinctly different path from Goku. Upon gaining insight into his own heart, Vegeta unveils a transformation that is uniquely his own, the Deep Blue transformation. Hearing the narrator's account, Vegeta is filled with exhilaration. Could it be that his moment of glory is finally at hand? Another transformation that belongs solely to him? Though he remains uncertain as to why his experiences preclude him from attaining Ultra Instinct, he wholeheartedly agrees with the narrator's assertion that while Kakarot may achieve certain feats, it does not guarantee that he can as well. Likewise, what he can accomplish does not assure Kakarot's ability to do the same. Thus, although he cannot step into Ultra Instinct as Kakarot has, his exclusive Deep Blue transformation is something Kakarot cannot achieve either. Otherwise, how could the narrator claim that this Deep Blue transformation is uniquely his? He now comprehends that it is unnecessary to feel compelled to learn every new ability or transformation Kakarot acquires. Kakarot's capabilities do not dictate his own, just as his abilities do not dictate Kakarot's. Yet, he wonders how the Deep Blue transformation measures against Ultra Instinct in terms of strength. Sengoku, it's a pity that Vegeta realized this a bit too late, allowing Jiren to best him without resistance. Kakashi, indeed, but there is still time. At least he has not been eliminated. Ichigo Kurosaki, I'm curious about the Deep Blue transformation. Does its name suggest a connection to the Super Blue transformation? Do in MYN. If I recall correctly, the Super Blue transformation is a Super Saiyan transformation based on the Super Saiyan God form. Do in MYN. So, could the Deep Blue transformation perhaps be a Super Saiyan 2 transformation based on the Super Saiyan God form? Zhang Chulan. That is a possibility. All transformations have their base forms, including Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Zhang Chulan. Thus, it is quite plausible that the base form of Super Saiyan God also includes transformations such as Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Li Shinan. Indeed. Hence, the Deep Blue transformation is very likely a Super Saiyan 2 transformation based on the Super Saiyan God form. Li Shinan. Alternatively, could we refer to the Deep Blue transformation as Super Blue 2? Li Haoyan. Therefore, after Vegeta transforms into Deep Blue, will he be able to defeat Jiren? Do in MYN. I still think it may not be sufficient. Otherwise, the title of this video would simply be Deep Blue Transformation. The protagonist of this video, in my opinion, must still be the ultimate instinct technique. Don Muyan's comment garnered recognition from other viewers. Indeed, if the transformation of Deep Blue could defeat Jiren, then the title of this video would not be the ultimate instinct, but rather Deep Blue Transformation. However, even if it cannot vanquish Jiren, it should at least possess the strength to challenge him, should it not? Waymeda scoffed, exclaiming, "Humph! What is this Deep Blue transformation? It's merely flashy. Jiren is not intimidated at all." Waymeda remained unfazed, asserting that no matter how extravagant the Saiyan transformations might be, they would still not stand a chance against Jiren. He held unwavering confidence in Jiren's supremacy, even in the face of new Saiyan transformations. Although it is true that Vegeta's transformation into Deep Blue would likely enhance his power, it would merely provide Jiren with another defeated opponent. Defeating Jiren? That is utterly impossible. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers in Universe 11, all members were watching the video. The Saiyans of Universe 7 indeed possess an impressive array of transformations. Yet here comes another one, Deep Blue. Toppo expressed his sentiments. Nevertheless, even with both Vegeta and Goku combined, they would still not be Jiren's match. As Jiren's ally, Toppo was filled with confidence in him, for Jiren's strength was truly formidable. In fact, he wasn't even fully aware of the extent of Jiren's power. He only knew that those adversaries that had previously posed challenges to him and the other members were inevitably met with a singular fate when confronted by Jiren: instant annihilation. Chapter 179, Gohan's Final Stand. Dissatisfaction of Tispa. Upon hearing Toppo's words, Jiren said nothing. He merely observed the video with an impassive expression. The performances of Goku and Vegeta failed to stir any emotion within him. Even Goku's mastery of the ultimate instinct did not elicit a reaction. Jiren had no need to elaborate. However, he pondered who among the team could potentially eliminate a member of Universe 7. Nearby, a purple rabbit resembling Beerus spoke up. He was Tispa, the third strongest member of the Pride Troopers. Observing the video with a hint of anticipation, he noted that Goku and Vegeta were thwarted by Jiren. Universe 7 still had Gohan, Frieza, and Android 17 remaining. He wondered whom Gohan could potentially eliminate. Considering the strength displayed by those three, he was capable of confronting any of them. As the third strongest member of the Pride Troopers, Tispa felt compelled to contribute to Universe 11, even if it meant exchanging one of his members for one from Universe 7. However, given the prowess of Gohan and his companions, even that exchange seemed a daunting task. As they continued watching, Toppo remarked with a hint of anticipation, curious to see whom he might eliminate from Universe 7 and how many he could take down. The eliminated contestants from Universe 7 were not vanquished by their Universe 11 counterparts, and now, the two universes were set for a full confrontation, regardless of the circumstances. As the proud captain of his team, it would be expected for him to eliminate several warriors from Universe 7. According to the anticipated progression of events, Jiren would effortlessly defeat both Goku and Vegeta in a 1-on-2 confrontation. Meanwhile, the remaining fighters, Gohan, Android 17, and Frieza, would be dealt with by him and Toppo. This is merely his perception of how the story should unfold. The actual situation remains to be seen. In the video, Goku and Vegeta join forces to confront Jiren. Yet they find themselves unable to gain any ground against him. Nevertheless, fear and retreat are not in their hearts. A singular thought occupies their minds. They must defeat Jiren. In their quest for victory, both Goku and Vegeta unleash their full power. Goku, having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, employs a 20-fold Kaioken, while Vegeta begins to amass his energy with fervor. The power accumulating within Vegeta far exceeds the limits of Super Saiyan Blue. Observing the energy radiating from him, the warriors of Universe 7 are taken aback. Could it be that Vegeta is on the verge of surpassing his limits as well? At this moment, as Vegeta gathers his immense energy, thoughts of his beloved wife Bulma, his children Trunks and Bulla, and his disciple Cabba fill his mind. To protect them, he must emerge victorious. With a mighty roar, Vegeta's aura surges explosively. His blue hair transforms into a deep azure, enveloped in a cloak of dark blue flames, speckled with starlight. Jiren, this is my all. At that instant, Vegeta transcends his previous self, reaching a new realm of power. He unleashes his full potential, charging forward alongside Goku towards Jiren. Together, they engage in an even more intense battle. Simultaneously, on another front, Toppo faces off against Frieza. Toppo's forte lies in his speed, which has already reached a level surpassing the speed of light. However, Frieza is no pushover. He has discerned Toppo's attack patterns. Nonetheless, Toppo possesses an ultra-speed form that enhances his velocity 1,000-fold. Under the terrifying swiftness of Toppo, Frieza finds himself at a disadvantage, unable to keep pace with his opponent. Fortunately, in his golden form, Frieza may lack certain skills, but his physical resilience is formidable, withstanding numerous attacks from Toppo. Yet, being unable to match Toppo's speed renders him virtually powerless. At this juncture, Gohan arrives to assist Frieza, but even with his intervention, the inability to match and suppress Toppo's speed proves futile. After conferring briefly, Gohan and Frieza devise a strategy to combat Toppo. Gohan will engage Toppo in battle, while Frieza surrounds them with an energy-based web, creating a net of energy rays. Once Tiz encountered this energy net, he suffered damage. In this manner, Tiz's speed was significantly suppressed. After all, Incredible velocity must be complemented by expansive terrain. The energy net set by Frieza constricted Tiz's movement space, rendering his speed ineffective. Tiz excels in speed, while his other attributes are rather mediocre. With his speed curtailed, Gohan found himself capable of confronting him. However, just as Gohan prepared to deliver the final blow to Tiz, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The surrounding energy net vanished. Frieza knelt on one knee, his expression grim. The Great King found himself unable to maintain it due to insufficient stamina. It turned out that deploying the energy net was highly taxing on one's energy. Ultimately, Frieza could not endure long enough for Gohan to defeat Tiz. With the energy net lifted, the constraints on Tiz were also removed. Just as Tiz was ready to utilize his speed once more, Gohan appeared behind him, using a technique to restrain him. Frieza! Gohan then shouted towards Frieza. In an instant, Frieza comprehended Gohan's intent. Truly commendable, Captain. What an ingenious idea. Following this, Frieza launched an attack, sending both Gohan and Tiz tumbling off the stage. Gohan exchanged himself for Tiz. Both the 7th and 11th universes suffered casualties. The 11th universe was left with only Toppo and Jiren, while the 7th universe retained Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, and Frieza. In the 7th universe, West City, at Bulma's residence. I can't believe I've lasted this long, Lapis remarked, watching the video of himself, genuinely surprised. Given his own strength, he did not consider himself formidable in the tournament of power. Yet, he managed to endure for such a duration. It's because I saved you, otherwise. You would have been eliminated by the fused fighter from Universe 3 earlier, chimed in Lazili beside him. Lapis refrained from disputing this, recognizing the truth in his sister's words. However, he pondered how much longer he could hold out. Surely, he could not remain until the very end, could he? Nevertheless, reflecting on the strength he exhibited in the video, lasting this long was already a commendable performance. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers in the 11th universe. Have I truly been eliminated? Tiz gazed at the video, his expression somewhat frustrated. Although Gohan had perished alongside him, which meant at the very least he had eliminated a competitor from Universe 7, he still felt a sense of discontent. After all, he believed he could have performed much better. Chapter 180. Lay down justice. The god of destruction Toppo descends. Tiz, do not be disheartened. We, along with everyone in the 11th universe, have witnessed your efforts, Toppo consoled Tiz. I understand, Captain. However, I still feel frustrated and unsatisfied, Tiz replied with a bitter smile. He firmly believed that he should have been able to eliminate both Gohan and Frieza. These two were no match for his speed. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, unexpectedly, Gohan chose to go down in flames. The 7th universe is not at a loss. After all, the strength of Sun Wukong is rather limited. Moreover, their numbers surpass those of Universe 11. Yet he has suffered a significant loss against Universe 11. His power exceeds that of Sun Wukong, yet he was replaced by him. It is evident that he could have eliminated more competitors from Universe 7, yet astonishingly, he only managed to replace Sun Wukong. The others present were at a loss for words to comfort Tispo. They too felt a sense of frustration on Tispo's behalf. As the third strongest member of the Pride Troopers, it is disheartening to be replaced by a seemingly inconsequential Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Fortunately, their captain and Jiren cannot be easily exchanged with Universe 7, for they lack the requisite strength. Indeed, it is inconceivable for Universe 7 to hope for an exchange with their captain and Jiren. Thus, the ultimate victory shall undoubtedly belong to Universe 11. The members of the Pride Troopers hold unwavering confidence in their captain and Jiren, even though only the two of them remain from Universe 11. They are certain that they will secure the final triumph. Tispo feels a deep sense of frustration over his elimination, while to the other spectators, Sun Wukong's decision appears to be the right one. Zhonghua. Sun Wukong's choice was indeed wise. Zhonghua, had he not acted thus, both he and Frieza would have been eliminated by Tispo. Duan Mu Yen. However, it must be noted that Sun Wukong and Frieza were adversaries on Namek. Duan Mu Yen. Yet now they have transformed into comrades, truly fighting side by side. Duan Mu Yen. Could it be that Sun Wukong and Vegeta will also join forces with Frieza in battle? Zhang Chulan. Given the current circumstances, such a scenario is not beyond possibility. Zhang Chulan. It is conceivable that Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza might unite to confront Jiren. Vegeta, no? That is utterly impossible. How could I ever ally with Frieza? Frieza? Oh ho ho ho. It seems we share the same sentiment, Vegeta-san. Frieza, there is no way I would join forces with you or Sun Wukong-san. Vegeta and Frieza cannot fathom the thought of collaborating with one another. After all, they are sworn enemies. The notion of enemies uniting, with their temperaments, it is simply inconceivable. Kurosaki Ichigo, by the way, have you all forgotten that Universe 11 has another formidable contender, Tober? His strength is substantial as well. Kakashi, therefore. It is plausible that Jiren alone could eliminate both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Kakashi, and subsequently, he might also eliminate Frieza and Android 17. Lee Xian Nan, alas. If no miracle occurs for Universe 7, the hope for victory truly diminishes. Dagu. Indeed, exchanging Sun Wukong for Tispo is not a loss for Universe 7. Dagu. However, attempting to exchange with Jiren and Tober seems utterly impossible. The other spectators wholeheartedly agree. If Universe 7 could indeed exchange competitors with Universe 11 as Sun Wukong did, it would undoubtedly be an advantageous arrangement. After all, Universe 7 still has 4 contenders remaining, while Universe 11 is down to its last 2. In a one-for-one exchange, Universe 7 could potentially retain 2 fighters, but this seems nearly impossible. There is still a glimmer of hope for Toppo. Goku or Vegeta might be able to engage him in a one-for-one exchange. However, Jiren? No one possesses the strength to match him, not even in a 2-for-1 situation. Even if Goku or Vegeta were to eliminate Toppo, the remaining fighters would face only one outcome against Jiren: annihilation. As it stands, Universe 7 appears devoid of any hope of victory. Yet, countless spectators still cling to the possibility of a miracle occurring. In the footage, Frieza, having eliminated Dispo, is confronted by Toppo. Jiren is currently engaged in battle, making it difficult for him to intervene. At that moment, he witnesses his comrade Dispo being eliminated and seeks out Frieza. Meanwhile, Android 17 also joins the fray against Toppo. Initially, Toppo showcases his formidable strength, overpowering both Android 17 and Frieza. However, as they begin to cooperate, Toppo gradually finds himself on the defensive, especially after being struck by one of Frieza's powerful attacks, causing him to kneel. If they could capitalize on this moment to eliminate Toppo, Frieza and Android 17 would be free to confront Jiren. Yet, Frieza, the ruthless tyrant, does not relent. Before eliminating Toppo, he engages in relentless mockery. Is this what you call justice? Utter garbage. Trash belongs where it should be. Frieza's words penetrate Toppo's very soul. Justice? I no longer desire it. The instant Toppo relinquishes his sense of justice, a transformation occurs. An intense surge of power emanates from him, enveloping him in a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. His physique grows larger and more imposing. His previously disproportionate arms, nearly the same length as his entire body and significantly thicker than his legs, normalize in both proportion and girth. It is not that his arms have shrunk or thinned. Rather, Toppo's entire form has expanded. The upper portion of his uniform shatters, revealing his muscular physique, while a purple rune materializes before him. Transformed, Toppo gazes coldly at Frieza, the very individual who once mocked him. Frieza has lost the opportunity to eliminate Toppo, yet remains unaware of the changes that have transpired within him. Just as he prepares to strike Toppo again, Toppo launches the first assault. Frieza instinctively evades. Toppo's strike collides with a massive boulder, instantly reducing it to a flurry of shimmering particles that vanish into thin air. Others may not comprehend the transformation taking place within Toppo, but Beerus, upon witnessing Toppo's current state and sensing his energy, is taken aback. This is the power of destruction. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the others gazed at him in astonishment. But the power of destruction? No, that is the strength of the god of destruction. At this moment, Beerus's expression was a mix of surprise and discomfort. Chapter 181. Frieza, why mock him? Haha. At this point, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, erupted into laughter. He then turned his gaze towards Beerus. Besides being the captain of our Universe 11 prideful team, he also held another title, the candidate god of destruction. This means that he is currently a god of destruction. Upon hearing Vermaud's words, the expressions of everyone in the audience from Universe 7 shifted dramatically. A god of destruction. They had witnessed Beerus's immense power. The strength of a god of destruction is unparalleled. If Toppo truly is a god of destruction, how could Frieza possibly stand a chance against him? Did they not see how fearful and humble Frieza was before Beerus? The The sudden transformation of Topo into a god of destruction left countless viewers across the realms in utter shock and disbelief. Zhang Chulan, what is happening? How did Topo suddenly become a god of destruction? Kakashi, a candidate god of destruction, is similar to Zamasu. Zamasu is an apprentice supreme Kai, while Topo is an apprentice god of destruction. Duan Muyan, goodness, I didn't know how to deal with Jiren, and now there's a god of destruction Topo? Duan Muyan, I used to think Universe 7 was overpowered, but it seems Universe 11 has its own advantages. Naruto Uzumaki, this is bad. We can't even trade 1-for-1 with Topo now. Naruto Uzumaki, with Jiren and God of Destruction Topo, how can Universe 7 cope? Li Xian Nan, by the way, who is stronger, the transformed God of Destruction Topo or Jiren? Li Hao Tian, I believe it should be Topo after all. He is now a god of destruction. Beerus, no, he has just become a god of destruction. Although his power has significantly increased, he still cannot match Jiren. With Beerus's keen insight, he could naturally discern the gap in strength between Topo and Jiren, even though Jiren had yet to unleash his full potential. Moreover, the viewers from other worlds misunderstood a crucial point. Becoming a god of destruction does not instantly render one invincible. These gods of destruction have all undergone extensive training over many years to attain their current strength. While Topo in the video may have transformed into a god of destruction, his power pales in comparison to those seasoned gods of destruction. Of course, dealing with Golden Frieza should still pose no significant challenge. With this thought, Beerus felt quite displeased. Beerus, Frieza, why do you mock Topo? Beerus, wouldn't it be better if you just eliminated him quickly? In Beerus's view, had it not been for Frieza's taunts, had Frieza directly acted to eliminate Topo, Topo would have already been disqualified and would not have transformed into a god of destruction. Thus, it is all Frieza's fault. When Frieza witnessed Beerus's barrage of comments, he dared not utter a word. Yet internally, he remained unfazed. Given his nature, it would have been quite normal for him to defeat this Topo and mock him a little, wouldn't it? Who would have imagined that this Topo could actually ascend to become a god of destruction? He felt quite aggrieved. Ah, how delightful. Beerus, you are indeed correct. We must extend our gratitude to Frieza from your universe for his scornful remarks. Although Topo is the candidate god of destruction from our Universe 11, his unwavering sense of justice has hindered him from taking that final step. Now, thanks to Frieza's taunts, he has finally set aside his sense of justice. As the proud leader of the Pride Troopers, Topo is committed to maintaining peace across Universe 11. His heart brims with righteousness, which is commendable. However, this very righteousness prevents him from truly embodying the role of a god of destruction, as that role symbolizes destruction itself, which stands in stark contrast to Topo's innate sense of justice. Consequently, if Topo cannot relinquish this sense of justice, he cannot genuinely become a god of destruction. Yet, due to Frieza's derision, which mocked Topo's principles, he has finally let go of his moral convictions and now only desires victory. However, while the Topo in the video has moved on, what about the Topo in reality? In the headquarters of the Pride Troopers within Universe 11, Topo gazes at the video depicting himself transformed into a god of destruction, falling into silence. The Topo in the footage has cast aside his sense of justice and taken that crucial final step. Yet the reality of him remains merely a spectator. Although Frieza's mockery incited anger within him, being a mere onlooker prevents him from achieving the same level of detachment as his video counterpart, thus making it quite challenging for him to become a true god of destruction. Nevertheless, he has at last beheld the visage of his future self as a god of destruction, and it appears rather impressive. As for whether this transformed self could rival Jiren, he does not believe he would pose a challenge. However, he genuinely wishes to engage in battle with Jiren. Alas, the reality of when he might become a god of destruction remains uncertain. Now, with his video self having attained the status of a god of destruction, surely their Universe 11 should secure victory with ease, right? Do not tell him that even with his transformation and Jiren's presence, Universe 7 could still emerge victorious. That would truly compel him to lodge a complaint about Universe 7's unfair advantages. In the video, upon learning of Topo's transformation into a god of destruction, Frieza still regarded him with disdain. Subsequently, Frieza suffered defeat at Topo's hands, receiving a brutal beating, and was nearly crushed by Topo's single-handed grip on his head. Just as you said, refuse to treat trash as anything but trash. Topo returned Frieza's words back to him. He casually tossed Frieza aside, sending him flying. Shortly thereafter, Android 17 entered the fray. Despite witnessing Topo's formidable strength, he boldly challenged him to battle. Regrettably, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. Even though Android 17 exerted all his effort and adeptly utilized his surroundings, shattering stones to bury Topo beneath the rubble, his attacks, along with the stones, were obliterated without a trace by Topo's destructive energy. Ultimately, Android 17 found himself helpless, bruised and battered, kneeling on the ground, awaiting Topo's final blow. However, Topo refrained from eliminating him. At that critical moment, Frisia's attack thwarted Topo's intentions. After enduring a severe beating from Topo, Frisia had reverted from his golden form. He intervened to protect Android 17, standing alongside him against Topo. Following Frisia and Gohan's joint effort against Dispo, Frisia now allied with Android 17. Chapter 182, Vegeta's Glory. Upholding his pride. Aboard Frisia's spaceship in Universe 7, he marveled at the unexpected alliance with this android. Observing the footage of himself and Android 17 collaborating, he swirled the red wine in his glass, a smile gracing his lips. Compared to his previous partnership with Gohan, this alliance with Android 17 was more palatable. After all, in the earlier videos featuring the androids, he was swiftly defeated by Future Trunks upon his debut. Yet this Android 17 had thoroughly bested Trunks, effectively avenging him. Thus, he harbored a modicum of fondness for 17. However, Topo from Universe 11 truly posed a grave threat, daring to treat him with such contempt. That so-called god of destruction was utterly insufferable. He and Android 17 must vanquish this adversary. Frisia inwardly hoped for a successful collaboration with Android 17 to defeat Topo. Although the audience perceived this as a daunting prospect, given Topo's overwhelming strength, Zhang Chulan remarked, in a similar 2-on-1 scenario, Goku and Vegeta might still harbor a glimmer of hope. He continued, yet with Frisia and Android 17, I see no possibility at all. After all, Vegeta had unleashed newfound power, showcasing a new transformation, while Goku had previously achieved remarkable feats, leaving room for future miracles. Thus, their partnership retained a slender chance of overcoming Jiren. Conversely, Frisia and Android 17 had not manifested any extraordinary miracles nor exhibited new powers, making it difficult to envision how they could triumph over Topo. Just as countless spectators doubted Frisia and Android 17, an unexpected turn unfolded in the footage. Their combined efforts against Topo were proving ineffective, and just as Topo was about to eliminate them, a barrage of attacks suddenly whizzed past him. As Topo glanced back, he beheld the fierce collaboration of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, engaging in a tumultuous battle against Jiren. The onslaught that had just surged toward him was merely the residual energy from their clash. The skirmish among the trio soon extended its reach to Topo and his companions. What initially was a 2-on-1 confrontation had now escalated into a 4-on-2 scenario. A mutual understanding passed between Topo and Jiren as they nodded at each other, comprehending their shared intent. As Vegeta charged toward Jiren, Topo intercepted him, whisking Vegeta away to a different battleground, intent on a 1-on-1 duel. Topo effectively partitioned the combat arena. The current situation saw Topo facing Vegeta in a singular contest, while Jiren was left to contend with 3 adversaries. Although it appeared that Jiren's burden had increased, in truth, the combined might of Frisia and Android 17 paled in comparison to the formidable Deep Blue Vegeta. It could be said that Jiren was, in fact, at ease against 3 opponents. Topo, possessing the strength to effortlessly vanquish Frisia and Android 17, felt no trepidation confronting Vegeta alone. His current prowess rendered him unfazed by the Deep Blue Vegeta. Topo's power was excessive when directed at Frisia and Android 17, making his engagement with Vegeta a fitting challenge. Conversely, Jiren found the confrontation with Sun Wukong, Frisia, and Android 17 far less taxing than his previous encounters with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Thus, the allocation of fighters proved more advantageous for Universe 11. The clash between Vegeta and Topo symbolized a battle of perennial seconds, each compelled by their own reasons not to falter. Topo aimed to safeguard his universe, while Vegeta, in addition to protecting his own realm, had a solemn promise to keep with Cabba. He had vowed to ensure Cabba's resurrection. Yet, as he engaged Topo in combat, he sensed a profound transformation within his opponent. Their past encounters bore no resemblance to the Topo of the present. He seemed almost like a different individual altogether. As the god of destruction, Topo wielded a destructive force capable of effortlessly dismantling Vegeta's strikes. The one who once championed justice had now embraced destruction. Such a drastic transformation was astonishing. If I cannot protect the justice of our universe, I shall relinquish it, Topo declared, having completely cast aside his internal sense of righteousness. With that, Topo launched an assault, sending Vegeta hurtling away. What nonsense about Saiyan promises. You carry unnecessary burdens, rendering victory impossible for you. I shall survive at all costs. Hence, I have discarded all superfluous weights, Topo proclaimed, raising his hands to coalesce a colossal energy sphere. Should he land this strike, Vegeta would face elimination without alternative. Perish. Universe 7. Topo roared, hurling his attack toward Vegeta. In the face of Topo's onslaught, Vegeta reflected upon the burdens he bore. Discarding unnecessary weights? Do not jest. Bulma, Trunks, Bra, and my vow to Kaba. These are my pride as a Saiyan, my very essence. I am unlike you. I shall never relinquish my resolve. Reflecting on this, Vegeta unleashed his formidable power once more, shattering Topo's assault and sending him flying with a single punch. Seizing the moment, Vegeta relentlessly pursued Topo, delivering a series of punishing blows. The sudden surge of power emanating from Vegeta astonished even Topo. Faced with the current might of Vegeta, Topo could only strive to nullify all of Vegeta's attacks, aiming solely to prevent his demise. Yet, he underestimated Vegeta. The destructive energy he had amassed was effortlessly dispersed by a single strike from Vegeta. You, a defeated warrior unable to safeguard your own pride. I shall not succumb to someone like you. As Vegeta evaded all of Topo's onslaughts, he continued to press his relentless offensive. In this moment, the god of destruction, Topo, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Vegeta's prowess. At this juncture, Vegeta's magnificence was unparalleled. Observing Vegeta in this resplendent moment, countless spectators across the multiverse erupted in jubilant cheers. Throughout this power tournament, it had primarily been Goku in the spotlight, while Vegeta's earlier performance had been rather unremarkable. Yet now, his moment of glory had finally arrived. MYN, magnificent. Vegeta is truly splendid. This is what a real man embodies. DG, Topo enhances his strength by discarding excess burdens. DG, conversely, Vegeta erupts forth to protect those very burdens. DG, their paths are starkly opposed. HIQYH. While Vegeta has transformed greatly, becoming a better man, his pride remains unchanged. KKX. In truth, he has indeed changed. KKX. Vegeta's former pride was solely self-directed. KKX. Now, his pride encompasses his family and disciples as well. Chapter 183. Each self-detonation of Vegeta embodies true masculinity, HNCHLN. In fact, both Topo and Vegeta are not without merit. ZHNCHLN. Topo, in his quest to protect the universe and ensure his own survival, has forsaken his inner sense of justice, becoming a god of destruction. ZHNCHLN. Conversely, Vegeta, in his endeavor to safeguard the universe, to uphold his promise to Kaba, and to preserve his Saiyan pride, unleashes even greater strength. LXNNN. Indeed, it is not a matter of right or wrong. Rather, it is evident that Vegeta surpasses him. In Universe 6, on the planet Salad, Kaba gazed at the footage of Vegeta, his heart swelling with emotion. The strength Vegeta displayed, capable of subduing the god of destruction Topo, was also driven by his desire to fulfill their pact. What a commendable master he is. CB. Vegeta, Master Vegeta, I aspire to follow in the footsteps of my video self and become your disciple. Though in reality, Vegeta's strength has yet to match his own. Based solely on the display in the video, he undoubtedly qualifies as a master. Indeed, it would be an honor. Vegeta, I do not accept just anyone as my disciple. You must continue to strive. Vegeta, in a rather proud and capricious manner, issued a comment that hinted at his acceptance of the disciple, despite not having met him in reality. Nevertheless, since the version of himself in the video acknowledged this disciple, he too accepted him in the real world. Beerus remarked, delicious. It seems that Vegeta is on the verge of defeating Topo. To which Whis responded, Beerus, do not celebrate prematurely. Until the battle reaches its conclusion, the victor remains uncertain. Indeed, while Topo currently found himself at a disadvantage, Whis held on to hope for him. Topo possessed destructive energy, which could negate Vegeta's attacks, rendering him seemingly invincible. Despite being on the back foot, Vegeta could not eliminate Toppo. However, as was pondered this, the video revealed Vegeta declaring, "I shall unleash an attack that cannot be destroyed." He then shouted, gathering an immense amount of energy. A colossal golden energy sphere formed within him. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo recalled the technique Vegeta had employed against Majin Buu. Vegeta was preparing to self-destruct. Meanwhile, Toppo began to amass his own energy, ready to confront Vegeta in a final stand. He hurled his attack towards Vegeta, colliding with the surrounding energy sphere. As Vegeta's shouts intensified, the energy he released shattered Toppo's assault, engulfing him in its might. A blinding brilliance erupted, and when it subsided, the already damaged arena lay in ruins. In the stands of Universe 11, Toppo's figure emerged. Toppo had been eliminated. This marked Vegeta's second self-destruction. Regardless of whether it was the first or the second, each self-destruct was undeniably masculine. Whis exclaimed, "Cursed be it. How could Toppo possibly lose?" He found it hard to accept that Toppo, now a god of destruction, had succumbed to defeat. Beerus, however, was in high spirits. "Well done, Vegeta," he praised. Although Vegeta had self-destructed, trading himself for Toppo was not a loss. After all, Toppo, as a god of destruction, was quite formidable, and Vegeta securing such an exchange was commendable. At that moment, Vegeta felt a surge of joy, not from Beerus's commendation, but from witnessing his own performance in the video. He finally glimpsed his moment of glory, as previously, it had always been Kakarot stealing the limelight. Now it was his turn. Alas, he had resorted to a self-destruct technique. But to defeat Toppo, such measures were necessary. Other techniques would have been futile, easily countered by Toppo. Yet, there was a silver lining. He would not have to ally with Frieza. The thought of seeing himself partner with Frieza in the video was unbearable. However, without the assistance of Kakarot, can he truly defeat Jiren? The situation becomes even more complex considering that Universe 11 is now down to a solitary warrior, Jiren, the behemoth among beasts. If only Son Goku could exchange himself for Jiren, it would be an immense gain. Even a 2-for-1 trade would not be a loss. Yet, the challenge is formidable. Every spectator understands that, barring a miracle, the 7th universe stands no chance. Forget about 1-for-1 or 2-for-1 trades. Even a 3-for-1 exchange seems implausible. Even if Son Goku were to once again harness the Ultra Instinct, the likelihood of him being able to trade blows with Jiren remains exceedingly slim. After all, during their previous encounter, Jiren did not unleash his full power against Ultra Instinct Goku. If Goku truly wishes to trade blows with Jiren, or even vanquish him, it appears that only by attaining perfect Ultra Instinct could he hope to achieve such a feat, but is that truly attainable? As for the remaining Frieza and Android 17, they are likely only capable of providing minimal support, which proves to be of little consequence. The only glimmer of hope for overcoming Jiren rests upon Son Goku's shoulders. To be frank, if it were possible, they would genuinely consider exchanging lives to eliminate Jiren, even if it meant a 2-for-1 trade. Vegeta's confidence in Jiren is palpable. He asserts, "Our Universe 11 still possesses Jiren. No matter how many fighters remain in the 7th universe, it is of little significance. Even with all 10 contestants present, it would not matter." Vegeta is brimming with confidence, fully aware that since the commencement of the Tournament of Power, Jiren has yet to fight earnestly. Even in his previous battle against Ultra Instinct Goku, he did not exert his full strength. The extent of Jiren's might remains unfathomable, even to those from Universe 11. So how could those from other universes comprehend it? Does the 7th universe possess a chance of victory? Yes. If Son Goku can indeed reach the realm of perfect Ultra Instinct, there is a possibility of defeating Jiren. However, this hope is scarcely different from having none at all. After all, Goku is nearly at his limit. If he were to achieve Ultra Instinct once more, it would already be a feat of great magnitude. Aspiring to attain perfect Ultra Instinct? If Goku were to accomplish that, he would be extraordinary. Should Goku truly manage it, he would undoubtedly raise suspicions of foul play. At this moment, the attention of every spectator is riveted on the screen. Universe 11 is left with only Jiren, while Universe 7 has merely 3 contenders remaining. This signifies that the Tournament of Power is entering its final phase. The outcome will soon be revealed, just when all believed that Vegeta had made the ultimate sacrifice. In the video, Chapter 184, Jiren possesses weaknesses. However, his strength remains unblemished. Everyone presumed that Vegeta had perished. Yet, at that moment, a voice resounded. "Do not so casually believe I am dead." From the depths of the crater created on the arena, Vegeta emerged, clutching his left arm, his body marred by wounds. Nevertheless, he was alive. After executing his self-destructive technique, he had survived. Piccolo remarked that it was due to Vegeta's significantly enhanced power, coupled with the adept control he had over his deep blue transformation, that he managed to endure. Vegeta's survival indicated that only Topo had been eliminated, not a one-for-one exchange. This round could be deemed an immense triumph for Universe 7. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku and Android 17 were collaborating to combat Jiren. Their combined efforts had finally inflicted some damage upon Jiren, yet both bore even greater injuries. Particularly Goku, who was already fatigued, now appeared on the verge of collapse. Subsequently, Vegeta joined the fray against Jiren. However, despite their numerical advantage, all three warriors were wounded to a considerable extent. In contrast, while Jiren bore some injuries, they were scarcely significant. Before long, Vegeta and Goku found themselves felled to the ground. Their injuries were severe, and their stamina nearly depleted. Only Android 17 retained the vigor to continue fighting. As an android endowed with endless energy, his stamina would not diminish. He would only incur injuries. When faced with yet another assault from Jiren, 17 positioned himself protectively in front of Goku and Vegeta, casting a shield to allow them a moment of respite. He resolved to confront Jiren with utmost determination. He intercepted Jiren's attack and subsequently detonated his own energy. Android 17 employed a strategy reminiscent of Vegeta's earlier actions, utilizing self-detonation to inflict damage upon Jiren. As the explosion subsided and tranquility returned, 17's figure had vanished. His self-detonation indeed caused a modicum of injury to Jiren. It had scarcely reached the level of a light wound. Meanwhile, Android 17 himself had disappeared, leading everyone to believe he had met his demise. Given that this course of action was initiated by 17 himself, his fate bore no connection to Jiren. Jiren had not violated any rules, thus he would not be disqualified. "Why do all the fighters from Universe 7 have such a penchant for self-detonation?" remarked one observer. "It is unfortunate, though. It has little effect on Jiren." Another commented, "Humph. But at least it was effective against Topo." "Topo has been eliminated," exclaimed Beerus. "And since Vegeta survived, it amounts to a 0-for-1 exchange. So what? Before Jiren, being eliminated is merely a matter of time." Vegeta's survival left Whis somewhat displeased. It essentially meant that a competitor had been eliminated without inflicting losses upon Universe 7. However, this was of little consequence. With Jiren in play, whether or not Vegeta was eliminated was inconsequential. He would inevitably meet his end at Jiren's hands. Currently, both Vegeta and Goku were gravely injured, their stamina severely depleted. Android 17 had vanished, and Frieza's whereabouts were also uncertain. Yet, it was worth noting that Frieza had previously endured a significant beating, leaving him with considerable injuries. Thus, the remaining members of Universe 7 were collectively in a worse state than Jiren alone. He could hardly believe that under such circumstances, Universe 11 could possibly lose. Naruto remarked, "But for some reason, I feel as though Jiren seems to have weakened." He recalled how Jiren had previously displayed overwhelming strength, effortlessly dispatching a fully powered Goku. Yet now, Jiren appears vulnerable enough to be injured by Android 17 and the others. Although his wounds are not severe, I sense his ferocity has diminished significantly. Zhang Chulan concurred, indeed. Had it been the previous Jiren, he likely would have eliminated Android 17 and his allies in an instant. Zhang Hua added, "Jiren may not have weakened. Perhaps the combined efforts of Goku and the others are proving effective." He noted that even if their individual strength fell short of Jiren's, their collaboration could still pose a challenge. Natsu chimed in, "Absolutely. Fighting alongside allies can unleash tremendous power." When it came to the synergy of fighting alongside companions, no one understood this better than the members of the Fairy Tail Guild. Their bond and trust among one another had led them to triumph over countless formidable foes. Thus, witnessing Goku and his comrades inflict damage upon Jiren came as no surprise. This exemplified the strength derived from collective effort. Meanwhile, within Universe 11, Whis, Topo, and the other members of the Pride Troopers fell into silence. They were uncertain whether Goku and his comrades could indeed harness such formidable power through their collaboration. However, they recognized that Jiren preferred solitary combat. Despite being a member of the Pride Troopers, he rarely fought alongside others and seldom engaged in joint efforts. He would only intervene when his teammates faced insurmountable adversaries. Thus, when it came to teamwork, emotional bonds, and trust, this was undoubtedly Jiren's Achilles heel, a weakness intricately tied to his past experiences. Ironically, these traits were Goku and his allies' greatest strengths. In past encounters, whether it was the initial confrontation with Vegeta, Frieza, or Majin Buu, Goku had always fought alongside his companions. Consequently, in terms of teamwork and coordination, Goku and his allies significantly surpassed Jiren. Yet, that was the extent of the matter. I acknowledge that the collaboration among Sun Wukong and his companions is indeed commendable. However, it is regrettable that the disparity in strength between them and Jiren is insurmountable. No matter how well they coordinate, they remain no match for Jiren. Nevertheless, the fact that they managed to inflict injuries upon Jiren is quite impressive in itself. It is worth noting that the last time Jiren sustained injuries was many years ago. To be able to wound Jiren is an accomplishment worthy of celebration. Alas, even if Jiren has weaknesses, his overwhelming strength is devoid of any vulnerabilities. At this moment, Beerus has chosen not to interject. Given the current circumstances, the seventh universe appears to have no chance of victory. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are in dire condition, both severely injured. Although Frieza has not been eliminated, he too has suffered grave injuries from previous battles and is likely unconscious. The whereabouts of number 17 remain unknown, leaving uncertainty about his fate. In such a state, how can they hope to contend against Jiren, who still maintains over 90% of his strength? Chapter 185, Vegeta's Honor in Defeat. Has the fate of the seventh universe been sealed? At this juncture, many spectators have lost faith in the seventh universe. Despite having previously watched numerous videos of Sun Wukong and his companions, witnessing their growth has elevated their status in the hearts of the audience. Yet, the current situation is exceedingly unfriendly towards them. They wish fervently for the seventh universe to prevail, but given the present circumstances, such a hope seems increasingly unlikely. While they yearn for a miracle, one must wonder what magnitude of miracle would be required for the seventh universe to reverse their fortunes. What extraordinary event could enable the severely injured Sun Wukong and his allies, who are on the brink of exhaustion, to triumph over the well-rested Jiren? If such an achievement were possible, it would not merely be a miracle. It would border on the miraculous, akin to possessing an unfair advantage. Zhangguo remarks that, based on the current situation, the odds of victory for the seventh universe are indeed alarmingly low. He even suggests that they have plummeted to a point where winning seems impossible. Duan Muyin adds that given Sun Wukong's present condition, even if he were to attain perfect mastery, it would be futile. Surely, one cannot expect him to restore his strength and recover from injuries merely by entering a state of perfect mastery. While transformation may enhance one's power, it is contingent upon one's existing condition. Otherwise, true potential cannot be realized. Considering Sun Wukong's current state, it is likely he cannot sustain even the transformation into Super Saiyan for long, let alone achieve perfect mastery. Unless perfect mastery possesses the capacity to restore energy and heal wounds, Sun Wukong's current state renders any potential attainment of perfect mastery ineffectual. After all, his condition is far too dire. Furthermore, whether Sun Wukong can indeed reach perfect mastery remains an open question. Delicious. Apologies, Beerus, but Jiren is indeed superior. Delicious, nevertheless. Goku and his companions have performed admirably. I acknowledge their efforts. Beerus, delicious, I never anticipated that your Universe 11 would harbor such a formidable warrior as Jiren. At this moment, Beerus had relinquished hope. He no longer believed that Goku could turn the tide. Previously, when in good condition and uninjured, Goku was unable to contend with Jiren. Now, in their deteriorated state, each one gravely wounded, they stood no chance against him. Although he harbored a desire for Universe 7 to triumph, he had to confront reality. If, under these circumstances, Goku and his allies emerged victorious, even he would suspect foul play. Fortunately, this was merely a video representation of Universe 7's defeat. He fervently hoped that Lord Zeno would refrain from watching the video and subsequently deciding to hold a power tournament in reality. At this juncture, Goku and his comrades were incapable of transforming into Super Saiyans. If a power tournament were to convene now, Universe 7 would likely be the first to face elimination. Alas, while Universe 7's defeat seemed inevitable, he resolved to witness the conclusion. Goku and his companions had exerted themselves to the utmost. They had done their best. Let him, as the god of destruction of Universe 7, bear witness to their final stand. In the video, due to the delay caused by Android 17, Vegeta and Goku regained a modicum of strength. Yet, Goku remained utterly drained, in a state of utter exhaustion. Vegeta, however, still possessed a flicker of energy. Rising to his feet, he faced Jiren alone. Even as Jiren unleashed a barrage of blows, Vegeta gritted his teeth and endured. He even managed to unleash a final flash. But it failed to inflict any damage on Jiren. After being battered and bruised, Vegeta ultimately fell from the stage beneath Jiren's relentless assault. This time, no one came to his aid, and he lacked the strength to save himself. As he plummeted from the arena, thoughts of his wife and children, as well as Kaba, flooded his mind. He lamented his inability to fulfill his promise to Kaba and protect his family. In his final moments, Vegeta expended the last vestiges of his energy, transferring it to Goku. "I entrust you with this, Kakarot." Once again, Vegeta placed his final hope in Goku's hands. Vegeta was eliminated. Observing Vegeta's ousting, countless spectators from myriad realms expressed their profound respect for him. Vegeta's unwavering spirit, persevering until the end, was an inspiration worthy of admiration. Vegeta, a true embodiment of masculinity. Though ultimately defeated, he retained his honor. The proud warriors of Universe 11 recognized that this Vegeta was a genuine fighter. The usually taciturn Jiren, for once, spoke a word of praise for Vegeta. The performance of Vegeta in the video garnered his recognition. Although Vegeta's strength significantly pales in comparison to his own, he was ultimately eliminated by him. Nevertheless, he refrained from mocking Vegeta. The latter's display was indeed worthy of respect. Indeed, he is a true warrior. Beside him, Toppo expressed his profound sentiments. It was this very Vegeta who had once vanquished him, the god of destruction, yet he accepted his defeat to Vegeta with grace. Both Son Goku and Vegeta are adversaries deserving of admiration. Were their powers to increase even slightly, perhaps Universe 11 would find itself in genuine peril. At present, Universe 11 is left with only Jiren. Toppo remarked that if Son Goku and Vegeta were to possess a bit more strength, even Jiren might not secure victory. Alas, they still fall short by a fraction, just that small margin preventing them from triumph. The ultimate victory belongs to Jiren, and thus to Universe 11. However, one must acknowledge Jiren's prowess. Even without revealing his true capabilities during the Tournament of Power, he achieved victory. It can only be said that Jiren operates on an entirely different level compared to them and the other contestants from various universes. In fact, even if Jiren were to face the remaining 79 fighters alone, he would likely prevail with ease. Thankfully, Jiren belongs to Universe 11. The countless lives of Universe 11. Alongside the proud team, with the exception of Jiren, including the likes of Vermoud, express their gratitude for Jiren's allegiance to their universe. Conversely, the inhabitants of Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8, including their gods of destruction, are equally fortunate. They are relieved that they need not participate in the Tournament of Power and face Jiren. Otherwise, they too would likely meet elimination at his hands, or perhaps even at the hands of Universe 7. It remains true that while their universes rank among the top 4, this merely reflects a higher average level and does not signify that their universe's peak fighters surpass those of others. They remain oblivious to whether there exist individuals within their universe capable of contending with Son Goku, Vegeta, or even Jiren. It is likely that there are none. Hence, they are grateful for their exemption from the Tournament of Power, otherwise, their universe would face obliteration. At this moment, all spectators were fixated on the video, with some even rising to their feet, united by a singular thought, to witness the ultimate fate of Universe 7. Chapter 186. Can we report Son Goku for cheating? In the current video, due to Vegeta transferring his energy to Son Goku, the latter regained some stamina and struggled to rise from the ground. With number 17's fate uncertain, Frieza missing in action, and Vegeta now eliminated, Son Goku stands alone against Jiren. However, his condition was exceedingly poor, to the point that merely standing required an immense effort. Consequently, no one held any optimism for Son Wukong's victory. Even the 7th universe was rife with apprehension regarding him. Despite his dire state, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and boldly initiated an assault on Jiren. I still fail to comprehend the purpose of placing trust in you. Such faith seems utterly futile. Throughout the battle, Jiren found himself perplexed. As a renowned lone wolf of the 11th universe, he could not fathom the concept of trust among comrades. Subsequently, Jiren continued to overpower Sun Wukong, reducing him back to his original form. Sun Wukong struggled to rise once more, resolutely declaring his unwillingness to accept defeat. Yet, standing alone, he was no match for the relentless might before Jiren. He was merely a punching bag subjected to unrestrained blows. Soon, under Jiren's assault, Sun Wukong found himself teetering on the edge of the arena. A single further strike from Jiren would send him plummeting from the stage. However, just as Jiren unleashed this final blow, Sun Wukong closed his eyes. Reflecting on Jiren's disdain for trust, he recalled the sacrifice of Android 17, who had given his life to protect him and Vegeta, as well as the memories of fighting alongside comrades such as Vegeta, Krillin, and Frieza. These allies bestowed upon Sun Wukong immense strength. An unexpected turn of events transpired. Sun Wukong evaded Jiren's lethal strike. He maneuvered behind Jiren, enveloped once more in a silvery gray radiance. In that moment, Sun Wukong re-entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Witnessing this, the 11th universe, from the god of destruction, Vermaud, to countless ordinary citizens, was left in stunned silence. Vermaud, no way, in such circumstances, can Sun Wukong truly achieve Ultra Instinct again? Vermaud, is there anywhere to report this? I need to report him for cheating. Although it was clear that even with his return to Ultra Instinct, Sun Wukong would still not be Jiren's equal, Vermaud felt a profound sense of injustice. Sun Wukong was in such a grievous state, struggling even to stand. Yet, after merely reminiscing about his companions, he managed to attain Ultra Instinct once more. Was this not rather frivolous? It seemed akin to cheating. Even if Sun Wukong remained unable to defeat Jiren, such behavior of cheating must be curtailed. Otherwise, he might continuously access Ultra Instinct at will. It would not be easy for Jiren to eliminate him. One could imagine the scenario where both Sun Wukong and Jiren remained on the stage until the end of the Tournament of Power, resulting in the elimination of both the 7th and 11th universes, a truly ludicrous outcome. Beerus, this is the power of Sun Wukong. It is a testament to the trust between him and his companions. Beerus, how can one claim he is cheating? Sun Wukong had not been eliminated. Much to Beerus's delight, while the situation remained unfavorable for Sun Wukong, he had not yet been cast out. As long as Sun Wukong stayed in the fray, there remained a glimmer of hope. Although hope appears quite bleak, it is certainly preferable to being outright eliminated by Jiren. Of course, Goku has once again entered the state of Ultra Instinct, much to Beerus's astonishment. One can also empathize with Vermouth's sentiments. For if the contestants from other universes exhibited the same capabilities as Goku, it would undoubtedly shatter his composure. However, it is a pity that Goku hails from Universe 7, and as the god of destruction for that universe, Beerus naturally must advocate on Goku's behalf. Duan Mu Yin expressed his inability to comprehend the profound strength derived from trust among comrades, as he has never experienced such bonds. Throughout his battles against Uxur, he has always fought alone and yearns to understand the essence of camaraderie, yet finds himself unable to do so. Li Haoyin, too, admitted his lack of understanding, revealing that although he possesses teammates, they are rather unreliable, one a proud rich heir, another a gaming fanatic who can even lose a summoner, and the third, a teppanyaki chef who barely knows as much as he does, merely serving as a detector for the underworld. He feels utterly drained and cannot grasp the concept of trust among partners. Daegu, however, asserted that the trust between companions indeed bestows formidable power. Just the thought of his comrades from the victory team invigorates him with the strength to fight. He recalls a time when he was lost and questioned why Tiga fought. It was the memory of his teammates that illuminated his path. He fights to protect them, and in moments of adversity, they provide him with immense support. Without the victory team, it would be impossible for him to vanquish so many monsters on his own. As Damu Yen and Daega shared their insights, countless spectators began to reflect on their own experiences. Some, accustomed to relying solely on themselves like Duan Mu Yen, struggle to appreciate the potency of trust among comrades. Conversely, those who fight alongside partners, such as the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, understand it well, whenever they are exhausted and unable to defeat their foes. The mere thought of their guildmates empowers them to triumph. Nevertheless, despite many expressing their understanding of the extraordinary strength derived from trust among companions, Vermouth, Jiren, and all from Universe 11 remain unable to comprehend or accept it. Once or twice might be tolerable, but how many times has this occurred in Universe 7? Vegeta, recalling his family and apprentice, unleashed tremendous power to defeat Topo. Goku, in a dire state, managed to access Ultra Instinct while thinking of his friends. They might barely accept it once or twice, but the recurrence of such phenomena is simply beyond their grasp. This time, I reluctantly endured it. Sun Wukong has merely stepped into the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique and is still no match for Jiren. However, if he were to turn the tide under such circumstances, I would truly feel compelled to express my frustration. As long as there remains no possibility of Sun Wukong emerging victorious, I can begrudgingly accept his exploits. Yet, should he manage to triumph over Jiren in this scenario, that would be utterly intolerable. In Chapter 187, one might wonder if Sun Wukong could attain perfection in his mastery. At this moment, countless spectators felt a flicker of hope. The trust between Sun Wukong and his companions allowed him to once again embrace the ultimate freedom technique. Could this trust bestow upon him greater strength to defeat Jiren? While the likelihood seems slim, the prospect is not entirely absent. With this glimmer of anticipation, the multitude of viewers continued to watch the video. Of course, in Universe 11, no one harbored such hope. They merely wished for Jiren to swiftly eliminate Sun Wukong. In the video, after entering the ultimate freedom technique, Sun Wukong, who had previously been at a disadvantage, managed to regain his footing, rekindling hope for victory among Krillin and the others. However, was cautioned that this was their final opportunity. The deeper one penetrates the realm of the divine, the greater the burden on the body after surpassing one's limits. At this juncture, Sun Wukong had no allies to assist him, nor any means to restore his energy. Thus, when the silver-gray light in his eyes faded, the outcome would be sealed. Now one can comprehend why Majin Buu had to be eliminated. Majin Buu possesses the ability to restore the condition of others. Had he been present, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions would have been revitalized, maintaining their peak condition. With Majin Buu, the prospect of exhausting Jiren would not have been impossible. Hence, it was precisely due to Majin Buu's overwhelming power that he could not participate in the Tournament of Power. The narrator's remarks resonated profoundly with countless viewers, who grasped the reason behind the earlier decision to remove Majin Buu. Previously, they had not witnessed the Tournament of Power, so their feelings were not as intense. Now, having observed the events unfold, they truly understood. Indeed, had Majin Buu been present, even those like Krillin and Tien, whose powers are not particularly formidable, would have fared better. After all, they were eliminated not due to poor condition. However, for the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, whose strengths are formidable, collaborating with Majin Buu would spell disaster for the other universes. With Majin Buu around, after Vegeta's self-destruction to eliminate Topo, he could instantly return to full strength. Though he would still not be able to match Jiren, at his peak, combined with his deep blue transformation, he would undoubtedly be capable of exhausting some of Jiren's energy. There is no need to elaborate on Sun Wukong. He has experienced moments of utter exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The first instance occurred when Frieza shared his energy with him, and the second was at the hands of Vegeta. However, both instances only allowed him to regain a modicum of strength. Were Majin Buu present, he could have fully replenished Wukong's energy and healed his wounds entirely. Even in his battered state, with energy nearly depleted, he managed to enter the Ultra Instinct state. Imagine if he were at full capacity, as the narrator suggests. Defeating Jiren would not be an impossibility. Although Jiren is indeed formidable, he is no match for the aid of Majin Buu from Universe 7, alongside the formidable duo of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In that moment, from the god of destruction Beerus to the countless ordinary citizens of Universe 7, there was a profound sense of regret. Why had Majin Buu not participated in the Tournament of Power? Had he been involved, Universe 7 might have already claimed victory. Why did he choose to sleep the day before the tournament commenced? Even a couple of days of rest would have sufficed. Meanwhile, Universe 11 breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunate that Majin Buu had not joined the fray, otherwise, they might have faced certain defeat. Now, victory lay firmly in their grasp. With no one to assist him or share energy, Sun Wukong's impending exit from the Ultra Instinct state would herald his elimination. Countless members of Universe 11 eagerly anticipated the moment when Sun Wukong's brilliance would fade. In the video, the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Jiren reignited. Their conflict spanned the entire arena, rendering the vast stage insignificant before their might, as they traversed it in an instant. However, discerning eyes noticed Sun Wukong's predicament. His attacks, while incisive, lacked sufficient power. Even as he fought, he was burdened by thought, unable to let his body act autonomously. This resulted in his strikes failing to inflict any harm upon Jiren, merely exhausting his energy in vain. Sun Wukong resorted to the strategy he employed against Caulifla, gathering Kamehameha energy while inching closer to Jiren, aiming to utilize the technique at close range to push him out of the arena. A dazzling light enveloped the stage, obscuring the unfolding events from view. Yet, when the brilliance faded, the scene astonished the audience. Sun Wukong's assault had faltered. Jiren had successfully blocked his attack at close range. Topo noted that Jiren had observed the previous battle between Sun Wukong and Caulifla, allowing him to anticipate how to counter Wukong's move. Subsequently, Jiren unleashed a powerful punch that sent Sun Wukong flying. Witnessing this, the members of Universe 11 celebrated with champagne, declaring victory to be all but assured. Sun Wukong's imperfect Ultra Instinct is merely a futile resistance. However, upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed in disagreement, exclaiming, "Are you dreaming?" Vegeta's words caught the attention of Whis. By stating that it is imperfect, you imply that there exists the potential for greater strength. To dismiss this possibility while determining the victor is rather hasty for someone of your divine stature. Though Vegeta did not articulate it explicitly, Whis discerned the underlying implication. Are you suggesting that, under such circumstances, he could still master Ultra Instinct and surpass Jiren? Impossible. You are the one who is deluded. Jiren could not accept Vegeta's assertion, as it seemed far too fantastical. How can you be so certain? He questioned. During this tournament of power, we Saiyans have repeatedly shattered our limits within the constraints of time. You must have witnessed this yourself. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Whis' expression darkened. He shouted towards Jiren on the arena, "Jiren, end this battle swiftly. Eliminate Sun Wukong at once." Although Whis did not believe Vegeta's words, he had indeed observed the Saiyans' remarkable performance. To avert protracted uncertainties, eliminating Sun Wukong now would be the most prudent course of action. In the video, Whis expressed disbelief. In reality, he felt equally skeptical. Chapter 188 with Whis' assurance, Sun Wukong is secure. Whis, impossible. Sun Wukong cannot possibly achieve perfect Ultra Instinct under these conditions. Nevertheless, despite his outward declarations, much like his video counterpart, Whis felt a surge of unease within. He had certainly witnessed the Saiyans' prowess in the tournament. It must be said, he truly wished to report them for cheating. Clearly, Universe 11 could achieve victory with ease, yet the presence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has altered the dynamics entirely. Could it be that Sun Wukong might indeed attain perfection? He could not accept this notion. He did not believe that Sun Wukong could accomplish such a feat in this state. Yet, one must prepare for every eventuality. Thus, he wholeheartedly endorsed the notion that Jiren should swiftly eliminate Sun Wukong, leaving no opportunity for a miraculous comeback. Not only Whis, but the entirety of Universe 11 shared this sentiment, hoping for Jiren to quickly dispatch Sun Wukong. However, the other spectators held a different perspective. Goku, Vegeta is right. These Saiyans are truly terrifying. Goku, perhaps Sun Wukong can indeed achieve perfection. Kakashi, I sincerely hope Sun Wukong can succeed. That would give Universe 7 a chance at victory. Duan Muyen, indeed, let us hope he can endure and not be eliminated by Jiren so easily. Li Shinan, indeed, Sun Wukong, you must persevere. Apart from the 11th universe, all other spectators wish for Sun Wukong to ascend to the state of perfect instinct. It is fair to say that, aside from the 11th universe, the other viewers do not desire the battle to conclude so abruptly, nor do they wish for Jiren to eliminate Sun Wukong. The barrage of comments has certainly caused the 11th universe to experience some turmoil. These individuals from various universes and realms yearn for the battle to continue, hoping for Sun Wukong to attain perfect instinct. Does this not imply that they desire Jiren's defeat and the downfall of the 11th universe? What has the 11th universe done to offend these beings? However, other spectators assert that they do not wish for the 11th universe to lose. They merely seek to witness the true form of perfect instinct. Naturally, the scenes depicted in the video will not alter according to the wishes of certain individuals. In the video, Vegeta declares, Kakarot, I have entrusted all my pride and promises to you. If you lose, I shall never forgive you. transcend the realm of gods, and defeat Jiren. This proclamation ignites a surge of power within Sun Wukong, prompting him to engage in a fierce battle once more against Jiren. Yet to the eyes of others, the situation does not appear to have improved, remaining much the same as before. Meanwhile, Whis gazes thoughtfully at the clash, contemplating and smiling as he remarks, "It seems the situation is not as it appears. I can sense that the rising energy is not due to a disarray of consciousness, but rather an acceleration born from pure collision. Wukong is now facing Jiren with a clear mind. No, it is more accurate to say that he is wholeheartedly embracing the battle itself, allowing himself to burn fiercely and passionately. The destruction of the universe, the disparity of power, confusion, anxiety, and fear all dissolve into nothingness amidst the flames. What remains is only himself, his opponent, and the fight. Gradually, this awareness begins to recede, transforming into a fervent and rapid progression, breaking through realms deeper than instinct itself. Before him lies. Though Whis does not finish his thought, his meaning is abundantly clear. Countless spectators have grasped his implication. Duanmu Yin. So, Sun Wukong is gradually stepping into the domain of perfect instinct? Li Xinan. That seems to be the case. We are about to witness the form of perfect instinct. Kakashi. But returning to the matter at hand, how does Whis seem to possess such understanding of the Ultra Instinct? Kakashi. How could he know that Sun Wukong would reach perfect Ultra Instinct by continuing on this path? Zhang Chulan. As the master of the god of destruction, he must certainly possess some knowledge. Zhang Chulan. Perhaps he has even mastered Ultra Instinct himself? Beerus, you are correct. Whis has indeed mastered Ultra Instinct. Beerus, moreover, for him, or rather for all angels, Ultra Instinct is merely a state of being. Beerus, what I refer to is the state of perfect instinct. His words astonished countless spectators. Krillin, so, does that mean that Whis and the other angels maintain the state of Ultra Instinct at all times? Beerus, you could interpret it that way. At that moment, the myriad viewers across the realms gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of the angels. Initially, they believed that as the master of the gods of destruction, the angels must possess formidable strength. Yet, they had no concrete concept of just how powerful they truly were. Now, they began to grasp the enormity of it all. Aside from Beerus, no other god of destruction had attained the state of Ultra Instinct, a feat that even Goku had struggled to achieve. For the angels, however, it was merely their norm. How terrifying that is. Furthermore, it was perfect instinct. The angel's norm is perfect instinct. No wonder Whis possesses such profound knowledge of Ultra Instinct. To him, it is likely as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This also implies one significant truth. Since Whis has stated this, it is highly probable that Goku could indeed attain perfect instinct. At this juncture, the outcome became uncertain. Meanwhile, Vermaud's mindset was on the verge of exploding. He could dismiss Beerus's claims, even disregard the possibility of Goku achieving perfect instinct as stated by Beerus. However, Whis's words were not something he could overlook. With Whis's assurance, Goku's chances of success seemed almost guaranteed. But how could that be possible? Given Goku's current condition, how could he possibly achieve perfect instinct? Wasn't he running on empty? Where would he find the energy to reach perfect instinct? Not to mention, how could he sustain a prolonged battle against Jiren? Does Ultra Instinct restore stamina? Although he had not entered the realm of Ultra Instinct, he possessed some knowledge of it. He had never heard of Ultra Instinct being capable of restoring stamina. After much contemplation, only one possibility remained. He must be cheating. Goku was undoubtedly cheating. Chapter 189. Everyone stands up. The birth of perfect instinct. At this moment, countless spectators observed the video with the utmost solemnity and seriousness, eagerly anticipating Goku's attainment of perfect instinct and the splendor it would showcase. In the video, as the battle intensified, Goku found himself once again increasingly suppressed by Jiren. Jiren's attacks formed a vast domain, a realm created by his incredibly rapid and fierce onslaught. One could only imagine the astonishing speed and ferocity of Jiren's attacks. Under such relentless pressure from Jiren, Goku stood precariously on a small rock, striving to withstand the onslaught. However, his position was precarious. Should the stone beneath him shatter, with no means to utilize instant transmission and being overwhelmed by Jiren's assault, he would inevitably plummet from the arena. Moreover, Sun Wukong was currently exerting every ounce of his strength merely to withstand Jiren's relentless onslaught, leaving him no capacity to shift to another location. Krillin and the others were deeply concerned for Sun Wukong, fervently cheering him on. At that moment, Beerus spoke up. "You lot, quiet down and observe." Beerus's gaze was fixed on the arena, his expression gravely serious. At this juncture, all encouragement was futile. It was entirely up to Sun Wukong now. As Jiren's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, Sun Wukong, who had been relegated to a purely defensive stance, began to launch a counteroffensive. Sparks erupted within the realm created by Jiren's strikes, a dazzling display born from the collision of fists. Could it be that Sun Wukong had transitioned from defense to attack? Topo exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the broadcast, a powerful roar resonated. Hearing this fierce sound, countless spectators realized that a miracle was about to unfold. Once restrained and unable to move, Sun Wukong gradually lifted his hand and raised his head. As he gazed upward amidst the intensity, a formidable surge of energy shot skyward. This attack pierced through the domain formed by Jiren's onslaught and struck him directly. With Sun Wukong's thunderous shout, a silvery luminescent barrier materialized behind him. This was the energy manifestation of Sun Wukong. Subsequently, the barrier unfurled, revealing an incredibly resplendent starry expanse. Sun Wukong's energy was both searing and radiant. Gradually, this energy infused into Sun Wukong's being, rendering him dazzlingly luminous. Sun Wukong, that was a solid strike. And the fervor that surged within you to defeat me demands a response, Jiren declared, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This marked Jiren's first smile. Topo. Jiren, he actually smiled. Jiren's smile left Topo utterly speechless, in disbelief. Not just Topo, but anyone from the Pride Troopers who knew Jiren bore expressions of astonishment. They had never witnessed Jiren smile since their acquaintance. Yet now he smiled at his adversary, Sun Wukong. How astonishing! What incredible charm does Sun Wukong possess to elicit such a reaction from Jiren? Furthermore, Jiren's words indicated a shift to seriousness. The fact that Jiren was now earnest meant that Sun Wukong had indeed entered a state of perfect freedom. In the footage, to counter Sun Wukong, Jiren unleashed his own energy. A fiery crimson aura surged skyward, resembling an intensely blazing sea of flames, as if it aimed to incinerate the realm of nothingness. Jiren's fiery crimson aura resonated with Sun Wukong's silvery, radiant energy. Subsequently, a fireball, as scorching and luminous as the sun, materialized behind Jiren. Jiren extended his hand towards Sun Wukong, compressing a fireball within his palm, radiating an aura reminiscent of a blazing inferno. Subsequently, this fireball surged forth, propelled by Jiren's overwhelming energy, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with great ferocity. In response to Jiren's assault, Sun Wukong deftly propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light that dissipated Jiren's flames effortlessly. In an instant, Jiren's attack vanished, and Sun Wukong reappeared behind him, a fireball materializing in his right hand, the very essence of Jiren's earlier onslaught. With a simple grasp, Sun Wukong obliterated the formidable fireball, capable of annihilating entire universes, rendering Jiren's attack futile. At that moment, Sun Wukong radiated an astonishing brilliance, obscuring his form from view. Jiren, undeterred, launched another strike at Sun Wukong, only to have it effortlessly dismantled once more. Observing Sun Wukong's current state, the deities of destruction in the audience rose to their feet, fully aware of the transformation that had taken place. Has Wukong finally reached that level? Beerus inquired. Indeed. To put it simply, this young man is truly impressive. Whis replied. A look of exhilaration and astonishment adorned Beerus's face as he marveled at Sun Wukong's stance and radiance. Indeed, that is the true mastery of Ultra Instinct. As the light enveloping Sun Wukong began to fade, his true form was revealed. His once silver-gray hair had transformed entirely into a striking silver hue, and even his previously unaltered eyebrows now shimmered with the same silver tint. The aura surrounding him became increasingly resplendent, surpassing even the brilliance of his previous Ultra Instinct state. At this moment, Sun Wukong had officially entered the realm of perfect Ultra Instinct. He's achieved it. Wukong has truly accomplished it, Beerus exclaimed, leaping in joy within the expanse of the seventh universe. Although he had yet to fully recognize Sun Wukong, he anticipated that acquaintance would soon follow. Sun Wukong's performance was nothing short of exhilarating. The perfection of Ultra Instinct, a feat he himself had not attained, had been realized by Sun Wukong. Yet, rather than harboring any jealousy, Beerus felt only elation, for he had long relinquished the pursuit of Ultra Instinct. Witnessing Sun Wukong accomplish what he had once failed to do filled him with immense joy. This newfound mastery signified that Sun Wukong now possessed the strength to contend with Jiren, and perhaps even to vanquish him, leading the seventh universe to ultimate victory. Such prospects could only bring him happiness. Meanwhile, the other spectators were equally ecstatic, rejoicing and shouting in their respective realms. Although Whis' earlier words had hinted at Sun Wukong's potential to reach perfect Ultra Instinct, witnessing the reality of his achievement sparked overwhelming excitement within them. Sun Wukong had finally attained perfect Ultra Instinct, igniting hope for defeating Jiren and leading the seventh universe to triumph. Moreover, the Sun Wukong who has entered a state of perfect serenity is truly magnificent, utterly captivating. At this moment, countless women across the myriad realms gaze at Sun Wukong in the video with eyes filled with adoration. If given the opportunity, many would eagerly aspire to become the stepmother of Sun Wukong's son, Gohan. A number of men even expressed their willingness, should Sun Wukong not mind. Chapter 190. Strength is indeed paramount. The issue lies in Jiren's inadequacy in this regard. Sun Wukong is so handsome, absolutely stunning. I proclaim that Sun Wukong shall henceforth be my destined one, my one and only. I believe I could become Gohan's stepmother. Gohan, I wonder if you are in need of a stepmother. I too desire to be Gohan's stepmother, though I am male, if Sun Wukong does not mind. I could also fill that role. Sun Wukong, having stepped into perfect serenity, is so striking that he appeals to all. Observing these comments, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma, who grew up alongside Sun Wukong, could not help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. Are these people from other worlds a tad too fervent? Chi-Chi, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Chi-Chi, you all should stop dreaming. Wukong is mine. I am Gohan's biological mother. As for Gohan, he was at a loss for words. After all, he is but a child. Why are there so many wishing to become his stepmother? His father's charm is truly formidable. Beerus, Sun Wukong has finally entered perfect serenity. The outcome is now uncertain. Daishinkan, indeed, the seventh universe now possesses a glimmer of hope for victory, and a significant one at that. Whis, I can only say that I must report Sun Wukong for cheating. Whis had no desire to discuss anything else. He simply wished to report Sun Wukong for his apparent advantage. It was not that he could not accept Sun Wukong achieving perfect serenity, but rather that he found it incomprehensible that Sun Wukong attained such a state while in such a weakened condition. Just moments prior, Sun Wukong had been utterly exhausted, unable to move, relying solely on the meager energy provided by Vegeta to muster the strength to continue battling Jiren. Yet, against all odds, that scant energy somehow enabled him to once again enter the Ultra Instinct state. Now, astonishingly, it has allowed him to attain perfect serenity. Let us reiterate, Ultra Instinct does not restore stamina. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have fully recovered his energy after so many instances of entering Ultra Instinct, instead of collapsing as he had before. Yet, through sheer determination and the last vestiges of his strength, Sun Wukong has persevered and reached perfect serenity. This cannot merely be luck. What else could it be? Breaking through one's limits undoubtedly enhances strength and can elevate one's stamina threshold, but it does not replenish energy. He truly cannot accept this. Though the victor has yet to be determined, with Sun Wukong having attained perfect serenity, the variables have significantly increased. Sun Wukong now possesses the power to contend with Jiren, signaling that he may even be capable of a mutual demise with him. Should Sun Wukong lose, it would be inconsequential. In the 7th universe, Frieza remains uneliminated. However, in the 11th universe, only Jiren stands alone. Jiren, you must hold your ground. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers, members including Toppo and Dispo cast sympathetic glances towards Jiren. They feel pity for him, facing the formidable Goku. Yet, only Jiren possesses the capability to confront him, as they have been unable to compel Goku to unleash his full potential. Jiren, do you believe you can emerge victorious? Toppo inquired with curiosity, uncertain of the extent of Jiren's strength and whether he could prevail against the perfect state Goku had attained. Nonetheless, Jiren likely harbored a clear understanding of his own abilities. I shall not lose, Jiren coldly asserted. Upon hearing Jiren's response, Toppo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Jiren's confidence was reassuring. They did not wish to witness his defeat and the subsequent elimination of their 11th universe. At that moment, The video revealed Goku's enhanced power following his attainment of perfect mastery. Previously, his attacks inflicted minimal damage on Jiren, but now, even the slightest strike could injure him. With his new form, Goku's speed had also surged, augmenting his attacks and defenses while enabling him to evade with remarkable agility. This time, Goku thoroughly dominated Jiren. Marking the first occasion he truly suppressed him. Jiren's assaults were effortlessly countered, while Goku's strikes inflicted genuine harm. The scales of victory were tilting decidedly in Goku's favor. I will not lose. Strength is justice. Strength is absolute. To be defeated is to lose everything, just as I did in the past. I refuse to endure such treatment again. Jiren gazed at Goku, voicing his thoughts, his eyes reflecting memories of past experiences. It was these memories that led Jiren to believe that trust among comrades was futile. Only strength mattered. Is there a flaw in Jiren's reasoning? There is none. Strength is indeed justice, and strength is undeniably absolute. However, the crux of the matter is that he is not strong enough. This narration left countless viewers in contemplative silence. These silent spectators had questioned the validity of Jiren's beliefs, yet the narration now affirmed that his thoughts held merit. The only issue was his lack of sufficient strength. This revelation left them momentarily bewildered, as their beliefs had been directly challenged by the narration. Kakashi, to be honest, Jiren's perspective is not without merit. Kakashi, as the narrator stated, his sole issue is indeed a deficiency in strength. Duanmu Yen, indeed, Goku can match Jiren through the trust of his comrades. But that is also due to Goku's own formidable prowess. Duanmu Yen. Thus, with the combination of ultra instinct and the bond of trust with his allies, he is able to keep pace with Jiren. After considerable contemplation, countless spectators were compelled to acknowledge the veracity of both Jiren and the narrator's assertions. Indeed, immense power equates to righteousness, to absolute authority. Regrettably, Jiren remains insufficiently formidable. Thus, when confronted with Sun Wukong, who has attained a state of perfect freedom, he finds himself at a disadvantage. It is under the aegis of his companion's unwavering trust that Sun Wukong is able to consistently close the gap with Jiren. Ultimately, it is Jiren's lack of strength that is the crux of the matter. One cannot dismiss the significance of camaraderie. When facing adversaries whose power does not vastly exceed one's own, the trust among allies can indeed confer formidable strength, enabling one to contend with the opponent. However, this is not without its limits. Should the opponent's prowess surpass this threshold, such trust becomes futile. It is akin to Sun Wukong. No matter how fortified by the trust of his companions, or how deeply immersed in perfect freedom, he remains no match for an angel who treats such a state as commonplace. Jiren finds himself in a disadvantaged position, fundamentally due to his inadequacy in strength. Chapter 191 explores how Sun Wukong's might stems from his companions. The narrator's words resonate profoundly with numerous antagonists, who find themselves in complete agreement with Jiren and the narrator's perspective. What constitutes justice? What embodies evil? These are merely relative concepts. Victory is the epitome of justice. But how does one achieve victory? Naturally, it requires possessing formidable strength. Were they not so lacking in power, they would seamlessly transition to the righteous side. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers in Universe 11, the typically stoic Jiren finds his lips twitching ever so slightly. Not strong enough. He is already the strongest in Universe 11, capable of overwhelming competitors from other universes. In fact, were it not for Sun Wukong's extraordinary abilities, he would surely be crushed. With such prowess, how can he be deemed insufficiently strong? Yet, he must concede that the narrator speaks a fundamental truth. He indeed lacks the requisite strength. If he were truly powerful, no matter how much Sun Wukong might exploit his advantages, he would still not be his adversary. The video depicts him being subdued by Sun Wukong in a state of perfect freedom, undeniably due to his own inadequacy. If only he possessed strength comparable to that of an angel, Sun Wukong would appear no more significant than an insect in his eyes. Thus, I must become stronger. But how shall I accomplish this? Jiren furrows his brow, grappling with a dilemma akin to that encountered by Hit previously. Their strength within their respective universes is so overwhelming that they stand alone, leading to a painfully slow progression in their power. It is indeed lonely at the top. When one lacks a rival capable of matching their strength, there is little opportunity for personal growth. This is precisely why many antagonists take pleasure in nurturing protagonists, awaiting the moment when these heroes mature and can, in turn, enhance their own power. Of course, This often leads to their downfall, as the protagonist may ultimately turn against them, seizing the chance to grow stronger. Nonetheless, this principle holds true unless one reaches an unparalleled level of strength that renders them invincible across all realms. Having a worthy opponent is immensely beneficial for the enhancement of one's abilities. In the present video, as Sun Wukong drives Jiren to the brink, it dredges up sorrowful memories from Jiren's past, igniting a spark within him. With a resounding roar, Jiren unleashes an overwhelming wave of fiery energy. His aura transforms into a blazing inferno, affecting even the audience. Jiren's energy surges wildly, engulfing the arena in flames. His attire bursts asunder, revealing his muscular upper body, a manifestation of Jiren unleashing his full power. Confronted by the perfect state of Sun Wukong, Jiren finally unleashes his full might. In this moment of unleashed power, Jiren, who had previously been at a disadvantage, dramatically turns the tide. He even shatters the unspoken rule of not clashing directly with the Sun family. During their confrontation, Jiren emerges victorious, swallowing Sun Wukong's form in a fierce onslaught and leaving a deep crater on the arena floor. However, Sun Wukong does not concede defeat. He charges at Jiren, launching a fierce counterattack, only to find himself outmaneuvered and struck down from the air. Lying on the ground, he appears devoid of the strength to rise again. The audience erupts with joy. Ha ha ha, this is Jiren. Well done, Jiren. Even if Sun Wukong has attained the perfect state, Jiren will not falter. The excitement is palpable. They know they have placed their faith in the right champion. Even against the perfected form of Sun Wukong, he remains unmatched. The perfect state represents Sun Wukong's ultimate technique. If this is insufficient to challenge Jiren, then the 7th universe's hopes of victory are surely dashed. The inhabitants of the 11th universe share in the jubilation. This is Jiren, their strongest warrior, their guardian. Meanwhile, the other spectators are left in utter astonishment. They could not have anticipated Jiren's formidable power, even overpowering Sun Wukong in his perfected state. Thus, if Jiren had showcased such strength from the outset, Muses won, the 11th universe would have triumphed long ago. Indeed, concurs another. Had Jiren revealed such prowess at the onset of the power tournament, it would have concluded in mere moments. Yet, thanks to him, we have been granted the opportunity to witness the true essence of the perfected state. Duanmu Yin remarked, however, I believe it is still premature to declare a victor. He continued, I think Sun Wukong can still continue to fight. Zhang Chulan concurred, indeed, I share the same sentiment. While Wei Mei deemed the battle concluded, declaring Sun Wukong the loser, other spectators maintained that he had yet to be defeated. After all, Sun Wukong had fallen numerous times before, only to rise again. Perhaps this time would be no different. The spectators were not mistaken in their thoughts. Within the video, as the sight of Sun Wukong's fall unfolded, Krillin in the audience voiced his unwavering belief. Wukong, I have faith that you will prevail, no matter the circumstances or the perils you face. Haven't you always risen to the occasion? You can surely defeat Jiren. I believe in you. This heartfelt declaration from Krillin, one of Sun Wukong's closest friends, infused him with the strength to rise once more. Sun Wukong stood again, and this defiance rattled Jiren. Impossible. You should be too exhausted to rise. Why? Why can you stand time and again? With the hopes of Android 17, Vegeta, and many others resting upon him, he thought, I cannot retreat even a single step to honor their trust. Silence. Your words are meaningless against my power. The battle resumed between Sun Wukong and Jiren, and this time, Wukong's speed surged once more, faster than before. This revelation astonished the warriors of Universe 11. Not only had Sun Wukong risen again, but he had also improved. They were bewildered by the reasons behind this transformation. Piccolo, Master Roshi, and Krillin elucidated their confusion. Wukong fights not solely for himself, he carries our hopes. Wukong's journey is enriched by the camaraderie of his sparring partners, a rare treasure for all involved. Moreover, this camaraderie ignited Wukong's fighting spirit. He would never consider this a solitary endeavor. It is precisely because of Wukong that they are present here today. Initially, some viewed him as an adversary, yet now, they have entrusted their faith to him. Chapter 192, The Backlash, a turn of events. The words of Krillin and others in the video deeply resonated with them in reality. Indeed, when I first met Wukong, I looked down on him and even harbored ulterior motives, Krillin reflected. However, it was through him and Master Roshi that I grew into a competent warrior. Yamcha added, who could disagree? When I first encountered Wukong, I attempted to rob him. Tian Shinhan chimed in, I too, when I met Wukong at the martial arts tournament, was still fixated on becoming an assassin. It was Wukong and Master Roshi who transformed me, he concluded. Piccolo interjected, That's just who Sun Wukong is. It can be said that most warriors initially regarded Sun Wukong as their foe. It is precisely due to Sun Wukong's charismatic persona that he transforms foes into allies. His gradual ascent is undoubtedly reliant on the support of these companions. In essence, Sun Wukong's remarkable strength emanates from his comrades. Were it not for their assistance, he would not have attained such prowess alone. Although I am unaware of Sun Wukong's past, the subsequent videos clearly illustrate this reality. Even his transformation into a Super Saiyan was facilitated by Frieza and Krillin. Without their aid, Sun Wukong could not have achieved this transformation independently. I recall that Vegeta's ascension to Super Saiyan was also a result of Sun Wukong's influence. Vegeta, spurred by the realization that Sun Wukong had attained this form while he had not, ultimately harnessed his anger to succeed in his own transformation. Therefore, the significance of companions cannot be overstated. It is not merely friendship. They impart the strength necessary to grow. For those fortunate enough to have companions, the ability to evolve alongside them is clear. They comprehend the essence of partnership, while those who lack companions come to recognize their importance. They ponder whether they too should seek out allies. Some individuals discover the reasons behind their stagnation and growth. Perhaps it is due to the absence of sparring partners. Indeed, having comrades to fight alongside can facilitate mutual improvement. In the 11th universe, at the headquarters of the Pride Troopers, Jiren reflects on his past experiences. He too once had companions with whom he trained and trusted. However, those allies betrayed him, leading to his disdain for trusting others. Yet, after viewing the videos, he finds himself wavering. Can companions truly make him stronger? Will the trust between allies not betray him again? Jiren is now engulfed in inner turmoil. Observing Jiren's conflict, Toppo seems to discern his thoughts. Jiren, he says, placing a reassuring hand on Jiren's shoulder, you have always walked alone, devoid of trust in us. This time, you have witnessed the immense power that arises from the trust in the 7th universe. I do not expect an immediate transformation from you. I merely hope you can begin to embrace trust rather than reject it. If this video can slightly alter your perspective, then it has served its purpose. In fact, I hope that through the trust of his companions, Sun Wukong can defeat you, allowing you to recognize the strength found in trust. Although this would mean the 11th universe's defeat in the video, it would not affect our reality. However, if Jiren could instigate change in the real world, it would be a tremendous boon for both himself and the entire 11th universe. After all, should Jiren surpass the mental barrier within him, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Jiren's ascendance in power would be a remarkable benefit for the 11th universe, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Toppo's words, Jiren remained silent, his gaze fixed on the video. He yearned to witness the depth of trust that existed among the 7th universe's warriors. He wished to discern whether Goku could indeed vanquish him through the bonds of camaraderie. In the video, the exchange among Krillin and the others prompted reflection in Toppo. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Jiren and Goku raged on in the arena. Empowered by the trust of his allies, Goku managed to suppress Jiren. Yet, Jiren remained unconvinced. What allies? What trust? Acknowledging such notions would equate to denying everything he had believed until now. Such sentiments could easily dissipate. With a thunderous roar, Jiren launched another assault, but this time, his target was not Goku, but Krillin and the others on the stage. Witnessing this, Goku swiftly positioned himself before them, deflecting Jiren's attack. Jiren's actions incited Goku's fury. I will never easily forgive anyone who harms my friends. Enraged, Goku completely overpowered Jiren, striking him with a Kamehameha wave that sent Jiren crashing to the arena floor. Goku emerged victorious. However, just as Goku prepared to deliver the final blow, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Goku appeared gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground and breaking free from his perfected state. Surrounded by violet-black lightning, he exhibited signs of profound agony. The others looked on in deep concern, uncertain of what had transpired. Whis provided the explanation. Goku had suffered a backlash. The burden of the perfected state had proven too great for his body. Goku could no longer endure. The once favorable situation had suddenly unraveled. Seizing the opportunity, the devious Ribrian urged Jiren to swiftly eliminate Goku. Jiren rose and approached Goku, declaring, "The proud warrior Goku should not meet his end in such a manner. Even if your existence fades, you shall forever reside in my memories." Jiren's sentiment was clear. He would eternally remember Goku. With that, he unleashed his attack, shattering the ground beneath Goku's feet and sending him plummeting towards the depths of the arena. In mere seconds, Goku would face elimination. Yet, at that moment, a strike hit Goku, propelling him away and landing him upon a shard of rock. This attack had saved Goku. The assailant was none other than Frieza. After a prolonged absence, Frieza had returned to the fray. Meanwhile, another figure emerged, Android 17. He had not perished. Standing together, 17 and Frieza prepared for what lay ahead. The two individuals prepared to join forces and confront Jiren. Chapter 193. Universe 7. Why are we so unfortunate? Krillin, Android 17 is still alive, and Frieza has not been eliminated. Krillin, we have the advantage in numbers. If the tournament of power were to end now, we would emerge victorious. Tien, as long as we can hold out until time runs out, victory will be ours. Tien, however, given Frieza and Android 17's strength, this seems nearly impossible. The reappearance of Android 17 and Frieza brought immense joy to the members of Universe 7. With their return, their universe now held a numerical advantage. Yet, after the initial elation, apprehension set in. While they held the upper hand in numbers, they were severely lacking in strength. Even if Frieza and Android 17 teamed up, they would still struggle against Jiren. Although Goku had not been eliminated, in his current state, he was unlikely to re-enter the fray. Relying solely on Frieza and Android 17, how could they possibly defeat Jiren? Beerus, damn it. If only Goku could have held on for a few more seconds. At this moment, Beerus was filled with resentment. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away. Goku could have defeated Jiren. No, Goku had indeed bested Jiren. It was merely that Jiren had not been eliminated. Yet, Beerus understood that this was not Goku's fault. It was impossible for a human to step into perfection without bearing any burden. The subsequent backlash was an inevitable consequence. Nevertheless, the frustration lingered. If only they had a few more seconds, Jiren could have been eliminated. Although Goku, Frieza, and Android 17 had not been eliminated, Goku's loss of combat ability meant that relying solely on Frieza and Android 17 was futile. Beerus's mindset was in turmoil, filled with great dissatisfaction. Conversely, Vermaud was exhilarated. Vermaud, haha, who would have thought such a twist would occur? Vermaud, it seems that victory rightfully belongs to our Universe 11. Vermaud, Beerus. Victory does not lie with your Universe 7. Goku had indeed defeated Jiren. However, he had not eliminated him. Heaven knows how painful it was for him to witness Jiren's fall earlier. To his astonishment, such a significant reversal had occurred. For Beerus, this was a shock. For him, it was a tremendous delight. As for whether Universe 11's victory through such means would be somewhat embarrassing, Universe 7 had repeatedly resorted to underhanded tactics. Finally, Universe 11 had a chance to win. What was there to be ashamed of? Although they had not yet secured victory with Frieza and Android 17, how could they possibly rival Jiren? Jiren could easily defeat them and then eliminate Goku. As for whether Goku could rise again, setting aside the immense backlash he had suffered, even if he could stand once more, he would no longer be able to reach perfection. Thus, Jiren's chance of defeat has vanished. At this moment, countless spectators from myriad realms feel an overwhelming sense of regret. Just a few more seconds, only a fleeting moment. If Sun Wukong had been subjected to backlash just a moment later, the 7th universe would have triumphed. Why, oh why, must fate treat the 7th universe so cruelly? Majin Buu, who could have aided, chose the eve of the tournament of power to succumb to slumber. Sun Wukong, too, did not face backlash until he was on the brink of vanquishing Jiren. The 7th universe, why must it endure such misfortune? If only Majin Buu were present, he could have healed Sun Wukong. Alas, Majin Buu is absent. Zhang Chulan, do you think Frieza and Android 17 can defeat Jiren? No one responded to Zhang Chulan. For in the eyes of all spectators, how could Frieza and Android 17 possibly triumph over Jiren? Even Frieza himself, the very participant, refrained from claiming he could conquer Jiren, not wishing to be proven wrong later. But must the 7th universe succumb to defeat? Is there no hope left for a miracle? Having orchestrated countless miracles before, can the 7th universe conjure yet another? All are acutely aware that the final battle is imminent. This contest, which determines the fate of the 8 universes, is about to unveil its ultimate victor. In the footage, Jiren expresses a desire to refrain from further combat, urging Frieza and Android 17 to eliminate themselves. Naturally, Frieza and Android 17 would not heed such a suggestion. Frieza, with his sharp tongue, taunts Jiren directly, noting the absence of his former invincible might. Surely, he is about to experience the bitterness of defeat once more, this time at my hands. Frieza's words finally provoke Jiren to action. He first sends Android 17 flying, then engages in battle with Frieza. The two exchange blows, and astonishingly, Frieza holds his ground against Jiren. During the skirmish, Frieza delivers another biting remark, declaring that a once-shattered strength becomes unexpectedly fragile. I can almost hear the wails of despair emanating from your heart, reluctant to revert to that feeble self. Frieza's poignant words irritate Jiren immensely. He stomps down on Frieza's tail, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a tempest upon him. Yet, after enduring such relentless assaults, Frieza remains capable of retaliating. One cannot deny that Frieza excels as a resilient punching bag. Subsequently, Android 17 collides with Jiren, propelling him away. In close proximity, he detonates his own attack, resulting in his own expulsion. However, Jiren, having weathered this onslaught, suffers grievously, spewing forth a vile substance and collapsing to the ground. Frieza then approaches Jiren, poised to deliver the final blow. Witnessing this scene, the 11th universe can hardly suppress their frustration, with the only words escaping their lips being that Jiren has given his all. However, before Frieza made his move, he indulged in some futile banter, wasting precious time. This, in turn, afforded Toppo an opportunity. What are you doing, Jiren? Are you truly kneeling before your enemy? Is this pitiful state to be your ultimate fate? Upon hearing this, Frieza remarked that Jiren's companions were rather noisy. Jiren, however, retorted that he had no companions. At that moment, Toppo continued, "You never trust others. What is the purpose of honing your strength? Is it merely for your own pride? Fight till the end. Even if you doubt your own power, I believe in you. Until the very end. Jiren, you are formidable. In comparison to anyone else, you surpass them all." Gaining Toppo's trust, the once self-doubting Jiren finally stirred into action. He rose to his feet, enveloped in an aura akin to flames. With a simple wave of his hand, he sent Frieza flying aside. The intense heat radiating from him compelled both Frieza and Android 17 to exert their utmost effort to withstand it. Chapter 194. A Coalition of Rivals. This is the trust of Universe 7. The situation turned and twisted, leaving countless viewers across the realms in awe. The dynamics were in constant flux. Initially, it seemed certain that Jiren would emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, the collaboration between Frieza and Android 17 managed to bring Jiren to his knees. Yet, the scales of victory began to tilt back towards Universe 7. Who could have foreseen that Jiren would rise again, unleashing such tremendous power? With this surge, the advantage shifted once more to Jiren. "Bills, Frieza, why do you so relish in idle chatter? Bills, wouldn't it be better to just act?" Bills was on the verge of losing his sanity. Previously, Son Goku had nearly eliminated Jiren, only to fail. Now, it was Frieza's turn. However, Goku's failure could not be blamed on him. After all, he had suffered backlash. While he dearly wished that Goku's backlash had been delayed by a few moments, he understood that it was beyond Goku's control. But this time, the blame lay squarely with Frieza. Had he not been so preoccupied with his incessant prattle and instead acted promptly, Jiren would not have been afforded the chance to rise again. All of this transpired because Frieza hesitated. Consequently, Toppo's words empowered Jiren. In the face of Bill's reproach, Frieza dared not retort, yet he remained unfazed within. Was it not perfectly natural to taunt an opponent before vanquishing them? Who could have anticipated that Jiren would manage to stand once more? One could only say that it was Toppo's fault for uttering those words. Zangetsu. Goodness, has Jiren finally gained the power of trust? Ichigo Kurosaki. Toppo's words resonate similarly to what Krillin, Piccolo, and others once said to Goku. Kakashi. Indeed, Toppo's statement signifies his faith in Jiren. Kakashi, and at last, Jiren has harnessed the strength derived from his companion's trust. Zhang Chulan. Thus, Toppo is indeed learning from the 7th universe. Duan Mu Yen. There is no other choice. This technique is simply too effective. Li Xian Nan. Hasn't Jiren always been skeptical of trust? After this experience, perhaps he will alter his perspective. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers in the 11th universe, I am astonished that I could bestow the power of trust upon Jiren. Moreover, he has genuinely received it. Topo is equally taken aback. It seems that I have indeed been influenced by the seventh universe. Before hearing those words of trust regarding Son Goku from the seventh universe, he would have never uttered such sentiments. Yet, he did not anticipate that Jiren would truly receive the power of his trust. This signifies that Jiren's heart is gradually beginning to embrace trust. Otherwise, no amount of trust would be of any consequence. Jiren, you have finally acquired the power of trust. Your views on trust must have undergone some transformation, to some extent. Topo remarked toward the nearby Jiren. Jiren remained silent, but the intensity in his gaze revealed that his heart was far from tranquil. This surge of power from Jiren has escalated the situation to an unpredictable juncture. Will Jiren emerge victorious in the end, or can Frieza and Android 17 withstand him? The answer to this question is about to be unveiled. In the video, Frieza and Android 17 are exerting all their strength to withstand Jiren's overwhelming aura. Frieza even reverts from his golden form. Nevertheless, their defense is extraordinarily challenging. Meanwhile, Son Goku, lying on the ground, is striving with all his might to rise. Just as Jiren intensifies his power and the barrier created by Frieza and Android 17 begins to falter, a new barrier emerges. I sincerely apologize to both of you. I leave everything to you. Frieza and Android 17 glance back to find Son Goku standing once more. Son Goku declares that he and Frieza will stand at the forefront, urging Android 17 to provide cover. Frieza, however, insists that he can manage alone and suggests that Son Goku should remain behind. Frieza, Son Goku turns to him, his expression grave. We have all surpassed our limits long ago. If the three of us do not unite against this foe now, the seventh universe will be obliterated. Son Goku's words prompt Frieza to ponder before he finally speaks. You should still remember our agreement regarding my resurrection. Son Goku gazes at Frieza. Frieza, I am asking if you remember. As long as you do not violate the agreement, I will certainly uphold my end. You should understand this clearly. Son Goku's words momentarily leave Frieza taken aback, followed by a smirk. Your naive notions are truly repulsive. However, I do appreciate your efforts. Android 17 inquires if the two have reconciled, to which Frieza retorts that he would never make amends. Subsequently, Frieza and Son Goku charge toward Jiren, while Android 17 provides cover from behind. The collaboration between Sun Wukong and Frieza during their inaugural battle astounded Krillin, Vegeta, and others. After all, they were well aware of the tumultuous relationship between Sun Wukong and Frieza. United, the trio managed to subdue Jiren, but Jiren soon retaliated, launching Sun Wukong and Frieza away before charging towards Android 17. Throw me! Frieza bellowed at Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Frieza stood upon Sun Wukong's hand, and Sun Wukong hurled him into the fray. Frieza clung to Jiren, refusing to relinquish his grip despite Jiren's relentless attacks. Then, Frieza propelled himself and Jiren towards the edge of the arena, intending for them both to perish together. At that moment, Sun Wukong charged in, joining Frieza in embracing Jiren. In their final explosive effort, the three of them plummeted from the stage, eliminated from the competition. Before his elimination, Jiren finally witnessed the trust of Universe 7. Is this the trust of Universe 7? With Android 17 still in the arena, Universe 7 ultimately emerged victorious in this power tournament. The outcome ignited an exhilarating uproar among countless spectators across realms. We won. In the end, Universe 7 triumphed. The final collaboration between Sun Wukong and Frieza was undeniably spectacular. Ultimately, it was the trust of Universe 7 that secured the victory. Beerus, haha. Sun Wukong, Frieza, you both did splendidly. Beerus, Frieza, you performed admirably. I am quite pleased. Initially, Beerus held a dismissive view of Frieza, even contemplating his eradication. However, Frieza's performance in the tournament significantly impressed him. Frieza indeed possesses certain merits. Chapter 195, Sun Wukong and Frieza, an unexpected alliance, Zhangguo. The final collaboration between Frieza and Sun Wukong is rather peculiar, considering they were once adversaries. Kapu. This is akin to my collaboration with Roger against rocks in the Valley of the Gods. Duanmu Yan. The alliance between Sun Wukong and Frieza can be described as foes joining forces. Duanmu Yan. It seems that from this point forward, Frieza may become an ally of Sun Wukong. Li Xian Nan. Haven't they already become allies? One could say that after this, Frieza will join the ranks of Sun Wukong, much like Vegeta and Majin Buu. Zhang Chulan, he. Don't you find the final exchange between Sun Wukong and Frieza quite engaging? Zhang Chulan. Personally, I found it quite captivating. Kurosaki Ichigo, as Krillin mentioned. Many of Sun Wukong's companions were initially his enemies. Kurosaki Ichigo. Yet, due to Sun Wukong's charismatic personality, they transformed into his allies. Kurosaki Ichigo. Henceforth, Frieza will be among Sun Wukong's companions. Kakashi. To be honest, Frieza's performance at the end was indeed remarkable. Kakashi. Not only did he fight alongside Son Goku and Android 17, but he was also willing to perish together with Jiren. Daegu. Indeed, given Frieza's performance, I see no issue with his resurrection. Li Shinan. I too find no problem with it. If previously many people were opposed to Frieza's revival, now they believe it poses no dilemma at all. Frieza's display during the Tournament of Power, particularly his final performance, has captivated them. Even those who harbor disdain for Frieza cannot dispute the excellence of his concluding act. He not only allied with his nemesis, Son Goku, but also expressed a willingness to sacrifice himself alongside Jiren. Such a display renders Frieza nearly flawless. Reviving him poses no complications whatsoever. At this moment, Frieza, the central figure, is utterly flabbergasted. He had previously assured with unwavering confidence that he would never aid Son Goku or fight alongside him. After all, the enmity between them was palpable in earlier footage. Yet this particular video has left him utterly humiliated. In it, he not only assists Son Goku, leading others to perceive him as grateful, but he also engages in genuine combat alongside Goku against Jiren. Astonishingly, he even resolves to sacrifice himself in a bid to defeat Jiren. Such a choice is uncharacteristic of the mighty Frieza. However, his performance in the video leaves him speechless. Unable to formulate a rebuttal, the barrage of comments feels like slaps against his face. As for the notion that he could ever become Son Goku's ally, that is utterly impossible. Frieza firmly guarantees that he would never become Goku's companion. The 7th universe and its spectators are rejoicing, while the mood in the 11th universe is far less jubilant. Ultimately, they have suffered defeat and face elimination. But what can be done? The 7th universe not only possesses an advantage, but also wields the profound strength of camaraderie. One must admit, Jiren's loss was indeed unavoidable. Fortunately, the loss occurred solely in the realm of the video. In reality, they need not fear eradication. They merely hope Jiren will come to understand the power of trust. Had he grasped the strength of trust sooner, rather than at the last moment, he might not have faced defeat. Pride Troopers Headquarters, Jiren. You have witnessed the formidable strength of trust within the 7th universe. Toppo reflects with a sense of nostalgia. He had hoped that the 7th universe would triumph over Jiren through the power of trust. Little did he expect the outcome to unfold as it did. Observing this moment, one wonders if it could alter Jiren's perspective. Trust. Jiren remains expressionless, yet within him, a tempest brews. Had he and his fellow disciples possessed such trust from the outset, could they have vanquished the adversary responsible for their master's demise? It was precisely due to the betrayal of his trust by his brethren that he became disillusioned, losing faith in trust and companionship. He perceived these bonds as futile. However, he now bore witness to the profound trust within Universe 7, a stark contrast to his former comrades. Thus, he found himself grappling with the notion of once again placing his faith in allies and trust itself. Jiren was engulfed in inner turmoil at that moment. As the final segment of the video began to play, it revealed that, being the sole survivor on the arena, number 17 had secured ultimate victory, earning the reward of the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill any wish. His wish was to restore all the erased universes. As a result of number 17's heartfelt desire, the previously obliterated universes were revived, evoking deep emotions among them, as they realized it was Universe 7 that had brought about their restoration. In Universe 11, Jiren stood at the forefront, seemingly lost in contemplation. Toppo approached him, acknowledging that Jiren's trust in them had, for the first time, been reciprocated during their earlier battle, establishing a connection between them and Jiren, a promising beginning. Jiren, however, replied, "Until we meet again, Son Goku," remaining unyieldingly steadfast. Through his confrontation with Son Goku, Jiren began to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, in the void, reactions to number 17's wish varied. Some were surprised, while others rejoiced. Son Goku, Krillin, and others reveled in the elation of victory. Frieza remarked on his desire to be returned to Hell. as this scene of happiness and joy felt akin to his own personal inferno. At that moment, Whis appeared unexpectedly, suggesting that Frisia could join them as well. He then resurrected Frisia, explaining that this was a gift from Beerus in recognition of Frisia's commendable performance. Subsequently, the Grand Priest arrived among the audience, indicating that number 17's wish had long been anticipated by the Omni King. The Omni King foresaw that a fighter who made it to the end would possess the compassion to consider other universes. Had the wish been selfish, the Omni King would have eradicated everything, including the victorious universe. Therefore, number 17's wish not only salvaged the other 7 universes, but also spared Universe 7. Ultimately, as the Grand Priest, all the angels, and the 2 Omni Kings looked on, Son Goku and the others departed from the void, returning to Universe 7. The Tournament of Power had finally drawn to a close. Chapter 196, the once-in-a-millennium transformation, the transmission transformation. Thus, it was fortunate that Universe 7 emerged victorious, and that number 17 remained on the arena. Had Universe 11 triumphed, with Jiren standing as the last man, the moment he made his wish, it would not only have gone unfulfilled, but would have precipitated the annihilation of Universe 11. The voice of the narrator echoed forth. After all, Jiren's desire was not to restore the obliterated universe. Rather, it was a quest for his own truth. The narrator's words caused an instant chill to run down Jiren's spine. They had never anticipated that a misguided wish could also lead to annihilation. In retrospect, it was fortunate that the 7th universe emerged victorious. Had the 11th universe triumphed and Jiren made a wish, the 11th universe too would have faced eradication. In such a scenario, even if Jiren's wish were to come true, it would ultimately be devoid of meaning. It is worth noting that Jiren's wish was likely to uncover the identities of those who had slain his master and parents. Long ago, when Jiren was but a child, a shadowy figure took the lives of his parents, and he was saved by his master, Jeki. However, soon after, his master also fell victim to this ominous presence. With both his parents and master murdered, Jiren's hatred for this shadow was immense. When the shadow killed Jeki, Jiren and his fellow disciples initially attempted to resist. But upon witnessing the shadow's formidable power, they abandoned their fight. This betrayal left Jiren feeling profoundly alone and distrustful of others, which explains his deep-seated reluctance to trust companions. Speaking of this mysterious shadow, there exists a conspiracy theory regarding its identity, suggesting that it could actually be the god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vermoud. However, this notion seems implausible. What motive would Vermoud have to kill Jiren's parents and master? Furthermore, Vermoud was a close friend of Jiren's master. Thus, the true identity of the shadow that murdered Jiren's family remains an enigma. This theory was something Lin Luo encountered while perusing various fanfiction and commentaries. In some fanfics, it was posited that Jiren's nemesis was indeed Vermoud. Nevertheless, the reality is likely far more complex. Until his journey through dimensions, the identity of this shadow had yet to be revealed, a point of contention among many fans regarding the author of Dragon Ball Super, Toyotaro. It is evident that other universes hold potential narratives. For instance, an entire chapter could be dedicated to Jiren's adversary. Yet, the focus remains on the 7th universe in the arcs following the Tournament of Power, featuring characters like Moro, Granola, and Gas. The overwhelming strength of these foes seems almost farcical. Moro, who absorbed the power of several planets and individuals, could surpass Goku and Vegeta. Is this not absurd? Moreover, Moro was sealed away by the Grand Supreme Kai, a being who was once easily defeated by Kid Buu. The audacity that a sealed Moro could become a formidable threat to Goku and Vegeta is utterly ridiculous. Similarly, Granola and Gas were able to become the strongest beings in the universe simply by making wishes on the Dragon Balls. Is this not laughable? It is no wonder that Dragon Ball Super has faced relentless criticism. While the narrative crafted under Toriyama's oversight held merit, the shortcomings of Toyotaro's writing have become glaringly apparent in his absence. Thus, the video regarding the ultimate mastery technique concludes here. The final outcome has left countless viewers thoroughly satisfied. The 7th universe emerged victorious, and all the erased universes have been restored. What a splendid and harmonious ending. Had Jiren triumphed, it would have truly spelled disaster. Kakashi remarked, now that Frisia has been resurrected, does this mean he will become an ally of Goku and the others? Ichigo responded, even if he doesn't become their ally, it's unlikely that he will oppose them. Don Mu Yen added, in any case, after this power tournament, Frieza is bound to undergo some transformation. Impossible. Frieza bellowed within his spaceship upon seeing these comments. He would never change. He would remain the Cosmic Emperor, the sworn enemy of Goku and Vegeta. There was no way he would become their ally. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts in the comments, opting instead for caution. Although he deemed it improbable, what if the Frieza in that video truly refrained from opposing Goku? Wouldn't that make him a fool? It was wise to play it safe. Frieza fervently prayed in his heart, hoping the Frieza in the video would never ally with Goku and his companions. Otherwise, he might truly lose his composure. Zhang Chulan inquired, "Do you think there will be more videos in the future? Perhaps one showcasing an even stronger transformation than the ultimate mastery technique?" Li Sinan replied, "That depends on the publisher, Lin Luo. Can he still release more videos?" By now, countless viewers were aware that Lin Luo was undoubtedly the champion of this transformation event. The data from any of his videos surpassed that of other transformation videos. Therefore, they no longer cared who would win the transformation contest. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Their curiosity now lay in whether Lin Luo would release more transformation videos and if Goku and the other Saiyans would continue to evolve. Just as the audience's anticipation and curiosity peaked, the next video emerged, the transformation known as the legendary Saiyan transformation, achievable only by a once-in-a-thousand-years Saiyan. This video captured the attention of countless viewers, particularly Vegeta. A thousand-year Saiyan, isn't that synonymous with Super Saiyan? Yet, the Super Saiyan itself is a transformation. What, then? Is this legendary Saiyan transformation? Vegeta pondered, feeling perplexed. In his understanding, a thousand-year Saiyan is indeed a Super Saiyan, as the legends proclaim the Super Saiyan to be a unique occurrence. However, since Super Saiyan is already a transformation, what then is this legendary Saiyan transformation? Could it be that the legendary thousand-year Saiyan is not a Super Saiyan after all? If this is the case, how could he, the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, not be a once-in-a-millennium Saiyan? It is well known that his birth battle power surpassed that of many of his predecessors. He could indeed be regarded as the most gifted Saiyan in history. Is it possible that there exists someone who surpasses him? With a sense of disbelief tinged with curiosity, Vegeta continued to watch the video. Chapter 197, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Broly. In the lore of the Saiyans, there exists a Saiyan who appears once every millennium. The Saiyans believe that this extraordinary being can ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. However, in truth, this once-in-a-millennium Saiyan is not merely a Super Saiyan, but a being even more formidable, known as the legendary Super Saiyan. In other words, this refers to the legendary Super Saiyan. Of course, the term Super Saiyan here does not pertain to the transformation of Saiyans, but signifies a Saiyan who surpasses all others in prowess and strength. This Saiyan is named Broly. In Universe 7, on the planet Vampa, Paragus watched the video, feeling a tumult of emotions, both elation and bitterness. The joy stemmed from the realization that the narrator spoke of Broly, undoubtedly his son. No wonder his son possessed such overwhelming battle power at birth. He was, after all, the legendary Super Saiyan of the millennium. The bitterness arose from the fact that Broly's immense strength was the very reason why they had been exiled by King Vegeta to this desolate planet. King Vegeta. The mere thought of him filled Paragus with hatred. And Vegeta, the son of King Vegeta, had grown to such an extent. How could he possibly seek vengeance? Could he rely on Broly to accomplish that? Broly, the son of Paragus, was born at a time when Prince Vegeta's arrival brought great joy to King Vegeta. For the newborn's battle power was already 2,000, indicating a prodigious talent. However, that joy was short-lived, as a far more terrifying Saiyan infant soon emerged, Broly, a newborn with a battle power of 10,000. What does this signify? Among all the Saiyans, aside from the grown-up Vegeta and Kakarot's father Bardock, the battle powers of the others, including King Vegeta, paled in comparison to that of newborn Broly. With such formidable power from birth, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to the royal lineage as he matured. Thus, King Vegeta exiled Broly, in a desperate bid to save his son. Paragus followed Broly to the desolate planet Vampa. Had King Vegeta not cast Broly away in the first place, the Saiyans might not have faced annihilation at the hands of Frieza. Of course, it is also possible that Broly could have been the one to bring about their destruction. Inside Vegeta's spaceship, the realization struck him, a battle power of 10,000 at birth. Vegeta was left utterly astonished. He had always believed that his prowess surpassed that of all Saiyans. given that he possessed a battle power of 2,000 at birth. No other Saiyan had ever achieved greater strength. Such formidable potential, coupled with his royal lineage as a Saiyan prince, was the very source of his arrogance. However, the revelation that a newly born Saiyan possessed a staggering battle power of 10,000, far exceeding his own, shattered his composure. It was no wonder his father had exiled Broly. Had Broly been allowed to mature, the royal status would have been in jeopardy. Thus, this must be the once-in-a-millennium legendary Super Saiyan. Truly, it was a terrifying prospect. Vegeta realized that what he once took pride in now seemed trivial. Yet, he remained oblivious to this development, suggesting that his father had concealed the truth about Broly. But who was this Bardock? Kakaroto's father? According to the narration, was Bardock truly weaker than him? Did his father's battle power not even surpass that of Bardock? Meanwhile, in Nappa's spacecraft, Nappa could hardly contain himself. The strength he had cultivated thus far paled in comparison to Broly's battle power at birth. Damn it! In the underworld, on Snake Way, my father? Upon learning of Bardock's identity, Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. So he was also Raditz' father? Knowing his father's name stirred a slight sense of nostalgia within him. But he quickly regained his composure. For him, knowing his father's name held little significance. However, Broly piqued his interest. On Frieza's ship, Broly? If he grows stronger, I want to be able to eradicate the Saiyan race. This is intriguing. Let me see just how formidable this Saiyan monkey truly is. Frieza had developed an interest in Broly as well. The narration suggested that if Broly were present, he would be unable to annihilate the Saiyan race. It was important to note that when he obliterated the Saiyans, there were still several decades until Goku would transform into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyans had not yet exhibited any signs of becoming Super Saiyans, yet they could thwart him. What was so extraordinary about Broly? How did this legendary Super Saiyan compare to the ordinary Saiyans in terms of strength? The narration continued, explaining that originally, Broly and Paragus would have lived on planet Vampa until their demise. However, one day, the arrival of a spaceship disrupted their lives, and this event was connected to Frieza. Hearing this piqued Frieza's curiosity further. What did this have to do with him? Could it be that this spaceship was sent by him? Due to his commendable performance in the Tournament of Power, Frieza had been resurrected by Whis and returned to his beloved Frieza Force. However, due to Frieza's repeated deaths, the strength of his army had significantly diminished. Consequently, Frieza issued a command for his subordinates to seek out powerful individuals, promising rewards for those who succeeded. It is precisely due to this command that two nameless subordinates within Frieza's army, known as Zilai and Remo, embarked on a quest aboard their spacecraft to seek out formidable talents. Initially obscure within Frieza's ranks, their fates took an unexpected turn following their encounter with Broly. At this juncture, Zilai had yet to join Frieza's forces. Thus, upon hearing a name identical to her own, she felt no particular resonance, dismissing it as mere coincidence. In contrast, Remo, already a member of Frieza's Legion, found himself momentarily stunned upon hearing his name mentioned by the narrator. Surely, the Remo referred to was he? Would his destiny alter in the future? This notion piqued his curiosity, leaving him to ponder the forthcoming changes. As the narration concluded, the visuals revealed Zilai and Remo's spaceship arriving on planet Vampa in response to a distress signal dispatched by Paragus. There, they encountered Broly and his father. Having witnessed Broly's extraordinary power, the duo decided to escort the father-son pair back to Frieza's army, where they would meet Frieza himself. Chapter 198. Frieza's New Desire. Frieza truly is a benevolent leader. At the very moment Zilai and Remo returned with Broly to Frieza's army, Frieza was aboard his ship, accompanied by his entourage, en route to Earth. This time, however, he was not driven by vengeance, but rather by a quest to locate the Dragon Balls. For he harbored a wish to fulfill. His subordinate, Jacono, speculated on the nature of Frieza's desire, pondering whether it was still the same as before, an aspiration for immortality. Yet, Frieza clarified that this was not the case. He revealed that his years spent in the underworld, rendered immobile, had been excruciating. Thus, he had come to understand that, even with immortality, immobility would only exacerbate one's suffering. Jacono, intrigued, pressed for the specifics of Frieza's wish, to which Frieza replied that Jacono could not possibly guess. At that moment, another subordinate, his caretaker Biliblu, interjected with a playful suggestion. "You wish to grow taller, am I correct?" Jacono assumed she was jesting. Yet Frieza affirmed her assertion, confirming that indeed, His wish was to increase his height by 5 centimeters. Giacomo was taken aback by Frisia's wish, subsequently remarking that Frisia was already quite tall in his second form. However, Frisia explained that he desired to maintain a normal height in both his initial and final forms. He opted for a modest increase of 5 centimeters, believing that a sudden, excessive height would appear unnatural. He wished for others to perceive him as still in the process of growing. Upon hearing Frisia's wish, countless viewers across the myriad realms could not help but twitch in disbelief. Initially, upon learning of Frisia's journey to Earth in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, they had harbored concerns that he might once again seek immortality, reminiscent of his ambitions on Namek. To one's surprise, Frisia merely wished to grow taller. Zhang Guo remarked. Indeed, Frisia has undergone considerable change after fighting alongside Son Goku and his companions. Even though he is not allied with them, he is certainly less malevolent than before. Duanmu Yin added, truly, a desire to grow 5 centimeters taller? Such a wish is rather amusing. Duanmu Yin further expressed, I even feel that Frisia has transformed into somewhat of a comedic character. Li Xian then commented, however, it is true that Frisia is somewhat short. I doubt he even reaches 1.60 meters. Li Xian Nan continued, it is perfectly natural to hope for a bit more height. Kakashi mused, I believe if Son Goku and his friends were aware of Frisia's wish, they would simply grant it. Zhang Chuan stated, if Frisia intends to seek the Dragon Balls on Earth, he will undoubtedly confront Son Goku and the others once more. Zhang Chuan noted, moreover, his subordinates have returned with Broly, which means that Broly will be the adversary facing Son Goku and his allies this time. Ichigo Kurosaki affirmed, that seems to be the case, yet this time, it is Broly who transforms, rather than Son Goku and his companions. Kakashi interjected, but wait. Broly is also a Saiyan and has lived on the desolate planet of Vampa. Kakashi reasoned, logically, his power should not be overly formidable. Kakashi pondered, however, if Broly is indeed their opponent, then his transformation must be exceptionally powerful. Kakashi's words sparked contemplation among numerous viewers. Indeed, Son Goku and his companions have consistently battled formidable foes and have mastered various transformations. Yet what of Broly? Having lived in solitude on the barren planet of Vampa, one would assume his strength would not be particularly great. Furthermore, it is likely that he has never even transformed into a Super Saiyan. With such limited power, how could he possibly stand as a rival to Son Goku and his friends? The implications of his transformation must be extraordinary. Aboard Frisia's spaceship, his expression was one of deep displeasure. He felt utterly humiliated by the portrayal of himself in the video. A desire to grow taller? What a trivial wish. In reality, Frisia had never perished nor spent time in the depths of hell. Thus he could not comprehend the torment and suffering depicted in the video. His true aspiration remained the pursuit of immortality. To wish for an increase in height by a mere 5 centimeters? Such a desire, in his eyes, was utterly pathetic. The countless viewers now knew of his trivial wish, and the embarrassment was overwhelming, extending across all realms. Nevertheless, on a different note, this Broly seems rather intriguing. If only he could capture him now, wouldn't he that elevate him to the status of his most formidable subordinate? At this juncture, Son Goku and his companions are unable to transform into Super Saiyans. Just his own power would be sufficient to overwhelm them, especially with the addition of Broly. In the entirety of the 7th universe, as long as one does not encounter Beerus, is it not possible for him to traverse with unimpeded ease? A search for the planet Vampa was initiated by Frisia, who commanded his subordinates to locate it. Subsequently, he continued to observe a video, eager to witness the true extent of Broly's formidable prowess. In the footage, Chilai and Lemo escorted Broly and Paragus before Frisia. This marked the first occasion for the duo to behold Frisia at such proximity. True to his word, Frisia rewarded them generously. What makes Frisia so charismatic? Firstly, unlike Frost from the 6th universe, who embodies hypocrisy, Frisia unabashedly embraces his villainous nature. Secondly, he exhibits genuine kindness towards his useful subordinates, treating them with respect and generously bestowing rewards. Chilai and Lemo, though mere low-ranking members within Frisia's army, were amply rewarded for bringing Broly to him. In Frisia's organization, the ability to create value ensures a comfortable existence. Frisia indeed cherishes talent. The narrator's words resonated deeply with countless viewers. Indeed, Frisia is a commendable employer. Many spectators reflected upon their own bosses, realizing the stark contrast. While their superiors merely painted grand visions without delivering tangible rewards, Frisia stood on a pedestal far above. If given the chance, they would gladly serve under Frisia. As for whether they could generate value for Frisia, they felt confident in their capabilities. Having lived on Vampa, Paragus was unaware that planet Vegeta had been decimated by Frisia. When he departed from planet Vegeta, the Saiyans were still in Frisia's service. Thus, he felt no conflict in the notion of serving Frisia. Frisia then took Broly and his father to Earth. During their journey, Broly forged friendships with Chi and Lemo, even assisting Chi in confronting some bullies. In Chapter 199, the principles behind the transformation were akin to that of the Super Saiyan 4. Through their interactions, Chi and Lemo learned about Broly's past. He wore a green cloth-like material around his waist, which was, in fact, a remnant of his friend's ear. His father had severed it, insisting that he could not have friends. Furthermore, Chi and Lemo discovered that the collar around Broly's neck was a device used by his father for control, with the press of a remote. It would emit a jolt of electricity to calm Broly. Broly's demeanor during conversations with Chi and Lemo evoked a profound sense of deja vu in Krillin, Bulma, and others. Krillin remarked, "Why do I feel that this Broly, in his simplicity, bears a striking resemblance to Goku?" Bulma, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. He bears a striking resemblance to Goku." Yamcha, "Absolutely. Goku is also quite the simpleton, though he doesn't lose control like that." Tianjinhan, "So, does that imply that Broly is not inherently malevolent?" Piccolo, "I see. It's because Broly was exiled at birth, living solely with his father." Piccolo, "Without the influence of other Saiyans, he does not possess their typical ruthlessness." Broly's demeanor evoked memories of Goku for Krillin and Bulma. Both Broly and Goku share a certain naivety, which fostered a fondness for Broly among them. Given his similarity to Goku, it seems plausible that Broly is not a villain at heart. His nature cannot be so fundamentally flawed. Naruto, however, that collar around Broly's neck is likely of no use to him. Naruto, with his strength, that meager current hardly qualifies as a mere massage. Sasuke, it's clear that Broly has worn that collar since childhood. Sasuke, throughout his training, he learned that the collar's current necessitated calmness, lest he face punishment. Sasuke, consequently, even if Broly is no longer intimidated by the current, the collar still retains its psychological grip over him. Kakashi, in essence, Broly has developed a psychological aversion to the collar. Ichigo, yet, using this method against Broly seems rather cruel. It's as though Paragus regards his son as less than human. Paragus, what do you understand? Broly can go berserk at any moment. If I didn't act this way, I would have perished long ago. Paragus felt deeply wronged. While his actions were indeed aimed at controlling Broly, a significant aspect was his own survival. Broly's occasional rages rendered him unrecognizable to those he loved. Had he not resorted to such measures, he would have long since met his demise at Broly's hands. Some viewers empathized with Paragus, while others felt he treated his son merely as a tool rather than a person. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma accompanied Goku, Vegeta, and Whis to the Ice Continent. The motive was the theft of the Dragon Balls she had collected, perpetrated by members of Frisia's army. The final Dragon Ball was located on the Ice Continent. To prevent Frisia from gathering all the Dragon Balls, it was imperative to locate this one first. Bulma's desire to collect the Dragon Balls stemmed from her wish to regain 5 years of youth. It is a truth universally acknowledged that aging is a burden no woman can bear. Upon reaching the Ice Continent, Goku and his companions encountered Frisia's subordinates. At that moment, Frisia, accompanied by Broly and his father, made his grand entrance following their shared battles during the Tournament of Power. The atmosphere among Frisia, Son Goku, and Vegeta has shifted from one of palpable tension to a more relaxed demeanor. Frisia took the opportunity to introduce Paragus and Broly to Goku and Vegeta, sharing the histories of the two newcomers. Upon gazing at Vegeta, whose features mirrored those of King Vegeta, albeit without the beard, Paragus was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury. At his command, Broly unleashed a ferocious roar and charged at Vegeta. Initially, Vegeta regarded Broly with disdain, as the latter was indeed no match for him. However, as their battle unfolded, both Vegeta and Goku discerned a terrifying truth. Broly's strength was continually escalating. Vegeta, who could previously dominate Broly in his base form, soon found that this was no longer sufficient. Reluctantly, he ascended to Super Saiyan. This transformation restored his advantage. Yet after exchanging a few blows, Broly's power surged once more, rendering Vegeta's Super Saiyan form ineffective. Consequently, Vegeta had no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan God. At last, Vegeta managed to gain the upper hand over Broly. Although he had effectively defeated Broly, he was determined to eliminate him. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, Broly erupted with an overwhelming aura. A brilliant green light enveloped Broly, significantly amplifying his power. Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan God form could not contain him. Witnessing this spectacle, Frieza became intensely intrigued by Broly's transformation. Paragus elucidated that Broly could harness the strength of the Great Ape transformation while remaining in his humanoid form, a notion that seemed familiar. Indeed, the essence of Broly's transformation mirrors that of Super Saiyan 4, which involves transforming into a great ape and then reverting to humanoid form while retaining the immense power gained. In contrast, Broly's transformation allows him to access the tenfold strength boost without necessitating the Great Ape transformation. This ability does not hinder him from achieving Super Saiyan 4, suggesting that, in some respects, Broly can attain 2 iterations of Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, Broly's transformation can be stacked with other forms. While Broly's transformation is impressive, it merely enhances his strength tenfold. The true marvel lies in Broly's inherent power, which enables him to dominate Vegeta in his Super Saiyan God form even after such an amplification. It is worth noting that Broly's appearance post-transformation may seem familiar, as Caulifla from Universe 6 exhibited a similar transformation during the Power Tournament. Broly represents the Super Saiyan of Universe 7, while Caulifla embodies the Super Saiyan of Universe 6. However, Caulifla does not possess the same level of strength as Broly. Kale, it turns out you are also a legendary Super Saiyan. Kale exclaimed excitedly as she glanced at Kale beside her. She had always wondered what made Kale so extraordinary, normally timid and reserved. Kale transformed into a formidable force when angered, resembling a fierce warrior, and would lose her composure. It was all because she was a legendary Super Saiyan. Am I a legendary Super Saiyan? Kale questioned, watching the video with a bewildered expression. Was the muscular man in the footage, like her, also a legendary Super Saiyan? Did this mean that among the Saiyans of the 6th and 7th universes, they were the only 2 of their kind? With this realization, Kale's gaze towards Broly shifted. It became clear that they belonged to the same lineage. Meanwhile, the audience was engulfed in profound astonishment. So, this transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan is essentially a unique variant of the Great Ape transformation? One spectator pondered. Just a tenfold increase in power allows him to overpower Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta? Another added, incredulous. Is this what it means to be a legendary Super Saiyan? It's simply outrageous. Countless viewers were left in awe of Broly's sheer might. Initially, they perceived this transformation as one even more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue, perhaps rivaling Ultra Instinct. However, they soon comprehended that the legendary transformation was merely an alternative Great Ape transformation. While other Saiyans could transform into great apes, Broly could not. Thus, this legendary form simply granted Broly a tenfold increase in strength. Is a tenfold increase significant? For them, it was an extraordinary amplification. Yet, one must remember that Broly was a Saiyan. Excluding the Great Ape transformation, the weakest form among Saiyans, Super Saiyan, boasts a 50-fold increase in power. In comparison, a tenfold increase seemed trivial. However, under this tenfold enhancement, Broly could still suppress the Super Saiyan God Vegeta. This indicated that Broly's base power had reached a truly terrifying level, enabling him to dominate even after such an increase. Reflecting on Broly's earlier performance, the audience trembled in anticipation. Initially, Broly was no match for base Vegeta. Yet, as the battle progressed, his power surged dramatically, allowing him to overpower Vegeta in his base form, even against Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. After achieving the legendary transformation, he could even subdue Super Saiyan God Vegeta. What would happen if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, or even a Super Saiyan God, or Ultra Instinct Blue? To what heights would Broly's power ascend? It is crucial to note that while these transformations are immensely powerful and provide substantial boosts, the cornerstone is still the base power. The stronger one's base form, the mightier the transformation becomes. Broly's base power, it seems, eclipses that of Goku and Vegeta by unfathomable margins. In other words, if he were to undergo the same transformations as Sun Wukong and his companions, he could easily overpower them. Broly, without any formal training, has already proven to be extraordinarily formidable. Just imagine the heights of his power if he were to receive training that would enable him to achieve transformations akin to those of Sun Wukong. It is almost unimaginable how powerful he could become. It is likely that even if Sun Wukong were to attain the perfect Ultra Instinct, he would not stand a chance against him. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, Whis exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "This Broly, he resides on a planet called Vampa. Correct? Locate the coordinates of Vampa. I must bring Broly with me." The excitement in Beerus's voice was palpable. The Tournament of Powers footage had concluded. Although the tournament is a future event and ultimately results in the victory of their universe, there is a lingering anxiety that if Lord Zeno were to whimsically decide to host the tournament at this moment, the seventh universe would be doomed. After all, at this point in time, Sun Wukong and the others cannot even transform into Super Saiyans, creating a vast disparity in strength compared to their future selves. In contrast, the fighters from other universes may possess some differences in power, but those differences are negligible. Not everyone can achieve such rapid growth in strength, like Sun Wukong and his allies, whose abilities have soared within a mere 2 to 3 decades. Therefore, if the tournament were to be held now, the seventh universe would have no chance of victory. However, with Broly in their ranks, a glimmer of hope shines through. Broly's growth rate is astonishingly swift. In just a single battle, his power has surged beyond the decades of training that Sun Wukong and others have undergone. If he could be trained to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, his strength may rival that of Jiren. At that point, he would become the ace of the seventh universe. Of course, even if Lord Zeno does not hold the tournament, having an additional powerful warrior like Broly would be a boon for the seventh universe. Understood, Lord Beerus. Following the command, Whis began to search for the location of Vampa. He too was intrigued by Broly, believing that nurturing him would be a fascinating endeavor. Meanwhile, in the footage, Broly, having transformed, was overpowering Vegeta. Of course, Vegeta had not yet been defeated and had not unleashed his full strength. However, just as Broly was about to press his attack on Vegeta, Sun Wukong called out to him. Having witnessed Broly's might, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement and wished to engage in combat with Broly. Unlike Vegeta, in his battle with Broly, Sun Wukong initially subdued him using his combat techniques. After all, Sun Wukong's training under martial arts masters such as Master Roshi, the former Earth God, and the North Kai had endowed him with a wealth of combat skills. Utilizing these techniques, Sun Wukong initially managed to gain the upper hand over Broly. However, as the battle continued, Broly's power continues to ascend. Subsequently, even Son Goku, in his Super Saiyan God form, found himself unable to contain him. Reluctantly, he had to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. After assuming this form, Son Goku finally regained the upper hand. Yet, it seemed that Broly's power had reached its zenith, showing no further signs of enhancement. Thus, Super Saiyan Blue Goku was able to completely dominate Broly. Observing this spectacle, countless spectators did not perceive Broly as weak. Rather, they found him increasingly formidable. It is noteworthy that Broly has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. He had merely executed a transformation akin to that of a great ape. However, it required Goku to assume Super Saiyan Blue to suppress him. The disparity between these two transformations is unfathomable, illustrating just how terrifying Broly truly is. They finally understood that within this video, it was not the transformation itself that was powerful, but rather Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 201. Frieza achieves the Kill Dad accomplishment upon witnessing Broly rendered helpless. Frieza inquired of Paragus whether Broly could no longer grow stronger. Paragus nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Frieza had a sudden revelation. Back on Namek, it was because he had slain the young, bald-headed Krillin that Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage. Could he employ a similar tactic this time? With this thought, Frieza put his plan into action. He killed Paragus. After eliminating Paragus, Frieza cleared his throat and shouted for Broly, aiming to capture his attention. When Broly turned to look, Frieza pointed to the lifeless body of Paragus, indicating, "Broly, your father is dead." Upon seeing his father's corpse, Broly was momentarily frozen in shock. Then, he let out a tremendous roar, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted from within him. A green beam of light shot skyward, within which Broly's figure emerged. In that moment, fueled by the fury of his father's death, Broly successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this instant, the fathers of the three mightiest Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, lay slain at the hands of Frieza. Frieza had achieved the kill dad accomplishment. We must also express our gratitude to Frieza and Beerus for their dramatic performances, which revealed an essential truth. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are 3 actions one must never undertake. Do not kill Krillin in front of Son Goku. Do not strike Bulma in front of Vegeta, and do not slay Broly's father in his presence. Engaging in any of these 3 acts means one must be prepared to face the wrath of these 3 Saiyans. As the narrator recounts, envisioning the fury of these 3 Saiyans sends chills down the spines of countless viewers. Killing Krillin in front of Son Goku prompts his immediate transformation into a Super Saiyan. Striking Bulma before Vegeta incites a unique transformation that surpasses Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Even capable of exchanging blows with the god of destruction, Beerus, Broly ruthlessly eliminated Paragus before transforming into a Super Saiyan. It is worth noting that Broly was already formidable without his transformation. Thus, upon achieving Super Saiyan form, even the Ultra Blue Goku found himself unable to subdue him. However, Frieza's actions were quite remarkable. In his quest to empower Broly, he went so far as to kill his own father. This situation mirrors Frieza's earlier deed when he callously murdered Krillin before Goku's eyes. Both Goku and Broly owe their Super Saiyan transformations to Frieza's influence, a fact that Broly remains oblivious to. Otherwise, Frieza would surely face dire consequences. Within Frieza's spacecraft, he found himself in quite an awkward predicament. He was en route to planet Vampa with the intention of recruiting Broly, only to be confronted by a video showcasing his act of killing Paragus. How could he possibly recruit Broly now? In fact, he hesitated to even approach planet Vampa, fearing he would be struck by Broly. Given Broly's terrifying rate of growth, Frieza was uncertain if he could match him in combat. Frieza's expression was one of discomfort and frustration as he berated himself for the video. Why had he chosen to kill Paragus, especially with his own hands? Would it not have been more prudent to feign an accident during Broly and Goku's battle? Now, Broly would certainly not align himself with Frieza. Paragus, too, bore a grim expression upon witnessing the footage. He was already aware that Frieza was responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta, the enemy of the Saiyans. Yet, he harbored no resentment towards Frieza, as the exile of his son by King Vegeta had condemned them both to decades of life on this desolate planet. Thus, he felt little affection for King Vegeta or the entire Saiyan race. In a sense, Frieza had avenged him by annihilating planet Vegeta. However, upon witnessing Frieza's act of murdering him in the video, Paragus contemplated the impossibility of joining Frieza's ranks now. He did not wish for his fate to mirror that of his video counterpart. Sighing deeply, he lamented whether he and Broly were destined to remain stranded on this planet for eternity. Besides Frieza, he wondered who else could possibly come to their aid. Meanwhile, the video depicted Broly having transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly overpowering Ultra Blue Goku. Even with Vegeta joining the fray in his Ultra Blue form, it proved futile. Broly single-handedly dominated both of them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, accompanied by Broly, stood before Frieza and then swiftly retreated. Consequently, Broly's focus shifted entirely to Frieza. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to whisk Vegeta away from the scene. Our esteemed Frieza, in a valiant effort to shield Earth from Broly's devastation, endured a brutal assault. One might even argue that Frieza is a savior of Earth. Naturally, the ultimate outcome of this battle, the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and whether they can vanquish Broly, are matters not disclosed here, as they bear no relevance to the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Lin Luo chose not to reveal the conclusion of this battle, considering its lack of connection to the Super Saiyan transformation. As for why the previous video showcased the climax of the power tournament, it was due to the tournament's significance to the fate of 8 universes, coupled with the exhilarating nature of the final battle that warranted its display for the countless spectators across realms. The narration, however, is not yet complete. To summarize, in terms of the Super Saiyan transformation itself, it is not an exceptionally formidable form. Rather, it merely represents an alternative Great Ape transformation. At best, it can amplify one's base power tenfold, which pales in comparison to the Super Saiyan form. Nevertheless, the potency of the Super Saiyan transformation lies not in the magnitude of its power boost, but in the fact that only a Super Saiyan can achieve this transformation. The terrifying capabilities of a Super Saiyan far surpass those of the transformation itself. While this may not have been evident in Kale, it is vividly illustrated in Broly. One could assert that given Broly's immense potential, Should he master additional and more powerful transformations, even Jiren would seem trivial in his presence. It is hoped that Broly will experience a favorable evolution. Thus, we conclude this video. Chapter 202, Gohan's apathy towards studies makes Jiren weep. Beastly Gohan. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers in Universe 11, Jiren was taken aback. He never anticipated that there existed someone even more potent than Sun Wukong in Universe 7. Observing Broly in the video, Jiren's usually stoic expression transformed, revealing a hint of astonishment. He had presumed Sun Wukong to be the strongest mortal of Universe 7, only to discover a being surpassing him. Although Broly's displayed power may not rival that of Sun Wukong, who has attained the Ultra Instinct, it is essential to note that Broly, as a Saiyan, has yet to master numerous transformations. Should he attain the Super Saiyan God form, or even the Super Saiyan Blue, even a perfected Ultra Instinct Sun Wukong would not stand a chance against him. Therefore, the assertion that he is insignificant before Broly holds true. Indeed, it is fortunate that the Power Tournament did not feature Broly. Otherwise, Universe 7's victory would have been considerably easier. Beside him, Toppo expressed his sentiments, marveling at the hidden talents within Universe 7. The pride of their Universe 11, Jiren, has been eclipsed by not just one, but multiple extraordinary beings from Universe 7. One cannot help but wonder whether the 11th universe harbors hidden powerhouses, perhaps even being stronger than Jiren. It is not only Toppo who holds such a belief. Others from different universes share the same curiosity regarding the potential hidden strengths within their realms. Surely, the 7th universe cannot be the sole repository of such might. Just then, their attention was captivated by another matter. A new video had emerged. Gohan, neglecting his studies, brings tears to Jiren's eyes, showcasing the bond between Piccolo and Gohan, Beast Gohan. Upon witnessing this new footage, countless spectators across the myriad realms realized one pivotal truth. This latest transformation is intrinsically linked to Goku's son, Gohan. Beast Gohan, a name that resonates with power. Is Gohan poised for yet another resurgence? Zhang Chulan, it seems that this time, we are witnessing Gohan's moment in the spotlight once more. Do NMYN, if Gohan neglects his studies, Jiren will indeed weep. This implies that should Gohan dedicate himself to training, Jiren would not stand a chance against him. Li Shinnon. That appears to be the underlying message. However, I am intrigued. ISNT Gohan the son of Goku? Why then is the bond highlighted between Piccolo and Gohan? Kakashi, from previous videos. It is evident that the connection between Piccolo and Gohan transcends mere paternal ties. It is akin to a father-son relationship. Kakashi, in Piccolo's heart, Gohan is undoubtedly regarded as his own son. Dagu. Indeed, there are many instances where Piccolo proves to be even more devoted than Goku, Gohan's biological father. Naruto Uzumaki. So, does this mean that Gohan's transformation is related to Piccolo? On Earth in the 7th universe, West City, the camaraderie between Piccolo and Gohan is palpable. Krillin, Yamcha, and others gaze at Piccolo with a tinge of envy. While they share a strong bond with Goku, their relationship with Gohan does not quite match the intimacy that Piccolo enjoys. This indeed stirs a sense of admiration within them, although Piccolo remains silent. A smile betrays his emotions. In the video, it is clear that he regards Gohan as a son, and Gohan reciprocates this affection wholeheartedly. Their bond is arguably as profound as that between Gohan and his biological father, Goku. He must not fall short of the Piccolo depicted in the video. In reality, he must cultivate a relationship with Gohan that mirrors this closeness. Yet, one must ponder what remarkable moments lie ahead for this young lad. Piccolo casts a glance at the 4-year-old Gohan, still a tiny figure. Naturally, the Gohan in the video has experienced two significant highlights, one when he triumphed over Cell, and another when he transformed into Super Saiyan. However, both moments were marred by flaws. Gohan became overzealous once he gained the upper hand, and both instances incurred a steep price. One can only hope that this time, he will exercise restraint. As the narration within the video unfolds, it reveals Gohan, the eldest son of Goku, has exhibited extraordinary talent far surpassing that of his father since childhood. At the tender age of 9, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, becoming the first of his kind to achieve this form and vanquishing Cell. By the age of 16, he ascended to Super Saiyan God, effortlessly overpowering Majin Buu. However, despite possessing such formidable talent, his greatest aspiration was not to be a warrior, but rather a scholar. Consequently, he gradually neglected his training. And when Frisia returned to Earth seeking vengeance, he found himself struggling even to attain Super Saiyan form. During the Tournament of Power, with the stakes being the annihilation of the entire universe, Son Gohan did manage to rekindle some semblance of a warrior's spirit. Yet, following the tournament, he returned once more to the life of a scholar. Nevertheless, his moment of glory was destined to return, intertwined with the machinations of a certain organization, the Red Ribbon Army. This organization, which Son Goku had eradicated in his youth, had resurfaced. The scene shifts to a valley where a clandestine base is nestled. The base is adorned with two red triangles, their points converging to form an hourglass shape. Within these triangles, white subtitles emerge, signifying the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. After the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army at the hands of Son Goku, the leader's son, Matseda, inherited his father's legacy and took charge of the Red Ribbon Pharmaceutical Group. He yearned to restore the glory of the Red Ribbon Army, but was acutely aware of the challenges ahead, especially considering that even the androids created by Dr. Gero had failed. Relying solely on himself to resurrect the Red Ribbon Army and exact revenge on Son Goku was an insurmountable task. Thus, he set his sights on an individual named Hade, the grandson of Dr. Gero, who was even more gifted than his grandfather. Dr. Hade, unlike his ancestor, harbored no grand ambitions. His sole interest lay in researching the ultimate android. His motivation stemmed from a profound admiration for superheroes, aspiring to create androids capable of becoming superheroes themselves, essentially a manifestation of youthful exuberance. Matseda approached Hade with claims of an evil organization threatening Earth, centered around Bulma. To lend credence to his assertions, he presented Hade with a video depicting the moment when future Trunks defeated Frieza. To the untrained eye, Frisia's appearance and Trunks' actions undeniably suggested extraterrestrial involvement. Chapter 203, Warriors. Have we become the evil organization? Matseda portrayed Bulma and Son Goku as members of this malevolent organization, intent on subjugating Earth. He also characterized Bulma's cutting-edge capsules as alien technology, asserting that his aim to research androids was to combat this sinister organization. When Hade inquired whether Bulma was indeed an alien, Matseda suggested it was a possibility. Certainly, within his heart, whether Bulma is an extraterrestrial being or not holds no significance. He merely seeks to deceive Hade. Bulma, this Matseda has truly sealed his own doom. I am a native Earthling. Bulma, moreover, this miraculous capsule was invented by my father. It is not some alien technology. Bulma was infuriated, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches to this Matseda, to trick the grandson of Dr. Gero into believing she is an alien. Furthermore, he has labeled her and her companions as a nefarious organization. This fellow is utterly despicable. Krillin, have I become a member of a wicked organization? How was I not informed? Yamcha, this Matseda is truly crossing the line. Tenshinhan and Hade, how could he believe this so easily? The warriors were equally enraged. After all, they were also part of the so-called evil organization according to Matseda. They had saved the Earth on numerous occasions. How could they be deemed a malevolent organization? Were they perhaps too humble? At that moment, the inhabitants of Earth were also filled with righteous indignation. They had watched countless videos and were well aware of the formidable foes Goku and his companions had battled to save the planet. They had even been resurrected multiple times. Now, someone dares to label Goku and his allies as an evil organization? Moreover, the one making such claims is the very leader of a nefarious group. The Red Ribbon Pharmaceutical Group, is it? They shall see to its downfall. Meanwhile, Matseda was in a state of panic. Although he had established his pharmaceutical company, it was still in its infancy. Now, just as it was beginning, his conspiracy had been exposed. Having crossed paths with Goku and his friends, there was no way he could escape unscathed. Bulma, the Red Ribbon Pharmaceutical Group, is it? Within a day, I shall bring this company to its knees. Bulma, you wish to revive the Red Ribbon Army? Dream on. Given Bulma's status, she was entirely justified in making such declarations. She is the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, destined to become its chairperson. As the foremost corporation in the world, dismantling a company is exceedingly simple. Even toppling the second largest company would be a trivial endeavor. After all, Capsule Corporation stands unopposed at the pinnacle. At this moment, Hade is merely a young child. Yet he possesses remarkable intelligence and comprehension. Witnessing the deception in the video, he felt a surge of anger. Since childhood, he has adored superheroes. After watching the videos of Goku and his friends, they had become his heroes. To think that someone would deceive him into believing his heroes are part of an evil organization. This Mazeda is truly outrageous. Though he was deceived in the video, he would not be fooled in reality. Simultaneously, as Hade watched the video of himself, he silently prayed. He hoped to uncover the truth. He truly did not wish to stand against Goku and his companions. And in the video, after 6 months had elapsed since Heidi joined Mazeda's ranks, within a serene forest, Piccolo was diligently training a young girl named Xiaofang. Xiaofang, the daughter of Son Gohan and granddaughter of Son Wukong, was merely 3 years old. Filled with curiosity about her father, she inquired of Piccolo whether her father could indeed surpass her grandfather if he truly set his heart to it. Piccolo affirmed her query with a resolute answer. As a devoted caretaker of the Sun family, surpassing even the bond of blood, he had been entrusted by both Videl and Son Gohan with the responsibility of nurturing Xiaofang, including the task of picking her up from school. This burden weighed heavily upon Piccolo, leading him to confront Son Gohan directly. He cautioned Gohan that even in times of peace, vigilance must never wane. Subsequently, he transformed Gohan's attire to mirror his own, albeit in a weighted variant, hoping to rekindle the memories of their arduous training days. Upon returning to his residence, Piccolo was ambushed by an assailant clad in yellow, marked with the number 2. Showing no signs of fear, Piccolo deduced that this individual was either a robot or an android. The purpose of the attack was a lethal one, aimed at eliminating Piccolo, who was perceived as malevolent by this android, Gamma 2, a creation of Dr. Heidi. The android's intent to kill stemmed from its belief that Piccolo was a member of the evil organization described by Mazeda. Gamma 2 possessed formidable strength, and Piccolo found himself easily overpowered. Nevertheless, employing a clever ruse, Piccolo led Gamma 2 to believe he had been vanquished. While he stealthily followed the android to uncover its secrets, Piccolo trailed Gamma 2 to the clandestine base of the Red Ribbon Army, where he incapacitated a guard and donned their uniform, successfully infiltrating the organization. Within the base, he encountered Dr. Heidi and Mazeda, as well as another android marked with the number 1, Gamma 1. Moreover, he learned of Dr. Heidi's sinister plans to create another cell, aptly named Cell. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo discreetly slipped away and contacted Bulma, who informed him that Goku and Vegeta were with Beerus. He urged Bulma to reach out to Whis, requesting their return. After concluding his communication with Bulma, Piccolo recognized the need to take further action. He traveled to Corinne Tower, seeking out Corinne for 2 senzu beans. He then proceeded to the sacred world of the Kais to consult Dend, hoping for assistance in enhancing his potential. However, Dend explained that such an ability required a certain age and was not yet attainable. Yet, he suggested enlisting the dragon's aid. Dend upgraded the dragon, enabling it to grant this capability. Following this, Piccolo contacted Bulma once more, requesting the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. His wish was to maximize his potential to the fullest extent. The dragon fulfilled his request and presented Piccolo with an additional gift. Subsequently, Piccolo returned to the Red Ribbon base to continue gathering intelligence. He learned that Mazeda intended to target Gohan. However, to avoid exposing the Red Ribbon Army, he devised a plan to lure Gohan out by kidnapping his daughter, Pan. Dr. Hito disapproved of such an act, as it was not befitting of a superhero. Yet Mazeda disregarded his concerns and dispatched his subordinates to abduct Pan. In Chapter 204, Piccolo was deeply troubled, pondering means to join the ranks of those kidnapping Pan. He and another accomplice managed to locate her. However, Pan swiftly incapacitated the other individual, recognizing Piccolo in the process. Piccolo took her aboard the Red Ribbon Army's aircraft along with the other kidnapper. En route back to the base, Piccolo explained the situation to Pan, instructing her to feign terror. Amused by the prospect, she complied. Upon their return, Mazeda recorded a video of Pan's abduction and commanded those involved, alongside Piccolo, to confront Gohan. They arrived at Gohan's residence, presenting him with the footage. Piccolo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction since Pan had recognized him immediately, while Gohan remained oblivious. This indicated a decline in Gohan's prowess. Faced with the abduction of his daughter, Gohan reluctantly followed them to the Red Ribbon Army's base. There, he encountered Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Engaging in combat with Gamma 1, Gohan initially faltered due to his prolonged absence from battle. To reignite Gohan's fighting spirit, Piccolo conceived a strategy. He pretended to threaten Pan, inciting Gohan's fury and thereby unleashing a more potent force within him. Piccolo's ploy bore fruit. Upon perceiving his daughter's peril, Gohan transformed into his mystic state. It is evident that Gohan was deftly manipulated by his adoptive father, Piccolo, and his own daughter, Pan. This behavior underscores Piccolo's intent to rekindle Gohan's fighting spirit without revealing the full truth. One might say that Piccolo, as a paternal figure, was indeed deeply concerned for Gohan's well-being. Moreover, it is revealed that Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 are not inherently malevolent. They are merely victims of deception. This narration resonated with countless viewers, eliciting nods of agreement. Kapu empathized with Piccolo, understanding his plight. After all, he too had been troubled for his grandson, Luffy, as well as Ace and Sabo, yet these three rascals refused to heed his guidance, insisting on pursuing a life of piracy, leaving him exasperated. Kakashi lamented for Gohan, who found himself at the mercy of Piccolo and Pan, while also hinting that Piccolo's actions stemmed from disappointment in Gohan, who once stood as the mightiest warrior. Kurosaki Ichigo. Indeed, the narrator has mentioned that Piccolo undertakes these actions to ignite Gohan's fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could simply divulge the truth to Gohan instead of concealing it from him. Zhang Chulan. I wonder how Gohan will react upon learning these revelations. Duanyin. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the formidable strength of these two androids, surpassing even that of androids 17 and 18. Li Xinlan. It is no surprise that Dr. Hito is considered more brilliant than his grandfather, Dr. Gero. Daegu. So, is the ultimate adversary Cell? One can only speculate how powerful he must be to compel Gohan to achieve a new transformation. Piccolo. Speaking of which, where are Goku and Vegeta? Why have they not returned? Krillin. Since Gohan has undergone a new transformation, it suggests that Goku and Vegeta have yet to make their way back. After all, if they had returned, Gohan's involvement would be moot. So, what is the reason for their absence? At that moment, the video provided the answer. Bulma had located the communicator to contact Whis. However, Whis was currently enjoying ice cream with Beerus, engrossed in watching the sparring match between Goku and Vegeta. His staff lay to the side, its crystal orb covered by an ice cream container. Thus, Whis remained oblivious to Bulma's attempts to reach him, naturally preventing Goku and Vegeta from returning to Earth. Meanwhile, after Gohan transformed into his new form, he regained his advantage in the battle. Observing this, Gamma 2 attempted to intervene but was halted by Piccolo. At this juncture, Piccolo, having unlocked his potential, had significantly enhanced his strength. Previously, he was no match for Gamma 2, but now he could contend with him. As the battle unfolded, Gamma 2 and Drive Hito realized an unsettling truth. They had been deceived. The so-called evil organization mentioned by Mazeda, which included Gohan and Piccolo, was not malevolent at all. In fact, Mazeda himself was the true villain. Realizing his cover was blown, Mazeda hurried towards the interior of the base, with Hito in pursuit. Once Mazeda's true nature was exposed, Piccolo and Gamma 2 ceased their hostilities, urging Gohan and Gamma 1 to do the same. At that moment, an aircraft descended, revealing Bulma along with her allies, Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and Android 18. Goten and Trunks had matured considerably, nearly causing Piccolo to fail to recognize them. Simultaneously, Hito and Mazeda reached the base. Mazeda's intention was to unleash Cell. Hito attempted to thwart this plan, but was unsuccessful. Fortunately, the Poison Bee robots created by Hito eliminated Mazeda, thwarting his ambitions. With Mazeda dealt with, Hito aimed to prevent Cell's awakening, yet it was already too late. He promptly relayed this news to Gamma 1 and 2, urging them to prepare themselves. Soon after, Son Gohan and his companions experienced a violent trembling of the ground. Subsequently, the earth began to cave in, revealing a colossal figure. It was none other than Cell. The true form of Cell bore a striking resemblance to his second stage. Upon witnessing Cell's authentic visage, countless spectators across the realms were equally astonished. Zhang Chulan, is this Cell? How enormous! Far larger than the previous Cell. Duan Muyan, in this form, he resembles Cell's second stage, albeit somewhat unsightly. Duan Muyan, the perfect form of Cell, is undeniably more handsome. The other viewers concurred. Although Cell was the antagonist, they could not deny that his perfect form possessed a remarkable allure, while his second stage was considerably less appealing. Ironically, Cell bore a close resemblance to his second stage. Yet, what they did not realize was that, in the heart of Akira Toriyama, the creator of the Dragon Ball universe, Cell's second stage represented his ideal vision of the character. Cell could be seen as Toriyama's realization of his envisioned Cell. Vegeta, this Cell is enormous. But size has little correlation with strength. Vegeta, nonetheless, this Cell's power must surely be formidable. Chapter 205. In this moment, he truly becomes a superhero. For the ordinary individual, the size of one's physique often dictates the strength one possesses. However, once power reaches a certain threshold, size becomes inconsequential. Many powerful beings are aware of this fact. For instance, in the world of pirates, the Sea Kings are all impressively vast. Yet they can be effortlessly vanquished by the might of formidable pirates and navy warriors. Thus, when power attains a certain level, the relationship between size and strength becomes irrelevant. A colossal figure does not guarantee immense power. Nevertheless, all spectators were acutely aware that, despite Cell's immense stature, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was a formidable creature, both colossal and powerful. When the strengths of both sides are comparable, the one with the larger physique holds an advantage. However, it is only a monster like Cell that can elicit a new transformation from Son Gohan. Now that Cell had made his appearance, the Beast Gohan should soon follow. Countless viewers were eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the might of Beast Gohan. In the video, Cell's emergence compelled Son Gohan and others to join forces in combat. Gamma 1 and 2 also entered the fray. Gamma 1 informed Son Gohan and the others that Cell had a weakness located in his head. This was a deliberate design by Dr. Hito when creating Cell to ensure a measure of vulnerability. Therefore, by targeting Cell's weak spot, they could defeat him. However, should that weakness be struck, Cell would self-destruct. Consequently, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and others launched a coordinated assault on Cell. Son Goten and Trunks attempted to fuse. But due to their prolonged absence from fusion, they failed, resulting in the creation of a rather rotund entity known as Trunton. Trunks charged at Cell, only to be sent flying by a direct blow. He then soared towards Android 18, but was again struck and sent airborne. In the sky, Gamma 1 unleashed a powerful attack that struck Trunks, propelling him back towards Cell. Consequently, Trunks' head collided with Cell's crown, resulting in a crack on Cell's head. Witnessing this, Piccolo and the others were filled with astonishment. This marked the first time that a failure in fusion had proven to be advantageous. However, the crack on Cell's head exposed a vulnerability, plunging him into a furious state. This development rendered Gohan and the other situation increasingly perilous. Throughout the battle with Cell, Piccolo showcased the strength bestowed upon him by the dragon. Not only had his power significantly increased, but he could also alter his appearance, resembling a transformation. As his prowess grew, Piccolo's physique expanded dramatically, and his once green skin transitioned to a vibrant orange. This new form, acquired through a wish to the dragon, was dubbed Orange Piccolo. After enduring numerous instances of being sidelined, Piccolo finally experienced a resurgence in power. Reflecting on the narrator's words, Piccolo felt a surge of emotion. Once, he was a formidable warrior, second only to Goku, and had even battled the first form of Frieza. Following his fusion with Kami, his strength rivaled that of Android 17. Yet, since then, his role had diminished, relegating him to a mere background character. Watching himself transform into a minor role in the video, Piccolo felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he understood that such battles were beyond his reach. However, the tide had turned. His version had finally been upgraded. He had mastered transformation. Orange Piccolo. Now, he could finally make a meaningful contribution. Yet, Piccolo was acutely aware that the true protagonist of this encounter was Gohan. He was merely a supporting character. Even in his new form, Orange Piccolo, he doubted he could match Cell. Indeed, his concerns were validated. In the footage, despite becoming Orange Piccolo, he still struggled to exert dominance over Cell. Cell's massive form and superior power posed a significant challenge for Gohan and the others. Prompted by Krillin's reminder, Piccolo recalled his ability to grow in size. He then initiated his own enlargement, hoping to counter Cell's imposing stature. However, this transformation merely altered his size without enhancing his strength, leaving him still unable to overpower Cell. At this moment, Gamma 2 devised a plan. He instructed the others to engage in long-range attacks to divert Cell's attention, while he seized the opportunity to target Cell's weakness. With the efforts of Gohan and Piccolo, Cell's focus was successfully redirected. Meanwhile, Gamma 2 began to gather energy in the air. At long last, he seized the opportunity and surged forth with all his might towards the apex of Cell. "I am a superhero," Gamma 2 roared as he ascended to Cell's zenith. Subsequently, the energy he had amassed erupted. A tremendous explosion engulfed Cell, obscuring the situation from Gohan and the others. As the smoke dissipated, Cell's crown lay further fragmented, yet it remained unshattered. Meanwhile, Gamma 2 was hurled away, collapsed upon the ground, his form now devoid of color, rendered gray. Gamma 2, an artificial being crafted by the eccentric Dr. Hito, fancied himself a superhero. However, his attack on Piccolo, acting on behalf of the Red Ribbon Army, certainly cast doubt on his heroic status. Yet, the moment he charged at Cell with all his energy, he embodied the true essence of a superhero. His cries became reality, resonating with countless viewers. Initially, upon his debut, many harbored disdain for Gamma 2, primarily due to his assault on Piccolo. Piccolo, after all, is a valiant warrior, standing alongside Goku to uphold peace and safeguard both Earth and the cosmos. Thus, Gamma 2, opposing him, was undoubtedly perceived as a villain. How could he possibly be a superhero? However, as Gamma 2's character unfolded, the audience's perception began to shift. They recognized that Gamma 2 was not inherently malevolent. For instance, when he witnessed Piccolo feigning an attack on Little Fong, he sought to intervene. Likewise, when Mazeda's minions assailed Little Fong, he directly thwarted them. Such actions prompted the audience to believe he indeed possessed the qualities of a superhero. In that pivotal moment when he charged toward Cell, he truly became a superhero. One could discern from Gamma 2's appearance that he had likely perished. Though androids may not succumb to death in the conventional sense, it implies he faced Cell with the resolve of certain demise. If this does not epitomize a superhero, then who does? Chapter 206, The Abundant Rewards. The path of invincibility unveiled Zhang Chulan. Alas, Gamma 2 is not truly malevolent. He was merely deceived. Duan Muyan, it is not just him, Gamma 1, and Drive Hito share the same fate. They are not inherently bad, merely misled. Duan Muyan, one can only lament the tragic demise of Gamma 2. Although the conclusion resembling a heartfelt reunion is somewhat cliché and commonplace, one cannot deny that such endings resonate with the majority. The fallen characters leave a lasting impression, elevating their intrinsic value. Yet, if given the choice, many would prefer to see them live on. Much like the current situation with Gamma 2, his death is profoundly tragic. However, if it were possible, most viewers would wish for his survival. Li Xian Nan, isn't there the Dragon Balls for resurrection? Surely, Gamma 2 can be revived. Du Mu Yen, it is uncertain. This depends on whether Gamma 2 is a pure artificial being or a modified human like androids 17 and 18. If it is the latter, resurrection is indeed possible. However, if it is the former, then it cannot be revived. Li Haoyan. Indeed, when we initially defeated Cell and wished for the revival of those who had perished, Android 17 returned, yet Android 16 did not. Li Xian Nan. I too hope that Gamma 2 is not a pure artificial being. Zhanghua. The death of Gamma 2 is truly disheartening. Yet, what is even more sorrowful is that his demise holds little significance. Zhanghua. The Beast Gohan has yet to appear, which implies that Cell remains undefeated. Upon reading Zhanghua's comment, the audience, who were deeply immersed in the sorrow of Gamma 2's death, suddenly realized the truth. Yes, the Beast Gohan has yet to manifest. This indicates that Cell has not been vanquished. Consequently, the death of Gamma 2 appears to lack value. Meanwhile, in the video, under Gamma 2's self-sacrificing attack, Cell grows increasingly ferocious. Piccolo struggles valiantly to withstand him. However, despite transforming into Orange Piccolo, he finds himself overwhelmed by Cell's savage onslaught, even enduring a brutal beating. Subsequently, Cell lifts Piccolo, who is now at the brink of unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, a flash of red light ignites in Gohan's mind. Gohan unleashes a furious roar, releasing an incredibly potent aura. A magnificent blaze of energy envelopes him. His hair stands on end, turning a striking silver, and his pupils transform into a vivid red. His appearance and the aura he exudes evoke a primal ferocity. Seeing his mentor Piccolo in such a perilous state, Gohan finally erupts with rage. This moment resembles when he previously witnessed Cell crush Android 16's head, igniting his fury. The Beast Gohan has arrived. The emergence of the Beast Gohan leaves countless viewers in awe. Kakashi, is this the Beast Gohan? Impressive. Zhang Chulan. One can only say that Gohan's wrath is truly fearsome. Zhang Chulan. Previously, in his fury, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Zhang Chulan, and now, he has ascended to the Beast Gohan form. Du Mu Yin. It remains to be seen how powerful this Beast Gohan truly is, whether he matches the strength of Super Saiyan Blue. Li Xian Nan. It seems unlikely that he is any weaker. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha observe the 4-year-old Gohan nearby. They find it difficult to associate this small child with the formidable Beast Gohan in the video. It can only be said that Gohan, much like his father, has undergone a remarkable transformation. After all, the once tiny Son Goku is hardly reminiscent of the fully realized Son Goku we know today. Now that the Beast Gohan has made his entrance, it is time for Cell to be defeated. One can only say that Son Gohan truly embodies the essence of the Saiyan warrior. Both incarnations of Cell have succumbed to his might. Meanwhile, Piccolo silently prays. May Gohan refrain from his reckless tendencies. He recalls Gohan's flamboyant demeanor following his transformations into Super Saiyan 2 in mystic form. This time he implores, let it not be so. In the video, after Gohan transforms into his beast form, his demeanor shifts to one of audacious arrogance, casting a cold smirk at Cell. Cell, discarding Piccolo aside, unleashes a punch directed at Gohan, one that is larger than Gohan himself. Yet Gohan remains unmoved. With a single hand, he effortlessly deflects Cell's colossal fist. Then, with a powerful kick, Gohan sends the gargantuan Cell hurtling through the air. At that moment, a long arm emerges, ensnaring Cell like a binding rope. Gohan, strike now. A voice calls out. It is Piccolo. This arm belongs to him, urging Gohan to swiftly eliminate Cell, perhaps recalling Gohan's penchant for recklessness when in a position of power. This time, however, Gohan displays restraint. Cell, unwilling to be passive, raises his left hand, gathering a massive green energy sphere that bursts forth into the atmosphere and into the void of space, at least a tenth the size of the moon. Meanwhile, Gohan prepares his own attack, positioning 2 fingers against his forehead in the iconic stance of Piccolo's special beam cannon. Both combatants gather energy in anticipation in the next moment. Cell completes his formation first. The once massive energy sphere is compressed into a more manageable size, swirling with ominous black energy, signifying the immense power contained within. Special beam cannon. Gohan exclaims as his own attack culminates. The 2 forces collide, yet swiftly, Gohan's energy disperses Cell's assault. Undeterred, Gohan's power surges forth, piercing through Cell's head. With his weakness exposed, Cell is ultimately vanquished. Although he detonates in a final explosion, mercifully, no lives are lost. Following Cell's defeat, the group approaches Gamma 2, whose form dissipates into the wind, vanishing entirely. Dr. Hito declares his intention to surrender alongside Gamma 1. However, Piccolo suggests they treat these events as though they never transpired, advocating for a life of peace moving forward. Subsequently, Dr. Hito inquires of Bulma whether he can enlist her in Gamma 1, to which she consents. Thus, the saga ignited by the Red Ribbon Army draws to a close. With his transformation into Beast Gohan, Gohan reinstates himself among the elite ranks of fighters, having previously squandered his potential for far too long. Yet, this singular eruption of power restores him to his rightful place among the foremost warriors. To understand the prowess of Beast Gohan, one must recognize that it is not inferior to the perfected form of Son Goku. Even after neglecting his training for such an extended period, he remains terrifyingly powerful. One cannot help but ponder what heights he would have reached had he consistently honed his skills. This realization has led many to grasp the true meaning of Gohan's scholarly pursuits. Even Jiren would shed tears at this revelation. Gohan and Broly are indeed the apex warriors among the Saiyans. The narrator's commentary resonates deeply with countless viewers. While Broly is formidable, Gohan is no less impressive. After such a prolonged hiatus from training, his sudden surge in power is nothing short of enviable. Meanwhile, Jiren finds himself in a state of disarray. He has always possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Therefore, witnessing his defeat at the hands of perfected Goku has been somewhat disheartening. Yet, he now realizes that Goku is not the pinnacle of power. There are still Broly and his son, Gohan, who surpass even him. As the narrator aptly notes, Jiren truly feels like crying at this moment. On the 7th universe, on Earth in West City, the video of Beast Gohan has concluded. The uploaded videos are nearly finalized. Lin Luo gazes at the videos he has uploaded, nodding in satisfaction. He has no intention of sharing any further transformation videos, despite the existence of self-improved Vegeta and Black Gold Frieza, as these transformations have only appeared in the manga and not yet in the anime. Alas, the second season of Dragon Ball Super has yet to be released. However, this is of little concern, for the videos he has already uploaded are sufficient to secure victory in the transformation event. In fact, he is poised to occupy all top 10 positions. In a swift passage of 3 days, countless viewers across myriad realms have been eagerly awaiting the arrival of new videos. Yet, as time passed, it became evident that Lin Luo would not upload any new content. Uncertainty lingered. Was it that he lacked stronger transformations, or did he simply choose not to share? Finally, the time for the transformation event's conclusion has arrived. In an unexpected turn of events, congratulations are in order for Lin Luo, who has secured first place in this transformation event. Congratulations to Lin Luo for attaining second place. Congratulations to Lin Luo for clinching the 10th position. All 10 spots in the transformation event rankings have been claimed by Lin Luo. However, this outcome has met with universal acceptance. Even the participants who competed alongside him acknowledged the supremacy of his transformation videos. Any single one of them would easily overshadow their own. In truth, had Lin Luo not dominated the top 10, they would have found it more difficult to accept. At this moment, Lin Luo is brimming with excitement. It is essential to note that securing a position comes with rewards. He is entitled to acquire any ability possessed by any character from the videos he uploaded. With his sweep of the top 10, he is afforded 10 opportunities for rewards. 10 chances. Surely, he must obtain the ability of the Omni King. If he can acquire such power, he would be invincible in the Dragon Ball universe. In the midst of Lin Luo's excitement and anticipation, his rewards were finally announced. Congratulations to Lin Luo for acquiring the abilities of the Omni King from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for obtaining the strength of the Omni King from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for gaining the powers of the Grand Priest from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for receiving the prowess of the Grand Priest from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for inheriting Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for acquiring Goku's Super Saiyan Blue transformation from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for embracing Goku's indomitable spirit of striving for greatness from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for unlocking Gohan's latent potential from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for mastering Goku's Super Saiyan 4 transformation from the video you released. Congratulations to Lin Luo for attaining Zamasu's immortality from the video you released. 10 wholly distinct rewards, each one a pinnacle achievement within the Dragon Ball universe. Gazing at the 10 rewards he had received, Lin Luo found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had merely aspired to acquire the abilities of the Omni King and would have been thoroughly content. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly obtained such a multitude of elite rewards. Strength and ability are not synonymous. He had gained both the strength and abilities of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. It could be said that he had become invincible and omnipotent within the Dragon Ball realm. Furthermore, he had inherited Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Gohan's latent potential, Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 transformations, Goku's relentless determination, and Zamasu's immortality. He had previously contemplated that the transformations of the Saiyans amplify their base power. If one's base power were to reach levels comparable to Beerus, or even the Angels, and the Grand Priest, what heights could be achieved through the Saiyan transformations? Now, he had the opportunity to discover this. Additionally, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline transcended that of ordinary Saiyans. His transformations into Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 would be even more formidable. As for the notion that obtaining the Super Saiyan Blue transformation rendered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation unnecessary, Lin Luo did not share this belief. The paths of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 are distinctly different. He had often pondered whether it was possible to merge these two paths. After all, Super Saiyan Blue is merely a transformation undertaken while in the state of Super Saiyan God. What if one were to perform the Super Saiyan 4 transformation while in the state of Super Saiyan God? Would that not result in a Super Saiyan Blue 4? This was something he could experiment with in the future. With the enhancements of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Gohan's latent potential, and Goku's indomitable spirit, his future strength would only continue to grow. Coupled with Zamasu's horrifying immortality, it is essential to acknowledge that Zamasu's immortality far surpasses the regeneration of Majin Buu. One can only conclude that with these rewards, he has achieved invincibility within the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, it extends beyond just the Dragon Ball realm. With these rewards, his strength will continue to escalate. Even if, in the future, the video platform were to host realms more formidable than that of Dragon Ball, and more powerful entities were to emerge, he would not falter. He would not fear the likes of the Winding Destruction God, the Mercury Serpent, Rufus, or those terrifying beings from the realms of fantasy and cultivation. His journey of ascension, the path to dominate the myriad worlds, commences now. Lin Luo firmly believes that one day, he shall become the unparalleled sovereign of all realms. The end.